Prince Qin Feng colluded with the demon sect. His crime is unforgivable. From now on, he will abolish the position of crown prince and send him to guard the Imperial Mausoleum of The. He will not leave for the rest of his life. An imperial decree of Emperor Xia, carrying the anger of him and the officials, was uploaded from a court. From the beginning to the end, Qin Feng was in a daze, not knowing what was going on. Under the escort of the Imperial Forest Army, he went to the The Imperial Mausoleum. I didn't go to climb Mount Tai for fun. Did I get crushed to death by Kowloon pulling the coffin? Why did I suddenly appear in this place? Qin Feng murmured to himself. Could it be that I've time-traveled? In the following time, the memory fragments that flooded into his mind confirmed his thoughts. The owner of this body was originally the crown prince of the great Xia dynasty. He had just returned from a tour of the north, but he was considered to be in collusion with the northern wilderness demon sect and was abolished from the position of crown prince and sent to guard the The imperial tomb. This is a bit too miserable. Qin Feng couldn't help but said, "It's nothing more than traveling to such a fantasy world where the strong are respected," and he became a deposed prince who guarded the emperor's mausoleum. However, it was outside the range of the spirit-gathering array in the imperial city, and the aura was not abundant, even thin, and he would no longer receive the cultivation resources issued by the imperial family. His cultivation might last his whole life, and it would be difficult for him to achieve anything. In the end, he would die in poverty for 100 years. Escorting Qin Feng to the The Imperial Mausoleum, besides the Imperial Forest Army, was also the Minister of Rights. This can be regarded as giving Qin Feng a little face, not letting the Minister of Criminal Justice bring him here. It is not considered to deal with him according to the law. Your Highness, the Emperor Taizu's mausoleum has arrived. At this moment, the Minister of Rights respectfully said to Qin Feng. He didn't show any disrespect because Qin Feng was abolished, because no matter what Qin Feng was, he was still a prince. If there is any place where he surpasses the etiquette of his courtiers, I am afraid that he will be imprisoned tomorrow. Qin Feng nodded and got down from the chariot. Standing next to a huge stone tablet, he felt the cold autumn wind and looked at the withered The Imperial Mausoleum in front of him. Although the area here is very large, it is dilapidated and desolate, with overgrown weeds everywhere. On an ancient tree not far away, a few crows croaked and flew up with flapping wings. The few quaint buildings are also somewhat dilapidated, exuding a desolate atmosphere. Qin Feng had a wry smile on his face. This The Imperial Mausoleum is protected by a formation, so there is no need to guard at all, and there is no one here. I'm afraid he will be here alone for the rest of his life. Your Highness, you will live here from now on. After a pause, the Minister of Rights said, "If there is a need for attendance, I am afraid that the Emperor must personally issue an order. It stands to reason that no matter how the prince is deposed, he should have several attendants. But after all, this is the mausoleum of Emperor Taizu, with a special location, so without the Emperor's will, no one dared to arrange attendance for him." "No need." Qin Feng waved his hand. In his current situation, if he dared to ask the edict to serve him, he might even lose his life. The Minister of Rituals nodded, and after having someone help Qin Feng clean the room, he unloaded all the daily necessities he had brought and put them in order. At the same time, he told Qin Feng the rules and etiquette to be followed in the Imperial tomb. Although no one would know even if Qin Feng didn't abide by it, he still had to say what he had to say. After finishing everything, the Minister of the Ministry of Rights left the Imperial Mausoleum with many Imperial soldiers. "Hey!" Before leaving, the Minister of Rights looked back at Qin Feng and shook his head helplessly. Who would have thought that the former crown prince would end up in such a situation by a single thought, that he would die alone in the withered royal tomb? Spend your life in a miserable way. But this can only be blamed on Qin Feng's bad luck, and it can't be blamed on others. The Minister of Rights turned and left. On the other side, Qin Feng, who was about to get acquainted with the Emperor Taizu's mausoleum, suddenly heard a system notification. Ding! The host is detected and the system begins to bind. 1%, 10%, 50%. Hearing the notification sound from the system, Qin Feng was a little stunned. As a traveler from Blue Star, he certainly understands what a system is. It's just that I didn't expect to be able to obtain the system. Apart from being handsome, he doesn't look like the protagonist in a novel. How to get the system? Just when Qin Feng was wondering, the notification sounded again, indicating that the system had been bound. God level sign-in system. Looking at the name of the system, Qin Feng asked, "Can you introduce what kind of functions does this system have?" After binding the system, the owner can sign in anywhere in the world and get corresponding rewards once a day. Moreover, the more special the place where you sign in, the richer the rewards you can get. The system's voice, without emotion, explained. Then, can I check in multiple times at the same place? Qin Feng asked again. He is now forced to guard the Taizu Imperial Tomb, and it is difficult to go to other places to sign. Yes, but for signing in at the same place, only the first time you sign in, the rewards you get are the richest and rarest. The rewards you get for subsequent sign-ins are all random. The mechanical voice of the system explained to Qin Feng. After listening to the introduction of the system, Qin Feng nodded thoughtfully. He also had a clearer understanding of the system. Help me sign in at the Emperor Taizu's mausoleum first. Let's see what rewards I can get. Qin Feng said slowly. Ding! You have successfully signed in at the Emperor Taizu's mausoleum. Congratulations to the master. You have obtained the Imperial Chaos Sword Body. This object cannot be placed in the system space. Do you want to choose fusion? The system reminded Qin Feng Dao. Special physique? Qin Feng's eyes lit up when he heard the system's notification tone. His body is very ordinary, and this special physique is exactly what he lacks. He did not expect to get a special physique reward when he signed in for the first time. More importantly, in this world, sword repair is almost the strongest existence in the same realm, and it is extremely rare. Someone opened the gate of heaven with a sword. Someone kills an immortal with one sword. And this Primordial Chaos Sword Body is obviously of great benefit to the practice of swordsmanship. Without any hesitation, Qin Feng sat cross-legged on the ground and chose to fuse the Primordial Chaos Sword Body. In an instant, monstrous sword intent poured into his body and began to reborn him. What? Qin Feng suddenly let out a painful voice. He felt that every bone and every meridian in his body was being washed away by the sword energy. Painful. The soul is trembling. This kind of pain is simply unbearable for human beings. Fortunately, there was no one else here, and no one could hear Qin Feng scream. Even if he is a deposed prince, even if he dies here today, no one will know, let alone care. After 2 full hours, night had already fallen, and it was the Primordial Chaos Sword Body that was completely integrated with Qin Feng. He passed out in pain. Chong! And at this moment, the sound of a sword's cry resounded through the world. Not only the entire imperial city, but also hundreds of miles around, heard the sound of the sword, as if a divine sword had been unsheathed. At this moment, in the imperial city, whether in the imperial palace or the mansion of the big family, countless figures soared into the sky. What happened? Where did that sword cry come from? These people stood in the void one by one, looking around, but they didn't know where the sound of the sword was coming from. Emperor Xia and several ministers who were discussing affairs also came out after hearing news, standing in the void. Their eyes were also full of disbelief. What's going on? Could it be that a peerless sword body was born in my imperial city? Emperor Xia said in shock. This kind of strange situation usually only appears when a special constitution is born. Just like the Taizu of the Great Xia dynasty, on the day of his birth, there were 9 looming golden dragon phantoms rolling in the sky, which are the bodies of the legendary 9 dragons. It should be, a minister said in a deep voice. Do you want to send someone to check every baby born tonight in the imperial city? Not only the imperial city, but also the entire area covered by the sound of swords, and the babies born tonight, all of them must be checked. Xia Huang said in a deep voice. The speed must be fast and absolutely cannot let other people take the lead. Within the imperial dynasty, There are many powerful sects and aristocratic families, and even the royal family dare not do anything to them. If they find the baby, it will definitely not be good news for the royal family. According to the order. The minister nodded. Then he left to get busy. Emperor Xia stayed in the void for a moment with a complicated expression and then returned to the palace. He wanted to mobilize the mysterious forces he had established to investigate the baby's location. He never imagined that the person with the peerless sword body was the crown prince he deposed. The comatose Qin Feng didn't know how much commotion he had caused in the imperial city. The entire imperial city was in chaos. Strong men from various sects and aristocratic families gathered, are looking for him. It was not until late at night that Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes, and there was still pain in his eyes that could not be concealed. Grass. He struggled to get up from the ground, and the mood at this moment can only be described by this kind of green plant. The painful torture just now made him want to die, and he was about to burst, and it continued to crack for several hours. Looking back now, I still have a feeling of lingering fear. System, come out for me. Why didn't you tell me that fusing the Primordial Chaos Sword Body would be so painful? Qin Feng called out the system and asked. If he had been mentally prepared, he wouldn't have been so embarrassed. The master didn't ask. There was no mood swing in the system's answer. Qin Feng was dumb. He was speechless. He didn't seem to ask. But why would a normal person ask if it hurts first when it's the first time? Never mind. Shaking his head helplessly, Qin Feng ignored the system, but began to slowly get used to this body that had been fused with the Primordial Chaos Sword Body. Compared to the previous ordinary physique, this Primordial Chaos Sword Body is indeed countless times stronger. After a long time, Qin Feng couldn't help sighing. What makes him most obvious is that his physical strength and spiritual strength have been greatly improved, and absolutely no one in the same realm can compare with him. There is absolutely no problem in leapfrogging. I'm hungry, eat something first. Qin Feng, who hadn't eaten for a long time, went back to his room first and looked for something to eat. This is the dry food that those Imperial Forest Army brought to him when they came. New ones will be delivered every month thereafter. If he wanted hot food, he had to cook it himself. After eating, Qin Feng lay down and rested. Now his realm is too low. It is impossible for him to practice continuously without resting. In the early morning of the next day, the sun had just risen, and Qin Feng had already woken up from his sleep. After walking out of the room, because he was in a better mood, looking at the scene outside, he didn't feel desolate anymore. System, sign in at the Emperor Taizu's mausoleum. Qin Feng said with a smile. Ding. Congratulations to the master. You signed in successfully and got a bottle of Earth Spirit Bell lotion. The system beep sounds. At the same time, a small jade bottle appeared in the space of the system. Earth Spirit Bell emulsion. Qin Feng was stunned and asked incomprehensibly, what's the use of this thing? With doubts in his heart, he took it out of the system's space. After gently opening the cork, I immediately felt a strong aura gushing out like a fountain. Almost instantly, the aura around Qin Feng's body increased several times. Even ordinary animals that are not magical beasts have sensed the changes in the aura here and cast their gazes over. What a rich aura. It's just right for me to practice. Qin Feng's heart was full of joy. When he was sleeping last night, he was still worried. The aura of the Imperial Mausoleum was so thin, and the royal family would no longer distribute cultivation resources to him. How should he cultivate? Unexpectedly, the second time I signed in today, I got such a rich aura of heaven and earth treasures. Tick-tock. Qin Feng tilted the small jade bottle slightly, and a drop of milky white liquid flowed out and landed on Qin Feng's left hand. Crystal clear. Fragrant. Almost like milk. I just don't know how it tastes. Qin Feng murmured. Afterwards, he swallowed the drop of milky white liquid. In an instant, Qin Feng felt like nectar flowing into the dry desert. The rich aura instantly exploded in his body, into his limbs. It actually made him feel ecstatic. Comfortable. Qin Feng couldn't help but let out a slight groan. It's so comfortable, too. Compared to the first pain last night, it was truly ecstasy. After these auras ran around in his body for a while, they began to enter his meridians and nourish his body. Qin Feng did not neglect, and then began to meditate. Less than 1% of the aura in that drop of Earth Spirit Bell emulsion was released in his body. It will take a long time for him to fully absorb it. For a full day and night, Qin Feng sat cross-legged under a tree to practice, absorbing the Earth Spirit Clock emulsion. The aura that continuously entered his meridians was also dispelling his fatigue. Until the next morning, the sun rose slowly and fell on Qin Feng's body through the gaps in the leaves. As the breeze blew past, Qin Feng, who was dressed in a rosy light, fluttered his clothes, showing the demeanor of a strong swordsman. Boom! Suddenly, Qin Feng's body erupted an astonishing wave of spiritual energy, gushing out of his body like a clear spring. A wave of spiritual energy, mixed with sword energy, spread around him, centered on him. Qin Feng's slightly drooping eyes slowly opened. Ninth heaven of condensation realm. This cultivation speed is too fast. He couldn't help exclaiming. He knew that the cultivation speed of Primordial Chaos Sword Body must be very fast, but he did not expect it to be so fast. The realms above the Eternal Continent are divided into Quenching Body, Condensing Yuan, Hualing, Luanhai Zifu, Refining Void. The gap between each big realm is like a galaxy. There is no possibility of crossing it all, and there is even a huge gap between every small realm. It is extremely difficult to improve the realm. Qin Feng was only at the 6th level of the Yuan condensation realm before. After a day and a night of practice, his realm has reached the 9th heaven of the condensation realm. This speed of cultivation is simply terrifying. Even the top geniuses of the great Xia dynasty definitely did not have such a speed of cultivation. Moreover, Qin Feng was surprised to find that after practicing for so long, he only absorbed a very small part of the Earth Spirit Bell emulsion that he swallowed yesterday, and there was still a lot that he hadn't absorbed. This drop of milky white liquid contains such a majestic aura. There is so much in one bottle. When will it be enough for me to absorb it? Qin Feng couldn't help sighing. He shook his head, and then started today's check-in. Ding! Congratulations to the master. You have successfully signed in and obtained 10 Yangshan pills. There was no emotional fluctuation in the system, and a mechanical voice appeared in Qin Feng's mind. After looking at the effects of the Yangshan pill, he found that it was a kind of pill that could restore spiritual consciousness, and he didn't need it for the time being, so he put it away. Afterwards, Qin Feng got up to find some dry food, planning to continue his cultivation after eating and resting for a while. In this cruel world where the strong are respected and monsters and demons are rampant, only one's own realm can represent everything. Although Qin Feng's physique against the sky can definitely help him regain the position of prince and leave this imperial tomb. But he had no such plans, because walking out of the Imperial Mausoleum would not bring him any benefits. It would only increase various tedious matters. On the contrary, continuing to stay here and improving his cultivation is what Qin Feng is most willing to do. Time flies by, and 3 years have passed in a blink of an eye. During these 3 years, the outside world was all looking for the baby with the peerless sword body, but they didn't find anything, so they had no choice but to give up in the end. But Qin Feng in the Imperial Mausoleum did not leave a step. I have been practicing and signing in, and I have won a lot of rewards. Ding! Congratulations to the master. You have successfully signed in, and you have obtained Wang Jian to return to the sect. Ding! Congratulations to the master. You have successfully signed in and obtained the sword intent of the wind. Ding! Congratulations to the master. You signed in successfully and got a bottle of Earth Spirit Bell lotion. Although the grades of these rewards cannot be compared with the Primordial Chaos Sword Body, they're not bad either. For various rewards, if it is a martial skill, Qin Feng will learn it directly. If it's pills and the like, he will eat those that can improve his cultivation and put them all in the system space if they can't. During this period, except for someone who regularly delivered dry food to him, no one else came. It was as if he had been forgotten by the world. Your Highness, Can you return these dry rations to the previous room? A huge, strong Imperial Forest soldier like a black bear came to deliver dry food to Qin Feng according to the date, and said respectfully. His name was Chu Xiong, and he was the one who came to deliver dry food over the years. Ah, Qin Feng, who was meditating, nodded. Now that he is already at the first level of Luanhai realm, it stands to reason that it doesn't matter if he eats or not. But in order not to make people suspicious, he still received the dry food normally, and then fed the dry food to various birds. Over time, many birds' nests have been built on the trees here, and the silence is no longer so dead. Your Highness, how about I help you build a stove here? These dry foods are always eaten dry, which is not good for your health. Chu Xiong couldn't help but said, "This is the Imperial Mausoleum, so it was impossible to have a stove in the past, but he could find a way to help Qin Feng build one. If you build a stove for me, you won't be afraid of being known and implicated?" Hearing this, Qin Feng couldn't help asking with a smile. "Huh, this?" Chu Xiong scratched his head, smiled a little honestly, and said, "Why are you implicated?" He obviously didn't understand it, so he just helped to build a stove. Is this something wrong? He didn't even understand why the other Imperial Forest Army avoided them, and they didn't want to come to deliver dry food to Qin Feng because they were afraid of getting involved with Qin Feng. Fine. Qin Feng didn't explain too much, but said slowly, "Anyway, I'm too lazy to cook, and these dry foods are pretty good." Chu Xiong nodded thoughtfully, and after putting the dry food into the room, he didn't stay here any longer, turned and left. Qin Feng lowered his eyes slightly and continued to practice. In the middle of the night, night falls in the sky, the bright moon hangs high, and the stars are dotted. Kindness. Suddenly Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes, frowning slightly. There seems to be something strange in the night tonight. As the night darkened, two dark shadows quietly entered the Imperial tomb. The entire palace is under the protection of the formation. Outsiders do not have tokens and cannot enter the palace at all. These two guys are obviously not from inside the palace. They were mysterious and looked around. As expected of the Imperial Mausoleum of Emperor Taizu of the Great Xia dynasty. He has been dead for so many years, and the yang energy in his body can actually suppress the yin energy that emanates from him. One of the old eunuchs with a male duck voice couldn't help sighing. The entire Imperial Palace covers a huge area, almost occupying half of the entire Imperial City. The place where he usually stays is far away from the Imperial Mausoleum, and this is the first time he has come here. Under normal circumstances, after a person dies, they will emit yin qi. The stronger the cultivation base, the stronger the yin energy will be. However, the supreme yang energy emanating from the corpse of the Taizu Emperor can suppress the yin energy all the time, which is very rare, which proves that the physique of the Taizu Emperor is absolutely extraordinary. Hey, as long as we release the yin energy in the magic accumulation bead, let the yin energy here surpass the yang energy, destroy the general situation of the mountains and rivers here, and then spread to the entire palace. At that time, the luck of the entire Great Xia dynasty will be affected. Another man in black said with great excitement and excitement. He was adopted by the elders of the Nanman clan since he was a child. Although he is a member of the Great Xia dynasty, he is actually loyal to the Nanman clan as long as they destroy the luck of the Great Xia dynasty. This caused turmoil in the Great Xia dynasty, and when the time comes, their southern barbarians can annex and erode the southern territory of the Great Xia dynasty without any worries. However, the man in black suddenly thought of something and asked in a deep voice, "By the way, are you sure that the Imperial tomb is only guarded by the Imperial Forest Army at the entrance, and there are no strong people inside?" As a chef, he has just entered the palace for 3 months and is not familiar with the whole palace. Don't worry, there's only a deposed prince here, and his cultivation is only in the Yuan condensation realm. He can't find us. The old eunuch said dismissively. Both of them are at the 7th level of the spirit transformation realm. The other man in black nodded upon hearing this. They went on a little further inside. Then the old eunuch took out a bead from the ring. Whole body dark. It is the Yun Maju, can absorb and release in Qi. But at this moment, behind the old eunuch and the others, a calm voice suddenly sounded. You two came to my place at night without even saying hello? Isn't it a bit too much? Hearing this sound, the old eunuch and the two of them instantly stiffened, and their faces instantly became extremely ugly. Could it be that some strong man in the palace discovered them? If this is the case, they will be miserable. The two of them are only at the 7th level of the spirit transformation realm, and in this palace, there are more than 10 royal priests from the 9th level of the Luanhai realm, all of whom are extremely powerful, coupled with the existence of the startling dragon array. Once the two of them are discovered, they will surely die. However, when these two people turn around slowly, they couldn't help being taken aback when they saw a young man standing behind them. You are the abolished Prince Qin Feng, the old eunuch said in surprise. He thought it was the royal priest who came out to wander around one night and found the two of them, but he never thought that the one who found them was actually the abandoned Prince Qin Feng. Seeing me, you two seem very disappointed. Qin Feng said lightly, if you want to let the Imperial Forest Army come over, I don't mind helping. Oomph. Shocked me. The old eunuch snorted coldly, with a look of sternness in his eyes, and said, I didn't intend to kill you, but you idiot came out to seek death by yourself. Then don't blame us for being cruel. Although it would be troublesome to kill Qin Feng, they just walked away. As he spoke, an astonishing wave of spiritual energy emanated from his body, and he took a step forward at an extremely fast speed and raised his hand to grab Qin Feng's throat. The shot is extremely ruthless. To one-hit kill. Don't worry. You can talk slowly if you have anything to say. Seeing that the old eunuch was about to kill him, Qin Feng said calmly. While speaking, a terrifying coercion was released from his body. Thump! The old eunuch who rushed towards Qin Feng suddenly knelt on the ground like a mountain. Not only that, but the other man in black couldn't bear the terrible coercion and knelt on the ground. His knees were broken. Qin Feng was already at the 1st level of the Luanhai realm, and the gap between different realms was simply a world of difference. He didn't need to make a move, and the coercion on his body was unbearable for the two old eunuchs. How could you be so strong? These two people were all shocked, and their voices were trembling. How old is Qin Feng? Even if the talent is monstrous, it's impossible to be at the Luanhai realm. Are they dreaming? Tell me obediently. What is the purpose of your coming here? Qin Feng said lightly. If I tell you everything, can you spare our lives? The man in black kneeling on the ground in the distance, with fear in his eyes, negotiated terms. More than anything else, he just wants to survive. Are you negotiating terms with me? Qin Feng said coldly in his eyes. The moment the words fell, the coercion he exerted on the man in black suddenly intensified. The man in black didn't even have time to make a scream, but was crushed into a blood mist by the terrible coercion. The scene was extremely bloody. The old eunuch turned pale with fright when he saw this scene. His Royal Highness, spare your life. Your Royal Highness, spare your life. He begged for mercy in horror. Speak, Qin Feng said lightly. The old eunuch quickly told Qin Feng his purpose. The southern barbarians. Qin Feng frowned slightly. He didn't expect these two people to be loyal to the Nanman clan. It was a naturally brave and aggressive tribe, located in the mountains in the south, and often plundered some cities in the south. Go to hell. But at this moment, the old eunuch made a move in shock and threw the magic bead towards Qin Feng. In an instant, an astonishing Yin Qi burst out from within the bead. What's more important is that this kind of Yin energy has the effect of disturbing people's spiritual consciousness. The scene in front of Qin Feng suddenly changed and became a purgatory on earth. It is no longer in the Imperial Mausoleum, and there are corpses and bones everywhere. Illusion. Qin Feng looked at the surrounding scene and said coldly. An astonishing sword energy erupted in his body, and the sound of the sword's cry was pleasant. It was also the sound of the sword's cry that brought Qin Feng back to consciousness and woke up from the hallucination. However, when he opened his eyes, he found that the old eunuch had disappeared. So cowardly! Why don't you kill me while I'm in the hallucination? He ran away. Qin Feng couldn't help complaining. If the old eunuch attacked him, the body-protecting sword energy outside his body would be enough to kill him back. His gaze turned to the direction in which the old eunuch was fleeing. Qin Feng used the sword energy to condense a transparent sword soul. With a slight movement of his mind, the sword soul immediately shot towards the direction where the old eunuch was fleeing. It also disappeared into the night in the blink of an eye. This is the return of swordsmanship, 10,000 swords, to the peak of cultivation, which can instantly condense hundreds of thousands of sword souls, and even a saint can't stand it. With one thought, you can move your sword thousands of miles. This is probably the chicness of a swordsman. Qin Feng murmured. He then set his gaze on the Yun Maju. After hesitating for a moment, he put it in the ring. Although this thing is an evil thing, he is not a pedantic righteous person, and he will destroy it when he sees an evil thing. Maybe one day I can use it for myself. Afterwards, Qin Feng continued to practice. The next morning, the square in front of a main hall was suddenly blocked by the Royal Forest Army. The old eunuch ran for his life last night, but when he arrived here, he was caught up and killed by Qin Feng's sword soul. Emperor Xia just woke up when he received the news and rushed here. Your Majesty, this old eunuch shouldn't have appeared in this area of the palace. He probably wanted to sneak into some special place last night. A commander of the Royal Forest Army said in a deep voice, "It's just his specific identity and purpose, which is difficult to investigate." The old eunuch was cautious by nature and did not leave any information about his dealings with the Nanman clan, and he was not a member of the Nanman clan, so the commander of the Imperial Forest Army could not find out his identity and purpose at all. Bastard! Emperor Xia's face was extremely ugly. It was a great shame and humiliation for the majestic Great Xia Palace to be infiltrated by unknown people. The commander of the Imperial Forest Army was so frightened that he knelt on the ground and begged for punishment. Whoever killed him, why didn't he catch him alive and interrogate him strictly? Emperor Xia asked coldly. I don't know. The commander of the Imperial Forest Army said helplessly. When we found him, he was already killed. What did you say? When Emperor Xia heard this, his face became even angrier, and he said, "It's fine for unknown people to sneak into the palace, but now you don't even know who killed him. A bunch of trash." The commander of the Royal Forest Army was so frightened that he asked for punishment again. But at this moment, an old man who was majoring in swordsmanship next to Emperor Xia had a horrified expression on his face. What a pure wind sword intent! He couldn't help exclaiming. Stretching out his hand from the old eunuch's wound, he squeezed out a nearly transparent sword energy. What did Mr. Qin say? Emperor Xia's cultivation was not considered strong, and he didn't practice swordsmanship, so it could only be seen that the old eunuch was killed by a sword, but he couldn't tell otherwise. A look of doubt. The person who made the shot, the swordsmanship attainments, I am afraid that it is far above me. Old Qin said solemnly. Although he is already at the 9th level of the Luanhai realm, his swordsmanship and understanding are far from being comparable to Qin Feng, who is only at the 1st level of the Luanhai realm, but has the Primordial Chaos Sword Body. What are you talking about? You are the strongest swordsman in the palace. How can someone's swordsmanship attainments be higher than yours? Emperor Xia was shocked, his eyes filled with disbelief. Strong swordsmen are rare, and this old man is already the strongest swordsman enshrined by the royal family. The commander of the Imperial Forest Army and several ministers who heard the news also had shocked expressions on their faces when they heard Mr. Chen's words. Your Majesty may have forgotten that your uncle, Prince Mu, also majored in swordsmanship. Old Qin looked dignified and said slowly, and his swordsmanship attainments are completely above mine. The places where the powerful members of the royal family retreat to death are all in the palace, because looking at the entire Great Xia dynasty, there is no place that is more abundant and safe than this aura. Uncle's 7th emperor, Emperor Xia, was taken aback, but then said, but when he was close to death, he had less than 30 years of life left. It has been 100 years now. How could he still be alive? Not only him, those few ministers are also suspicious. But apart from your 7th uncle, Prince Mu, There can be no other people, Chen Lao said slowly. Because outside powerhouses can't enter the palace at all. This palace is protected by a powerful, startling dragon formation, which was laid down by the powerhouses of the royal family before the Great Demon-Sealing War and when the dynasty had not yet declined. Without permission, even a strong person in the Purple Mansion would definitely be discovered after entering the palace. The crowd was silent. I feel that this is indeed the case, and there are very few people in the royal family who major in swordsmanship. Except for Prince Mu, the others are farther back, and it is even more impossible. Old Chen's guess is that the possibility is the greatest. My Majesty, when I checked this morning, I heard a maid said that last night there was a ray of light flying over here from the northwest, which is exactly the direction where Prince Mu is retreating. The commander of the Royal Forest Army hurriedly said, "Dare not have any concealment." Hearing what he said, many ministers who had already believed him were all convinced immediately. It seems that Prince Mu is correct. Presumably his old man broke through his realm when his lifespan was approaching. This is my great summer blessing. There was joy in everyone's eyes. When Prince Mu closed the death test, he was already at the 9th level of the Luanhai realm. If he broke through to the Purple Mansion realm, his lifespan would increase by at least 100 years. There is no problem at all. Emperor Xia was also delighted. Tens of thousands of years ago, the great dynasties joined forces to fight the demon-sealing war and lost countless powerful people, and the great Xia dynasty also declined day by day. Now, their royal family has not been a strong man who has been out of the Zifu realm for many years, and all the offerings are from the 9th heaven of the Luanhai realm. How could he be unhappy now that his 7th emperor's uncle, Prince Mu, had broken through to the Purple Mansion realm? In the future, when he faced those aristocratic families in the dynasty, he would have more confidence. Decree, I want to sacrifice to God and pardon the world. Emperor Xia said immediately. He wanted to let everyone in the world know that the royal family now has a strong man in the Purple Mansion. According to the order, several ministers all said respectfully, immediately started to get busy. On the other hand, Emperor Xia hurriedly went to the pavilion where Prince Mu was retreating, wanting to pay a visit. But in the end, he returned without success. Whatever he said outside the pavilion, Prince Mu just didn't respond. In the end, Emperor Xia had no choice but to leave. This kind of palace where the royal powerhouse retreats is protected by formations to prevent people from breaking in and disturbing their cultivation, causing unpredictable consequences. Although he had a way to force his way in, he didn't dare, for fear of offending Prince Mu. The great Xia dynasty had a vast territory. There are tens of billions of people. However, the news of the emergence of a strong man in the Purple Mansion and the royal family spread throughout the great Xia dynasty through various means in just 3 days. In addition to the royal family's contribution to the flames, it was also because the news was too shocking. After all, after the Great Demon-Sealing War 10,000 years ago, all the royal families and powerful sects have declined rapidly. It has been an unknown number of years, and there has not been a strong person in the Purple Mansion realm. For a while, many aristocratic clans who had already discussed not to pay tribute after hearing the news immediately kept a low profile. At this time, Qin Feng naturally didn't know that his sword would cause such a big effect. But even if he knew, he wouldn't care at all. He has only one goal now, which is to improve his cultivation. At the very least, we must first ensure that we can be invincible in the great Xia dynasty. Think about other things slowly. Time is like water, passing quickly. Another 3 years pass by in a hurry. Night falls in the sky. The bright moon hangs high, and the stars are dotted. Boom, boom. Qin Feng, who was sitting cross-legged under the ancient tree, was practicing when an astonishing aura burst out from his body. The sound was deafening. Around his body, sword energy lingered, and there were a lot of sword marks on the ground in an instant. Even the trees in the distance were cut off in the middle. Luanhai realm 9th heaven, it's not bad. Qin Feng muttered to himself. Compared with before, the speed at which his state is improving now has obviously dropped a lot, but this is also normal. The higher the realm, the more difficult it will be to advance. If Qin Feng's words were heard by those old antiques in the royal family, they would definitely vomit blood depressedly. Many of them devoted their entire lives to cultivation and barely reached the 9th level of Luanhai realm. Qin Feng only spent 6 short years, and in his words, he just felt that it's not bad. It's just humiliating to them. Afterwards, Qin Feng continued to meditate and began to adjust his breath to prevent the emptiness of spiritual energy. The process is slow. It will take about 2 months. In the early morning of the next day, morning had just ended. Qin Junyan, the new crown prince who just returned from inspection tour, was extremely joyful and happy. Teacher, royal father finally allowed me to visit Brother Huang, Qin Junyan happily said to the Wenyuan's University scholar. He and Qin Feng are brothers of the same father and mother, and they have always had a very good relationship. Ever since Qin Feng was imprisoned in the Huangling Mausoleum, he has been worried day and night. The prince is going here, but he must bring the Imperial Forest Army with him, the scholar of Wenyuan Pavilion said slowly. Why? Qin Junyan asked puzzledly. His Royal Highness Qin Feng must be extremely resentful at being deposed as the crown prince. Now that he sees you as the new crown prince, he will definitely feel jealous and vent his anger on you. The Grand Scholar of Wenyuan Pavilion said solemnly, If you don't bring the Imperial Forest Army with you, I'm afraid it will be dangerous. In fact, he has always disapproved of Qin Junyan going to the Imperial Mausoleum to visit Qin Feng. But Qin Junyan insisted on going, and he had no choice. Impossible. My brother's the best to me. How could he hurt me? Qin Junyan said. His mother passed away very early, so it can be said that Qin Feng and him depended on each other for life. Hey, your highness is still too young. In the past dynasties, which prince who was abolished couldn't bear the huge blow and went crazy. No matter how good your relationship is with your highness Qin Feng, after learning that you have become the crown prince, you will definitely have resentment towards you. The other 2 ministers sent by Emperor Xia to assist the crown prince also spoke out. In their hearts, there is no difference between Qin Feng and other deposed princes. I don't believe it. Brother Huang is definitely not that kind of person. Qin Junyan said. He strode towards the Imperial Mausoleum with big strides, not intending to bring the Imperial Forest Army with him at all. His Royal Highness. His Royal Highness. Seeing this, the Wenyuan's University scholars and the others immediately became anxious. They hurriedly went to the commander of the Imperial Forest Army. The scorching sun scorched the earth, and the temperature distorted the vision. The stray animals and birds abandoned by the concubines in the Imperial tomb were listless. I remember that Chu Xiong sent ice cubes, right? Qin Feng on the reclining chair muttered to himself. Although his current cultivation base doesn't feel hot, but if he doesn't eat something cold in summer, he always feels that something is missing. Thinking of this, he slowly got up, walked into the room, and took out a large piece of ice from a box carved with patterns. After crushing it with a sword light, it was thrown to those little animals that were too hot. When the little animals saw the crushed ice, they were all excited and rushed forward one after another and began to grab food, and it was extremely lively in an instant. Kindness. Qin Feng suddenly noticed the entrance to the Imperial Mausoleum. A figure came in, the new prince. Originally, Qin Feng was curious about who the other party was, but when he saw the clothes on that person, he immediately understood. The other party is the new crown prince. From Chu Xiong's mouth, Qin Feng knew who the new crown prince was, his 3rd younger brother Qin Junyan. Because the 2nd brother has southern barbarian blood, it is impossible for him to be crown prince. So after Qin Feng was abolished, the 3rd prince, Qin Junyan, should be the only one. Brother Huang, are you not crazy? Seeing Qin Feng, Qin Junyan asked with concern in his eyes. He looked Qin Feng up and down to see if Qin Feng was normal. For a moment, Qin Feng didn't know whether the other party was scolding or caring about himself, and said, Why do you ask that? Seeing that Qin Feng understood his question and was in a normal mood, Qin Junyan was relieved. He said, Before I came, the teacher and the others told me that Brother Huang must have gone crazy long ago after being imprisoned here for many years. Please let me be careful not to be hurt by you. Qin Feng was speechless when he heard this. His Royal Highness. His Royal Highness. And at this time, the Wenyuanj Grand Scholars and the commander of the Imperial Forest Army had already arrived in the Imperial Tomb. Everyone was very worried that Qin Jinyan was hurt by Qin Feng. And when they entered the Imperial Mausoleum, they were all a little dazed when they saw the extremely normal Qin Feng in front of them. How can this Qin Feng look a little crazy? There wasn't even a hint of despair, and he looked calm and indifferent, not like a waste prince at all. On the contrary, it was themselves, each in a hurry, like a clown. Everyone, what's the matter? Looking at the Grand Scholars of Wenyuan Pavilion and the others, Qin Feng said indifferently, We are here to visit His Highness. Yes, to visit His Highness. Wenyuan University and the others were at a loss for words for a while, and quickly thought of a reason. That's it. Qin Feng smiled and said, just put the gift in the room. Wenyuan University scholars and the others all had incomparably wonderful expressions when they heard the words. How can they have gifts? But they have already opened their mouths, saying that they are here to visit Qin Feng. If they don't even bring presents, they don't think Qin Feng, the prince, is in their eyes. If the people of Jinyu knew about this and reported it to Emperor Xia, they would have no good fruit to eat. After a moment of silence, the Grand Scholars of Wenyuan Pavilion and the others looked at each other and silently went to the next room. Some of them put down the jade fingers on their bodies, and some put down their favorite Yurui. The Wenyuan University scholars and others are all practitioners, and the fingers and jade ruis they carry with them are all equipped with a spirit-gathering array, which is very valuable. After they came out of the room, they were so distressed that they were bleeding. No more. Seeing everyone's distressed faces, Qin Feng just said lightly. Wenyuan University scholars and the others could only respectfully say goodbye when they heard the words. When they walked out of the Imperial Mausoleum, they were so distressed that they almost fainted. That's right, they are all princes now. At this time, Qin Feng's gaze returned to Qin Jinyan, and he said, I don't have any presents to give you. I carved this little wooden sword. Give it to you. As he spoke, he casually handed a small wooden sword like a pendant to Qin Jinyan. This was engraved when he was relaxing while practicing, and when he handed it to Qin Jinyan, he injected a wisp of sword intent into it. If Qin Jinyan really valued his elder brother, it would be very beneficial for Qin Jinyan to practice swordsmanship if he carried him with him. Thank you, brother. Although it was just an ordinary small wooden sword, Qin Jinyan was very happy, even happier than when he received any gift when he just became the crown prince. Afterwards, Qin Jinyan chatted with Qin Feng about many things, concerned about how Qin Feng was doing here and whether anyone made things difficult for him on purpose. Qin Feng comforted him that he had a good time here. This made Qin Jinyan's worried heart relax a little. It was around evening when Qin Jinyan got up to leave the Imperial Mausoleum. Brother Huang, don't worry. I will definitely ask Father Huang to let him release you. Qin Jinyan said seriously before leaving. This is his imperial brother, always will be. Even if he is the prince now, he will never forget how kind this emperor brother once was to him. If a person is ruthless, he is no different from a demon. When Qin Jinyan asked Emperor Xia to let him go out, Qin Feng didn't take it seriously because he knew that it was impossible for Emperor Xia to let him leave the Imperial Mausoleum. You have no jokes. After the Imperial decree has been issued, if Qin Feng is allowed to leave the Imperial tomb, wouldn't that be a slap in the face? I should also go to the palace and other places to check in. After sending Qin Jinyan away, Qin Feng stretched his waist, watched the night gradually fall, and muttered to himself. Now that he is already at the 9th level of the Luanhai realm, the Imperial Forest Army patrolling around the outermost part of Taizu's Imperial Mausoleum is useless to him. Where are you going? Walking on the palace wall like walking on flat ground, Qin Feng muttered to himself. After hesitating for a while, Qin Feng decided to go to Zongshu Pavilion to have a look. Relatively speaking, it is considered a special place, and it is estimated that good things can be signed. Walking in the palace, Qin Feng had a calm expression on his face. Not only was he not worried about the Imperial Forest Army, But he was also not worried about those strong men hiding in the dark. His Primordial Chaos Sword Body can completely restrain the aura. The spiritual consciousness of those strong people not only can't see his cultivation, but also can't feel his aura at all. To those strong men, he's like air. Not long after, Qin Feng arrived at Zongshu Pavilion. This is a simple 3-story building, exuding the atmosphere of the years. Snoring. At the door of Zongshu Pavilion, there was an old man sitting on the ground, sleeping with his head down. He is the person in charge of guarding the library. It's actually the 9th heaven of the Luanhai realm. Qin Feng was surprised. According to previous memories, this old man was a servant who once served the late emperor. After the late emperor passed away, he came to guard the Sutra Pavilion. He's been unknown, and no one cares about him. Qin Feng did not expect that he was actually a cultivation base of the 9th level of Luanhai realm. In this palace, it really is crouching tiger, hidden dragon, Qin Feng murmured. But he didn't care, and strode into the library. When he passed by the old man didn't react at all. He couldn't feel it at all. As soon as he entered the Zongshu Pavilion, Qin Feng could smell the fragrance of ink, which did not dissipate due to the years. Various martial arts and martial arts of the royal family are stored here. On weekdays, except for members of the royal family, outsiders are not allowed to enter at all. Let's see if there are any good books in this library first. Qin Feng muttered to himself. He had read many novels in his previous life. Those protagonists are in the library. Just read a book. They are all peerless martial arts. He also wanted to see if he had the life to be the protagonist. Afterwards, Qin Feng flipped through the books, not letting go of any of them, for fear that there might be some parchment inside. However, the ideal is beautiful, but the reality is cruel. He read many books, but they were all very common exercises and martial arts, none of which he could use, let alone any peerless exercises. Forget it. Someone as handsome as me really won't be the protagonist. Qin Feng shook his head helplessly. After all, readers don't have a sense of substitution for the ugly protagonist. He put the book in his hand back on the shelf, and then called the system. System, help me sign in at Zongshu Pavilion. Qin Feng said lightly. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have successfully signed in at the Imperial Palace Collection Pavilion, and you will be rewarded with the Longevity Sutra. Soon, the system's emotionless voice rang in Qin Feng's ears. Longevity Sutra? Qin Feng heard the words and murmured. Is it a cultivation technique? He is currently lacking a book of exercises. Although the royal family skills are good, compared with his Primordial Chaos Sword Body, is still far behind. If there is a powerful exercise, his cultivation speed will definitely be greatly improved. With doubts in his heart, Qin Feng checked the information of the Longevity Sutra. Longevity Sutra. This is an ancient scripture created by the ancient great emperor. After reaching the peak of cultivation, you don't need to practice hard. Even if you sleep, the exercises can automatically operate to absorb the spiritual energy in all things and improve your cultivation. Seeing the introduction about the Longevity Sutra, Qin Feng called it a good guy. This ancient emperor who created the Longevity Sutra is too good at playing, right? Qin Feng couldn't help complaining. Others put this hard work, why don't you put this healthcare? However, although he couldn't help complaining, he was still very satisfied with the longevity scripture. After all, sleeping can also improve one's cultivation. Who wouldn't want such a skill? After signing in, Qin Feng didn't stay here either, turned around and left. On the way back, Qin Feng was walking on the palace wall, but suddenly he cast his gaze in the direction of the Demon Town Tower. Why do you seem to see a ghost of a woman? Qin Feng frowned slightly. If he felt something just now, he felt that there was some movement in the demon-suppressing tower. For a moment, he seemed to see a faint phantom of a woman in white at the demon-suppressing tower. Could it be a ghost? Qin Feng suddenly felt a chill down his back and was a little scared. He is most afraid of ghosts, especially the kind of female ghosts in white clothes with good looks and hot body. No, for the safety of the palace, I want to go and have a look. Qin Feng muttered to himself. With that in mind, he walked towards the Demon Town Tower. It didn't take long to reach a place hundreds of feet away from the Jinyao Tower, and he could clearly see the situation on the other side of the Jinyao Tower. However, Qin Feng was a little disappointed. Although there was a lot of demonic energy in the Jinyao Pagoda, ghosts and wolves could be heard when they got close, but after all, there was royal luck to suppress it, so everything was normal. Not even a human figure, let alone a hot female ghost. Qin Feng shook his head in disappointment. He didn't come any closer, because the killing array on the side of the Demon Town Tower is extraordinarily powerful, and anyone who gets close will be shot to death. Qin Feng reckoned that only after reaching the 3rd level or above of the Purple Mansion realm can he be truly fearless of the killing array. At the same time, the old man in front of the Zongshu Pavilion seemed to hear the slight animal cry and slowly opened his cloudy eyes. But the cry disappeared again, which concubine's cat and dog ran out again. The old man shook his head and didn't care. He got up and was about to close the door of the library so as not to have cats and dogs running in. However, as soon as he got up and looked into the library pavilion, he was stunned. Several of the books that were originally neatly placed were randomly placed on the bookshelf, obviously being read by someone. How is it possible? The old man's voice was trembling. His eyes were full of disbelief. Someone unexpectedly entered the Zongshu Pavilion in front of his face, but he didn't notice it at all. What kind of cultivation would that person be? When did such a strong man appear in the palace? Could be Prince Mu? The old man muttered to himself. But why did Prince Mu come here to review these martial arts? He was very puzzled. Prince Mu is now at the Purple Mansion realm, so the exercises and martial arts here are completely useless. With this doubt in his heart, he decided to report this matter to Emperor Xia. At this time, Emperor Xia was furious. Qin Jinyan was kneeling in the imperial study, being scolded. You are the current crown prince, and you plead for mercy for the former crown prince. It's absurd. It's extremely absurd. Emperor Xia said angrily, You are so merciful. How can you assume a high position in the future? He simply hates iron, but not steel. If after Qin Jinyan became the crown prince, in order to keep his position as the crown prince, he designed to kill Qin Feng so as to avoid future troubles, he would not be so angry after knowing about it, because he felt that this should be the skill that a future emperor should have. But now, Qin Jinyan was actually begging him to forgive Qin Feng, which made him feel that his son was too soft-hearted. Qin Jinyan was reprimanded and wanted to refute, but hesitated for a while. Instead of defending himself, he asked, Then how can a father release the emperor brother? He did not give up begging for mercy. When Emperor Xia saw that he still did not give up, his face became even more livid. He asked Qin Jinyan to go to the Imperial Mausoleum. He originally wanted Qin Jinyan to keep vigilant, but he didn't expect that Qin Jinyan hadn't changed in any way compared to before. But at this moment, the old man who guarded the Sutra Pavilion stepped in. This was a privilege given to him by the Emperor Xia. Except for the harem, he could enter anywhere without an invitation. Old Su, why are you here? Emperor Xia said in surprise. This old man has been at the Sutra Pavilion all along, and I haven't seen him for many years. Elder Su saluted slightly, and then told what happened tonight. Uncle's 7th emperor came out? Emperor Xia said in amazement. The last time he went to visit Prince Mu's death retreat, the other party had no intention of paying attention to him at all, and there was no movement in the closed pavilion. I didn't expect it to come out today. He immediately said, Old Su, from now on, whenever Uncle's 7th emperor wants to go to Zongshu Pavilion, don't stop him. Mr. Su agreed with a wry smile. He will be able to stop it too. At first he wondered if it was Prince Mu, but seeing Emperor Xia's determination, he didn't say anything and then left. Don't you want your elder brother to come out? Emperor Xia glanced at Qin Jinyan and said calmly, Whenever Uncle's 7th emperor speaks, I will let him out. When Qin Jinyan heard the words, he immediately had a bitter expression on his face. How could he have the ability to ask Prince Mu to speak to Qin Feng? He had no choice but to leave the imperial study room. In the next 3 years, besides the Imperial Mausoleum, Qin Feng signed in many more places. Also got a lot of treasures. Ding! Congratulations, Master. You have successfully signed in at Zongshu Pavilion and 110 Zifu pills. Ding! Congratulations, Master. You have successfully signed in at the Arms Pavilion and obtained the Desolate Meteor, Severing God Slash. Ding! Congratulations, Master. You have successfully signed in at the Pill Hall and obtained the Bone Spirit Lenghuo. Whether it's pills or swordsmanship, the grades are very good, just what Qin Feng needs, and he is very satisfied. In the past few years, Qin Feng's cultivation speed has also been very fast. Many people would never be able to cross the barrier between the Luanhai realm, Nine Heavens, and the Purple Mansion realm. Old Qin next to Emperor Xia was extremely talented, and he stepped into the ninth heaven of Luanhai realm at a young age, shocking the whole world. But he was trapped in the Luanhai realm of Nine Heavens for 150 years, and he still failed to break through to the Purple Mansion realm, which is embarrassing. And Qin Feng is a little bit stronger than the others. In a year and a half, he broke through from the ninth level of Luanhai realm to the first level of Zifu realm. And in the next year and a half, he ate pills like jelly beans, coupled with the astonishing speed of absorbing spiritual energy from the Longevity Sutra. He broke through to the third layer of the Purple Mansion realm in one fell swoop. The speed can be called a monster. If it spreads out, it will amaze the world. During this period, Qin Jinyan would come to the Imperial Mausoleum almost every year to chat with Qin Feng and talk about what happened outside. There are even many important national affairs, and Qin Feng is also asked. Qin Feng seldom answered this question because he was afraid that if he was not careful, he would take this dynasty on an unimagined path. Just tell him to put people first. When Qin Jinyan didn't come, Chu Xiong would occasionally come when he was not delivering meals. Give Qin Feng some delicious chicken, duck, and fish. In this way, Qin Feng doesn't have to eat dry food all the time. Reciprocating, Qin Feng always inadvertently taught Chu Xiong some martial arts knowledge while talking. Although Chu Xiong didn't practice swordsmanship, Qin Feng was already in the Purple Mansion realm, so he would benefit a lot from just giving him some knowledge of martial arts. His cultivation has improved all the way, and he has gradually been valued among the Imperial Forest Army. It's just that no one knew that it was related to Qin Feng. Even Chu Xiong himself didn't know. One morning, while Qin Feng was practicing, he suddenly sensed that at the end of the Bluestone Road, there was a little girl about 9 years old walking on the Bluestone Road. Looking around, she seemed a little scared. The maids who serve her were not allowed to enter the Imperial tomb, and they all waited respectfully outside. Not long after, the little girl saw Qin Feng and hurried forward. Zining pays homage to the emperor's uncle. The little girl was a little shy, but she still saluted respectfully. She looks cute, with big eyes blinking like a porcelain doll. Uncle! Qin Feng was startled. He's already an uncle? He asked in amazement. Who is your father? My father is the prince. The little girl quickly replied. Recently, there are frequent demon cultivators in the world, and my father is out to inspect the states and counties. I am afraid that the emperor will be bored by himself, so I asked Zining to come and chat with the emperor often. Qin Feng was a little dumbfounded when he heard this. He said helplessly, Your father asked you to chat with me often, so you're not afraid of delaying your cultivation? When I was young, it was time to lay the foundation, and the royal family would give unified lectures to all the princes. If Qin Zining came here often, it would definitely delay her studies there. I don't want to learn to practice. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Qin Zining immediately showed an unhappy expression. What happened? Qin Feng was puzzled. In this world, no matter whether it is a boy or a girl, there is almost no one who does not want to practice. Because a strong realm means a longer lifespan and a greater possibility of survival, even members of the royal family are no exception. I'm too stupid. I haven't learned the basic exercises taught by the teacher for 2 years, and other brothers and sisters always make fun of me. Qin Zining's big eyes were full of grievances. Haven't learned it for 2 years? It shouldn't be. Qin Feng was even more puzzled. The basic exercises taught by the royal family are not particularly difficult. In addition, the teachers invited are also powerful practitioners. Under their teaching, it is impossible not to learn the basic exercises in 2 years. The teacher said that my bones are not good, and I am not suitable for cultivation. The other royal brothers and sisters also said that I am a useless person. When I grow up, my destiny is to be married to the southern barbarians. I will never go back to the imperial city for the rest of my life." When Qin Zining said this, tears even flowed from her beautiful eyes. She was born in the imperial city, but she had to go far away to marry a southern barbarian leader she had never seen before. This kind of cruel future was really terrible for a child like her. Even if her father ascends the throne in the future, he will not be able to stop the fate of sending a useless princess like her to marry him, because it is impossible for the royal family to give a cultivation genius to the barbarians. The Minister of Civil and Military Affairs will not agree. Not suitable for cultivation? Qin Feng used his spiritual sense to examine Qin Zining carefully and found that her meridians were naturally damaged. This kind of damage to the meridian, looking at the entire Great Xia dynasty, no one could solve it. Except for him, of course. Qin Feng rubbed Qin Zining's little head and said with a light smile, "Zining is so big, and she still cries, and she will be laughed at. You wait here for a while, and Uncle Huang will cook something delicious for you." With that said, he slowly got up. Uncle Huang can cook. Children crying, as long as there is a new topic, it will stop immediately, Qin Zining said with eyes wide open. "That's natural," Qin Feng said with a smile. "I'll help Uncle Huang light the fire." Qin Zining likes to play with fire the most, but her father would not let her do it on weekdays, and now she is happy to come to the stove. This was built by Chu Xiong and Qin Feng. Boom! After Qin Zining spent a long time, the stove was finally lit, and Qin Feng also started cooking. In his previous life, he often liked to watch food shows, and the food he cooked was very similar to his previous life. Stewed chicken with ambergris mushroom and poria porridge. Shandong, Sichuan, Guangdong, Fujian, 8 major cuisines, all of which are available. Although the medicinal effects of these spirit pills and spirit herbs were astonishing, Qin Zining's current body could not bear it at all, but Qin Feng was not worried at all. During this period of time, he signed in the Imperial Alchemy Hall, in addition to ancient bone spirit cold fire and various rare elixir. There are also many books on alchemy. For example, The Affair of a Young Alchemist. How should a new pharmacist overthrow the training? A third-level pharmacist. Teach you the shortest time to revive a man's glory. In this incomparably profound ancient book, Qin Feng forgot to sleep and eat and learned many alchemy mysteries that have been lost. Now he's already a top alchemist. The unmatched attainments in alchemy, coupled with the tempering of the bone spirit, the effects of these spirit herbs and elixirs will not erupt all at once after they enter Qin Zining's body. Instead, like a mountain stream, it flows slowly, inadvertently nourishing Qin Zining's meridians. Not only that, because all these were tempered by Qin Feng using the special flame of bone spirit cold fire, even the highest-ranked pharmacist in the Royal Alchemy Hall came to check Qin Zining's body in person. She couldn't even find out that she had taken so many pills and rare spirit herbs. After cooking the meal, Qin Zining, who was so disgraced by the fire, was already starving and started to eat voraciously. Uncle Huang's cooking is delicious. She was surprised to find that the rice cooked by Qin Feng tasted so good. Not only is the method novel, but she has never seen it before. The taste is even hundreds of times better than the marrow washing pill that the royal family only distributes once a month. You know, now she can only watch other royal brothers and sisters eat the marrow washing pill, and she is not qualified to receive it at all. Time is like water, passing by inadvertently. During these 5 years, Qin Zining's damaged meridians have already healed, but she completely stopped studying and practicing. It was a big deal for the prince's child not to study and cultivate, but because she knew that her meridians were naturally damaged, no one forced her. The princess who is destined to be sent to be married, even if she has no martial arts achievements, it will not have any influence. Qin Zining, who is not in class, came to chat with Qin Feng every now and then, wanted to hear the magnificent stories Qin Feng told. 30 years in Heshi, 30 years in Hedong. Don't bully the young and poor blood. In the 13th year of Apocalypse, revenge began with a reign in Wei Qin. Of course, There is also the regret of not being able to stay with my beloved because of hating the sky and taking me for 1 year. Qin Zining listened to all of them with gusto. Originally, Qin Feng was just telling her for fun, but seeing that she liked to listen, he hid some martial arts secrets in the story and told her. In this way, Qin Zining's cultivation increased even faster. At only 13 years old, he has already been promoted to the 9th level of the Yuan condensation realm. Compared with those sisters and brothers who have just been in the 3rd or 4th level of the Yuan condensation realm, they're simply monstrous. You know, it took her 5 years to advance all the way from the body-tempering realm to the 9th heaven condensing Yuan realm, surpassing the achievements of others in 15 or 16 years of cultivation. Uncle, I went to bed last night and couldn't sleep. The sound of waves and waves always appeared in my mind. This morning, I found that I had comprehended a set of sword techniques called De Sword Intent. Early in the morning, Qin Zining happily came to share with Qin Feng. She didn't know that it had something to do with Qin Feng, because these inexplicable thoughts are all realized by myself. Yes, Zining is really talented. Qin Feng rubbed Qin Zining's little head and said with a smile. Afterwards, Qin Zining yelled, wanting to hear the story after Master Ascension to Heaven. Qin Feng also satisfied her and told her slowly. And so, another half a year passed. One morning, Qin Zining was preparing to go to the Imperial Mausoleum, but she was not allowed to go out and was going to attend a court banquet in the evening. She can only agree. Soon, it was already night, and there was a big banquet in the palace, which was very lively. Today, the envoys of the southern barbarians arrived. They came to pay tribute. Now is not the time to pay tribute, but this barbarian sent envoys to pay tribute, which made many civil and military ministers a little confused. But can only be blocked by soldiers and covered by water and soil. After the banquet, after singing and dancing, drink 3 rounds. A barbarian elder stood up. I've heard for a long time that martial arts were prosperous in the Great Xia dynasty, and the royal family produced strong men in large numbers. The son of the patriarch of our clan traveled hundreds of thousands of miles to come here. I want to ask the princes to give me some advice. His attitude was respectful, but what was said in the words was very provocative. After his words fell, Shi Feng, the son of the barbarian patriarch, also stood up. Although he was only 15 years old, his muscles exploded, and his physical strength was astonishing. This is also characteristic of barbarians. As soon as this remark came out, everyone present had different expressions, and now they finally understood why the barbarians came to pay tribute. It turned out to be a provocative demonstration. Discussion voices sounded one after another. Your Majesty, I can't see his cultivation. He should have a secret treasure to protect him, Old Qin said with a serious face. His cultivation level of the 9th level of Luanhai realm couldn't see through the cultivation level of a 15-year-old child. No one would believe him if he told it. He concluded that Shi Feng must have a secret treasure for protection. It seems that they came prepared. Emperor Xia said with a gloomy face. I don't know if there is any prince who is willing to take the initiative to come out and give me some advice. Shi Feng looked around, and the provocative intent became even stronger. Immediately, the prince could not help but stand up. I'm here to fight you, the son of the 6th prince said coldly. He's the same age as Shi Feng. Since he thinks he enjoys such a wealth of cultivation resources, Shi Feng's is simply impossible to be his opponent. 2nd heaven of condensation realm? Are you kidding me? Shi Feng said with a look of disdain. You arrogant. Seeing that Shi Feng looked down on him so much, the 6th prince's son was furious, and he drew his saber to kill Shi Feng. The fierce sword light was so bright that many ministers couldn't help but nodded when they saw it. This trick is very powerful. When Shi Feng saw this, he dismissed it. Roll! Shi Feng shouted angrily, and thunder and lightning surged above his fist, and he punched out fiercely. Crack! The long knife in the hands of the 6th prince's son was shattered by the smash. Shi Feng's fist did not lose a single bit, and continued to smash towards the shoulder of the 6th prince's son. Boom! The 6th prince's son was directly thrown flying. The ground was smashed until cracks appeared, and blood was vomited from the mouth. His face was full of disbelief. They were the same age, yet he was defeated with one punch. What? Bold! The ministers were shocked, and they stood up and reprimanded Qin Feng angrily. Especially the sixth prince, whose face was extremely ugly, hurried to help his son up and fed him a pill. Some Imperial forest troops also moved after hearing the news. However, Qin Feng has a calm face. Sorry, I made a heavy shot just now. Qin Feng cupped his hands and said to Emperor Xia, facing Daxia's prince, I dare not have any spare strength. Emperor Xia's face was ashen. It was literally slapping him in the face. But he couldn't really punish Qin Feng for this. It would only make him more ashamed. Go down. Emperor Xia waved his hand. Those royal forest army can only withdraw. Whether it was the officials or the prince present, they were extremely humiliated. Anyone else? Come again. Qin Feng looked around and sneered. The attitude is simply outrageous. Insane. He was not afraid of Emperor Xia's anger at all. He dared to come today because he had a backup. Not only did he disregard the great Xia dynasty, but he also disregarded the entire Kanglan region. I'm here to fight you. At this moment, Qin Zhou, the son of the fourth prince, stood up and said coldly. Astonishing aura fluctuations erupted from his body, fully revealing his cultivation at the 5th level of the Yuan condensation realm. He held the gun and killed towards Qin Feng. The aura surged above the spear, and the killing aura was terrifying. Feeling the terrifying power emanating from the fourth prince's son, all the officials and princes present had their hopes rekindled. Prince Qinzhou has broken through to the 5th level of Yuan condensation realm. He is really the first genius among this group of princes. He will definitely be able to teach this arrogant guy, the barbarian, a good lesson. All the ministers and officials and many princes were talking about it. For Qinzhou, he has great hopes. Even Xia Huang is the same. Neither can you. Glancing at Qinzhou, who had come to kill him, Qin Feng's face was full of disdain. Just like before, the power of thunder surged out of the fist again, and it hit Qinzhou fiercely. Boom! The fist collided with the spear, and an astonishing wave of aura erupted. The ground is shaking. However, Qin Feng's advantage is extremely obvious. His terrifying punch directly broke the spear in Qinzhou's hand and also injured Qinzhou, sending him flying. Thump! Qinzhou's defeat. Although he didn't vomit blood like the prince just now, it didn't feel good either. Silence. The whole banquet fell into silence. Everyone was shocked. Unexpectedly, Qinzhou, the first genius among these princes, was not Qin Feng's opponent, and was also defeated by a punch. How could Qin Feng be so strong? It seems that the so-called geniuses in the great Xia royal family are nothing more than that. This time, Qin Feng's words were extremely arrogant. This is already slapping the royal family in the face. Many people present wished they could rush up and kill Qin Feng. Emperor Xia's face was extremely gloomy, his fists were clenched, and he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. I'm here to fight you. At this moment, Qin Zining, who had been eating melons, suddenly stood up and said calmly. As she spoke, she put half of the watermelon and spoon in her arms on the table in front of her. Although Qin Zining is young, she knows a lot. Her father is the current crown prince. If Qin Feng leaves today with an invincible posture, her father will also be ashamed. So she took the initiative to stand up. As soon as these words came out, many eyes fell on Qin Zining. Why are you joining the fun? I'm not even his opponent. Aren't you embarrassing my royal family by fighting him? Qinzhou, who was injured just now, had just returned to his seat, and when he heard Qin Zining's words, he immediately scolded. Who didn't know that Qin Zining was born with damaged meridians? Even he was defeated. How could Qin Zining be Qin Feng's opponent? What a joke. It's none of your business here. Sit down quickly. Don't you think we are not ashamed enough today? The other princes and princesses also scolded Qin Zining one after another. Although everyone was about the same age, they felt that Qin Zining was the one who was destined to be married, and his status was far from theirs, so his words were ugly and he had nothing to hide. Qin Zining's mother didn't expect Qin Zining to stand up, and after a moment of surprise, she hurriedly pulled her back. But at this time, Qin Zining had already walked to the open area in the center, looking at Shi Feng solemnly. "Ah, is there no one left in the great Xia royal family? You actually sent such a weak woman with no cultivation to fight me." Shi Feng laughed loudly and said, "Why don't you marry this girl to me? I will never say anything about what happened today." The 13-year-old Qin Zining, slim and graceful, has the appearance of a city, and he can't help being moved. Zining stepped back. Emperor Xia also had an ugly face, and he scolded softly. This is the crown prince's daughter. He couldn't understand it better. He knew that Qin Zining was born with damaged meridians and had no cultivation at all. What he didn't know was that what Qin Zining comprehended practiced was the Taishu sword art that Qin Feng signed in and obtained. The current cultivation level of him and Chen Lao couldn't see through Qin Zining's realm at all. Qin Zining did not back down, but looked at Shi Feng and said angrily, "Don't you dare to fight me after talking so much? Let's fight." When Shi Feng heard this, his face turned cold, and he decided to teach Qin Zining a good lesson, and then he took the initiative to strike. Thunder surged above his fist, and he slammed towards Qin Zining fiercely. Old Qin's face changed suddenly, and he wanted to stop him. However, at this moment, Qin Zining's body suddenly burst out with a powerful sword intent, and she swept out with the sword. The fierce sword light, like a crescent moon, came out from the sword and swept towards Shi Feng. Boom! Although Shi Feng shattered the sword glow, he took several steps back again and again. What? This scene shocked everyone present. Whether it was civil and military officials, princes and princesses, or those of the barbarians, they all had expressions of disbelief. How? How is it possible? Isn't Princess Zining born with damaged meridians? How could she be so strong? She doesn't even study cultivation anymore, and there are no cultivation resources distributed. How could she improve her cultivation? Exclaimed voices sounded one after another. Everyone glanced at each other, and the shock in their eyes was hard to add, especially those imperial brothers and sisters who have always looked down on Qin Zining since they were young. It was as if they were slapped severely, and they were speechless. The expressions are all stiff. This, Emperor Xia and Old Chun looked at each other, and their eyes were full of shock. Why didn't they know that Qin Zining was so strong? At this time, Shi Feng had anger on his face besides shock. "You were able to repel me. How is this possible?" Outside of Shi Feng's entire body, the power of thunder surged out, crackling. He is at the peak of the 8th layer of condensed origin realm. Is this Qin Zining stronger than him? He doesn't believe it. "You are not my opponent. Admit defeat." Although there was only one sword, Qin Zining made a very accurate judgment. Shi Feng is not his opponent at all. She didn't want to shoot someone with a sword. Hateful. When Shi Feng heard this, he became even more angry. An increasingly astonishing power of thunder surged out from his body. Boom! Carrying the terrifying power of thunder, Shi Feng rushed toward Qin Zining like a divine thunder. His whole body is like a divine weapon, exuding a power that is hard to resist. Wherever it passed along the way, it was scorched black as if it had been struck by thunder. Just horrible. Careful. At this moment, all the civil and military officials changed their expressions and exclaimed. The terrifying thunder waves emanating from Shi Feng made them tremble with fear, thinking that Qin Zining might be hard to resist. Old Qin's face also changed suddenly, and he hurriedly wanted to make a move to help Qin Zining block the attack. But Qin Zining saw Shi Feng who had killed him, but his expression remained unchanged. The water of the great river comes up from the sky. With a soft shout, Qin Zining slashed out with a sword. Tao Tao, sword Qi, like a big river rushing down from the 9 heavens, rushed towards Shi Feng, and it was accompanied by the sound of rolling waves. Wherever he passed along the way, there were scoured sword marks. Boom! The sword energy like the Tao Tao river collided with the thunder-wrapped Shi Feng, and a deafening sound broke out. He couldn't resist at all. He was directly thrown out, smashed heavily on the ground in the distance, and spat out a mouthful of scarlet blood. Silence. The whole banquet fell into silence. Everyone was shocked. No one thought of it. So many princes were defeated. Qin Zining, who was ignored by everyone, turned the tide and defeated Shi Feng. This result exceeded everyone's expectations. You lose. Qin Zining looked at the injured Shi Feng and said calmly, "How could I lose? How could I lose?" Shi Feng was so angry that he couldn't believe the result. He has such a huge immortal fate, and his cultivation base has improved so quickly. How could he be defeated by this little-known princess? He immediately wanted to take something out of his body. Seeing this, the elders of the Nanman mission quickly stepped forward, seemingly wanting to help him. But in fact, they held his arm tightly and said in a low voice, "No, absolutely no. There is a startling dragon array here." When Shi Feng heard this, although he was angry, his arm was grabbed by the elder and he couldn't move, so he could only endure it. The royal family of Great Xia is really full of talents. We are convinced. Elder Nanman then said to Emperor Xia with an admiration on his face. Haha. When Emperor Xia heard this, he immediately laughed. The depression in his heart just now disappeared. The young patriarch was injured, so I will leave first. Elder Nanman said slowly. Okay, I will arrange for the imperial physician to go to the post house to give your young patriarch a good treatment. Emperor Xia immediately agreed. He saw Qin Zining's terrifying cultivation just now, so he didn't have the mood to continue the banquet, and when he saw Elder Nanman wanted to leave, he immediately agreed. Afterwards, all the members of the Nanman mission respectfully saluted, left the palace, and headed towards the post house arranged by the Ministry of Rites. Let the people of Jinyue look after them. Emperor Xia coldly ordered an eunuch beside him. Hearing this, the eunuch hurriedly nodded and left, and went to inform Jin Yiwei Zhenfu. The eyes of Emperor Xia and everyone were focused on Qin Zining. Zining, when did you become so powerful? Emperor Xia couldn't help asking. He clearly remembered that his granddaughter was born with damaged meridians, and there was no cure for it. Grandfather, I don't know why, but in the past few years, my cultivation has grown very fast. Qin Zining blinked her big eyes and said truthfully, I often break through when I fall asleep. What she said was the absolute truth, no lies. What? Qin Zining's words made everyone present look extremely excited. Falling asleep breaks through. In this world, is there such a good thing? Nonsense. How could someone break through while asleep? Emperor Xia pretended to be sullen. Real. Seeing Emperor Xia's disbelief, Qin Zining said anxiously, Not only did I break through in my sleep, but sometimes I even comprehended sword skills in my sleep. The sword intent of the great river that was displayed just now was realized after waking up after seeing the turbulent great river in a dream. She naturally didn't know. The reason for this was because Qin Feng hid various sword secrets in various stories, told her, and integrated them in her mind. When Emperor Xia heard the words, he fell into silence immediately. He wanted to ask, just now, why Qin Zining used a sword technique that he had never heard of before, but he did not expect that Qin Zining had comprehended it himself. What's the name of the exercise you practice? Elder Qin next to him said solemnly. You also realized it while you were sleeping? He felt that Qin Zining's practice was even more strange, and he couldn't even see through Qin Zining's cultivation. Taishu sword art. Once when I was practicing, I felt that the exercises taught by the teacher were too slow to practice, so I thought about how to practice faster, and after thinking about it, countless thoughts came out of my mind. Qin Zining said seriously, Then it will be a matter of course, and I will understand the Taishu sword art. This, Old Qin was also completely dumbfounded. How could there be such a genius in the world? He actually created a set of sword techniques and a set of exercises. Emperor Xia also didn't know what to say. He has been on the throne for so many years, his eyes are like a torch, and he has never seen many conspiracies and tricks. He could tell at a glance whether a 13-year-old girl is lying or not. He knew that Qin Zining was telling the truth. Does your majesty still remember that sword cry 13 years ago? At this time, a minister suddenly stood up and said solemnly, From the beginning to the end, we haven't found out where the peerless sword body is. Will it be? Having said that, he did not continue. But Xia Huang is so smart. How could he not understand? At this moment, his face changed suddenly, and he thought of a lot. Few people in the royal family were born with damaged meridians, but Qin Zining was born with damaged meridians. When he got the news, he was very puzzled and didn't understand why. But if it is that the Peerless Sword Body has not yet formed, then it makes sense. Peerless Sword Body. Mr. Qin's eyes lit up, and he immediately believed the guess, saying, yes. If Princess Zining is the Peerless Sword Body, everything will be explained. Qin Zining was able to create her own swordsmanship and kung fu because she was born for swordsmanship. Congratulations, my emperor. This is God's blessing for my great summer. All the civil and military officials present also had a sudden understanding, and they all knelt down to congratulate. Seeing that everyone thought the same as him, Emperor Xia could no longer hide the joy on his face. The Peerless Sword Body is actually beside me. Pass the decree, confer the title of Princess Qin Shui on Zining, and reward bolts of silk. Emperor Xia said immediately. Hearing his reward, the faces of all the people present changed, especially those princes and princesses who were all envious and jealous. Qin Shui is a river in the ancestral land of the Daxia royal family, and Qin Zining was conferred the title of Princess Qin Shui, which shows how much it is valued. Thank you, Grandpa Emperor. Qin Zining also knows etiquette. Thank you very much. Emperor Xia nodded and let the ministers go to work, and he took Qin Zining to go to the weapons pavilion and let Qin Zining choose weapons at will as a reward. In the post house where the Nanman mission lived, the imperial physician had just left, and a barbarian followed him to the imperial hospital to get medicine to heal Qin Feng. Why did you stop me just now? If you didn't stop me with the Thunder Token, it would be easy for me to kill Qin Zining. Qin Feng said to the barbarian elders angrily. Young patriarch, you are too impulsive. The barbarian elder said helplessly. There is a startling dragon formation guarding the imperial palace. If you killed Qin Zining just now with the help of the Thunder Token, then all of us will be buried in the imperial palace. Since the great war of sealing demons, all the great dynasties have declined incomparably. Now, this startling dragon formation can kill the cultivators who have just entered the Purple Mansion realm. How can it kill me? Qin Feng snorted coldly and said with complete disdain, this Thunder Token is a relic of the Supreme Powerhouse. If he activates all the power in the Thunder Token, his cultivation can soar all the way to the third heaven of the Purple Mansion realm. The dragon's shocking formation couldn't do anything to him at all. Young patriarch, you are really thinking too simply. If you really kill Qin Zining in public, the great Xia dynasty will definitely live forever with our clan. At that time, millions of elite soldiers will come out, and you who have exhausted the power of thunder, how can you resist? The barbarian elder said slowly. He was a little helpless. If the barbarians were smarter, they wouldn't be buried in the southern mountains by virtue of their natural fighting power and vitality. But is that the way it is? Qin Feng said unwillingly. If I don't kill Qin Zining, my Dao heart will be unstable. In his eyes, with a fairy fate, his future goal must be a wider world. This so-called prince of the great Xia royal family is just the beginning of his fame in the world. It is a stepping stone on his way to the summit. He absolutely wouldn't allow him to be here and leave behind a defeat. A small leak will sink a great ship. The barbarian elders could only persuade. I can't stand it. Qin Feng's temper was hot, and he said solemnly, since it is obvious that I can't kill her, then I will kill her secretly. What do you mean? The barbarian elder said suspiciously. I sneaked into the palace tonight and quietly killed Qin Zining at the lowest cost without being discovered by the startled dragon formation. Qin Feng said coldly. In this way, the power in the Thunder Token will not be exhausted, and Qin Zining can be killed. At that time, we don't have to be afraid, even if we face the great Xia dynasty face to face. Too dangerous. The barbarian elder hurriedly said. Stop talking. You guys have to wait for me outside the Imperial City first. Shi Feng didn't listen to the persuasion at all and took out a token directly. The token was surrounded by thunder and crackled. The power of thunder instantly enveloped the barbarian elders and the others, teleporting them all away without a trace. And Shi Feng's icy eyes also looked in the direction of the palace and walked out of the station. Crack! The thunder token in Shi Feng's hand split dozens of lightning bolts in an instant. Genie Wei, who was hiding in the dark, didn't even have time to make a scream and was wiped out. Afterwards, he continued to walk towards the palace. Under the night, the Imperial Palace is full of patrolling Imperial Forest Army, as well as Luanhai Realm 9th Heavenly Layer experts hiding in various places. But at this time, with the help of the powerful ability of the Thunder Token, a figure hid all the aura on his body, avoided everyone, and came to the East Palace. This is where Prince Qin Junyan lived. Qin Zining lived in one of the rooms here. This great Xia Palace is nothing more than that. I can come and go freely. Appearing in the East Palace, Shi Feng said with disdain in his eyes. His powerful spiritual sense spread, and soon detected Qin Zining's aura, found the room where Qin Zining lived, and walked straight there. It didn't take long to arrive. However, there is a figure in a black robe who has been waiting here for a long time. With such a treasure on your body, it took you half an hour to walk from the palace gate to this place. Should I say you are stupid, or are you weak? A hoarse and slightly aged voice came from under the black robe. When Shi Feng saw this person, his expression changed drastically. He thought this person was protecting Qin Zining, but he didn't expect that the other party knew that he had entered the palace half an hour ago. How could you know that I entered the palace gate half an hour ago? Shi Feng's eyes were full of disbelief and said, And why didn't you stop me? What do you think? The man under the black robe said calmly. If we stop you outside the palace gate, how can we kill you with the help of the startling dragon array? And how can we get the secret treasure on you? Hearing this, Shi Feng's face instantly became extremely ugly. He never thought that he would be tricked by members of the great Xia royal family. You guys are willing to use Emperor Xia's granddaughter as a bait to lure me here. How cruel it is, Shi Feng said in a deep voice. What he could be sure of is that the breath in the room is definitely Qin Zining. He thought that people from the royal family were using Qin Zining as a bait to lure him here. Don't say it's useless. Now the startling dragon array has been fully activated, and all the strong people have been ambushing around. Obediently hand over the treasure on your body. Maybe you can die happily. The hoarse voice under the black robe said slowly. Ha, idiot! Shi Feng laughed loudly and said, Your schemes are vicious, but you missed a little bit. The treasure on my body has the ability to teleport. If I want to leave, no one can stop me. After all, a large amount of thunder force emerged from the thunder token in his hand, enveloping him. Remember, no matter what, I will kill Qin Zining. When I make a move next time, even your Emperor Taizu will not be able to save her when he comes? I said. Shi Feng said coldly. While speaking, a silver light flashed, and his figure disappeared into the palace. At this time, Qin Feng took off the black robe on his body and said flatly, Idiot. What he said just now was naturally to scare Shi Feng. The reason for this was because he didn't want to kill Shi Feng in the palace. Because Qin Feng could feel that the token in Shi Feng's hand contained an extremely astonishing power of thunder if a war broke out here. Not to mention that the palace will be destroyed. I'm afraid there will be problems with the startling dragon formation. At that time, the demons in the demon-suppressing tower will definitely take the opportunity to escape. Things get in trouble. Little girl, you still talk in your sleep? It's really... Qin Feng looked back at the room behind him and shook his head. From the ring, he took out a scroll obtained by signing in. In the current Great Xia dynasty, although there is a teleportation array, it can only be teleported between cities. Qin Feng wanted to kill Shi Feng, so he could only use the teleportation scroll obtained by signing in with the system. As the teleportation scroll shattered, Qin Feng's figure disappeared instantly. At this time, 3,000 miles away from the Imperial City, There was a forest full of centuries-old trees. Many barbarian people are waiting here. Sure. At this moment, a silver light not far away suddenly lit up in the forest. And as the silver light dissipated, a figure appeared in the forest. Qin Feng and the only embassy elder he brought out appeared at the place where the original formation was. Young patriarch. Seeing Qin Feng, everyone stood up one after another, their eyes full of surprise. You killed Qin Zening so quickly? The barbarian elder asked suspiciously. It was discovered, Qin Feng said with a gloomy expression. What? Don't you have a thunder token? How could you be discovered? The barbarian elder said, in surprise. The other barbarians also had doubts on their faces. Let's talk on the road, Qin Feng said coldly. Hey. Hearing this, the barbarian elder shook his head helplessly and said, Forget it. Let's go back first. In any case, they're barbarians and the great Xia dynasty are completely immortal. Qin Zening, one day, I will tear your corpse into thousands of pieces. Looking back at the direction of the imperial city, Qin Feng gritted his teeth. Afterwards, they prepared to leave and rushed back to the southern mountains. That's where it's safest. However, at this moment, there was a young man walking slowly in the distance, and it seemed that he was not a good person. Who are you? Qin Feng frowned slightly and shouted in a cold voice. This place is 3,000 miles away from the imperial city, and there is no city with a teleportation array nearby, so he naturally did not expect that the young man in front of him was the one he met in the imperial palace. Naturally, the one who came to kill you, Qin Feng said lightly. He didn't deliberately threaten his Qin Feng, and his tone was very flat. When Qin Feng heard this, he was stunned for a moment, and then he looked up to the sky and laughed. Ha! A guy with no cultivation base dares to threaten to kill me. Is there something wrong with his brain? He didn't feel any aura fluctuations from Qin Feng's body, and his eyes were full of contempt and disdain. Not only Qin Feng, but also the other barbarians couldn't help laughing mockingly. I think Qin Feng must be a lunatic. Young patriarch, leave this lunatic alone, leave it to us. One of the barbarians said respectfully. Kindness. Qin Feng nodded and said, Don't forget to pull out all his teeth. I want to make a necklace for my pet, and I still have some teeth. With that said, he and the elder turned and left. Those few barbarians then walked towards Qin Feng fiercely. Boy, you huff. However, those few barbarians hadn't taken a few steps, and before they finished speaking, Qin Feng pointed out and ended their lives with a burst of sword light. The stumps and broken arms all over the place were extremely bloody. What? When Qin Feng heard the movement, he turned his head and saw the corpses on the ground. His face changed suddenly. These subordinates of him are all cultivation bases of the spirit transformation realm. To be killed by Qin Feng in an instant? The barbarian elder beside him also turned pale with shock, his heart suddenly filled with uneasiness. Who the hell are you, kid? Qin Feng's face was as gloomy as water, and he said coldly, I don't seem to have any grievances with you. There was no enmity, but if you want to kill Zening, then this enmity will be formed. Qin Feng said lightly, Is there any last words to say? Hearing this, Qin Feng immediately understood that Qin Feng had come to avenge Qin Zening. Although I don't know why you have such a powerful cultivation base at such a young age, you still can't kill me. Qin Feng snorted coldly. The moment the voice fell, a thunderous sound, centered on him, erupted immediately. In the sky, there are dark clouds. Qin Feng's entire body was surrounded by thunder, as if the god of thunder descended on the mortal world. The surrounding trees were scorched black and drained of life in an instant. There are some means, but that's all, Qin Feng said lightly. If death is imminent and you are still bragging about it, go to death. Qin Feng roared and charged toward Qin Feng. At this moment, he was really close to a thunderbolt. In an instant, he came to Qin Feng's body, and with a fist of terrifying thunderbolt, he slammed into Qin Feng's chest fiercely. At this moment, he seemed to have seen the scene of Qin Feng being smashed to pieces and blood flying everywhere. He is so excited. Joan. However, at this moment, Qin Feng's body suddenly burst out with a terrifying sword energy. It's like a magic soldier was born. The sound of the sword's cry resounded through the world. Boom! Shi Feng was directly sent flying by the sword energy erupting from Qin Feng's body, smashing several towering ancient trees in a row. The head of the mission was extremely unlucky and was directly smashed to death by Shi Feng. Puff! Shi Feng spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale. He stared at Qin Feng in disbelief and said, "How could this happen? I've already borrowed so much power of thunder, and I can kill even the strongest in the 7th layer of Luanhai realm. How could it not kill you?" According to his speculation, at Qin Feng's age, no matter how evil he is, he will not be able to reach the Luanhai realm. To be on the safe side, he directly used the power of thunder that raised his cultivation base to the peak of the 7th heaven of the Luanhai realm, but he didn't expect to be unable to kill Qin Feng. Instead, he was repelled so easily by Qin Feng. "Probably because I'm too strong." Qin Feng was indifferent. As he said that, a sword radiance shot out from his fingertips, attacking and killing Shi Feng, leaving a piece of sword marks along the way. Seeing this, Shi Feng hurriedly tried to escape. Puff! Although he was very fast, Qin Feng's sword light was also very fast. He was not pierced through his chest by the sword light, but an arm was cut off. "What?" Shi Feng screamed in pain. His eyes were red, and he roared angrily. "I'm going to kill you! I'm going to kill you!" He slapped his chest with the palm of his right hand and sprayed a mouthful of blood on the thunder token, trying to use the blood to activate all the power of thunder. Boom, boom, accompanied by the dazzling silver light and the sound of thunder. Shi Feng's aura began to climb rapidly, and the dazzling silver light shot straight into the sky. The terrifying coercion was released around him. The monsters with a radius of tens of miles were all frightened by the movement, and they all prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling. In the end, it reached the astonishing peak of the 2nd heavenly layer of the Purple Mansion realm. That's it. Qin Feng waited for a long time, thinking that there would be a big commotion, but now he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. However, this was not beyond his expectation. When he was in the palace, he could almost perceive the power of thunder contained in this token. They just thought that Shi Feng's cultivation could be promoted to the peak of the 3rd layer of the Purple Mansion realm, so that he could fight seriously, but he didn't expect that he would be at the peak of the 2nd layer of the Purple Mansion realm. It was a small difference from what he estimated. Insanity! Hearing Qin Feng's words, Shi Feng was furious. He condensed the terrifying thunder and instantly formed a thunderblade with a length of tens of feet, which traversed the sky. The sword light that emanates makes people dare not look directly at it. Even the strong in the 9th level of the Luanhai realm will be turned into dust under the natural light of the sword. Boom! Under Shi Feng's control, the tens of feet long thunderblade slashed towards Qin Feng. At this moment, as if the god of thunder's punishment had come, it made people feel daunting. However, Qin Feng didn't care at all. "It's not that I'm arrogant, but that I'm too strong," Qin Feng said lightly. As he said that, the terrifying sword intent surged out of his body, sweeping a radius of hundreds of feet, and around his body, red sword spirits of fire quickly condensed. The astonishing sword intent swept all directions. The sound of sword cries came in an endless stream. 10,000 swords returned to the sect. Qin Feng pointed in the air, and the hundreds of sword spirits around his body moved at will and swept away towards the tens of feet long thunderblade. It's like a river rushing. Boom! Hundreds of sword souls collided with the terrifying thunderblade, and terrifying energy fluctuations erupted, sweeping all directions like a tsunami. It spread for dozens of miles. Countless trees were uprooted, flew out, and then turned into dust in the air. The dazzling light makes people unable to open their eyes. This terrifying scene lasted for a long time before it gradually subsided. The whole area became deserted. It seems that this place was not a forest at all, but a wasteland. Shi Feng was covered in scars all over his body, and scarlet blood flowed out from the wound. He was extremely embarrassed, and his breath was extremely weak, and it would be cut off at any time. Qin Feng, on the other hand, remained motionless in place, not affected by the energy fluctuation just now, and his clothes fluttered with the wind, as graceful as a fairy. How is this possible? How can you be so strong? Seeing Qin Feng, who was completely intact, Shi Feng couldn't calm down anymore, and asked the question in his heart. He has such a fairy fate, thinking that he is lucky enough, and he will definitely be the protagonist in this world in the future. But he never thought that in front of Qin Feng, he would be so vulnerable. The young Qin Feng's cultivation is simply terrifying. However, what was waiting for Shi Feng was not Qin Feng's answer, but a sword light. Shi Feng's eyes widened, filled with unwillingness, and he fell heavily to the ground. He thought that he could crush all the princes of the great Xia royal family today and become famous in the Kanglan region, but he didn't expect that he would end up dead. There seems to be a special formation in this token, which can absorb the power of thunder on its own. Qin Feng picked up the thunder token from the ground, inspected it for a while, and muttered to himself. But he couldn't be sure, because he doesn't know how to play. Shaking his head, Qin Feng put away the thunder token, turned, and left. Jin Yiwei in the post house was killed, and the members of the barbarian mission disappeared out of thin air. This made Emperor Xia furious and ordered a thorough investigation. And that night, there was a barbarian who went to the Imperial Hospital to get medicine with the Imperial physician who had just helped Shi Feng see his injuries, but was not sent away by Shi Feng, and he became the object of interrogation. After suffering all kinds of torture, he explained clearly everything he knew. 3 days later, in the royal study, several ministers are reporting the results of their investigation in the past 2 days to Emperor Xia. Those people from the southern barbarians actually found a place in the mountains where the Thunder Supreme had retreated and found the token left by that Supreme. Emperor Xia's complexion became ugly. Thunder Supreme is a well-known Supreme in Kanglan domain. It is not known whether it existed hundreds of thousands of years ago or millions of years ago. He couldn't imagine how terrifying the token left by the strong would be. The news is correct. I got it from that barbarian. The minister in charge of the Ministry of Punishment said respectfully. The only thing he didn't understand was why Shi Feng wanted to kill those Jin Yiwei and then escaped with the missionaries. He speculated that it might be that the people from the Nanman mission discovered the Jin Yiwei who was monitoring them and thought it was the royal family who wanted to attack them, so they acted first. Of course, it is also possible that after Shi Feng was defeated, he became so angry that he couldn't help but kill those Jin Yiwei to vent his anger. Hearing the confirmation from the Minister of Punishment, not only Emperor Xia, but all the ministers present were silent. This is definitely not good news for them. And at this moment, Jin Yiwei's envoy arrived after a long time. Your Majesty, we have found Shi Feng, the Jinyui Zhenfu envoy said. Where is he? Emperor Xia hurriedly asked. He is dead. He was killed 3 days ago, and the thunder token on his body is gone. After a pause, Jin Yiwei Zhenfu envoy continued. Looking at the intensity of the battle, the person who made the move should be a third-layer Purple Mansion Realm Cultivation base, and he is a very powerful swordsman. When he was speaking, he recalled the amazing sword energy remaining in the heaven and earth there, and he still had lingering fears in his heart. Although he was at the 7th level of the Luanhai realm, at that moment, he felt as small as an ant. What? As soon as this remark came out, everyone in the Imperial study room was startled and looked at each other in blank dismay. Shi Feng was actually killed, but he is still a strong person in the 3rd layer of the Purple Mansion realm. When did such a strong man appear in the great Xia dynasty? In an instant, countless questions flooded into their minds. He was killed 3 days ago. Emperor Xia frowned. 3 days ago was the day when Shi Feng escaped. At that time, Jin Yiwei in the post house was killed by Thunder Treasure. Only a few people knew. How could there be a powerhouse in the 3rd level of the Purple Mansion realm who got the news so quickly and also went to kill Shi Feng? Could it be that Prince Mu has broken through to the 3rd layer of the Purple Mansion realm, and he killed Shi Feng? A minister said with a little guesswork. The other ministers were overjoyed when they heard this. If this is the case, it is great news for the Great Xia dynasty. Impossible. Qin Yiwei's Zhenfu envoy shook his head and said, Mr. Qin also went, and he found that the person who killed Shi Feng used the sword intent of fire, while Prince Mu's sword practiced the sword intent of wind. The two are completely different. It is extremely difficult to comprehend the sword intent, and every sword cultivator spends his whole life to comprehend the sword intent. It is already a blessing. How could there be a sword cultivator who can master two kinds of sword intent at the same time? Even if there is, it will definitely not be in the Purple Mansion. If that's the case, it's really impossible. Many ministers in the Imperial study shook their heads in disappointment. Although they don't practice swordsmanship, they still understand the basic principles. If someone said that he had mastered two sword intents, he would definitely be treated as a fool. Except for Prince Mu, will there be other strong people in the palace? A minister made an astonishing guess. As soon as this remark came out, all the ministers present changed their expressions. So it is not impossible. Emperor Xia pondered, but after a while, he still shook his head. He said, The other uncles and grandpas of the royal family who are in closed doors have already passed away, and they have all been buried. The only ones who are still closed now are Prince Mu, the seventh uncle. It is impossible to have other strong people in the Purple Mansion realm in the palace. In his opinion, except for those royal powerhouses who retreated, it is absolutely impossible for other people to be strong people in the Purple Mansion realm because they don't even have enough cultivation resources. Hearing what he said, all the ministers present nodded thoughtfully. His complexion also became more exciting. This also means that at some point there has been an unknown Zifu realm triple heavenly powerhouse in the Kanglan territory. This is big news, but I don't know whether it is good or bad for the Great Xia dynasty. They didn't dare to extravagantly hope that the third-level powerhouse in the Purple Mansion realm was a member of the Daxia royal family, but they only hoped that the other party would not have any malice towards the Daxia royal family. From this point of view, the strong swordsman should have happened to pass by, met Shi Feng on the teleportation path, and, after seeing the thunder token in his hand, he had the idea of killing people to seize the treasure. Qin Yiwei Zhenfu envoy respectfully expressed his guess. He still has a certain degree of confidence in the confidentiality of the palace that he is responsible for, and it is impossible to leak the news on the same day. Emperor Xia and many ministers nodded, thinking that what he said made sense. Either way, it's good news for us. One of the ministers said slowly, Now the token of supreme thunder is not in the hands of the southern barbarians, so we don't have to be afraid. That's right, Your Majesty. I am willing to lead my troops to wipe out the southern barbarians. A general stood up and cupped his hands. The other ministers also spoke out one after another, thinking that they could send troops to wipe out the southern barbarians. It was nothing more than a demonstration by the southern barbarian mission, but after Shi Feng's defeat, they killed so many Qin Yiwei in anger, they simply did not take the Great Xia royal family seriously. Why do we need to take action? Emperor Xia chuckled lightly and said, Let the news that the southern barbarians have found a retreat place of the Thunder Supreme and obtained the Thunder Token. It is estimated that within a year, the southern barbarians will be turned upside down by various forces. He couldn't be more clear about the reason why everyone is innocent and pregnant is guilty. Although from the mouth of the Southern Mission, he learned that the place where Thunder Supreme had retreated, there was nothing but a token. But it is related to Supreme Thunder, and the various forces in Kanglanyu will never mind going to see it for themselves. Your Majesty is wise. The eyes of many ministers brightened, and they said hastily. Afterwards, Emperor Xia ordered someone to send an order to Prince Qin Jinyin, who was on patrol outside, telling him to rush to the south immediately, after all the forces had tortured the barbarians in the southern mountains. Let him, together with General Jinan, come forward to clean up the mess. As Emperor Xia expected, in the next year, the various dynasties and sects who had received the news sent powerful men to the southern mountains to ask those barbarians if they had obtained any other treasures from the Thunder Supreme. There were even people from different forces fighting fiercely for this. Those southern barbarians were miserable and regretted sending Qin Feng to the great Xia dynasty. As for what happened outside, Qin Feng didn't know. I'm not interested in knowing either. After the matter of the southern mission ended, the only impact on him was that Qin Zening was valued by the royal family because of his amazing talent, so he had less time to see him. But it doesn't matter to Qin Feng. He has taught Qin Zening too many things, and Qin Zening can't digest them all in less than 10 years. Don't come often. Your Highness, the reclining chair you requested has been prepared for you. When Qin Feng was cultivating, Chu Xiong said respectfully to Qin Feng. Beside him, there was a reclining chair made of rosewood, which exuded a faint woody fragrance. Kindness. Qin Feng nodded and looked at the reclining chair Chu Xiong sent, very satisfied. Now he has cultivated the Longevity Sutra to the level of Deshang. The Kung Fu can operate on its own and absorb sword energy, so there's no need for him to practice hard all the time. So he asked Chu Xiong to buy him a recliner, so that he could practice while resting. Now that the southern barbarians have completely surrendered to our great Xia dynasty, His Majesty and the 6 ministers are all very busy. I am afraid that only His Highness is so leisurely. Chu Xiong said with a smile. Putting down the southern barbarians was not as simple as sending troops to station. There are too many complicated matters. There is no time for 5 or 6 years, and it cannot be solved at all. I'm just an ordinary useless prince. Of course, it's not my turn to worry about such big things. Qin Feng said lightly. He's just a waste prince. What bad thoughts can he have? Your Highness is really humble. When Chu Xiong heard this, he smiled wryly. He had never seen or even heard of a deposed prince with Qin Feng's state of mind. Which one is not crazy and dies in depression? There is no one as calm as Qin Feng. It's easy to say, don't be happy with things, don't be sad with yourself. But Chu Xiong thinks that there are only saints and legends who can really do what Qin Feng did. Qin Feng didn't continue this topic. He tried the reclining chair and found it very comfortable. The recliner is nice, thank you. He couldn't help but praise, very satisfied. As long as His Highness is satisfied. Chu Xiong said respectfully when he heard the praise. Although he has become stronger now, many people think he is stupid and rarely praise him. Only Qin Feng praised him without hesitation and didn't even treat him as a servant. He was very moved. Afterwards, Chu Xiong asked again if Qin Feng had any other needs and left. Just when the entire imperial court was struggling to stabilize the conquered southern barbarians. On the other side of the Demon Town Tower, there was a problem. The demon-suppressing tower has a total of 99 floors, soaring into the sky, and it suppresses those demons that could not be killed in the demon ceiling formation thousands of years ago. The whole day was full of demonic energy. Even in the scorching sun, it is gloomy here. I really didn't expect that there is such a powerful blood power in that white fox's body. It's really a great tonic. On the first floor of the Demon Town Tower, a demon laughed loudly. He is Taoist Jiuyo. Today, he took advantage of the weakest formation around the demon ceiling tower and used secret techniques to secretly escape a wisp of demonic energy. Originally, he just wanted to devour some court ladies and eunuchs. But he never thought that he would meet a white fox. Although the fox's cultivation base is strong, but the spirit consciousness of the demon race is very strong. Taoist Jiuyo took advantage of his surprise attack and suppressed it dangerously. Although in the end, the astonishing power of the blood burst out of the white fox's body, he was unable to completely swallow it and let it run away, but he still benefited a lot. It's not just that the cultivation base has been improved. More importantly, he obtained part of the blood essence of the white fox. This is of great use to him. At this time, other demons on the first floor of the demon-suppressing tower also noticed the change in Taoist Jiuyo's cultivation. Disciple, your strength has increased? Hurry up and renew the life of the teacher. One of them, an old and ugly demon, came to Taoist Jiuyo and said anxiously, the lifespan of a demon is not infinite. Only by continuously devouring human essence and blood can life be extended. Although they were powerful before and had devoured the essence and blood of many human beings, after all, it has been 10,000 years and many demons have died. These demons can only continue to cut off their cultivation bases and use the cut-off cultivation bases to extend their lifespan. The demons on the first level have even fallen to the first and second heavens of the Luanhai realm, and they can't compare with the prestige of the past. It can be said to be extremely miserable, but despite this, many of them are nearing the end of their lifespan. Taoist Jiuyo's master has less than half a year to live. Old guy, if you want me to renew your life, you should help me practice. Taoist Jiuyo snorted coldly when he heard the words. He grabbed the master's neck and devoured the other party's cultivation. No, the master of Taoist Jiuyo desperately wanted to struggle, but he couldn't escape. The demons imprisoned on the same floor have roughly the same cultivation level. But now Taoist Jiuyo devoured the fox's cultivation base and part of his blood essence. His strength was greatly enhanced, and his master was completely powerless to fight back. Not long after, Taoist Jiuyo's master was completely swallowed up. Even a corpse was eaten by Taoist Jiuyo. Delicious. It's a rare delicacy in the world. After devouring his master, Taoist Jiuyo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and couldn't help but praise. Jiuyo Taoist, you deceived your master and exterminated your ancestors, devouring your own kind. Aren't you afraid of being punished by heaven? A female demon shouted angrily with a trembling voice. Hey, after I escape, I will definitely carry forward our demon clan and lead the Kanglan domain. At that time, merits and sins will naturally cancel each other out. Taoist Jiuyo smiled grimly and said, at worst, if I put down the butcher's knife and convert to Buddhism, I will always be able to wash away my sins. As he spoke, he grabbed the female demon and scrupulously began to devour. The scream sounded immediately. The two demons were devoured, and the other demons were trembling with fright for fear that Taoist Jiuyo would attack them. But Taoist Jiuyo at this time has no intention of continuing to attack. Just now, he just wanted to have fun. He can't go up to the upper level of the demon-suppressing tower, and his companions in the same level are too weak, and it is difficult to improve his cultivation level if he devours it. It's better to keep it. You can devour one after a while, and give yourself a tooth sacrifice. Taoist Jiuyo suddenly spat out a small pitch-black cauldron from his mouth. The small cauldron looks very ordinary, but some of the patterns depicted on it are somewhat strange. This is the vessel he obtained when he was in Outland, and there is powerful power sealed inside. It takes a lot of blood sacrifices to gain the power of the seal inside. Before the demon sealing war, he killed many human cultivators to sacrifice to shouting. But when he was almost able to obtain the power of the seal inside, he was sealed in the demon-suppressing tower. He thought that he would never have the chance to open it again, because just relying on the blood of some court ladies and eunuchs was far from enough. But he didn't expect that today he would meet a white fox with the power of blood, so powerful that he was astonished. He only obtained part of the blood essence, but it was enough. Boom, boom. After sacrifice the blood essence obtained from the white fox to the small cauldron, a strange light suddenly radiated from the seemingly ordinary small cauldron. Amazing magic energy was released from inside. Power! It's power! The demons on the first floor exclaimed in surprise. This astonishing power made them extremely jealous. However, no one dared to move, because now Taoist Jiuyo's strength is above all their demons. Even if they join forces, they are not at all opponents of Taoist Jiuyo. The power inside is enough for me to break through to the void refining realm. After absorbing it, there is absolutely no problem in breaking out. Jiuyo Taoist's eyes are also extremely excited. He sat cross-legged directly, impatiently absorbing the devilish energy gushing out of the cauldron. Spring went to winter, and in the blink of an eye, another 3 years passed. Heavy snow covered the entire imperial city. Under the backdrop of the white snow, this usually solemn ancient building is quite poetic. Qin Feng's recliner was under an ancient tree that was evergreen all the year round. Even though it had been snowing all night, not a single piece of it fell on him. Qin Feng, who had slept for 3 years, couldn't help stretching, although he was resting all day long. But because the Longevity Sutra automatically absorbed sword energy, his cultivation level had also been raised to the 4th level of the Purple Mansion realm. With such a terrifying cultivation speed, anyone who knows about it will probably be envious and jealous. It's a pity that Qin Feng has no plans to go out and wander. It is also impossible for anyone to know that there is such a terrifying monster with an astonishing cultivation speed in the Kanglan territory. I wish I had a copy of the moon and 6 pence and a cappuccino. Qin Feng, who was on the recliner, looked at the falling snowflakes and muttered to himself. He got up slowly, startled a large group of birds that were pecking at dry food, and prepared to make a cup of tea to refresh himself. Kindness. Qin Feng, who had just made tea, was about to go back to sleep. Suddenly, he noticed a slight movement under a big tree not far away. He took a closer look and found that it was actually a white fox. The fur of this white fox is so soft and beautiful that it almost blends with Bai Shui. But now it was trembling, and it seemed that its breath was very weak. Why don't I remember that there's a white fox in this imperial tomb? Qin Feng muttered to himself. There are quite a few animals in the imperial tomb, many of which were left by concubines who fell out of favor when they were thrown into limbo. They wandered around and finally came to the imperial tomb, but no white fox at all. At this time, the white fox also noticed Qin Feng, and a look of vigilance was immediately revealed in its eyes. Although his breath was weak, he still pretended to be fierce, and a low growl came out of his throat. It seems to be wary of Qin Feng not to play its idea. Little guy, it's quite fierce. Qin Feng didn't care and said with a smile. Afterwards, he took out a small bottle with few drops of Earth Spirit Bell lotion from the ring and placed it on the snow in front of the little white fox. Slowly said, I ate those healing pills as jelly beans, and this ground bell lotion also has healing effects. Whether you can survive or not depends on your luck. The elixirs he signed up for were not many, even fewer healing elixirs, and their grades were average, so he ate them as jelly beans, and he didn't have any healing elixirs on him. After finishing speaking, Qin Feng took the blanket and went back to sleep on the recliner. At this time, the little white fox glanced at the small jade bottle containing the lotion of the Earth Spirit clock, but he didn't intend to pay attention to it, but continued to heal his wounds quietly on his stomach. Her mother told her, since she was a child, that she must never trust human beings, especially men, without saying a word of truth. What's more, this young man is so handsome and unrestrained, his words are even more unbelievable. It is impossible for it to eat what Qin Feng gave her. Even if you die of starvation, it is absolutely impossible to die in this heavy snow. Time flies, and it has been a year in a blink of an eye. The little white fox lying there, healing his wounds, became more and more serious, and the whole fox was sluggish. It's in a bad mood. Ever since she was devoured by that demon a few years ago, her cultivation base and part of her blood essence had been devoured, and her injuries had been getting worse and never eased at all. Under such great pain, the little white fox finally couldn't help looking at the little jade bottle. What kind of Earth Bell lotion seems to have a healing effect? I just take a little, and I don't want to promise to marry a human being, so it shouldn't be a problem, right? It comforted itself like this and quickly figured it out, stretched out its front paws, pulled the little jade bottle over, and then pushed open the cork on it. It is so fragrant. In an instant, the strong spiritual energy gushed out, and the little white fox couldn't help but gasp. She had never heard of the Earth Spirit Bell lotion, so she didn't know that the aura contained in it was so abundant. Then, she stuck out her tongue through the narrow mouth of the bottle and began to lick the milky, white liquid inside. After the entrance of the Earth Spirit Bell emulsion, a hot current quickly flowed to the whole body of the little white fox, making its whole body very comfortable. There is a hearty pleasure. The great pain caused by the injury is gradually getting better. This young man seems to be just a useless prince. How could there be such a high-grade treasure? The little white fox was very curious. Originally, with the mentality that nothing is better than nothing, it ate the Earth Spirit Clock lotion that Qin Feng gave it. But I didn't expect that the effect of this Earth Spirit Bell emulsion would be so good. Far beyond its imagination. In its heart, it immediately remembered this milky white liquid, and it will never be forgotten. Winter went to spring, and another 2 years passed. In the Imperial Mausoleum, nothing seems to have changed. One evening, boom, boom, suddenly, a terrifying breath erupted from Qin Feng's body. Incredibly amazing. The raging sword intent swept all directions. There are sword marks everywhere. This terrifying kendo breath almost pierced through the sky. However, there was no response from other places in the palace, because the entire Imperial Mausoleum was covered by the divine hidden formation obtained by Qin Feng. The breath here can't spread outside. Even the Imperial Forest Army, guarding the entrance of the Imperial Mausoleum, didn't react at all. They couldn't even notice it. The Purple Mansion realm has reached the 5th level, so you should be able to go to the Demon Town Tower to sign in and have a look. Qin Feng muttered to himself. The 5th heaven of each great realm is a huge dividing line, and the improvement in strength is extremely huge. The devil-suppressing pagoda is the core of the entire shocking dragon formation, and only those who are strong in the 3rd layer of the Purple Mansion realm can approach without being directly killed. But Qin Feng's character is cautious, and now he is already at the 5th level of the Zifu realm, so he finally planned to take a look. He's not cowardly, he's just following his inner choice, that is, following his heart. After getting up, Qin Feng stretched himself. He found that the little white fox was nowhere to be seen, and murmured, "Has the injury healed?" He didn't pay attention anymore, and strode towards the Demon Town Tower. In the Demon Town Tower, on the 1st floor, only Taoist Juyo was left, and he ate up the rest one after another during the teeth-beating ceremony. At this time, the devilish energy gushing out of Taoist Juyo's small cauldron had been completely absorbed by him, and the devilish energy on his body was overwhelming. Terrible, unimaginable. Even the monsters on the top floor are no longer his opponents. 3 heavens of void, refining realm. Slowly opening his eyes, Taoist Juyo's eyes were full of awe. He has once again returned to his former peak state. It's uncontrollable excitement. The night of the full moon is already the weakest time for the town demon tower. If I forcefully break out of the demon-suppressing tower and the killing array outside, I should fall to a great level, but even so, I am still invincible in the entire Imperial City. Taoist Juyo muttered to himself. When he devoured a young eunuch 2 years ago, he learned from the other party's memory. In the entire palace, there wasn't even a single Purple Mansion realm expert. Now that only 20 years have passed, even if there are new Purple Mansion realm practitioners, they are at best first-tier practitioners. Under his Purple Mansion realm 3rd heaven realm, and under the top level of magic and martial arts, he is basically like an ant. Moreover, in the process of breaking out, he would definitely damage the startling dragon array, and within a month or 2, it would be impossible to restore it to its original state. That way, he would have nothing to worry about. People of the great Xia royal family, I will peel your skin and cramps, smash your bones, and suck your marrow, and enjoy it to your heart's content. Taoist Juyo laughed loudly. He had hated the members of the great Xia royal family for a long time, and after going out this time, he must devour them with impunity. Take the first step to lead the Kanglan domain. Immediately, Taoist Juyo began to forcibly destroy the demon-suppressing tower. At this time, outside the killing array around the demon-suppressing tower, there are hundreds of Imperial guards guarding it. The leader of the Imperial Forest Army was none other than Chu Xiong. That's why. It's because for some reason, since 2 years ago, in this Demon Town Tower, every once in a while, there are faint screams of demons coming out. At the beginning, Mr. Chun and many strong men in the palace came here to guard in person, worrying about what might happen. But over time, 2 years passed. The screams in the town demon tower no longer sounded. Old Chun and the others breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that the screams of those demons must have been refined by powerful demons, and they would make such screams just before they died. They did not continue to stay here. There are still many things in the palace that need to be dealt with by them, and they still need to practice. The demonic aura here in the demon-suppressing tower is overwhelming. For strong people like them, if they cultivate near here, they might go crazy, which is absolutely unacceptable. After so many years, the demons in the demon-suppressing tower may have been refined long ago, and even if they're alive, they are still alive at most. Don't even think about escaping from the Demon Town Tower. What we're still fussing about here is a waste of energy. Some Imperial Forest Army couldn't help complaining. His words immediately aroused the approval of many people, and they all nodded in agreement. That's right, I think it's just too much fuss. The guards have been here for 2 years, and they've been calm, as usual. No danger has happened, and they have all slacked off. I felt that it was impossible for any evil spirits to rush out of it. Don't talk nonsense, it's about demons, and you must not take it lightly. Chu Xiong reminded these humanity. He doesn't know much about the big truth, but he still understands this simple truth and strictly abides by it. And these Yulin soldiers heard the words. Although they didn't say anything more, they dismissed Chu Xiong's words. On the one hand, it was because they were not convinced at all that Chu Xiong, a dead-headed guy, could be their leader. On the other hand, it was because they really didn't feel that the demons inside the demon-suppressing tower could escape. Boom! However, at this moment, there was a change in the Demon Town Tower. The monstrous, devilish energy seeped out from the demon-suppressing tower and quickly condensed outside the Demon Town Tower. What? At the same time, Taoist Jiuyo screamed in pain. Even if the town demon tower has been weakened for so many years, even though this full moon night is the weakest time for the town demon tower. But Taoist Jiuyo wanted to force his way out, but he still endured great pain. What is this? Seeing the demonic energy slowly condensing outside the demon-suppressing tower, all the Imperial guards turned pale with fright, and their voices trembled. They froze in place, not knowing what to do. Quickly inform Mr. Chun. Chu Xiong reacted quickly and shouted loudly. At this time, finally a few Imperial guards came to their senses and rushed to the place where old Chun was retreating. At the same time, the devilish energy bursting out of the demon-suppressing tower has already condensed into a figure. Boom, boom. And at this moment, the killing array outside the demon-suppressing tower also discovered an abnormality and immediately began to operate. Those golden patterns radiated dazzling light, trying to stop Taoist Jiuyo. Huh, I've already come out, and you still want to kill me? Taoist Jiuyo laughed. He strode towards the direction beyond the killing array. He had no choice but to force his way. Boom, boom. This terrifying killing formation continuously attacked Taoist Jiuyo, and his aura kept falling. The magic energy was purified by this killing array, but his footsteps did not stop. Finally, Taoist Jiuyo walked out of the killing formation and just appeared in a position less than 100 feet away from the numerous Imperial Forest Army. This killing formation is actually so much weaker than I imagined. It seems that the Great Xia dynasty is in decline. Taoist Jiuyo looked at the bleeding body and said solemnly. According to his speculation, if he walked out of the demon-suppressing tower and then stepped out of this killing formation, his cultivation would at least fall from the 3rd level of the Void Refining Realm to the 3rd level of the Purple Mansion Realm. But now it has only fallen to the middle stage of the 4th heavenly layer of the Zifu realm. For him, it is very good news. Z, the demon of the 3rd heaven of the Purple Mansion Realm. Listening to the other party's muttering, those Imperial guards were so frightened that they couldn't speak fluently. Humble human beings, kneel down quickly when you see this demon. Taoist Jiuyo snorted coldly. Although the Imperial guards were well trained, after hearing the words, they were all so frightened that they knelt on the ground without even thinking of resisting. The gap between the two sides is really too big. They feel like ants. This guy is a demon. How can you kneel down to the demon? Seeing this, Chu Xiong was very angry. Although he is not smart, he has his own principles. The human race and the demon race have great enemies. How can they kneel down and submit to the demon race? What did you say? Taoist Jiuyo immediately looked at Chu Xiong with icy eyes when he heard the words, and said, "Looking for death." He stretched out his big hand, and the astonishing demonic energy formed a huge palm, and he grabbed Chu Xiong, trying to devour him first. Seeing this, those Imperial guards secretly rejoiced that they knelt down early. Chong! However, at this moment, the sound of a sword's cry suddenly sounded. Behind Chu Xiong, a nearly transparent sword spirit approached in an instant, carrying astonishing sword energy, passing him by, colliding with a huge black palm. Boom! Astonishing energy fluctuations suddenly erupted. The huge black palm and Qin Feng's wind sword soul were all shattered. Those kneeling Yuan soldiers were all torn to pieces by this terrifying energy fluctuation. Although Chu Xiong was protected by Qin Feng, he was still thrown hundreds of feet away and hit the ground heavily. Passed out. Who? Taoist Jiuyo's eyes were full of shock. In the great Xia dynasty, shouldn't there not even be a cultivator at the first level of the Purple Mansion realm? How could anyone be able to block his palm? It's hard to escape from the demon-suppressing tower. You don't have to run for your life. Don't you think it's too crazy to kill people here? Seeing that Chu Xiong's life was not in danger, Qin Feng turned his gaze to Taoist Jiuyo and said calmly, "Haha, that's ridiculous." Taoist Jiuyo turned his head up to the sky and laughed loudly, saying, "Since this demon has come out, we are going to start killing, and it will start from the palace where this demon has been suppressed for thousands of years. Why run?" Although Qin Feng blocked his palm with a sword just now, he didn't take Qin Feng seriously. Because of that palm just now, he didn't even use 1% of his strength. What he didn't know was that Qin Feng's sword soul of wind just now, when passing by Chu Xiong, allocated more than half of the sword energy to protect Chu Xiong. Otherwise, the power of that sword is definitely more than that. It turns out that you want to treat everyone in the palace as blood, so I can't spare you. Qin Feng said coldly. He is in this palace. Qin Zening is also in this palace. How could he let Taoist Jiuyo do anything wrong? Idiot, you probably don't know how terrifying this demon's strength is. Let's see how I can tear you to pieces. Taoist Jiuyo looked Qin Feng's body up and down. His eyes were full of greed, and his saliva was about to flow out. The stronger the person's cultivation, the more benefits he can absorb. Boom, boom. Taoist Jiuyo quickly condensed a huge black palm with monstrous devilish energy, going towards Qin Feng to suppress fiercely. Wherever it passes, the void trembles, like a huge mountain moving in the air. Then let's see who's the real idiot. Qin Feng sneered. He took a step forward and met the huge palm. His cultivation base is a small realm higher than Taoist Jiuyo's. Coupled with his powerful sword body, he is invincible at the same level and can even fight by leapfrogging. His real combat power is not known to be higher than Taoist Jiuyo's. Boom! The huge black palm was smashed by Qin Feng directly, turning into wisps of devilish energy and dissipating between the heaven and the earth. It's like paper. What? Taoist Jiuyo was dumbfounded and froze in place. Is such a powerful attack was actually smashed to pieces by the person in front of him with his body? How can that be? He wondered if he was hallucinating. And just when Taoist Jiuyo was shocked, Qin Feng had already appeared in front of him. Not surprised, not surprised. As Qin Feng spoke, he slowly raised his finger. The astonishing Kendo aura immediately began to condense on his fingertips, bursting out into a dazzling light. No! At this moment, Taoist Jiuyo felt the threat of death. He was completely convinced that Qin Feng's cultivation was definitely far above his. He couldn't believe that Qin Feng was so strong at such a young age. But he has no time to think now. The only thought in his mind is to run for his life. However, Taoist Jiuyo had just turned around when the sword light from Qin Feng's fingertips shot out, entered from his back, and penetrated his body. His eyes widened. Filled with disbelief, he fell to the ground, and then turned into wisps of devilish energy, dissipating between heaven and earth. After killing Taoist Jiuyo, Qin Feng's gaze also fell on the demon-suppressing tower. He strode through the damaged killing formation after being forced out by Taoist Jiuyo, and easily came to the side of the demon suppressing tower. System, sign in at the Demon Town Tower. Qin Feng said slowly. Ding! Congratulations to the master. The sign-in is successful, and the reward pupil is obtained. The system's mechanical notification sounded in Qin Feng's ears. Shintong can see through all falsehoods in the world. Qin Feng, who hadn't checked in a new place for a long time, was naturally overjoyed to obtain such a powerful ability. However, he did not continue to integrate here. Instead, he planned to leave first and return to the Imperial Mausoleum. He clearly felt that several powerful auras were coming from all over the palace. He didn't want to expose his identity and cause too many unnecessary troubles. Qin Feng had just left the demon suppressing Pagoda. Old Chun, who was the first to get the news, and a powerful royal who was in charge of controlling the formation Ipesel, had already arrived here. Their faces were extremely ugly. It was very bad news that the demons in the Zifu realm had escaped from the demon-suppressing tower. The killing formation that was forcibly broken through must have been damaged. If the operation of the startling dragon formation is affected, the entire palace will be in danger. And when the two came here, seeing that the killing array was damaged so badly that it had completely stopped functioning, their hearts suddenly turned cold. The startling dragon array will definitely not be able to work. The palace is going to be finished. No, what about the demon? The powerful royal family looked at the corpses of the Imperial Forest Army everywhere, but there were no traces of demons, and suddenly made a suspicious voice. Right? Why is there no sign of the demon? Elder Chen also had a puzzled look on his face. And at this time, other strong men who got the news also came one after another, and Emperor Xia was among them, and he could bless himself with the luck of the dynasty. With a substantial increase in strength, it is also the only one who can reach the Purple Mansion realm. What happened? Didn't it say that some demon broke out of the Demon Town Tower? Why is there no trace of the demon? The powerhouses present made voices of doubt. His face was full of puzzlement. Emperor Xia also asked Mr. Chun, reporting to your majesty, I have just arrived. When I came here, it was like this. There was no trace of evil spirits at all. Old Chun said bitterly and helplessly. The royal powerhouse next to him also nodded. Is this how you came here? Emperor Xia was taken aback. His face was ugly, and he said, could it be that the demon has already escaped? If the demon really escaped, found a place to hide, and secretly devoured humans, then no one would be able to stop his cultivation from improving. No, besides the monstrous devilish energy here, there's also a very powerful evil spirit, which is produced when the demon dies. Elder Su, who was guarding the Library Pavilion, suddenly spoke. He has read countless ancient books, and he knows more about demons than everyone present. What did you say? Emperor Xia was surprised, looked at Elder Su, and said, you mean that demon has been killed? How is this possible? He couldn't believe it. The news of the demon coming out of the tower had just spread, and they had already rushed to this side. How could the demon be killed just after arriving here? The other powerhouses are also unbelievable. Sword Chi, between the heaven and the earth here, there is a very powerful sword Chi remaining. Old Chen suddenly exclaimed. He noticed that there was a very powerful remnant of sword energy here, but it was covered and corroded by the monstrous devil energy, so he didn't notice it at the first time. That's right. I can feel it too. There's an amazing sword energy remaining here. Another strong man who practiced swordsmanship hurriedly said. Moreover, Mr. Chun was able to confirm very quickly that the sword energy remaining here was exactly the same as the sword energy that killed the old eunuch of the exorcising sect. He said solemnly, it should be Prince Mu who made the move. But how did 7th Emperor Uncle get the news of the demon's birth in the first place and kill it? Emperor Xia said puzzledly. The place where the strongest of the royal family retreated to death was at the farthest position of the demon-suppressing tower, and the old seniors who were worried that the devil energy would make them retreat accidentally lost their temper. They just got the news. How could Prince Mu act so quickly? Everyone present also had the same doubts in their hearts. Even if Prince Mu is at the Zifu realm, he shouldn't be so fast, right? After all, that demon is also at the Zifu realm. Probably because Prince Mu had been paying attention to the demon-suppressing tower 2 years ago when something went wrong, so he killed the demon as soon as it appeared. Old Qin guessed, and his guess made everyone present nod in agreement. I think that's the only possibility. At this time, Chu Xiong had already been sobered up after being given a pill by the powerful royal family. See, Your Majesty. After Chu Xiong came to his senses, he quickly saluted Emperor Xia. No need to be polite. Emperor Xia waved his hand and then asked, "What happened just now? Why are you fine?" All the imperial guards present were killed, but Chu Xiong was still alive. He was puzzled. Chu Xiong didn't dare to hide anything and told Xia Huang exactly what happened just now, without daring to omit a single word. A sword soul with a powerful wave of wind passed you by and killed that demon. Hearing what Chu Xiong said, Mr. Chun and the others were even more convinced that it was Prince Mu who made the move. Emperor Xia also had the same idea. You don't succumb to the evil spirits. That's probably why Uncle's 7th Emperor saved you. He said slowly, "Pass the decree. Reward Chu Xiong." Emperor Xia directly gave Chu Xiong a lot of rewards. The minister of the Ministry of Rites next to him recorded all the rewards in detail and distributed them to Chu Xiong as soon as possible. "Thank you, Your Majesty," Chu Xiong said gratefully. Emperor Xia nodded, and then ordered the powerful man of the royal family who was in charge of the eye pestle to hurry up and repair the startling dragon formation. Afterwards, after leaving a few strong men to guard the Demon Town Tower to prevent other mutations, the others hurriedly got busy. After returning to the Imperial Mausoleum, Qin Feng planned to merge the divine pupils. By the way, does this hurt? Qin Feng thought of a key question and asked the system. It could be painful at first. The system explained without emotion, but after the pain, there will be a wonderful feeling. After having the divine pupil, one has the ability to see the world clearly. This is what the system calls a wonderful feeling. That's good. Qin Feng nodded. He then let the system fuse the pupils. A momentary pain made Qin Feng gasp. It felt like something had entered his body. However, this pain did not last long and soon became normal. Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes, and in the depths of his eyes, there were suddenly many mysterious runes. This is exactly what will appear when the pupil is used. He was surprised to find that as long as he used his divine pupils, not only could he see very far, but he could also see clearly the flow of spiritual power between heaven and earth. Even there's the general trend of mountains and rivers. Can't escape his eyes. This Emperor Taizu's mausoleum is really a treasure of geomantic omen. Qin Feng couldn't help sighing. No wonder the mausoleum of the great ancestor is next to the imperial palace. There is such a treasured place of geomantic omen, which can protect the royal family of Great Xia for generations to come. After a while, Qin Feng slowly withdrew his pupils. Then he returned to the recliner and continued his practice. The kung fu in his body operates on its own, and at the same time absorbs the sword energy wrapped around his wrist like a ribbon. What happened in the town demon tower did not have any impact on Qin Feng. He was still training while sleeping as before. On the contrary, Chu Xiong benefited a lot. Because he did not give in when facing the evil spirits, he was allowed to enter the academy run by the Ministry of War and study for 3 years. During this period, it was other Imperial Forest Army who delivered dry food to Qin Feng. It's just that although the soldiers of the Royal Forest Army were respectful to Qin Feng, they didn't want to say a word. Obviously, they didn't want to have anything to do with Qin Feng. Later, it was even directly changed to sending dry food once a year. Although these Imperial Guards had heard that the new crown Prince Qin Jinyan and Qin Feng had a good relationship, how could they know what the actual relationship was like? If Qin Jinyan wants to deal with Qin Feng in the future, those who have a good relationship with Qin Feng will definitely be implicated. Are there few such things in the royal family? They still think it's better to be careful. As for the thoughts of the Imperial Forest Army, Qin Feng naturally knew that he would be happy to be clean and undisturbed by sending dry rations once a year. In a blink of an eye, It is the Spring Festival. There are lanterns and festoons everywhere in the palace, full of festive atmosphere. Qin Feng was alone in the Imperial Mausoleum, and the surrounding vegetation was already withered and yellow. Compared with other places, the atmosphere was a bit sad, but he had already gotten used to it. Zining is here. Qin Feng, who was resting on the recliner, suddenly felt something and looked into the distance. It was found that the girl in a festive robe was walking towards this side with a food box. Uncle Royal, seeing Qin Feng looking at her, Qin Zining immediately said happily. It had been almost 3 years since she hadn't been to the Imperial Mausoleum, because Emperor Xia spent a lot of money to invite a formation mage from a neighboring country and arranged a small high-grade spirit gathering formation for her. Only lasts for 3 years. She must retreat and practice within the formation every day. It was the formation that had completely failed a few days ago, and she could finally come out and relax. It's already the 5th level of the spirit transformation realm. Not bad, Qin Feng praised. The last time when the Southern Mission came to provoke her, Qin Zining was only at the 9th level of the Yuan condensation realm. It has only been a few years now, and she is already at the 5th level of the spirit transformation realm. This cultivation speed has surpassed most geniuses. You must know that it takes at least 10 years for ordinary cultivators to upgrade from the 9th heaven condensation realm to the spirit transformation realm. Not to mention the improvement of each small realm of Hualing realm. Qin Zining's cultivation speed can definitely be regarded as a first-class genius. Thank you, Uncle Huang, for your compliment. Qin Zining asked, how's the Emperor's uncle doing these past few years? As always, Qin Feng said lightly, eat and sleep, sleep and eat. It's so boring here, there's no one here. Qin Zining looked at the desolate surroundings. Suddenly his eyes lit up and said, I will help the Emperor to beg the Emperor's grandfather. Maybe the Emperor's grandfather can make an order to pardon you. She is also a smart little girl. It is very important for the royal family to know the talents that they're showing now, and speaking will have some weight. Do not. Qin Feng quickly refused. Why? Seeing Qin Feng's resolute refusal, Qin Zining was puzzled. Qin Feng was a little dumb. He couldn't say that he was practicing here, so he wouldn't be easily disturbed. Could he? After a pause, he said seriously, everyone in the world thinks that I am in collusion with the devil's cult, and everyone would like to get me and punish me, but I am no longer the prince, and I will definitely not be able to live in the palace after being pardoned. At that time, he might be killed outside at any time. It's better to be in this Imperial Mausoleum, which is clean and safe. Hearing what Qin Feng said, Qin Zining nodded thoughtfully. I thought it made sense, so I didn't continue this topic. Afterwards, Qin Zining handed the food box to Qin Feng. These were dumplings cooked by her mother, and asked Qin Feng to deliver them. She accompanied Qin Feng to finish the meal, chatted about what happened outside, and then left the Imperial tomb. After the Spring Festival, it snowed heavily for several days in a row. The entire Imperial city was shrouded in snow. By the way, it seems that the place where the royal powerhouse is closed to death has not been signed in yet. Qin Feng suddenly remembered such a good place. Without hesitation, he went straight to the forbidden area of the palace. If someone saw Qin Feng, they would be surprised to find that there are no footprints on the ground where he passed, and he really walked on the snow without a trace. It didn't take long for Qin Feng to come to the place where many powerful members of the royal family were closed to death. This is an absolute forbidden area, and there are a large number of Imperial Forest troops stationed in the peripheral area all year round. No one is allowed to enter. But these guards were useless to Qin Feng. He strolled leisurely and walked into the forbidden area of the palace. There are ancient buildings everywhere. Although it is a bit dilapidated, it is still incomparably majestic. These buildings are almost the same as the years when the great Xia dynasty existed. It is indeed a place where many sages were treated to death, and the aura is really strong. Qin Feng murmured. The richness of the aura here is more than 10 times that of other places in the palace. However, the rich aura here does not have any attraction for Qin Feng. He has a lot of cultivation resources, and he doesn't need to absorb the spiritual energy between heaven and earth at all. System, help me sign in the forbidden area of the palace. Qin Feng said lightly. Ding. Congratulations to the master. You have successfully signed in and obtained an avatar outside your body. The system's mechanical notification sounded in Qin Feng's ears. Incarnate outside the body. Upon hearing this name, Qin Feng's eyes lit up. He didn't need to check the information specifically to know what this martial skill was for. Without any hesitation, he chose fusion. In an instant, a large amount of information flooded into Qin Feng's memory. This process is short, but will take a long time for Qin Feng to master it proficiently. The condensed incarnation is a pure energy body, completely controlled by the body's thoughts, without self-awareness, consuming spiritual energy every moment, and only half of its own cultivation base. As information floods your mind, Qin Feng understands this incarnation outside his body more and more. Although he could only display half of his cultivation, he was already very satisfied. He immediately prepared to go back and cultivate the incarnation outside the body. Kindness. However, at this moment, Qin Feng suddenly frowned slightly. He found that there was a trace of magic energy here, which was very weak. But with his strong spiritual sense, he still detected it. In the depths of Qin Feng's eyes, mysterious runes emerged, and he used his pupils to check the specific location of the devil energy. Soon he found it, the pavilion where Prince Mu retreated. How can there be magic energy here? Qin Feng was puzzled. The devilish energy here is very weak, almost negligible. If he didn't have divine pupils, even if his divine sense sensed it, he might not be able to find it here. He was curious and wanted to go in to have a look, but the pavilion was protected by a formation, and if he wanted to open it from the outside, he had to break the formation forcibly. If he does this, it will definitely cause a huge commotion. By the way, it's just a good time to try the incarnation outside the body. Qin Feng suddenly remembered. Without hesitation, he sat cross-legged on a stone step not far away, releasing strands of spiritual energy from his body, entering the pavilion through the gap in the formation. Under his control, after entering the pavilion, the aura began to condense rapidly and finally turned into a looming figure. Only 1/10 of the cultivation base. Qin Feng was dumbfounded. He never thought that his first attempt would be such a failure. However, he didn't pay attention to these and went straight to the top floor of the pavilion along the stairs. It didn't take long for Qin Feng to arrive at the top floor of the pavilion, but the scene in front of him made him extremely astonished. Above the pavilion, there were no figures at all. There is no Prince Mu who is close to death. There were only a few wisps of magic energy floating in the air. What happened? Qin Feng's expression changed, and he said, could it be that Prince Mu was kidnapped by the evil spirit? But there is no trace of fighting here at all. He was puzzled. However, Qin Feng soon discovered something unusual. The devilish energy here and the remaining human martial arts breath here come from the same person. Obviously, Prince Mu has been possessed. Qin Feng was dumbfounded. No matter what, he never thought that Prince Mu would be possessed by a demon. If this news gets out, it will be millions of times more serious than his release of the Devil Saint. Although the people of the demon cult practiced the improved version of the demon clan's exercises, they did not join forces with the demons, and in essence they just took a wrong path. But if you become a demon, it will be different. That is, you will completely become a demon. Prince Mu is not here now, so he must have run away. Qin Feng muttered to himself. His powerful spiritual consciousness spread out, and he carefully explored every corner of the pavilion to see if his judgment was wrong. Soon, Qin Feng found a blood book in a corner of the lower floor, which was written by Prince Mu. After he opened it and checked it, he couldn't help feeling a little sad. It turned out that when his life was approaching, Prince Mu's mind was unstable, and he was unwilling to accept the fate of death. So he went to the Demon Town Tower, absorbed the demonic energy, and fell into the demonic way. But when he was about to devour human beings and prolong his life, His rationality finally defeated his greed, and he didn't want to become a bloodthirsty demon to survive in the world. In the end, he transformed himself into the Tao, leaving no corpse behind. Anyway, I also saved myself a face. Hey, Qin Feng couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Human beings' fear of death can never be eliminated. He couldn't imagine that he would have this day. However, Qin Feng noticed that as his mood fluctuated, those wisps of devilish energy suddenly floated towards him. Moreover, he unexpectedly had an inexplicable feeling that as long as he accepted these devilish energy into his body, he would have an endless lifespan. Shoo! However, Qin Feng quickly returned to his normal state of mind. In his palm, the bone spirit burned with cold fire, burning away the devilish energy. Even if one day his lifespan is near the end, he will definitely not fall into the evil way and become a demon that devours his own kind. Afterwards, Qin Feng put the blood book back to its original position, retracted his avatar, and left the forbidden area of the palace. In the next few days, a piece of good news quickly spread throughout the imperial city. The prince has completely appeased the southern barbarians and is ready to return to court. In the imperial palace, the ministers of various ministries were all preparing for the reception and fell into joy. Subdue the Nan Man. This is something that the great Xia royal family has not resolved for thousands of years. Because those southern barbarians live in the mountains in the south, although there are not many strong ones, they're all physically strong, and they can be said to be all soldiers. Even if they lose, they can hide in the mountains, and it is very difficult to completely defeat them. If the attacking army is not careful and encounters a wave of beasts, it will suffer even more heavy losses. Occasionally, there were great victories, forcing those Nan Mans to surrender, but it would not take many years for the Nan Mans to rebel again. Now, these barbarians have finally been completely conquered by Great Xia. Not only are the fortresses stationed by troops, but the patriarchs of all clans handed over their sons to the prince as hostages. From then on, there is no need to send the princess to make peace. It is no longer necessary for the people in the south to suffer from wars. At the same time, the news also spread to the exorcist faction. On the border of the Great Xia dynasty, there's a mountain range that stretches for thousands of miles, which looks very ordinary. A towering mountain in the mountains looks very normal on the surface, but in fact its true appearance is concealed by formations. The two flying figures disappeared without a trace as soon as they approached the mountain peak, leaving only two faint ripples in midair. In front of their eyes, it was no longer an ordinary mountain, but a mountain with monstrous, gloomy energy. Halfway up the mountain, there's a large area of buildings built against the mountain, extremely steep and steep. All these buildings are ancient and strange, full of weird atmosphere. The two figures came directly to the central hall. The Yin-Shi here is more intense, and the various patterns on the stone pillars on the surrounding walls even make people feel like they are in hell. In the main hall at this time, several figures were discussing matters. Sovereign Qin Jinyan is already on his way back to the imperial city from the south. Along the way, he is making private visits in microservices, with only two practitioners of the Luanhai realm 9th layer protecting him. One of them respectfully said to the leading figure, although Qin Jinyan's itinerary was extremely secretive, their news network spread all over the Great Xia dynasty, and Qin Jinyan's current location was finally determined. Very good. The suzerain of the exorcising sect immediately said to a charming and sexy woman beside him, Ji Qin, I will leave it to you to ambush Qin Jinyan. Don't worry, suzerain. I will definitely let that Qin Jinyan die. Ji Qin said confidently. Don't forget, bring the ancient corpse of the powerful Taishan royal family, so that the people of the Great Xia dynasty will think that the Taishan royal family is doing it. The suzerain of the exorcism sect reminded. Of course I won't forget this. Ji Qin smiled lightly and said, otherwise, how can we provoke a war between the two dynasties? How can we absorb the Yin energy in the battlefield and cultivate more powerful ancient corpses? If this plan is successful, it will be even easier for us to destroy the Great Xia dynasty. An old man next to him who had lived for an unknown number of years said solemnly. Their enmity with the Great Xia dynasty was even earlier than those demons. In the past, the corpse exorcist sect was still a very powerful sect, but because of killing people and looting corpses everywhere, it became the target of public criticism. Emperor Taizu of the Daxiao royal family launched an army crusade, annihilating his clan in one fell swoop and severing his inheritance. Only a few dozens of disciples survived, and when all the powerful ancient corpses of the sect were destroyed and the main skills were lost, they barely passed on to this day and gradually developed. I just heard that a strong man who was locked up in the Imperial Palace has already broken through to the Purple Mansion realm. I don't know if he will destroy our plan. Another elder of the corpse exorcism sect said worriedly. Some of the ancient corpses they have unearthed in recent years, although many of them were cultivated in the Purple Mansion realm during their lifetime. Under their control, their actual combat power is only at the 9th level of the Luanhai realm. The strongest is only half a step to the Purple Mansion state. Don't worry, the place where we started is 3,000 miles away from the Great Xia Imperial City. It is impossible for the powerful royal family in the Purple Mansion to know. Qin said indifferently. She had already considered this matter before she made the plan. That being the case, then you go and act. The suzerain of the exorcism faction said. As ordered. Qin respectfully agreed. Then turn around and leave. Afterwards, the suzerain of the exorcising corpse sect started to discuss with several other people how to find the place where the corpse was hidden when the sect was prosperous in the past. For the next half a month, Qin Feng in the Imperial Mausoleum was practicing incarnation outside his body. Compared with other martial arts, it takes more energy to cultivate to the level of ease of use. Fortunately, Qin Feng has plenty of time. One evening, a chill suddenly appeared in Qin Feng's eyes, and he looked to the south. Why are there so many dead people around the prince? In the wooden sword he gave to Qin Jinyan, there was a wisp of his sword intent. Relying on that wisp of sword intent, Qin Feng sensed that Qin Jinyan was full of dead people's aura. With curiosity in his heart, mysterious runes appeared in his eyes, and he cast his pupils. Under normal circumstances, even with divine pupils, it would be impossible for Qin Feng to see what was 3,000 miles away. However, because he left a wisp of sword intent on Qin Jinyan's body, with the help of that ray of sword intent as a medium, he could see what happened to Qin Jinyan. At the same time, in a city 3,000 miles away from the Imperial City, even though it was already night, it was still very lively. Especially on both sides of the big river that passes through the city, there are lanterns of various colors, and the reflections fall in the river, and the whole scene against it is a bit dreamy. On the river, there are dozens of extremely luxurious flower boats. The music of silk and bamboo above, as well as the young women chatting and laughing, are all fascinating. And in a restaurant on the shore, Qin Jinyan was resting and eating. Accompanied by him were two royal worshippers, one in black robe and one in blue robe. Qin Jinyan loved the people like his son, and he didn't want to be escorted by tens of thousands of troops when he returned to the city. So I only brought these two Luanhai Realm 9th layer experts with me, and when I came back along the way, I could quietly inspect the officials from various places. The scenery here is pleasant, and the people live and work in peace and contentment. Why is the young master still not happy? Among them, the black-robed enshrinement couldn't help asking. If the common people in Great Xia could live and work in peace and contentment like this, I would naturally be happy, but the beautiful scenery here can only be enjoyed by the rich and powerful, and the common people have worked hard for half their lives, but they have no chance of this. How can I be happy? Qin Jinyan's voice was full of exhaustion. During the private visit of Weifu, he saw too many shortcomings in the dynasty, and drastic reforms were needed. However, land mergers are serious, and wealth is rapidly gathering in the hands of a few people. This is what needs to be resolved most now. When the two old men heard this, they couldn't help admiring in their hearts. Qin Jinyan was really thinking about the community all the time. However, they did not continue to say anything. is not what they should do to offer advice to the monarch. Kindness. At this moment, the black-robed priest frowned. His eyes were full of surprise. What happened? Qin Junyan asked suspiciously. That person is practicing the exercises of the Taishan royal family. The eyes of the black-robed priest looked at a solid figure who was always sitting in the corner of the restaurant, covered by a cloak. He neither ate nor drank, just sat there quietly. Qin Junyan's expression changed upon hearing this. Although the Taishan dynasty and the Daxia dynasty were in harmony on the surface, they were fighting openly and secretly all the time. How could people from the Taishan royal family come here? Boom! At this moment, an astonishing fluctuation suddenly erupted in the body of the man in the cloak. The terrible breath tore many people in the restaurant into pieces in an instant. The scene was extremely bloody. Not good. The face of the priest in black robe changed suddenly. He hurriedly grabbed Qin Junyan's shoulders, flew out of the window, and came into the mid-air outside. And at this moment, the strong man in the cloak displayed a powerful killing skill and killed the blue-robed priest who was still in the restaurant. Boom! Terrible energy fluctuations instantly flooded the entire restaurant. In an instant, the whole restaurant was turned into ashes. For a moment, there was an incomparably huge commotion on both sides of the river, and the sounds of fleeing and crying continued to resound. It's really people from the Taishan royal family. They are so brave that they dare to ambush His Highness the Crown Prince. The priest in black robe looked gloomy and then said, "Your Highness, let's leave here first." He didn't know if there were any other hidden powerhouses around, so he couldn't stay here for long. Kindness. Qin Junyan nodded. Although he was worried about the people in the city, he was not stupid. He knew that the other party's target was him. As long as he left, these people would be safe. The figures of the two people flew away into the night, away from this dangerous place. And the blue-robed, enshrined person was not greedy for war. He always remembered that his first mission was to protect Qin Junyan. After confirming that Qin Junyan had left, he also left the battle and disappeared into the night. And the strong man wrapped in a cloak didn't stop and left directly. However, this scene has already been seen by many cultivators in the city. The exercises of the Taishan royal family are very obvious, and some people recognize it at a glance. It is estimated that it won't be long before Genie Wei will hear about the Taishan royal family's attack and killing of the Daxia prince. 200 miles away from the city, Qin Junyan and the two royal families are enshrined here. The nearest military camp is about 700 miles away. Let's go there first, the blue-robed priest said in a deep voice. In the barracks, although there are not many strong men, the powerful battle formation formed by a large number of soldiers is terrifying. Even they shy away from it. Moreover, all the barracks are surrounded by powerful formation protection, which is very safe. It is good. Qin Junyan nodded. They are ready to go to the barracks. However, at this moment, a strange melody suddenly sounded in the dense forest below. Incomparably evil. Shwa, shwa, shwa. Following the sound of the melody, several figures burst out from the dense forest below and came into midair, surrounding Qin Junyan and the others. None of these figures are alive. All ancient corpses. The body is full of evil breath. What? The corpse sect. The expressions of the two royal families changed suddenly, and they exclaimed. It never occurred to them that they were being targeted by the corpse exorcists. Moreover, the other party dispatched so many powerful ancient corpses at once, it seemed that they were bound to win. Could it be that the strong Taishan royal family who attacked me in public in the city is also an ancient corpse from the corpse exorcist sect? At this moment, Qin Junyan also reacted. Cuckoo. At this moment, a charming laugh came, and Ji Qin and several people who held the underworld to control the corpse also rose from the dense forest below. She jokingly said, "Are you finally figuring it out now? It's too late." Hateful. Qin Junyan's expression turned ugly. He immediately thought that this must be the exorcist faction who is instigating the war between the two dynasties. If this is the case, it will be a disaster. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, you have only a dead end now. You should obediently kneel down and surrender. When Qin saw that Qin Junyan was good-looking, she immediately had the idea of making him a male favorite. Anyway, her goal is to make Qin Junyan disappear, whether to kill him or use him up. It's the same. Wishful thinking. I'm the Prince of Daxia. How can I beg for mercy from you evil sections? Qin Junyan scolded. He would rather fight to the death than retreat. As he said that, he also took out a token of the prince. With the help of this token, he could bless himself with a part of the luck of the dynasty, barely reaching the cultivation base of the 9th level of the Luanhai realm. The more you struggle, the more excited I am. Qin smiled enchantingly, and then ordered, "Those 2 old bastards are killed. His Royal Highness, spare his life." She wants to train Qin Junyan well. Let the prince of the great Xia dynasty become his slave. It is good. Several other members of the exorcist faction nodded, and then shook the ghost weapon, making a strange rhythm. After hearing the melody, those ancient corpses rioted one by one, killing Qin Junyan and the others. Boom, boom. A fierce battle broke out immediately. The 2 royal family priests are both strong men at the peak of the 9 heavens of the Luanhai realm, and they used powerful martial arts as soon as they made a move, trying to pave a way for Qin Junyan. But those ancient corpses were not to be outdone. Although they are all dead and their movements are stiff, they were strong in the Purple Mansion realm before they were alive, and now they can still use some of the martial arts before birth. And their combat power is comparable to the strong in the 9th heaven of the Luanhai realm. Boom, boom, boom. Different spiritual skills exploded in the sky, and the dazzling light illuminated the night sky. Bursts of energy fluctuations, like ripples, spread to the surroundings. Occasionally, ancient corpses were bombarded to the ground, directly smashing out a large pit with a radius of hundreds of feet, and large areas of trees were smashed to pieces. But they were not afraid of pain and death, and immediately under the control of the ancient corpse sect, they soared into the sky and once again fought with the 2 priests of the royal family. With the luck of the Imperial dynasty, Qin Junyan, who was promoted to the Luanhai realm, was covered in golden light, like a real dragon, and fought with the ancient corpses that came besieging him. The fighting situation became more intense for a while. However, as time went by, Qin Junyan and the others quickly fell into a disadvantage. These ancient corpses were numerous and powerful, and they attacked tirelessly. Coupled with the fact that the ancient corpse of the strong Taishan royal family in the city had also rushed back, it was impossible for Qin Junyan and the others to resist. Not long after, an ancient corpse took a black-robed priest's punch and pierced the black-robed priest's shoulder with a rotten palm that only had bones left. "Get out of here!" The black-robed priest let out a roar and punched the ancient corpse again, almost falling apart. However, his left shoulder was bleeding profusely, his injuries were serious, and his combat strength dropped instantly. At this time, the battle situation was completely reversed. The advantages of these ancient corpses became more and more obvious. Boom, boom, boom. Not long after, Qin Junyan and the 3 of them were hit by the powerful martial arts of the ancient corpse and fell to the ground. Each of them was seriously injured and vomited blood. His face was extremely pale. Lost combat effectiveness. Qin and those members of the exorcism faction also fell to the ground one after another. His Royal Highness, my most beloved ancient corpse was almost smashed by you. I changed my mind. I want to kill you and refine it into an ancient corpse, and then slowly train it. Qin's eyes were full of coldness and anger. The ancient corpses she brought today are already half of the foundation of the entire corpse exorcism sect today, and she was extremely angry that Qin Junyan and the others had beaten so many of them. As she said that, she slowly pulled out the long knife at her waist, killing intent surged in her eyes. The plan is going to succeed. When the war breaks out between the 2 dynasties, I will definitely be able to take advantage of the situation to rise up. The deep enmity with the great Xia dynasty will be settled little by little in the future. Seeing this, The corpse exorcists were all extremely excited. It seems that everyone has seen the scene of the exorcism faction flourishing. Hey, the eyes of the two royal families were full of bitterness. They have tried their best, but they are no match for these ancient corpses. Am I going to die here? Qin Junyan, who is seriously injured, said with despair in his eyes. He still has a lot to do, and he is not reconciled to the fact that many reforms that benefit the people have not been implemented. More importantly, he was worried about Qin Feng. If he waited for someone else to ascend the crown prince, would he still treat him kindly? No one could save you today. Go to hell. The long knife in Ji Qin's hand was surging with aura, and she was about to chop it out, killing Qin Junyan and the three of them. However, at this moment, a dazzling light in the distance suddenly shot out. Shoo! A sword of wind, like a shooting star. 3,000 miles away, he came with the supreme sword intent. What is that? Ji Qin, who was about to make a move, felt the terrifying sword intent and immediately turned pale. At this moment, she felt the danger of death. She hurriedly held a knife to block in front of her. Puff. However, the long knife in Ji Qin's hand broke instantly, and the sword spirit of the wind pierced her chest directly, and scarlet blood spurted out. Then she fell heavily to the ground. Ji Qin kept her eyes wide open until she died. She never imagined that she was killed by a sword that came from nowhere, only one step away from the prosperity of the corpse exorcism sect. What? The other members of the corpse exorcism sect were all shocked. However, they reacted quickly and hurriedly shook the ghost device, emitting a strange rhythm, controlling the ancient corpses and letting them protect themselves. It's a pity that these ancient corpses only have the strength of the 9th level of the Luanhai realm. How can they resist this terrifying sword spirit? Puff, puff. This sword soul was like entering an uninhabited land, and immediately eliminated all the ancient corpses and the members of the corpse exorcism sect. And it turned into wisps of wind, sword intent, and dissipated between heaven and earth. This is... Qin Junyan was stunned. What just happened? Why was it that he was going to be killed? But in an instant, all the members of the exorcist sect were killed. This is the sword intent of the wind, and the one who made the move is Prince Mu. The blue-robed priest exclaimed. How is this possible? Prince Mu is clearly in the palace, and this place is 3,000 miles away from the palace. How does he know that we are in danger? Qin Junyan said in bewilderment. The blue-robed priest was also speechless. Even if it is a strong person in the Purple Mansion, it is impossible to know what happened 3,000 miles away. No matter what, these exorcists have been killed now. Our top priority is to get out of here as soon as possible. The black-robed priest said in a deep voice. Qin Junyan nodded. Afterwards, the three of them did not continue to stay here and flew towards the direction of the Imperial City. Along the way, Qin Junyan and the others did not encounter any danger again. He returned to the Imperial City smoothly. As soon as he returned to the palace, Qin Junyan rushed to the Imperial study. At this time, Emperor Xia was listening to the reports of several ministers. When he saw Qin Junyan, although he was happy, he was puzzled and did not understand why he returned to the city early. And Qin Junyan didn't hide anything and immediately told Emperor Xia everything that happened. Many strong men and important ministers present couldn't help but gasp when they heard his plot of exorcising corpses. This plot was too vicious. And when Qin Junyan talked about the sword soul of the wind, he was also in doubt. 3,000 miles away. How could Prince Mu know that you are in danger? Old Qin couldn't help but wonder. Unless he leaves a mark on you, he can know your whereabouts and safety at any time, but this possibility is too small. He said it very euphemistically, but in fact there is no such possibility at all. Reality is merciless. Prince Mu is already a strong man in the Purple Mansion realm. For a strong man of that level, nothing can improve his cultivation, and extending his lifespan is more important. How could it be possible to attach so much importance to a prince and leave a mark on him? Not to mention the crown prince, even the Emperor Xia, that Prince Mu might not pay so much attention to it. This, I don't know too well. Qin Junyan shook his head with a bitter face. But apart from Prince Mu, who else has the sword intent of wind and is willing to save the prince? A minister couldn't help asking. When he asked this question, everyone present fell into silence. They also couldn't think of who else could be besides Prince Mu. Emperor Xia also couldn't think of the reason. He was silent for a while and said helplessly, "Okay, besides Prince Mu, it is impossible for anyone else to save the prince this time. Don't think about it yet. Now that the corpse exorcists came out to cause trouble again, this time they must be made to pay the price. Last time, the corpse exorcist had been lurking in the palace for decades, but he temporarily put it on hold because the matter over the Nanman side had not been resolved. This time, he must not allow the exorcist sect to act recklessly." Many ministers nodded their heads when they heard the words and began to discuss how to deal with the exorcists. A few days later, among the exorcising corpse sect, the suzerain Yu Cheng and others in the main hall were all overjoyed. The people they sent out finally found one of the corpse hiding places in the past when the sect was strong, where dozens of ancient corpses that had been refined were hidden. Although with the passage of time, many of them have completely rotted and are unusable, and the remaining ones are far from as strong as the peak, but at least they can display the first-tier Purple Mansion realm, or even stronger combat power. As long as Yin Qi is injected into these ancient corpses, they can be awakened and controlled. With these powerful ancient corpses, there is absolutely no problem in leveling the entire Taishan dynasty. Yu Cheng, the patriarch of the corpse exorcist sect, said very excitedly. Many other elders were also very happy. The hatred of so many years can finally be repaid in their generation. But those ancient corpses need a lot of Yin Qi to wake them up and control them to fight. The Yin Qi stored in our sect may not be enough to wake them all up. The great elder of the corpse exorcism sect was a little worried. The Yin energy stored in their sect can at most awaken 3 or 4 ancient corpses. Don't worry about this. Didn't Ji Qin go to kill the prince of the great Xia dynasty? Once the two dynasties break out in war, a lot of Yin Qi will be generated, enough for us to activate all the ancient corpses. The suzerain of the exorcising corpse faction said that he was not worried at all. However, there is no news about Ji Qin so far, so there must be something wrong with the plan, right? The great elder of the exorcising corpse sect was still very worried. Recently, he has been feeling a little uneasy. However, other concerns were ignored by others. Don't worry, Ji Qin has taken away more than half of the powerful ancient corpses in our sect. There will be absolutely no problems with the plan. Besides Qin Jinyan, there are only 2 enshrined protections from the 9th level of the Luanhai realm, and all of our ancient corpses have a strength of the 9th level of the Luanhai realm. It is not easy to kill him. There is no news about Ji Qin yet. It is estimated that Qin Jinyan was taken to another place and tortured slowly. Isn't that what she likes? Everyone felt that the great elder was getting old, so he was also timid, and that's why he was so cautious. Hearing the words, the great elder of the exorcising sect could only nod his head, thinking that he might really be thinking too much. With so many powerful ancient corpses in Ji Qin's hands, it was impossible for anything to go wrong. But at this moment, someone from outside hurriedly came to the main hall. "Sectmaster, it's not good. It's not good." He ran in while talking, as if something bad happened. "Hustle and panic. How decent it is." Hearing the words, Yu Cheng scolded. "If you have something, please speak slowly. Report to Suzerain. Just got the news that Ji Qin and the others were killed." The man swallowed and forced himself to speak calmly. As soon as this remark came out, all the faces of all the people present suddenly changed, wondering if they had heard it wrong. "What did you say?" Yu Cheng was even more shocked. He grabbed the man's clothes and said angrily, "Ji Qin and the others led more than half of the powerful ancient corpses in the sect. How could they be killed? He doesn't believe it, even if the mission fails. It's not like losing your life. This, subordinates don't know either." The man was startled and said in a trembling voice, "Ji Qin and the others are indeed dead. Together with the ancient corpses they brought, they were all burned in public by Genie Wei." "Impossible. It's absolutely impossible." The suzerain of the exorcising sect said in a deep voice, "Third elder, go and see if the news is true or not." "It is good." The third elder of the corpse-expelling sect was in charge of intelligence matters, so he hurried out of the hall. But after a while, he came back, because dozens of people who were sent out to collect intelligence came back at this time, and all of them spoke in a unified way. He truthfully stated the authenticity of the news. Hearing what the third elder said, the faces of the people present changed again. They were extremely shocked, and all of them were extremely ugly. Just now, they spoke with certainty, thinking that the plan had no possibility of failure, but they did not expect that the current result is completely opposite to what they predicted, and the slap in the face came too fast. "Ow, how could this be?" At this moment, Yu Cheng's eyes were full of surprise. Ji Qin and more than half of the powerful ancient corpses in the sect were all gone. This was a huge blow to the newly emerging corpse exorcism sect. His heart was bleeding. According to the news, it seems that the one who made the move was the Purple Mansion realm powerhouse from the great Xia royal family. The third elder of the exorcism sect said in a deep voice, "That purple man from the great Xia imperial family?" The place where Ji Qin ambushed her was 3,000 miles away from the imperial city. How did he know that? Yu Cheng shouted loudly. "It's not very clear," the third elder of the exorcising corpse sect said bitterly. Based on their information, they couldn't find such details. "Hateful," Yu Cheng roared angrily. But at this time, even worse news came. Emperor Xia has ordered Jin Wei's governor to find the location of the zomen of the corpse exorcist sect within half a year and wipe them out in one fell swoop. Now Jin Wei is already recalling the spies deployed in the south one after another, searching for and arresting the disciples of the exorcist sect who are digging up corpses and gathering information. "Sovereign, I'm afraid we can't stay here any longer," the great elder of the exorcising sect said in a deep voice. "Now the powerful ancient corpses in the sect are all lost. If the Jinui knows our current location and the great Xia army comes to kill us, then we will be in danger." Hearing this, Yu Cheng spat out a mouthful of blood in anger and almost passed out. Today he was still ecstatic and thought that from now on, the corpse exorcist sect would rise up, but he didn't expect that even the newly built sect would have to give up now. "It's like running away like a bereaved dog. I'm not reconciled." Yu Cheng gritted his teeth. "Sect master, don't be angry." But the elders next to him quickly persuaded. "We have now found a place where the sect used to hide corpses. Now we just need to hide and collect all kinds of Inchi secretly. And when the time comes to destroy the great Xia dynasty, it's not easy yet." Hearing what everyone said, Yu Cheng gradually calmed down the depression in his heart, nodded in agreement, and told all the disciples of the sect to leave here immediately and lurk around. After Qin Jinyan left the imperial study, he first went home and took a look at Qin Zining, who had been parted for many years, and praised his daughter, who had improved by leaps and bounds in cultivation. At the same time, let her guard against arrogance and impetuosity, and not take revenge just because she has been squeezed by other royal brothers and sisters. Then, in a few days, he quickly dealt with some matters in the family, and severely reprimanded and punished the two troublesome sons. Afterwards, they came to the Imperial Mausoleum to look for Qin Feng. Brother Huang has had a hard time in the Imperial Mausoleum these years. After seeing Qin Feng, Qin Jinyan couldn't help but said, in his opinion, it must be very difficult for Qin Feng to stay in this deserted imperial tomb without even the resources for cultivation. Fortunately, Qin Feng smiled lightly, not feeling bitter, and said, "You must have encountered a lot of trouble when you went out to patrol these years." Qin Jinyan didn't hide it, because the whole dynasty knew about it, and Qin Feng would definitely know about it too. He told Qin Feng the truth about being ambushed by the exorcist sect and expressed the entanglement in his heart, saying, "Although everyone thinks that the person who saved me was Prince Mu, I don't think so." Qin Jinyan never said such words to others, but only because he trusted Qin Feng the most. "Why do you think the one who saved you was not Prince Mu?" Qin Feng was startled and said in doubt, "Because when the sword's soul flew from a distance, I felt very familiar, not unfamiliar. Qin Jinyan pondered slightly and said, "It seems that it's not the first time I've seen that kind of sword intent. It's too familiar. But in fact, I haven't seen Prince Mu once since I was a child. It is impossible to be so familiar with his sword intent. He has always carried Qin Feng's small wooden sword with a wisp of sword intent with him, and his own swordsmanship has also been affected and tends to be the same. It was also because of this that after he saw the sword Soul of the Wind, he immediately felt some kind of inexplicable familiarity. Probably because you and Prince Mu are also related by blood, so you have a sense of familiarity." Qin Feng frowned slightly and said slowly. However, Qin Jinyan shook his head. That sense of familiarity is not as simple as a simple blood relationship, but more like— He frowned and thought for a moment, then said, "It's more like me and Brother Huang, face to face." Qin Feng was dumbfounded. Unexpectedly, the gift he gave Qin Jinyan finally made him doubt himself. Maybe I think too much. However, Qin Jinyan then laughed and said, "Besides Prince Mu, how could there be someone in the royal family who is in the Purple Mansion?" Qin Feng also smiled and did not continue this topic. Afterwards, the two chatted about some recent events. Qin Jinyan also expressed his thoughts on reform, and Qin Feng occasionally expressed his opinions. In the next 2 years, good news continued in the palace. First, the zonement of the corpse exorcist sect was discovered, and Qin Jinyan was ordered to lead his troops to pay it off. Later, several royal families enshrined it, and their cultivation bases broke through one after another. Especially for those who practice swordsmanship, it is the most obvious. There were even 2 people who broke through from the 9th level of Luanhai realm to the 1st level of Zifu realm in one fell swoop. At this time, Qin Feng didn't understand these things, and he didn't care. During this period of time, he has cultivated his external incarnation to the peak. An avatar can already possess most of his cultivation base. It can also perform all his exercises. Although Qin Jinyan came back, the dynasty had a lot of things to deal with. In addition, Emperor Xia's health was gradually getting worse. He became more and more busy, and he didn't have much time to come to the Imperial Mausoleum. Just like in previous years, let Qin Zining occasionally chat with Qin Feng. Qin Feng, who had been sleeping for half a year, was awakened by the cold winter wind. Looking at the gloomy weather, he felt that it was going to snow again, so he got up and moved the rocking chair into the tree. But at this time, the little white fox who didn't know when came back was lying in the grass not far away. When he saw Qin Feng get up from the reclining chair, he couldn't help but shook his head. It's so lazy to be so weak and sleep all day. From Qin Feng's body, it couldn't detect the spiritual energy fluctuations, so it naturally thought that Qin Feng didn't have much cultivation. The only thing that made the little white fox more curious was why Qin Feng's cultivation base was so weak, and he could still sleep for several months, or even half a year without eating. Later, it felt that Qin Feng was probably relying on pills to maintain himself. This made it feel that Qin Feng was even more lazy, and he didn't even bother to eat. Why are you back again?" Qin Feng noticed the little white fox and said in doubt. The last time he woke up and saw that the little white fox was not there, he thought that the little white fox had left, but he didn't expect that after a few years, the little white fox came back again. When the little white fox heard the words, he ignored Qin Feng. In the past few years, it has gone out to many places, hoping to rely on its racial innate ability to find natural treasures, and speed up the recovery of its injuries and cultivation base. But those treasures of heaven, material, and earth are guarded by powerful monsters. Not only did it fail to get it, but it almost lost its life several times and found that it didn't recover quickly after staying here to rest. It is too tired. So angry, seeing the little white fox ignoring him, Qin Feng grabbed it with a smile. "What? Damn human, don't touch me." The little white fox, who was grabbed by the back of the neck by Qin Feng, struggled desperately. But it has no cultivation now. The injuries in its body have not recovered. It is just an ordinary fox. How could it break free from Qin Feng's grasp? He could only stare at Qin Feng with vicious eyes. "What are you doing so fiercely?" Qin Feng held the back of the little white fox's neck with his left hand, rubbed its little head with his right hand, and said, "I happen to be short of a pet here. Let me see if you are female or male." As he spoke, he pulled the little white fox's hind legs apart and checked it out. But at this time, the little white fox's whole body was stiff, and his eyes were dull, as if he had encountered a thunderbolt from the clear sky. This bastard. What is he doing? At this moment, the little white fox felt that his innocence was gone, and what Qin Feng said next made the little white fox completely collapse. "It's actually a female. That's fine." Qin Feng was a little disappointed and said lightly, "I don't like keeping this kind of female pet. It's too much trouble. Maybe when I go out for a walk, I will be pregnant when I come back." While speaking, he put the little white fox back to its original place. And the little white fox, who was in shock, finally came to his senses. At this moment, humiliation, shame, anger, countless emotions all came out of her heart. She is a majestic princess of the fox family, but her body was completely seen by humans. She feels dirty. Beast, scum. This princess must kill you today. Give you your ashes. The little white fox jumped up and slapped Qin Feng's body, trying to tear Qin Feng's body into thousands of pieces. However, in Qin Feng's view, her behavior was not aggressive at all, but more like a pet acting like a spoiled child. "Stop messing around. I still have to practice." Although Qin Feng seemed to be sleeping, only he knew that he was actually cultivating hard. While speaking, he grabbed the little white fox and gently threw the little white fox into the grass far away. After falling to the ground, the little white fox rolled several times in a row. It was covered in broken grass and was in a state of distress. It looked as if it had been ruined just now. Looking at Qin Feng, who was leisurely lying on the recliner with a resentful face. "Damn beast. Scum. Beast. After my princess recovers, I will definitely not let you go. Be sure to press you to the ground and rub hard." The little white fox said viciously in his heart. A fox can be killed, but not humiliated. But then, the white fox became a little sad. "I was injured so badly, I don't know how many years it will take to recover." She couldn't help but look towards the direction outside the palace again, like the concubine of Sick Hun in the Deep Palace. Half a year later, Qin Zining came to the Imperial Mausoleum to bid farewell to Qin Feng. She has reached the age to go out of practice. Qin Feng knew the news, but it is not surprising. These princes and princesses are going to go out to practice after all. Although there are many dangers outside, a flower that grows in the greenhouse has not experienced wind and rain, and if it encounters a little difficulty in the future, it may die young. Qin Feng told Qin Zining some things, such as not trusting strangers outside. Then she was also given a small sword pendant made of solid gold. There's a ray of wind sword intent inside. If there is any danger, Qin Feng can find it immediately. Almost half a year after Qin Zining left, the little white fox also left. Every time she sees Qin Feng, she feels extremely humiliated. She doesn't want to stay here and recover slowly. She wants to find the treasures of heaven and earth to restore her own strength. Then he ravaged Qin Feng to vent his hatred. Sure enough, pets can't keep females. They run around all day long, thinking of hooking up with other pets, but they don't know how to stay well. When Qin Feng woke up, he couldn't help sighing when he saw the little white fox disappeared. If the little white fox heard this, he would definitely fight Qin Feng desperately. Shaking his head, Qin Feng looked outside the palace. He is also ready to go out for a walk. Find some new places to check in. For those sign-in locations in the palace, although items can be obtained for subsequent sign-ins, they are not as rich as the rewards obtained at the first sign-in. He decided to check in elsewhere. After making a decision, Qin Feng didn't stop and walked straight to the outside of the palace. Now that Qin Jinyin and Qin Zining are not in the Imperial Palace, after Chu Xiong left, the Imperial Army sent food once a year again, and no one would come to the Imperial Mausoleum. He didn't have to worry about being found out that he had left. Not long after, Qin Feng left the Imperial City, then walked with the sword all the way to the west. Surrounded by the lingering sword energy, Qin Feng was flying in the sky among the high clouds. his clothes fluttering with the wind, like an exiled immortal in the sky. Looking down at the land below, mountains, rivers, and all kinds of living beings, you could see them all. There are monsters fighting for food, cultivators who are working hard to practice kung fu, and ordinary people who are working hard in farming. It can be said that they can be seen at a glance. Where should I go? Qin Feng couldn't help muttering to himself. His understanding of King Lanyu is limited to ancient books, and he doesn't know many places. After pondering for a while, Qin Feng simply stopped thinking about it. Anyway, you can sign in anywhere, and you'll be there wherever you go. For the next few months, Qin Feng moved and acted according to his heart. During the day, travel around and check in to obtain various resources, and at night, find a quiet place to meditate and gain insights. Drink dew when you're thirsty, and drink dew when you're hungry. Incomparably relaxed and comfortable. He had already left the territory of the Great Xia dynasty, and he no longer knew where he was in the Kanglan territory. He only knows such a long distance. If a normal person wants to walk on foot, it is impossible to walk so far in a lifetime. Gradually, there are mountains under Qin Feng's feet, and it is difficult to see villages or towns with a large number of human beings. One morning, Qin Feng was grilling meat in the forest, but suddenly heard a deafening sound from a distance, as if something broke the seal, and then a fierce battle broke out, and the terrifying energy fluctuation was very astonishing. What happened? Qin Feng frowned slightly, then walked in the direction of the sound, with a step of hundreds of feet. Not long after, he had already arrived. It was a lonely temple, and I don't know how many years it has existed. A large amount of devilish energy is gushing out from the ancient temple. And around the ancient temple, there are dozens of strong men. 3 or 4 are strong men from the 9th level of the Lunhai realm, and the person ahead is the 1st level of the Zifu realm. Haha, under this palace, there are really demons. I'm hoping for the restoration of the country. The leader of the Zifu realm, 1st layer, heavenly expert, laughed joyfully. He is the prince of the Chu kingdom. After the dynasty was wiped out by the people who rebelled, he has been thinking about restoring the country. From an ancient book, he got the information that there are evil spirits here. It was the idea of using the power of demons to restore the country. What the evil devil wants is human blood and food. Once we return to the country, we will give him as much as he wants. Another former minister of the Chu state said in a deep voice, "It would be best if this demon could swallow up all those rebels." Haha. The other people were also all excited and excited. It seems to have seen the scene of the restoration of Chu state. At this time, Qin Feng's eyes were all on the ancient temple. There are temples in the Kanglan region. Qin Feng was extremely surprised. Over the years, he has seen a lot of ancient books in Library Pavilion. He wanted to understand this Kanglan realm more deeply, but he was surprised to find that there was no record about Buddhism in Kanglan realm. He thought it was because Buddhism was not preached here. Unexpectedly, I saw an ancient temple here. However, after hearing the conversations of those few people, he could also understand that these people didn't know that this was a temple, nor did they know what the meaning of this temple was. They just regarded it as an ordinary temple. I don't know what rewards I can get for signing in here. Qin Feng muttered to himself. Thinking this way in his heart, he didn't hesitate and walked towards the ancient temple with big strides. I was afraid that the demon who had just broken through the seal would smash the temple into pieces in a fit of rage. Seeing Qin Feng walking towards the ancient temple, the crown prince of Chu and the others all shouted loudly. But Qin Feng was too lazy to talk to them and walked straight towards the ancient temple. What is this guy trying to do? I don't know, but now the demon has come out. If he dares to approach the past, there's only one dead end. Hey, probably a guy with a brain problem. Let it be the first blood eater of Lord Xiemo. Those people in Chu state sneered when they saw Qin Feng walking straight towards the ancient temple where the devilish energy was gushing out. The aura emanating from this evil spirit is in the middle stage of the 3rd layer of the Zifu realm. Looking at the entire Kanglan region, there are only a handful of such strong people. And Qin Feng looked like a young man under 50 years old, and he didn't have any martial arts aura emanating from him, so they naturally didn't take Qin Feng seriously. He felt that Qin Feng was out of his mind, so he dared to approach the ancient temple. Blood food. I want blood food. And at this moment, a demon with a height of 2 feet came out from the ancient temple. His eyes were red and glowing with blood. At this time, he was very hungry, and when he saw Qin Feng, he became excited. He wants to taste the taste of human beings. Compared with the monsters that strayed into the ancient temple these years, he always felt that the human body with delicate skin and tender flesh was the most delicious and delicious. The powerful spiritual consciousness brewed by the wisdom far surpassing other animals is also the most supplementary to him. Boom! The devilish energy around the demon surged, and a huge black hand quickly formed, and it grabbed at Qin Feng. The terrifying magic power made those Chu people present feel extremely horrified. They had truly seen the power of the third-level powerhouse in the Purple Mansion realm, and their hearts became more and more excited. In their eyes, Qin Feng is now a dead person. Want to eat me? You're thinking too much. Qin Feng looked at the demon that was grabbed by the huge palm and said coldly. He slowly raised his finger, and the astonishing sword energy immediately gathered at his fingertips, emitting a dazzling light, and the terrifying sword intent was released around him, centered on him. The sword glow from Qin Feng's fingertips shot out, sweeping towards the huge black palm. This sword light is extremely terrifying, and the ground along the way is full of sword marks. Boom! In an instant, the sword glow collided with the huge black palm, and an astonishing wave of aura erupted. That huge black palm failed to block the sword light even for a moment, but was immediately shattered by the sword light, turning into strands of devilish energy and dissipating between the heaven and the earth. What? The demon turned pale with shock. He never expected that Qin Feng, who looked so young, would be so powerful. And at the same time as he was shocked, the power of the sword light did not decrease at all, and it continued to shoot towards him. Boom! The evil spirit did not dare to be negligent, and hastily gathered all the devilish energy around it, condensing it in front of him, forming a black shield, trying to resist Qin Feng's sword light. Unfortunately, he is too weak. The gap between each small realm of Zifu realm is world apart. What's more, he is 3 small realms weaker than Qin Feng. In addition, Qin Feng has the ability to be invincible at the same level and fight across levels. The gap between him and Qin Feng is like a galaxy, and it is impossible to bridge. Crack! The sword glow easily shattered the black shield and penetrated into the demon's body. The shrill scream sounded here in an instant like a ghost. The great pain distorted the demon's expression. Qin Feng did not kill him directly, and this scene made those people in Chu country dumbfounded. Everyone froze in place, their eyes filled with disbelief. How is this possible? How could this guy be so strong that he defeated this third-level demon in the Purple Mansion realm in an instant? He is less than 50 years old, and there was no spiritual energy fluctuation in his body just now. How could he suddenly burst out with such great strength? At this moment, countless doubts exploded in the minds of the Prince of Chu and the others. I feel that my understanding of the world has been refreshed. When did such a young martial arts genius appear in Kanglanyu? It's just that no one can answer their questions. And at this moment, Qin Feng had already strode in front of the demon. You, how can you be so strong? What are you going to do? The evil spirit was inserted into the body by Qin Feng's sword light, and it could no longer move, and shouted in horror. Even if the Kanglan territory hadn't erupted in the demon-sealing war 10,000 years ago, when the power of the major dynasties was at its peak, there had never been such a monstrous martial artist. Leverage your divine sense to see. Qin Feng didn't answer the demon's question, but said calmly. It was a breeze for him to instantly kill this demon. But he didn't do that, because he wanted to see what happened between this demon and Buddhism. In the depths of Qin Feng's eyes, mysterious and complicated ancient runes immediately appeared, began to watch the memory of the demon's consciousness. Oh no! The demon suddenly let out a painful scream. His consciousness and memory being watched made him feel so much pain. It's almost worse than dying. He wanted to commit suicide, but there was no way. Because his consciousness was being observed by Qin Feng, it was difficult for him to control his body. After a while, the demon's screams gradually subsided. It turned out to be a monk who wanted to come to the Kanglan region to preach. He was targeted by this demon during his retreat. The two sides fought to the death for several months. In the end, even though the demon was sealed, the old monk was exhausted. Qin Feng muttered to himself. After getting the information he wanted, he didn't show mercy and directly ended the demon's life. The huge body of the demon fell heavily and hit the ground, causing the ground to vibrate. After a while, his body dissipated, leaving only the monstrous devilish energy. Dead. Seeing the slain demon, the Prince of Chu and others, they were completely stunned. It's hard to believe that a young man under 50 years old is so powerful and terrifying. Since you want to be with demons so much, then go with them. Qin Feng glanced at those people and said calmly. As he said that, he waved his big sleeve, and dozens of sword beams shot toward the Crown Prince of Chu and the others. Run away. Those people finally reacted from the shock at this time and turned around to escape. It's a pity that they are so weak. How could they escape? Puff, puff. In an instant, he was overtaken by the sword light and penetrated his body. The smell of blood permeates here. Afterwards, Qin Feng also looked at the ancient temple. System, sign me in here. Qin Feng called out the system and said slowly, Ding, sign in successfully and get the Buddhist Pure Land reward. Immediately, the notification sound of the mechanical version of the system rang in his ears. Buddhist Pure Land? What is this? Did you reward me with a ruined temple? With curiosity in his heart, Qin Feng checked the information. Immediately, he was taken aback. The Buddhist Pure Land is the legendary Dharma, which can only be practiced by ancient Buddhas with profound attainments. Within the Pure Land, all dharmas are inviolable. Isn't this the domain? Under normal circumstances, only the martial domain realm can display the domain, but now I'm only in the Purple Mansion realm, and I can actually display it. Qin Feng said, in surprise. However, after checking it, he found that if he wanted to practice Buddhism in the Pure Land, he needed a deeper understanding of Buddhism. He couldn't help frowning and said, I'm practicing Buddhism now. Is there still time? I can also put down the butcher's knife. Anyway, he decided to try it. Thinking this way in his heart, Qin Feng sat cross-legged in the ancient temple. Start practicing Buddhist Pure Land. Not long after, ancient golden Buddhist inscriptions appeared around Qin Feng's body. The whole person exudes a sacred breath. At the same time, a strange scene was discovered. The turbulent devil energy in the world was also rapidly refined, turning into strands of golden light, gathering around Qin Feng's body. Faintly, there was even a Buddhist voice like Huangzhong Dalu resounding in the ancient temple. A month passed in a hurry. Qin Feng in the ancient temple sat cross-legged all the time. The turbulent devil energy in the surrounding area was also completely refined, turning into a golden light surrounding Qin Feng's body. Suddenly, Qin Feng opened his eyes, and a golden light shone in his eyes. Dazzling golden light erupted within a radius of 10 feet, and countless Buddhist scriptures floated around. There is also the vast sound of Buddha resounding through the world. Is this the Pure Land of Buddhism? Qin Feng looked around, looking at the area within a radius of 10 feet, where the golden light was shining and the golden Buddhist scripts floated. He muttered to himself. He felt that he had absolute control over the area within a radius of 10 feet. If others enter this range, they will definitely be greatly weakened. It's a pity that the range of 10 feet is still too close. Qin Feng muttered to himself. If he really meets a strong man who is evenly matched, he can only prevent the opponent from escaping by casting the Buddhist Pure Land unexpectedly during the battle. But he was not disappointed, because he saw the introduction of this Buddhist Pure Land. After cultivating to great success, the range after casting can fully cover a whole area. At that time, who can escape from his Buddhist Pure Land? Pagoda will not work. Afterwards, Qin Feng got up and left the ancient temple. After the devilish energy was refined, he was able to expand his Buddhist Pure Land, and he was going to find a place where the devilish energy was abundant. There are many places to seal demons in the Kanglan territory. However, most of them are in the imperial cities of the major dynasties, and they are suppressed with the peerless array and the luck of the dynasties to prevent the evil spirits from being born. But there are some exceptions. Demon mountains, stretching for 3,000 miles. All the trees growing inside are pitch black and exude devilish energy. There isn't even a monster here. In the sky, it is also dark all year round, and the scene is extremely strange. This is after the demon sealing war 10,000 years ago. Many powerful dynasties and sects sealed those demons who were not too strong, but would take too much time and energy to kill them all, and sealed them here. Not only can it make them weaken over time, but it can also be used as a place for young people to practice. At this time, there were quite a few figures at the entrance of the Demon Mountain range, and it was extremely lively. Because today is the day when the Demon Mountain range is opened, all practitioners of the transforming spirit realm below, the Luanhai realm, can enter it. The Tianjiao, among the most powerful dynasties and sects in the Kanglan region, also have to enter the mountains to practice. Not long after, figures flew over from the distant sky. It attracted a lot of attention. Qin Feng of the Golden Sun sect is young, and his cultivation is already at the peak of the 9th layer of the spirit transformation realm. He is really a gift from heaven. Seeing the appearance of the leader among these figures, many people exclaimed. And Qin Feng, who was dressed in white, held a folding fan, and looked elegant, revealed a haughty look when he heard these exclamations, clearly enjoying the flattery. And afterward, the Tianjiao of the two sects also came here one after another, causing bursts of exclamation. Discussions about them abound. And at this time, Qin Zening, who was also out for training, also came here, standing far away from those sect arrogants. Qin Zening, she's here too? She's at least 10 years younger than the geniuses present. Why do you want to join them in the Demon Mountain range? You don't even know this? Although Qin Zening is not very old, her cultivation is already at the middle stage of the 8th level of the spirit transformation realm, and she is no worse than other geniuses. It's already in the middle of the 8th heaven of transforming spirit realm, and it's the most difficult sword cultivator to cultivate. Her talent is so terrifying. Is it because of the Zifu realm powerhouse who suddenly appeared a few years ago in the Great Xia dynasty? You think too much. How can a strong man in the Purple Mansion create a genius like Qin Zening out of thin air? Rumor has it that Qin Zening has a peerless sword body. On the day of her birth, the sound of the sword resounded throughout the world. This is why she has such an amazing talent for swordsmanship and has reached such an astonishing level at a young age. Many people were shocked by Qin Zening's powerful cultivation and made various voices of discussion. Those eyes that fell on Qin Zening even included a lot of admiration. After all, no one would dislike a girl with such amazing looks and martial arts talent. Qin Zening's cultivation is really progressing so quickly. It is estimated that in a few years, he will surpass me. Lu Meyer of the Cold Moon sect smiled lightly. She seemed to be praising Qin Zening, but while she was speaking, she glanced at Qin Feng indistinctly. Qin Feng, the genius of Jin Yangzong who had been robbed of the limelight, looked at Qin Zening very displeased. After hearing the words, his complexion became even more ugly. Originally, he was the most famous arrogance among the young people of Kanglanyu, but Qin Zening's appearance took away the attention that should belong to him, which made him always hostile to Qin Zening in his heart. Oomph. I won't let her pass me. Qin Feng snorted coldly. Hearing what he said, Lu Meyer couldn't help flashing a hint of mockery in her eyes. Let Qin Feng say this in public, and her goal will be achieved. At this time, Qin Zening was a little embarrassed to be looked at by so many complicated eyes and was not used to it. He chatted with the Tianjiao of other dynasties beside him, talking about his recent experience. Although the relationship between the major dynasties is undercurrents, but because there are demons in the common seal, they are still harmonious on the surface. Moreover, the first goal of the younger generation of the royal family is still to improve their cultivation. They have no contact with the affairs of the court and China, so the relationship between them is not bad. At least compared to the relationship with the major sects, it is still very good. As more and more Tianjiao came, everyone's eyes also fell on the Demon Mountain, waiting for it to open. Boom! Suddenly, the spiritual energy between the heaven and the earth gathered here. Finally, a crack appeared in the formation that suppressed the entire demonic mountain range, and those who were on trial could enter through it. Let's go. Go in. Qin Feng of Jinyangzong said indifferently to the people beside him. He put away the folding fan and strode inside. There are not only demons in the Demon Mountain range because it used to be an ancient battlefield, and there were geniuses from all major forces in it, and there were also many treasures. Someone started, and immediately someone followed, and a large number of people entered. Qin Zening and several dynasty geniuses also entered the Demon Mountain range in front of them. Among these people, there was a man in a black cloak who also strode in. Although he was dressed a little differently, he didn't attract much attention. This person is Qin Feng. He wanted to enter the Demon Mountain to sign in, and by the way, he wanted to use the demon energy here to strengthen his Buddhist Pure Land. But because he was the former prince after all, many people had seen him, so he covered his figure with a black robe to prevent being recognized and causing unnecessary trouble. The moment Qin Feng entered the formation suddenly shook slightly. Because this evil mountain range is for the younger generation of cultivators to experience, the formation has strict restrictions, and only those who are below the Luanhai realm can enter. But Qin Feng is already in the sixth heaven of the Purple Mansion realm, far away. Exceeded this standard. However, Qin Feng's ancient chaotic sword body can restrain all auras, and this formation method did not discover his abnormality after all. Kindness. But at this time, the protector of Lu Meyer of the Cold Moon sect in the dark noticed this abnormality. What happened? The third elder of the Hanyue sect was actually here, and she asked and answered in confusion when she saw this. I seem to have seen abnormal fluctuations from this formation just now. It is the kind of strange fluctuations that will only be emitted after people who have surpassed the cultivation level of the spirit transformation realm enter. Lu Meyer's guardian murmured, "You read it wrong." The third elder of the Hanyue sect frowned and said, "If someone forced his way in, there would definitely be a lot of commotion, and he might be obliterated by the formation, but there is no commotion just now." Is it really my misreading? Lu Meyer's protector muttered to himself. Slightly pondering for a moment, he felt that he must have read wrongly. If he forced his way into this formation, he would be either killed or injured. Under the circumstances that it is impossible to break in, it is impossible for anyone to dare to force his way in. Let's wait for Meyer to come out. The third elder of the Hanyue sect said in a deep voice, "After Meyer comes out, no one must find out that she has abnormalities, otherwise our Hanyue sect will become the target of public criticism." Don't worry. Both of us are here. Can people find out that Meyer is abnormal? Lu Meyer's guardian is very confident. The third elder of Hanyue sect also nodded. They both came in person, so what could happen, they just quietly waited. Walking in the Demon Mountains, Qin Feng felt that the world was dark. Although it was noon outside, it was as dark as evening here. The cold wind blows, accompanied by the smell of blood, which makes people feel very uncomfortable. Occasionally, the roaring sound of the demon made people's scalp tingle. However, Qin Feng did not have any fear and walked calmly in the Demon Mountains. What a powerful magic energy! Qin Feng originally wanted to find a quiet place to absorb the demonic energy and strengthen his Buddhist Pure Land, but he suddenly noticed that in the depths of the mountains, the demonic energy was overwhelming. Very abnormal. Because there is a suppression formation here. Under normal circumstances, no demons that exceed the spirit transformation realm and reach the Wheel C realm should not be born. But the devilish energy deep in the mountains is really too powerful. With doubts in his heart, Qin Feng walked towards the depths of the mountains. The stronger the magic energy, the more benefits it would have for him. However, before Qin Feng could go far, two demons suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking him. Hey, I didn't expect that I would gain something as soon as I went out today. I actually met a human being with no cultivation. One of the demons saw that Qin Feng did not have any spiritual energy fluctuations and immediately smiled. The voice of speaking is very unpleasant, which makes people feel that it is a torture to the ears. Humans regard this place as a testing ground, and similarly, the demons inside also treat human beings as food. The weak will be eaten, and only the strong can come out alive. It's not that there are no human beings who broke into this place looking for opportunities without cultivation, but there are too few of them. The two of them didn't expect that they would be so lucky to meet each other. Congealing Yuan realm? Seeing these two demons, Qin Feng said in astonishment, "There are such weak demons in this world." He thought that the demons who could survive till now, no matter how much they cultivated themselves, should be in the realm of Luanhai realm, but he never expected to see two demons in the condensed origin realm here. However, he felt relieved after thinking about it. The powerful demons were all sealed in the imperial cities of the major dynasties and suppressed by powerful formations and the luck of the dynasties. Those who were sealed here would naturally not be very strong. They're all little guys and stuff. After so many years, it is normal to become so weak. You, how dare you laugh at us? You uncultivated human being. One of the demons was furious and said, "Today, I must swallow you alive." As he said that, he rushed towards Qin Feng, and so did the demon next to him. Qin Feng's words just now are not very powerful, but they are extremely humiliating. Especially the surprise from the bottom of my heart made them feel a great humiliation. Seeing the two demons coming towards him, Qin Feng ignored them and continued to stride forward. Boom, boom. When the two demons who came rushing toward Qin Feng rushed to a distance of 1 foot away from Qin Feng, they suddenly seemed to hit the air wall and were smashed to pieces. It turned into wisps of magic energy and disappeared between heaven and earth. Qin Feng continued to walk towards the depths of the mountains as if nothing had happened. Those two demons probably never imagined in their dreams that they died so sloppily. Along the way, Qin Feng saw the entire Demon Mountain range, which was extremely lively. Fighting with demons is everywhere. Most of the places with treasures are guarded by evil spirits, waiting for those arrogants to come to their door. But those Tianjiao are not fools. They all go in groups, and the battles are almost all very fierce group battles. As for these battles, Qin Feng was not interested at all. He walked straight towards the depths of the mountains. It didn't take long for the sounds of fighting around to become less and less, because those who can enter here are the strongest group of arrogants. Not many people. Boom, boom. Suddenly, in the mountain forest on the left, a dazzling red light suddenly lit up, and a powerful aura fluctuated. Qin Feng's eyes were instantly attracted. Is this an ancient medicine? His eyes were full of curiosity. With doubts in his heart, he strode towards the forest on the left. It didn't take long for Qin Feng to arrive. On a clearing in the middle of the mountain forest, there are large pieces of human bones. Although these people have been dead for many years, the bones are still crystal clear, with a faint fluorescence flowing, and it can be seen that they were strong when they were alive. And in the central area, a blood-red flower is slowly blooming, extremely coquettish and weird. The other side of the flower, Qin Feng was surprised. Unexpectedly, the other shore flowers are blooming here. According to the legend, it is the flower that blooms on the road from the world to the underworld. Although in the Kanglan domain, this kind of flower is not so mysterious. There's a chance that it will grow in places where the bones of the strong are gathered, but still very rare. Although this kind of flower grows in a dead place, it will have the effect of prolonging life instead. In the Kanglan domain, any item with the effect of prolonging life, whether it is an elixir or an ancient medicine for growth, is all priceless. It's just that at this time, someone has already picked the flowers of the other side and put them in the ring. Qin Feng, the arrogance of the Jinyang sect, and several brothers from his same clan. Haha, I never thought that such a precious bona flower would be obtained so easily by us. One of the disciples of the Jinyang sect laughed loudly. Whether I hand it over to the sect or sell it, I can get a lot of cultivation resources, and then I will make a big breakthrough again and become the focus of attention again. Qin Feng said with excitement in his eyes. Qin Zening's limelight overwhelmed him, which made him very unhappy, but he still couldn't widen the gap in cultivation with Qin Zening, and instead was chased closer and closer. With this other side flower, he can finally feel proud. Never mind. Qin Feng shook his head and didn't intend to grab it. Although he is not the Holy Mother, he will never be merciless in killing people, but for the time being, he doesn't have to think about the near end of his life, and he doesn't plan to do these things of killing people for money. Immediately, Qin Feng was about to turn around and leave. Stop. However, at this moment, Qin Feng noticed Qin Feng and said coldly, "What, is something wrong?" Qin Feng frowned and said lightly, "You just saw me picking the flowers of the other shore, and you still want to leave?" In Qin Feng's eyes, there was a cold, killing intent. How precious are the other shore flowers? If people know that he has the Bianhua, it will definitely attract prying eyes. Although his protectors are outside, it is unlikely that the top forces will tear their skins apart for a single flower of the other side. But to be on the safe side, it would be easier to kill the person who saw him picking flowers from the other side. In his opinion, a human life is not worth mentioning at all. Are you serious? Qin Feng didn't feel angry for a moment, but rather amused. He didn't intend to kill people to steal money, but the other party actually wanted to kill him to silence him. Are young people nowadays so good at playing? Oomph. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Just blame your own bad luck for seeing me picking the flowers of the other side. Qin Feng said solemnly. Astonishing aura fluctuations erupted from his body, which was incomparably astonishing. The killing intent in his heart was undisguised. Seeing that Qin Feng was going to kill Qin Feng, those disciples of Jin Yangzong all looked like they were watching the excitement and didn't think it was a big deal. One unlucky guy. If he had come earlier, the bona flower would have been his. If he had come later, he could have saved his life, but he came at this time. This kind of person has a bad life, and he will die when he dies. In their words, it seemed that Qin Feng was already a dead person. After all, Qin Feng is already in the 9th heaven of transforming spirit realm, and in this mountain range that only practitioners below the Luanhai realm can enter. Qin Feng is completely invincible. If it is a one-on-one, no one is his opponent. But at this time, Qin Feng had already made a move. When he used his movement technique, his figure moved instantly, and soon he came in front of Qin Feng. At the same time, the palm of his hand was like a knife, and the spiritual energy surged from above, and he slashed towards Qin Feng. He uses a knife. However, he thought that among the people who entered the Demon Mountain range this time, there were only 5 or 6 people who were qualified for him to draw his weapon. Qin Feng is naturally not in this list. However, Qin Feng made a calm move and directly grabbed Qin Feng's wrist. This was enough to instantly kill a cultivator of the same level, but it was not worth mentioning to Qin Feng. What? Qin Feng was shocked when he saw that Qin Feng had easily grabbed his wrist. He wanted to break free, but his whole hand seemed to be embedded in a stone, making it difficult to move at all. I didn't want this Bianhua flower at first, but since you sent it, I will accept it, Qin Feng said lightly. As he spoke, he slightly exerted force on his palm, and Qin Feng's entire palm was crushed and turned into a cloud of blood mist. Only the accepting ring was intact and fell into Qin Feng's hands. Oh, my hand, my hand! Qin Feng finally got rid of Qin Feng, but he screamed in pain. In the distance, his fellow apprentices were all stunned. How was it possible? Senior brother is in the 9th heaven realm of the spiritual transformation realm, and this guy could have crippled a hand so easily. They were incomparably shocked. Among the people who entered this demonic mountain range, even if someone was really stronger than Qin Feng, the gap shouldn't be so big. Simply crushing. Bastard, how dare you abolish me? Jin Yangzong will never let you go. Qin Feng endured the pain, gnashed his teeth, and roared. He was extremely angry. Now that one palm was crippled, his whole body seemed to be crippled as well. Life was like death. What happened today will not be spread. Qin Feng smiled lightly. He doesn't have the bad habit of letting the tiger go back to the mountain. What do you mean? Are you going to kill us all? Qin Feng's expression changed, and he suddenly felt the killing intent on Qin Feng's body, and retreated again and again. What do you think? Qin Feng smiled lightly. While speaking, he slowly raised his finger, and there was a tiny light on it, which slowly lit up. You are only one person, and you want to kill all of us. It is really arrogant. Those disciples of the Jinyang sect all shouted loudly. They have shown a strong cultivation base. All of them are in the 8th or 9th level of the spirit transformation realm. Although any one of them standing alone cannot compare to Qin Feng just now, but they are much stronger together. Facing these Jinyang sect disciples, Qin Feng didn't bother to talk nonsense at all. With a touch of sword light on his fingertips, he burst out. With an unstoppable aura, the sword glow shot towards these people and instantly penetrated Qin Feng's body. Then, it continued to sweep towards the remaining disciples of the Jinyang sect. The difference in realm was huge. These Jinyang disciples had no power to resist at all, and were completely wiped out by this terrifying sword light in an instant. Only the stumped limbs and arms were left on the ground, exuding the smell of blood. This bienwha looks really good. Qin Feng took the bana flower out of the ring, sized it up, and muttered to himself. Although the flower grew out of the bones, he could clearly feel the strong vitality of life from inside. Very strange. Afterwards, Qin Feng put the Bian flower in his ring and continued walking straight towards the depths of the mountains. At the same time, Qin Zening and the princes and princesses of the other 2 dynasties are joining forces to fight against the evil spirits. At this time, they were besieging 3 demons from the 9th level of the spiritual realm, and the leader was the peak of the 9th level of the spiritual realm, with extraordinary combat power. Boom, boom, boom. The battle was extremely fierce. Bursts of energy fluctuations erupted in the open space. On the ground, there are large pits left by fierce battles everywhere, like spider webs of cracks, spreading in all directions. Under the siege of Qin Zening and the others, these 3 demons gradually fell into a disadvantageous position and retreated in succession. These hateful humans. The eyes of the leader of the demon were full of anger, and then his eyes locked on Qin Zening. This chick's cultivation is the weakest. I'll kill her first. Because among these people, only Qin Zening was in the middle stage of the 8th layer of the spirit transformation realm, and he was the weakest among all the people. He wanted to kill Qin Zening first, and then find a breakthrough. Boom! The other 2 demons teamed up, fought hard to get injured, and withstood all the attacks of the others. And the leading demon rushed towards Qin Zening. Careful! The other people were shocked when they saw this. They didn't expect these demons to be so cunning, and they shouted loudly. Although this most powerful demon has experienced a long period of fierce battle just now, his state has declined, and his combat power is only comparable to that of the early stage of the 9th layer of the spirit transformation realm. But it is still a little higher than Qin Zening. They think that in a one-on-one situation, Qin Zening is no match for this demon at all. Although Qin Zening was not from the same dynasty as them, they still hunted and killed monsters together. If Qin Zening was killed, it would only appear that they were incompetent. At this time, Qin Zening did not expect that the demon would be so cunning and let her companion risk injury, bear the attack of others, and then kill herself. However, after several years of experience, her mood grew rapidly and she quickly calmed down. Boom, boom! Qin Zening held the sword in both hands, and the amazing sword intent was released from the body, like a rushing river. Incredibly amazing. In an instant, the ground beside him was covered with a large number of sword marks. And at this time, the evil spirit had already called and came. Great river sword intent. Qin Zening shouted coquettishly, and slashed out with a long sword in her hand. This is her last whole card, and she will not use it easily unless it is a last resort, but it is already very dangerous now, so she has no reservations. In an instant, the rushing river-like sword intent swept towards the charging demon. Soon it collided with the demon. It's only the 8th level of the Lingling realm, and you still want to stop me? It's just a dream. The demon in the lead had an indifferent face, and his eyes were full of mockery. Holding the magic weapon in his hand, he wanted to split the rushing river-like sword energy directly. However, the next moment, his expression suddenly changed. Boom! Qin Feng's sword intent was extremely powerful, and the evil spirit at the head found that it was difficult for him to fight against it, let alone split it. In an instant, he fell into a disadvantage. The rushing river-like sword intent crushed past him, and he screamed in pain, as if his body had been pierced by thousands of sharp swords. What? In the end, the leading demon screamed in pain. His body couldn't bear the galloping sword intent, and it shattered directly, turning into wisps of devilish energy, dissipated between heaven and earth. This scene stunned many princes and princesses, and even those 2 demons. What kind of sword technique is this? How so terrible? Even though they were far apart, they all felt the aura of danger just now. Chong and Qin Feng had almost exhausted all the spiritual energy in her body just now, and her body was a little weak at this time. She stuck her sword on the ground to support her body not to fall down. At this time, the princes and princesses of the other 2 great dynasties also reacted from the shock and quickly joined hands to kill the remaining 2 demons. Zening, why have you never seen the sword technique you used just now? And it is so powerful. The 3rd princess of the Taishan dynasty stepped forward and asked suspiciously. She has never seen a strong man from the Great Xia dynasty perform this kind of swordsmanship, so she is very curious. Several other people also showed puzzled eyes. It's not considered a powerful swordsmanship. I learned it myself. While talking, Qin Feng took a wheeling pill. As soon as this remark came out, the others looked at each other in blank dismay. Sword art can also be comprehended by oneself. Is this the legendary peerless sword body? Keno talent is too scary. Who? At this moment, Ling Xiao, the 10th prince of the Taishan dynasty, suddenly shouted coldly and looked towards the dense forest not far away, where a figure was approaching. Everyone showed vigilant eyes. Sorry, I didn't disturb everyone hunting demons. A charming figure appeared in front of everyone. The pride of the Cold Moon sect, Lu Meyer. Miss Meyer, why are you alone? Seeing Lu Meyer, the vigilance on Ling Xiao's face turned into a smile, and he asked suspiciously. The others also breathed a sigh of relief. Although the relationship between all dynasties and Zhongmen is very bad, but Han Yuezong is an exception. This sect strictly ordered its disciples not to conflict with any other forces and only accepted female disciples, and many of them married into major dynasties and sects. It can be said to have both sides. Lu Meyer's younger sister even married into the royal family of Daxia. Her own reputation is also very good. She is willing to do good and be kind to others. It can almost be said that she is a clear stream of the younger generation in the cultivation world. I happen to want to ask someone for help. I just heard the sound of fighting here, so I came here. Lu Meyer chuckled lightly and said, You guys are really amazing. You actually killed such powerful 3 demons so easily. You are indeed the pride of the great dynasties. Miss Meyer is too polite. Ling Xiao smiled and said, You said just now that you wanted to ask someone for help. Did something happen to you? I just found a godstone mine in the valley deep in the mountains, but there are demons in it. Although they are not strong, but there are a lot of them. I can't deal with them alone. Lu Meyer said helplessly, So I want to ask someone for help. Spiritual stone mine. When everyone heard the words, they all exclaimed. Compared with ordinary spirit stones, the aura contained in the God Spirit Stone is not only very large, but also extremely pure. After being absorbed into the body, there is no need to temper it at all, and it can be directly transformed into cultivation. In Kanglan Domain, although there are Lingshire mines, there are not many of them. There are no Godstone mines at all. only a small amount of godstones have been handed down from other domains. None of them expected that Lu Meyer would discover a godstone mine. Yes, Lu Meyer nodded and said slowly, "Are you interested in helping me to go to the valley deep in the mountains? All the spirit stones obtained at that time will be shared equally among everyone." Miss Meyer must have read it wrong. Why is there a godstone mine here? Ling Xiao said with some doubts. In the past, the strong men of several great dynasties teamed up to seal those weak demons in this mountain range. If there were godstone mines, how could those strong men not find it? What am I lying to you for? As Lu Meyer said, she took out a spirit stone and said, "Look." Ling Xiao took the spirit stone, checked it with everyone around him, and was shocked to find that it was really the spirit stone. The aura inside is so lush and pure that it is simply not comparable to ordinary spirit stones. "Well, believe it now." Lu Meyer smiled and said, "There are at least 1,000 spirit stones of this size in the Godstone mine." The princes and princesses of the other two dynasties couldn't help but gasp. 1,000. If they can be taken away, it will greatly improve the strength of the entire dynasty. Even if only part of it can be distributed, it is not a small amount. How can we not believe what Miss Meyer said? Ling Xiao immediately said. His eyes were full of excitement. The temptation of the spirit stone is really too great. Why did Sister Meyer think of going to the depths of the mountains alone? Qin Feng asked at this time. Although she was familiar with Lu Meyer, she still asked out the doubts in her heart. As soon as this remark came out, several people also looked at Lu Meyer suspiciously. Under normal circumstances, Lu Meyer is alone, so she shouldn't be running deep into the mountains. The number of demons, there is much more than that in the outer areas, and it is easy for one person to have problems. When Lu Meyer heard this, a trace of panic flashed in her eyes, but she soon calmed down. She smiled and said, "Little girl, I haven't seen you for 2 years. Your vigilance has increased, and you can't even believe what my sister says." She lightly scratched Qin Feng's beautiful nose, and then said, "A friend of mine was injured by an evil spirit after entering the mountain range. After I heard the news and rushed there, I chased the evil spirit all the way to the deepest part of the mountain range." Hearing what she said, everyone present also nodded without doubting it. Qin Feng wanted to ask something else, but was interrupted by Taishan 10th Prince. The 10th Prince of Taishan had already believed in Lu Meyer, and felt that a girl like Lu Meyer would not lie, so he began to ask about the number of demons in the valley as a response. And Lu Meyer answered fluently. Seeing this, everyone completely believed Lu Meyer. In addition to the fact that Lu Meyer took out the spirit stone, they also felt that there was no need for Lu Meyer to lie to them, and that would not be of any benefit to Lu Meyer. Although Qin Feng still had some doubts in her heart at this time. After all, Lu Meyer's own sister married into the royal family of Great Xia, and she often went to the imperial city, so her relationship with Qin Feng was pretty good. Qin Feng was afraid to ask too many questions. It seemed that she didn't trust Lu Meyer, so she didn't ask any more questions. Afterwards, everyone walked towards the direction of the valley together. It didn't take long for everyone to come outside the valley in the deepest part of the Demon Mountain Range. In this valley, there is a Godstone mine. Lu Meyer spoke to everyone slowly. When everyone heard the words, their excited eyes turned to the valley in front of them. They could clearly feel that the aura in this valley was much richer than the outside world, at least several times the difference. Moreover, these auras are very pure, very similar to the spirit stone that Lu Meyer took out just now. Go in quickly." Ling Xiao couldn't wait to say, "Hurry up and take away those godstones. Other people in the province have also discovered this place, and there are many nights and dreams." The others nodded upon hearing this. But at this time, a slightly hoarse voice suddenly sounded. "This valley is a scam. There are demons in the Purple Mansion realm inside. You better not go in." Hearing this voice, Ling Xiao and the others were all surprised. Why didn't they notice that there were other people here? They hurriedly looked in the direction of the sound. "I saw a person in a black cloak sitting cross-legged on a boulder in the left rear. Although he seemed to be meditating in an ordinary way, he seemed to be integrated with the surrounding world. Obviously, It was here before they came. When you came here just now, you didn't notice him? Ling Xiao was astonished. All of them were so careful that they didn't even notice that there was someone there. This valley is a scam, and there is a demon in the Purple Mansion. Qin Zining said in amazement upon hearing this. She felt that Qin Feng's voice was a little familiar, but because Qin Feng deliberately hoarse his voice, she didn't recognize it, so she didn't care, and the main concern was the evil spirits in the Purple Mansion realm. Yes. Qin Feng nodded and said lightly. The reason why he opened his mouth to remind him was naturally because Qin Zining was also in this team. As soon as he came here, Qin Feng used his divine pupils to discover a powerful demon in the valley. The demon's realm exceeded the limit of the formation, and he was already at the first level of the Zifu realm. Although he was not Qin Feng's opponent, Qin Feng noticed that the demon used the magic formation to hide his aura. He was worried that there were other killing formations inside, so he didn't go in directly, but used his eyes to observe outside to see if there were killing formations. Nonsense. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Lu Meyer's pretty face changed. She first reprimanded Qin Feng, and then said, "When I entered inside, there were only some demons from the 7th or 8th level of the spirit transformation realm, but there were too many of them, so I just said looking for your help. There is no powerful demon in it at all. Moreover, the entire Demon Mountain range is restricted by formations. How could any demons grow to the Purple Mansion realm and break free from the shackles of formations?" Hearing what she said, everyone nodded, thinking it made sense, and no longer believed in Qin Feng. With the restriction of the formation, under normal circumstances, it is impossible for the demons in the Demon Mountains to surpass the spirit transformation realm and reach the Luanhai realm, let alone reach the Purple Mansion realm. What's more, if there really was an evil spirit in the Purple Mansion realm inside, why wasn't this guy in black robe killed by the evil spirit after he found out? It is impossible that his cultivation base is higher than that of the evil spirits in the Purple Mansion realm. He can find the evil spirits, but the evil spirits cannot find him. Even more ridiculous, this mountain formation not only has restrictions on demons, but also on the practitioners who can enter here. The upper limit that can enter is the peak of the 9th layer of the spirit transformation realm. I think this mysterious guy is not a good person. He must have discovered the Godstone mine inside, but his companions haven't arrived yet, so he deliberately deceived us. Ling Xiao said, "Don't pay attention to him. Let's go in and take away those Godstones." With that said, he was about to enter the valley. Qin Zining still wanted to ask a few more questions, but suddenly remembered that her uncle had said it when she left the palace, and specifically explained that she should not believe what strangers said. He didn't ask any more questions and followed everyone into the valley. Seeing this, Qin Feng shook his head helplessly. From the change in Qin Zining's eyes when he looked at him just now, he naturally guessed what Qin Zining was thinking. This little girl, just remember not to trust what strangers say, so you won't draw inferences from one instance and be vigilant about acquaintances. However, Qin Feng did not forcibly stop him, because he felt that it was necessary for Qin Zining to experience more, so that Qin Zining would be vigilant enough next time, even when facing acquaintances. Using his divine pupils, he continued to observe for a while, and after finding that there was indeed no killing formation in the valley, he got up and walked towards the valley. Everyone entered the valley and followed Lu Meyer to the depths of the valley. However, there is no trace of the Spirit Stone Mine at all. "Miss Meyer, where's the Spirit Stone Mine?" Ling Xiao said suspiciously. But Lu Meyer ignored him, but strode to a stone wall and knelt down on one knee. "Lord Tu Ming, I have brought all the princes and princesses of the dynasties you want." There was incomparable humility in her voice. But at this moment, a large amount of devilish energy suddenly seeped out of the seemingly ordinary stone wall. Then the devilish energy quickly condensed, forming a demon figure. It is more than 1 foot high. Haha, well done. With the bones of these people as materials, a new body was refined and left this mountain range. The demon looked at Qin Zining and the others and laughed. The formation that sealed off the entire mountain range was laid out by the strong men of several dynasties. Although it has weakened a lot with the passage of time, he still couldn't force it out, and only by using the bones of those powerful descendants of the royal family as materials to refine a new body could he cheat the formation that blocked the mountains and escape. "Thank you, Master Tu Ming, for your compliment," Lu Meyer said respectfully. At this moment, Tu Ming injected a wisp of devilish energy into Lu Meyer's body with a flick of his finger, and Lu Meyer's aura suddenly soared, reaching the 5th layer of Luanhai realm. He said, "This is your reward. In the future, when I leave this evil mountain range and lead the Kanglan domain, you, the Cold Moon sect, will be the #1 hero." Immediately, her cultivation made a huge breakthrough, and Lu Meyer was a little uncomfortable for a while. Her face was slightly pale, but she was still excited and said respectfully, "Thank you, Master Tu Ming, for the reward." And this scene left Ling Xiao and the others dumbfounded in shock. "Lu Meyer, you actually pledged allegiance to the demon," Ling Xiao exclaimed. Others also made unbelievable voices. "Everything is unbelievable. Lu Meyer, who has always been kind-hearted and generous, actually pledged her allegiance to the evil spirit." And listening to their conversation, it seems that the entire Cold Moon sect has obeyed the orders of the demons. "Why can't you be loyal?" Lu Meyer sneered and said, "I, Hanyu sect, don't have any enmity with the demon race. Tens of thousands of years ago, in the Great Demon Sealing War, several major dynasties fought against the demons. At that time, the sect were not strong enough to play any role at all. Later, to seal those powerful and unkillable demons, the various sects were even more incapable, and only a few great dynasties could do it. Therefore, only people from several great dynasties clearly know how terrifying the demons are and how cruel they are to humans. But those sects thought that this was just a rumor spread by several great dynasties to maintain their rule. From the beginning to the end, there was no great malice towards the demon. The Cold Moon sect had already reached a cooperation with Tu Ming here, and even the materials for Tu Ming's hidden cultivation formation were provided by the Cold Moon sect. As a reward, Tu Ming will help the members of the Cold Moon sect to directly improve their cultivation, greatly enhancing the strength of the Cold Moon sect. "You hateful!" Ling Zhao's face was ashen. He didn't expect to be deceived by Lu Meyer in this way, and he was extremely angry. At this moment, he suddenly regretted that he hadn't listened to the mysterious man outside just now. "Lu Meyer, on the way we came, we met other practitioners. If we all died here, and you're the only one who escaped alive, after investigations by several dynasties, you must be the first to suspect." A princess of the Dayan dynasty shouted coquettishly. The others also looked at Lu Meyer coldly. "Don't worry. Several dynasties can't suspect me." Lu Meyer chuckled and said triumphantly, "Before entering the mountain range, I deliberately stimulated Qin Feng and made him say something obviously aimed at Qin Zining. As long as both of you and Qin Feng can't get out of this mountain range, then Qin Feng will be the scapegoat for defecting to the demon clan. At that time, maybe it can trigger a war between several great dynasties in Jinyangzong, and the rise of my Cold Moon sect will be even faster." She had asked her junior sisters from the same sect to get close to Qin Feng and poison them to take Qin Feng's life. Qin Feng and his fellow apprentices would definitely not be able to leave the mountain range alive, and the dead are indefensible. What a vicious scheme. When Ling Xiao heard Lu Meyer's words, his back felt chills. It was enough to shock them that Lu Meyer took refuge in the demon. Unexpectedly, Lu Meyer's heart was so vicious. Great River Sword Intent. And at this moment, only Qin Zining didn't curse Lu Meyer, but was looking for an opportunity, and at this moment, he directly cast the strongest sword technique and struck instantly. The powerful sword Intent, like a river, galloped towards Tu Ming. "Want to sneak up on me? Stupid." Seeing this, Tu Ming didn't care. With a wave of his sleeve, the majestic devil energy collided with the surging sword Intent. Violent energy fluctuations erupted. Qin Zining and the others were all thrown out and fell hundreds of feet away. And this is exactly Qin Zening's goal. After she landed, she flew directly towards the direction outside the valley and said coquettishly, "His concealment formation must only cover the valley. If we escape, he will definitely not dare to go out and catch us. Otherwise, they will be killed by the formation of the entire Demon Mountain range." This is the result of her rational speculation. If not, there is absolutely no need for Lu Meyer to trick them all into this valley. When the other people heard the words, their eyes lit up, and they quickly used the fastest speed to fly away in the direction outside the valley. "Huh, you guys are smart. My formation really can only cover within a range of the valley." Seeing this, Tu Ming laughed and said, "It's a pity that you overestimated yourself. It is impossible for you to escape out of the valley." He waved his big sleeve, and in the valley, there was a surge of devilish energy. Those tumbling demonic energy, like a gust of wind, swept towards Qin Zening and the others. The people who were about to reach Taniguchi were all swept back by this gust-like demonic energy. Plop, plop. Everyone fell in front of the demon one after another. All of them are in a mess. It has already fallen into Master Tu Ming's hands, and you still want to escape? Don't think about it. Lu Meyer said coldly. This deity is invincible in this mountain range. Even if the heavenly king Lao Tzu comes today, he will not be able to save you. Tu Ming said in an incomparably arrogant way. As he said that, he wanted to drain Qin Zening's blood from their bodies, and then leave the mummified corpses to arrange the formation. When Qin Zening and the others saw this, they all looked desperate. Their guardians are all outside the mountains, and no one can come and save them. I'm afraid they will really die here today. However, at this moment, a calm voice sounded in the valley. "Are you sure you are invincible here?" "Who?" When Tu Ming heard the voice, his face changed, and he shouted. But he followed the sound and saw a figure in a black robe walking slowly in the distance. "It's him." Seeing Qin Feng in black robe, Lu Meyer hurriedly said to Tu Ming, "This guy knows that you are at the Purple Mansion realm. He was outside the valley just now and reminded us not to come in." "Oh." Tu Ming heard the words and murmured, "Could it be that there is a flaw in my concealment formation, which leaked a trace of powerful coercion? Although it was not discovered by the formation that blocked the mountain range, it was discovered by this person." He felt sure, because under normal circumstances, it is impossible for anyone to discover his true cultivation. Tu Ming then looked at Qin Feng and said, "You actually know that I am at the Zifu realm. Why do you dare to come in?" What he was curious about was this question. He was guessing whether Qin Feng wanted to be loyal to him. "Of course I will kill you," Qin Feng said indifferently. "Although your mere Purple Mansion realm first layer mid-stage cultivation base. Even if you escape from the mountains, there is no threat, but since they are here, they just happen to kill you." As soon as these words came out, Tu Ming's face suddenly became extremely ugly. He originally thought that Qin Feng was here to serve him, but he never thought that Qin Feng would actually say that he wanted to kill him. Extremely arrogant. Tu Ming said angrily, "Who do you think you are? You can't be a strong person in the Purple Mansion. You want to kill this deity, it's just a dream. He knows best how powerful the formation that blocks the mountains is." The reason why he was able not to be discovered by this formation was because the demon formation was weird, and he was a powerful formation master before, so he was able to do it. Based on his understanding of the current Kanglan territory, there is no formation mage in the entire Kanglan territory who can create such a formation and enter this mountain range with a hidden cultivation base. You can't help but believe it. While Qin Feng was speaking, he took out a long sword from the ring. Under normal circumstances, if he wants to kill Tu Ming, he doesn't need to draw his sword at all. Just a random sword light is enough. But the formation in the evil mountain range suppressed him very badly, and he could only show his strength at the peak of the first layer of the Purple Mansion realm. So just to be on the safe side, he also took out a long sword from the ring. This sword is very ordinary, just a tier-long sword, but as long as it can be used as a carrier is enough. "Oomph. Stop pretending and die to me," Tu Ming snorted coldly. As he spoke, he squeezed out a magic talisman with both hands, and went directly towards Qin Feng to suppress it. The magic talisman was an incomparably weird pattern, composed of astonishing devil energy, carrying an astonishing aura. It had already arrived in front of Qin Feng in the blink of an eye. To kill Qin Feng directly. This terrifying magic talisman shocked Qin Zening and the others. At this moment, they really saw the power of cultivators in the Zifu realm. Can't give birth to any resistance at all. They all looked at Qin Feng with worried eyes, thinking that he could not be Tu Ming's opponent at all. At this time, Qin Feng's expression was indifferent. The long sword in his hand erupted with an astonishing sword intent of fire, and the fiery red sword light was extremely dazzling at this moment. Boom! Qin Feng slashed out with a sword. The magic talisman that came from the suppression in front of him was torn apart in an instant and dissipated in the sky and the earth. How is it possible? This magic talisman of mine can easily kill even the strong of the 9th level of the Luanhai realm. How could you cut it into pieces with such an easy sword strike? Tu Ming paled in shock. His eyes were full of disbelief. Just now he felt that Qin Feng might be weird, and he made a special magic talisman, thinking that he already valued Qin Feng enough. But never thought. Qin Feng's strength was beyond his imagination. In this world, nothing is impossible, Qin Feng said lightly. While speaking, his figure moved instantly, and this time he took the initiative to kill Tu Ming. His speed was extremely fast. Almost in the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of Tu Ming. The long sword that was burning like a flame in his hand slashed out fiercely. Not good. At such a close distance, Tu Ming finally felt Qin Feng's strength and turned pale with shock. He quickly gathered the majestic spiritual energy in front of him, forming a black barrier, trying to block Qin Feng's sword. Boom! It's a pity that although Qin Feng's cultivation was suppressed to the peak of the first layer of the Zifu realm, he was still above Tu Ming, and this sword directly smashed Tu Ming's barrier to pieces. Tu Ming was directly sent flying and hit the ground in the distance heavily, making a big hole in the ground. There was a huge sword wound on his chest, but he had abandoned his body long ago, so he didn't bleed, but the scar was still very scary. The peak of the first layer of the Purple Mansion realm. Your cultivation is actually at the peak of the first layer of the Purple Mansion realm. Tu Ming stared at Qin Feng. His eyes were full of disbelief and said, "How is this possible? There's a formation in this mountain range, and even the practitioners of the Luanhai state cannot enter. How could you come here with your cultivation at the peak of the first layer of Purple Mansion realm?" Not only him, but everyone present were shocked by Qin Feng's astonishing cultivation. They're all members of the royal family, and they know how powerful the formation that seals the mountains is, but they can't figure out how Qin Feng got in. However, this was good news for them after all. Amidst the shock, everyone was very happy and secretly cheered Qin Feng in their hearts. "You don't deserve to know about this question." Qin Feng looked at the shocked Tu Ming and said coldly. Naturally, it was impossible for him to tell this demon the secret of his Primordial Chaos Sword Body. While speaking, the long sword in Qin Feng's hand, the fiery red sword intent surged again like a raging flame. "Stupid human being, do you really think that you can kill me if you are stronger than me?" Tu Ming said sternly. "This valley is full of magic formations that I set up. The magic energy in this valley can be replenished for me at any time. Even if I keep consuming it today, I will still consume you to death." While speaking, the devilish energy between heaven and earth surged towards him. In an instant, the devilish energy repaired the terrible sword marks cut by the long sword, and his state returned to its peak again. "It seems that I still underestimate the formation you set up," Qin Feng muttered to himself. He just used his divine pupils to look at it, and found that there was no killing magic circle in it, so he came in directly. He didn't expect that this magic circle could replenish Tu Ming's infinite magic energy and restore his injuries. "Huh, do you know how to be afraid now? Unfortunately, it's too late." Tu Ming laughed loudly and said, "I will never let you leave today, so just obediently be my blood food." His eyes were full of greed and excitement. After he devours such a human blood food in the Purple Mansion, his cultivation level will definitely be greatly improved. He will never let it go. Afraid? You are not qualified to make me afraid, Qin Feng said lightly. Since you've been injured, this magic formation can replenish you constantly, and I will kill you with a single sword, so that your soul will be scattered. He didn't intend to use swordsmanship at first, because he thought it was completely unnecessary, and Tu Ming couldn't even hold his ordinary two swords. Now that Tu Ming can recover indefinitely, he doesn't mind using swordsmanship, and Tu Ming is gone in seconds. Everyone is also at the first level of the Purple Mansion realm. Even if you have reached the peak of the first level and are stronger than me, the gap is limited. You can seriously injure me, but it is absolutely impossible to kill me instantly. Tu Ming laughed loudly. I don't believe Qin Feng that you can do it at all. Only those who have reached the second level of the Zifu realm can kill him instantly. Really? Then you can take a look at it. My sword is called Desolate Meteor Severing Godslash. While speaking, the fiery red sword intent of the long sword in Qin Feng's hand gradually dissipated, followed by the golden light of the long sword gradually shining. A series of golden inscriptions in the shape of a ring surround the hilt of his sword, exuding the aura of ancient and wild swordsmanship. Boom! Qin Feng slashed out with a sword, and the golden sword glows several feet long, mixed with a large number of inscriptions, swept towards Tu Ming directly. Wherever they passed, deep ravines were left on the ground, which was extremely terrifying and astonishing. Seeing this sword glow, Tu Ming was finally terrified. He felt that death was approaching fast. This sword is too terrifying. He frantically gathered the devilish energy in the valley and formed a pitch-black barrier, trying to block the sword. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the sword slashed on the barrier, and violent fluctuations of spiritual energy erupted. The golden sword glow and the black magic energy filled the entire valley. Even though Qin Zening and the others had escaped to a long distance, they quickly protected their bodies with spiritual energy to block the astonishing fluctuations of spiritual energy. In an instant, Tu Ming's condensed black barrier was shattered, and he faced the astonishing sword glow. How could this happen? You are clearly the peak of the first layer of the Zifu realm. How could you make such a terrifying sword? Tu Ming let out a desperate roar. He could never have imagined that Qin Feng was the Primordial Chaos Sword Body, and even though his cultivation had been suppressed to the peak of the first layer of the Purple Mansion realm, his actual combat power was far more than that. As soon as his words fell, he was cut to the body by this amazing sword glow and exploded directly. Boom! With a loud bang, Tu Ming was completely destroyed. Even though the valley is full of his formations, which can replenish his magic energy at any time, it still doesn't help. After Tu Ming died, there was silence in the valley. Qin Zening and Ling Xiao felt like a dream when they saw everything in front of them. In just one day, they experienced great joy and great sorrow. For young them, it was quite a shock. While Qin Zening and Ling Xiao were in a daze, Qin Feng had already stepped forward and came to Lu Meyer. No, don't kill me, please don't kill me. Lu Meyer, who was also disappointed and shocked by Tu Ming, quickly backed away in horror, saying, I'm also a human being. I am not a demon. As long as you don't kill me, you can do whatever you want me to do. As long as she was able to live, even if she was Qin Feng's slave and let Qin Feng play with her, she would definitely not have any opinions. She is afraid of death. You are of little value to me, Qin Feng said lightly. As he spoke, he moved his fingers slowly, and a sword beam shot towards Lu Meyer. Puff! Lu Meyer's body was pierced by the sword light. Her eyes became lifeless in an instant. She lost her vitality and fell heavily to the ground. Before she died, her eyes were full of disbelief. She never thought that Qin Feng would kill her so decisively without any mercy. Her beauty didn't even save her life. Boom! With a muffled sound, Lu Meyer's body fell heavily on the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Qin Zening and the others, who were still in shock, finally came to their senses. "Thank you for your help, Senior." Everyone thanked Qin Feng one after another. His eyes were filled with admiration and gratitude. With such a powerful Tu Ming, they were already desperate, thinking that they were doomed, but they didn't expect to be killed so easily by Qin Feng. Save them from danger. "You don't need to thank me. It's your own luck to survive today," Qin Feng said lightly. If they were not in the same team as Qin Zining, their fate today would be unknown. Ling Xiao and the others all looked blank, not understanding why Qin Feng said that. "Hurry up and go. I still have something to do here, and I don't want to be disturbed," Qin Feng said lightly. He also wants to use the devilish energy here to strengthen the Buddhist Pure Land. When Ling Xiao and the others heard the words, they all nodded. "Senior, have we met somewhere? I feel that your voice is somewhat familiar." At this moment, Qin Zining suddenly asked. She faintly felt that this voice seemed to be heard somewhere, and it was a little familiar, but when she thought about it carefully, she found that it was different from anyone she had known before. "Maybe," Qin Feng said lightly. Qin Zining wanted to say something, but the seventh princess of the Dian dynasty beside her pulled her and walked out of the valley. Ling Xiao and the others also left one after another. "Sister Zining, I didn't expect that. Normally, you look aloof and reject the pursuit of your peers, but now you're so proactive when facing this martial arts senior." After walking out of the valley, the seventh princess of the Dian dynasty immediately exchanged laughter. What are you talking about? Why can't I understand?" Qin Zining said with a blank face. "You're still pretending." Princess Dian Seventh seemed to have seen through Qin Zining and said with a smile, "You just said that Senior's voice is very familiar. Didn't you just want to find a reason to approach him? It's a pity that when those strong men want to find a partner, they definitely don't just look at their looks. In his eyes, we're just kids, so we can't get in his eyes at all." The other princesses also made fun of Qin Zining. "I feel that Qin Zining is cold on the outside and hot on the inside." "What are you talking about?" "I'm serious. I really think that Senior's voice is very familiar." Qin Zining heard everyone's ridicule. Her pretty face blushed immediately and said hastily. However, her words caused more ridicule and doubts from the other princesses. "That Senior just used the sword-intent to fire. If there is no accident, he is the mysterious person who killed Shi Feng of the Nanman clan. He is not from your great Xia dynasty at all. How could you be familiar with him?" "That's right. At most, you may have met that Senior without knowing it. I'm afraid you haven't met the second time. How come a voice is familiar?" No one believed what Qin Zining said. They all believed that Qin Zining definitely had special thoughts about that Senior because of admiration in her heart, so she deliberately said that the voice was familiar and wanted to get close to that Senior. Listening to these people's speculations, Qin Zining became uncertain. Could it be that the familiar voice of that Senior was really just her illusion? Just now, because it was too shocking, it caused memory confusion? In this doubt, Qin Zining also followed the crowd and walked towards the direction outside the valley. In the valley, after everyone left, Qin Feng began to look around. "The devil energy here is very abundant, which can help me strengthen the pure land of Buddhism." Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and sat cross-legged on the ground. A dazzling golden light was released from his body. The sacred aura, centered on Qin Feng, swept around. There's a range of about 10 feet, and within this area, there are not only sacred Buddha lights, but also a large number of Buddhist texts suspended in the air. It is completely incompatible with the strange scene around. Boom, boom. And as Qin Feng's cultivation progressed, the devilish energy in the surrounding world suddenly surged towards this side. The scene was incomparably astonishing. Seen from the sky, the devilish energy in the valley almost formed a huge vortex. And Qin Feng, who displayed the pure land of Buddhism, was in the center of the vortex. If people who don't know come in, they may think that there's a big devil practicing here. And as these demonic chi were continuously absorbed, the scope of the Buddhist Pure Land gradually expanded. It's just that the speed of this scope expansion is not fast. But fortunately, there is enough magic here. At the entrance to the Demon Mountains, one after another, cultivators who have found their own satisfactory treasures have come out of it. On a mountain peak in the distance, two figures stood here. It's been so long. I guess Meyer's plan should have succeeded. The third elder of Han Yue's sect murmured. It's almost time to count, Lu Meyer's guardian said slowly. Meyer has broken through to the Luanhai realm at such a young age, and she will definitely have a bright future in the future. Although letting the demon help to forcibly improve the cultivation level will have a great impact on future breakthroughs. But in the future, if Lu Meyer and the others are completely enchanted and become demons, then this influence will naturally disappear. Demons directly devouring other people's cultivation bases will not affect future cultivation breakthroughs, and it is naturally no problem to be forcibly raised by other demons. It's not just Lu Meyer, but after Master Tu Ming comes out, our entire Cold Moon sect will rise along with it. The eyes of the third elder of Han Yue's sect were full of excitement. Lu Meyer's guardian also had a longing look on his face, as if he had seen the scene where the Han Yue's sect had leapt to become the largest force in the Kanglan region, and all the major dynasties and sects had surrendered. However, at this moment, the appearance of several figures caught the attention of the two of them. Qin Zining and Ling Xiao walked out of the secret realm. Ling Xiao, why did you come out so quickly? An old man suddenly appeared from the shadows and said with a puzzled expression. He is naturally Ling Xiao's guardian. The entire secret realm was open for a day and a night, and he didn't understand why Ling Xiao came out so soon. Why didn't he continue to search for treasures inside? And just as Ling Xiao's guardian exclaimed, several other figures also appearing at the exit of the secret realm. The protectors of Qin Zining and others asked with puzzled expressions. Qin Zining and Ling Xiao didn't even know that they were being protected by Dao protectors in the process of training, and they were startled when they saw their royal families' offering suddenly appear. However, after hearing the explanations from these Dao protectors, Qin Zining and Ling Xiao quickly understood why the royal family sent these powerful men to secretly protect the Dao. After all, for the royal family, their experience is very important, but safety is also very important. Therefore, in the process of experience, it is the best way to let the strong guard the way secretly. Why did they all come out? Shouldn't they all have been killed by Lord Tu Ming at this time? Seeing Qin Zining and the others, the third elder of Han Yue's sect and Lu Meyer's guardian, they were all shocked. According to Lu Meyer's plan, Qin Zining and the others should have been lured into the valley long ago and shouldn't appear here. The two looked at each other, not knowing what was going on. The two of them felt a little uneasy. Maybe Lu Meyer's plan was exposed. If this is the case, they should leave immediately and notify the Zoman. The plan should not have been exposed. The third elder of the Han Yue's sect said, with Meyer's intelligence and dexterity, even if she doesn't succeed in deceiving her, she won't reveal her plan. The reason why these princes and princesses came out together should be some accident during the training process. Lu Meyer's protector nodded thoughtfully when he heard the words, thinking it made sense. They decided to wait here and see what Lu Meyer had to say when she came out. At this time, Qin Zining and Ling Xiao had been brought into a deserted, dense forest and began to tell their guardians what happened in the valley. During the whole process, the expressions of these guardians were extremely exciting. The Cold Moon sect is actually cooperating with the demon. And in the valley, the demon's cultivation has already broken through the limit of the formation that blocks the mountain range, and has reached the first level of the Purple Mansion realm. Ling Xiao's guardian was shocked. The news was so shocking. Compared with other sects that showed their dissatisfaction with the major dynasties on weekdays, the Han Yue's sect has always been very gentle. They have both sides, and they seem very harmless. He couldn't believe that the Cold Moon sect would cooperate with the demons. We were also very shocked when we saw Lu Meyer bow down to the demon, but that's the truth. The seventh princess of the great Yin dynasty said slowly. Many guardians present looked at each other in blank dismay, completely shocked. Then how did you escape? The black robe enshrined who secretly protected Qin Zining couldn't help but ask. It stands to reason that with the existence of evil spirits in the Purple Mansion realm, it is impossible for Qin Zening and the others to escape with their mere cultivation of the spirit transformation realm. A mysterious strongman saved us. Qin Zening then told the royal priest what happened afterwards, and the many protectors who were already shocked are now even more shocked. The sword intent of fire should be the mysterious person who killed Qin Feng. He actually managed to ignore the formation of the Demon Mountain Range and enter the mountain range. What is his identity? The eyes of the black-robed priest were full of unbelievable words. But the guardians of the other people smiled wryly when they heard the words, and they didn't know it at all. I can't imagine how such a strong person can appear. I'm afraid that mysterious person got the inheritance of a fallen strong man during the Great Demon Sealing War. Ling Zhao's guardian speculated. During the Great Demon Sealing War, countless strong men fell, and the places where they died spread across many places in the Kanglan territory. Although many were killed, all the treasures and exercises on their bodies were searched by the evil spirits, and even the corpses were devoured. But there are also those strong men who killed the demons after fighting the demons, but were seriously injured. This kind of inheritance of the strong can generally be preserved intact. Although this kind of place is hard to find, not everyone is lucky enough to get these inheritances. That's the only possibility. Under normal circumstances, it's hard for even the powerhouse of the third layer of the Purple Mansion realm to appear, let alone the ability to enter this evil mountain range. The black robe worshipped slowly. He was happy. If it wasn't for that mysterious person who rescued Qin Zening, not only would it have dealt a huge blow to the Great Xia dynasty, but as a protector, he would have died as well. Several other protectors also agreed with this guess and nodded. And then, everyone began to discuss how to find Lu Meyer's guardian. Everyone is strong in the same realm, and they still have an absolute advantage in numbers. If you look around here, you will definitely be able to find them. After capturing Lu Meyer's guardian, all the dynasties must interrogate together to see the details of the collusion between the Cold Moon sect and the evil spirits. Someone suggested. The other strong men all nodded. This is the most fair. They're not worried about not being able to get something out of the trial. The Ministry of Punishment and Jinui of the major dynasties used a lot of torture. After the discussion, Qin Zening and their guardian immediately began to search for the trace of Lu Meyer's guardian. Although the third elder of Hanhua sect and Lu Meyer's protector tried their best to hide their aura, they quickly revealed their positions after being searched by so many strongmen. The two of them were still waiting for Lu Meyer to come out and asked what happened. Seeing so many strong men quickly surrounded her, her face turned ashen as she finally understood that Lu Meyer not only failed to deceive, but also leaked her plan. How could this be? With Meyer's ingenuity, even if the deception fails, she shouldn't have leaked the plan. Lu Meyer's guardian said angrily in confusion. She couldn't figure it out no matter what. Lu Meyer's failure was doomed from the moment she noticed the abnormal fluctuations in the Demon Mountain formation. If they stopped at that time, they might still have a good result, but unfortunately they were careless. For a whole month, Qin Feng sat cross-legged in the valley without moving a muscle, meditating to absorb the devil energy. In the valley, the devilish energy that was originally like a vortex, forming a large black mist, is now almost transparent and very rare. The Buddhist Pure Land around him has also expanded to 30 feet. During this period, not only demonic energy was absorbed in, but even many demons, who sensed the abnormality here to check, were also absorbed in and turned into Taoist Buddha lights. The magic energy is not as strong as before. At this moment, Qin Feng suddenly opened his eyes and murmured. Although there's still a lot of magic energy in the entire mountain range, it is scattered in various places. If you want to continue to absorb, the speed is too slow. Forget it, let's do this first. Qin Feng got up slowly and murmured, whenever we encounter evil spirits again, we will strengthen this Buddhist Pure Land. With a slight movement of his thoughts, the Buddhist Pure Land with a radius of 30 feet also disappeared. Then he called out the system and said, "System, I want to sign in." Ding! Congratulations to the Master. You have successfully signed in at the Demon Mountain Range, and you will get the reward C. Rising Moon, accompanied by the prompt sound of the mechanical version of the system. In Qin Feng's system space, there is an extra scroll. The moon rises from the sea? What is this? Qin Feng muttered in doubt. While speaking, he cast his eyes on the scroll. He recalled every novel he had read, but he couldn't remember such a thing in any novel. I only know that there's a poem by Zhang Jiuling, which is called The Bright Moon is Born on the Sea, and the end of the world is at this moment. With doubts in his heart, Qin Feng slowly unfolded the scroll. As Qin Feng slowly unfolded the scroll, a magnificent picture scroll appeared in front of him. Under the pitch-black night stood a phantom, and behind that phantom was an extremely special scene. The blue sea was tumbling, and a bright moon exuding pure white brilliance slowly rose, like water and moonlight falling in the blue sea, sparkling. I don't know if the power of this rising sea and bright moon is strong, but it should be quite handsome when used. Qin Feng looked at the picture scroll unfolded in front of him and said to himself, he is quite satisfied with this sign-in reward. After all, whether you are strong or not is a matter of a moment, but whether you are handsome or not is a matter of a lifetime. After that, Qin Feng didn't hesitate anymore and immediately chose to merge this vision. In an instant, a large amount of mysterious and complicated information entered Qin Feng's mind. The process is quick, but this only allowed him to integrate the information of the rising sea and the bright moon. If he wants to master and use it proficiently, he still needs a lot of time of practice. After merging with the rising moon from the sea, Qin Feng left the valley. At this time, the mountain range has been blocked again by the formation. But it was very easy for Qin Feng to go out. Arriving at the entrance of the mountain range, in Qin Feng's eyes, mysterious runes emerged. All the patterns of the entire formation clearly appeared in front of him. Qin Feng, who has signed many ancient books on formation techniques, has long been a real formation mage. Looking at these formation patterns, he easily found a few key formation patterns. On Qin Feng's finger, a faint sword light surged, and he slid gently. A pattern was broken. The entrance that had been blocked was reopened at this time. However, this is the formation pattern carefully selected by Qin Feng. Even if it breaks, it will not affect the formation of the entire mountain range. Crack! Qin Feng lightly crushed the sword glow on his fingertips, and streaks of brilliance fell on the ground and began to slowly condense to complete the broken pattern. At the same time, he strode outside. Just as Qin Feng walked out of the mountain range, the pattern was completed successfully, and the entrance was closed again. He flew in the direction of the Great Xia dynasty. After returning to the Imperial Mausoleum, no one noticed that Qin Feng had left before. There are probably not more than 5 people who still think of Qin Feng in the entire Imperial City. After such a big circle, it's time to take a good rest. Qin Feng muttered to himself, sometimes go out more, walk around, and you will find that you are still comfortable lying at home. With a wave of his sleeve, the dust on the lounge chair was blown away by the wind. Lie back on the deck chair again. Chom! Qin Feng took out a wisp of sword energy from the ring, made it wrap around his wrist like a bracelet, and then slowly closed his eyes. The Longevity Sutra that runs automatically in his body will help him absorb sword energy automatically and turn it into spiritual energy to improve his cultivation. The Imperial Mausoleum fell into silence again. Only animals that occasionally forage for food make rustling sounds. Time is like running water. A year and a half passed quickly. One day at noon, it was the day when the Imperial Forest Army came to deliver dry food. However, it was Chu Xiong who came today. He hasn't been seen for a long time. This surprised Qin Feng slightly. Your Highness, did you disturb your rest? Chu Xiong, who was delivering dry food to the room, saw that Qin Feng was still resting at noon, thought he didn't sleep well last night, so he didn't intend to disturb him. I didn't expect that I would disturb Qin Feng by being so lighthearted. He couldn't help sighing a little. Qin Feng stayed here for so many years, but his heart was still affected after all. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so sensitive and would be awakened like this. Fortunately, Qin Feng said lightly, "Have you finished your training and study in the academy?" "It's been more than a year. I was sent to take up a position in the army. I originally wanted to come and see His Highness, but because of the matter of the Cold Moon sect, I was delayed." Chu Xiong said slowly, "I will come to see His Highness as soon as I am done with the affairs of the Cold Moon sect." As he said that, he quietly took out a storage bag and said, "Your Highness, here are all the delicacies I secretly brought to you. You can eat them when you are free. You have a heart." Qin Feng smiled and accepted the storage bag. Although the delicacies in this world are not as delicious as those made by himself, this is Chu Xiong's wish after all. "Your Highness, have you heard about the Cold Moon sect?" Chu Xiong said mysteriously. "What's the matter?" Qin Feng asked, pretending to be puzzled. "Hey, I knew you must have never heard of it. I'm afraid you would never have imagined that a girl like Lu Meyer, who is so kind to others, is actually possessed by a demon." Chu Xiong smiled and immediately told Qin Feng about the Cold Moon sect. He felt that Qin Feng must have been very bored staying in the Imperial tomb, so this story also relieved Qin Feng's boredom. What Chu Xiong said, and the cooperation between the Cold Moon sect and the evil spirits, Qin Feng knew about the same. The only thing he didn't know was that the Hanyue sect was wiped out by several great dynasties, which caused quite a stir in the Kanglan domain. Many powerful sects that were originally in full swing also suffered a blow to their reputation because of being implicated. This is good news for several great dynasties. However, although Qin Feng didn't know it before, he also expected that several great dynasties would definitely not leave the Hanyue sect behind, and this would always be a disaster. In the evening, Chu Xiong was about to leave, but he seemed to have something to say, but he didn't know whether to say it or not. "What's the matter? Tell me." Qin Feng looked at his appearance and said lightly. Chu Xiong couldn't hide things in his heart. He could tell at a glance that Chu Xiong had something to say. "I made a special inquiry some time ago. The Northern Devil's saint who was rescued by you has been in seclusion since returning to the wasteland and has never shown up," Chu Xiong said slowly. The reason why Qin Feng was said to be in collusion with the demon cult was because he accidentally rescued Huolinger, the saintess of the demon cult, and let her go when he was patrolling the north. So Chu Xiong guessed that Qin Feng must really want to know the information of the saint now. So he specially asked someone to inquire. "Oh," Qin Feng said lightly. He has no interest in the Northern Demon Sect saintess. Chu Xiong was startled when he heard this. For this woman, His Royal Highness even lost the crown prince, but he didn't react at all after hearing it. Is it just a one-night affair? Although there were many doubts in his heart, he didn't ask any more questions, and then he left. The army he was in was stationed tens of miles away from the Imperial City and was responsible for defending the Imperial City. The discipline was extremely strict, and he only had this day to rest. 3 days later, Qin Zining also came. She also participated in the Battle of Mihin Yuezong, which was considered a special kind of experience. After all, in the process of her previous experience, she usually killed monsters and rarely killed people. This special experience has brought her even greater growth. "Uncle He." After seeing Qin Feng, Qin Zining said happily. The current her, only when she is in front of Qin Feng, has this childlike appearance. Whether it's her father or mother, seeing her like this, they will definitely reprimand her. She doesn't look like a princess. "Are you back from training?" Seeing Qin Zining coming to the Imperial Mausoleum, Qin Feng said with a smile. "Kindness." Qin Zining nodded, and then said, "I brought a lot of ingredients to Uncle Huang." As she spoke, she blinked her big eyes, her purpose self-evident. "You are really my niece." Qin Feng couldn't help sighing. Chu Xiong was an outsider, and he knew how to send ready-made delicacies. It was good for Qin Zining, who sent the ingredients directly. During the years I've been outside, what I miss the most is the dishes made by the Emperor. I eat barbecue in the mountains and forests every day. I'm too tired," Qin Zining said coquettishly. With her current cultivation base, she still needs to supplement with food occasionally, especially those meals made with ingredients rich in aura, and Warcraft meat is one of them. Qin Feng shook his head helplessly, then got up to cook for Qin Zining. Qin Zining was happily lying on the recliner, waiting for Qin Feng to cook like a little ancestor. Not long after, the meal that Qin Feng had put a lot of pills in was ready and placed on the stone table. There are more than a dozen of them, which are incomparably rich. Wow, it's so fragrant. Qin Zining's saliva was about to flow out, and she couldn't wait to eat it. Would you like soup? Qin Feng asked. No, I don't like soup. Qin Zining shook her head. As she spoke, she took out a small jade bottle from the ring, which was full of sour plum juice. Seeing this, Qin Feng also gave up the idea of making a boiled bonaflower and lay back on his recliner. How did you gain from going out to practice? Qin Feng asked slowly. It seemed that he didn't know what happened in Qin Zining's experience before, like an uncle caring about his niece normally. Fortunately, while eating, Qin Zining continued, I encountered a little trouble when I was practicing in the Demon Mountain Range. Trouble? Encounter the siege of demons inside. Qin Feng asked, pretending to be puzzled. No. Qin Zining shook her head, and then said, It's more troublesome than this. In the following time, Qin Zining told Qin Feng what happened in the Demon Mountain Range. Thanks to the help of that mysterious swordsman, otherwise, I'm afraid I'll never come back. Qin Zining is still a little scared now. Really? Qin Feng nodded and said, You have to be more careful in the future. Not only do not trust strangers, but also people you know well. Human nature is sinister. The reason why he took the initiative to ask was because he wanted to remind Qin Zining of this matter. Kindness. Qin Zining nodded heavily when she heard the words, keeping it in her heart. If Qin Feng had told her this before, she might not have cared so much, but after this experience, she would definitely remember it for the rest of her life. Unfortunately, I don't know what the mysterious strong man looks like, Qin Zining said with some disappointment. I always feel that his voice seems a little familiar, but after thinking about it many times, there is no sound that completely coincides with that person. It's probably a very old man with white hair. Qin Feng said indifferently. To have such a cultivation level, one must be at least several hundred years old. Uncertain. However, Qin Zining said, when the mysterious strong man drew his sword, even if he could only see the outline, he could feel that he had an outstanding demeanor, as if a sword fairy had descended from the mortal world, and he didn't look like a very old person. Qin Feng was taken aback. I sighed in my heart. Is this a woman's intuition? By the way, isn't the Emperor surprised at all that the mysterious strong man can enter the blocked mountain range? Qin Zining suddenly noticed something was wrong and asked suspiciously, probably because I'm too weak and such an unparalleled powerhouse is too far away from my world, so I don't feel much. Qin Feng pondered for a while and said slowly. Qin Zining nodded, feeling in her heart that Emperor Xia was too strict with Qin Feng. It was fine to let Qin Feng guard the imperial tomb, but he still refused to let him practice. Uncle Huang can't think like that. A strong man like that must have his own troubles. He must be busy practicing all day long. He is not as free as Uncle Huang. Qin Zining comforted Qin Feng, saying maybe he is worrying about the huge cultivation resources he needs to advance. Possible. Qin Feng smiled and nodded. It would be great if I had the opportunity to meet that mysterious strong man again. I would like to thank him properly and see if it is someone I have met before. Qin Zining's small face was full of disappointment and sighed. No need to do this. Maybe we will meet again in the future. This time, it was Qin Feng's turn to comfort Qin Zining. However, Qin Zining shook her head and said bitterly, such a strong person may not leave the customs once in decades, and the ones that go out must be dangerous places. If I can meet it once, I am already lucky. How can I have the chance to meet a second time? Qin Feng smiled lightly when he heard this, and didn't speak anymore. After Qin Zining finished her meal, she helped Qin Feng wash the tableware and even cleaned it before leaving. In a mountain range on the border of the Great Xia dynasty, on a mountain peak, there are dilapidated buildings everywhere. The former sect of exorcising corpses now only remains in ruins. The corpses that had not been successfully refined were also burned clean. On weekdays, Even mercenaries who went hunting in the mountains would stay away from this place. He was afraid that he would be arrested and interrogated by Qin Wei, who was a disciple of the exorcising corpse sect. After a long time, this place has become a paradise for monsters. Roar. In the early morning of one day, in the quiet ruins, the roar of a monster suddenly sounded. A gigantic griffin was a fourth-tier high-level monster, comparable to a strong man at the peak of the nine heavens in the Luanhai realm. But at this moment, his face was full of horror, and he spread his huge wings, intending to fly away. However, a strange rhythm sounded. A figure covered in decay took a few steps and came to the side of the griffin, grabbed its wings, and tore them off. Hit the ground hard. Roar! The griffin screamed in pain, but before it could struggle, it was dealt with by the ancient corpse. At the same time, other monsters living here were also attacked by ancient corpses. Several normal figures appeared in front of the ruin hall. His eyes were full of anger and coldness. Great Xia dynasty, I will make them repay everything they have done. Yu Cheng, the suzerain of the corpse exorcism sect, looked at the ruins here and roared angrily. Sovereign, I think the plan to directly attack the Great Xia Palace needs to be renegotiated. It's too risky. The great elder of the exorcising sect said solemnly. What's the risk? Now we have 25 ancient corpses from the first level of the Purple Mansion realm, and 3 ancient corpses from the second level of the Purple Mansion realm. And in the imperial city of Great Xia, besides the startling dragon array, what else can fight against us? Yu Cheng said coldly. In the past few years, they have been hiding around like street rats. But heaven has eyes, and they finally got their chance. The Cold Moon sect was exterminated. The Hanyue sect was originally full of women, and the Yin energy was already strong. After the sect was exterminated, resentment and Yin energy were intertwined, and it was even more abundant to the extreme. Using this majestic Yin energy, they easily awakened the ancient corpses that were still able to fight in the corpse hiding place of the sect. These ancient corpses add up to an incomparably astonishing combat power. But after the Cold Moon sect was destroyed, the strength of several great dynasties has also been strengthened. After obtaining a large amount of cultivation resources, there have been several powerhouses at the first level of the Zifu realm. The third elder of the exorcising corpse sect said bitterly, they are cooperating with the startling dragon array. It is too difficult for us to forcibly break into the palace. Don't worry, I have a double plan to attack the palace this time. Yu Cheng said coldly, whether you can break into the palace or not, it will be of great benefit. In the next 6 months, the entire Great Xia dynasty was in turmoil. Everywhere there are corpse exorcisers making chaos, and the people are in panic. There are even rumors that the members of the corpse exorcist sect used the past few years to refine thousands of ancient corpses. Qin Feng dynasty was going to the east of the dynasty, where he wanted to kill and collect Yin Qi. All of a sudden, the people in the eastern cities fled one after another, for fear of becoming the prey of the exorcists. In order to stabilize the hearts of the people, the imperial court had to mobilize the army and rush towards the east of the imperial dynasty. Only a large number of troops can stabilize the hearts of the people and prevent them from fleeing. One evening, in the imperial study room, several ministers were reporting to Emperor Xia. Your Majesty, now the vassal kings of various places wantonly annex land, and many people are displaced and can only sell themselves as slaves. I am afraid that the imperial court should take care of it. Minister of the Ministry of Punishment said respectfully. The letters reprimanding the vassals sent to him by officials from all over the country have already piled up his desk. These are just those officials who have different character and integrity. These vassal kings have too much power, we must control them. Qin Junyan was also filled with righteous indignation. Presumptuous! When Emperor Xia heard the words, he scolded angrily, saying, the vassal kings of various places were entrusted by the Emperor Taizu, and they have been passed down for thousands of years. How can you, a prince, be able to discuss it? When Qin Junyan heard the words, he quickly admitted his mistake. Several other ministers also spoke up one after another, saying good things for Qin Junyan, saying that he was also young and ignorant. Pass down the decree. Let the vassal princes from all over the place take out some good land and distribute it to the people, so as to reassure the people. Emperor Xia said lightly. According to the order, a minister said respectfully. Afterwards, everyone started talking about the exorcising corpses. Your Majesty, the corpse exorcists are making trouble everywhere, but the place where the corpse exorcists appear most frequently is in the east. Presumably the rioters in other places are just pretense. Their target should be the large cities with a large population in the east. I am afraid they want to massacre the people and collect in-shi. A minister reported to Emperor Xia respectfully. Is the troops transferred from the imperial camp to the east on their way? Emperor Xia asked lightly. Now the army in the imperial dynasty is mainly concentrated in the north to frighten the northern barbarians and the people of the demon cult. There are also some troops in the west, but it will take too long to move to the east. So he ordered the mobilization of troops from the imperial city to the east. Already set off. Minister of the Ministry of War said respectfully. Emperor Xia nodded. Father, the imperial city camp has a total of 3 people. Now the people have been transferred away at once. Won't the imperial city be empty? Qin Jinyan said with some worry in his heart. He felt that even if the target of the exorcist sect was really the big cities in the east, they shouldn't be dispatched from the imperial camp. It's not that he is afraid of death, but that if there is chaos in the imperial city, the entire dynasty will be in turmoil. At that time, if the world is in chaos, more people will suffer. Why? Don't you think those who drive corpses dare to attack the imperial city? Emperor Xia sneered. He is very dissatisfied. His son is usually cautious, and his personality is completely opposite to his, which makes him very dissatisfied. This is my son worrying too much. Qin Junyan could only say helplessly. Afterwards, Emperor Xia prepared to hold a banquet and asked many ministers to stay for a meal to comfort them for their hard work during this time. Boom, boom. However, at this moment, a deafening sound suddenly sounded. In the entire imperial palace, in the important halls, there are patterns lit up, emitting a faint light. The startling dragon array started to operate by itself. What's going on? How did the startling dragon array work by itself? Is there a big enemy? This sudden change immediately surprised many ministers who were preparing to eat, with extremely shocked expressions, and looked outside. Under normal circumstances, only under the order of the Emperor Xia, the startling dragon array would operate. But there are also special cases. If there are a large number of powerful people pouring into the imperial city, the shocking dragon formation will start to operate by itself after sensing it. And every time the startling dragon formation operates on its own, it means that a big crisis is coming. The last time the shocking dragon formation operated on its own was 5,000 years ago, and some demons who survived the Great Demon Sealing War sneaked into the imperial city. They didn't expect that at this time, the startling dragon array would start to work again. Shua, shua, shua. Emperor Xia and the others quickly walked out of the palace and came to the square outside. At this time, the powerful royal family who was in charge of the formation, Pestle, also came. What happened? Xiao Huang asked in a deep voice. I don't know either. The startling dragon array started to operate without any warning. It should be that someone strong has entered the imperial city. The powerful man in charge of the royal family said in a deep voice. At the same time, more than a dozen figures rushed over one after another. They are all strong men sitting in the imperial palace, with cultivation bases of the ninth heaven in the Luanhai realm. The startling dragon array was in motion. Something big was bound to happen, and they left the customs one after another. Genie Wei, where are the people from Genie Wei? Emperor Xia shouted angrily. At this time, Genie Wei's governor had already arrived. Your Majesty, all the generals guarding the 4 gates of the city have been killed. The person who took action is probably from the corpse exorcism sect. The envoy of Genie Wei said with a gloomy expression. Genie Wei's intelligence is all over the sky. Someone is at the foot of the city gate of the Imperial City. He has been doing business for decades. He looks like an ordinary businessman, but in fact he is a secret agent of Qin Feng. Pay attention to every move in the Imperial City. The commanders guarding the city gate had just been killed, so he had already received the news. What? People from the corpse exorcism sect have come to the Imperial City. Emperor Xia's face turned livid in an instant, extremely angry. He had just said convincingly that the exorcist faction would never dare to come to the Imperial City, but he didn't expect to be slapped in the face in an instant. The guards of the 4 city gates are all at the 5th level of the Lunhai realm, and there is still a large number of soldiers who could be combined into a battle formation, but now they are quietly killed at the same time. It seems that the exorcist faction, this time, there are many powerful ancient corpses. I came prepared, Old Qin said with a serious expression. He is already in the middle stage of the Zifu realm first layer, but there was still great uneasiness in his heart. Decree, let the army headed to the east return immediately, and all the Imperial Forest troops are ready to meet the enemy. Emperor Xia coldly shouted and quickly sent out orders one after another. He was also very uneasy, thinking that the corpse exorcist faction dared to attack the Imperial City at this time. There must be many powerful ancient corpses. According to the order, the governor of Jinyu respectfully agreed, hastily asked someone to deliver the order. But at this moment, dozens of figures suddenly appeared in the sky. All of them were rotten ancient corpses, exuding terrifying cultivation bases. He looked down blankly. At this time, the eyes of the people in the entire Imperial City were drawn here. Seeing these terrifying ancient corpses, some are frightened and some prayed. In any case, they were unwilling to be ruled by exorcists. There are so many powerful ancient corpses. Not only are there more than 20 Purple Mansion Realm first-level heavens, but there are also 3 Purple Mansion Realm second-level heavens. Seeing these powerful ancient corpses, the faces of Chun Lao and the others were extremely ugly. They didn't expect that in just a few years, there would be so many powerful ancient corpses in the corpse exorcism faction. The strength is too strong. You know, among them, the 3 strongest people are only at the first level of the Zifu realm. I didn't expect that. This palace is my goal. An ancient corpse opened his mouth and laughed loudly. The person who spoke was not the ancient corpse, but Yu Cheng, the suzerain of the corpse exorcising sect, who was using him to transmit the sound. Because the cultivation base of Yu Cheng and others is too weak, they hide in the dark, control these ancient corpses, and prevent them from being accidentally injured during the battle. Yu Cheng, you really dared to attack the Imperial Palace. There's an array of startled dragons. Today, all these ancient corpses will be buried here, Emperor Xia said solemnly. During the speech, the entire shocking dragon formation has been fully activated. Above the array patterns, there is a golden brilliance floating slowly, quickly condensing in the sky. Not long after, a phantom of a dragon soul appeared in the sky. Roar! A dragon chant resounded through the world. The phantom of the dragon soul was incomparably blurred, with only one outline. But even so, the coercion released was still extremely terrifying. Countless people in the Imperial City were shocked when they saw the phantom of the dragon soul. It was the first time they saw the legendary dragon, and some even knelt down and worshipped it. Let's see, who will have the last laugh today. Yu Cheng snorted coldly. Following his words, these ancient corpses rushed towards the phantom of the dragon soul. The 2 sides fought fiercely together. Yu Cheng knew that if he wanted to win the palace, he had to destroy the dragon soul. Otherwise, let the dragon souls break down one by one, and these ancient corpses will die here today. Boom, boom, boom. The fierce battle broke out in the sky immediately. Dazzling rays of light illuminated the entire night sky. Those ancient corpses unceasingly displayed powerful martial skills, hitting the phantom of the dragon soul. And dragon soul phantom, like them, didn't feel any pain and kept colliding with these ancient corpses. It's just that there are too many of these ancient corpses, and they are very strong. The Phantom of the Dragon Soul does not have any advantage. On the contrary, if the battle continues, it is almost certain that those ancient corpses will definitely crush the Phantom of the Dragon Soul. Yulin Jun, shoot arrows. Below, the commander of the Royal Forest Army shouted loudly. The archers and Imperial guards below had already made their preparations, and at this moment, arrows wrapped in aura burst out. With so many arrows wrapped in spiritual energy, they shot up against the sky, and the scene was extremely spectacular. Boom, boom, boom. These arrows collided with those ancient corpses, bursting out bursts of violent energy fluctuations. The sky is full of dazzling light. However, although these arrows can slow down the speed of these ancient corpses, it is difficult to really hurt them. I'll wait and harass those ancient corpses, Old Chun said in a deep voice. There's so many of them, although most of them are from the 9th level of the Luanhai realm, but harassing those ancient corpses can also bring a lot of help to the Phantom of the Dragon Soul. The other royal families also nodded their heads. Shwa, shwa, shwa. Many figures rose from the sky one after another and flew towards the sky. Except for Chun Lao and the other 2 masters of swordsmanship in the first layer of the Purple Mansion, the others were in the outer area, attacking the ancient corpses who were fighting with the Dragon Soul from a long distance. Once those ancient corpses turn back to attack them, they will not relish fighting and immediately retreat. However, despite this, there are still royal family priests who are seriously injured, because the gap between the 9th level of Luanhai realm and the 1st level of Zifu realm is too great. The ancient corpse has obvious advantages. Under the siege of many ancient corpses, the Phantom of the Dragon Soul is constantly blurring. Father, why don't you leave the palace first and go to the camp outside the Imperial City? There's still troops there, and there are formations in the camp, so it should be no problem to protect you, Qin Junyan said to Emperor Xia. However, when Emperor Xia heard the words, he ignored them at all and said coldly, "It's just wishful thinking for a little corpse chaser to make this emperor flee." After all, dazzling light slowly surged around his body, and his aura began to soar. The luck of the dynasty is blessed. In the blink of an eye, his cultivation had already been promoted to the middle stage of the 2nd heavenly layer of the Zifu realm. Emperor Xia rose into the air and fought with these ancient corpses. The battle suddenly became more intense. Originally, the battle situation where the ancient corpses had the upper hand changed accordingly, entering a delicate balance. In a short time, no one can break it. In Taizu Imperial Mausoleum, Qin Feng naturally saw the battle in the sky. Qin Feng was about to make a move, but suddenly he frowned slightly and looked in the opposite direction. There were 2 figures flying towards the Imperial Mausoleum. Moreover, he is obviously a member of the corpse exorcism sect. At this time, all the power of the startling dragon formation was used to condense the Phantom of the giant dragon, and the attention of the Imperial Forest Army was also in the sky. So those 2 figures were only the 7th level figures of the Luanhai realm, shuttling through the palace, not noticed by anyone. Not long after, the 2 figures were already very close to the Imperial Mausoleum. "Brother, we have to be careful. We are worried that there are strong guards in this Imperial tomb," one of them said solemnly. "There's no need to be so cautious. Now the strong men in the entire palace are attracted by our ancient corpses. Who has the time to take care of this?" The one-eyed guy next to him said indifferently. Hearing this, his younger brother nodded lightly, and then said excitedly, "If we can directly steal the body of their Emperor Taizu this time and refine it, then the strength of our sect will definitely be improved several times." Great. This is the real purpose of their attack on the palace this time. Yu Cheng and the others carefully deduced that if they really wanted to break through the palace, they would have to pay a huge price, and they might not succeed. Even if they succeeded, they would be surrounded by returning troops. No real benefit at all. And if they take the opportunity to steal the body of Emperor Taizu of the Great Xiao royal family and refine it, it will not only make the Great Xiao royal family faceless, but also greatly improve the strength of their sect. Now the power of the formation is supplied to the dragon's souls in the sky. This is the moment when the formation in the Imperial Mausoleum is weakest. They can easily break through it with secret treasures. At that time, you and I will be the biggest heroes of the sect. The one-eyed eyes were also full of excitement. While speaking, the two had already entered the Imperial tomb. Who is that man? As soon as he entered the Imperial tomb, that junior exclaimed. He saw Qin Feng, who was standing beside a reclining chair, watching the two of them quietly. It's just a waste prince. Don't care about him. Just kill him. The one-eyed guy said indifferently. While speaking, these two people had already come to a position very close to Qin Feng. Although they were a little curious as to why Qin Feng was not surprised to see them at all, they felt that he might have gone mad after guarding the Imperial tomb for too long. After all, few of the deposed princes are still in their right minds. The one-eyed junior brother wanted to attack Qin Feng. I said, "What are you two doing here? It turns out that you're digging graves." Qin Feng couldn't help but shook his head and said, "The members of the Corpse Chaser sect are indeed a bunch of low-ranking fellows." As soon as these words came out, Cyclops and his junior brother all changed their expressions. They were extremely ugly. What they hate the most is when others mock them for digging other people's graves. Boy, you could have died happily, but now, I'm going to refine you into a corpse for my use. Cyclops gritted his teeth. As he said that, he wanted to attack Qin Feng himself. Shoo! However, at this moment, Qin Feng took a step forward and came directly in front of him, reached out and grabbed his neck, and said indifferently, "You should know where your suzerain is hiding." Yu Cheng, the suzerain of the corpse exorcism sect, never showed up because their cultivation base was too weak. They secretly manipulated the ancient corpses to prevent them from being attacked and killed by the powerful royal family. Now that these two people are coming to die, Qin Feng can just use this to find out where they are hiding in Yuqing. The one-eyed dragon's face changed suddenly, and he was extremely frightened, as if he had seen a ghost. Unexpectedly, Qin Feng, a deposed prince, would be so strong that he would have no power to fight back. "You, what are you doing?" When he heard Qin Feng say that he wanted to know the location of Yuqing, he suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart and asked in horror. But Qin Feng ignored him, and a mysterious rune appeared in his eyes. "Ah, junior brother, save me." The one-eyed dragon suddenly let out a painful scream. Qin Feng could arbitrarily examine his consciousness, causing him terrific pain. When his junior brother saw him being easily controlled by Qin Feng, he froze in shock and nodded immediately after hearing the words. Then turn around and run. This waste prince is really terrible. However, a sword glow that Qin Feng flicked out lightly chopped Cyclops' junior brother into pieces. Severed limbs and broken arms were scattered all over the ground. At the same time, he also withdrew his eyes for observing the one-eyed dragon's consciousness and solved it in an instant. "Yindang Mountain," Qin Feng murmured. From a memory of this one-eyed dragon, he learned that the suzerain and others of the corpse exorcism sect were hiding in Yindang Mountain and manipulating the ancient corpses that invaded the palace. It seems that the crisis in the palace can't be managed for the time being. Qin Feng glanced at the large group of ancient corpses in the distant sky and said calmly, "If he acted rashly now to deal with these ancient corpses, then the suzerain Yu Cheng and others of the corpse exorcist sect would definitely take the opportunity to escape. It is impossible for him to get rid of the exorcist faction in one fell swoop. These people came to the Imperial Mausoleum time and time again, disturbing his cultivation and rest, which already made him angry. Only by getting rid of all these key figures can we put an end to our worries forever." Afterwards, Qin Feng withdrew his gaze, flicked his fingers, and two flames shot towards the two corpses. The body was quickly burnt clean, leaving no ashes. Then Qin Feng left the palace. Yindang Mountain is very far away from the Imperial City, and it is very inconspicuous. Not even any mercenaries are willing to come here. In the dense forest at this time, there were dozens of figures, and they didn't have a strong aura, but each of them was holding a ghost weapon, standing in a formation with a radius of tens of feet. This is how they manipulated those ancient corpses from a distance. This startling dragon array is too powerful. If we really want to take down the palace, we will definitely not be able to bear the price we have to pay. The elder of the exorcism sect said in a deep voice. Even though they were far apart, they could still clearly see what happened above the palace with the help of those ancient corpses. Calculating the time, the two of them, one eye, should have already dug up the body of the Emperor Taizu of the Daxia royal family. Yu Cheng said flatly, "Once they come back, we will leave." After seeing the dragon's soul condensed in the startling dragon formation, he had already decided to carry out the previous plan thoroughly. When the time comes, we will use the corpse of their Emperor Taizu to massacre their army and civilians. I'm afraid they will all be pissed off. The third elder of the exorcising corpse sect smiled grimly. The other corpse exorcists also sneered. Their vengeance for exterminating the clan thousands of years ago can finally be avenged now. However, at this moment, in the distance, a figure suddenly flew over and landed not far away in the dense forest. Shua, shua, shua. At the same time, the three ancient corpses that Yu Cheng stayed behind to protect them moved in an instant, attacking and killing the figure. After all, this place is deep in the mountains and old forests, and there might be powerful monsters there. So he deliberately left three ancient corpses from the first level of the Purple Mansion realm to protect their safety. Who is that person? Could it be someone from the great Xia royal family who discovered us? The great elder of the exorcising sect asked in surprise. Impossible. Our location is so secret. How could people from the great Xia royal family find us? The third elder immediately became the Tao. Only the core members of the exorcist faction know about their actions. Otherwise, even Jinwei would not be able to investigate. It's probably someone passing by. Don't worry about him. Those three ancient corpses are all at the first level of the Zifu realm. Killing him must be easy. The rest of the corpse sect didn't care too much. In the Great Xia dynasty, there was no one who could stop the siege of the three Purple Mansion realm first-layer ancient corpses. Naturally, they didn't think that the figure that fell in the dense forest not far away could deal with these three ancient corpses. They all regarded Qin Feng as a poor person who passed by here and would be unfortunately killed in the end. Boom! And at this moment, the three ancient corpses bombarded Qin Feng, causing extremely violent fluctuations. Large tracts of ancient trees were uprooted and turned into ashes in the air. And Qin Feng, who had just landed, looked at the three ancient corpses that were blocked half a foot away by the spiritual energy outside his body, and said indifferently, "Old man, don't talk about martial arts." Afterwards, even more astonishing aura fluctuations were released from his body. Those three ugly and rotten ancient corpses. It was torn to pieces in an instant. Limbs and broken arms are everywhere. Qin Feng looked at Yu Cheng and the others not far away and walked over slowly. Originally, Yu Cheng and others thought that Qin Feng would surely die if he was besieged by three ancient corpses from the first level of the Purple Mansion realm. But I didn't expect that after the violent energy fluctuation. Qin Feng didn't look injured at all, but their three ancient corpses were easily wiped out. For a while, they doubted life. Some people even think that they are old and dim-sighted, and they have made a mistake. But after rubbing his eyes, he realized that he was right, and was even more shocked. This guy looks young. How can he be so strong? The voice of the great elder of the corpse exorcism sect was full of horror. When he spoke, his voice trembled. However, no one answered his question, and the other members of the exorcising sect were all stunned in shock at the moment. The core members of the corpse sect should all be here, right? Qin Feng asked lightly. Who are you? It was only at this time that Yu Cheng recovered from the shock and asked in horror. Can't you tell? Of course it's Prince Daxia. Qin Feng frowned. He is wearing clothes that can only be worn by a prince. Doesn't his temperament fit him? This is too hurtful. How is it possible? Great Xia royal family. When did you become such a young but powerful person? Yu Cheng was simply unbelievable. In terms of age, Qin Feng is definitely not more than 50 years old, but the strength Qin Feng showed just now is probably at least at the second level of the Zifu realm. Not to mention the Great Xia dynasty. In the entire Kanglan region, even in the most prosperous period of martial arts, there has never been such a monstrosity. Believe it or not, telling you this is just to make you understand. Qin Feng said lightly. As he spoke, the astonishing sword intent began to condense between his fingers. The raging sword energy surrounded his body, which was extremely terrifying. All the members of the corpse exorcism sect showed terrified expressions, feeling the threat of death, and even their legs were trembling with fright. Bastard! I didn't expect you to push me to this point. Yucheng was furious. In his hand, there was an extra pitch-black pill, and he said through gritted teeth, even if you are at the second level of Zifu realm, you will die here today. As soon as the words fell, he swallowed the elixir, and the majestic Inqi rushed into Yucheng's limbs and bones frantically. What? Yucheng raised his head to the sky and roared in pain. Originally only middle-aged Yucheng, the vitality of his body began to drain rapidly, and the skin on his body also began to dry up and rot rapidly. Almost instantly, his whole body looked like a corpse, and his aura has also been greatly strengthened, and it has reached the middle stage of the third heaven of the Purple Mansion realm. The Living Dead Pill. The suzerain has found the rarest living dead pill in the sect, and wants to turn into a living dead. All the corpse exorcists turn pale with shock. The Living Dead Pill is an extremely rare pill even in the peak period of the corpse sect, and it can only be refined by a 5th-level top-grade poison trainer. But now in the entire Kanglan territory, there are no 5th-level top-rank poison refiners and pharmacists. They didn't expect that Yucheng had already found this ancient medicine. Not to mention that Yucheng would choose to swallow it. You must know that after turning into a living dead, although the cultivation level can be greatly improved, you can also absorb Inqi for cultivation in the future without consuming cultivation resources. Even the lifespan will be greatly enhanced. But the cost is also huge. The whole body will rot, and there is no way to recover forever, no different from corpse. Moreover, on the night of the full moon every month, she will fall into madness, which is extremely terrifying. Even at the peak of the corpse sect, few people were willing to turn themselves into living dead. To say that the exorcist faction is a low class. Now it seems that there is no injustice at all. Qin Feng looked at Yucheng, who had turned into a living dead, and said coldly, "You can actually do things like turning yourself into a living dead." "You force me," Yucheng said angrily. "Even if you become a living dead, it's better than being killed by you now." He was naturally very unwilling to become a living dead. Otherwise, it would have changed a long time ago, and it would be easier to capture the palace. But if you become a living dead and cannot enjoy the prosperity of the world, what's the point? But now that Qin Feng appeared, he had to make this painful decision. For him, life is worse than death. It's a pity that you still can't live today. Doing so is just adding pain to yourself. Qin Feng said with some pity, "You're still pretending to be dead when you are about to die. Could it be that your cultivation has already reached the 3rd level of the Purple Mansion realm?" Yucheng snorted coldly, feeling that Qin Feng was just putting on an act. While speaking, Inqi billowed in his body and was released. Wherever it passed, all the flowers, plants, and trees instantly withered and lost their vitality. Boom! Carrying this terrible Yin energy, Yucheng blasted towards Qin Feng. His own cultivation base is not strong, so he does not have many powerful martial arts. But he felt that his cultivation was definitely higher than Qin Feng's, and even an ordinary punch could kill Qin Feng. Chong! However, at this moment, an even more astonishing sword intent was released from Qin Feng's body, covering a radius of tens of miles. The sound of the sword's cry resounded through the world, and the sword light on Qin Feng's fingertips also instantly became more astonishing and dazzling. The sword light exploded towards Yucheng. Wherever it passed, the sound of piercing the sky was deafening. Almost without any accident, the sword light easily passed through Yucheng's body. Black blood splattered all over the ground. There was a bloody hole in his chest. How could this be? Yu Cheng's eyes were already empty and lifeless, but at this moment his eyes were even more empty and lifeless. It was hard for him to believe that even though he was already at the middle stage of the third layer of the Zifu realm, he still didn't even have the qualifications to touch Qin Feng. How could this prince be so terrifying? However, before he had time to think about it, he lost his breath and fell to the ground. Then Qin Feng's eyes began to look at the other people. Run! Run! The great elders of the corpse exorcist sect, before they could react from the shock, noticed that Qin Feng's eyes were looking at him, and it was as if they saw an ancient beast in an instant. Turn around and flee in all directions. It's a pity that what they were facing was Qin Feng, who had no bad habit of letting the tiger go back to the mountain at all, especially since they have disturbed Qin Feng twice. Shua! 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 Several sword beams shot towards these people. One by one, the elders of the exorcist sect were impaled on the body and died on the spot. None of them thought that today's flawless plan would fail like this. Boom, boom. With a wave of Qin Feng's sleeve, a large number of bone spirits landed on the corpses and ghost objects and began to burn. Thoroughly cut the weeds and roots. It didn't take long for these corpses and necromancers to be burnt clean. After finishing these, Qin Feng was also ready to leave. By the way, just sign in here. He suddenly remembered that he hadn't signed in today, so he called out the system. Sign in at Yindang Mountain. Qin Feng said lightly. Ding! Congratulations to the master. You have successfully signed in and obtained the corpse control technique. The system's notification tone also sounded. Corpse control technique. This is a sorcery handed down from ancient times, which can refine corpses and control battles. Qin Feng looked at the message and was startled. This Yindang Mountain is not a special place. You actually signed in and obtained such a powerful secret technique. He was a little surprised, but after thinking about it, this place is a place where the exorcist faction, which became famous all over the world 10,000 years ago, was completely wiped out, which is quite special. He was relieved afterwards, and then chose fusion. A large amount of information was integrated into Qin Feng's mind. The content of the corpse control technique is very strange and mysterious. Moreover, according to the information about the corpse control technique, Qin Feng was surprised to find that this secret technique can be traced back to the legend about Underworld. Very ancient and mysterious. Hell, Qin Feng was surprised. He had only read a few words about this place in the ancient books. Thought it was just folklore. Unexpectedly, there's actually a secret technique which comes from the underworld. That is to say, the underworld is very likely to exist. Forget it. That kind of power is still too far away from me. Qin Feng shook his head and didn't think too much. Then, his eyes turned to the direction of the Imperial City. OM. Qin Feng instantly condensed a wind sword soul. It contains an extremely amazing sword intent, which is very terrifying. Qin Feng's thoughts moved slightly, and the sword soul of the wind shot towards the sky above the Imperial City. Like a shooting star in the dark night, it disappeared at the end of the sky in the blink of an eye. Ming Qi, Yu Cheng, and others are all dead. Those ancient corpses will go completely mad, even more horrifying, and carry out aimless killings. Therefore, he had to take action to destroy those ancient corpses. At the same time, the sky above the Imperial City. Originally, the battle was very fierce, and the royal family enshrined 6 people who had already fallen, and several others were seriously injured. Those ancient corpses were also very uncomfortable, and more people died. On the whole, the battle situation still maintains a balance of power, and if it continues to consume, it is only possible that both sides will suffer. There is no real winner. Who? Suddenly, these ancient corpses suddenly let out a loud roar, which was extremely ear-piercing. It sounded like it came from hell. It makes people feel fear in their souls. Those ancient corpses seemed to be out of control and started to attack frantically, under the control of Yu Cheng and others. Although these ancient corpses did not know the pain, they at least maintained restraint and tried not to damage their bodies. But now, They don't care about anything and start to attack desperately, resisting damage with the physical body. Even if it is missing arms or legs, it doesn't care at all. What's going on? Are these ancient corpses crazy? Seeing this scene, Emperor Xia's face changed suddenly. Facing the two ancient corpses of the second level of the Purple Mansion realm by himself, it was already difficult for him to parry. But now facing the crazy attacks of these two ancient corpses, he was even more defeated. Boom! One of the ancient corpses, after being cut off by Emperor Xia, did not back down and slapped Emperor Xia's chest with his palm. Emperor Xia spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. The solid ground on the square was smashed and cracked. His Majesty, many ministers stepped forward one after another, helped Emperor Xia up, and gave him healing elixir. And Xiaohuang was injured, and the other royal priests were also uncomfortable. They were only harassing, and once the ancient corpses turned to him, they quickly fled back. But now, once those ancient corpses set their sights on them, they kept chasing after them. At that time, a large number of royal family offerings were wounded and fell to the ground. There are also 3 unlucky ancient corpses who were directly besieged and torn to pieces. Bodies were scattered all over the place. Roar! Soon, only the looming dragon soul was left in the sky, fighting against these ancient corpses. Its figure is constantly blurring, and it can't resist the confrontation of so many ancient corpses. How did this happen? Why do these ancient corpses suddenly seem to go crazy? Emperor Xia and the others were all dumbfounded, with puzzled expressions on their faces. The other royal priests also looked puzzled, not understanding what happened. Boom! And at this moment, the phantom of the dragon soul finally couldn't resist and exploded. Intense energy fluctuations in the sky, like a tsunami, rushed towards the surroundings. At this time, in the Imperial Palace below, the startling dragon formation stopped, and many palaces with formation patterns collapsed. In the sky, a large number of ancient corpses were turned into ashes at this moment. It's just that the 3 ancient corpses from the second level of the Zifu realm survived. Although they're all missing arms and legs, and even have only half of their heads left, they still have extraordinary combat effectiveness. Roar! Their eyes were all looking down. Now in their eyes, only killing remained. Your Majesty, hurry up! I'll stop them. Old Qin and the others shouted hastily. However, Emperor Xia had no intention of escaping, said in a deep voice. We joined hands and risked our lives. Maybe we can kill all these 3 ancient corpses. If I escape, then this palace will be completely reduced to hell on earth. Not only will all the concubines and princes die, but my great Xia dynasty will also become the laughing stock of Kanglanyu. Old Qin and the others were silent when they heard the words. Emperor Xia was blessed with the luck of the dynasty, so he was a very powerful fighter. If he left, there would be no one in the palace anymore, so there would be nothing left to do to get these ancient corpses. Why did God treat me so unfairly to the great Xia dynasty? The weaker civil and military officials all roared angrily. If Emperor Xia died in battle, the generals who came back to help him will be able to destroy the remaining ancient corpses, but the Crown Prince Qin Junyin's foundation is not stable, and the vassal kings of various places will certainly not surrender willingly. At that time, if civil strife breaks out in the dynasty, it will have a huge blow and impact on the national power of the dynasty. Roar! And at this moment, the 3 ancient corpses were about to dive down. Emperor Xia and the others also had the determination to fight to the death with these ancient corpses. However, at this moment, in the distant sky, a white light suddenly swept over. Boom, boom! This white light carried an incomparably terrifying sword intent, mighty and mighty, galloping like the sea, illuminating the night sky. In the entire imperial city, all eyes were attracted by that white light. What is that? A daytime meteor? No, that's a sword soul. What a terrifying sword intent. When the white light approached, the people in the imperial city realized that it was actually a sword soul. Nothing but the trembling of the shocked voice. Everyone's eyes were full of disbelief. A sword's soul actually contains such a terrifying sword intent. And when everyone was shocked, the sword soul had already arrived in an instant. Carrying a terrifying sword intent, it shot at the three ancient corpses. Without any obstacles at all, this sword's soul easily penetrated the bodies of the three ancient corpses. Blood rained all over the sky, spilling down. The entire imperial city also fell into silence. Everyone looked at the spilled blood in astonishment, and they were all shocked. Three ancient corpses from the second level of the Purple Mansion realm were killed in a flash. This is too scary. At this time, the most horrified person was none other than Emperor Xia and the others. Originally, they had already made a death plan to fight these ancient corpses with their own lives, but who would have thought that these ancient corpses would be wiped out in the blink of an eye? The crisis has also been resolved. The sword intent of the wind. This is the sword intent of the wind. Suddenly, Mr. Qin exclaimed and said, "The one who made the move must not be Prince Mu? He is already so powerful." In the battle just now, from the beginning to the end, Prince Mu did not make a move. They thought that Prince Mu had already died. From the looks of it now, Prince Mu might be traveling abroad. And looking at the sword intent that hadn't dissipated in the sky that day, Prince Mu probably broke through to the 5th level of the Purple Mansion realm at least, and he should have rescued him just after learning of the danger in the Imperial City. If it's really Prince Mu, then my great Xia dynasty will have a strong man who is at least the 5th level of the Purple Mansion realm. God bless my great Xia dynasty. All the ministers and officials in the distance said happily. Incomparable excitement and excitement. The pale Emperor Xia also had a smile on his face, with incomparable joy in his heart. At least the powerhouse of the 5th heaven in the Purple Mansion realm. In the entire Kingland territory, no one has heard of such a strong man. Father. However, at this moment, Prince Qin Jinyan rushed over with an anxious look on his face. During the crisis, just now, Emperor Xia asked him to ask Prince Mu to help him out. The dignified prince, flustered, how decent is he? Seeing this, Emperor Xia scolded. For the prince, he has always been extremely strict. Father just asked me to invite Prince Mu. Qin Jinyan quickly calmed down his flustered mood and spoke slowly. I know that Prince Mu is not in the retreat. He's gone on a trip. Emperor Xia said indifferently. The sword just now came from outside the Imperial City. Didn't you see it? No. However, Qin Jinyan shook his head and said, when I arrived, the pavilion had collapsed because the dragon array stopped working, and I found this among the ruins. As he spoke, he handed a blood book to Emperor Xia. Looking at the blood book in Qin Jinyan's hands, Emperor Xia looked puzzled, but he still reached out to take it over. After seeing the above content, his face changed instantly. 7th, Uncle 7th Emperor. He has already transformed into Tao. Too shocked, Xia Huang's voice was trembling and said, how is this possible? He suddenly set off a monstrous wave in his heart, and his eyes were full of disbelief. His eyes were full of shock. This news was like a bolt from the clear sky to him. What? Prince Mu is already transformed. When Chun Lao and the others heard the words, they were all shocked beyond measure. They wanted to read the blood book, but Emperor Xia held it tightly. It wrote about Prince Mu's obsession, which must not be rumored. That's right, this blood book was left by Prince Mu before he died, and he is already transformed. Emperor Xia said in an extremely complicated tone. He didn't hide it. Whether such a thing can be concealed is not up to him at all, but depends on whether the owner of the Wind Sword Soul will show up. How is this possible? If Prince Mu had already transformed into Taoism, who killed those 3 ancient corpses just now? That's right. There are people who saved the prince. Aren't they all Prince Mu? Old Chun and the others all said in succession. It was hard for them to believe that Prince Mu had actually died a long time ago. Everyone is full of doubts and disbelief. How could I know? Emperor Xiao's expression was extremely complicated, and he said, what I don't understand now is, if that strong man is not Prince Mu, why did he help us several times? Everyone present fell into silence. They couldn't accept the news that Prince Mu had passed away long ago, let alone think about this deeper issue. Could it be that the strong man who made the shot has not been helping us, but dealing with the exorcists? Elder Su, who was guarding the scripture pavilion, couldn't help but said. As soon as these words came out, many people looked sideways. If you think about it this way, it's not unreasonable. But what about the demons suppressing tower? The demons in the demons suppressing tower appeared, but it had nothing to do with the corpse exorcism sect. Didn't that strong man also attack in the same way? Mr. Chun put forward a different opinion, saying, could it be another possibility? Although the person who made the move is not Prince Mu, he is still a member of the royal family. It's just that he has been hiding his identity and we didn't pay attention. That's not likely, is it? Everyone shook their heads, thinking it was impossible. Because if you are really a member of the royal family and have such a powerful cultivation base, you will definitely need a lot of cultivation resources, and hiding your identity is not conducive to obtaining these cultivation resources. Old Qin's idea was rejected, and everyone fell into silence again. In any case, at least that strong man has no malice towards us. At this time, Emperor Xia spoke. On this point, everyone agrees. But other than that, they couldn't get any more information, and after thinking for a while, they couldn't think of an answer. Forget it. The top priority now is not to know the identity of that strong man. After a pause, Emperor Xia continued. It's about telling the world quickly so that the people of the world can feel at ease. In less than 2 days, the news that the imperial city was attacked by the exorcists will inevitably spread throughout the entire dynasty, if it is not announced to the world quickly, in order to reassure the people. Who knows what could go wrong? According to the order, many ministers said one after another. Afterwards, those injured royal priests, also supported by others, returned to the place where the aura of the palace was rich and meditated to heal their injuries. The Imperial Forest Army began to check to see if there were palace maids and eunuchs in the collapsed palace. As for Genie Wei, they searched the palace again to see if there were any members of the corpse exorcism sect. The 4 gates of the imperial city were also retaken by soldiers from the camp outside the city. Qin Feng didn't know anything about the series of speculations made by Emperor Xia and others. After he came back from Yindang Mountain, he went straight back to the Imperial Mausoleum. He didn't need to deal with the remaining matters after the palace battle, and he didn't bother to take care of them. Uncle, where did you go just now? At this time, Qin Zining was in the Imperial Mausoleum, and when she saw Qin Feng who had returned, she immediately had a look of surprise. Why are you here? Qin Feng said suspiciously. With such a big battle breaking out in the palace just now, shouldn't Qin Zining have thought of a way to leave the palace long ago? Even if she didn't want to, Emperor Xia and Crown Prince Qin Junyan wouldn't let such a proud man stay in such a dangerous place. The situation was critical just now. Grandpa Huang told me to leave the palace quickly. Father thought that it was too dangerous for you to be still in the Imperial Mausoleum, so he asked me to take you away together. Qin Zining said truthfully, after I came here, I found that you were not here and thought you were in danger. Hearing this, Qin Feng couldn't help feeling warm in his heart. He didn't expect Qin Junyan to remember to let his daughter take him away when he was in such a dangerous situation. I heard movement outside the Imperial Mausoleum just now. I thought it was some ancient corpse from the exorcist sect coming here. Later, I found out that it was some frightened pets running around. Qin Feng said lightly. So this is a... Qin Zining nodded upon hearing the words, without any doubts. After all, everyone in the entire palace just now was panicked and very chaotic. She then reminded Qin Feng, if there is still the danger of the exorcists attacking the palace next time, Uncle Huang should hurry to the East Palace. It's safer there. Don't worry. There won't be a next time. Qin Feng said lightly. Hearing what he said, Qin Zining was a little puzzled. She didn't understand why Qin Feng said there will be no next time. Although the ancient corpses of the exorcising sect were wiped out, those core members are still alive. But although she was puzzled in her heart, Qin Zining didn't think much about it. She just thought that Qin Feng was comforting herself, so she nodded. She naturally did not expect that the core members of the corpse exorcism sect had already been killed by Qin Feng, and there would be absolutely no next time. Uncle Huang, if there's nothing wrong, I'll go to my father first. There must be a lot of things that need to be dealt with in the palace right now. I'll see if there is anything I can do to help." Qin Zining said to Qin Feng. "It is good." Qin Feng nodded and said, "Be careful on the road. There are other ancient corpses." Although he knew it was gone, he still reminded Qin Zining to be extra careful in everything at any time. Qin Zining nodded and left the Imperial tomb. After Qin Zining left, Qin Feng turned his attention to the huge Imperial tomb in front of him. Would it be too much if I dug up the corpse of Emperor Taizu and refined it into an ancient corpse? Qin Feng looked at the Imperial Mausoleum in front of him and muttered to himself. With the ability to control corpses, he looked at the Imperial Mausoleum in front of him, and he no longer felt that this place was lonely, but only felt that it was a place where treasures were hidden. If Emperor Xia heard these words, he would probably spit out a mouthful of old blood and anger. He asked Qin Feng to guard the Imperial tomb here, but Qin Feng actually wanted to dig out the ancient corpse of Emperor Taizu. Forget it. After hesitating for a moment, Qin Feng shook his head. He wasn't afraid of being discovered. With his current cultivation, he could easily dig out the corpse of Emperor Taizu and refine it into an ancient corpse that could fight. But the point is, he doesn't need it. The current him, with a cultivation base that disdains the entire Kanglan region, at least none of the superficial powerhouses can be his enemy. So there was no need for him to waste energy refining a corpse. Shaking his head, Qin Feng returned to the reclining chair and continued to practice while sleeping, absorbing the sword energy and the lotion of the Earth Spirit clock obtained by signing in. In the next 3 days, the news that the Great Xia Imperial City was attacked by the exorcist sect quickly spread throughout the Kanglan region. After all, the Great Xia dynasty was one of the several great dynasties in the Kanglan region, and it was not a trivial matter for the Imperial City to be attacked. This matter also caused a huge discussion. No one would have imagined that the corpse exorcist sect would grow to such a great extent in just a few years. No matter if it was a major dynasty or a major sect, they were a little flustered. One reason is that if the corpse sect wants to improve its overall strength, the speed is too fast, as long as there are strong enough corpses. Other dynasties and sects are far behind. Secondly, no matter whether it is the dynasty or the sect, they don't want their ancestors' ancestral graves to be dug up by the exorcists. That would be a great shame. It is also because of this that no matter the major sects or the major dynasties, they have launched a campaign against the corpse exorcists within their sphere of influence. If Yu Cheng and others are still there, and there are so many powerful ancient corpses, they don't need to care much about the suppression of these sects and dynasties. After all, the sects of the major dynasties can mobilize very limited Zifu realm powerhouses, and the mobilization of the army is naturally not as fast as they can move the corpses. But now Yu Cheng and others are dead, and those powerful ancient corpses are gone. Facing the siege, the disciples of the ancient corpse sect are in a mess, and a large number of disciples have been arrested and imprisoned. The entire inheritance has been completely severed, and there is no possibility of resurgence. At the same time, the mysterious strong man who beheaded those ancient corpses with his sword also became the subject of discussion. Is that strong man you said to be from the Great Xia dynasty? It's hard to say. That strong man has saved the members of the Daxiao royal family several times. Who can say for sure? It is probably a person who has a grudge against the corpse exorcism sect. Seeing the deepest enmity between the Great Xia royal family and the corpse exorcist sect, he helped the Great Xia royal family several times. I really didn't expect that in the entire Kanglan region today, even the second and third level powerhouses of the Purple Mansion realm are rare, and there is actually a strong man above the 5th level of the Purple Mansion realm. Similar voices of discussion kept ringing out throughout the entire Kanglan region. Regarding Qin Feng's real identity, various speculations can be described as endless. But generally speaking, most people still think that the mysterious strong man is not a member of the Great Xia royal family. After all, even the inside of the Great Xia royal family, including all civil and military officials, did not know the identity of that mysterious person. They felt that the mysterious strong man lived in seclusion in the territory of the great Xia dynasty at most. And when these discussion voices are constantly going on in the palace, it was a sad scene, and the atmosphere in the whole palace was extremely depressing. Emperor Xia's life is in danger. After the battle with those ancient corpses from the corpse exorcist sect, Emperor Xia ordered all kinds of matters, and just after dispelling the imperial luck that was blessed on him, he vomited blood and fell to the ground. He was already old, and he was seriously injured during the battle with those ancient corpses. It was not so obvious when he was blessed by the luck of the dynasty. And once the imperial fortune that blessed him dissipated, Emperor Xia couldn't bear it completely. Under the treatment of many imperial physicians and precious elixirs, he barely survived for 3 days. On the 3rd day of Qin Feng's rest, Chu Xiong came suddenly. "Your Highness, the corpse exorcist sent to attack last time. Are you all right?" Chu Xiong came to the imperial tomb and asked worriedly. "The battlefield is so far away from here. What can I do?" Qin Feng smiled lightly, and then asked suspiciously, "Aren't you in the imperial camp? Why did you come to the imperial palace?" "Your Highness doesn't know yet," Chu Xiong said in surprise. "What's the matter?" Qin Feng looked puzzled. "Your Majesty's injuries are getting worse day by day. Half of the more than troops in the entire camp are stationed in the imperial city to prevent any special incidents from happening in the imperial city," Chu Xiong said slowly. Although he didn't say it explicitly, the meaning was obvious. To prevent people from various vassals from making any noise in the imperial city. Hearing this, Qin Feng was taken aback. He really didn't know that Emperor Xia's injury was getting worse, because he hasn't been out much. He couldn't help looking in the direction of the Hall of Mental Cultivation. Now that half of the army in the Imperial City camp is about to be stationed in the Imperial City, how serious is Emperor Xia's injury? While Qin Feng was thinking, Chu Xiong revealed his purpose of coming, which was to remind Qin Feng to be more careful recently. In case of any accidents in the palace, his identity as a deposed prince is very sensitive, and he might be used by someone with a heart. "Okay, I get it." Qin Feng nodded. He is not a fool. How could he be used by others? Afterwards, Qin Feng asked about Chu Xiong's cultivation situation, inadvertently gave him some guidance, and let him go first. If Emperor Xia died now, wouldn't the entire dynasty be in turmoil? Qin Feng muttered to himself. Although he stays at home, he still has some understanding of the current situation in the great Xia dynasty. If Emperor Xia died now, it would definitely not be a good thing. The best situation is that Emperor Xia arranges everything, stabilizes Qin Junyin's position, and then dies. Thinking of this, Qin Feng withdrew his gaze and slowly closed his eyes. Wisps of spiritual energy in the body floated out, flying in the direction of the Hall of Mental Cultivation. At the same time, in the Hall of Mental Cultivation, Emperor Xia was lying on the bed with a pale face. The 3 best imperial physicians in the entire imperial hospital are all here, and the tables not far away are filled with various rare medicines. But even so, these imperial doctors still showed embarrassment on their faces, constantly shaking his head and sighing. "How is father?" Prince Qin Junyin stepped forward and asked with great concern. "The medical skills of the ministers are poor. It is difficult to heal. Those imperial doctors are helpless." What? As soon as this remark came out, Qin Junyin's expression changed, and he found it difficult to accept it. Although he would be able to inherit the throne if Emperor Xia passed away, he didn't feel the slightest joy in his heart. The injury caused to his majesty in that battle was too serious, and the yin qi continued to spread in his body. "We have no way to stop it at all," those imperial doctors said helplessly. "They have tried every means." However, Emperor Xia's injury not only did not improve, but even worsened. Hearing the words, several important ministers present looked at each other with incomparably solemn expressions. Now the imperial palace has just been attacked by exorcists. A large number of palaces have been destroyed, and many powerful people have fallen. The majesty of the entire royal family has dropped to the lowest level in these years. Moreover, the prince's control over the armies in various places is also very limited. If Emperor Xia passed away at this time, and Prince Qin Jinyan was allowed to ascend the throne, what would happen to the vassal kings who were like wolves everywhere? Taking the opportunity to ask for more rewards is the lightest. Maybe they will take the opportunity to raise troops and fight for the throne. The other great dynasties and sects will definitely not stand idly by. By that time, the survival of the entire Great Xia dynasty will become a huge problem. Long years. At this moment, Emperor Xia suddenly spoke with an extremely weak voice. It seems to be cut off at any time. Father. When Qin Jinyan heard the words, he hurried forward with a sad expression on his face. Tears couldn't help but flow down. Why are you crying? Seeing this, Emperor Xia grabbed Qin Jinyan's hand and scolded in an extremely weak voice. After I die, you will be the new king of the Great Xia dynasty, and you must not be seen as weak. One side, you have to make all your subjects fear you, so that you can suppress all dissatisfied people. This is the philosophy he has always believed in. He has also followed through. Yes, father. Although Qin Jinyan did not agree with Emperor Xia's teaching, but at this time, he did not say anything, but nodded. Emperor Xia nodded. Then, he wanted to say something else. However, at this moment, there was a loud noise outside. Who? How dare you trespass into the important place of the palace? The Royal Forest Army shouted angrily outside, and this voice made all the important officials in the Hall of Mental Cultivation startled, and then their faces became extremely ugly. Could it be that someone from the vassal king forced his way into the palace? A minister said in a deep voice. They had long expected that if Emperor Xia passed away, there would definitely be chaos. But they didn't expect that this chaos would happen so quickly. Could it be that some vassal king has come to the imperial city and wants to force the palace? Many ministers looked outside the Hall of Mental Cultivation, but the scene in front of them made them unforgettable for the rest of their lives. All the Imperial Forest Army outside the palace drew their weapons one after another, waiting in full force, looking into the distance with serious expressions. On the road, paved with bluestone slabs in the distance, a vague figure walked slowly towards the palace. And when the figure approached, everyone was shocked to find out. That figure is not human at all. It's a pure energy body composed of spiritual energy and sword energy, and it's just a human form. What is this? Seeing Qin Feng, who was approaching, all the imperial guards outside the palace were pale and shocked. Their voices were trembling. This is beyond their knowledge. Who is your excellency? Why did you trespass on my great Xia palace? Chun Lao, who was secretly in charge of guarding the Hall of Mental Cultivation, appeared and shouted loudly. He could see that the other party was not a monster, but the incarnation of a strong man. Thump. However, just as Mr. Chen finished speaking, Qin Feng looked over. As if Mr. Chan was being targeted by an ancient beast, he knelt down on the ground uncontrollably. The coercion on his body is like carrying a mountain on his back. This scene left all the ministers and the Imperial Forest Army dumbfounded in shock. Old Chun, who had the strongest cultivation base, was shocked to kneel on the ground by the other party's gaze. Which feudal lord invited this strong man? Escort. Come and escort. Several ministers in the Hall of Mental Cultivation all shouted loudly. However, all the royal guards, as well as the strong guards who were secretly guarding here, all remained silent. Qin Feng was really terrifying. They're like ants looking up at the gods. If you don't kneel down and worship, you already have enough courage. Let alone stop Qin Feng. This had nothing to do with his loyalty to Emperor Xia. It was entirely a shock from the depths of his soul. Amidst countless horrified gazes, Qin Feng's avatar came to the palace and walked slowly towards the bed where Emperor Xia was. Stop! Don't hurt my father! With the luck of the dynasty, Qin Jinyan forcibly overcame his inner fear, pulled out the Tianzi sword hanging on the bed next to him, and slashed at Qin Feng. However, before the Son of Heaven sword approached Qin Feng, it stopped, as if cutting on an air wall. Qin Jinyan's face was ugly. he found that the Tianzi sword not only failed to block the mysterious man in front of him, but he himself was suppressed, unable to move, and frozen in place. At this time, the entire hall of mental cultivation was filled with deathly silence, and everyone looked at the figure in front of them with astonishing aura that was completely condensed from spiritual energy and sword energy. It is hard to imagine in my heart what kind of terrifying cultivation this person is. And at this time, Qin Feng had already arrived at Emperor Xia's bed. He cast his pupils, and in the eyes, mysterious and complicated runes emerged, and he began to check Emperor Xia's injuries. The Yin Shi has spread so badly. Under normal circumstances, it is indeed too difficult to cure you. Qin Feng muttered to himself, because it is composed of pure spiritual energy and sword energy. The voice he makes is also very strange, not like a normal human being at all. Seeing this, many imperial physicians present all had expressions of horror. They had so many imperial physicians. It took them a whole day to see where Emperor Xia's injury was, and this mysterious person could see it in an instant. They find it incredible. You didn't come to kill me? Emperor Xia, who was on the bed, had just seen this mysterious man approaching from a distance. His eyes were full of fear and uneasiness. But when this figure really came in front of him, he calmed down instead, because he couldn't feel any killing intent from this mysterious person. There was even a slight sense of intimacy, which made him very at ease. "You're not qualified to let me kill myself," Qin Feng said lightly. If he wanted to kill Emperor Xia, why would he need to condense his external avatar? It only needs to condense a sword light in the Imperial Mausoleum to take the life of Emperor Xia. Hearing this, Emperor Xia was a little dumbfounded. Today, the startling dragon array in the palace has not been repaired. If such a strong man wants to kill him, there is really no need to expend such a huge amount of effort. Then why did you come here? Emperor Xia's breath was weak, and he said slowly, "You'll find out soon," Qin Feng said lightly. While speaking, he took out a fiery red flower. The other side of the flower, in the Demon Mountains, he got the bianhua, which can prolong life, and originally wanted to make soup for Qin's eating. But now that Emperor Xia was dying, he planned to use it for Emperor Xia. Seeing this flower, two imperial physicians stared wide-eyed. They did not expect that Qin Feng actually had the Bana flower in his hand. This is an extremely cherished, life-prolonging spiritual flower. Not even a single one appeared in the entire Great Xia dynasty. They desperately wanted to speak. Xia Huang's situation is too bad now. If Xia Huang swallowed the Bana flower directly, not only would it not have the effect of prolonging life, but it would speed up Xia Huang's death. It must be tempered with furnace fire to get rid of a small part of the cold yin shi inside and some of the overly strong medicinal effects. And the mysterious person in front of him didn't bring a pill furnace at all, so he obviously didn't intend to temper the bianhua. These imperial doctors worked extremely hard, but they were so suppressed that they couldn't speak at all, and their eyes were full of anxiety. Now Emperor Xia obviously has a chance to be saved. It would be a pity if he just missed it. Boom! But at this moment, in Qin Feng's hand holding the bianhua, a ball of white flame suddenly ignited. In the scorching heat, there was a bit of biting coldness, which was extremely strange. This burning flame shocked everyone in the hall of mental cultivation. They had never seen such a strange flame, and what happened next left everyone stunned. Boom, boom. The bone spirit in Qin Feng's hands began to temper the bone flower. The originally bright and fiery red Bana flowers gradually withered and scorched black, and the essence inside was refined. Drops of crystal clear liquid floated above Qin Feng's palm, exuding a faint medicinal fragrance. Just smelling it is very refreshing. Make people feel comfortable. The result of tempering was perfect to the extreme. At this moment, whether it was the imperial physicians or other people in the hall of mental cultivation, they were all shocked beyond measure and felt that it was really astonishing. Tempering the other shore flower with bare hands. In this world, there is actually someone who can refine the bianhua with his bare hands without the help of a pill furnace. You must know that even those who have never learned alchemy know that the alchemy furnace is extremely important if you want to temper the spirit grass, and the patterns depicted on it have a strong auxiliary effect on the refining process. Not to mention that it is more difficult to refine such a rare flower of the other side, and the required level of the alchemy furnace is also higher. And the mysterious person in front of him actually tempered the Bona flower with his bare hands, and the tempering effect was so good, not only extracted the most essential part of the Bona flower, but also combined the powerful medicinal effect. How could they not be shocked? Those imperial physicians almost wanted to kneel down to Qin Feng. Open your mouth. At this time, Qin Feng was extremely calm and said lightly, not to mention tempering the flowers of the other side with bare hands. Even alchemy with bare hands is not difficult for him. His alchemy attainments are beyond the comprehension of these imperial physicians. After hearing the words, Emperor Xia recovered from the shock and opened his mouth with difficulty. Tick-tock, drops of liquid entered Xiaohuang's mouth. He swallowed. In an instant, he felt the majestic vitality raging in his body, pouring into his limbs and bones. And the yin qi that had invaded his body was turned into vigorous vitality by the medicinal effect of the Bona flower. He felt extremely warm in his body. His old body is also recovering rapidly. Is this the legendary Bona flower? The effect is so obvious. Emperor Xia was amazed. The breath of his speech is no longer weak, and it is much more normal. The other people in the Hall of Mental Cultivation were also extremely shocked, seeing the effect of the legendary Bianhua for the first time. He actually came to rescue the emperor. Qin Junyan was very surprised. At the same time, I feel a little guilty, feeling that I was too rude just now, but want to apologize, but I still can't move. Don't be overly happy. This Bianhua flower can help you prolong your life by about 10 years at most. Qin Feng said lightly. Emperor Xia was not disappointed when he heard the words. He was about to die, but now he can live another 10 years, so he is naturally very happy. More importantly, he was able to use these 10 years to reshuffle the army of the entire dynasty, at least allowing Qin Junyan to fully control the army. In Jin Wei, thank you, Senior, for your help. Emperor Xia said incomparably gratefully. No need to thank me, Qin Feng said lightly. His purpose of saving Emperor Xia was not that simple, so he didn't care about Emperor Xia's thanks. After a pause, he continued, I just hope you'd better not do stupid things, such as investigating my identity. Don't dare. Don't dare. When Emperor Xia heard the words, his heart trembled, and he said quickly. Qin Feng nodded, but he didn't stay here, and turned to leave. Walking out of the Hall of Mental Cultivation, the avatar immediately dissipated and disappeared between the heaven and the earth. After Qin Feng left, the coercion pervading the entire Hall of Mental Cultivation dissipated, and everyone inside and outside the Hall of Mental Cultivation couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. The huge pressure on them just now almost made them breathless, but now it is much better. Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay, feeling like a dream, unreal. That person is simply too powerful. Not only is his cultivation base terrifying, but he can also make alchemy with bare hands. It's hardly like a real person. However, Emperor Xia, who had recovered, was reminding them that they were not dreaming just now, and everything was real. Father, Qin Junyan hurried forward and asked, How do you feel now? Almost fully recovered from the injury. Emperor Xia said slowly. He looked at his son with some surprise. He didn't expect that this son, who seemed a little weak on weekdays, would have the courage to draw his sword and slash at the mysterious man just now when everyone was terrified and trembling. He looked at Qin Junyan with admiration. I feel that I may not fully understand this, son. At this time, several imperial physicians also stepped forward one after another and checked Emperor Xia's body again, making sure that Emperor Xia's injuries were almost recovered. The incarnation outside the body just now was condensed from spiritual energy and sword energy, and it was the sword intent of the wind. I am afraid that he is the strong man who has helped us several times. At this time, old Chun, who was forced to kneel on the ground just now, also came from outside and said slowly, "It should be the strong man." After a pause, Emperor Xia said, "At first, I thought that he should have vendetta against the exorcist sect, so he helped us several times, but now it seems that it may not be that simple. Even if he wasn't hiding in the palace, he was definitely inextricably linked with the great Xia royal family." Your Majesty's speculation is very reasonable. Old Chun and many important officials nodded. They all have the same idea in their hearts. Your Majesty, do you want me to focus on the investigation of the strong men who had a relationship with the great Xia royal family and their descendants? Jin Wei Zhen Fu envoy said in a deep voice. Although Qin Feng had already warned them just now, this is what Jin Wei did. No. However, Emperor Xia immediately said, "From now on, we are no longer allowed to investigate the identity of the strong man, so as not to anger him. It is enough to know that the strong man has a good impression of the Daxia royal family, and it doesn't matter if he doesn't know about the others." Well, Jin Wei Zhenfu envoy nodded upon hearing this. Also, what happened here today, you must block the news, and no one is allowed to spread it. Emperor Xia said again, "Let's just say that the imperial physician has cured my injury. According to the order." All the people present said one after another. Those who appeared here today are all important officials of the court, and the Imperial Forest Army outside are also the most elite group. So it is very simple to block the news. In the Imperial tomb, Qin Feng opened his eyes. 10 years should be enough to stabilize the position of the prince, right? Qin Feng muttered to himself. After pondering for a moment, he felt that it was almost the same. After all, it is enough to hand over the army to Qin Junyan, replace the important generals in the army with Qin Junyan's people, or let them be grateful to Qin Junyan. Thinking of this, Qin Feng didn't think about it anymore. He lay down on the recliner and continued to rest. In the next period of time, the news that Emperor Xia's injury had recovered caused the vassal kings everywhere to be extremely disappointed. If Qin Junyan inherits the throne now, even if they don't seize the throne, they can coerce and lure them to gain more fiefdoms and power. In the past 2 years, a large number of important generals in the army were imprisoned in the prison without warning. A small part of them really violated the law secretly, but a bigger part is completely weaving charges. The criminal department and Dali Temple interrogated these generals together. For a while, these generals were panicked, not knowing what would happen to them. "Let you drink from the golden bottle, and you will not be spared with a white blade." This was what Emperor Xia had said to them when he ascended the throne. They never thought that the white blade would fall on their own heads so quickly. Not only in the army, but also in the imperial court, many officials, even the ministers of the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Household Affairs, were imprisoned in prisons. Some of the vassal kings from all over the country were relatively weak, and Jin Wei broke into the palace directly to arrest them. For a time, the wind was roaring. All the vassal kings were also a little scared. They didn't know what Emperor Xia was going to do. Many vassal kings gave gifts to the crown prince, hoping that the prince would speak more kind words in front of Emperor Xia. Not only the vassal king, but also many ministers in the court also went to curry favor with the prince. After all, in this dynasty, only the crown prince can persuade Emperor Xia. And Qin Jinyan also had a very headache because of this incident, so he came to the imperial tomb to confide in Qin Feng. "Brother Huang, father imprisoned so many ministers, generals, and feudal lords all at once. Shouldn't he kill them all?" Qin Jinyan asked. Although he somewhat hated those vassal kings, the ones Xia Huang ordered to arrest were all small vassal kings, who didn't have much power, and few of them dared to seize the people's land and act violently on weekdays. Otherwise, the local officials will not spare them. Don't worry, they won't die for the time being. In the end, whether they are dead or alive depends entirely on you. Qin Feng said lightly. He has read through the 24 histories, and he still understands the emperor's strategy. "Brother, what does this mean?" Qin Junyan was a little puzzled. "Didn't you tell me last time that Emperor Father only has 10 years left to live? Now he's imprisoning these generals, ministers, and vassal kings, accusing them of crimes one by one, then kill one every 3 to 5 times. After he passed away and you ascended the throne, kill a small number of those who are truly guilty, and release most of the innocent ones. At that time, those who are still alive will not be grateful to you. After Qin Feng paused, he continued, Besides, at that time, everyone will feel that the father is getting old and confused in his later years. Fortunately, you have a wise king like you succeeding to the throne, and the hearts of the people will be on your side. This strategy is not particularly complicated, and even many ministers who have been imprisoned understand in their hearts. But when the butcher's knife was really hanging on them and the whole family, there was only fear in their hearts because no one knew what Emperor Xiao was thinking. Whoever can forgive them at that time will be their reborn parents. So it is. When Qin Junyan heard the words, he suddenly felt enlightened. He didn't expect that Emperor Xiao's purpose was for him to successfully succeed to the throne. He couldn't help but smiled bitterly and said, Brother Huang, maybe you are more suitable for the throne than me. His whole mind is on how to improve people's livelihood, but he doesn't know much about this kind of tactics. Qin Feng smiled, but did not speak. Now he has no interest in this kind of throne at all. Next, Qin Junyan and Qin Feng chatted about some things, and then left the imperial tomb. Qin Feng continued his penance. After about half a year, the shocking dragon formation, which had stopped functioning, was also repaired. The palace was finally restored to tranquility. With the protection of the shocking dragon formation, at least there is no need to worry about someone sneaking into the palace all day long. But to Qin Feng, it didn't make any difference. Whether or not the startling dragon formation is in operation, the aura here is as thin as ever. Fortunately, he doesn't need the aura gathered by the startling dragon formation. Time flies by, and in the blink of an eye, it is already 2 years later. Boom, boom. Qin Feng, who was on the reclining chair, suddenly breathed heavily. In his body, the aura fluctuated like a surging river, making the sound of huge waves. It was deafening. If it weren't for the protection of the divine hidden formation, the sound would probably spread throughout the entire palace. At the same time, there was a majestic spiritual energy in Qin Feng's body, which gushed out continuously. Wherever he passed, the vegetation in the Imperial Mausoleum was nourished and became more vigorous. The 8th layer of the Purple Mansion realm. Qin Feng muttered to himself and said, With this speed, it may take many years to break through to the void refining realm. However, he was not in a hurry. In this Kanglan realm, there is not much difference between the 8th heaven of Zifu realm and the void refining realm. Anyway, he is an invincible existence. Qin Feng got up slowly, stretched his waist, and then prepared to change his position and continue to sleep. Kindness. Suddenly, Qin Feng frowned slightly. He noticed that there were many fox footprints and a few white hairs under the ancient tree not far away. Obviously, the little white fox came back and then left again. Because Qin Feng's spiritual sense emitted during cultivation could only detect dangerous auras, he didn't notice that the little white fox had returned. Too much. Qin Feng couldn't help but said, Do you think this is a brothel? Come and leave if you want. He felt that next time the little white fox came again, he had to let the little white fox know who was the master here. With this thought in mind, Qin Feng lay back on the reclining chair again, warming up his meridians to prevent his aura just breaking through. Morning 3 months later. Qin Feng was warming and nurturing his meridians, but Qin Zining came. She looked very happy. What is it so happy? Seeing this, Qin Feng asked with a smile. The spiritual path has been opened. Qin Zining said excitedly and excitedly. The opening time of this spiritual path is random, and sometimes it may not be opened once every 2 or 3,000 years. She did not expect that it would be opened in their generation. Ling Road. Qin Feng felt a little strange when he heard the words, and after thinking about it for a while, he remembered the information about the spiritual road. That is a very special secret realm. The entrance is located in the most central area of the entire Kanglan domain. Not only is the opening time very random, but the requirements for those who enter it are also very strict. When entering the spiritual path, the secret realm will automatically test the cultivator's roots, talent, age, Anyone that fails will be kicked out. And the various treasures of heaven and earth in the spiritual path are also very rich, and there are countless rare spiritual grasses and spiritual fruits. Someone even obtained a small piece of material from it that could cast a holy vessel. Although it is only the size of a little finger, it is still extremely precious. After the news spread, that person was directly accepted as a disciple by a holy place on the Eternal Continent, which made countless people envious. You must know that the Eternal Ancient Continent is divided into many domains, and the Kanglan domain is just the most inconspicuous one. Those holy places are in very powerful domains. As long as they are willing, they can easily destroy the entire Kanglan domain. Entering the Holy Land is an opportunity that many people dream of. Since the Great War of Sealing Demons, the Kanglan region's martial arts have declined seriously. If the spiritual path is open this time, it will be of great benefit to the entire Kanglan region. Qin Zening said happily. The people sent by the great Xia royal family to enter the spiritual path this time should be you too. Qin Feng asked. Kindness. Qin Zening nodded. She is now the #1 genius of the great Xia royal family, so she is naturally one of the rare places to enter the spiritual path. After a pause, she continued, I'm here this time to say goodbye to the Emperor's uncle. The experience in the spiritual path is estimated to last for 4 or 5 years, and I won't be able to come back. Let's go after eating, Qin Feng said slowly. Uncle Huang will prepare your favorite hot pot for you. Hot pot. Qin Zening was just saying goodbye, but after hearing the words, she couldn't help swallowing and said, okay. Afterwards, Qin Feng got up and got busy. He was cooking and chatting. During the period, he also found a reason, took back the pure little sword that was given to Qin Zening before, injected the purest sword intent into it, and then returned it to Qin Zening. If there is any danger, the sword intent in this pure little sword will burst out to protect Qin Zening. At the same time, on the coastline in the northwest of the Great Xia dynasty, a large number of demon cult disciples gathered, wearing black robes. All of them seemed to exude a strange aura. All the disciples of the demon sect practice the demon clan Kung Fu. The only difference is that those demons devour human beings to improve their cultivation and prolong their lifespan, while the disciples of the demon cult devour monsters to improve their cultivation and prolong their lifespan. It is precisely because of this difference that the demon cult has been able to survive in the northern wilderness despite the poor relationship with the major dynasties and sects. Because they are not demons after all, the major dynasties and sects do not want to devote all their efforts to destroy the demon sect. The leader has been at sea for 100 years. I don't know if he has found a way to heal his wounds and prolong his life. The great elder of the devil's cult said in a deep voice. This leader is extremely talented, and at a young age, he has already broken through to the Purple Mansion realm. He can be said to be the first genius in the Kanglan domain. However, during a training session, he strayed into a dilapidated secret realm. The space inside was chaotic and would collapse at any time. Although he tried his best to escape, he was still severely injured. Few years of life left. I can only go to sea to find a way to prolong my life. Who can guess that? The second elder of the demon sect said slowly. When the leader went out to sea, he asked the deducer who traveled here to deduce it, saying that if he can find a method of prolonging life, he will definitely return today. Let's just wait and see. The great elder of the devil's cult nodded and looked at the sea in front of him. Not long after, a sound of commotion suddenly sounded, and at the end of everyone's field of vision, there was a figure returning from the waves, approaching quickly. Master, it's the leader, some demon disciples exclaimed. All of a sudden, there were cheers everywhere. All the demon disciples knelt down one after another. We welcome the return of the moon worshipper. The voice of shouting, extremely loud, spread throughout the coastline. Above the waves, the moon worshipper was wearing a black robe with a strange pattern on it, exuding a powerful aura, and taking a slow step, he came to the beach. Get up! The Lord of Worshipping the Moon said with a thick voice and an indifferent expression, "Has the leader found a way to prolong life?" The second elder of the devil's cult said, in a very pleasant surprise, "Kindness." The master of Worshipping the Moon said lightly. Many demon sect disciples were overjoyed upon hearing the words. Worship the Moon, sect master. Longevity is boundless. Worship the Moon, sect master. Longevity is boundless. Shouting voice, one after another, deafening. At this time, the great elder of the devil's sect looked at the moon worshipper in front of him with a solemn expression, as if he was doubting something. "I have successfully returned from life extension this time. Are you unhappy?" The leader of Worshipping the Moon noticed the great elder and said lightly, "No." The great elder shook his head quickly and then said suspiciously, "How did I find out that the aura on the leader's body is different from before?" The difference was subtle, but he felt it was obvious. "Haha, really?" The Lord of Worshipping the Moon chuckled and said lightly, "Probably because I have devoured too many human beings and the evil spirit on my body is too heavy." When he spoke, he always kept a calm smile on his face, as if he was just talking about a very ordinary thing. "What? The leader devoured human beings?" As soon as this remark came out, the faces of all the disciples of the devil's cult present changed. You must know that the biggest difference between them and demons is that they do not devour humans. It is also because of this that they have reached a tacit agreement with the major forces. Within the scope of the northern wasteland, they can move and develop at will. Why? Do you think there's a problem? The master of Worshipping the Moon said lightly. His tone was calm, but the powerful aura on his body was naturally revealed. Purple Mansion Realm, 5th Layer Heaven. During these years at sea, he has traveled to many island countries and devoured many human beings. Not only has his lifespan increased, but his cultivation has also been greatly improved. All the demon sect disciples present turned pale under this coercion, feeling the immense pressure. No one dared to speak at all. The first-generation leader set the rules to practice demon skills, but you must not devour human beings. As the leader, you actually violated the rules. The great elder of the devil's cult said angrily, "What's the difference between you and the demon now? Everyone in the world calls us the devil's cult and classifies us as demons. I devour the human race, so what's wrong with me?" The master of Worshipping the Moon said coldly, "Oomph. A coward who is afraid of death. You still have the face to argue for yourself." The great elder of the devil's cult snorted coldly and angrily reprimanded. "Listen to you. Are you not afraid of death?" In the eyes of the Lord of Worshipping the Moon, the coldness has turned into killing intent. "It's just death. Why not be afraid of it?" The great elder of the devil's sect said coldly, "I joined this sect to help the human race find a different way of cultivation, not to harm the same race like a demon. He is righteous and awe-inspiring, and he is not afraid of the moon worshipper, only contempt in his eyes. He was originally the young master of a declining family, and his cultivation could have revived the family, but he was full of ambitions. In order to help mankind find a new way of cultivation, he joined the devil's cult despite the world's disgrace. Everything the moon worshipper is doing now clearly violates the original intention of the devil's cult. Since you are not afraid of death, then I will fulfill you." The master of Worshipping the Moon slowly raised his palm. Suddenly, a large amount of blood-colored light floated out from the body of the great elder of the demon sect and began to enter the body of the moon worshipper. "What?" The great elder of the devil's cult suddenly let out a cry of pain, and he roared, "Shameless human traitor, you can kill me. If you join the demon, your end will be 1,000 times more miserable than mine. 10,000 times. Hearing the words, the patriarch of the moon worship showed anger on his face and grabbed the palm of his hand in the air, and the great elder of the demon sect turned into a blood mist. It was swallowed up by him directly. The aura emanating from his body has also been greatly enhanced. All the demon sect disciples present could not help but gasp. In the past, the cultivation base of the great elder was a small realm higher than that of the moon-worshipping sect master, but now it was directly swallowed up, and there is no way to fight back. Each of them showed a look of fear. Is there any one of you who is not afraid of death? The master of worshipping the moon looked indifferently, looked at the many demon disciples, and said indifferently. As soon as this remark came out, no one dared to speak. All are silent. They don't have their own bottom line like the great elder, and many of them even feel that the rule of not allowing human beings to be devoured is unreasonable. It simply limits the speed at which their cultivation can grow. Swallowing monsters, how can it swallow humans? And the cultivation base can be improved quickly. Seeing that no one spoke, the Lord of worshipping the moon withdrew his gaze, looked at the second elder, and said, "Where is Linger? Why didn't she come?" The Linger he was talking about was the devil's saint, Huolinger. She report to the leader. When Huolinger went to practice in the Great Xia dynasty, she was rescued by their prince, and after she came back, she has been unable to retreat. The second elder, the devil's sect, was still afraid of the scene just now. His voice trembling said, "I went to see her today, but she is still in retreat, so I didn't disturb her." Hearing the words, the Lord of worshipping the moon frowned slightly. He said, "Could it be that Linger is in love with that Princess Xia? It's not very clear." The second elder of the demon sect shook his head when he heard this. No matter what, to be on the safe side, it's better to kill that prince. The leader of worshipping the moon said lightly, "You go back first. I will go to the Great Xia Imperial City." He is now at the 5th level of the Zifu realm, and he doesn't pay attention to the dragon's shocking formation in the Great Xia Imperial City at all, thinking that he can destroy it by himself. What? The second elder of the demon sect heard the words and quickly reminded, "The leader, don't be impulsive. In the Great Xia dynasty, there are also Zifu realm 5th layer powerhouses who seem to be inextricably linked with the Great Xia royal family. The sword that night traveled a long distance before reaching the Imperial City. Many strong people saw it. It is generally speculated that Qin Feng's cultivation should be at the 5th level of the Purple Mansion realm." "What did you say?" Hearing the words, the Lord of worshipping the moon frowned, wondering if he had heard it wrong. The second elder of the demon sect didn't dare to hide anything, and hurriedly informed the moon-worshipping sect master the news that all the ancient corpses were killed by the sword when the corpse exorcist sect attacked the Great Xia Palace that day. In this Kanglan domain, there is actually a powerhouse of the 5th layer of the Purple Mansion realm hidden. The master of worshipping the moon was very surprised. When he returned this time, he thought that he could easily push across and rule the entire Kanglan territory, but he didn't expect that his thinking was a bit too simple. This made him look a little ugly. The reason why he survived the sea trip this time was not just as simple as devouring human beings, but also had the support of a powerful demon behind him. For some reason, the powerful demon was unable to go to the Kanglan domain in person. He just made a promise to rule the entire Kanglan territory within 100 years and treat the entire human race in the Kanglan territory as a petri dish for cultivating the blood food of the demon race. If there are still Zifu realm 5th layer powerhouses in Kanglan territory, it will be very difficult for him to control the entire Kanglan territory, and even his life is in danger. He might be able to compete with the 5th level powerhouse in the Purple Mansion realm, but if the major dynasties also join in, he will definitely lose. What happened to the priest? Seeing the Lord of worshipping the moon with an ugly expression on his face, the second elder asked suspiciously. "It's nothing." The Lord of worshipping the moon shook his head, and then asked, "Apart from this, has anything else happened to the Kanglan domain during the 100 years since I left?" Hearing the words, the second elder of the devil's sect quickly told the moon worshipper about the opening of the spiritual path. The spiritual path is about to open. Hearing the words, the patriarch of the moon worship was stunned, obviously a little surprised. Well, the spiritual path will indeed be opened soon. The second elder of the demon sect nodded and said slowly, "At that time, the most outstanding geniuses among the major forces will all enter the spiritual path and compete for those heavenly materials and earthly treasures." The Lord of worshipping the moon fell into deep thought. A moment later, A cold light flashed in his eyes, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he murmured, "It seems that God is giving me a chance." He already had a plan in his heart that would make all the major dynasties submit to him willingly. At that time, all the demons in the demon-suppressing tower will be released, not to mention the powerhouses of the 5th level of the Purple Mansion realm. Even the strong men of the 9th level of the Purple Mansion realm will perish. With a plan in mind, the Lord of Worshipping the Moon immediately ordered the elders to carry out his orders. In the most central area of Kanglanyu, there's a very huge canyon. A river here is long since dried up. Now, it is already a sea of people. Powerhouses and geniuses from all major dynasties, sects, and aristocratic families have gathered here, waiting for the opening of the spiritual path. There are tens of thousands of people, but it is still not crowded. And in the central area of the canyon, there's a huge altar made of stones of 5 colors, covering a radius of hundreds of feet. Very conspicuous. This is the entrance to the spiritual path. In the past, the 5-colored stones on the altar looked very ordinary, and there was no other difference except that they were extremely strong. But now, these 5-color stones all emit a faint light, and they are still constantly absorbing the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. Obviously, the secret realm is about to be opened. At the end of the spiritual road, you can enjoy spiritual empowerment. I don't know who will be the first to reach the end of the spiritual road this time. It goes without saying that it must be Qin Feng. Her current cultivation is already at the 4th level of the Luanhai realm, and she can be said to be the #1 genius among young people of this generation. That's hard to say. There are still some forces in the Kanglan territory, which have always been hidden from the world. Although they are not as powerful as the few great dynasties, they may not be able to produce geniuses that surpass Qin Feng. In the canyon at this time, various guessing voices kept ringing out. In addition to those who are qualified to enter the spiritual path, there are quite a few people who came to watch the fun, and various discussions came and went. There were even people who opened the market and directly bet on the game. As for the first person to break through to the end of the spiritual path and obtain spiritual empowerment, most people think that it should be Qin Feng. At this time, Qin Feng was obviously used to the feeling of being discussed, so she looked at the 5-color altar with a calm face. Beside her are some other geniuses of the great Xia royal family, such as Qin Zhou, the son of the 4th prince. Boom! Suddenly, in the canyon, the 5-color altar burst out with dazzling light. The spiritual energy between the heavens and the earth is all surging madly, absorbed by the 5-color altar. Crack! And above the 5-color altar, a huge crack suddenly appeared in the void. It is tens of feet high. Not only that, the crack began to spread rapidly to both sides. A void crack just appeared out of thin air. I really don't know who arranged this 5-color altar, but it has such terrifying power that it can directly tear a crack in the void. Looking at the cracks in the void in front of him, shocking voices came and went. Although they had seen the records in ancient books, they were not as shocked as they saw intuitively. They all looked shocked. After about 3/4 of an hour, the entire crack began to stabilize. The spiritual road is open. The treasures of heaven and earth. First come, first served. At this moment, a young man laughed loudly, took a step forward, and flew towards the crack in the void. In an instant, it sank into the void crack and disappeared without a trace. If someone takes the lead, someone will naturally follow. For a while, many people are flying towards the crack in the void. Not long after, hundreds of people entered the secret realm. There are not only the arrogance of the major dynasties and sects, but also some geniuses from small forces, even casual cultivators. However, there are also those who are beyond their age or whose bones are too weak and are kicked out after entering the void crack, which is extremely embarrassing, causing bursts of laughter. Let's go into. Qin Feng said slowly. Qin Zhou and the others beside her nodded. Although Qin Feng was the youngest among all of them, because of Qin Feng's strong cultivation, everyone was used to listening to her. Be careful in the spiritual path. Try not to touch those dangerous treasures. This spiritual path is closed. If you encounter danger in this spiritual path, no one can save you. Qin Jinyan and Mr. Chun, who were in charge of sending them over, reminded them. Nothing is more important than security. Qin Zining and the others nodded, and then flew towards the crack in the void. Shi, accompanied by a white light, everyone was dizzy for a while. After reacting, he had already appeared in a completely strange world, standing in midair. The aura here is abundant, almost dozens of times that of the outside world. At a glance, there are almost endless mountains in sight, and occasionally the roar of monsters can be heard. Wow, is this the spiritual path? The aura is so lush, I really want to stay here forever. It's a good idea. When the spiritual path is closed, everyone will be kicked out automatically. Everyone who entered here couldn't help but let out a sound of wonder. Don't want to go out at all. Let's go ahead and have a look. Qin Zining watched more and more white lights emerge, and a large number of people entered inside, and said slowly. Qin Zhou and the others nodded, and they all flew forward. And those who entered the secret realm later, after sighing, also moved forward one after another, wanting to find all kinds of natural treasures here. At the same time, inside the Taizu Imperial Mausoleum, Qin Feng was recuperating with his eyes closed on the recliner. When he suddenly opened his eyes, a look of surprise appeared in his pupils. The breath of the demon? Has the demon entered the spiritual path? He muttered to himself. The extremely pure sword intent in Qin Zining's small pure gold sword could help him detect the situation around Qin Zining. Just now after Qin Zining entered the spiritual path, he was surprised to find that around Qin Zining's body, there was a faint demonic energy. Very faintly, but he could still feel it. Haven't all the demons been suppressed by the great dynasties? Moreover, there have been no traces of demons in the Kanglan domain for thousands of years. Why did they suddenly appear in the spiritual path? For a moment, Qin Feng had many doubts in his heart. He frowned, not liking this passive feeling. He likes to be proactive. Like the enemy in the light, he is in the dark. I like others to be below and he to be above. This feeling of not knowing the other party's situation made him a little uncomfortable. However, Qin Feng quickly stabilized his mood. Even though the rain is about to come, I will stand still. If you don't have enough strength, what can you do with more tricks? The demon that entered the spiritual path did not have a strong aura, and the sword intent he injected into Qin Zining's pure gold sword could be condensed into an incarnation outside the body, and the combat power is not comparable to those demons. As long as those demons dare to attack Qin Zining, he will definitely let them know what real cruelty is. In the next 3 years, Qin Zining, who was in the spiritual path, and many companions of the great Xia royal family, gain a lot. Not only did they obtain a large amount of natural treasures and rare ancient medicines, but they also obtained a very rare piece of refining material in a river valley. Although it is far from being able to compare with the materials used to make holy artifacts, it is still more than enough to make a fifth-order spiritual weapon, and it is worth a lot. However, with various treasures of heaven and earth, there are also a lot of dangers. They encountered powerful monsters several times, and were also attacked by Tianjiao or casual cultivators of other forces. But fortunately, relying on Qin Zining's cultivation base that was superior to his peers, they repeatedly saved themselves from danger. At noon one day, Qin Zining and the others had just obtained a few rare spirit crystals from a cave. They were resting by a river and were roasting monster meat to replenish their strength. Next year, the last section of the spiritual road will be opened. Then, Zining, leave us alone and find a way to be the first to reach the end of the spiritual road. When everyone was resting, Qin Zhou said slowly, there is only one place for spiritual empowerment. Qin Zining must rush to the end of the spiritual road as soon as possible. If he takes them with him, he will only be dragged down. Everyone else nodded. If Qin Zining can get the opportunity to receive the spiritual energy empowerment, her cultivation will definitely be greatly improved, and by that time, no one in the Kanglan domain will be able to match her. Even because of this, she may have the opportunity to pass the assessment of the holy places and join those holy places. However, Qin Zining shook her head. No, in the past 3 years, we have obtained too many treasures from heaven and earth, and many people are envious. If I separate from you, someone will definitely plan on you, she said slowly. In that case, you will be too dangerous. Although the opportunity of spiritual energy empowerment is precious, if she has to exchange her companion's life, she is absolutely unwilling. What's more, if they take out so many natural and earthly treasures, it will be of great benefit not only to them, but also to the offerings of many great Xia royal families, which can enhance the strength of the entire dynasty. The overall value is not necessarily lower than that of her alone receiving the aura empowerment. Qinzhou and the others were a little surprised when they heard this, and at the same time felt a little ashamed. In the past, when Qin Zining's meridians were damaged, they didn't treat Qin Zining as a family member at all. But she didn't expect that now Qin Zining would be willing to give up the chance of aura empowerment for their safety. You should think about it again. After all, it is... Qinzhou and others wanted to persuade Qin Zining. However, at this moment, Qin Zining's pretty face was serious, and she suddenly looked at the dense forest not far away. "Who? Come out." She drank coquettishly. He was in a completely different state from when he was talking to Qinzhou and the others just now, ready to draw his sword at any time. Qinzhou and the others looked in the direction Qin Zining was looking in doubt, but found that everything was normal there, and there was nothing abnormal. "Huh. I didn't expect you to be so cautious and find us." However, at this moment, several figures came out from the dense forest. All of them had pale faces and exuded a very evil aura. "You also want to rob us?" Qin Zining looked at these people and said coldly, "Before you do it, I hope you can think clearly. There are not many who robbed us these years, and only a few survived." However, those strange figures laughed loudly. Injiu, who was the leader, said with a mocking face, "The natural talents and earthly treasures on your body may be very attractive to others, but they still can't catch our eyes. Today I am asking you to submit to the Moon God sect." The current moon-worshipping sect master has completely exposed his wolfish ambitions. He has changed the name of the demon cult to the moon-worshipping sect and regards himself as the founder of the demon cult, worshipping the moon god. Hearing this name, Qinzhou and the others were startled at first. Then their faces changed suddenly, and they shouted in surprise, "Are you members of the Northern Wilderness Demon Sect?" Of course, they have heard of the name of the Lord of the Moon Worship. After all, he was the #1 genius in the Kanglan territory. But they didn't expect that this time, the demon sect also sent people to enter the spiritual path. "You guys are pretty smart," Injiu said coldly. "Oomph. A group of demon cult disciples also want us to surrender. What a wishful thinking." Qinzhou shouted angrily. An astonishing breath erupted from his body. The 4 heavens of the Luanhai realm. During the 4 years in this spiritual path, there are a large number of natural materials and earthly treasures, and his cultivation base has been promoted to the realm of the 4th heaven of the Luanhai realm. Boom, boom. In Qinzhou's hand, there was an extra long spear, and the fiery red aura surged on it, like a flame burning. His figure moved in an instant and shot directly towards Injiu. Wherever he passed, the surrounding grass was even burnt yellow by the scorching aura in an instant. Arriving in front of Injiu, the long spear in his hand stabbed fiercely. It's just the 4th heaven of Luanhai realm, and it's also a shame here. Seeing this, Injiu waved his sleeves. The majestic, devilish energy swept out and attacked Qinzhou. Boom! When Qinzhou's spear collided with the sweeping demonic energy, an astonishing wave of spiritual energy erupted immediately. The sound was deafening. The billowing aura fluctuated like ripples, sweeping away. Qinzhou was even sent flying and landed heavily beside Qin Zining and the others, his face pale. Several other people were shocked and hurried forward, helped Qinzhou up, and gave him the elixir. Demon energy, You are demon cultivators." Qin Zining was horrified. She had met the disciples of the demon sect before, and they were completely different from demon cultivators like Injiao, who had surrendered to the demon and had been infused with demon energy by the demon. The demon energy released from Injiao's body just now is completely different from the black spiritual energy in the body of a normal demon cult disciple. Hee, you're pretty smart, and you recognized him right away. Injiao sneered and said, "Quickly kneel down and surrender. It's nothing more than a group of human beings who practice the magic skills. But now you have become a demon cultivator, turning yourself into a guy who is neither human nor demon. Don't you feel ashamed of the sages of the human race?" Qinzi coquettishly shouted. She didn't have any dislike for the demon cult, because her father taught him to be tolerant. Those demon cult members didn't wantonly massacre people like demons, so it was just a different way after all. But now, these demon cult disciples have become demon cultivators, which made her very angry. "What are you? You are qualified to evaluate us." Injiao was annoyed. He was poked at the sore spot and said, "Today I also want all of you to kneel at my feet and bow your heads to surrender." While speaking, a terrifying wave of aura erupted from his body. The cultivation base of the 8th layer of the Luanhai realm is undoubtedly revealed. Not only Injiao, but the companions beside him also showed powerful aura fluctuations, and the weakest one was also the 4th heaven of the Luanhai realm. They were the arrogance of the demon cult, but before they entered the spiritual path, they were infused with demon energy by the moon worshipper, and their cultivation was forcibly raised, which was astonishing. In addition, in this spiritual path, a large number of Tianjiao have been swallowed up, so the current cultivation base is very terrifying. These demons are so strong. Qinzhou, who was already injured, looked pale. "Feel the great pressure. Don't talk. Later, I will use the strongest sword intent to hold these people back, and then you will flee in different directions." Qin Zining lowered her voice and said in a deep voice, "Although there are so many demon cultivators here, she feels that the hope of escape is very slim, but she still has to try her best. In the past few years, Qinzhou and the others have always centered on her and acted according to her ideas. At this dangerous moment, she must not disappoint everyone's trust. She is also at the 8th level of the Luanhai realm, so she should have no problem blocking Injiao and the others for a while with all her strength." "Absolutely not." When Qinzhou heard the words, he immediately rejected it, saying, "Your swordsmanship talent is so powerful, unprecedented, and is the hope of our great Xia dynasty in the future. You must not be sacrificed to keep us safe." He knew Qin Zining well, and knew that if Qin Zining made a move later, he would definitely fight with his life, using his own life to fight for their chance to escape. He definitely did not agree to let Qin Zining stay and fight for them to survive. "That's right. Zining, among us, the one who should live the most is you. I'll take action together to stop these demons and buy time for Zining to escape." The other people also said one after another. During this period of time in Linglu, the youngest Qin Zining has always been protecting them everywhere, and now it is their turn to protect her younger sister. "Human scum, die to me." Qinzhou has made another move. He exhausted all the aura in his body and displayed a powerful killing technique. The spear in his hand burned with scorching flames, and the temperature of the entire area increased a lot. He stabbed at Injiao with a single shot, and the sound of piercing through the air was deafening. Slaying demons and eliminating demons is what a man should do in his life. Although we are dead today, the human race still has descendants, and one day they will be able to drive out all of you demons and monsters. At this moment, these princes and princesses no longer regarded themselves as members of the royal family, but regarded themselves as an upright human race. The human race was full of disasters, and after countless ups and downs, it was just now in this world that it has today's prosperity. It is the responsibility of every human race to eliminate demons in the world. Even if they want to risk their lives, they must make these demon cultivators who betrayed the human race pay the price. For a moment, The atmosphere was extremely tragic. Seeing this, the demon cultivators wanted to make a move, but Injio stopped them. A group of fireflies want to compete with the bright moon? How stupid. Injio drank coldly, took a step forward, and quickly made a magic seal with both hands. The magic seal exuded a pitch-black light and suppressed Qin Zhou and the others. The magic power is so powerful that wherever the magic seal passes, it seems that the mountains are moving and rumbling. Danger! Seeing this, Qin Zening shouted coquettishly. These royal brothers and sisters were willing to die in order to protect her, which moved her very much. Although at this time, what she should do most is to turn around and flee, but now she can't do it. If her life is at the cost of her companion's life, then it is better to kill her. Boom, boom. The long sword in Qin Zening's hand surged with majestic sword energy, and the sound like sea waves was deafening. She cast a sword intent and slashed out with one sword. The vast sword energy, like a river, rushes towards the magic seal suppressed by Injio. Boom! The powerful killing martial arts of Qin Zhou and others, plus Qin Zening's sword intent, collided with the magic seal, and an extremely terrifying energy explosion erupted. The raging spiritual energy spread out from this place. As the center, like a tsunami erupting, a large number of trees were uprooted and then turned into dust in the air. Injio spat out a mouthful of blood, backed away again and again, and his face became even paler. However, Qin Zhou and the others did not feel well either. Thump! Everyone flew out dozens of feet and hit the ground heavily. All of them vomited blood. The breath became extremely weak. If it wasn't for Qin Zening's attack just now, all of them would have been killed by the magic seal. How about you? Take the pill quickly. Qin Zening hurried forward, took out the healing elixir from the ring, and gave it to Qin Zhou and the others. Do you think that with us here, even if they take the elixir, can they still survive? Injio laughed arrogantly. He actually devoured a companion directly and instantly recovered his own state. Although the faces of the other companions were ugly, no one dared to say anything. Who made this Injio the most promising disciple of the moon-worshipping sect master besides Huolinger? You? Qin Zening's pretty face was ugly, but she felt extremely powerless. And at this moment, the demon cultivators behind Injio had dispersed and appeared around Qin Zening and the others. Boom! A dark magic light emanated from these people. A formation pattern suddenly appeared under the feet and connected with other demon cultivators to form a magic formation. What is this? Qin Zening's pretty face was full of surprise. If demon cultivators like Injio want to kill them, they can do it directly, without any trouble at all. Why do they need to spend so much effort to set up the magic array? Magic crossing map, Injio said calmly. It only takes half a quarter of an hour, and you will lose your beliefs, completely become demon cultivators, and believe in the demon rays from the bottom of your heart. This is the plan of the Lord of worshipping the moon. Let all the royal family's arrogance, all believe in the demons. In this way, it only takes a few decades to assimilate all the dynasties without knowing it, and make them willingly and loyal to him. At that time, it will be a breeze to unseal all the demon-suppressing towers and join forces to kill that mysterious swordsman. You want to turn us into demons? When Qin Zening heard Injio's words, her expression turned extremely ugly. Turning her into a demon cultivator who believes in the demon clan is more uncomfortable than killing her. The same is true for Qin Zhou and others. They even want to kill themselves. Boom! However, at this moment, the entire demon crossing map was already in operation. Wisps of magic energy condensed into magic scripts and drifted towards them. Close your eyes and don't look at these runes. Qin Zi drank coquettishly. She then sat cross-legged on the ground with her eyes slightly lowered, not looking at the runes floating around. When Qin Zhou and the others heard what was said, they quickly followed suit, sat cross-legged on the ground, and closed their eyes. However, the effect of doing so is not obvious. After they closed their eyes, they seemed to be in an endless abyss, surrounded by darkness, and a strange force directly began to invade their consciousness. No, do not want. Qin Zining's pretty face was extremely pale, trying to break free from the strange force. But she couldn't move. Her consciousness gradually became blurred, and the devilish energy began to wreak havoc in her body. Her perception of the outside world also completely disappeared. She is about to sink. Qin Zhou and the others felt extremely powerless and hopeless in their hearts. Joan. However, at that moment, the sound of a sword's cry resounded through the world. Joan. The sound of the sword's cry resounded through the heavens and the earth, deafening. At the same time, accompanied by an astonishing sword energy, it raged. All the demon cultivators who reasonably arranged the formation of crossing the magic map felt the great danger and quickly retreated. However, there were still a few unlucky guys who were directly torn into pieces by the sword energy. Puff. Even those demon cultivators who reacted quickly and retreated into the distance did not feel well, and all spit blood. His face was extremely pale, and he was seriously injured. The magic map formation stopped working, coupled with the sound of swords that resounded through the world just now, directly made Qin Zining and the others, who were trapped in endless darkness, instantly feel clear. The demon energy that was eroding them also dissipated. They opened their eyes one after another and saw an astonishing scene. An incomparably pure sword intent was condensing into a body in midair. What is this? Qin Zining and the others all had expressions of astonishment on their faces. Qin Zining and the others were all plunged into the darkness just now. As if they were in a dark abyss, they lost all perception of the outside world and had no idea where the sword intent came from. Moreover, they didn't know that there was a mysterious swordsman who used his sword intent to condense his avatar and save Emperor Xia. So looking at this condensed figure, everyone was extremely surprised. What happened? Yin Jiao and the others were already sure of winning, but when they saw a large number of sword intents suddenly appearing in the demon crossing formation, and they were condensing their figures, all of them changed their expressions suddenly. They have never seen such pure sword intent. It made them feel a huge crisis, as if they were looking at a sword fairy descending from the earth. And at this moment, that amazing sword intent had successfully condensed into Qin Feng's incarnation. How are you? Are you okay? After condensing the avatar, Qin Feng glanced at Qin Zining beside him and asked slowly. Qin Zining had been staring at the figure condensed with sword intent in astonishment. But when she saw the other party looking at her suddenly, she was startled for a moment, then slowly shook her head and said, I'm fine. Hearing this, Qin Feng cast his divine pupils again, looked carefully at Qin Zining, and found that she was indeed not injured, so he nodded. Qin Zining and Qin Zhou were all puzzled. They didn't understand how Qin Feng appeared suddenly, and why he cared about them. Are you a human or a ghost? But at this time, Yin Jiao, who was shocked by Qin Feng's appearance earlier, asked her doubts. He had never seen such a form before. So for a while, he didn't know whether Qin Feng was a human being or a ghost in this spiritual path. It doesn't matter. The important thing is that you will soon become a ghost. Qin Feng said lightly. While speaking, a powerful coercion was released from his body. Yin Jiao and the others were instantly unable to move. He took a step forward and came in front of Yin Jiao. You can't kill me. If you kill me, the Lord of Worship the Moon will not let you go. Yin Jiao looked at Qin Feng in front of her and yelled in horror. The leader is the 5th level of the Purple Mansion realm. If you are hated by him, you will only die. He has no power to resist and can only threaten Qin Feng. It's just the 5th heaven in the Purple Mansion realm. I'll kill him like a dog. Qin Feng said indifferently. While speaking, mysterious runes appeared in his eyes, and a faint light shone. Start to check Yin Jiao's spiritual consciousness. I want to see some information about the moon worshipper and see how the moon worshipper suddenly became a demon. What? Yin Jiao suddenly let out a miserable cry. He felt that his consciousness was being peeled off layer by layer, allowing others to check. This kind of pain made him 100 times more uncomfortable than killing him. Soon, Qin Feng observed Yinzhou's consciousness. It's to prolong life again. He shook his head helplessly, knowing that the moon worshipper was in order to prolong his life. So he became a demon. Afterwards, he got rid of Yinzhou, who was worse than death. Shua, shua, shua. Qin Feng looked away, but saw those other demon cultivators, who had already fled far away because of fear and almost disappeared into the sky. He didn't say much, and shot out several sword lights with a flick of his fingers, sweeping towards those demon cultivators. Puff! In the distant sky, blood-colored fireworks suddenly exploded. The whole world also returned to silence. Only Qinzhou and the others were left with shocked faces. What kind of existence is this guy? It turned out to be purely condensed from sword energy, and it was so powerful that it could kill even the strongest in the 8th level of the Luanhai realm. Could it be that he is at the half-step Purple Mansion realm? Thank you, Senior, for helping me out. At this time, Qin Zining was the first to recover from the shock and slowly stepped forward, thanking Qin Feng respectfully. But she was still a little nervous. It's not clear what the identity of the other party is, and the state of the other party is really too weird. She has never seen it before. Don't be nervous. I won't hurt you, Qin Feng said lightly. Heal your wounds first. As he said that, he took out a bottle of healing elixir and threw it to Qin Zining. Thank you, Senior. Qin Zining thanked them respectfully and quickly distributed the healing pills to Qinzhou and the others. Qinzhou and the others also thanked Qin Feng one after another. The rank of this healing elixir seems to be at least the 5th rank. Qinzhou and the others could not help but exclaim when they smelled the fragrance of Dan. They have never seen such a high-grade pill. After taking it one after another, I felt a warm current sweeping through my whole body quickly, and my injuries were also recovering quickly. System, help me sign in at Linglu. Qin Feng secretly said to the system in his heart. Ding! Congratulations to the master. You have successfully signed in and obtained the aura empowerment. This reward cannot be stored in the system space. Please choose whether to use it. The system mechanical beep sounds. Qin Feng was taken aback when he heard that isn't the most precious thing in this spiritual path is the spiritual energy empowerment? Was it signed by him directly? Use it, give it to Qin Zining. Qin Feng said lightly. The biggest benefit of the aura empowerment is not to improve the cultivation level, but to strengthen the root bones of the practitioner. And he is an ancient chaotic sword body, and the root bones no longer need to be strengthened. It must be difficult to strengthen him with this aura empowerment, so it is better to give it to Qin Zining. Boom, boom. Qin Zining wanted to go forward to ask something, but at this moment in the sky, suddenly there was a big river rushing forward, mighty and mighty. If you look closely, you will find that the big river is completely formed by the condensation of extremely pure spiritual energy. The purity of the aura is even 100 times that of the spirit stone. What is this? Qin Zining and the others stared at the surging spiritual energy in the sky, and they were all stunned. Incredibly shocking. And at this moment, the rushing river had come to the top of Qin Zining's head, and countless pure auras flowed down like a waterfall. As soon as he touched Qin Zining, he entered her body. These auras can be directly absorbed without refining. Qin Zining's whole body was being washed by this aura. Not only the aura was improving, but even the bones were being strengthened under the washing of the pure aura. What a pure aura! Not all the spiritual energy that flowed down entered Qin Zining's body, and some of it fell on Qinzhou and the others, making them sigh in astonishment. They didn't know what was going on, but now they didn't have time to think about it, and absorbed the pure aura to their heart's content. It's not that those demons stopped suddenly, but a strong swordsman who suddenly rescued us, Qin Zining said slowly. Afterwards, she continued to tell Chun Lao and the others what happened later. I can't see the figure clearly, a strong man who is completely condensed by sword energy. Hearing what Qin Zining said, Mr. Chun and several other royal family members looked at each other in blank dismay. They immediately thought of the mysterious strong man who had saved Emperor Xia. It cannot be said to be similar to what Qin Zining said, but it can only be said to be exactly the same. Do you know the strong swordsman? Seeing the changes in the expressions of Chun Lao and the others, Qin Zining noticed the abnormality and asked in surprise. Old Chen nodded. That mysterious strong man once saved His Majesty. He said slowly, and the appearance at that time was the same as what you just said. It was a body transformed from sword energy. After saving His Majesty, it disappeared between heaven and earth. As soon as these words came out, Qin Zining and Qin Zhou were all shocked. They thought that the strong swordsman was the soul in the spiritual path, but they never thought that he had appeared in the palace long ago. That strong swordsman has rescued him many times. Could it be someone from our royal family? Qin Zining couldn't help guessing. She even connected it with the person in the Demon Mountain. Although the voice of speech and swordsmanship are completely different, the style of acting is very similar. And intuitively, she had a feeling that she must know the strong swordsman. I just don't know if we met by chance or often. Qin Zhou and the others also nodded, agreeing with Qin Zining's guess. However, Old Chun shook his head. Your Majesty, and we previously speculated that the mysterious swordsman may have some connection with our royal family. Just now, when you mentioned that the strong swordsman saved you in the spiritual path, my first reaction was also that he might not only have a relationship with our royal family, but he might be a member of our royal family. After a pause, Mr. Chan continued, but thinking about it carefully, it's even more impossible. That mysterious swordsman, regardless of his cultivation base or age, must have long been out of the range allowed by the spiritual path, but he was able to condense a body with sword energy in the secret realm, which is absolutely powerful. Supernatural powers. Not to mention our great Xia royal family. In the entire history of the Kanglan region, there may not have been such great supernatural powers. How could he be a member of our great Xia royal family? Although he is the enshrinement of the great Xia royal family, he still can't help but want to say in his heart, how could the great Xia royal family produce such a strong man? Hearing Chun Lao's analysis, Qin Zining and the others fell silent. How could a strong man with such supernatural powers be a member of the great Xia royal family? By the way, since those demon cultivators have been killed, how did you leave the spiritual path? Elder Chen suddenly came to his senses and asked suspiciously. When he saw Qin Zining and the others earlier, he thought they had escaped from the spiritual path. Now that those demon cultivators have been killed, Qin Zining wonders if they were kicked out of the spiritual path, right? It's not that there are no people who were kicked out by Linglu in the middle, but the number is extremely small. Qin Zining and the others are both talented. If they didn't commit any serious crimes, they shouldn't be kicked out. The other members of the royal family were also full of puzzlement, because the spiritual road was closed early. Qin Zining said slowly, "What? The spiritual path will only be closed after someone has received the aura empowerment. How could it be closed in advance?" Chun Lao and the others were all shocked. Since that spiritual path appeared, it has never been closed early. Qin Zining and the others did not hide anything and told Chun Lao and the others about getting the aura empowerment. This, Old Chun and the others couldn't help but gasp. Before the last section of the spiritual path was opened, Qin Zining and the others actually received the spiritual empowerment? What on earth is it? Countless questions were born in their hearts. Hurry back to the imperial city. After a while, Mr. Chan said with a solemn expression, whether it was Qin Zining who received the aura empowerment, or that the Moon God sect had pledged allegiance to the evil spirits, this was a major event, and Emperor Xia must be informed as soon as possible. Moreover, Qin Zining and the others cannot be allowed to stay here for a long time. If someone finds out that Qin Zining and the others have been empowered with spiritual energy, who knows what kind of big trouble it will cause. People's hearts are sometimes very sinister, and even harming others does not need to be selfish. Kindness. Qin Zining and the others nodded. Afterwards, Mr. Chun took out an ancient warship the size of a palm from the ring, which was covered with ancient patterns. Boom, boom. He threw out the ancient warship, and the pattern on the ancient warship lit up and began to expand rapidly. In the end, it turned into an extremely huge warship suspended in midair. Go! Mr. Chun took Qin Zining and the others aboard the ancient warship one after another. This is an ancient warship cast by the great Xia royal family when it was at its strongest before the Demon Sealing War. The formation has a strong defensive power and is very safe. Now there are only a few ships left. This time, in order to prevent Qin Zining and the others from being targeted after obtaining the treasures of heaven and earth, Emperor Xia specially ordered Chen Lao to carry this ancient warship. Boom! After everyone boarded the ship, under the impetus of the formation, the ancient warship began to sail towards the great Xia imperial city. Along the way, they also saw the ancient warships of other powerful sects or powerful dynasties sailing in the sky. Obviously, they also came to pick up the arrogance of their respective forces. Those heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the spiritual path can bring huge improvements to the cultivation of many powerhouses in these forces, and they have to pay attention to them. As soon as he got the news, he rushed over. In the imperial tomb, Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes. The moon worshipper seems to have met a certain demon overseas and finally chose to become a demon cultivator. Qin Feng muttered to himself. From Yinzhio's spiritual consciousness, he not only learned about the cultivation of the moon worshipper, but also learned a lot of other information. A mysterious demon living in the sea. It is necessary to understand it well. While speaking, Qin Feng got up and walked slowly towards the outside of the palace. For unknown dangers, he will never take it lightly. He decided to go to the Lord of Worshipping the Moon to find out the specific information about the demon in the sea. In this way, there won't be a day when that demon appears in the Kanglan region, and he will not be caught off guard. Of course, this trip is also to avenge Qin Zining and the others. After leaving the imperial city, Qin Feng flew towards the wasteland in the north. In the north of the Kanglan territory, there is an endless wasteland. There are very few cities where humans gather, but scattered tribes can often be seen. Almost all the people of these tribes were soldiers, and they lived by grazing herds on weekdays. Whenever they had the opportunity, they would go south to harass and plunder several major dynasties and sects. In the depths of the wasteland, there's a huge group of palaces. It exudes a quaint atmosphere. It's just that now this quaint building has added a bit of evil spirit, and there's a black devil spirit floating in the sky. Even in the daytime, it looks gloomy. At this moment, outside the main hall, the moon worshipper stood with his hands behind his back, looking in the direction of the spiritual path. Master, the saint is still unwilling to devour the blood food I captured for her, and even disrespected you. The seventh elder of the devil's sect rushed over and respectfully spoke to the lord of the moon worship sect. During this time, they purged the entire demon cult, and those who did not want to become demon cultivators were imprisoned and became the blood of others. Only Huolinger was an exception. Not yet. Upon hearing the words, the Lord of the Moon worship had a cold glow in his eyes, and then said lightly, "Send her to my place, and tonight I will personally put a ray of demonic energy into her body." For Huolinger, an apprentice, he has always been optimistic and indulgent. But now, Huolinger is unwilling to be loyal to the demon, which makes him feel that it is necessary to teach Huolinger a lesson. It is good. The seventh elder of the demon sect nodded, then turned around and left the main hall. And the gaze of the Lord of Worshipping the Moon continued to look in the direction of Ling Lu. Is the leader worried about Yinzhio and the others? The second elder of the devil's cult asked slowly. They have nothing to worry about. The leader of the moon worship said indifferently, "With my help, they can directly improve their cultivation." Before they entered the spiritual path, their cultivation had surpassed that of the so-called number one genius, Qin Zining. No one can hinder their plan. As for his plan, he felt that it was perfect. As long as Yinzhio and the others carry it out seriously, there won't be any mistakes. In the spiritual path, no one can stop Yinzhio and the others from turning Qin Zining and others into demon cultivators who believe in demons. That's true. The second elder of the demon sect said slowly, "Once those princes and princesses become believers in the demon cultivator, Then many dynasties will submit to the leader and bow their heads as ministers. I taught my disciples to live in the wasteland for so many years, so they should go south to see the 3-autumn osmanthus and the 10-mile lotus. The master of worshipping the moon said slowly, "Compared with the south, the environment in the north is really too harsh. It is simply a place of bitter cold." When the other elders heard the words, their eyes were also full of longing. There used to be a great Confucian in the Great Xia dynasty who became famous all over the world with his article Water Dragon chanting Westlake nostalgia. The scene of the Westlake described in it was very yearning for them, but they were in the north, and they were disciples of the demon sect, so they didn't have the chance to see it. When several great dynasties have surrendered under their feet, where can they not go in the Kanglan region? With the leader here, the great cause of my teaching will last forever. The second elder of the demon sect flattered him. Worshipping the Lord of the Moon, a great cause for thousands of years, will last forever. The other elders also echoed one after another. From the bottom of their hearts, they felt that thanks to the presence of such a smart person as the moon worshipper, they could come up with such a perfect plan. The master of worshipping the moon has a calm face, and his gaze is far beyond the small Kanglanyu. The entire eternal continent is his goal. At the same time, Qin Feng's figure landed several hundred feet away from this ancient building. In his eyes, mysterious runes emerged, observing whether there is a formation here. Being cautious has always been Qin Feng's style of doing things. He is not like other people who rely on his own strength to do whatever he wants. In case of falling into the formation, no matter how powerful the cultivation base is, it is possible to perish. The grade of this magic array is not bad. After a while, Qin Feng saw that the entire palace complex was surrounded by formations, and he said lightly, "Unfortunately, it's just not bad." After all, he stepped forward and walked towards the palace complex. Although this magic formation is strong, it still does not pose a threat to him. "Who? How dare you come here? Are you courting death?" Several demon cult disciples guarding the entrance immediately shouted loudly. This is the holy land of the demon cult. Even in the wilderness, the leaders of the big tribes who are loyal to them are not allowed to come here without permission. This has been even more so since the moon worship leader has pledged allegiance to the demon. Qin Feng ignored this person's scolding, and the coercion radiated from his body. All the disciples of the devil's cult guarding here were instantly crushed into a blood mist by this terrifying coercion. Not even a scream could be heard. With a calm expression on his face, Qin Feng continued to walk towards the depths of the palace complex. Along the way, many demon cult disciples noticed the unkind Qin Feng and wanted to attack, but they couldn't stop the coercion emanating from Qin Feng's body, and they all turned into blood mist. The smell of blood permeates. "Who? How dare you trespass on the holy land of my moon god sect?" Finally, a strong man from the devil's cult noticed the abnormality and rushed out while drinking. The strong man of the demon sect was covered in magic mist, and he had obviously devoured many human cultivators. Coupled with the blessing of the magic circle, his cultivation level had already been raised to the first level of the Purple Mansion realm. "People you shouldn't mess with," Qin Feng said lightly. While speaking, he pointed out, and a sword beam shot towards a strong man of the demon sect. The astonishing sword light instantly left terrifying sword marks on the surrounding ancient buildings. What a terrible sword energy! The eyes of this demon cult powerhouse were full of disbelief. His cultivation base is stronger than other demon sect disciples, so he can feel more clearly how terrifying this ray of sword light is. He quickly sacrificed a small cauldron, which is a very powerful magic weapon, and wanted to stop Qin Feng's sword glow. Crack! However, this sword light was too terrifying. It directly penetrated the small cauldron and continued to shoot towards the strong man of the demon cult, easily penetrating his body. This scene made the other demon sect disciples who heard the news turn pale with shock. "Hurry up and report to the leader. This guy is too strong." Someone was drinking. Immediately, several figures rushed towards the direction of the main hall. The remaining disciples of the devil's cult wanted to join forces and use crowd tactics to surround and kill Qin Feng. It's a pity that they underestimated Qin Feng too much, and they overestimated themselves too much. Qin Feng condensed the soul of the sword of fire in his hand and swung the sword out. The fierce sword light carried hot fluctuations and easily wiped out a large number of demon cult disciples. Even those ancient buildings collapsed under the aftermath of the sword light. Although there are a large number of these demon sect disciples, it is still difficult to stop Qin Feng at all. Every time he cuts out a sword, he is harvesting a lot of life, and blood is flowing on the ground. Along the way, it was like paving a road with corpses. In order not to snatch everyone's number one, I specially asked for a free gift here. Hum. In front of the gate of the main hall, Lord Baiyu and others suddenly heard the sound of the sword cry, and all of them turned their surprised eyes to the direction from which the sword sound came. What's going on? Could it be that someone forcibly broke in here? The second elder of the demon sect said with a puzzled expression, and at this moment, some disciples of the devil's cult had already rushed over. Master, it's not good. There is a strong swordsman who forced his way here. Many disciples and strong men in the sect died tragically in his hands. The demon disciple's eyes were full of fear and panic, and he said, "No one can stop him." As soon as these words came out, the faces of those elders all changed. Now that there's the blessing of the magic circle here, there are many strong men in the sect who can reach the first and second heavens of the Purple Mansion realm, but they can't stop the strong swordsman who is trying to break through. The strength of the opponent is too strong. Such a strong swordsman. Could it be the one who helped the great Xia dynasty and destroyed the ancient corpse? The second elder of the devil's cult said with a solemn expression. After his words fell, the other elders were also talking a lot, with a little panic in their eyes. Rumor has it that it is a powerhouse of the fifth heaven in the Purple Mansion realm. So what? The moon-worshipping sect master had a calm expression on his face and said indifferently, "As long as he dares to come, I will let him live or die." He was still a little jealous of that mysterious swordsman, so he painstakingly planned the matters in the spiritual path. But now that the other party has come here, he can just kill him directly, saving so much time and slowly controlling the major dynasties. After all, there's a magic circle blessing here. Let me live or die. However, at this moment, a calm and indifferent voice suddenly sounded. Are you sure? Qin Feng walked slowly to the square outside the main hall and looked at the moon worshipper calmly. Kill 10 people in one step. Walk here. The clothes are not stained with blood, and they are as elegant as immortals. Qin Feng's appearance made many elders of the devil's cult present extremely surprised. They never expected that the rumored mysterious swordsman was so young. Even Gujing Wubua, the master of worshipping the moon, had an expression of surprise on his face. Who are you? I don't seem to have any grievances with you, right? The master of worshipping the moon opened his mouth slowly and asked coldly, So what if you know my identity? Aren't you going to die today? Qin Feng said indifferently. While speaking, the sword intent surged in his body again. An astonishing sword energy gushes out from the body, accompanied by the sound of the sword screaming. The clothes are also fluttering. Since your excellency refuses to tell, then I can only erect a monument without writing for you. The master of worshipping the moon, with a gloomy face, said coldly. The moment the voice fell, the magic formation here started to run completely, and blood-colored formation patterns appeared on a large number of buildings. Against the background, this place is as evil as hell, exuding strange fluctuations. Although the moon worship leader is only at the 5th level of the Zifu realm, his strength has been greatly improved within the scope of this magic circle. Not to mention the cultivators of the 5th level of the Zifu realm, even the cultivators of the 7th or even 8th level of the Zifu realm, he can kill them. The leader quickly killed this guy and avenged the dead disciple. Many disciples of the devil's cult rushed over, and seeing this scene, they all felt the power of the moon worshipper, and they all shouted. Many companions were killed, and they hated Qin Feng madly. This magic array is nothing more than that. Seeing this, Qin Feng said calmly. When he was observing the magic circle outside, he only had an estimate of the power of the magic circle, but now he found that he had overestimated the power of the magic circle. Probably because the magic energy here is not abundant enough. So the magic array cannot exert its most powerful power. The ignorant are fearless. The Lord of Worshipping the Moon heard the words. Around the whole body, black demonic energy lingers, exuding a gloomy and terrifying aura. In the palm of his hand, the astonishing magic energy gathered and instantly condensed into a dark magic seal. The magic seal was like a jade seal, moving towards Qin Feng to suppress it. At the moment of leaving the moon-worshipping sect master, the magic seal quickly absorbed the magic energy between the heaven and the earth, and it rose against the wind, almost the size of a hill in the blink of an eye. The details of this magic seal are clearer. The magic pattern at the bottom is mysterious and complicated, exuding a strange aura, as if it wants to suppress all living things in the world. Seeing this, Qin Feng was not polite and directly used the desolate god slash. Boom, boom. In his hand, the golden sword energy quickly condensed into a sword soul. This sword soul exudes a dazzling golden light. Not only that, but on the hilt of the sword soul, some mysterious and complicated inscriptions surround it in a ring shape, exuding a terrifying aura of swordsmanship. He slashed out with a single sword, and a golden sword light that was tens of feet long, with mysterious and complicated inscriptions mixed in it, slashed towards the magic seal. Wherever it passed, a long gully was left on the ground. Boom! The sword light collided with the magic seal, and a terrible energy fluctuation erupted. Two different rays of light, golden and black, swept across the four directions like a tsunami. Although the buildings here were blessed by the magic circle, they still collapsed with the square as the center. A large number of demon disciples with weak cultivation bases nearby were directly reduced to ashes. Those elders survived because they were bound to the magic circle, but they were all seriously injured and their faces were pale. How can you be so strong? The expression of the moon worship leader finally changed. He found that the strength of Qin Feng's cultivation was far beyond his imagination. Not only is it not only the fifth heaven of the Zifu realm, but it has even surpassed the seventh heaven of the Zifu realm. Now, do you still want to erect a monument for me? Qin Feng said lightly. While speaking, his figure moved in an instant, and he came directly in front of the moon-worshipping sect master. The terrifying speed made the moon-worshipping sect master's face change suddenly. Chou! And at this moment, in Qin Feng's hand, the sword soul of fire had been condensed successfully, and he slashed out with a fierce sword. The scorching sword energy exudes a terrifying aura. Hateful. The Lord of Worshipping the Moon looked at the sword soul that fell down right in front of him, with an extremely ugly expression on his face. He crazily mobilized the power in the formation, and used the monstrous devilish energy to condense a pitch-black barrier in front of him at the fastest speed, wanting to resist Qin Feng's sword. Crack! However, the power contained in Qin Feng's sword is really too terrifying. The barrier formed by the moon-worshipping master using the power of the entire formation is not worth mentioning at all, and the entire barrier was directly chopped into pieces in an instant. Not only that, after smashing the pitch-black barrier, the power of the sword soul in Qin Feng's hand remained unchanged, continued to cut towards the body of the moon worshipper. When Qin Feng's sword fell, he directly chopped the moon worshipper into pieces. Flesh and blood flew. The scene was extremely bloody. Master! This scene made all the disciples of the demon cult who were still alive exclaim in surprise. His eyes were full of horror. They are the leader of the fifth heaven in the Purple Mansion, and they have such a powerful magic circle blessing, so they can't stop this person's sword? Ah, bastard! You actually ruined my body. Today, I must smash your body into thousands of pieces. But at this time, The roar of the moon worshipper resounded between heaven and earth. The moment he was killed by Qin Feng just now, he chose to merge with this formation. Fortunately, the consciousness survived. You even cut off your body, and you still want to kill me? Qin Feng said indifferently. While speaking, the sword energy surged out of his body, and the sound of the sword's cry continued to resound. He wanted to destroy the magic circle here, and he didn't intend to give the moon worshipper a chance to survive. Damn guy, I'm going to let you know today how terrifying the demon's secret technique is. The moon worshipper shouted. The entire magic circle began to run crazily. The monstrous, devilish energy covered the sky. Make it like night here. At the same time, in the entire magic circle, streaks of red light began to gather in the sky. A blood moon actually condensed in the sky. Across the sky, the blood-red light fell down, and the spiritual energy outside Qin Feng's body was being corroded rapidly and transformed into demonic energy, which in turn eroded him. This is the great method of the blood moon. Under the light of the blood moon, all things must surrender. The blood moon leader shouted loudly. He did not hesitate to consume the last of his original power, turned himself into a moon, and used the most powerful secret technique he had mastered, which was to kill Qin Feng. Since you are the leader of worshipping the moon, then I also have a beautiful moon here. Let you come and worship. Qin Feng sneered. He rose up into the air, stepping on the void. Behind him, an extremely strange picture appeared. The blue sea was surging, and a round of bright and clear moon was rising slowly, showering down holy silver light. Under the night, the blue sea is sparkling, and a bright moon hangs in the sky. Qin Feng is indescribably indifferent and ethereal, and the blend of people and scenery is like a poem and a painting. This scene stunned all the demon sect disciples. 2 months on the same day. Never seen again. What is this? Looking at the sea and the bright moon behind Qin Feng, the voice of the moon worshipper was extremely terrified, and he felt an extremely dangerous aura. This is a vision. The moon rises from the sea, and it is the most suitable way to kill you. While speaking, the bright moon behind Qin Feng slowly turned. Dazzling brilliance fell down, fluttered in the air, and fell towards the blood moon, transformed into the body of the moon worshipper. No! Feeling the threat of death, the lord of worshipping the moon yelled in horror. He wanted to escape, but unfortunately, the bright moon behind Qin Feng completely froze him, unable to move at all. What? Amidst the despairing voice of the moon worshipping sect master, the blood moon was continuously dissipated by the sprinkling of light. At the same time, in Qin Feng's eyes, mysterious runes flickered, and he began to read the consciousness of the moon worshipper to understand the information of the evil spirit in the sea. Not long after, the moon worshipper and the magic circle here dissipated between the heaven and the earth together. None of the disciples of the devil's cult below could escape the shrill screams, making this place look like a purgatory on earth. However, the screams soon subsided, and the place fell into silence. The vision behind Qin Feng also slowly dissipated. The demon is trapped in the depths of the sea, in a broken continent, and it seems that his cultivation is above the void refining realm. Qin Feng recalled the information he had learned from the moon-worshipping sect master, and murmured, "It seems that after this matter is over, I should also improve my cultivation." The eternal continent has a population of trillions, and its vastness is boundless. Even a strong person in the void refining realm, without the help of a teleportation array, can hardly cross the continent in his entire life. But compared to the boundless sea, eternal continent is not that big. In the sea, there are countless islands, countless small forces, and even a broken continent for unknown reasons, which is full of dangers. It's not a particularly strange thing for a void refining realm expert to be trapped there. Shaking his head, Qin Feng didn't think about it anymore. Instead, he summoned the system and asked to sign in here. Ding! Congratulations to the master. You have successfully signed in and one, the Haoyan mirror. The system's mechanical notification sounded in Qin Feng's ears. In the system space, a moon-like mirror appeared in midair. The Haoyan mirror is neither gold nor jade. It looks like a simple city, with ancient seals in the shape of clouds, dragons and birds on its back. It seems to be raised, but there is no trace at all. It is neither carved nor painted, and it goes deep into the bones. Very peculiar. Haoyan mirror? What does this have to do with the Haoyan Tower, the top 10 artifacts in the wild? Qin Feng couldn't help muttering. He looked at the introduction about Haoyan mirror, but found that there was not much information, and there was no mention of its relationship with Haoyan Tower. It's just a note that the brilliance in the Haoyan mirror is very restrained against demons. No matter what, it should be a good treasure, Qin Feng murmured. Then he withdrew his gaze. He looked around. Most of the buildings here had collapsed, leaving only the outer area unaffected. Moreover, through the divine pupil, Qin Feng noticed that in a building in the north of the main hall, there seemed to be many disciples of the demon sect imprisoned. But he didn't pay attention to it either. Those people were obviously not demon cultivators. They should be demon cult disciples who didn't want to become demon cultivators. Soaring up into the sky is to leave. In a luxurious palace in the north that has not collapsed, a stunning woman in a black robe with an exquisite and undulating figure slowly walked out of the palace. Looking at the scene outside, her pretty face was full of horror. After Huolinger was sent here by the second elder, she was fainted by the magic fog, fearing that she would commit suicide, and when she woke up, she saw that this place was already like this. Someone came to the door and killed that old guy who worshipped the moon. Huolinger discovered that the magic circle here had been destroyed, and the aura of worshipping the moon had also disappeared without a trace. A joyful smile appeared on her face, a smile that charmed all beings. Although the master of worshipping the moon is Huolinger's master, she has devoted her allegiance to the evil spirits. She is very shameless. She has the same idea as the great elder, and believes that the meaning of the devil's cult is to help human cultivators find a different path of cultivation, rather than collude with evil spirits. Hey, why does that person's back look so familiar? At this time, Huolinger suddenly noticed that there was a figure rising from the sky in the direction of the main hall square, which made her feel very familiar. At this moment, the prince who saved her in the Great Xia dynasty appeared in her mind. At this moment, the backs of the two seemed to overlap completely. And just when Huolinger's eyes were in a daze, Qin Feng's figure had already flew towards the distant sky. She got up and wanted to catch up, but suddenly showed a wry smile and said, "I'm just thinking wildly. That Prince Qin Feng has already been punished to guard the Imperial tomb to save me. How could he have such terrifying strength to come here to kill that old fellow Baiwa?" Huolinger felt that she was too guilty of Qin Feng, so when she saw someone indirectly saving her, she recalled Qin Feng's figure in a daze. Although after being rescued by Qin Feng, she did not fall in love with Qin Feng because of gratitude. But the guilt towards Qin Feng has always existed in his heart, and he feels that he has caused Qin Feng to be imprisoned in the Imperial tomb. For these years, Huolinger has always wanted to rescue Qin Feng. When the exorcist faction attacked the Imperial City that time, she knew about the plan of the exorcist faction in advance, and even went to the Imperial City alone, hoping to rescue Qin Feng after the exorcist faction broke through the palace. It's a pity that that hateful, mysterious man killed those ancient corpses, so she didn't have a chance. Saint, the moon worshipper, and the others were all killed. And at this time, other demon disciples who were locked up and did not want to become demon cultivators escaped one after another after the formation was destroyed, and someone came here excitedly and said to Huolinger, "Well, I already know." Huolinger's face regained its icy look like an iceberg beauty, repelling people thousands of miles away. Now that the leader of worshipping the moon has been killed, as a saint, it's time for you to take over as the leader. Someone spoke. The other people also had looks of anticipation. Huolinger is the leader of the sect, and he will definitely not be loyal to the demons, and their demon sect can go back to the way it used to be. I'm not interested in the position of leader, Huolinger said calmly. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of many disciples changed. "Saint, if you're not the leader, who will be the leader?" They all said one after another. "Worshipping the moon and becoming a running dog of the evil spirit will probably spread throughout the Kanglan region in a short time. If we stay here, should we be punished for him?" With a calm expression, Huolinger said slowly, "This religion no longer has any meaning to exist." When everyone heard the words, they all fell into silence. In fact, before they came here, they already had this idea in their hearts, but they were just a little unwilling to accept it. After all, the demon cult, which has been passed down for thousands of years, was destroyed in their hands, and they felt sorry for the demon cult sages. "Where is the saint going?" someone asked. The others also looked at Huoling. "I do not know either." After Huolinger paused, she said flatly, "But it's definitely not staying here. She has been in the wasteland for too many years, and it is time to go out. Perhaps it is to go to other places in the Kanglan territory to practice, or maybe to leave the Kanglan territory to see the wider world outside. Everything is still unknown." When everyone heard the words, they were helplessly silent. Afterwards, Huolinger comforted everyone, then rose into the sky and disappeared into the sky. Seeing this, the other people shook their heads helplessly as they looked at the collapsed ruins, resenting Baiwe in their hearts. But there was nothing they could do. They also all left. The demon cult, which has been famous for thousands of years, was destroyed in a crash. In the vast and boundless ocean, there is an incomplete continent, which is hundreds of times larger than ordinary small islands, but it is still far behind the eternal continent. It's only half the size of the Kanglan domain. In a huge rift valley in the center of this incomplete continent, the devilish energy surged into the sky, and the billowing devilish energy fluctuated, almost heading straight into the sky. At this time, above the canyon, there was a monstrous demonic energy, forming a huge skull with ghost fire burning in its eyes. It is the patriarch Yueming. 10,000 years ago in the Battle of Demon Ceiling, he was besieged by strong human beings, escaped with serious injuries, and came to this incomplete continent. He found that the spiritual energy in this rift valley was abundant, so he wanted to heal his injuries here. But he never thought that there was a powerful formation remaining here, which directly trapped him inside. "Haven't been able to get out of trouble so far. Old ancestor, there is a message from someone who worships the moon. There are powerful swordsmen in the Kanglan domain. It is very difficult to directly rule the Kanglan domain. He wants to use the princes of the major dynasties to slowly control the major dynasties. Dynasty. It will take about 100 years to completely rule the Kanglan domain." On one side of the canyon, several people who also exuded astonishing demonic energy reported to Patriarch Yueming in a deep voice. "Century." Patriarch Yueming was obviously dissatisfied when he heard the words, but besides worshipping the moon, he didn't have anyone stronger to use, so he didn't say anything else. During these years, although he made many islanders who set foot on this continent become demon cultivators, he helped him collect blood food. But the number of islanders on the various islands in the sea is really too small, and the constant search by his subordinates can only keep him from falling down. If more powerful people are sent to the Kanglan domain, I am afraid that Baiwe has not yet commanded the Kanglan domain, and he will be wiped out by the formation because of the decline in his realm. However, at this moment, a figure rushed over in a hurry, eyes full of horror. "Old ancestor, the soul jade that I worshipped the moon just now is broken." That figure, holding the shattered blood-red jade in both hands, said in amazement. This jade can not only control the devilish energy in Baiue's body, but also know the state of Baiue. "What did you say?" Patriarch Yueming's face changed suddenly, and the ghost fire in his eyes became deeper. Looking at the jade in the figure's hand, he found that it was indeed broken, and he was furious, and said, "How could this be? Isn't there a perfect plan for worshipping the moon?" However, no one could answer his angry question, because the only one who knew the answer, Baiu, had been killed. The terrifying magic power was released from him, and the several figures were all trembling in horror, with incomparable fear in their hearts. After a long while, Patriarch Yueming calmed down slowly. "Ancestor, what should we do next?" A demon cultivator asked, holding back his fear. "What else can I do? I can only try to use the magic circle to forcefully break through the seal here," Patriarch Yueming said with a gloomy expression. In addition to improving his cultivation to break through here, he also has another way, which is to arrange a powerful magic circle around the canyon and forcefully break through. But that success rate is very low, only less than %. If he succeeded, not only would he be able to break through, but he would also be able to directly transform the remaining powerful formations in the canyon into his cultivation. If you fail, you will die. What materials are needed to set up the magic array? I'll help the ancestors collect them now. When those figures heard the words, they all said hastily. Then Patriarch Yueming told these people the materials needed to arrange the magic formation. They left one after another to collect materials. "Damn guy." Patriarch Yueming looked in the direction of Kang Lanyu with angry eyes. He swore in his heart that as long as he could escape the trap alive, no matter what, he would kill the person who worshipped the moon and tear him to pieces. To vent the hatred in my heart, Qin Zening and others returned to the imperial city on an ancient warship. Emperor Xia and Qin Jinyan were discussing matters in the imperial study, and they were all surprised when they saw Qin Zening and the others suddenly come back early. And when Qin Zening told Emperor Xia and the others about what happened in the spiritual path, Emperor Xia and the others all had incomparably wonderful expressions. I feel that what happened once in this spiritual path is many times more shocking than the sum of all the things that happened in all the spiritual paths in the past. On the one hand, Emperor Xia and the others were pleasantly surprised that Qin Zening and the others had been empowered with spiritual energy and their cultivation base had been greatly improved. On the other hand, they were angry that the demon cult had become the lackeys of the demon. Of course, I was even more shocked by the mysterious swordsman who had great supernatural powers and was able to enter the secret realm and save Qin Zening and the others. Hey, it would be great if this kind of strong man is a member of my Daxia royal family. I am willing to give up the throne. Emperor Xia couldn't help but sighed. After so many years, his lifespan is about to run out, and his whole person looks much more depressed. It's a pity that our great Xia royal family is too weak to tolerate those golden scales, Qin Jinyan said helplessly at this time. The other ministers and the royal family worshipped, all with wry smiles on their faces. Regarding the strength of the great Xia royal family, they still have some ideas in their minds. No matter what, Xin Ning and the others are now unharmed, and they have also obtained a great opportunity. This is a great thing for us, Emperor Xia said slowly. The most urgent thing now is to inform the other great dynasties that the demon cult has become a running dog of the demon cult. He believed that Qin Zening and the others were definitely not the only targets of the demon cult. The princes and princesses of other major dynasties were also likely to be targeted. When everyone heard the words, they all nodded and began to discuss in detail. Qin Zening, Qin Zhou, and the others also left the imperial study room. Not long after, the Minister of Rites began to draft secret letters according to Emperor Xia's wishes and sent them to the major dynasties, and announced to the world the demon cult's allegiance to the demons. At this time, Qin Feng had also returned to the imperial tomb. Qin Feng couldn't help but sneezed and murmured, "Why does it feel like someone is talking about me?" He was suspicious. There were not many people who interacted with him, except Qin Zening and Chu Xiong. If anyone wanted to see him, he came to see him directly in the Imperial Mausoleum. There is no need to talk about him. Qin Feng thought about it for a long time, but he didn't think about whether there were any acquaintances he missed. So he didn't think about it anymore, shook his head, and started to prepare to continue his cultivation. He didn't continue to lie on the recliner, letting the Longevity Scripture run on its own to absorb the sword intent and Earth Spirit Clock lotion obtained by signing in. Instead, he sat cross-legged on a rock and actively started to perform exercises. Boom, boom. With the operation of the Longevity Scripture in Qin Feng's body, the powerful sword energy he obtained after signing and suddenly shattered, turning into strands of thin sword energy like mist, following his breath and skin, and began to enter his body middle. The surrounding flowers and plants were all cut off by the mist-like sword energy. The Earth Spirit Bell emulsion, swallowed by Qin Feng, also began to quickly follow the operation of the exercises in his body and turned into extremely pure spiritual energy, which continuously poured into his meridians. Qin Feng's breath began to rise little by little. Compared with when the Longevity Sutra was allowed to operate on its own, the speed of absorbing spiritual energy is obviously faster now. In just a few days, the news of the moon worship leader's allegiance to the evil spirit spread throughout the entire Kanglan region. Shocked the world. The world originally thought that the disciples of the demon cult just practiced the demon clan skills and did not devour humans to improve their cultivation. But now, everyone wants to destroy the demon cult quickly, especially the major dynasties. After they learned of the plan of the Lord of worshipping the moon from Emperor Xiao's letter, they immediately checked the princes and daughters of their royal family who had entered the spiritual path. I found that some of them already believed in demons. This kind of practice is not just as simple as letting him practice the demon clan skills, but to make these princes and queens agree from the bottom of their hearts that the practice of the demon clan is right, which makes the people of the major dynasties feel helpless for a while. Don't know what to do with it. In the end, they could only put these princes and princesses under house arrest, and then slowly use elixirs such as warming and nourishing consciousness, hoping to bring them back to normal. At the same time, several dynasties immediately began to discuss how to deal with the demon cult. There is such a force that is loyal to the demons, and it must be wiped out quickly. No matter how much the price is paid, it cannot be allowed to develop and survive. No one knows better than the few royal families how harmful the evil spirits are to the human race. However, when several great dynasties were in full swing of their preparations, an astonishing news came out from the northern wilderness. Someone killed the moon worshipper and all the demon disciples who were loyal to the demon one by one with a sword. The Saint Huolinger left, and the demon cult completely collapsed. When this news first came out, no one believed it at all, because they felt that the rumor was simply contradictory. According to that rumor, the strength of the moon-worshipping sect master is already at the 5th level of the Purple Mansion realm. And with the blessing of a powerful magic circle, his strength is simply unparalleled in the world. How could there be someone in the Kanglan region beheading them with one sword strike? However, when the major dynasties who heard the news sent people to the northern wilderness one after another and saw the dilapidated ruins, they had to believe it. But anyone who has seen the monstrous demonic aura and terrifying sword aura in the ruins will feel the soul trembling, the fear from the heart. It is terrible. Kanglanyu, which shocked the whole world because of the moon worship leader's allegiance to the demon sect, has caused an uproar again. What's the situation? Such a powerful demon sect, whose strength is comparable to that of any dynasty, was wiped out just like that. Furthermore, there are rumors that those who destroy the devil's cult will kill each other with one sword, just like a banished immortal descending to earth. That's too scary. In the entire Kanglan territory, people are discussing everywhere about the destruction of the demon cult. Everyone is guessing, what is the identity of the strong man who made the shot, and what kind of force he belongs to? It's a pity that after a round of guessing, no one could guess the real answer. They felt that the strong swordsman could not belong to any faction, because the most powerful dynasties in the Kanglan territory are the great dynasties. But if there were such strong men in the major dynasties, they must have sent troops to fight and dominate the Kanglan territory long ago. It is even more impossible for other sects and aristocratic families. Although they have risen rapidly, their strength cannot be compared with the major dynasties. In the end, almost everyone came to the same conclusion. That strong swordsman does not belong to any faction, but is a worldly master who has been hidden for many years. At the same time, the title of Xiaoyao Sword Immortal, gradually spread in Kanglan domain, does not belong to any force corresponding to the word Xiaoyao. Moreover, he is a strong swordsman, like a banished immortal, corresponding to the word sword immortal. The title Xiaoyao Sword Immortal has been recognized by most people in the Kanglan region. Qin Feng didn't know the title of Xiaoyao Sword Immortal in the outside world. In the past few years, he has been practicing in the Imperial Tomb. This scene made the birds and beasts in the Imperial Mausoleum a little uncomfortable, because they have never seen Qin Feng practice seriously for such a long time. However, these birds and beasts don't have much wisdom. They should eat and drink, and everything will continue as usual. One day at noon, Qin Feng suddenly opened his eyes. Chong! At this moment, as if a divine soldier had been born, the sound of sword cries erupted. Qin Feng exuded a radiant light. He himself is like a heavenly spring, and the monstrous sword intent, like spring water, rushes out of his body and spreads towards the surroundings. Wherever it passes, the vegetation is dormant. The birds and beasts were also trembling with fright. Although they were protected by the divine hidden formation, the terrifying aura of swordsmanship still made them feel as if they were facing the exiled immortals in the sky, and they prostrated themselves on the ground one after another. Boom, boom. When the galloping sword intent reached the edge of the Imperial Mausoleum, it was like a tide hitting the air wall, stirring up waves of sword intent tens of feet high. The divine hidden formation here is extremely powerful, not only able to cover up all the sound and movement, but also able to block the sword intent within the Imperial Tomb. Otherwise, this terrifying sword intent could directly flatten the entire Imperial city. Boom! And at this time, Qin Feng, who was meditating, formed the seal again. That astonishing sword intent began to return to his body again. This process lasted for a long time. After more than 3 hours, the monstrous sword intent gradually returned to Qin Feng's body. First level of the void refining realm, it is indeed powerful. Qin Feng muttered to himself. At the moment of breaking through, he felt as if he had stepped into a new world of martial arts. The gap between it and the 9th heaven of the Purple Mansion realm can no longer even be described by the Milky Way. It is simply infinite. It has reached the point where there is no way to make up for it. Moreover, Qin Feng not only improved his cultivation, but also greatly enhanced his physical strength and spiritual strength. He is sure to be able to fight against the strong in the 3rd level of the void refining realm. After a long time, Qin Feng got used to the breakthrough state, and then slowly got up and then returned to his reclining chair. Not to rest, but to warm and nourish the meridians in your body. Prevent the appearance of spiritual vainness. The entire Imperial Mausoleum fell in a silence again, as if nothing had happened. Half a month later, a piece of news caused a sensation in the entire dynasty. Emperor Xia is dead. There is sorrow in the palace. The entire Great Xia dynasty was in a state of boiling. Everyone is unexpected. The last time Emperor Xia was successfully renewed by the imperial physician, they thought that Emperor Xia would live for at least another 6 to 70 years, but they did not expect to pass away so soon. It exceeded their expectations. And the most depressing thing is the powerful vassal kings from all walks of life. During these years, they were afraid that Emperor Xia would weave accusations everywhere and arrest people and put them in jail. They were all very honest and did not make any arrangements. At this time, it should have been a good opportunity for them to jump out and blackmail Qin Jinyan, but because they didn't make arrangements in advance, they couldn't do anything at all. You know, according to the law, the soldiers and horses that the vassal kings can have are very limited. Many of them are secretly training the army, and they want to gather those troops in a short time and then deploy them to threaten Qin Jinyan. It simply can't be done. Helpless, many vassal kings could only obediently come to the imperial city to attend the funeral of Emperor Xia and attend Qin Jinyan's enthronement ceremony at the same time. At the same time, Chu Xiong, who was transferred to the imperial city again to protect the safety of the imperial city, came to the Imperial Mausoleum and told Qin Feng the news of Emperor Xia's death. In fact, Qin Feng already knew about it. When Emperor Xia fell, part of the dynasty's luck dissipated, and it would not recondense until the new emperor ascended the throne. He felt it clearly. Your Highness, there is a letter from various vassals. I don't know why, but I insist on sending it to you. After Chu Xiong told Qin Feng the news of Emperor Xia's death, he handed a letter to Qin Feng with some doubts. Oh, it was given to me by the various vassals? They still remember me as a waste prince. Qin Feng smiled lightly. At the same time, he was a little surprised. It seemed that there were many people from various feudal lords in the palace, and even Chu Xiong had a good relationship with him. So they knew so clearly that they asked Chu Xiong to deliver this letter to him. Afterwards, Qin Feng opened the letter, and all the contents were within his expectations. Anyway, it is to praise him for his intelligence and sageness. It is too wrong to guard the imperial tomb here, implying that he should have a bigger goal. The whole story didn't say it clearly, but inside and outside the words, it was telling Qin Feng that if he wanted to fight for the throne, the 5 vassal kings would all support him. Does your highness want to write back to them? Chu Xiong asked. Back, of course I have to, Qin Feng said lightly. While speaking, he took out a blank piece of paper, folded it a few times, stuffed it back into the envelope, and handed it to Chu Xiong. Your highness doesn't write. Seeing this, Chu Xiong asked suspiciously. No, just give them back like this, Qin Feng said lightly. Although Chu Xiong was puzzled, he still nodded. Then he left the Imperial Mausoleum and went to deliver the letter to the residences of several feudal lords. Under normal circumstances, vassal princes from all over the world are not allowed to meet each other, even if they come to the imperial city to attend a funeral together. Prevent collusion with each other. But none of the 5 feudal lords are easygoing. They're surrounded by powerful people to protect them, and they want to meet. Even Genie Wei can't look down on them at all. 70 miles to the north of the imperial city, there's a small stream with willows on both sides. The 5 feudal kings all fished here. Have you sent that letter to Qin Feng? King Jin was the first to speak and asked lightly. His ancestor was the most beloved youngest son of Emperor Taizu, and he had the largest fiefdom with tens of thousands of followers, all of whom were extraordinary cultivators. Let that general named Chu Xiong send it over. King Qi said, according to the Yuan army I bought, that Chu Xiong's brain is not very smart. Only he was relatively close to Qin Feng. He had already been promoted to general, and he often visited Qin Feng, so he should have been cultivated by Qin Feng as a confidant. King Jin nodded upon hearing this. What do you think will happen to the deposed prince after receiving our letter? A feudal prince asked with a mocking face. What other reaction can I have? I'm afraid I'm going to cry out of excitement. King Qi sneered and said, the deposed prince is imprisoned in the Imperial Mausoleum, and his life is almost worse than death. Knowing that we want to support him to ascend the throne, he died suddenly and unhappy, even if he is in a better mood. Ha ha! The other princes also laughed. His eyes were full of pity for Qin Feng. Naturally, these vassal kings would not really support Qin Feng. They just wanted Qin Feng to jump out at the enthronement ceremony to embarrass Qin Junyan. At that time, they just need to say a few words in favor of Qin Feng. In order to secure his throne, Qin Junyan will definitely promise them great benefits. After the goal is achieved, Qin Feng's life and death have nothing to do with them. Prince Jin, Qin Feng's reply has arrived. At this time, a servant hurried over with a letter respectfully. King Jin, who was fishing, was obviously taken aback. He said, this waste prince actually replied so quickly. Didn't he think about it at all? In his opinion, this is a matter of losing his head after all. No matter how much Qin Feng wants to be emperor, he has to think about it for a day or two. Unexpectedly, in less than an hour, Qin Feng sent someone to send a reply letter. Haha, it seems that this waste prince is really going crazy after being locked up. As long as he still has a little brain, it is impossible for him to write back to us so quickly. What a perfect pawn! Several other vassals also laughed mercilessly. Now in their eyes, the current Qin Feng is a fool, a pawn that can be used casually. Let me see how this waste prince is so grateful to us. King Jin said slowly. While speaking, he opened the letter. Several other vassal kings also surrounded him. However, at this moment, within the envelope, an astonishing sword intent erupted suddenly. Seeing this, several vassal kings all changed their expressions suddenly and hurriedly used spiritual energy to protect their bodies and retreated one after another. But even so, this terrifying sword energy still caused them serious injuries. These vassal kings, the body armor on their bodies was shattered, and scarlet blood spewed out of their mouths. His face was extremely pale. What happened? Seeing this, those strong men who were in charge of protecting these vassal kings showed up one after another and shouted in surprise. Their gazes all fell on the letter paper that had fallen to the ground. Damn it, that Qin Feng plotted against us. A feudal king shouted angrily. He quickly swallowed the precious healing elixir. The other vassal kings also swallowed the precious pills as if they didn't want money. I'm afraid it's not the deposed Prince Qin Feng who plotted against us. He doesn't have such terrifying strength, and he doesn't have such a powerful practitioner under his command. It should be Qin Junyan who let that old man, surnamed Qin, plot against us. King Jin said with a livid face. After all, the strongest swordsman in the royal family is old Qin. Hearing what King Jin said, the other vassal kings present all nodded their heads, thinking it made sense. That Qin Feng is really a waste. After so many years, there's not even a trustworthy person. Even that Chu Xiong betrayed him. King Qi said coldly. In his opinion, after Qin Feng received the letter, he definitely couldn't take the initiative to hand it over to Qin Junyan. He must have been betrayed by Chu Xiong and secretly told Qin Junyan about it. That's why Qin Junyan used this method to plot against them. What a useless piece of trash. The other princes also scolded angrily. One face is more ugly than the other. They originally thought that the reason why Chu Xiong had a close relationship with Qin Feng was because Chu Xiong was Qin Feng's confidant, but now it seems that they overestimated the deposed prince. Prince Jin, what shall we do now? King Qi asked with some concern. Qin Junyan will not take action against us, right? Should we return to the fief right now? A shot? What reason did he make a shot? King Jin didn't care about it, and said indifferently, the letter we wrote to Qin Feng was just a few words of praise and regret for a prince like him guarding the imperial tomb. What's wrong? When writing the letter, he had already considered the 1 in 10,000 possibility of failure. Hearing what King Jin said, King Qi suddenly realized, smiled, and said, that's right, we're not wrong at all. What's more, we're the most powerful feudal lords in the entire dynasty. If he dares to move us, won't he be afraid of swarms from all over the world to pull him down from the throne? King Jin said coldly again. His eyes were filled with arrogance and disdain. Although they came to attend the funeral for Emperor Xia, their eldest sons were still in their respective fiefs. The other vassal kings who were still a little bit worried at first were completely relieved when they heard this, and they were no longer afraid. Started to continue fishing. What happened just now, they were treated as a dumb loss. Everyone doesn't talk about it. If Qin Junyan really dared to trouble them, none of them were vegetarians. In the Imperial Mausoleum, Qin Feng had already sensed the sword intent in that letter, and it exploded. It was within his expectation that King Jin and the others were not killed. He didn't want to kill King Jin and the others at all. If you really want to kill, you don't need to go to such trouble. And the reason why Qin Feng didn't kill these feudal lords was because now that Qin Junyan had just ascended the throne, he didn't want to handle everything for Qin Junyan. One day, he will leave the great Xia dynasty, even the Kanglan region. If he helps Qin Junyan solve all the troubles now, what will happen after he leaves? The letter to King Jin can only be regarded as a warning from Qin Feng. The purpose is to let Jin Wang and others give up the idea of using him to contain Qin Junyan, so as to save him more trouble. Seeing that the goal had been achieved, Qin Feng also returned to the reclining chair and continued to sleep and practice. He was not going to attend Emperor Xia's funeral, because although Qin Junyan fought for it, the people in the Ministry of Rites did not allow him to participate at all. Coincidentally, Qin Feng was too lazy to go. 10 days later, the funeral and enthronement ceremony were all over. During the enthronement ceremony, Qin Junyan pardoned the officials and generals imprisoned by the Emperor Xia on a large scale, and all those ministers and generals were overwhelmed with gratitude for a moment. almost regarded Qin Junyan as a reborn parent. After all, if they're kept in the prison, if not done well, they will kill the 9 clans. Qin Junyan's behavior not only won the hearts of his subjects, but also made the people all over the world praise him as a wise king. Because many of these people who were in prison were obviously wronged. Of course, there are also a small number of pedantic courtiers who oppose this decision, thinking that it is disobedience to the late emperor. But after all, it is only a small number of people. In addition to the pardon, Qin Junyan also changed the reign name to Yongxing. I hope that the great Xia dynasty can prosper forever. The name of the country and the name of the year are 2 different things. The name of each emperor is different, so you can change it according to your mood. The entire enthronement ceremony process was extremely smooth, without any twists and turns in the middle. This even surprised Qin Junyan. He thought that those vassal kings would cause some trouble no matter what, but he didn't expect that those vassal kings did nothing from the beginning to the end. Even when looking at his gaze, there was still some slight fear in his gaze. This made Qin Junyan a little confused. However, it was a good thing for Qin Junyan that those princes did nothing. He didn't say much. After a banquet, all the feudal lords were asked to return to their fiefdoms. Although Qin Junyan wished to lock up these feudal lords now, interrogate them one by one, and severely punish them for all kinds of violations of law and discipline, but now he has just ascended the throne after all. If you want to speed, you can't reach it. On the second day after the enthronement ceremony, Qin Junyan couldn't wait to come to the imperial tomb. Brother Emperor. As soon as he came to the imperial tomb, Qin Junyan revealed a look of joy. Congratulations, you have become emperor, Qin Feng said with a smile. But the enthronement ceremony is over, so you don't have to be so happy all the time, right? I'm not happy because I'm enthroned as emperor. But Qin Junyan said, it's that I can finally issue an order to let the emperor come out. Let Qin Feng stay in the Imperial Mausoleum and suffer. But he is helpless, and he feels very guilty. Now, he can finally let Qin Feng out. Qin Feng was startled when he heard this. Unexpectedly, the first thing Qin Junyan did after he ascended the throne was to let him leave the Imperial Mausoleum. I can't help but feel a little moved. However, knowing that Qin Junyan wanted to let him go out, although Qin Feng was moved, he did not agree. I'm afraid it's not a wise decision for you to let me out now, Qin Feng said slowly. What? Qin Junyan said in confusion. If the demon cult did not pledge allegiance to the demon, you pardon me. Some people might object, but they wouldn't oppose it very fiercely. After Qin Feng paused, he continued, but now, everyone in the world knows that the demon cult has pledged allegiance to the demons, and I once saved the demon cult saint. If you let me out at this time, not to mention the ministers of the court, I am afraid that the people of the whole world will regard you as a faint king. Hearing what Qin Feng said, Qin Junyan's face suddenly changed, feeling that he was thinking too little. He is not afraid of being regarded as a fool. It was because he was afraid that if he failed to pardon Qin Feng this time, he would never have another chance in the future. What should I do? Qin Junyan's face was not good, and he said, I have already ascended the throne, and I still can't pardon the emperor. When can I let the emperor go out? Do not worry. Qin Feng, on the other hand, said calmly, there will be opportunities in the future. If you want to do anything, you have to take your time. Hearing Qin Feng's comfort, Qin Junyan was not happy, but felt more and more useless. He felt that Qin Feng had been trapped in the Imperial Mausoleum for decades and had no chance to come out to see the outside world. He must have endured unimaginable misery. But I can't do anything. You don't have to blame yourself. Seeing this, Qin Feng continued to speak. Everyone has his own destiny. You can't force it. Qin Junyan was silent, not knowing what he was thinking. Seeing this, Qin Feng didn't bother, but returned to the room and took out a jar of good wine that Chu Xiong had secretly brought to him, as well as some dried meat. I'm going to have a drink or two with this depressed emperor. Brother Huang, I thought of a way to allow you to leave the Imperial Mausoleum for a period of time to see the outside world. Qin Junyan, who had been thinking for a long time, suddenly brightened his eyes and said, Oh, in what way? Qin Feng said with a light smile upon hearing this. Go to the East China Sea to pay homage to my mother. Qin Jinyan said slowly. Now that your father has just passed away, no matter what, the ministers of the court cannot prevent you from paying homage to your mother. Because of his father's death, Qin Feng was too sad and wanted to pay homage to his biological mother. If the court ministers dared to object, it would be really inhumane. After all, filial piety comes first. Hearing what Qin Jinyan said, Qin Feng was slightly taken aback, and it took a long while before he remembered the memory of his biological mother. Their mother was originally the jewel in the palm of the head of the Liu family in the East China Sea. When she married Emperor Xia, the head of the Liu family didn't agree at all and directly severed the father-daughter relationship with her. She's not allowed to set foot in the Liu family again. Their mother felt guilty all her life. Before she died, she begged Emperor Xia to bury her in Liu's house in Donghai to accompany her deceased parents. Originally, this did not conform to the laws of the Xia dynasty, and all officials in the court strongly opposed it. The always tough Emperor Xia even persuaded those ministers one by one at this time, and finally sent their mother's bones back to the Liu family in Donghai for burial. It can be regarded as an epic love story. Yes, Qin Jinyan nodded and said, Actually, I have long wanted to pay homage to my mother, but my father has been asking me to learn how to deal with various important affairs in the court, so I really don't have time. Now that I have ascended the throne, there are more things to do. I don't know when I will be able to go there. Brother Huang can just pay homage to my mother for me now. The sea area of the East China Sea does not belong to the territory of the Xia dynasty, and is completely managed by several big families. He did not have the opportunity to go to the East China Sea when he patrolled before. Hearing this, Qin Feng pondered slightly and nodded. Well, he has no reason to refuse this kind of thing. I'll arrange the royal family to enshrine later, and be responsible for protecting the emperor's brother. Only then did Qin Jinyan smile and said, Brother Huang, you can stay in Donghai for a while longer. You don't need to let the royal family protect me. Qin Feng said lightly. That can't be done. It's too dangerous. Qin Jinyan shook his head hastily and said, In the East China Sea, the relationship between several big families and us is not bad, but those pirates who run amok in the East China Sea are very dangerous. In a vast sea, there are many islands, and pirates can hide in any island they want, so it is difficult to clean them up. Let Zining walk with me. Qin Feng said indifferently. She is now at the middle stage of the first layer of Zifu realm. She can not only protect me, but also experience a lot of experience. At the same time, she doesn't need to waste the time of other royal family members to worship and practice. Ever since Qin Zining brought back the treasures of heaven and earth from the spiritual path, all the royal priests have been practicing hard in seclusion, and he didn't want to delay these people. Let Qin Zining walk with him, and he can take this opportunity to teach Qin Zining some profound meanings of the sword. Also, Qin Jinyan was startled for a moment, then immediately smiled and said, Let that little girl go to pay homage to her grandma. It's a filial piety for me. Afterwards, he didn't stop, but hurriedly left the Imperial Mausoleum to make arrangements. As for those fine wines and jerky, Qin Feng fed them to the small animals in the Imperial Mausoleum. It is not a trivial matter for Qin Feng, the former deposed prince, to go to the Liu family in the East China Sea to pay homage to his biological mother. There are many aspects to prepare for. It took a full year. One morning, in the imperial palace, dozens of maids and servants boarded an ancient ship. Then the ancient ship lifted off slowly and then headed towards the East China Sea. After saying goodbye to Qin Feng and Qin Zining, Qin Jinyan started to deal with government affairs and had no intention of resting for a while. Because he has many things to do, many reforms to implement. In the end, the interests of those princes will definitely be touched. He had to suppress those princes before they united against him. This is a game about time. Even because of government affairs, Qin Jinyan forgot an important promise to the concubines in the harem. Because in his opinion, the affairs of the harem are family affairs after all. It's not important to state affairs. The eternal ancient continent is surrounded by boundless seas. The Kanglan domain is located in the southeast corner of the Eternal Continent, and the Great Xia royal family is located in the southeast corner of the Kanglan domain. There are endless mountains in the south, and the sea is in the south of the mountains. And at the end of the eastern border is the sea. Because this sea is located to the east of the Kanglanyu, it is called the East Sea. In the East China Sea, there are naturally many islands. However, compared to those islands far away from the mainland in the boundless sea, the living habits of the people on these islands are still not much different from those in the Kanglanyu. It's not like people in some wild island countries. Their views of right and wrong are different from those on the mainland. Among the many islands in the East China Sea, the 5 largest islands are all vast in size, 1/3 as large as the Great Xia dynasty. On these 5 islands, there lived 5 families respectively. The Liu family, where Qin Feng's biological mother lived, was one of the 5 major families. The destination of his and Qin Xining's voyage this time is also the island where the Liu family is located. On the boundless sea, there are big ships sailing everywhere, whether in the sea or in the sky. Very lively. Some travel between the islands in the East China Sea, while others travel between the East China Sea and the continent of Kanglanyu, either doing business or transporting various resources. It was the first time for Qin Xining to see the sea, and she was very excited when she saw the scene in front of her. Standing on the deck of the ancient ship, she looked at the passing ships and the misty islands below. Wow, why are there so many beautiful girls on that boat? Qin Xining pointed to a passing ship not far away and said with eyes full of admiration, "It should be sent to the major families and sections." Qin Feng answered calmly, "Among the islands in the East China Sea, women are generally more glamorous and good-looking than those on the Kanglanyu mainland, and they are very popular with those big forces. These women are generally not forced, because after all, there are 5 major families that maintain the order in the East China Sea. Most of them went to Kanglan domain to see a wider world." Qin Xining nodded thoughtfully. Soon, her eyes were attracted by other places. The appearance of Joy does not have the appearance of a princess at all. This made the maid who was in charge of supervising Qin Xining's etiquette feel a little helpless. For the next 10 days, the ancient ship sailed in the air. Soon it was less than -miles away from the island where the Liu family was located. There are also a lot fewer big ships in the sky and in the sea, because in this sea area, only with the permission of the Liu family, there are large ships that can sail. What does that big ship with the black flag on board do? Qin Xining's gaze suddenly turned to a large black ship with a black flag in the distance, and asked suspiciously. The faces of the maids and attendants on the boat changed suddenly when they saw this. "Pirates! This is the pirates' ship," a court lady exclaimed, and hurriedly said to Qin Xining, "Princess, you should go back to the cabin and hide for a while." At the same time, some people began to activate the formations on the ancient ship, and the formations lit up to protect the ancient ship. The pirates in the East China Sea burn, kill, and loot. They do all sorts of crimes. They are very dangerous. Hai Cao. Seeing this, Qin Xining was not afraid and kept looking at the black boat. It was found that under the black ship, there was a damaged warship full of large holes shot out by arrows. It was obviously sunk by the black ship, and not far from the black ship, a one-eyed bandit was fighting fiercely with a woman, bursting out bursts of spiritual energy fluctuations, which were incomparably astonishing. The woman looked to be more than 200 years old, but her appearance was not old. She was similar to the women in her 30s on Blue Star, and she had a unique charm. Wearing soft armor and holding an épée, he looks heroic. She and the one-eyed bandit were both at the mid-first stage of the Zifu realm, but because they were injured by the random arrows from the black boat, they were at a disadvantage now. This woman, Qin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly and muttered to himself. Qin Xining looked at Qin Feng in surprise. It was the first time she saw Qin Feng showing interest in women. She hurriedly said, "Uncle Huang, let me go and save her. I'll drive away that one-eyed bandit, and you will be a hero to save the beauty and give her a healing pill. She will definitely be very grateful to you." "Who did you learn this from?" Qin Feng couldn't help frowning when he heard this. In the drama, Qin Zining blinked her big eyes and said, "According to the plot in the play, if there is no accident, the woman might give her body to the uncle. How about it, Uncle Huang? Do you want me to save her? You are ready for the healing elixir." As she said that, she was eager to try and took out her longsword. "Can," Qin Feng said lightly. "However, I think that if your aunt knows what you think, she will definitely teach you a lesson." Qin Zining, who was already preparing to make a move, suddenly froze. Aunt Grandma." Qin Zining was puzzled and asked, "What does the Emperor mean by that? Don't you realize that this one looks a bit like your grandma?" Qin Feng said a little speechlessly, "I didn't find it." Qin Zining said, "I have only seen the portrait of Grandma, but not the real person. Grandma passed away before she was born." Qin Feng was speechless. It seems that the level of the court painter is a bit average. The woman who was fighting fiercely with the one-eyed bandit, he had an impression in his memory, was his biological mother's younger sister, who had been to the Imperial City once. And at this time, in the distant battle situation, a terrible sword glow suddenly broke out. Boom! Violent fluctuations erupted in the sky. The shattered sword light and sword lights swept all directions. Puff! Lu Qingzhu was sent hundreds of feet away by the one-eyed bandit. A mouthful of blood spewed out, and his breath plummeted. The soft armor on his body was also full of knife marks, and some places had even been torn open, with scarlet blood oozing out. "Hey, Lu Qingzhu, you lost." The sword in the hand of the one-eyed bandit was shining brightly, and his eyes were full of lust and said, "But don't worry. I won't kill you. I will bring you back to the island and slowly torture and play with you." While speaking, a terrifying coercion was released from his body. Lu Qingzhu couldn't move for a moment. Hateful. Her eyes were full of anger and dissatisfaction. She didn't expect that she would fall into the trap of these pirates and fall into an ambush. At this moment, the one-eyed bandit had already strode towards Lu Qingzhu, and he stretched out his hand to grab her back to the boat and enjoy it. At this moment, Lu Qingzhu was extremely desperate. "Chong!" However, at this moment, the sound of a sword's cry suddenly sounded. The terrifying sword glow pierced the sky and struck towards the one-eyed bandit. Ooh! Seeing this sword light, the one-eyed Deku's face changed suddenly, and he slashed out with the worn-out long knife in his hand. The sword glow collided with the sword glow, and a deafening sound erupted. The one-eyed bandit was shocked by this energy fluctuation and retreated again and again. The spiritual energy in his body was tumbling, and his face became very pale. "Auntie, are you okay?" Qin Zining came to Lu Qingzhu's side and asked quickly. As she said that, she also handed a healing elixir to Lu Qingzhu. "What?" Lu Qingzhu was very grateful to see someone save him, but after hearing the address of the other party, he couldn't react for a while. "What is this called?" But now healing is the most important thing. She hastily swallowed the healing elixir Qin Zining gave her. "Little girl, who are you?" The one-eyed bandit stared at Qin Zining with a cold expression in his eyes. Why didn't he remember that there was such a young man with such a strong cultivation base in the Eastern Sea? "You don't care who I am, but you dare to hurt my aunt? I have to teach you a lesson," Qin Zi coquettishly shouted. While speaking, the terrifying sword intent was released from her body. Pinium is like a big river, very amazing. She was going to use Day's sword intent directly, not to waste too much time with this one-eyed bandit. When the one-eyed bandit saw this, his eyes were full of horror. He had never seen such a terrifying sword intent. However, he was not afraid. Instead, there was a touch of cruelty and arrogance in his eyes. "Hey, originally, I just wanted to catch Lu Qingzhu today, but I didn't expect to have an unexpected harvest." One-Eyed Ko sneered and said, "It seems that this is a gift from the heavens for watching me work hard all day." While speaking, the worn-out long knife in his hand suddenly emitted a blue light, and a terrible breath erupted, swept all over the place. This knife is a 5th-rank high-grade spiritual weapon. Qin Zining's pretty face was full of surprise when she saw the aura released from the long knife. She didn't expect that the seemingly inconspicuous knife in the hands of the big bandit turned out to be a fifth-order high-grade spiritual weapon. Although it was damaged, it was also very terrifying. One must know that in the entire Great Xia dynasty, there was no fifth-order high-grade spiritual weapon. "Haha, are you scared?" The one-eyed bandit laughed arrogantly. "Kneel down obediently and call me master. It will save you from the pain of flesh and blood. Don't even think about it." Although Qin Zining felt the danger, she couldn't humiliate her and beg for mercy. While speaking, she slashed out with a sword, and the turbulent sword intent, like a rushing river, swept towards the one-eyed bandit. The power is amazing. "I don't know what's wrong." The one-eyed bandit slashed out with a single knife. Overbearing. The long knife, exuding a dazzling light, directly split the sword intent of the great river. Afterwards, he strode forward and killed Qin Zining. "Auntie, you go back to the boat first," Qin Zi said solemnly. After all, she held the sword to meet the one-eyed bandit. The two sides immediately fought together. Boom, boom, boom. In the sky, bursts of spiritual energy suddenly fluctuated and exploded. Although the one-eyed bandit has the advantage of weapons, Qin Zining has received elixir warming and spiritual energy empowerment, and has an extraordinary physique. Facing opponents of the same realm, he has a lot of advantages. So for a while, it was hard to tell the winner. Could this little girl be my sister's granddaughter? Seeing Qin Zining fighting fiercely with the one-eyed bandit, Lu Qingzhu finally understood at this moment. She also finally understood why she felt a little familiar when she saw Qin Zining for the first time just now. For a moment, Lu Qingzhu's emotions were extremely complicated. Her elder sister, who grew up with her, married into the royal family of Daxia, and then died young, has always been a pain in her heart. It is also because of this that since her sister passed away, she has never been to the great Xia imperial city again. But she didn't expect to be here today and be able to meet her sister's granddaughter. Lu Qingzhu clenched the épée in her hand, just to help Qin Zining. How could she retreat by herself and let her sister's granddaughter face the big bandit alone? Even now that she is seriously injured, she still has to do her best to help Qin Zining. This is her sister's granddaughter, her relatives, although the two have never met before, but the kind of blood relationship made her risk her life. Lu Qingzhu, your opponent is us. And at this moment, more than a dozen pirates on the black ship flew in front of Lu Qingzhu one after another. Apart from anything else, even if he shot Lu Qingzhu, he didn't give Lu Qingzhu time to recover at all, and didn't let Lu Qingzhu help Qin Zining. For a moment, the sky was divided into two battlefields. Lu Qingzhu was worried about Qin Zining's safety, and desperately wanted to break through the siege of these pirates. As for Qin Zining, facing the one-eyed bandit alone, it was very difficult, and she gradually fell into a disadvantage. Boom! The one-eyed bandit used his powerful saber technique to slash Qin Zining back, and at the same time, without giving Qin Zining any chance to breathe, he killed Qin Zining again. The long knife in his hand burst into a dazzling blue light, extremely domineering. He felt that Qin Zining was very dangerous, and he no longer planned to catch Qin Zining alive and planned to kill Qin Zining directly. Princess! Seeing this, the maids and servants on the ancient ship all changed their faces and shouted in panic. At this moment, they all regretted why they didn't stop Qin Zining desperately. Lu Qingzhu's expression also changed suddenly, and he let out an exclamation. How to do? Qin Zining felt the huge threat of death. Her pretty face turned pale, and she quickly thought of a countermeasure, but found that she had no way to stop the one-eyed bandit's knife. However, at this moment, the one-eyed bandit suddenly trembled in his soul, as if he was being targeted by an ancient beast. The whole body is extremely stiff. Qin Feng suppressed his soul with his divine pupils and powerful consciousness. And at this time, Qin Zining also discovered the abnormality of the one-eyed bandit. Without any hesitation, seized the opportunity instantly, and chopped off the head of the one-eyed bandit with a single sword. The sudden change made everyone here stunned. What's going on? Just now the boss clearly had the absolute advantage. Why was he killed all of a sudden? How do I know what happened? Those pirates were all dumbfounded. They looked at each other in blank dismay, feeling like a hell of a thing. Many maids and attendants on the ancient ship were all stunned when they saw this scene and couldn't believe it was real. Even Qin Feng, who personally killed the one-eyed bandit, felt a little unreal when she saw the body of the one-eyed bandit falling into the sea. Why did the one-eyed bandit suddenly have empty eyes, as if he had lost his mind? Come on! After the pirates recovered from their shock, they shouted in panic. Their boss is dead, and now there is no one who is Qin Feng's opponent, and they are courting death if they continue to stay. The pirates who besieged Lu Qingzhu fled back to the black ship. Blue lights flickered on the black ship, and it was fleeing towards the distance. It's just that they didn't notice that there was a gust of wind blowing in the direction of their escape. "Auntie, are you okay?" Qin Feng did not chase those pirates, but returned to Lu Qingzhu's side and asked with concern, "I am fine." Lu Qingzhu shook his head, then looked at Qin Feng seriously. His face was full of joy and said, "Little girl, you should be called Zening, right? You're already this big. Under normal circumstances, what anyone cares about should be Qin Feng's unparalleled cultivation." But Lu Qingzhu only cared. Qin Feng was already a slim girl because she was her sister's granddaughter. "Kindness." Qin Feng nodded and said with a smile, "Zening is my name. Let's go back to the boat first. It's safer there." "Kindness." Lu Qingzhu nodded. Then he returned to the ancient ship with Qin Feng. Qin Feng also stepped forward and greeted him respectfully. Looking at her sister's son and granddaughter in front of her, Lu Qingzhu couldn't help crying for a moment. "Did you come to East China Sea on purpose, or did you pass by here?" Lu Qingzhu asked suspiciously. "I came here on purpose," Qin Feng said with a smile. "Father asked me and Uncle Huang to pay homage to Grandma." "Well, that's great." Lu Qingzhu nodded repeatedly. For so many years, due to the fierce opposition from the big Xia royal family, the royal family has never sent anyone to pay homage to her sister. Only when Xia Huang was on tour, they went secretly to pay homage to her a few times. She thought that after Emperor Xia passed away, no one would come again. Unexpectedly, not long after Qin Jinyan ascended the throne, Qin Feng and Qin Feng came to pay homage to her sister. This made her feel very relieved. "Auntie, please stop talking and meditate to heal your wounds," Qin Feng said slowly. "I guess it won't be long before we can reach Shiyun Island. The island where the Lu family is located is Shiyun Island." "Kindness." Lu Qingzhu nodded and began to meditate to heal his injuries. The ancient boat sailed slowly towards Shiyun Island. On the way, Lu Qingzhu didn't meditate all the time. He really wanted to chat with Qin Feng and the others, get to know their situation, and ask how they were doing. Qin Feng naturally reported the good news, but not the bad news, and said things to reassure Lu Qingzhu. While chatting, Lu Qingzhu also chatted about her sister's past and many things about Donghai. From Lu Qingzhu's mouth, Qin Feng learned that when his biological mother married Emperor Xia, the reason why he encountered fierce opposition was because after the eldest son of the head of the Lu family passed away, there were only 2 daughters left. Qin Feng's biological mother was raised as the future head of the family. Emperor Xia married his biological mother, but the head of the Lu family thought that Emperor Xia was trying to annex the Lu family with sinister intentions. Therefore, the relationship between the two parties is very bad. Now the old head of the Lu family has passed away, and Lu Qingzhu has taken over as the head of the Lu family. Lu Qingzhu is very capable of managing the family. Under her management, the Lu family has firmly secured the throne of the largest family in the East China Sea. This made Qin Feng admire him a little. Women do not allow men. Ahead is Shiyun Island. The ancient ship was sailing. Lu Qingzhu suddenly pointed to the distance and said. Everyone looked at it and found that there was a huge island on the sea hundreds of miles away, with many mountains and peaks and waterfalls flowing down like a galaxy. Above all the mountain peaks, a thin mist lingered in the sky. The sun shone down, refracting colorful rays of light. Occasionally, white cranes fly by, like a fairy island in the world. Wow, it feels like a fairyland in the drama. Qin Zening couldn't help exclaiming when she saw the Shiyun Island. It was the first time seeing the other maids and servants, and all of them showed shocked expressions. Although the aura here is not as strong as in the Imperial City, it is more like a legendary fairyland. Given the choice, they'd rather stay here. Only Qin Feng had a calm expression. He couldn't help but think of the big ship that was full of beautiful little girls a few days ago and headed for the Kanglanyu. Sure enough, everything is a siege. It is true that those inside want to go out, while those outside want to come in. If you like, you could stay here for a while. Hearing this, Lu Qingzhu said to Qin Zening with a smile. For this cute and lively little girl, she has a special intimacy. Okay, Qin Zening nodded happily. Soon, the ancient ship was above Shiyun Island. At this moment, several elders of the Lu family flew over and stopped. Because this ancient ship was very strange, they were full of vigilance, worried that it was a ship of pirates. It's me. Lu Qingzhu stood up and said calmly. Homeowner. Seeing Lu Qingzhu, the elders of the Lu family were obviously taken aback. Didn't you go out on the family's warship? The elder of the Lu family asked suspiciously. Why is it now a strange ancient ship, and the people on it are so strange? I was ambushed by pirates on the road. Speaking of this, Lu Qingzhu was a little angry and sad, and said, except for me, the other clansmen were buried in the sea. When she met Qin Zening, all her fellow clansmen had been killed by pirates, and she was the only one left alive. What? Those hateful pirates, if they are caught, they must be cut to pieces. Why have so many warships in our clan been attacked by pirates during this time? Many Lu parents and elders were very angry when they heard the news. Outraged. The two sides obviously have deep grievances, and they can't wait to kill those pirates. Then who are these people? The elder of the Lu family looked at Qin Feng and the others, and asked Lu Qingzhu in doubt. People from the Daxiao royal family came to pay homage to my sister. Lu Qingzhu said. Hearing what she said, many of the elders of the Lu family showed obvious strangeness and looked at each other with slight changes in their expressions. Because people in the Lu family generally felt that Lu Qingzhu's sister died so early because she was married to Emperor Xia and was plotted against by other concubines. He didn't have a good opinion of the members of the great Xia royal family. It turned out to be a guest, and I was far away from welcoming you. The elder of the Lu family quickly concealed his emotions and said with a polite smile. Lu Qingzhu noticed it, but she couldn't say anything, and then asked the elders in the clan to lead the ancient boat to a suitable place. She took Qin Feng and Qin Zening, as well as the maids carrying sacrifices, to the cemetery to pay homage to her sister. The sound of the piano is quite nice. Walking in the Lu family, Qin Feng suddenly heard the sound of the piano from a distance and asked in doubt, but why did it stop abruptly halfway through? I didn't expect you to know the rhythm. Hearing this, Lu Qingzhu smiled slightly in surprise. I don't really understand. It's just that the sound of the piano stopped suddenly, which was a bit abrupt. Qin Feng smiled lightly. Although he doesn't know the rhythm, he can still hear that there is obviously more content behind the stopped piano sound. This song was carved on the cliff when the ancestors of the Lu family came to Shiyun Island. It is called Guangling San. It is rumored that it was created by a sage who practiced music. However, the score left on the cliff is only the first part and not the next part. Lu Qingzhu said slowly, for so many years, many strong people who love temperament have come to the Lu family, wanting to observe the first chapter and try to complete it by themselves. But without exception, all failed. I see. Hearing this, Qin Feng nodded thoughtfully. He had indeed heard about practitioners who cultivated the rhythm, but there was no such person in Kanglanyu. He didn't expect that in Shiyun Island, there would be a music score handed down by a strong man who proved the Tao in rhythm. He thinks that if he has time these 2 days, he can read the first chapter of Guangling San. Not long after, Lu Qingzhu brought Qin Feng and the others to her sister's cemetery. There are white snow maple trees everywhere, and the petals are falling with the wind. Although Qin Feng didn't have any feelings for this biological mother, he still respected her in his heart, carefully arranged the sacrifices, and burned incense to worship. After the sacrifice, Lu Qingzhu brought Qin Feng and Qin Zining to a quiet small courtyard. This place is located in the northern part of the entire Lu family mansion. It is the place where the guests live on weekdays. It is very quiet, and there is no noisy sound of the Lu family members practicing. Qin Feng is very satisfied with this place. You two should rest here for a while. Lu Qingzhu said slowly, I have to inform the elders of the clan in detail about being ambushed by pirates when I went out this time. Regardless of whether they can avenge those pirates, at least they should be more cautious when letting other clansmen go to sea. Okay, then you can get busy first. Qin Feng nodded and said. Afterwards, Lu Qingzhu left the small courtyard and went to find many elders of the Lu family. Not long after she left, members of the Lu family brought some daily necessities and dinner. As for Qin Feng and Qin Zining, although the members of the Lu family were polite on the surface, like those elders, they didn't have a good impression of them. This made Qin Zining a little embarrassed, but Qin Feng didn't care. After the room was tidied up, it was already evening. Qin Feng and Qin Zining returned to their rooms. System, help me sign in at Shiyun Island. As soon as he returned to the room, Qin Feng said slowly. Coming here, Qin Feng will naturally not forget to sign in. Ding! Congratulations to the master. You have successfully signed in and won the second part of Guangling's Sand. The system's mechanical notification sounded in Qin Feng's ears. Qin Feng was startled for a moment. Guangling's Sand part dash, he said dumbly. Could it be that because the first part of Guangling's Sand is here, you automatically signed up for the next part? However, the system did not answer Qin Feng's doubts. Qin Feng didn't ask any more questions, but chose to integrate them. All of a sudden, a lot of information about the second chapter of Guangling San was integrated into Qin Feng's mind. He discovered that this Guangling San was not just as simple as a musical score. It even implies that the saint and the strong have a very profound understanding of the great way of heaven and earth. If he can comprehend it thoroughly and play it, it will definitely be of great benefit to his martial arts. Afterwards, Qin Feng didn't waste any more time and began to meditate, carefully comprehending the content of the second chapter of Guangling San. In the early morning of the next day, the sun rose slowly, dispelling the chill of the night. The entire Shiyun Island seemed to be sprinkled with holy light. Qin Zining got up early in the morning. She was very curious about the island and planned to go around. Qin Feng didn't stop her, but just warned her to be careful. Don't accidentally leave Shiyun Island and encounter pirates making trouble. After Qin Zining left, only Qin Feng was left in the courtyard. System, help me sign in at Shiyun Island. Walking out of the room, feeling the warm sunshine, Qin Feng said lightly. Ding! Congratulations to the master. You have successfully signed in and got the Sapphire Guqin. The notification tone of the system sounded in Qin Feng's ear again. Qin Feng was not very surprised to sign a Guqin this time, since he signed a piano score yesterday. He guessed that the sage who practiced rhythm should have stayed on this small island for a long time, leaving behind a very powerful Dao rhyme. Therefore, the rewards for signing into the system are all related to the temperament. Qin Feng took the Sapphire Guqin out of the system space and placed it on the stone table in front of him. This Sapphire Guqin is a fifth-order middle-grade spiritual weapon. The whole body is carved from sapphire, and there are many formations on it, which looks very extraordinary. Qin Feng had already comprehended the second chapter of Guangling San in detail last night. Although he couldn't say that he understood it thoroughly, he still knew it by heart. Get ready to play a song. However, just when Qin Feng put his fingers on the strings, he froze. I can't play the piano. Qin Feng was a little embarrassed, although he memorized the next chapter of Guangling San. But playing the piano is a matter of technique. It's not that you can learn to play the piano automatically just by memorizing the score. In a slightly awkward atmosphere, after a moment of silence, Qin Feng silently took back the Sapphire Guqin. Let's learn how to play the piano first. Qin Feng's eyes turned to the direction of the cliff carved with the first chapter of Guangling San. Last night, he asked those Lu family members who delivered dinner, and from their mouths, he learned the location of the stone wall. He felt that there are people who are proficient in temperament and should be able to learn how to play the piano. Thinking of this, Qin Feng's figure rushed towards the cliff. Anyway, even if he couldn't learn how to play the piano, he would definitely keep the first chapter of Guangling's San in his heart. In the back mountain of Lu's house, there's a valley. In the valley at this time, there are quite a few figures, both men, women, and children. They looked at the piano score on the stone wall in front of them. Some frowned and thought hard, while others recorded their feelings on the paper. And some are sitting cross-legged on the stone, not far away, playing the guqin. No matter what they are doing, there is no doubt that they want to complete the next part of Guangling's San. Qin Feng's arrival did not attract anyone's attention. Everyone's attention was focused on the first chapter of Guangling's San on the stone wall. Is this the first part? Qin Feng looked at the piano score on the stone wall and murmured. He found that although the music score was engraved on the stone wall, as long as he stared at it, he would feel dizzy. Those who can look directly at it all the time obviously have many years of experience and are used to it. Naturally, Qin Feng wouldn't get used to it slowly. He directly used the magic pupil. In the eyes, mysterious and complicated runes emerged. It's easy to watch the above content without any dizzy feeling. It didn't take long to completely remember it. Afterwards, Qin Feng found a rock, sat cross-legged on it, took out the sapphire guqin, and placed it on his lap. For a while, many eyes were attracted. Because of the grade of this sapphire guqin, it is extraordinary at first glance. Who is he? There is a fifth-order guqin. Some people said with surprise and envy in their eyes. Those who can watch Guangling's San on the stone wall all the time have stayed here for at least several decades. He looked at Qin Feng very strangely and has never seen Qin Feng before. Now Emperor Daxia's brother is named Qin Feng. The Lu family who met Qin Feng yesterday were obviously a little surprised and said, "I never thought that not all the reckless people in the royal family of Daxia. There are people who know the rhythm." Qin Feng of the great Xia royal family? The others were also a little surprised. Just like the members of the great Xia royal family felt that the people in the southern mountains were all barbarians. People in the East China Sea also think that people from the great Xia royal family are reckless. This is especially true after a former emperor of the great Xia imperial family wanted to conquer the East China Sea, but was defeated by a reclusive expert in the East China Sea with half a chapter on Guangling's San. Hearing that Qin Feng was actually a member of the great Xia royal family, many people's eyes fell on Qin Feng, wanting to hear how he played Guangling's San. Of course, most people have the mentality of watching a joke. I feel that a reckless man is a reckless man after all, and it is difficult to change anything. In the eyes of everyone, Qin Feng slowly plucked the strings. Boom! The sound of the piano sounded immediately. Qin Feng started to play according to the content on the score, and everyone present changed their faces. Isn't this too ugly? Who gave him the courage to dare to come here? I thought that the members of the great Xia royal family, although they are all reckless, do things with dignity in mind. How dare he come here to play? All of a sudden, exclamations sounded one after another. Qin Feng's piano sound is simply torture for those who are proficient in rhythm. All the eyes looking at Qin Feng were frowning, even a little angry. You know, even if the Lu family allows people who love temperament, they can come here to watch the first part of Guangling's San at will. However, for those who love music, Guangling's San is no different from the great emperor's ancient classics. If you don't practice the piano well, you don't dare to come here. And Qin Feng obviously didn't know how to play, so he had the nerve to come here to observe Guangling's San, which made them feel that Guangling's San was tainted. "Get him out," someone scolded. Everyone cast unkind eyes on Qin Feng, and they were going to drive Qin Feng out of here so as not to let him tarnish this holy place. However, at this moment, an old man with white beard and hair who had been meditating all the time suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Qin Feng. He played Guangling's San. The old man said in surprise. His name is Zhao Wuyo, and he has extraordinary attainments in melody. Among the people present, no one can surpass his familiarity with Guangling's San. As soon as this statement came out, everyone present was startled. He wondered if Zhao Wuyo heard it wrong. How could he be playing Guangling San with such an ugly piano sound? And this Qin Feng is obviously coming here for the first time. It is estimated that it is difficult to observe the piano score on the stone wall directly. How could it be possible to play it? It seems to be really Guangling San, although his playing technique is extremely clumsy. But you listen carefully, it seems to be playing according to the score of Guangling San. After hearing Zhao Wuyo's words, someone listened carefully and couldn't help exclaiming. Seeing someone agreeing with Zhao Wuyo, everyone present also listened carefully. And then their expressions were all incomparably wonderful. Guangling San. This Qin Feng, is he really playing Guangling San? Everyone looked at Qin Feng in disbelief. How did he play Guangling so badly? The key is not that he played Guangling San so badly, but how did he comprehend the first chapter of Guangling San when he came here for the first time? That's right. It's the first time he's been here, and he obviously doesn't even know how to play the piano. When he sees the music score on the stone wall, he probably won't be able to read it for a while, and he will faint. Why did he just write down the score? Soon, someone realized that something was wrong, causing bursts of exclamation. You know, they're proficient in temperament, and there is no way to memorize the Guangling San Qin score on the stone wall in less than 10 or 20 years. But Qin Feng only took a while, but he has already done it. It made them feel incredible. At this time, Qin Feng was completely intoxicated by the sound of the piano. What others heard was the sound of the piano played by him. And what he heard was the swan song of the saint. It is the piano sound that should exist in his imagination. He couldn't hear the voice of outside discussion at all. When everyone saw Qin Feng ignoring them, their expressions were extremely exciting. They really didn't want Guangling San to be tarnished like this by Qin Feng, but they couldn't bear to disturb it. This might be the first time a rare, musical genius played it for the first time. However, this torture was more serious than they imagined. Guangling San already had a killing effect, and Qin Feng's playing was too unpleasant, so everyone had to protect their bodies with spiritual energy to resist the unpleasant rhythm. It wasn't until Qin Feng played half of the first chapter and suddenly stopped that everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Playing Guangling San consumes so much consciousness. Qin Feng was a little surprised, feeling tired very quickly. Not only that, but he also found that when he was playing, he was a little immersed, and his sense of the outside world almost disappeared, which made him feel very uneasy. Just stopped. If a normal person plays it for the first time, he will definitely not have such a feeling. But Qin Feng's spiritual sense is too strong, so when he played, his comprehension and feeling of the piano sound became deeper, and this happened. Little friend, is this the first time you come here to watch the score of Guangling San? Seeing Qin Feng stop, Zhao Wuyo couldn't help asking. He has been here for hundreds of years, and it is almost certain that this is Qin Feng's first visit, but he still couldn't help but want to ask. Well, the first time. Qin Feng nodded. Hearing this, the people present could not help but gasp. This temperament talent is a bit too scary, right? The first time I watched Guangling San's piano score, I was able to memorize it proficiently and play it out. This is absolutely unprecedented existence. However, this Guangling San is too mysterious. I feel that it is difficult for me to play it completely without a month or two. Qin Feng couldn't help sighing. As soon as this statement came out, all the people present looked at each other in blank dismay. This is Guangling San. According to the rumors, Qin Feng actually felt that he could play the score proficiently and completely in a month or two. If others said that, they would definitely scoff, but Qin Feng was able to play so much after seeing the first part of Guangling San for the first time. They have nothing to say. Little friend, are you willing to worship me as a teacher? Zhao Wuyo immediately opened his mouth and said, I'm approaching my lifespan, so I can pass on all my life's insights about Guangling San to you. These words once again stir up waves. Who is Zhao Wuyo? The level of comprehension of Guangling San in the current world is definitely number one. How many people want to worship him as a teacher, but they have no chance? Thank you for your kindness, senior, but I have no plans to become a teacher. Qin Feng shook his head and said slowly, Seeing Qin Feng's refusal, everyone present wanted to speak up to persuade Qin Feng. I don't want him to miss this opportunity. Especially those members of the Liu family. They felt that Qin Feng didn't understand Zhao Wuyo's musical attainments at all. So they refused, and they came forward to introduce Zhao Wuyo's identity to Qin Feng. Haha. However, Zhao Wuyo laughed out loud when he heard the words. Instead, as expected of being the #1 genius with the same melody throughout the ages, he is really free and easy. The old man was a little careless just now. With your talent, it is estimated that in less than 100 years, your comprehension of Guangling San will surpass my lifelong research, and you don't need me as a teacher at all. When everyone heard the words, they were also a little stunned. With the talent that Qin Feng showed just now, it only takes 100 years for Qin Feng to surpass Zhao Wuyo. This made them envious for a while. Although Qin Feng rejected the apprenticeship, Zhao Wuyo was not angry. On the contrary, he taught him some playing skills. It was not until late at night that Qin Feng left. In the next few days, Qin Feng would go to the cliff every day to observe the remnants of Guangling San, but will not continue to play there, because from Zhao Wuyo's mouth, he learned that the sound of the piano he played was not pleasant, which made him a little embarrassed. Moreover, he was also worried that he would be in danger if he was too intoxicated by the sound of the piano. Even with Qin Feng's current cultivation, no one in the entire East China Sea could hurt him even if he stood still here. But he is a person who only pays attention to one word: steady. In the back mountain of Liu's house, Qin Feng found a quiet and deserted cliff and practiced playing there. From morning to night, from night to morning. Of course, apart from playing the piano, Qin Feng did not forget to sign in. Ding! Congratulations to the master. You have successfully signed in and won the reward Taiping Order. Ding! Congratulations to the master. The sign-in is successful, and the reward Mountain Ghost Ballad. The rewards are very generous. Almost all of them have been lost. It's just not like Guangling San. It was created by a sage, and it's not as profound and mysterious. Lu Qingzhu was also very happy for Qin Feng when he saw that Qin Feng liked the rhythm so much, and specially asked his clansmen not to disturb him at House Han. Of course, apart from not wanting people to disturb Qin Feng, the reason is also because the sound of the piano played by Qin Feng is really not pleasant. Under the night, the bright moon hangs high in the sky, and the stars are dotted. On an island in the East China Sea, there are bonfires everywhere, as well as the sound of pirates drinking and eating meat and cheering. This is the lair of the largest pirate in the East China Sea, the Sirius pirate. At this time, in a huge cave, Sirius, the boss of the Sirius pirates, and several other leaders, with a proud woman in their arms, were drinking and looking at more than a dozen dancing women in front of them. So unhappy. Get out of here. At this moment, those figures in cloaks had already arrived in the cave and shouted angrily. Everyone was taken aback. But when they saw those figures in cloaks, they didn't dare to speak much, and left quickly except for Sirius and some important leaders. Patriarch Wang, why are you here? Seeing these figures, Sirius suddenly sobered up and said in surprise. Hastily stepped forward, extremely respectful. At this time, these figures also took off their cloaks, and the person headed by them was one of the 5 great families in the East China Sea, the patriarch of the Wang family. He has long been united with the Sirius pirates. Rather than saying it is a union, it is better to say that today's Sirius and pirates are a dog he raised. What do you say? The head of the Wang family said angrily. The plan has failed. Are you still in a mood to drink and play with women here? What? The plan failed? With a look of surprise on Sirius' face, he said, Didn't the second brother kill Lu Qingzhu and go to see you on business? He was injured some time ago, and the matter of ambush Lu Qingzhu was left to the second child. He also thought that the second child had not come back for such a long time, because he had already killed Lu Qingzhu and went to meet the patriarch of the Wang family and others. He didn't know that the second child was actually killed, and when the other pirates on the ship were fleeing for their lives, they were also caught up by Qin Feng's sword in Ten of the Wind, and the ship was destroyed and everyone died. What a fart! The patriarch of the Wang family said angrily. Lu Qingzhu has returned to Xun Island a few days ago, unscathed. How so? Sirius was shocked and said, Our plan is obviously foolproof. How could it fail? Last year, he salvaged from the bottom of the sea a batch of spiritual arrows that were sunk in warships of several dynasties during the Great War of Sealing Demons, and they were extremely powerful. Lu Qingzhu should surely die. Don't you think I came all the way here just to lie to you? The head of the Wang family said coldly. Don't dare. Don't dare. Sirius shook his head quickly and said, I just really can't figure out how Lu Qingzhu survived such a fatal situation. Hearing him mention this question, the patriarch of the Wang family also calmed down. He said coldly, The ancient ship of the great Xia imperial family happened to pass by, and a girl named Qin Zening inside made a move and rescued Lu Qingzhu. This matter is not a secret among the senior members of the Lu family. And the person he arranged to go to the Lu family was the concubine of the son of the third elder of the Lu family. So he naturally found out. Didn't the great Xia royal family have no contact with the Lu family? Sirius frowned, puzzled. How could I know? The patriarch of the Wang family said in a deep voice. Sirius was silent. After a while, he said cautiously, Then, should we continue to think of ways to ambush Lu Qingzhu? There are still some spirit arrows that were caught last time. Do you think Lu Qingzhu will make the same mistake again? The patriarch of the Wang family said. After Lu Qingzhu returned to the Lu family, the first time he asked someone to hire a formation master to reinforce the warships in the clan. Sirius was speechless and said worriedly, Then what should we do? If Lu Qingzhu continues to develop, everyone under my command will be wiped out by her. In the past, in the East China Sea, the Wang family and the Lu family were tied for first in strength. The Wang family, and they are secretly together, and the Lu family and the other three families alone cannot do anything to them. But now the Lu family is developing rapidly under the leadership of Lu Qingzhu. If Lu Qingzhu does not die and continues like this, they will be wiped out sooner or later. And this is exactly what the patriarch of the Wang family is worried about. Once the Sirius pirates are wiped out, their Wang family will lose a lot of sources of wealth. What could be more profitable than looting? I have a plan. I can destroy the Lu family directly, but you need to sneak into the Lu family yourself. The patriarch of the Wang family said solemnly, What? You asked me to go to Lu's house in person. Are you killing Lu Qingzhu? Sirius panicked immediately and quickly said, Although Lu Qingzhu's strength is not as good as mine, it's not much worse. Let alone kill her, if I'm surrounded by other strong Lu family, I will die on the spot. With his cultivation at the peak of the first layer of the Zifu realm, it is not easy to kill Lu Qingzhu, who is in the middle of the first layer of the Zifu realm. If he is discovered and surrounded by other powerful members of the Lu family, there will be only one dead end. How could I let you kill Lu Qingzhu? The patriarch of the Wang family said coldly, The person I want you to kill is that Qin Feng of the great Xia royal family. Qin Feng of the great Xia royal family? Why kill him? Sirius said puzzledly, Don't understand this? Now the Daxia royal family and the Lu family have only just gotten in touch, and they don't trust each other very much. Moreover, people in the Lu family are generally disgusted with the Daxia royal family, and those court ladies and attendants can clearly feel it. However, the patriarch of the Wang family said in a scheming way, If we kill Qin Feng at this time, what will the great Xia royal family think? Even if they think it is not someone from the Lu family who did it, they will definitely vent their anger on the Lu family. After all, if the emperor's elder brother was killed, the great Xia royal family would be disgraced. Only by making the Lu family pay the price can they restore their majesty. In this way, we can do the biggest thing with the smallest cost, kill people with a knife, and destroy the Lu family. Hearing the arrangement of the patriarch of the Wang family, Sirius' eyes suddenly brightened. This is a great plan. Sirius couldn't help but praised. In the past, we just planned to kill Lu Qingzhu and hinder the development of the Lu family. Now this method can directly destroy the Lu family. He couldn't help but admire the patriarch of the Wang family. He deserved to be a ruthless person who could kill his father and seize the throne. At that time, the people I arrange will meet you at Lu's house. The patriarch of the Wang family said in a deep voice. Kindness. Sirius nodded, and then asked doubtfully, But isn't that Qin Feng not protected by a powerful member of the great Xia royal family? Don't worry. This time they go out. The strongest is the Qin Zening who rescued Lu Qingzhu earlier. The patriarch of the Wang family said coldly, and that Qin Zening, who spends all day playing around Shiyun Island, has no protection by his side at all. That's great. I'm going to Shiyun Island now. In the next few days, I'll find a chance to sneak in. There was a hint of cruelty in Sirius' eyes. He didn't take Qin Feng seriously at all, and felt that such a member of the royal family, at this age, was only at the sea level, and in front of his cultivation at the peak of the first layer of the Purple Mansion. He was like an ant. No hurries. The patriarch of the Wang family stopped Sirius, took out a pill from the ring, and said, This is Inshi pill. I bought it with a lot of money. Although it has some side effects, it can make your breath almost completely hidden. Be careful to be discovered by that old thing from the Lu family. More than 90 years ago, when Lu Qingzhu's uncle went out to play in the sea, he obtained a leftover elixir from a place where a strong man sat down. In a short period of time, his cultivation has soared from the 7th level of the Luanhai realm to the peak of the 2nd level of the Zifu realm. He is the strongest in the entire East China Sea. He had just returned from a trip half a year ago and returned to the Lu family, so he had to be cautious. It is good. Sirius nodded and put away the hidden breath pill. At the same time, he began to discuss with the patriarch of the Wang family the specific plan to enter the Lu family. In the past few days, Qin Feng was almost always in the back mountain, occasionally going to learn how to play the piano with Zhao Wuyo. It's just that Qin Feng found that he didn't seem to understand the rhythm a little bit, and his learning progress was very slow. There's nothing he can do about it. He was a little tone-deaf when he was in Blue Star. One evening, the sun had just risen, and the warm sunlight fell on Shiyun Island, dispelling the chill of the night. A fox with white fur all over his body came to the cliff of the mountain behind the Lu family quietly. She came under an ancient tree and slowly put an ancient medicine in her mouth that had grown for at least 400 years on the ground. With this ancient medicine, my cultivation should be fully restored. The little white fox muttered to himself. Since she left the Imperial Palace last time, she has come to the East China Sea, taking advantage of the natural sensitivity of the Fox clan to treasures of heaven and earth, looking for those rare treasures of heaven and earth from various uninhabited islands. Compared with the mainland, among the various islands, Tainkatabo rarely has powerful monsters guarding it, because most of the truly powerful monsters in the East China Sea are in the sea. Over the past few years, the little white fox's meridian injuries have completely recovered, and his cultivation has reached the 5th level of the spirit transformation realm. Because her injury caused her cultivation to drop, so as long as she has the corresponding natural materials and earthly treasures, her cultivation will improve very quickly. This time she obtained this ancient medicine that had grown for 400 years, and if nothing else happened, it would be able to restore her cultivation to the peak, the 5th level of the Purple Mansion realm. Smelly scum, after my cultivation base recovers, I will definitely not let you go. The little white fox looked in the direction of the great Xia dynasty and said viciously, When the time comes, I will make you kneel in front of me and obediently call you master. Thinking of this, she immediately swallowed the ancient medicine. For a moment, the majestic medicinal power immediately entered her body. The little white fox calmed down, concentrated her mind, and guided the medicinal power into her meridians, turning it into spiritual energy to improve her cultivation. It went well, but at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Boom! In the sky, a thunderbolt suddenly struck down, incomparably abrupt, because the sky is clearly clear now. Moreover, that thunder is obviously different from ordinary thunder, and it actually contains the power of the law of the Great Way, which is shocking. Someone is about to cross the catastrophe. This is an early sign from heaven. Hateful. The little white fox was guiding the medicinal power into her meridians when a thunderous sound just now made her heart tremble. It was at this very moment that the majestic medicinal power was not controlled, causing the medicinal power to get out of control in the body and scurry around. The little white fox desperately wanted to redirect the medicinal power into his meridians, but it can no longer be done. The medicinal power was too majestic in her body. It kept impacting everywhere, almost tearing her body apart. She felt that she was too sad. After finally obtaining a 400-year-old elixir and a chance to restore his cultivation, he was disturbed by the thunder from the sky. Boom, boom. A hint of determination appeared in the little white fox's eyes, and a bloody light radiated from his body. Although she was very unwilling, she had to use the power of her remaining blood to seal the medicinal power. Otherwise, she will surely die. Accompanied by the bloody light emanating from the little white fox's body, the medicinal power that was scurrying around in her body was also slowly sealed. However, after consuming all the power of the blood just now, the little white fox also became very weak. The whole fox was sluggish. It didn't even have the strength to move, and it was drowsy. No, I can't sleep deeply. If I fall asleep, I'm afraid I won't be able to wake up again. The little white fox insisted on getting up. She is extremely weak now, and she must be supplemented with lush aura. Otherwise, if she continues to be like this, she will definitely die here. It's a pity that even though the little white fox was too weak, he stood up several times, but fell to the ground again. In the end, it was impossible to move at all. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye it was evening. The little white fox became more and more tired and could hardly keep his eyes open. At this moment, she missed the milky white liquid very much. If she had that liquid as a supplement, she would definitely be able to survive. However, she then smiled helplessly in her heart. That stinking scum was far away in the Imperial Mausoleum of Great Xia. How could it be possible to appear here? However, at this moment, Qin Feng, who had just returned from Zhao Wuyo's place, noticed the little white fox under the ancient tree with a puzzled expression on his face. "Why are you here too?" Qin Feng said puzzledly. When the little white fox heard the words, he opened his eyes with difficulty and was slightly taken aback, but felt that he was hallucinating, so he closed his eyes slowly. But in the next moment, a majestic aura made the little white fox couldn't help but open his eyes again and looked at Qin Feng in horror. This so fragrant. She realized that it was not a hallucination, because in Qin Feng's hand, there was a small bottle containing the milky white liquid. There was an incomparably rich aura and fragrance inside, which awakened her previous memories. "Can you still eat by yourself?" Qin Feng put a bottle of Earth Spirit Clock lotion in front of the little white fox. But the little white fox tried twice, but couldn't move. The struggle just now had exhausted her last strength. Seeing this, Qin Feng shook his head helplessly, put his fingers into the small bottle, dipped some Earth Bell lotion, stretched it out in front of the little white fox, and said, "Open your mouth and hold it." Hearing this, the little fox opened his mouth with difficulty and took Qin Feng's finger in his mouth. Qin Feng felt that his fingers were wrapped in that kind of damp heat. "I can't help but feel a little throbbing in my heart." But thinking that this little white fox is a fox and not a peerless beauty, he soon calmed down. Ugh! After the little white fox engulfed Qin Feng's finger, he was immediately intoxicated by the incomparably pure aura and moaned happily. "Swallow it, don't let it flow out," Qin Feng reminded. "Gudu." After the little white fox obediently swallowed the lotion of the Earth Spirit Clock, he immediately felt the extremely pure aura pouring into his body, into his limbs and bones. The feeling of exhaustion was swept away, and it was very refreshing, making her feel ecstatic. It was like a dry spring finally flowing into a dry desert. Ugh! When this transcendence and comfort reached its peak, the little white fox couldn't help moaning slightly, and his whole body trembled slightly. After a while, it returned to normal. "Not letting go yet. Are you addicted?" Seeing that the little white fox had already swallowed the Earth Spirit Clock lotion on his finger and did not let go of his finger, he he said speechlessly. Hearing this, the little white fox was slightly embarrassed and let go of Qin Feng's fingers. I happen to be short of an audience, and you're here just in time, so you can listen to me playing the piano here from now on. Saying that, Qin Feng picked up the little white fox and came to the nearby cliff. Although the little white fox doesn't like being held as a pet, but thinking that Qin Feng just saved him, he still holds back. This guy can actually play the piano. The little white fox murmured to himself. I just don't know if the piano it plays is good or not. How is it compared to Zhao Wuyo? It's not the first time he has come to the Liu family. She has also been to the cliff carved with Guangling Mountain, so she naturally knows Zhao Wuyo. And just when the little white fox was thinking like this, Qin Feng had already placed her on a rock beside the cliff, while he himself sat cross-legged on another rock, took out the sapphire guqin, and slowly plucked the strings. Ding-dong. The sound of the piano sounded, and the little white fox on the stone suddenly became excited. What the hell? Is this someone playing the piano? There are still people claiming their lives. This is too ugly, right? The little white fox was completely dumbfounded. She just ate a few drops of milky white liquid. What mistake did she make? Why did she have to accept such a punishment? Ding-dong. And just when the little white fox was startled by the sound of the zither, the sound of the zither continued to sound, which made her a little suspicious that the fox was born. She got up from the stone and turned around to run away. Is it so ugly? Seeing the little white fox, he turned around and was about to leave. Qin Feng couldn't help frowning. The little white fox wanted to turn around and say, yes. It's a pity that she hasn't transformed yet, so she can't speak at all. Seeing that the little white fox insisted on leaving, Qin Feng shook his head helplessly. He had to uncork the bottle of Earth Spirit Bell lotion and put on the nearby stone. Smelling the smell, the little white fox immediately stopped her steps to leave, and she couldn't help but look back at the little jade bottle. The milky white liquid inside is really delicious. After hesitating for a moment, he finally turned around and chose to compromise. For the next few days, the little white fox was forced to listen to Qin Feng playing Guangling San. But for her, there is good news. The medicinal power sealed in her body is slowly overflowing, entering her meridians, warming and nourishing her body, which caused her to be in a deep sleep state most of the time. You don't have to listen to Qin Feng's piano sound all the time. In the past few days, Qin Zining, who was traveling around, came here once and advised Qin Feng to go out for a walk more. This Xian island is much more interesting than the Imperial City. But she was not interested in seeing Qin Feng, so she didn't persuade him much. Liu Qingzhu didn't look for Qin Feng once, and has been busy recently. According to Qin Zining, she seemed to want to block the news of Tianlei's appearance that day. In fact, Qin Feng was a little surprised by the appearance of the thunder. Under normal circumstances, cultivators under the martial arts realm do not need to cross the tribulation to improve their realm. But in Xian Island, there is obviously no strong man in the martial arts realm. He didn't quite understand who was going to cross the catastrophe, but he was too lazy to inquire and didn't care. Continue to play your own Guangling San. Day and night, a figure from afar sneaked into the Liu family quietly. In it, there was already a woman in red who came to meet Sirius. It was the concubine of the son of the third elder of the Liu family, who was arranged by the head of the Wang family in the Liu family. Qin Zining has gone out to sea to play. She is not by Qin Feng's side. Tonight is a good time to do it. The woman in red lowered her voice and said to Sirius, "Where is he now? Take me there." Sirius said in a deep voice. The red-clothed woman nodded, and then quietly walked towards the peak of the back mountain, where Qin Feng was, taking the Sky Wolf with her. It didn't take long for the two of them to arrive at the foot of the Liu family's back mountain. It's on top of that cliff. The woman in red pointed to the cliff above the mountain peak and said to Sirius. Sirius heard the prestige and looked over and could faintly see the cliff, and there was a figure sitting beside the cliff. "Huh, you don't have any cultivation at all?" Sirius used his powerful spiritual sense to investigate, but found that there was no spiritual energy fluctuation on Qin Feng's body at all. "Huh, he doesn't have any cultivation." The woman in red was also an accident. She didn't have a chance to get close to Qin Feng, so she didn't investigate. If she had known this earlier, she would have killed Qin Feng without waiting for Sirius. She is a cultivation base of the second level of the spirit transformation realm. Oomph. What an idiot. He has no cultivation and doesn't have a strong body to protect him. If you don't die, whoever dies will die, Sirius said coldly. After all, he was going to go up to the cliff and deal with Qin Feng. Ding dong. However, at this moment, a piano sound suddenly sounded. The sudden sound of the piano startled Sirius. What happened? Sirius stopped in surprise. It's okay, this guy's practicing Guangling San. The woman in red didn't care. At this level, do you have a nerve to play Guangling San? Hearing this, Sirius sneered and said, it's really stupid and doesn't know it. Although he doesn't practice temperament, he has heard of the name of Guangling San. I feel that Qin Feng's technique is not worthy of playing Guangling San. However, as the sound of the zither gradually continued, the expressions of both Sirius and the woman in red changed drastically. What's going on? The aura in my body is out of my control. The woman in red said in horror. Not only her, Sirius also had the same situation. His complexion changed suddenly. The astonishing spiritual energy raged in their bodies, constantly impacting, and their meridians were extremely painful. The sound of the piano. Then Qin Feng is using the sound of the piano to control the aura in our bodies, Sirius exclaimed. After all, he was in the Zifu realm, and he soon realized that there was something abnormal in the sound of the piano, which affected the aura in his body. How could this happen? The sound of that Qin Feng's piano playing is so ugly and clumsy. How could there be such a powerful means to use the sound of the piano to control the spiritual energy in our body? The woman in red said in disbelief. Bastard! How would I know? Sirius said angrily. He was terrified, desperately running his exercises, trying to suppress the aura that was flying around in his body. It's a pity that it doesn't help at all. Senior, spare your life. Senior, spare your life. Sirius was completely terrified and knelt on the ground, begging Qin Feng for mercy. The woman in red also hurriedly knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. Asked Qin Feng to spare them. Unfortunately, Qin Feng simply ignored them. Just a moment later, Sirius and the woman in red were directly torn into pieces by the aura in his body. Flesh and blood flew. It's calm here, as if nothing had happened. And Qin Feng, who was on the cliff at the top of the mountain, continued to play his Guangling San, but the chilling spirit in it was a little less. At noon the next day, Qin Feng was playing the piano, and the little white fox next to him was also sleeping peacefully, releasing traces of the medicinal power into his meridians. In the distance, there's a figure flying over. It was Lu Qingzhu. Her face was full of worry. Landing on the cliff, when he saw Qin Feng, he asked nervously, Qin Feng, you didn't encounter any danger last night, did you? Dangerous? What danger? Qin Feng asked puzzledly. Last night, there was indeed a person at the peak of the first layer of the Zifu realm who wanted to kill him, but it was just a zither sound, and he killed him. There is no danger. It's good that there is no danger. Hearing this, Lu Qingzhu breathed a sigh of relief and said, the pirates sneaked in here last night and died at the foot of the mountain. I thought they were trying to trick you. A person who went to the cliff to observe Guangling San just now passed by here and found the body of Sirius at the foot of the mountain. After hearing the news, she came and saw that Qin Feng was fine, so she was finally relieved. Let my aunt worry, Qin Feng said with a smile. You'll be fine, you'll be fine, Lu Qingzhu muttered. Afterwards, she gave Qin Feng a few more words, that is, to leave, to investigate the purpose of Sirius and who killed Sirius. At the same time, she arranged for her to also arrange for a strong man to secretly protect Qin Feng. As for Qin Feng, he didn't care at all. He didn't care what Sirius' purpose was. He just wanted to play the piano quietly here. Yesterday, a piano sound killed people, which made him enjoy this feeling a little bit. The Wang family is also on the island, built resplendently. In the conference hall, the head of the Wang family and many elders are here. Patriarch The news is almost certain that Lu Ting, Lu Qingzhu's uncle, got an elixir that can prolong his life for 100 years when he went to sea last time. The sky thunder seen by many merchant ships passing by in the past few days is the harbinger that Lu Ting is about to pass the catastrophe of life and death. The elder of the Wang family said in a deep voice, "Under normal circumstances, cultivators below the martial domain realm do not need to cross the tribulation. However, people whose lifespan is close to being greatly extended all of a sudden must go through life and death culpas, and only after they have passed through life and death culpas can they continue to live." That old bastard Lu Ting really found the life-prolonging elixir? As soon as this remark came out, many elders of the Wang family all had ugly faces. Lu Ting's cultivation at the peak of the second heaven realm in the Zifu realm surpassed the entire East China Sea. As long as he is there, coupled with Lu Qingzhu's talent, no one can stop the development of the Lu family. Many people were waiting for Lu Ting to die, and the Wang family was naturally one of them. And now Lu Ting has obtained the method of prolonging life, which is definitely a huge bad news for them. The reason why Lu Qingzhu blocked the news was because he was afraid that someone would plot against Lu Ting during his robbery. "Should we?" The great elder of the Wang family spoke slowly and said in a deep voice. Hearing what he said, everyone turned their eyes to the head of the Wang family. "Why take such a big risk?" The patriarch of the Wang family sneered and said, "I have already ordered Sirius to kill Qin Feng and frame the Lu family." At that time, no matter whether the great Xia dynasty sent troops or dispatched strong men, Lu Ting, who was only at the peak of the second heavenly layer of the Zifu realm, would not be able to save the Lu family at all. His plan was extremely vicious. He had already informed Sirius, and asked Sirius to kill Qin Feng and push the concubine of the third elder son directly off the cliff. It caused the illusion that Qin Feng tried to violate the concubine of the third elder's son, but was accidentally killed. At that time, whether it is for revenge or to cover up the scandal, the great Xia royal family will definitely send troops to the Lu family. The head of the family has other plans already. The elder of the Wang family was startled. He just found out. The other elders also showed surprise. "For the smooth progress of the plan, I didn't discuss it with you before," the head of the Wang family said lightly. "He killed his father to take over the throne, and some people in the family did not believe him at all. So he also wants to prove himself, using the help of the great Xia royal family to destroy the Lu family. This move is really perfect. Fortunately, the family had this perfect plan before. Otherwise, we would have to find a way to prevent that old Lu Ting from going through life and death." Many elders of the Wang family all praised him one after another. "I have great admiration in my heart and feel that this is a foolproof plan." The patriarch of the Wang family also looked proud. In his opinion, this plan is also perfect, just waiting for the good news from Sirius. But at this moment, his confidant came to the meeting hall in a hurry, looking extremely anxious. "Come to the third watch quietly, just for a free gift." Beep beep. The confidant came to the meeting hall with a loud voice, panting. For a moment, all eyes were on him. What's the matter? Could it be that the news has reached the great Xia dynasty so quickly, and they sent a strong man to the Lu family? The patriarch of the Wang family asked indifferently. In his opinion, at this time, Qin Feng had already been killed. The reason why his cronies were so excited must be that something more shocking than Qin Feng's death happened. No, the confidant set out a breath. "It was Sirius who was killed." "What did you say?" The patriarch of the Wang family originally looked indifferent, but after hearing the words, his face suddenly changed, and he said, "Sirius was killed? How is it possible?" "It's true." The confidant confirmed. After Sirius was killed, he was discovered by a person who went to observe Guangling San, and now it has spread throughout the East China Sea. "How so?" The patriarch of the Wang family had an ugly expression on his face, and he said incredulously, "Sirius' plan to infiltrate into the Lu family is absolutely foolproof. Could it be that he made a mistake during the process of killing Qin Feng and was discovered by the powerful Lu family? He thinks it's impossible. Sirius is the cultivation base of the first layer of the Purple Mansion realm peak. Killing Qin Feng should be a piece of cake. How could it be possible to be discovered by others in the process of killing Qin Feng? Sirius seems to have died before seeing Qin Feng at all. But the confidant said, the Liu family doesn't know the purpose of Sirius at all, and now Liu Qingzhu is intensively investigating. He was killed before seeing Qin Feng. The head of the Wang family was even more confused. Don't understand what's going on here. These are the only things that could be investigated now. The confidant said helplessly. In the conference hall, silence fell immediately, and everyone's face was very ugly. They originally thought that the patriarch's plan was foolproof, and they were ready to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, and watch the great Xia royal family destroy the Liu family. But they did not expect such a complete failure. Not only was Sirius dead, but Qin Feng was also unscathed. It may even be revealed that the Wang family was instigating secretly. What should we do now? The elder of the Wang family said in a deep voice, the plan to kill people with a knife failed, and Liu Ting is going to cross the tribulation of life and death. If he succeeds in crossing the tribulation, no one will be able to stop the development of the Liu family. Not only that, but if Liu Qingzhu investigates again and finds out that they are instigating Sirius, then the Wang family will be completely over. Liu Ting must not be allowed to successfully cross the tribulation. The patriarch of the Wang family clenched his fists tightly, with a look of madness in his eyes, and said, contact the other 3 major families, and together stop Liu Tingdu's robbery. Hearing what he said, the elders of the Wang family who were present nodded their heads one after another. Of the 5 major families in the East China Sea, except for the Liu family, absolutely no one wants Liu Ting to live another 100 years. And when Liu Ting was at his most vulnerable, it was their best chance. Afterwards, the head of the Wang family left the meeting hall and went to the other big families in person. The news that Liu Ting was about to cross the catastrophe of life and death quickly spread throughout the East China Sea. Those who knew the news were quite shocked. Liu Ting's luck is so good that he was able to obtain the panacea that prolongs his life for 100 years. The president of the Chamber of Commerce sighed with envy in his eyes. One must know that pills that prolong life for 100 years are very rare. Even in the entire Kanglan domain, there's not a single one. But he didn't expect Liu Ting to be so lucky to get one. If it wasn't for that old fellow Liu Ting who had already eaten the pill, I would have to fight him even if I were desperate. There's a strong man in the early stage of the second layer of Zifu realm who has been hidden for many years and whose lifespan is almost exhausted, who is extremely jealous. Even if there's almost no possibility of success, it is better than waiting to die like this. It's a pity that Liu Ting has already eaten the elixir, and he is about to pass the catastrophe. Undoubtedly, because Liu Ting was about to cross the catastrophe, the entire Liu family became the object of attention in the East China Sea, and all kinds of eyeliners were placed near Shiyun Island. Liu Qingzhu, who learned of the leak, was angry, but also helpless. The divine thunder that day was seen by too many people, and it was difficult to hide it. Because of this, the reason why Liu Qingzhu lurks Sirius to the Liu family is that Sirius wants to harm her uncle Liu Ting. Patriarch, there is an undercurrent surging in the entire Eastern Sea right now. According to reliable news, the powerful members of the several big families who have been closed for many years have all quietly left the closed door. The great elder of the Liu family said slowly, the mountain and rain are about to come, and the wind is full of buildings. Liu Qingzhu couldn't help but said, people from the other big families will never want to see my uncle succeed in crossing the robbery. She was very depressed. The powerhouses of the major families, although the strongest, are only in the early stage of the second heaven of the Purple Mansion realm. But if they act when Liu Ting crosses the robbery, then Liu Ting will be in danger. Then what do we do? The elder of the Liu family asked worriedly. You go to the other 4 major families first. Liu Qingzhu didn't panic and said slowly, try their tone. If necessary, you can promise them some conditions in exchange for them not to intervene in this matter. After all, she is still very capable of governance, and knows what to abandon and what to keep at such a time. It is good. The elder of the Liu family nodded, then left. He wants to go to the major families in person. Lu Qingzhu then ordered the other elders to make specific arrangements for the family powerhouses summoned from various places and to prepare for defense on the day of Lu Ting's tribulation. After finishing everything, Lu Qingzhu hesitated for a while and went to the cliff of the back mountain. Qin Feng and Qin Zining are both here on the cliff. Looking at the sleeping fox on the rock, Qin Zining instantly liked it. So soft and warm. Qin Zining stroked the little white fox gently and couldn't help but exclaim. Whether it's the little white fox's soft and shiny fur or its frail and boneless body, she can't put it down. What kind of adjective are you? Qin Feng couldn't help frowning. I don't know if there's something wrong with him or this little girl. Uncle Huang, why is she motionless? Is she asleep? Qin Zining gently hugged the little white fox, but found that the little white fox didn't respond. If not, there's body temperature and heartbeat. She probably thought that the little white fox was lifeless. It should be some kind of ancient medicine, and the power of the medicine in the body needs to be consumed slowly for a long time. Qin Feng said lightly. He has already observed it with his divine pupil. He even knew exactly what the ancient medicine was. But he didn't make it too clear to Qin Zining. That's it. Qin Zining nodded, then gently put the little white fox back on the rock she climbed on before. I was worried that if I kept holding it, it would affect the little white fox's absorption of the medicine in the body. And at this moment, a figure flew over in the distance. It was Lu Qingzhu. Both of you are here. Just right. Seeing Qin Feng and the two, Lu Qingzhu said with a light smile. Auntie, is there something you want to see us for? Hearing this, Qin Feng asked suspiciously. Kindness. Lu Qingzhu nodded, and then said solemnly, I'm afraid you will have to leave Shiyun Island early. What? Seeing this, Qin Feng asked suspiciously, Did something happen to the Lu family? Lu Qingzhu nodded, but he didn't hide anything but told Qin Feng and Qin Zining what happened recently and what might happen soon. This time, the other big families are probably going to directly tear their skins off with the Lu family. Lu Qingzhu said solemnly, It's fine if Uncle succeeds in crossing the robbery. Otherwise, the Lu family will be in danger. For your safety, you'd better leave Shiyun Island. Now that the face has been torn apart, after her uncle Lu Tingdu failed in the robbery, the other big families will definitely make progress. She didn't expect that Qin Feng and Qin Zining would also be involved. Hearing Lu Qingzhu's words, Qin Zining's face suddenly became serious. During the days we've been here, Annie has been so kind to us. If we escape at this time, wouldn't it be a bit too cowardly? Qin Feng said slowly. Besides, I'm afraid that all the families and chambers of commerce in the entire East China Sea will laugh at us because of this. He doesn't want to go. Firstly, Lu Qingzhu was really kind to them and treated them like relatives. Secondly, in the past few days, in addition to signing the sheet music in Shiyun Island, he also signed a lot of letters from a strong master of rhythm, which made him feel deeply. After the integration, the level of playing can be said to be skyrocketing. He also wants to stay signed here for a while. That's right, we can't just run away like this. Qin Zining also opened her mouth and said, My cultivation level at the peak of the first layer of the Zifu realm can also help here. During the time she stayed here, she could say that she liked it very much. But it's too dangerous. Lu Qingzhu said worriedly. This is her sister's son and granddaughter, and she doesn't want these two people to be in danger. In that case, even if she died, she would have no face to face her sister. It's just a group of rabble. How dangerous it can be. Qin Feng said indifferently. Lu Qingzhu wanted to say something more, but Qin Zining spoke again, insisting on staying with a firm tone. Seeing that both Qin Feng and Qin Zining stayed behind, Lu Qingzhu could only nod helplessly. He felt that even if the other big families finally got into the Lu family, they would not dare to publicly embarrass Qin Feng and Qin Zining, and they should be afraid of their identities. You can stay, but if you are in danger, you must hide well, and you must not help. Lu Qingzhu said slowly, because he knew that Qin Feng had no cultivation. So she reminded Qin Zining emphatically that she didn't want Qin Zining to be in danger or get hurt when helping them. "Don't worry, Auntie. I will take good care of Zining and prevent her from being in danger," Qin Feng said with a smile. Lu Qingzhu just nodded. After she explained a few more words, he also left. There are still many things in the clan that need her to deal with. As the rumored time of Lu Tingdu's life and death calamity got closer and closer, the entire East China Sea calmed down instead. But everyone knows that this is the calm before the storm. The atmosphere in the entire East China Sea was a little tense, and everyone's attention was focused on Shiyun Island. One afternoon, from Shiyun Island, an old man with white beard and hair and a kind face walked out, slowly came to a sea area 50 miles away from Shiyun Island, and looked at the sky quietly. What should come will come, Lu Ting muttered to himself. In his life, he traveled around the mountains and rivers, and he was happy. He hardly studied martial arts seriously. Even if he died today, he would not regret it. The only motivation for him to persevere in crossing the tribulation was for the Lu family. If he knew that the elixir could prolong his life for 100 years, and he would have to go through the thunder of life and death, he would never return to the Lu family, or even take it. It's a pity that there is no arrow to turn back. Boom, boom. Not long after, the sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds. Among the tumbling dark clouds, there were also streaks of silver thunder. The terrifying avenue coercion made people feel a little suffocated. Gives a very powerful feeling of depression. Thunder tribulation. This is the appearance of thunder tribulation. Seeing the dark clouds and rolling thunder in the sky, the voices of exclamation sounded one after another. Countless figures soared into the sky, watching the thunder from afar, shocked by the terrifying coercion of the avenue. They all knew that the legendary thunder tribulation was terrifying, but they didn't expect it to be this terrifying. At the same time, more than a dozen figures exuded a terrifying aura, and they were all farther away, looking at each other from afar. They are members of the other four major families. There are old antiques who have just left customs, as well as the patriarchs and elders of major families, and the weakest one is the middle stage of the Zifu realm, and the strongest one is already in the early stage of the second heaven of Zifu realm. Looking at the terrifying Lei Hai, I feel that Lu Ting has no chance of surviving without me waiting. The patriarch of the Qin family was rather gloating. The terrifying degree of this sea of thunder is beyond my imagination. The patriarch of the Wang family said coldly, "But since we are all here today, we might as well wait a while. If Lu Ting really shows signs of overcoming the thunder disaster, we will send him a ride. Lu Ting is dead today, no one can save him." The head of the Su family, who had been silent all this time, said indifferently. As soon as this remark came out, the other people also nodded. If it is hard to face it, they are not Lu Ting's opponents with so many people working together. But if they just attacked Lu Ting, who was going through the tribulation outside Lei Hai, it would be easy. Crack! At this moment, a thunderous sound shook the heavens and the earth. Resounds between heaven and earth. The silver thunder, like a silver snake, fell downwards. Lu Ting below saw this scene. His face was extremely solemn. His hands quickly began to form a mysterious imprint, and at the same time, an extremely astonishing aura fluctuated from his body, swept all over the place. OM! The moment Lu Tingjie came out to imprint, a khaki barrier formed above him. This barrier is a very powerful defensive martial skill, and the khaki yellow runes flowing on it exude astonishing fluctuations. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the first thunderbolt that fell hit the barrier, and a terrifying energy fluctuation erupted. The loud sound made the onlookers tremble. I think this thunder is too scary. The first thunderbolt was carried down by Lu Ting. It was not too difficult. But next, crack! The astonishing sound of thunder sounded again. This time, it was no longer a thunderbolt. Hundreds of silver thunderbolts swooped down from the sky like hundreds of silver snakes. It was about to tear Lu Ting into pieces. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of thunderbolts fell on Lu Ting's condensed barrier, directly covering his barrier completely, and even more astonishing energy fluctuations erupted, swept all over the place. Lu Ting was already very old. He looked as if he could be knocked down by a gust of wind, but in the face of such a terrible thunder, he still stood firm and stood still. Crack! However, this catastrophe was far from over, and a large piece of thunder in the sky fell down again. One wave is stronger than the other. Boom, boom! Seeing this, Lu Ting's face was solemn, and he quickly injected all the spiritual energy in his body into the barrier to resist the falling thunder. Violent energy fluctuations, continuous outbreaks. He is like a pine rooted on a cliff. He continued to carry those thunderbolts hard and remained motionless. Hiss! Lu Ting was able to withstand such a terrifying thunder. Seeing this scene, many practitioners who were watching from a distance couldn't help but marvel. When they saw Lei Hai appearing, they thought that Lu Ting would be wiped out after a short time, but they realized that they had underestimated Lu Ting's strength. Relying on his astonishing defensive martial skills, he was able to withstand the terrifying thunder that fell from the sky. Shwa! 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 And at this moment in the distant sky, suddenly there was a large group of arrows, carrying spiritual fluctuations, bursting towards here, and the target was directed at Lu Ting, who was going through the tribulation. The patriarch of the Wang family couldn't sit still and let the people of Sirius and Haikao take action. The spirit arrows salvaged from the undersea warships by these Syrians are extremely powerful. Wow! Many practitioners who were watching from a distance were in an uproar. Although they had guessed that someone would attack Lu Ting who had crossed the robbery, they did not expect it to be so fast. And unexpectedly, when they came up, they were all such rare, spiritual arrows. It seems that Lu Ting is going to die. A group of pirates, even Sirius is dead, dare to act recklessly here. At this moment, a voice of yelling came from the Lu family. Lu Qingzhu rose into the sky, and she had already prepared for it. With the épée in her hand, fiery red spiritual energy surged, like a flame burning, emitting extremely hot fluctuations. Lu Qingzhu slashed out with a sword, and a sword glow like a flame swept towards those arrows, carrying hot fluctuations and powerful power. After Lu Ting's guidance, she is now at the peak of the first layer of the Zifu realm, and this martial skill is more powerful than before in her hands. Boom, boom! Those spiritual arrows and the scorching flame exploded immediately, turning into a large number of burning broken arrows, which fell towards the sea below. Those serious pirates who were shooting arrows in the distance were massacred in the aftermath and turned into blood mist. Lu Qingzhu's heroic appearance fascinated many practitioners. Crack, crack, crack! At this moment, there was sudden applause, and the patriarch of the Wang family smiled and said, "As expected of Lu Qingzhu, he has made another breakthrough in such a short period of time, and has reached the peak of the first layer of the Purple Mansion realm. It really impressed me." He walked in the air, took a few steps, and came to a position about 100 feet away from Lu Qingzhu. Beside him, there are more than a dozen figures of patriarchs and strong men of several other big families. "Thank you for the compliment." Lu Qingzhu expressed indifference and said, "I never thought that your Wang family is colluding with the serious pirates. When she investigated a few days ago, she was already a little suspicious. Just now I saw those serious and pirates obeying the order of the patriarch of the Wang family, and I finally confirmed it in my heart. Oomph. It's not your turn to take care of my royal family's affairs." The patriarch of the Wang family snorted coldly when he heard the words, and said, "You should think about it. What should the Lu family do after that old guy Lu Ting failed to cross the tribulation?" While speaking, the astonishing aura fluctuations in his body were released, making no secret of the purpose of this trip. Not only the patriarch of the Wang family, but also more than a dozen other powerhouses have shown their powerful cultivation, and there are 10 people who have reached the first level of the Purple Mansion realm. The others have also reached the peak of the Luanhai realm 9 heavens. Many Donghai cultivators who were watching here were all pale, and they all retreated further away after feeling the tremendous pressure. Are you going to stop Uncle from crossing the robbery? Seeing this, Lu Qingzhu's face was ashen and said, I'm not afraid that what will happen to you if Uncle succeeds in crossing the robbery. While she was speaking, more than a dozen figures flew out of the Lu family. Except for some of the ninth level of Luanhai realm, there are actually 5 people who are in the middle and peak stages of the first level of Zifu realm. The Lu family was already strong, and during this period of time, Lu Qingzhu spent a lot of money and invited some casual practitioners, forming a very large and amazing force. Everyone is ready. Huh? Lu Qingzhu, are you talking in your sleep? The patriarch of the Wang family, however, laughed and said jokingly in his eyes, Today, all the powerful members of our 4 major families will come out together. If you can't even kill Lu Ting, who is going through the tribulation, then you might as well find a tofu and kill him. Haha. The powerhouses of the other major families were also full of jokes and mocking laughter. Even the many cultivators in the East China Sea who were watching couldn't help shaking their heads secretly, feeling that there are so many powerful people from the 4 major families coming out today, and no one can stop them from attacking and killing Lu Ting, who is crossing the catastrophe. At this time, someone has already moved, using a powerful movement technique, directly crossing Lu Qingzhu and going to attack Lu Ting in the Sea of Thunder. Stop him! Lu Qingzhu shouted loudly. Immediately, a strong man from the Lu family went to stop that person, and the 2 sides fought fiercely together. And the other strong men of the 4 major families have also started to move. Their bodies were wrapped in powerful aura, turning into rays of light, and flew towards Leihai. They didn't intend to enter the Sea of Thunder. They planned to attack and kill Lu Ting, who was crossing the Sea of Thunder on the outskirts of the Sea of Thunder. Lu Qingzhu and the other strong men also stepped forward to stop these people. Boom, boom, boom. A fierce battle broke out immediately. The collision of auras caused dazzling rays of light to appear in the sky. Intimidating. The Luanhai realm Juchanshan practitioners on both sides fought evenly. However, it can be clearly seen that the 6 Zifu realm powerhouses of the Lu family fell into an obvious disadvantage when facing the 10 Zifu realm powerhouses from the 4 major families. In the case of similar cultivation bases, the number of people determines the outcome. Hateful. With his own strength, Lu Qingzhu faced 2 practitioners who were at the peak of the first layer of the Purple Mansion realm and retreated in succession with a very ugly face. If this continues, they will not be able to stop the patriarch of the Wang family and the others. And at this time, something worse happened. An even more astonishing breath suddenly erupted. Boom, boom. The old ancestor of the Qin family, who had been silent for a while, was ready to make a move. In the early days of the second layer of Zifu realm, the terrifying aura far surpassed that of Lu Qingzhu and others. No one has the strength to stop him, and no one can stop him. After a few steps, he came to the edge of Leihai and looked coldly at Lu Ting, who was crossing the tribulation. Brother Lu, don't blame me for being ruthless. You must die today, the ancestor of the Qin family said coldly. While speaking, above his hands, terrifying spiritual energy surged violently, and 2 whirlwinds actually condensed in his hands, and the whistling sound was extremely terrifying. Not good. Seeing this, Lu Qingzhu's expression changed. She wanted to stop the ancestor of the Qin family. But before he could get away, he was suppressed by 2 strong men in the first level of the Purple Mansion realm. Call! The ancestor of the Qin family made a move, and the 2 whirlwinds in his hands swept towards Lu Ting in the Sea of Thunder and quickly expanded, like 2 tornadoes in a blink of an eye. The whole world was filled with the sound of howling ghosts and wolves. Seeing this scene, Lu Ting, who was desperately resisting Lei Jia, changed his face, and he was powerless to resist. Could it be that Lu Ting is going to die now? Seeing this scene, many cultivators who came from Donghai couldn't help saying. From their point of view, the Lu family no longer has a strong man who can stop the ancestors of the Qin family. Great River Sword Intent. And at this moment, a soft drink came. Qin Zining, who had been blocked by Lu Qingzhu and not allowed to show up, made a move at this time. The surging sword intent, like a river, rushed towards the two tornadoes, rumbling wherever it passed. All the cultivators who saw this scene were horrified. They had never seen such a terrifying and pure sword intent. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the river-like sword intent collided with the two tornadoes, causing even more astonishing energy fluctuations. The shattered sword intent and strong wind swept towards the surroundings. How is this possible? Looking at the shattered tornado, the ancestor of the Qin family looked at Qin Zening with a surprised gaze and said, "We're obviously only at the peak of the first layer of the Purple Mansion realm. How can you shatter the wind that I condensed with a single sword?" He is in the early stage of the second level of Zifu realm. No matter how you say it, he should completely crush Qin Zening. Not only the ancestors of the Qin family, but also the head of the Wang family and others, even Lu Qingzhu. They had known for a long time that Qin Zening possessed astonishing cultivation at such a young age, but they did not expect that Qin Zening was already strong enough to leapfrog to fight. To borrow my uncle's words, nothing is impossible in this world, Qin Zening said coldly. When she had doubts about martial arts, she often heard Qin Feng say this, and she silently remembered it in her heart. What kind of shit emperor uncle? The ancestor of the Qin family laughed loudly and said, "I tell you, if I want to kill Lu Ting today, you can't stop me." While speaking, he waved his big sleeve, and a broken small cauldron moved towards Qin Zening to suppress it, and it appeared on top of Qin Zening's head in an instant. Although the small cauldron was stained with rust, it exuded a terrible coercion, which made Qin Zening a little unable to bear it, and her face turned pale. What secret treasure is this? Qin Zening was shocked. She found that the aura in her body was about to stop functioning under this coercion. Not only that, but she couldn't move her whole body. The ancestor of the Qin family sneered, but ignored Qin Zening and prepared to attack Lu Ting in the Sea of Thunder again. Qin Feng on the cliff glanced at the little white fox who was still sleeping and was speechless. Such a fierce battle outside did not wake up the little white fox. It seems that later he will take extra care of the little white fox and help it dissolve the medicine in its body. Thinking this way in his heart, Qin Feng took a big step, with a step of hundreds of feet, walking towards the stone wall engraved with Guanglingsen. A long distance, just a few breaths. Everyone here went to watch the battle in the sky. Only Zhao Wuyo, who was about to sit down, was left. Qin Feng quietly sat cross-legged on a rock, and then took out the sapphire guqin. "Little friend, you haven't left yet?" Seeing Qin Feng, Zhao Wuyo was surprised and said, "Hurry up and leave. Lu Tingdu's robbery is about to fail. This place is too dangerous." He hadn't seen Qin Feng these days, and thought that Lu Qingzhu had already asked Qin Feng to leave. Seeing that Qin Feng was still here, he was worried about this future musical genius. Senior's greatest hope in life is to listen to the full Guangling San. Now that Senior is about to sit down, in order to thank Senior for his teaching, this junior specially came here to play the whole Guangling San for Senior. Qin Feng said lightly. While speaking, his fingers wanted to play the piano. The whole chapter of Guangling San. Zhao Wuyo was taken aback when he heard this, and then couldn't help but smiled wryly. For so many years, no one has been able to complete the Guangling San, so how can you play the entire Guangling San? But Qin Feng didn't explain, and slowly flicked the strings. Ding dong. The sound of the piano sounded beautifully, just like mountains and flowing water. Zhao Wuyo's expression changed when he heard the sound of the piano. What a master of rhythm he is. Now Qin Feng's understanding of Guangling San is definitely far above him. He couldn't believe that the person in front of him, some time ago, knew nothing about rhythm, and his technique was extremely clumsy, but today he has reached such a terrifying level. However, although he was extremely shocked in his heart, Zhao Wuyo didn't say anything, because he just wanted to quietly listen to the Guangling San played by Qin Feng. He even believed that he might be able to hear the entire Guangling San from Qin Feng today. In the distant sky, the huge tornado, condensed again by the ancestors of the Qin family, roared towards Lu Ting, who was in the midst of the thunder calamity, and the power was even more terrifying. "Uncle, be careful." Seeing this, Lu Qingzhu hurriedly shouted. She was powerless to get away and could only remind Lu Ting. At the same time, her eyes were full of guilt, and she felt that as the head of the family and relatives, she was too incompetent for not being able to save Lu Ting. Lu Ting is finally dead. Seeing this scene, the patriarch of the Wang family and others sneered. His eyes were full of cruelty and joy. Several of their big families have already torn skins with the Lu family. After blocking Lu Ting's robbery today, they will definitely not stop there. They will definitely go further and carve up the Lu family. Even Lu Ting showed bitterness when he saw the tornado coming, thinking that he must be dead. He desperately fought against the divine thunder in the sky, but he had no strength left. Ding dong. However, at this moment, a zither sound resounded through the world, like a fairy sound, clearly reaching everyone's ears. Everyone was horrified, feeling that this fairy sound was like the sound of nature, and it should not exist in the world at all. Boom! At this moment, the tornado that had already entered the range of thunder tribulation and was attacking and killing Lu Ting instantly shattered under the sound of the piano. Countless astral winds dissipated between the sky and the earth, as if it never existed. What's the situation? Listening to this fairy sound like the sound of heaven, and seeing the tornado that collapsed in an instant, everyone looked incredible. Shocked, dumbfounded. What's going on? Looking at the sudden collapse of the tornado, the face of the ancestor of the Qin family, which was originally full of cruelty and coldness, was now full of shock and inconceivable, incomparably horrified. That was the tornado that he had exhausted most of the spiritual energy in his body, and it was shattered so easily by this piano sound. What kind of character is playing it? Guangling San. This is someone playing Guangling San. A person with the same temperament exclaimed, because Qin Feng's comprehension of Guangling San surpassed all others. The Guangling San he played was very different from what they usually heard. They were stunned for a moment before they heard it. A zither sound of Guangling San shattered such a powerful martial skill of the ancestor of the Qin family. Who is playing it? The ancestor of the Wang family said in a deep voice with an extremely ugly face. He had heard Zhao Wuyo play Guangling San, and the sound of the piano was far worse than the current one. He didn't understand when there was such a strong melody in the East China Sea. The strong men of the other four major families also turned very unsightly. This proves that there is a very powerful rhythm expert helping Lu Ting, which is not good news for them. Ding dong. While everyone was shocked, the piano sound continued. With Xi'an Island as the center, it spreads to the surroundings. Where the sound of the piano passes, cranes dance lightly, flowers and plants bloom, and birds and beasts leap for joy. It's just that the sound of the piano, which is like the sound of heaven, is like the sound of hell to the patriarch of the Wang family and others, which is extremely terrifying. Calm down. Don't listen to the sound of the piano. The patriarch of the Wang family shouted. This person must have used some kind of secret technique to play such a terrifying piano sound. Just let us carry it over. Hastily protected his body with spiritual energy, trying to isolate the sound of the piano. The same is true for the ancestors of the Qin family on the edge of Leihai. It's a pity that they underestimated the power of this piano sound too much. Boom! The sound of the piano instantly shattered the body-protecting aura of the ancestors of the Qin family. Not only that, but also let the spiritual energy in their bodies start to wreak havoc, constantly impacting their meridians. What? Each of these people screamed in pain. Their faces were distorted, and they completely lost their combat effectiveness. But with their appearance like this, no one from Lu Qingzhu and the others did anything. Because Lu Qingzhu and the others didn't know whether the person who played the piano wanted the patriarch of the Wang family to die, or what. They were afraid that they would disobey the other party's wishes. Senior, spare me. I am willing to dedicate everything in the Qin family to you. The ancestor of the Qin family knelt down on the ground in horror, begging for mercy. The powerhouses of the other big families also knelt on the ground, crying and begging for mercy, willing to donate all their property. However, the sound of the piano did not stop. It continued. Puff. The ancestors of the Qin family and the others finally couldn't take it anymore, and they exploded to death one by one, being torn apart by the aura in his body. Like blood-colored fireworks, they bloomed in the sky. Seeing this scene, all the practitioners here were shocked. They have only heard the legend that a strong man with the same melody, half of Guangling's San, repelled thousands of troops, and today they really saw how terrifying this Guangling San is. After the ancestor of the Qin family was killed, the sound of the piano still did not stop and continued to play. Crack! The dilapidated small cauldron suspended above Qin Zening, suppressing her, shattered directly under the sound of the piano, like porcelain, and scattered pieces into the sea one by one. Boom, boom! In the sea of thunder, where the sound of the piano passed, the thunder shattered and did not continue to strike Lu Ting. Lu Ting, who was crossing the robbery, was even more shocked when he heard the sound of the piano and saw this scene. No one knows the horror of this thunder disaster better than him. He can only block the thunder. And the sound of the other party's piano shattered thunder easily. This is too scary, isn't it? This heavenly sound of the piano not only helped Lu Ting and Qin Zening, but even some people felt like wanting to break through after hearing the sound of the piano, so they sat cross-legged in mid-air and listened carefully. The entire sea area was originally tense, but now is surprisingly peaceful. Everyone stays in place quietly, as if time and space have stopped. The sound of the piano came from the cliff, and all those with strong rhythms could hear it. It stands to reason that with such a character appearing, they should eagerly go to the cliff to see who is playing. But now they did not take any action. He felt that he would have no regrets in this life to hear such fairy voices, and he didn't dare to be distracted. It's all about comprehending the sound of the piano carefully. After a long time, the sea of thunder dissipated in the sky, and the sound of the piano also gradually ended. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, dozens of people broke through the realm. Terrible aura fluctuations were released from the body. They were all very pleasantly surprised, and they were very grateful to those who played Guangling San. This song should only exist in the sky. How many times can we hear it in the world? After the sound of the piano completely disappeared, someone finally expressed emotion. It feels like this is the fairy sound in the rumors. Am I dreaming? Lu Qingzhu, who came back to his senses, looked at everything around him, feeling extremely unreal. With the 4 major families joining forces, with so many strong people, she was already desperate. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a ray of piano sound in the end, turning the tide. The melody is so terrifying and astonishing. Qin Zening couldn't help but marvel, and said, I heard that the emperor is very talented in rhythm. Will he grow to such a terrifying level in the future? Under the sound of the piano, she also broke through. In one fell swoop, he reached the middle stage of the second heaven of Zifu realm. She really felt the power of the rhythm, which not only can kill the enemy thousands of miles away, but also assist in breakthroughs. It feels like it can stand shoulder to shoulder with Kendo. Qin Zening originally thought that Qin Feng's playing was not good, but now she thinks that in the future, she should encourage Qin Feng well and not say anything bad. Have you noticed that the Guangling San play by that senior, just now, is not just the first part? Could it be that he completed the second part by himself? The strong man with a rhythm couldn't help but say. Then the next chapter and the first chapter are a perfect combination. If it wasn't for the second chapter of Guangling San, it would have been lost long ago. Without any news, I would suspect that he played the original song of Guangling San. Exclaimed voices sounded one after another. They all found it unbelievable and too shocking. The location where the sound of the piano is coming from should be on the cliff. Hurry up and have a look. Someone spoke. As soon as this remark came out, many rhythm experts also reacted and flew towards the cliff. The man with the strong rhythm saved our Lu family just now. We must thank him well. At this time, Lu Ting had come to Lu Qingzhu's side and said slowly. Originally, even if no one disturbed him, If he wanted to survive the thunder disaster, he would still be seriously injured. But because the sound of the piano shattered thunder, he is now unscathed. Kindness. Lu Qingzhu nodded solemnly. Afterwards, he and the other strong men of the Lu family also flew towards the cliff one after another. In front of the cliff, the lingering sound lingered and gradually dissipated. Qin Feng put the sapphire guqin away again, and at this time, Zhao Wuyo also recovered from the sound of the piano. He looked at Qin Feng in disbelief. You have already mastered the entire chapter of Guangling San. Zhao Wuyo, whose vitality continued to dissipate, had a look of disbelief on his face. With his attainments in rhythm, it is natural to hear that what Qin Feng played was the complete Guangling San, and it was impossible for Qin Feng to complete it himself. He never imagined that a deposed prince of the great Xia royal family had mastered the entire rumored Guangling San. Not only that, Qin Feng obviously didn't have any aura fluctuations on his body, but when he played just now, the aura he displayed was definitely a strong one. All of this greatly exceeded Zhao Wuyo's expectations. A fluke, Qin Feng said slowly. This. Zhao Wuyo couldn't help but gasp, shocked. Playing today, I would like to express my gratitude to the seniors for teaching me a lot of profound meanings of rhythm during this time. Qin Feng said slowly. The passing of Zhao Wuyo's vitality could no longer be stopped, and he had nothing to do. My greatest wish in this life is to complete Guangling San. Zhao Wuyo sighed and said, It's a pity that my temperament attainment is far from reaching that level. But today I can listen to you play an original song of Guangling San, and I will die without regret. In the future, your attainments in rhythm will definitely surpass all people in the past and present. He really felt so in his heart. Some time ago, Qin Feng memorized Guangling San in such a short period of time. Although it shocked him, Qin Feng can only be regarded as a genius who has not yet grown up. The future is full of variables, and the future is unknown. But now Qin Feng actually played the complete Guangling San in just a few days, which can only be described as the talent of heaven. Senior has been awarded, Qin Feng said with a smile. Someone should be here soon. At this moment, Zhao Wuyo looked into the distance, then retracted his gaze and said slowly, You must not be the kind of person who likes trouble. You should leave first. After a few days of contact, he also had a little understanding of Qin Feng. Kindness. Qin Feng nodded and then said slowly, Since that's the case, I won't send Senior off for the last time. Afterwards, he didn't continue to stay here. He took a step, left here, and walked towards a cliff. And Qin Feng had just walked less than 10 breaths. Lu Ting and the others had already rushed to the place where the cliff was. It's just that there's no strong rhythmic person they imagined here. Only Zhao Wuyo, who is about to sit down and lose his vitality. Senior, did you play the Guangling San just now? After seeing Zhao Wuyo, Lu Ting immediately couldn't help but step forward and said, At the same time, inject the spiritual energy in his body into Zhao Wuyo's body to help him delay the dissipation of his vitality. All other eyes fell on Zhao Wuyo. Although they all felt just now that the strong melody player who played Guangling San had a much better understanding of Guangling San than Zhao Wuyo. But it does not rule out that Zhao Wuyo had an epiphany before he died. Of course not me. However, Zhao Wuyo shook his head and said with an extremely weak breath, Then may I ask which senior played the Guangling San just now? Lu Ting couldn't help asking. All eyes were focused on Zhao Wuyo, and he held his breath. A man of unrivaled beauty. Zhao Wuyo's eyes were full of hope for the future of Yanluyi, and he said slowly with a weak breath, after saying that the vitality in his body completely dissipated. Then it fell into silence. It was because a man with a strong rhythm passed away. It was also because Zhao Wuyo personally said that in the East China Sea, there was indeed a person with musical attainments far above him. It's just a little helpless that Zhao Wuyo obviously didn't want to reveal the identity of that person. Peerless musical genius. A strong man muttered to himself, with a gleam in his eyes, and said, Isn't there a rhythm genius recently? In just a moment, I wrote down the entire first chapter of Guanling San. The person Mr. Zhao was talking about, could it be him? As soon as these words came out, many people also thought of Qin Feng. But then someone objected. Are you kidding? Although Qin Feng was able to memorize Guanling San in a very short period of time and play it roughly, his talent is indeed amazing. However, it is impossible for him to comprehend Guanling San more than Mr. Zhao in the past few days and continue to write the next chapter of Guanling San. No one in the world can do it. Although the speaker was much younger than Zhao Wuyo, he was of the same generation as Zhao Wuyo, and he was also famous for his strong rhythm. He never thought that that person was Qin Feng because it was impossible. Senior is right. Not to mention that it is impossible to comprehend Guanling San to this level at all. Even if you really comprehend it, Qin Feng has no cultivation, so he can't play it. When the other people heard the words, they all nodded, thinking that what he said made sense. The person who spoke at the beginning was a little embarrassed, feeling that he was too young and didn't think about it that much. Afterwards, everyone started talking again and began to speculate continuously. Sigh. That senior is gone. We don't even have a chance to thank him. Lu Ting sighed and said helplessly. Lu Qingzhu and many Lu family elders beside him also shook their heads helplessly. If those strong people don't want to show up, even if they live in their Lu family, they can't find it. What's more, that strong man might just come to say goodbye to Zhao Wuyo, and he might not even be from Donghai, so they wouldn't be able to find him. It would be great if it was really the emperor's uncle. When Qin Zining first heard those people's discussion, she was still a little happy, thinking that maybe the person who played Guanling San was Qin Feng. In that case, her father would have every reason to pardon Qin Feng, and none of the court officials would dare to object. But hearing these strong melodies finally denied that it couldn't be Qin Feng, he shook his head in disappointment. In the following time, the people here gradually dispersed. On the one hand, the Lu family was dealing with the aftermath of the war, and on the other hand, they cooperated with Zhao Wuyo's juniors to hold Zhao Wuyo's funeral. Qin Feng didn't know what the people were talking about at the cliff, and he didn't care too much. After he returned to the cliff, he checked the status of the little white fox. That's right. With the help of the piano sound, the speed of drug absorption has been accelerated. When you absorb this drug effect in the future, you shouldn't need to stay in a deep sleep state. After observing the meridians of the little white fox with his eyes, Qin Feng muttered to himself in satisfaction. Afterwards, he also found a place and sat cross-legged. Start practicing. Playing a song just now is not only of great benefit to other people who hear the sound of the piano, it is even more beneficial to himself. He felt that if he absorbed some spiritual energy, he would almost be able to break through to the second level of the void refining realm. It was only a few years since Qin Feng broke through last time, and he was about to break through again if the other void refining realm powerhouses who have been in seclusion for hundreds of years would know. I'm afraid I'm dying of envy. In the next few days, what happened on Shiyun Island spread throughout the East China Sea, caused an uproar. The fact that Lu Tinghui was blocked from crossing the robbery was almost guessed by the practitioners in the East China Sea. So many people don't bother to watch it. But they never expected that there would be someone with a strong melody who played a piece of Guanling San, which not only helped Lu Ting successfully overcome the tribulation. Moreover, many practitioners who heard the sound of the piano had some insights and even directly broke through. This made those who didn't go feel very regretful. If I had known that there was such a strong man with the same temperament, even if I didn't go to pick up the bride, I would go and see it. I missed this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I swear, I will never go to brothels again. Countless people complained and hated themselves for not going to Shiyun Island that day. At the same time, I am envious of those who have obtained the opportunity. Although they didn't know who was playing the Guanling San that day, they knew that such a strong person would never show up easily. After this time, if I want to listen to his piano again, I don't know what year and month it will be. The happiest person at this time is the Lu family. Qin Feng played the Guanling San in Shiyun Island, and the people who benefited the most were naturally the members of the Lu family. In the past few days, many Lu family members have broken through their realm. The strength of the entire Liu family has been greatly improved. Not only that, but all the powerful members of the other big families were killed, and their strength plummeted. After Liu Ting personally went to visit several big families. They have donated most of their properties to the Liu family, and now the Liu family is the largest family in the entire East China Sea. The news spread to the Kanglan territory and even caused quite a stir. After all, the unified East China Sea is definitely not weaker than any dynasty. However, Liu Qingzhu and many elders of the Liu family had no intention of expanding into the Kanglan domain and sent letters directly to the sects of the major dynasties. It shows that the Liu family only wants to do business, don't want to expand. In the Imperial study room, after reviewing the memorials for 3 consecutive days, Qin Junyan, who summoned his important ministers to discuss state affairs, also received a letter from the Liu family. The Liu family unified the entire East China Sea. Qin Junyan looked at the contents of the memorial and was a little stunned. How long is this? The situation in the East China Sea has undergone such an earth-shaking change, which he did not expect. Your Majesty is really wise. Fortunately, some time ago, you let the princess go to the Liu family and paid homage to the Queen Mother and won the relationship with the Liu family. The scholar of Wenyuan couldn't help but praised, saying, otherwise, based on our previous relationship with the Liu family, after they unified the East China Sea, they would definitely not treat us like they do now. Many ministers present also spoke in agreement. Yes, Your Majesty is really clever. Those old princes who once opposed fiercely are now ashamed one by one. In the Imperial study room, the other ministers also praised him one after another. One must know that when Qin Junyan asked Qin Feng and Qin Zining to pay homage to his birth mother, there were not a few old antiques in the royal family who strongly opposed it. However, Qin Junyan still withstood the tremendous pressure. The current development of the matter also proved that Qin Junyan was correct. It is not a bad thing to establish a good relationship with the Liu family, one of the 5 major families in the East China Sea. Since the Liu family has expressed their goodwill to us, the teacher should write a letter in person and reply to them. Qin Junyan said slowly. He didn't have any pride because of the compliments from many ministers, because he knew in his heart that Donghai's current situation was not in his calculations. He asked Qin Feng and Qin Zining to go to Liu's house just because he wanted him to help pay homage to his biological mother, so that Qin Feng could leave the Imperial Mausoleum and relax. It is good. The scholar of Library Pavilion nodded and said respectfully. Then, according to Qin Junyan's intention, he wrote a reply letter to the Liu family. The Li family in Evergreen City was originally just a little-known family. However, because the patriarch's son, with extraordinary cultivation, made many military exploits in the army, and finally served as the general of Jinbei 170 years ago, the Li family became one of the most famous families in the Great Xia dynasty. On weekdays, customers are like clouds. It was very lively, but in the past few days, it has been very quiet, and the patriarch thanked the guests behind closed doors. Because his daughter Li Man, Qin Junyan's concubine, went home and kissed her. The entire Li family is guarded by heavy soldiers, responsible for protecting Li Man's safety. Ding dong. The melodious sound of the piano sounded in the luxurious back garden of the Li family. It's just that the emotions contained in it are slightly sad and gloomy. In the small pavilion beside the pond, Li Man, who can be called stunning in appearance and figure, is playing the piano gently. Although there was no sadness on his face, he was not very happy either. Obviously something was on his mind. The maid next to her stood respectfully aside. After a long time, the sound of the piano gradually subsided. Crack, crack, crack. But at this moment, there was the sound of applause not far away, and it sounded suddenly, which seemed extraordinarily abrupt. Li Man couldn't help frowning when he heard the applause. She is Qin Junyan's concubine, here to relax. No one is allowed to enter. Even if his father came to the back garden, he would let the maid come in first to report. How could someone enter this back garden without her permission? However, When Li Man turned around and saw the man's appearance, his face suddenly changed, and he was extremely shocked. She never thought that this person would dare to appear here. King Jin, looking at the figure in front of him, Li Man couldn't believe his eyes. He was extremely shocked. Concubine Shu is indeed proficient in melody, since she was a child. The sound of the piano is really beautiful. King Jin clapped his hands and praised. Concubine Shu is Qin Junyuan's conferment on Li Man. Qin Shenzhan, you are so brave. You dared to leave the fief without permission and come here privately. Do you know that this is a capital offense? Li Man immediately scolded. There was a chill on Qiao's face. According to the rules established by Emperor Taizu, the vassal princes from all over the country were not allowed to leave the fief without the emperor's order. It's fine for King Jin to leave the fief privately, but he dares to come here to meet her. It's a death penalty. If any rumors arise, her reputation will also be lost. Why does Concubine Shu need to get angry in such a hurry? Don't you wonder what's the matter with me risking my life to come here? Jin Wang Qin Shenzhan was not afraid and said with a light smile. Li Man frowned slightly when she heard this, slightly pondered, and then said, You better have some serious business. You have to come here as a last resort. Otherwise, you will be condemned to death. Of course I'm here for something important. Jin Wang Qin Shenzhan said slowly. I'm here to save Concubine Shu's life and the Li family. What are you babbling about? When Li Man heard this, her pretty face was covered with frost, and she said, When was I in danger? Why did the Li family ever need your help? She felt that Qin Shenzhan was playing tricks on herself, and she became even more angry. Hey, Concubine Shu is still too kind. She doesn't understand the royal family schemes. Jin Wang Qin Shenzhan shook his head when he heard the words and sighed softly. I don't even know that the disaster is imminent. What exactly are you trying to say? Hearing this, Li Man's face became even more cold, and he said, Why am I in catastrophe? Concubine Shu really doesn't know, or don't want to admit it. Jin Wang Qin Shenzhan said slowly, If you really don't know, why are there all gloomy emotions in the sound of the piano just now? Li Man didn't know how to refute when he heard the words. If I remember correctly, Qin Junyuan accepted you as a concubine because of the intention of the former emperor, and the reason why the former emperor did so is also very simple. Because your brother is the great general of Jinbei. Jin Wang Qin Shenzhan said in a deep voice, Only by letting Qin Junyuan marry, you can Qin Junyuan control the military power and secure the throne in the shortest possible time. But the current Qin Junyuan seems to have forgotten that the former emperor once clearly said that the position of empress must be given to you. The Jinbei army needs to resist the invasion of Bai and guard against the demon cult. Among the 4 generals, it has the highest status, the most soldiers and horses, and is also the most important one. Xiao Huang asked Qin Junyuan to marry Li Man. The most important thing is to consider this aspect. Your Majesty is just busy with government affairs and forgot about it. Li Man's face was very ugly, and he said coldly, do you really believe that Qin Junyuan was busy with government affairs and neglected this matter? Qin Shenzhan sneered and said, You actually understand in your heart that the reason why His Majesty has not made you queen for so long is entirely because the demon cult has been wiped out and the Northern Suppressing Army no longer needs so many soldiers and horses to guard the north. From now on, the status of General Jinbei will inevitably plummet, and he will be no different from the other 3 generals. And the meaning of making you queen is gone. Qin Junyuan will definitely establish concubine Zhao as his queen, because her daughter has a peerless sword body and has a bright future. His every word, like a silver needle, pierced Li Man's heart. It made Li Man's complexion extremely pale. What Qin Shenzhan said was all in her mind and worried all day long. However, she dared not tell anyone. Even if His Majesty doesn't want to make me queen, so what? Li Man tried her best to calm down, refuted Qin Shenzhan, and also comforted herself, saying, I'm still His Majesty's concubine, and the Li family will continue to prosper. If you are just an ordinary concubine, even if you're not made a queen, you will indeed be able to spend your life peacefully. After Qin Shenzhan paused, he continued, Unfortunately, your own brother is the great General Jinbei. Your existence may threaten concubine Zhao's status at any time. It is absolutely impossible for her to let you live. If concubine Zhao became a queen and had a daughter with a peerless sword body as a talisman, it would not be easy for her to plan to kill you in the harem. And if you are killed, will your brother, your family, still survive? Listening to Qin Xuanshan's continuous analysis, Li Manman's face was extremely pale. My heart flustered. She can accept losing the queen's position, but he couldn't accept that he lost his life, and the Li family was destroyed and buried with him. No, no, Li Manman comforted herself and murmured, Sister concubine Zhao is virtuous and virtuous. Everyone knows that she can't do such vicious things. Is it? Qin Shenzhan sneered and said slowly, Wuqing is the emperor's family. This is what Emperor Taizu's first wife said. Ruthless is the emperor's family. These words completely broke Li Manman's psychological defense. In the past dynasties, the concubines in the harem conspired to kill each other, but there are countless things. She couldn't put all her hopes on concubine Zhao's virtue. Uncle Wang just said that he can save me. Is it true or not? Li Manman finally couldn't help asking. Because of fear and worry, her attitude towards Qin Shenzhan also became respectful. Of course it's true. When Qin Shenzhan saw this, a flash of ridicule appeared in his eyes, and he said, Otherwise, what am I doing here today? Do you want to see your jokes? Since that's the case, please tell Uncle Wang. Li Manman said quickly. Qin Shenzhan didn't speak directly, but came to Li Manman's side and put a small jade bottle on the stone table in front of Li Manman, where the guqin was placed. Poison Zhao, concubine. Qin Shenzhan paused every word and said slowly, What did you say? A look of horror appeared in Li Manman's eyes. Unexpectedly, Qin Xuanshan's strategy was so vicious. You will be safe only if concubine Zhao is dead. After Qin Shenzhan paused, he continued, Your brother and the Li family will be safe. Are you crazy? If I kill concubine Zhao with poison, then I will surely die. Li Manman shouted coquettishly and said, At that time, the Li family will definitely be exterminated. Don't worry. No one will find out that you poisoned concubine Zhao. Qin Shenzhan said slowly, This narcissus powder is colorless, odorless, and non-toxic. It was concocted by the younger brother of Su Shijun, a great scholar in the south. Only after encountering the pollen of the ice spirit flower will it produce deadly poison. Li Manman's face changed when he heard that. Concubine Zhao's favorite flower is the ice spirit flower. This kind of flower only grows in the cold places in the north. When Qin Junyan visited the north, he specially transplanted a few plants back, only where concubine Zhao lives. What do you mean? Let me poison you quietly when there are many people, and then die by poisoning yourself after concubine Zhao returns? Li Manman asked in a deep voice. Yes, Qin Shenzhan said slowly. 3 months later, it will be the Longevity Festival. At that time, His Majesty will entertain all the ministers. Although you and many concubines cannot attend, you still have to prepare the banquet in the harem. After His Majesty entertains the ministers, go to the harem for another banquet. At that time, all the concubines will be present. It is the best time for you to poison. Hearing what Qin Shenzhan said, Li Manman fell into silence, extremely hesitant. She didn't want to take such a big risk, but she didn't want to lose her position as queen and be killed by concubine Zhao in the end. Help me kill concubine Zhao. What good will it do you? After a long time, Li Manman said coldly, although she didn't know much about King Jin. But I also understand that King Jin will definitely not help her like this for no reason, and must have other purposes. Naturally, there are benefits. Jin Wang Qin Shenzhan said with a light smile, If concubine Zhao is dead, then you plan to destroy her 2 sons in the next time. Wouldn't it be easy? After your son becomes the crown prince, I will be regarded as a trustworthy person in the court. No matter what kind of national policy Qin Jinyan formulates against the princes, I will know in advance and respond accordingly. He stated his purpose without hesitation, because he knew that if he said that he simply wanted to help Li Man, then Li Man would never believe it. So that's what you wanted. After hearing Qin Xuanshan's purpose, Li Man also understood why Qin Shunzhan helped her. When Qin Jinyan was still the prince, he was clearly dissatisfied with the domineering vassal kings everywhere, and it was almost inevitable to formulate national policies against the vassal kings in the future. As the most powerful feudal lord, Qin Shunzhan naturally had to make preparations in advance. How? Can you trust me now? Qin Shunzhan looked at Li Man and said calmly. Li Man was thoughtful, and after hesitating for a moment, he slowly put the small jade bottle into the ring. Uncle Wang, I won't see you off, she said slowly. Seeing Li Man accepting the small jade bottle, Qin Xuanshan's abyss-like eyes once again flashed a taunt, turned and left without saying anything. There are heavy guards here, but Qin Shunzhan is a majestic vassal with countless followers and strong men, so it is easy for him to come and go here quietly. On a small island in the East China Sea that is full of aura, but usually quiet and deserted. It was peaceful and peaceful. Boom, boom. But suddenly, an astonishing aura erupted suddenly. The sound of swordsmen resounded through the world. The terrifying Kendo breath, centered on the small island, spread to all directions, swept across the sea, and set off huge waves. It was as if an ancient, fierce beast appeared in the world. Such an astonishing scene lasted for half an hour. It was slowly calming down. The entire island is full of raging sword intent, and the scene is extremely astonishing. Second level of the void, refining realm. Qin Feng muttered to himself. He is quite satisfied with his cultivation speed. He originally thought that with his special physique and huge demand for spiritual energy after reaching the void refining realm, every time he breaks through a small realm, it would be extremely difficult, but he never thought that the speed is not bad. After the breakthrough, Qin Feng was also ready to leave. He was worried that breaking through at Xian Island would cause too much disturbance and be too destructive, so he found a random island to break through. Now that he has successfully broken through, he doesn't plan to stay for a long time. By the way, it seems that I haven't signed in today. Qin Feng suddenly thought of something, stopped and called out the system. System, sign in here for me. As soon as he finished speaking, the system's notification tone sounded in his ears. Ding! Congratulations to the master. You signed in successfully and got a fishing rod. At the same time, there is an extra fishing rod in the system space. The entire fishing rod is green, like emerald jade, and the fishing line is so thin that it is almost invisible. The most special thing is its hook, which is straight. Not at all the same as normal fishing rods. Why is it a straight hook? Qin Feng was puzzled. Then check the information of the fishing rod. It is rumored that this fishing rod is the hook used by Jiang Shengren of the Great Zhou dynasty when he was fishing on the shore of the Weishui River. Those who wished to take the bait. The fishing rod used by Sage Jiang? Qin Feng was surprised. Could it be that Jiang Shengren has also been to the East China Sea? He was a little curious. However, the Kanglan region is remote after all, and there are not many records about Jiang Shengren. Most of them are legends. So he didn't know what was going on. With doubts in his heart, Qin Feng left here first, planning to go back to Xian Island first and find a suitable place to fish there. In the next few days, Qin Feng did not continue to play the piano, but started fishing with a fishhook in a place on Xian Island, hoping that some volunteers would take the bait. It's just that there is nothing to gain, and there has been no bait to bite the hook. As for the little white fox, although she doesn't need to sleep anymore, she has been absorbing the effects of the seal medicine and is not suitable for running around, so she has been staying by Qin Feng's side. Lying lazily on the rocks by the sea, let the sea breeze blow yourself. This guy, didn't he realize that he was using a straight hook? The little white fox woke up after a nap, looked at the little fish eating the bait through the clear sea water, and couldn't help complaining. Shaking her little head, she was ready to continue sleeping. Shoo! At this moment, in the distant sky, suddenly there was a figure coming with a sword. It was Qin Feng. Although her current cultivation level does not require a sword, she can still fly. But she felt that Yujian flying was in line with the temperament of a sword cultivator, so she still flew Yujian on weekdays. Oops, it's this bad woman. When the little white fox saw Qin Feng, he got up and wanted to leave. However, Qin Feng was even faster, hugging her into his arms with a playful smile and kneading her recklessly. Although the current little white fox has recovered to the first level of the Luanhai realm, he can't escape from Qin Feng's grasp at all. Hee, I haven't seen you for 2 days, and your feeling is getting better and better, Qin Feng said to the little white fox with a playful smile. The little white fox immediately had a resentful expression on his face. Although his heart was full of anger, he was not Qin Feng's opponent, so he could only let Qin Feng do his best. She found that this girl, who looked innocent, cute, and kind, was actually worse than her uncle. Why did Uncle Huang like fishing? Holding the little white fox in her arms, Qin Feng came to Qin Feng's side. Seeing that Qin Feng was still fishing, she couldn't help asking, "If you have nothing to do, just go fishing to cultivate your sentiments," Qin Feng said lightly. Qin Feng nodded thoughtfully and then said, "Uncle Emperor, I should go back." "What, are you homesick?" Hearing this, Qin Feng asked suspiciously. He was very happy to see Qin Feng playing here. Somewhat unexpectedly, she actually wanted to go back on her own initiative. "In more than 10 days, it will be Longevity.A. I want to go back to celebrate my father's birthday," Qin Feng said slowly. Longevity.A is the emperor's birthday. As Qin Junyin's favorite youngest daughter, of course, she has to go back to celebrate her birthday. "Okay, when you leave, just call me," Qin Feng said lightly. "Is the emperor going back too?" Qin Feng heard the words and immediately said, "The emperor can stay here for a while, and you don't have to go back with me." Qin Feng felt that compared to Shiyun Island, being in the Imperial Tomb was so boring. There was no need for Qin Feng at all. Going back with her, he could stay in Shiyun Island for a while longer. "It's the same everywhere for me," Qin Feng said lightly. "When you're about to leave, just call me." "Okay then." Qin Feng nodded and left here to prepare for leaving and bid farewell to Lu Qingzhu and the others. The little white fox finally got out of Qin Feng's clutches and continued to lie on the stone, digesting the effects of the medicine in his body while feeling the warm sun. Qin Feng was a little disappointed, thinking that there might be no fish, so he was willing to take the bait. 3 days later, an ancient boat slowly floated over Shiyun Island. Qin Feng and Qin Feng were about to leave, and Lu Qingzhu and some core members of the Lu family came to see them off one after another. "Qin Feng, do you really want to go back? So let's stay here for a while longer," Lu Qingzhu couldn't help but said. She felt that although Qin Feng had to attend Qin Junyin's birthday, Qin Feng didn't have to. "You can stay in Shiyun Island for a while longer." "No," Qin Feng smiled and said slowly, "After a while, I will come to visit Annie again." "That's it." Hearing this, Lu Qingzhu could only nod his head, and then said, "But I have prepared some pills for you. You must accept them." As she spoke, she took out some spiritual fruits and pills from the ring and handed them to Qin Feng. "What are these pills for?" Seeing this, Qin Feng was puzzled. "These elixirs are all life-extending. Although they are not particularly precious, they have no effect on practitioners above the Luanhai realm, but you can use them," Lu Qingzhu said slowly. She felt that Qin Feng's cultivation base was too weak, and she was very worried about Qin Feng's lifespan. It just so happened that some time ago, when she took over several other big family businesses, she got some pills that could prolong the lifespan of practitioners below Luanhai realm, so she picked some of the highest grades and gave them to Qin Feng. "Then thank you, Andy." Qin Feng didn't refuse either, and accepted it with a smile. Although he didn't need it, it was Lu Qingzhu's wish after all. "Why are you being polite with Annie?" After Lu Qingzhu paused, he continued, "Whenever you want to come, you can come. If those old antiques of the royal family dare to stop you, my aunt will go to the imperial city in person and ask them for an explanation. Now that the Lu family is the lord of the East China Sea, those old antiques of the great Xiao royal family will absolutely show respect to her when they see her. It is good. Qin Feng smiled and nodded, and then said, "By the way, I have a jade pendant here. It is said that if you wear it with you, it has the effect of warming and nourishing the meridians. I will give it to my aunt." With that said, he handed a jade pendant to Lu Qingzhu. "It's so beautiful. You have a heart too." Lu Qingzhu found that this jade pendant was really pretty, and after praising Qin Feng, he put it on his neck. As for the effect of warming and nourishing meridians, she really didn't care at all. If the jade pendant with such a miraculous effect would definitely cause a sensation in the entire Kanglan region, how could Qin Feng get it? Naturally, Lu Qingzhu could not have imagined that this jade was obtained by Qin Feng signing in a mine of spirit stones, and the effect of warming and nourishing meridians was indeed real. Afterwards, she reluctantly said a few words to Qin Zening, and then let the ancient ship sail towards the Great Xia Imperial City. It wasn't until the ancient ship disappeared from sight that she reluctantly turned around and returned to Shiyun Island. Because Qin Zening wanted to rush back to celebrate Qin Junyuan's birthday. Therefore, the speed of the ancient boat was much faster than when going to Shiyun Island. Within a few days, he returned to the palace. At this time, the place is very lively, and the maids and servants are all preparing for the upcoming banquet in the palace. Although Qin Junyuan didn't like wasting people's money and throwing big banquets, he had just ascended the throne not long ago, so it was not easy to change the ancestral system directly. I just ordered everything to be kept simple, and the scale of the banquet was reduced at the same time. Only some important ministers, as well as officials from all over the country who are dedicated to their duties and have good reputations, are allowed to participate. Not only can it inspire officials in other places, but it can also gain insight into people's sentiments. Boom! The huge ancient ship landed on the square, attracting a lot of attention. Qin Junyuan rushed over after hearing the news, and was also surprised when he learned that Qin Feng had also returned. He also thought that Qin Feng would spend more time on Shiyun Island. But since Qin Feng had already returned, he didn't say anything more, just asked how it was on Shiyun Island, and the Lu family's attitude towards the Great Xia dynasty. After chatting with Qin Junyuan for a while, Qin Feng returned to the Imperial tomb. It's still comfortable here. Back at the Imperial Mausoleum, lying on the couch, Qin Feng couldn't help sighing. It wasn't because he was lazy that he liked to lie down and rest like this, but mainly because he wanted to help Emperor Taizu guard the mausoleum. So lazy. Glancing at Qin Feng, the little white fox shook his head and said she was still thinking about how to repay Qin Feng for saving him twice. After all, she doesn't like to owe favors to others, especially men. Now, she has an idea. The little white fox planned to help Qin Feng forcefully raise her cultivation when she was about to leave. It doesn't need too much. It is enough to help Qin Feng upgrade to the 9th heaven of transforming spirit realm. At that time, Qin Feng, who has almost no cultivation base, will definitely be grateful to her. The human relationship can be regarded as completely paid off. Thinking of this, the little white fox ignored Qin Feng, found a place on his own, lay down, and began to digest and absorb the effects of the medicine. Meanwhile, on top of a mountain in the south, there is a thatched hut. The outside is full of various exotic grasses. Strong medicinal aroma. A young man looked calm and was meditating like a hermit. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and looked into the distant sky. Jin Wang Qin Shunzhan came. "How is the plan going?" The young man asked slowly. The plan has nothing to do with him, but it has a huge relationship with him. A stupid woman with no IQ. Of course I succeeded in persuading her. After Jin Wang Qin Shunzhan paused, he said slowly, "I am here today to ask you to offer your head. Then I will congratulate you in advance." As the young man said, he directly pulled out the long sword next to him. Cutting the neck and committing suicide, clean and tidy. He fell heavily to the ground. Looking at the young man's body, Jin Wang Qin Shunzhan had complicated eyes. But he quickly recovered. It will be a success. As long as his plan can succeed and win the throne, all his sacrifices will be worthwhile. He will repay the Su family double. Feng Ho worships the general. Shaking his head, Qin Shenzhan ordered the young man's head to be removed. Hand over his head to Su Shijun. Qin Shenzhan said slowly, "He is a great Confucian in the south, well known, with disciples all over the world, and the one who died was his own younger brother. His words are absolutely convincing." The old man next to him heard the words and nodded. After hesitating for a while, he couldn't help but said, "My lord's plan this time has used up all the old lord's kindness to Su Shijun. So what are the chances of winning?" "Since I dare to carry out this plan, there is a % chance of winning," Qin Shenzhan said in a deep voice. "Emperor Taizu wanted to pass the throne to our line, but he had to give up because of the fierce opposition from the court officials. Over the years, Prince Jin's mansion has been secretly gaining momentum, and now it has finally reached its peak strength, and it is time to regain our throne." Qin Junyin's desire to weaken the strength of feudal lords everywhere was not the real reason why King Jin wanted to raise troops. This is a plan that has been planned since the youngest son of Emperor Taizu failed to seize the throne and was named King Jin. It's just that there was never the right time. In the opening of the spiritual road last time, the various natural materials and earth treasures brought out from it made the Kangla domain a large number of Zifu realm powerhouses emerged over the years, making the Jin Palace feel that the time is finally almost here. Seeing that Qin Shenzhan had a % chance of winning, the old man nodded slowly and didn't stay any longer. He left here to go to the Su family to find the famous southern scholar Su Shijun. Since Qin Jinyin ascended the throne, according to his instructions, Qin Feng has also been able to obtain regular training resources, and very rich. In addition, Lu Qingzhu also gave Qin Feng a lot of pills and spiritual fruits to improve his cultivation and prolong his life. Qin Feng felt that if he didn't make a breakthrough, it would be unreasonable. After all, although this body wasn't a genius before, it wasn't a waste either. What's more, he hasn't changed his appearance for so many years, and he has reached the limit of a normal person. If he continues to be weak and does not change his appearance, certainly arouses suspicion. Therefore, when Qin Zining came to Qin Feng's place for dinner, Qin Feng broke through to the 5th level of the spirit transformation realm in front of her. This surprised Qin Zining. She calculated that Qin Feng could prolong his life by at least 80 years after taking so many elixirs, coupled with his realm breakthrough. In a short time, there is no need to worry about Qin Feng's lifespan. To celebrate Qin Feng's breakthrough, Qin Zining asked Qin Feng to cook 2 more dishes. The Wanshou festival is getting closer and closer, and the palace is getting more and more lively. In the Imperial tomb, although Qin Feng was sleeping, but in fact, every day when he is half asleep and half awake, he will call out the system to sign in. Ding! Congratulations, Master! You have successfully signed in and obtained the concentration art. The system's emotionless prompt sounded in Qin Feng's ears. I didn't care about the sign-in rewards at all, and just checked in routinely, but after hearing the system's notification tone, I suddenly woke up. Concentration art? Why does it feel like cultivating divine consciousness? Qin Feng muttered to himself. After signing in for so many years, although he has obtained a lot of elixirs that can restore the consciousness and even increase the strength of the consciousness, he has not signed in yet to practice the secret technique of the consciousness. So after hearing it, I was very surprised and then checked the information of the concentration art in the system space. Can it be used to gather consciousness? After Qin Feng watched the information of concentration art, he was surprised to find that this exercise was not for cultivating spiritual consciousness, but for helping to gather spiritual consciousness. Moreover, the condensed consciousness can be used to kill, which is extremely terrifying. This surprised Qin Feng endlessly. The realms above the void refining realm are Martial Domain, Tiangang Supreme. Under normal circumstances, only after reaching the Tiangang realm can one gather spiritual consciousness and use spiritual consciousness as a means of killing. But this concentration art can help Qin Feng to gather his spiritual consciousness before reaching the Tiangang realm. How could he not be surprised? This is equivalent to him having an extra whole card against the sky. Fusion. Without any hesitation, Qin Feng said directly. Soon, information about the concentrating art flooded into Qin Feng's mind. Incomparably mysterious and complicated. After a detailed understanding, Qin Feng discovered that this concentration art can help practitioners who do not have the Heavenly Gang realm to gather their spiritual consciousness. But there are also great requirements for the strength of the practitioner's spiritual consciousness. If the consciousness is not strong enough, even if you practice the concentration art, you will not be able to condense your consciousness at all. As a human being in my 2 lives, my spiritual consciousness is already strong, coupled with the enhancement of the strength of my spiritual consciousness by the Primordial Chaos Sword Body, and taking so many rare pills to enhance my spiritual consciousness over the years. If you want to gather your spiritual consciousness, it shouldn't be a big problem. Qin Feng muttered to himself. With doubts in his heart, he began to comprehend the concentration art in detail. Soon, it will be the Longevity Festival. Not only the palace, but the entire imperial city was full of excitement. Longevity Day is the birthday of the emperor, and it is also a festival among the people. A series of spiritual arrows shot into the sky, exploded, and the colorful spiritual energy turned into gorgeous fireworks, attracting a large number of people to watch. In the main hall, Qin Jinyan sat on the main seat, and the table in front of him was filled with various fruits and melons. On both sides are some important ministers of the court, as well as officials with good reputations from all over the world. This banquet is not only to celebrate Qin Jinyan's birthday, but also an opportunity for him to reward ministers. Your Majesty is so talented that he even created a precedent of summoning local officials to understand the people's conditions on the Longevity Festival. After all, the Great Xia dynasty is more prosperous under your governance. The minister of the Ministry of Officials got up and praised. Many other officials also echoed, especially those local officials who were eligible to participate in the emperor's birthday for the first time were also very grateful. Okay, let's all sit down. Qin Jinyan was a little helpless. He doesn't like to do things casually, and many ministers praise him. But he said many times these ministers did not change. He really had no choice. After hearing the words, many ministers sat down one after another. To invite all the ministers to the banquet today, I will make a rule first. Qin Jinyan said slowly. At this banquet, everyone can speak freely, no matter what they say, whether it is right or wrong. After today, no one can use this as an excuse to impeach. I will never pursue it. His purpose is to let the ministers speak freely and express their views on the dynasty, especially those local officials, their views on the dynasty, because they know the people's conditions best. Emperor Shengming. Many ministers heard the words, stood up, and spoke. Your Majesty, I have something to say, and I don't know whether to say it or not. At this moment, Minister of Rights stood up and asked respectfully, Didn't I just say that? You can speak freely about everything. Qin Jinyan said indifferently, Speak. Since that's the case, the minister will speak bluntly. The Minister of Rights said slowly, Since Your Majesty ascended the throne, there's been no queen, and this matter cannot be delayed any longer. The position of Empress is extremely important, not only for the mother ceremonies, but also for the stability of the harem. I hope Your Majesty will make a decision soon. As soon as he said this, the officials present all fell silent. Establishing a queen is no small matter. It stands to reason that Qin Jinyan did not establish a queen, and they should have made a statement long ago. But these important ministers were all lucky enough to survive under Emperor Xia's sword, and they really didn't want to risk their lives to get involved in the disputes in the harem. Anyone with a discerning eye can tell that Qin Jinyan's favorite is concubine Zhao and concubine Zhao's daughter Qin Zining. But at the beginning, Emperor Xia appointed concubine Li Shu as the empress. They stand up, no matter who they recommend to be the queen, in the end they may be doomed. After standing, Qin Jinyan was slightly silent when he heard the words, and then murmured, I have been busy with state affairs, and I really don't want to waste my energy on other things, but now that I've been on the throne for so long, this matter really shouldn't be delayed any longer. Gone. After all, it is not as simple as a sentence. All kinds of etiquette, sacrifices, ceremonies. It will take a few months to get busy, and he didn't want to waste time on it. But he also knew that this kind of thing could not continue to drag on. Hearing that Qin Junyan had made a decision, all the ministers present held their breath. I don't know who His Majesty wants to make queen, the Minister of Rights asked slowly. This kind of question can only be asked by him, and he must be asked. Why did I Ching ask this question? When Qin Junyan heard this question, he asked in confusion, "Didn't I promise my father a long time ago that I would make concubine Shu my queen?" Since he had made a promise at the beginning, he would strictly fulfill it. Otherwise, how could he set an example for many ministers if the order was changed day and night? Concubine Li Shu. As soon as this statement came out, many people were surprised. They originally thought that Qin Junyan would definitely make concubine Zhao the queen, because Qin Junyan obviously loves concubine Zhao more, and concubine Zhao's daughter Qin Zining has a peerless sword body. In addition, in the future, many soldiers of the Jinbei army will definitely be transferred away, and the status of the Jinbei general will also decline. The significance of making concubine Shu the queen will not be so great. But he didn't expect that Qin Junyan would fulfill his original promise and make concubine Shu his queen. This is beyond the expectations of many people. What? Is there a problem? Looking at the astonished appearance of Shangshu of the Ministry of Rights and the others, Qin Junyan asked suspiciously. From the beginning to the end, he never thought of breaking his promise. No problem. Many ministers shook their heads quickly. Qin Junyan had already made a decision, and he still kept his previous promise. So how dare they have any opinions? Okay, this matter is settled like this. Whoever wants to say, just speak freely, Qin Junyan said with a smile. However, just after he finished speaking, a commander of the Imperial Forest Army hurried to Qin Junyan's side and whispered a few words in his ear. When many ministers saw this, they all looked puzzled, not understanding what happened. Su Shijun, a great scholar in the south, is also here for the banquet. Qin Junyan was stunned, and then said happily, "Then why are you still standing there? Please invite the old man in." In the current world, there are only 2 or 3 who could be called Great Confucians. These Great Confucians have a unique style, are naturally arrogant, treat wealth and official positions like dung, and are merciless when criticizing the imperial court, and are respected by scholars all over the world. Before holding the banquet, it's not that Qin Junyan hadn't thought about inviting Su Shijun, but he felt that the other party would definitely not give him face, so he had no choice but to give up. But he didn't expect that Su Shijun would take the initiative to come to the banquet, so he was naturally overjoyed. As ordered, hearing this, the commander of the Imperial Forest Army hurriedly invited Su Shijun to come in. Qin Junyan also got up excitedly. "My dear friends, Su Shijun, a great scholar in the south, is coming to the banquet. Come with me to greet him." With that said, he headed out of the main hall. Many ministers were surprised when they heard this. Mr. Su actually came here on his own initiative? They were shocked. Among them, there are many people who respect Su Shijun extremely. He hurriedly followed Qin Junyan to the outside of the main hall. And at this time, outside the main hall, there was an old figure holding a wooden box in his right hand, walking towards with a solemn expression. It was Su Shijun. As soon as they saw him, the eyes of many ministers immediately showed respect. The old man has seen His Majesty. After seeing Qin Junyan, Su Shijun was very respectful and bowed in salute. This suddenly made Qin Junyan a little uncomfortable. You must know that even when he saw his father, these great scholars didn't have a very good attitude. The old man is too polite. Hurry up and invite him inside. Qin Junyan hurried forward, supported Su Shijun, and said, "Your Majesty, this old man is here to plead guilty." Su Shijun was not about to enter the palace, but said slowly, "Sorry." Qin Junyan was stunned and said, "What is the old man talking about? What is your crime?" The old man is not strict in discipline, and the younger brother in the family has committed a serious crime of treason. Su Shijun said slowly. Not only Qin Junyan, but also many ministers were stunned by these words, their faces full of doubts. Although the Su family is a family in the South, they have been engaged in literature for generations. Although there are some followers in the family, they are not very strong. How could someone commit the crime of treason? Why did the old gentleman say that? Qin Junyan asked puzzledly. Concubine Shu and her elder brother, who is the general of Jinbei, intend to rebel. When returning to Li's family to visit relatives, she asked her younger brother for the highly poisonous narcissus powder, intending to poison His Majesty first. Su Shijun said slowly. As soon as this statement came out, all the officials present were shocked. His words, like a boulder thrown into the calm lake, immediately stirred up thousands of waves. What did the old man say? Qin Junyan wondered if he had heard it wrong, and said, Concubine Shu and his elder brother intend to rebel and poison me to death? How is this possible? He didn't believe it at all. If someone else had said that, he would have been furious a long time ago. He was not angry because Su Shijun was a great Confucian in the South with a very high status, but he didn't believe it. Because although the Jinbei general has a large army, his family members are all in the South, and military supplies need to be transported from the South, and the generals in the East, West, and South have more soldiers and horses in their hands than the Jinbei army. What's more, among the Jinbei army, there's only one strong man in the first level of the Zifu realm. If Concubine Shu and her brother want to rebel, they will definitely lose. There is no benefit other than getting a fate of death and extermination of the 9 clans. What the old man said is absolutely true. Su Shijun said, slowly opened the wooden box, and said, The first time I knew about this, the old man was righteous and killed his relatives and beheaded the younger brother and came to the imperial city to apologize. As he spoke, he slowly took out a head from the wooden box. It was the young man who drew his sword and killed himself after meeting Jin Wang Qin Shun's Han. Seeing Su Shijun's brother's head, everyone present was stunned. Previously, they did not believe that Concubine Shu and her elder brother would rebel. I think Su Shijun might just have heard some gossip. But when they saw Su Shijun's brother's head, their thoughts changed. How could Su Shijun, a great contemporary scholar, take his younger brother's life as a joke? How does this benefit him? If your Majesty suspects, I can confront Concubine Shu face to face. Su Shijun spoke slowly. Call Concubine Shu, Qin Junyan said in a deep voice. Su Shijun even chopped off his younger brother's head and brought it to the palace, and he almost believed in his heart that Concubine Shu wanted to poison him. After all, this is a great Confucian in the world. The commander of the Imperial Forest Army next to him heard the words, then turned and left, and went to the harem to take Concubine Shuli Man. The entire square was eerily quiet. If Concubine Shuli Man really joined forces with her elder brother, General Junbei, to rebel, it would be a big deal, and it would cause turmoil in the entire dynasty. Your Majesty, it's not good. But not long after, the commander of the Imperial Forest Army hurried back by himself. What happened? Qin Junyan asked suspiciously after hearing the words. Concubine Shu is dead, commander of the Imperial Forest Army said. What did you say? Qin Junyan immediately asked. Isn't she in the harem, preparing a banquet with other concubines, waiting for me to go? Why did she die suddenly? Just now my subordinate went down to call Concubine Shu. She was obviously nervous and worried about something, but she didn't say anything and agreed to come down here with my subordinate. The Imperial Army reported truthfully. However, while walking on the road, Concubine Shu suddenly became extremely pale and her breathing became short of breath. After she fell to the ground, she lost her breath. After listening to him, everyone present was stunned. Didn't Concubine Shu want to poison Qin Junyan? Why did he suddenly die? Your Majesty, according to what the commander of the Imperial Forest Army said, Concubine Shu is poisoned by narcissus powder. At this time, Su Shijun spoke again and said slowly, I'm afraid she realized that her plan was exposed and committed suicide by taking poison in fear of crime. In fact, although narcissus powder is colorless and tasteless, it is not non-toxic. It was Jin Wang Qin Shun's Han who was deceiving concubine Shu. Once Narcissus powder is taken, it will kill people in a very short time. When Jin Wang went to see concubine Shu, he sprinkled a special medicinal powder with a fragrance on his body. When chatting, it would enter concubine Shu's body along with his breath. And when Su Shijun and the commander of the Imperial Forest Army rushed over, he sprinkled another kind of medicinal powder on the commander of the Imperial Forest Army silently. Both powders are non-toxic, but at the same time, concubine Shu inhaled the two kinds of medicinal powder at the same time. She would be poisoned by Narcissus powder immediately. This can create the illusion that concubine Shu commits suicide in fear of crime. The poison for Narcissus powder? Suicide in fear of crime. Qin Junyin's face was ugly. At this time, the commander of the Imperial Forest Army spoke again. Your Majesty, I found this small jade bottle from concubine Shu's ring. As he said, he cupped his hands and took out the small jade bottle. This kind of small jade bottle is what my younger brother used to store medicine on a daily basis. But the old man never thought that he would actually refine poison and colluded with concubine Shu. Su Shijun said with a look of hatred on his face, I also ask your Majesty to come down. As he spoke, he knelt on one knee. You don't have to do that, sir. Qin Junyin quickly helped him up and said, You did not do this matter, and you have done a good job in killing relatives right away and coming all the way to the palace to report. Otherwise, I am afraid that today I will die inexplicably and tragically. The great Confucianism of the time set up a scheme with the life of his younger brother, and concubine Shu Li Man had the heart to kill concubine Zhao with poison. Even Emperor Xiao would fall for such a complicated scheme. Not to mention Qin Junyin, who had just ascended the throne. He completely believed in Su Shijun. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your generosity. Su Shijun thanked again. Old man, let's go back to the station and rest. Qin Junyin said slowly. It is good. Su Shijun nodded. Then, under the leadership of the people, he left the palace. Your Majesty, what should we do now? After Su Shijun left, many important officials said one after another. First, find someone who has committed a capital crime to test to see if concubine Shu is poisoned by the poison in this little jade bottle. Qin Junyin said solemnly. At the same time, let the generals guarding the east, west, and south positions of the imperial court immediately dispatch 20 troops to join the elite soldiers in the imperial city camp. The Jinbei army has an army of 50. He was very cautious, so he mobilized 70 troops. According to the order, many ministers present were all respectful. The longevity banquet ended immediately, and many ministers became busy. There were also several important ministers who also put forward specific suggestions one after another, such as letting the armies coming from the other three directions not come to the imperial city to meet up, but go north directly to attack the northern army. Jin Yiwei Jun Fushi proposed to directly control the members of the Su family, so as to deter the general of Jinbei. However, these were all vetoed by Qin Junyin, and he was still a little hard to believe that Li Fengqi, the general who suppressed the north, would rebel and commit suicide. He ordered people to go to the north immediately and summon Li Fengqi back to the palace. Although Qin Junyin asked Jin Yiwei to block the news, but with the efforts of King Jin and others, the news that Jinbei, great General Li Fengqi, colluded with his younger sister concubine, Shu, to poison the emperor for rebellion quickly spread throughout the Great Xia dynasty. For a time, people were panicking. That is the 50 elite army in the north. If the army goes south, how many cities will be destroyed and how many people will be displaced? In the camp of the Chinese army of the Jinbei army in the north, General Li Fengqi, who received the news, was stunned. Although he was dissatisfied with the court's desire to transfer part of the Jinbei army's soldiers and horses. But why did you ever think about rebelling? In the north, Li Fengqi was the emperor of the soil, and he never risked the extermination of the 9 clans to rebel. General, the people from the imperial court have arrived and want the general to return to the imperial city to face the saint. At this time, a lieutenant general came to the camp of the Chinese army and said respectfully to Li Fengqi, Let me go back to the imperial city to face the saint. Hearing this, Li Fengqi immediately said, "Where is the man from the imperial court? Take me to see him." He felt that Qin Junyan still believed him. Otherwise, no one would come to summon him. However, at this time, another lieutenant general came to report. "General, King Jin is here." The lieutenant general said in a deep voice, "If you don't see him right away, you will definitely regret it." This barracks is protected by a large formation, and there are 50 troops capable of forming a battle formation. Jin Wang Qin Shunzhan did not dare to force his way, even if he was accompanied by 2 strong men from the second level of the Purple Mansion realm. Otherwise, there is absolutely no place to die. We can only let the deputy general come to report to Li Fengqi. "King Jin is here." Li Fengqi was surprised. He didn't expect that King Jin would come at this time. After pondering for a while, he said slowly, "Let King Jin come in first, and I'll see what King Jin wants from me first." "It is good." The lieutenant general nodded, and then withdrew from the Chinese army to enlist. Not long after, a figure in a black robe slowly walked into the camp of the Chinese army. It was Jin Wang Qin Shunzhan. General Li still wants to see Qin Junyan in the imperial city at this time. Isn't he afraid of death without a place to die? Having entered the camp of the Chinese army, Qin Shunzhan said coldly, "Why did King Jin say such a thing?" Li Fengqi said, "I will explain everything clearly when I return to the imperial city this time. With His Majesty's wisdom, you should know that I have no intention of rebellion at all." "Ha ha!" Qin Shunzhan laughed out loud when he heard the words and said, "General, did you really think that Qin Junyan didn't know that you didn't plan to rebel? All of this is just Qin Junyan's plan. He killed your sister to force you to rebel. He likes to sow dissension the most, and he has been tried and tested repeatedly." "Nonsense! Why does your Majesty force me to rebel against you?" Li Fengqi didn't believe it at all. "It's not easy. Qin Junyan never thought of making your sister queen." Qin Shunzhan said coldly, "Only by accusing you and your sister of treason can he make concubine Zhao the Empress without being reprimanded for violating the late Emperor's will and breaking promises. It's just your guess after all." Li Fengqi's face was extremely ugly, and he said coldly, Even if this is just my guess, Qin Junyan thinks that your rebellion is just a misunderstanding. But do you think that after Qin Junyan's investigation of you from beginning to end, you'll have a good end?" Qin Shunzhan sneered and said, "Over the years, how much military salary have you embezzled while guarding the north? How many women have been sold as slaves in the northern wilderness? How many people's land have you seized? After Qin Junyan has found out these things, even if you have no intention of rebelling, he will definitely crush you." Before the plan was implemented, he had already investigated Li Fengqi clearly. Qin Shunzhan can find out things that the court cannot find out. Because Li Fengqi is doing most of these things, he knows better than anyone how Li Fengqi will do these things and how he will hide them. Corrupt officials are always investigating corrupt officials. Hearing Qin Shunzhan's words, Li Fengqi broke out in a cold sweat. Just now, he only thought that he did not rebel, but he forgot what he had done, so he couldn't stand Qin Junyan's investigation at all. If you want to survive now, there is only one way to go. Qin Shunzhan said slowly. "What way?" Li Fengqi asked in a deep voice. "Rise up," Qin Shunzhan said word by word. "Rise, soldiers." Even though he had already guessed what Qin Shunzhan was going to say, after hearing these 2 words, Li Fengqi's face was still extremely pale. He said with an ugly face, "I only have 50 troops under my command, and even if I add the 2 Purple Mansion Realm powerhouses I secretly recruited, there are only 3 in total. If you raise an army, you will definitely lose." He is still very clear about how many caddies and tails he has. "If it's a dead end, why would I let you do it?" Qin Shunzhan said slowly, "You raise troops in the north to attract the imperial army to encircle and suppress, while I and the other 4 vassal kings set out from the south, sneaked into Qinsong, and gave the imperial army a fatal blow from behind." Hearing what he said, Li Fengqi, who was originally pale, suddenly lit up. "Okay, If all the feudal lords join forces, we will definitely be able to destroy the imperial army this time. Li Fengqi was overjoyed. He thought he was dead, but he didn't expect that Qin Xuanshan's arrival would bring him a way out. Immediately, the two began to discuss the specific details of attacking the imperial army. In the next month, the great Xia dynasty was full of turmoil. Li Fengqi, the general of Jinbei, played the slogan of the side of the Qing dynasty and led an army of 50 to rebel. People in the world are in panic. This 50 army guards the north all year round, resists the northern barbarians, and deters the demon sect. All of them are elites. There is even the most high-level battle formation in the entire Great Xia dynasty. Although the imperial court has assembled 70 troops in the imperial city, and there are several strong men in the Purple Mansion, it is still difficult to stabilize the hearts of the people, and various rumors are everywhere. In many cities in the north, the guards looked down on the wind and did not dare to resist. In order to stabilize the hearts of the people in the world, Qin Junyan directly announced to the world that he would personally conquer and defeat the 50 army led by Li Fengqi. Under his leadership, an army of 70 marched mightily towards the north. Qin Junyan never thought of defending the imperial city, because if this is the case, it is tantamount to abandoning the people in the north and letting them be ravaged and looted by the northern army. After a long time, if the people's hearts are lost, even if he has an army of 70, he may not be able to defend the imperial city. Compared to the hustle and bustle outside, the Imperial Mausoleum was much calmer. Although Qin Feng is still lying on the reclining chair, his current consciousness is in the space of spiritual consciousness, condensing his spiritual consciousness. After so many long hours of hard work, in the space of Qin Feng's spiritual consciousness, a prototype was finally condensed successfully, emitting strange fluctuations. The outline of the prototype looks similar to Qin Feng, a small man sitting cross-legged. It's just that this figure is extremely blurry, and only the outline can be seen clearly, but the specific appearance is not clear. Should we be able to condense successfully this time? Qin Feng muttered to himself. This is the closest he has come to success since he practiced the concentration art, and he was a little excited. However, as soon as Qin Feng's words fell, the silhouette in the space of spiritual consciousness shattered and turned into strands of spiritual consciousness, disappearing in the dark space of spiritual consciousness, as if it never existed. Gathering consciousness failed again. Cough, cough. Qin Feng, who was on the recliner, coughed, and his face was pale. Every time he fails to condense his spiritual consciousness, it will cause huge damage to his spiritual consciousness. Compared with normal times, Qin Feng's perception of the surrounding world has become much weaker. Hey, could it be that my consciousness is not strong enough? Qin Feng shook his head helplessly. He couldn't even remember how many times he had failed. However, Qin Feng was not discouraged. He casually took out 3 Yangshan pills from the ring and swallowed them, then prepared to try to gather the consciousness again. Under normal circumstances, no matter whether a cultivator fails to break through or to gather spiritual consciousness, he will not dare to continue again without 5 or 6 years to recover. Because if there's a little carelessness, there's a risk of death. But Qin Feng didn't care at all. He has a lot of nourishing pills which can restore the damaged consciousness. This kind of precious elixir that other cultivators would enshrine as a treasure when they got one. To Qin Feng, it was not much different from ordinary jelly beans. But just when Qin Feng was about to continue gathering his spiritual consciousness, Chu Xiong, whom he hadn't seen for a long time, came to the imperial tomb. It's too late to react now, Su Shijun said coldly. The entire inn has been planted with poison by me, and everyone who enters the inn will be poisoned immediately. The aroma, just now, is the introduction to the highly poisonous. Even cultivators below the 3rd level of the Zifu realm, as long as they're poisoned by this kind of poison, the spiritual energy in the body will immediately stop functioning, and the body will be weak. He felt that at Qin Feng's age, even if he was lucky enough to break through to the Purple Mansion realm, he would only be at the 1st level at most, and he would not be able to withstand his poison at all. It's no wonder that poison refiners are punishable by everyone. Qin Feng said lightly. It's really insidious. It's hard to guard against. If you want to survive, just kneel down obediently and bow your head. If you have good martial arts talent, I can let you be my dead soldier. Su Shijun said slowly. He felt that he was magnanimous enough, and Qin Feng must be grateful. I'm sorry. I'm destined to disappoint you. Qin Feng sneered and said lightly, since you don't want to talk about Qin Xuanshan's plan, then I'll take a look by myself. While speaking, he took a step forward and came in front of Su Shijun. The old servant just wanted to make a move, but was immediately suppressed by the fluctuation of spiritual energy emanating from Qin Feng's body, and knelt down on the ground. His face was pale, and he couldn't move. What? You're not affected by this poison. Seeing Qin Feng's unaffected appearance, Su Shijun's face was full of disbelief, and he said, How could this be? Probably because I'm already in the void refining realm. While Qin Feng was speaking, mysterious runes slowly appeared in his eyes. Start watching Su Shijun's consciousness. No. Although Su Shijun looked like a proud Confucian literati on weekdays, he was actually extremely cowardly, unable to bear the pain of Qin Feng watching his spiritual memory, and screamed. It's a pity that the voice was blocked by the spiritual energy fluctuations outside Qin Feng's body, so it couldn't come out at all. Not long after, Qin Feng checked all of Su Shijun's memories. Not only did he know Qin Xuanshan's plan, but he also got a lot of poison refining formulas. Ew, how could you be in the void refining realm? Looking at Qin Feng in horror, Su Shijun set out a breath. Because Qin Feng is really too young, there has never been such a monstrous genius in the entire history of Kanglanyu. Neither he nor the old servant beside him could believe it. What's the use of knowing? It's not a dead end. Qin Feng said lightly, as he said that the aura released from his body directly crushed Su Shijun and the others into blood mist. Afterwards, Qin Feng used the exercises and all the poison in the entire station was absorbed into his body by him. Although this poison has no effect on me, it is quite good if it is used to quench the body. Feeling the poison entering his body, Qin Feng muttered to himself. He originally wanted to see how poisonous this poison was, but his body was too strong to ignore this poison at all. If Su Shijun heard these words, he might come back to life with anger. The highly poisonous poison he worked so hard to refine, hundreds of people died just to test the poison, but in front of Qin Feng, it can only be used to temper the body. Qin Feng didn't stay at the station, but walked out and looked in the direction outside the Imperial City. Qin Shenzhan colluded with the other 4 great feudal lords and cooperated with Li Fengqi to attack the 70 troops led by Jun Yin. Qin Feng muttered to himself and said, If this is the case, isn't Jun Yin sure to lose? Although the laws of the Great Xia stipulated that the number of personal soldiers that the vassal kings of various places can train is very limited, the 5 vassal kings are quietly training soldiers in secret, with a total of nearly 60. And because of the opening of the spiritual path, a large number of natural materials and earthly treasures were brought out, resulting in the emergence of a large number of strong people in the Purple Mansion realm in the Kanglan domain. The number of strong men from the Zifu realm invited by several feudal lords at a huge price was no less than that led by Qin Junyan. They fought back and forth with Li Fengqi. Even if Qin Junyan had an army of 70, he would definitely be defeated. It's a pity that Su Shijun doesn't know Qin Xuanshan's specific plan, and he doesn't know where the armies of several feudal lords will meet. Qin Feng muttered to himself, Otherwise, I'll find them directly and destroy them. The numerical advantage of hundreds of thousands of troops is still effective for cultivators below the 5th level of the Purple Mansion realm. But for practitioners above the 5th level of the Purple Mansion realm, they are no different from ants. Shaking his head, Qin Feng left the Imperial City and flew towards the north. Although he didn't know where Qin Shenzhan and the other vassal kings would join up and head north, he knew that the purpose of these people was definitely to attack from behind the army led by Qin Junyan. He just waited slowly. In the next 2 months or so, The war in the north continued fiercely. Qin Jinyin led an army of 70, occupying an absolute advantage in the war. Conquer the city all the way, repel the army led by Li Fengxi from Yinmen Pass, and prepare to completely defeat it at Yinmen Pass. The originally flustered emotions also stopped spreading. Qin Jinyin, who was personally enlisted, and many accompanying ministers also breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the rebellion will soon be quelled. Outside Yinmen Pass, the remaining 60 troops were stationed. In the camp of the Chinese army, Qin Jinyin was listening to several important ministers and generals discussing how to defeat Li Fengxi's army. This majestic Yinmen Pass is easy to defend, but difficult to attack, and it is protected by formations. They were discussing how to conquer Yinmen Pass with the least cost. Your Majesty, a secret report sent by Jin Yiwei Zhenfu envoy. At this time, a soldier hurriedly came to the tent of the Chinese army, knelt on one knee, and said, "A secret report from Jin Yiwei's governor?" Qin Jinyin was a little puzzled when he heard this. Now Li Fengxi's army has been trapped to death in Yinmen Pass, and they know the deployment of troops clearly. Why is Jin Yiwei Zhenfu envoy so anxious to send a secret report? With doubts in his heart, Qin Jinyin opened it to check. The next moment, his expression was stiff. "What's wrong, Your Majesty?" Seeing this, several other generals and important ministers asked in doubt. The king of Jin and his 5 feudal lords joined forces to rebel, leading an army of 60, and more than a dozen strong men from the Purple Mansion are marching here. Qin Jinyin's expression was extremely ugly, and he said, "According to the information collected by Jin Yiwei, they will arrive here in at most 2 days." The place where Qin Shenzhan and his vassal lords trained their soldiers was originally very secret. During this period of time, they led their own soldiers to train and went northward from various places quietly. It was only a few days ago that they gathered on a large scale, and then they were discovered by Jin Yiwei. What? King Jin and the others all joined forces to rebel. The faces of many ministers and generals also changed suddenly when they heard the words. Ever since Emperor Xia started preparing for Qin Jinyin to succeed him, the vassal kings everywhere have become very honest and have never done anything excessive. Even Qin Jinyin's enthronement ceremony did not cause trouble, and he was even more restrained than before. They thought that many vassal kings had settled down, but they didn't expect that they would take advantage of this time to directly rebel. There are more than 60 troops. If we are attacked by 2 sides, I am afraid it will be dangerous. General Jinan said in a deep voice. Because the south had to deter the barbarians, the general of Jinan had rich experience in commanding troops, and he was also the main one in the battle with Li Fengxi's army during this period. That's right, we must not be caught between 2 sides. After a pause, Qin Jinyin asked, "Is it possible for us to defeat Li Fengxi's army in Yinmen Pass within 2 days, and then use Yinmen Pass as a natural danger to defend against King Jin's attack?" Hearing what he said, General Jinan smiled bitterly and said, "Yinmen Pass is too dangerous. If we want to defeat Li Fengxi's army, it will take at least half a month. 2 days is simply impossible." The other generals present also showed helplessness. If Yinmen Pass was not dangerous enough, Li Fengxi would not have retreated to Yinmen Pass. "So what should I do now?" a minister said anxiously. "I'm afraid we can only retreat temporarily and go to the nearest city to defend, and at the same time let more troops be mobilized for various places to help." General Jinan's face was serious, and he said in a deep voice. As soon as he finished speaking, there was silence in the camp of the Chinese army. Everyone knew that this was the best way, but no one dared to agree because they were worried that Qin Jinyin would not agree to retreat. After all, they paid a huge price for the fierce fighting in the past few months, and they forced Li Fengxi to the point of no return. If they just retreat like this, no one will be reconciled, and it is very likely to damage the majesty of the emperor. That being the case, follow what the general said. Evacuate this place first to prevent being attacked from both sides. Qin Jinyin did not hesitate at all and spoke directly. His biggest advantage is that he knows people well and knows how to lead troops in battle is not his specialty. The purpose of this expedition is just to boost morale. Regarding specific decisions on the battlefield, as long as General Jinnan's decision was not opposed by other generals, he never raised any objections. As for damaging the majesty of the emperor, he doesn't care. What he wants is peace in the world, and the people live and work in peace and contentment, not his face. According to the order, General Jinnan saw that Qin Junyan did not reject his proposal, so he said right away. They were all preparing to leave the camp and arrange specific matters for the retreat. After all, the retreat must be methodical to prevent Li Fengqi's army from counterattacking. However, at this moment, the deafening sound of war drums sounded outside. Your Majesty, Li Fengqi in Yinmen Pass has sent troops on his own initiative. A lieutenant general hurried over to the camp of the Chinese army, panting. Li Fengqi took the initiative to send troops. Qin Junyan was startled and said, "He retired here. Didn't he intend to stick to it?" "Ha, God help your Majesty." The other important ministers said joyfully, "If Li Fengqi goes out to the decisive battle, they will undoubtedly win, and they don't have to worry about being pinched for both sides." But General Jinnan's face was serious. "Li Fengqi's exit is probably not good news for us," he said in a deep voice. "If he doesn't fight us decisively, but just holds us back and prevents us from retreating, then our situation will be very difficult." Hearing what he said, Qin Junyan's expression also suddenly became ugly. Although Li Fengqi's army had been severely injured, it still had hundreds of thousands of people. It would be an easy task to hold them back for 2 days and prevent them from retreating. "What do you think the general should do?" Qin Junyan asked. "No matter what, Li Fengqi has taken the initiative to send troops. We have to try, whether he wants to fight us or hold us back," General Jinnan said helplessly. Under such circumstances, if they forcibly retreated, they would only be overtaken by Li Fengqi's army. Hearing this, Qin Junyan could only nod his head and then ask General Jinnan to lead his troops to meet him personally, to see if he could wipe out Li Fengqi's army in one fell swoop. However, they were destined to be disappointed. Li Fengqi had already made a plan with Jin Wang, Qin Shenzhan, and the others. The reason why he took the initiative to leave Yinmen Pass was to harass and hold back the 70 troops led by Qin Junyan for 2 days. I didn't think about a decisive battle at all. In the next 2 days, the 60 troops led by King Jin and the other 4 vassal kings rushed all the way in the direction of Yinmen Pass. The entire army moved forward in the form of a battle formation, ready to fight at any time, exuding a powerful and chilling aura, which made people daunting. The news that they were raising troops to attack Qin Junyan with Li Fengqi on both sides quickly spread throughout the entire dynasty, and there was a sudden panic. After learning that King Jin had an army of 60, almost the aristocratic families and sects in the dynasty felt that Qin Junyan's army would undoubtedly be defeated. A large number of ancient ships headed to the south day and night, sending generous gifts to King Jin, hoping to please the future emperor. "My lord, we should be able to arrive at Yinmen Pass this evening." On the way of marching, some generals greeted King Jin respectfully. King Qin Shenzhan of Jin was riding a golden lion, wearing heavy armor, looking extremely fierce. "Very good," Qin Shenzhan said coldly. "Li Fengqi has already sent me the news that in the past 2 days he has held back Qin Junyan's army, making it impossible for him to withdraw. As long as we arrive today and wipe out Qin Junyan's army in one fell swoop. I'm waiting for this world." When he spoke, his eyes were full of greed and excitement. "Ha ha!" King Qi and several other vassals also laughed. "This operation is so easy, thanks to King Jin's careful planning." "That's right. If it weren't for King Jin, how could we have won the world so easily?" They all praised Qin Shenzhan. It seemed as if he had already seen himself standing on the imperial city overlooking the world. After all, as long as the army they lead can reach Yinmen Pass, the overall situation will be settled. "It's not all my fault," Qin Shenzhan said indifferently. "If it weren't for the help of several people, my 15 army would not be able to achieve great things." Although he already had a plan to use Su Shijun's poison to target several other vassal kings, he still couldn't show it. King Jin is humble, several other vassals said with a smile. Qin Shenzhan didn't say anything more and continued to walk towards Yinmen Pass with the army. However, not long after, the army stopped suddenly. What happened? The army stopped suddenly. Jin Wang, Qin Shenzhan, and others who were in the middle army all had doubts on their faces. At this time, some generals from the front army hurried over. "My lord, there is someone blocking the way in front of the army," the general said in a hurry. "You bastard! Wouldn't it be fine if someone blocked the way and killed him? Do you still need to report to us?" Qin Shenzhan said angrily. Before the confluence of several armies, in order to hide the news of their going north, they killed a lot of people. Almost all the villages and towns that passed by were completely slaughtered. That's right. Just kill him. Can he stop our 60 army by himself? Several other vassal kings also scolded one after another. They felt that they were about to fight Qin Jinyin's army, but now the army suddenly stopped, which was very unlucky. "My lord, it's not that I don't want to kill, but that person looks too strong," the general said helplessly. "I'm afraid he is a strong man in the Purple Mansion." A strong man in the Purple Mansion realm? Qin Shenzhan frowned slightly when he heard the words, and said, "Could it be that Qin Jinyin couldn't allocate any troops to stop us, so he sent a Purple Mansion realm practitioner to stop us?" "It's possible." The other feudal kings all nodded their heads. "I think Qin Xunshan's analysis makes sense." Since that's the case, a chill appeared in Qin Xunshan's eyes, and he said, "Then let some of the Zifu realm powerhouses we invite take action and chop off his head to sacrifice to the flag. Boost morale." "It is good." Several other vassal kings nodded one after another. Immediately, Qin Shenzhan and the others invited the strong men from the Zifu realm they had invited over one after another, and they went to the front of the army together. On the one hand, it was to kill the person who blocked the way, and, on the other hand, it was to show their strength to the army and motivate the soldiers. At this time, hundreds of feet away in front of the 60 army, Qin Feng was sitting cross-legged on a boulder, meditating, with sword aura faintly surrounding his body. A few tens of feet ahead, there were hundreds of cavalry who were wiped out by the sword energy. This is the only way to go to Yinmen Pass in the south. Ever since Qin Jinyin led the army to forcefully Fengshi back here, Qin Feng has been waiting here. By the way, gather the consciousness. Those cavalrymen were not killed by Qin Feng on his own initiative. They just encountered the sword energy around him, and then died by themselves. Are you enshrined by the royal family? Qin Shenzhan came to the front of the army, looked at each other from a distance, and said coldly, "Are you here today intending to abandon the dark and turn to the bright and surrender to us? Or are you here as a chariot?" The last time he saw Qin Feng was only in his teens. In addition, when Qin Feng was on the road, in order to avoid attracting attention, he did not wear royal clothes. So Qin Shenzhan did not recognize Qin Feng as the former deposed prince at all. Neither. Qin Feng, who failed to condense his consciousness again, slowly opened his eyes and said lightly, "I am here today to kill you all." While speaking, Qin Feng slowly got up and looked indifferently at the 60 army in front of him. As soon as these words came out, Qin Shenzhan and the others were visibly startled, very surprised by Qin Feng's answer. But then there was a burst of laughter. "Huh, you are a mere person, and you want to stop my 60 army, more than a dozen Zifu realm powerhouses." Qin Shenzhan laughed. His eyes were full of mockery and joking, and said, "I've seen people who are overconfident, but I've never seen someone who is so presumptuous. 60 troops, is that a lot?" Qin Feng's expression was indifferent, and he didn't pay attention to the 60 troops. While speaking, he covered a radius of tens of feet, and the almost transparent sword energy began to float. The golden sword soul in his hand also began to slowly condense. "It's extremely arrogant." When Qin Shenzhan heard the words, his eyes were full of chills, and then he ordered a strong man in the Purple Mansion beside him, "Take his head off for me, and sacrifice the blood to the banner." "It is good." Hearing the order, the strong man in the Purple Mansion in black robe agreed in a cold voice. The figure moved instantly, turned into afterimages, and killed Qin Feng at an extremely fast speed. The cultivation at the peak of the first layer of the Purple Mansion realm is undoubtedly revealed. However, Qin Feng didn't make a move at all. The cultivator in the Zifu realm was torn into pieces after hitting the sword energy covering Qin Feng's surroundings with a radius of tens of feet. Dead body. It almost looked like suicide. This scene shocked everyone immediately, and the gazes looking at this place were full of horror. It caused an uproar. What happened just now? This guy didn't make a move at all, and our Purple Mansion realm powerhouse died inexplicably. In the army, various shocking and unbelievable voices sounded one after another. They wondered if they had read wrong just now. That scene was truly astonishing. What's going on? How did he do it? Qin Shenzhan looked at the stumped limbs and arms all over the ground. His eyes were full of horror and disbelief, and his voice was trembling. A strong man in the first level of the Purple Mansion realm didn't even get close to Qin Feng, so he was smashed to pieces? This is too scary. Gudu. King Qi couldn't help swallowing, feeling his throat was dry, and said, This person's cultivation seems to be much stronger than we imagined. Isn't the strongest swordsman among the imperial family's offerings that old man, surnamed Chun? When did there become such a guy? The other vassal kings are also extremely fearful. Not only them, but the other Zifu realm powerhouses were also frightened by the scene just now, and they all looked at each other in blank dismay. He couldn't even guess what kind of state Qin Feng was in. Damn. So what if he is stronger? Qin Shenzhan suppressed the shock in his heart and said through gritted teeth, We have an army of 60, and there are so many strong people in the Purple Mansion. I don't believe I can't kill him. Then he issued a military order. 60 troops, wake up the battle formation. Boom! All of a sudden, the aura in the entire world became violent. The battle formation composed of 60 troops is extremely terrifying and terrifying. In the blink of an eye, all the soldiers were covered in a faint blood-colored light, and their breath was greatly improved. Not only that, but they developed some kind of special connection with each other. In this battle formation, more than half of the damage suffered by any soldier will be shared among the other 60 soldiers. This is very scary. You must know that these soldiers are cultivators in the first place, and with the improvement of the battle formation, they will become stronger one by one, if most of the damage can be shared. Even a strong man in the first level of the Zifu realm might not be able to kill many soldiers with all his strength, but would be killed by these soldiers instead. In that case, let's see if your 60 army can withstand my sword. Qin Feng said indifferently. While speaking, in his right hand, a golden sword soul has been condensed successfully. The sword soul is condensed from pure sword intent, surrounded by golden, mysterious, and complicated inscriptions on the hilt, revealing an extremely terrifying sword intent. Extremely arrogant. Kill me. Qin Shenzhan shouted loudly. Hundreds of thousands of troops were about to rush towards Qin Feng. The light emanating from each soldier is even more dazzling and resplendent. Boom! However, at this moment, 100-foot-long golden sword glow swept towards these soldiers. This golden sword glow released a terrifying sword intent. Along the way, a terrible gully appeared on the ground, as if to tear the earth apart. Looking at this terrifying sword light, no matter the 60 army or those strong men in the Purple Mansion realm, they all felt great fear. His eyes were full of panic, and he felt that he couldn't resist it at all. But now they have no way out, so they can only bite the bullet and go forward. Boom! The two sides collided together, and a terrifying energy fluctuation erupted between the heaven and the earth, deafening. The raging energy, like a tsunami, swept away from this place as the center. Wherever it passed, no matter whether it was a boulder or a tree, it was instantly turned into dust and turned into a barren wasteland. It was as if the end had come. Such a terrifying scene lasted for a long time, and it gradually subsided as the energy fluctuations gradually dissipated. The 60 army, under Qin Feng's terrifying sword, the battle formation collapsed, tens of thousands of casualties. The rest of them were also injured to varying degrees. In a short period of time, they lost their combat effectiveness and lay on the ground moaning in pain. Even the strong people from the Purple Mansion realm who were invited were like this, not much better than those soldiers. The scene was extremely shocking. On the other hand, Qin Feng, under this terrifying energy fluctuation, was not harmed at all, and even did not move at all. Only the clothes fluttered in the wind, as graceful as a fairy. No, how is this possible? This is impossible. Looking at the scene in front of him, Qin Shun's Han made an unbelievable voice. His 60 troops. There are more than a dozen strong men in the Purple Mansion realm. Can't even hold a sword. As I said just now, a mere 60 troops can't stop me. Qin Feng's expression was indifferent. He didn't intend to kill, because Qin Jinyan led the army to fight Li Fengqi. Both sides must have suffered heavy losses. These soldiers can just supplement the Jinbei army and several other armies. You? At this moment, Qin Xunshan's eyes were full of panic, and he couldn't even speak. Stop talking nonsense. Your body can be borrowed from me. Qin Feng, who had just absorbed the Yin energy in the battlefield with the magic beads, said indifferently. While speaking, he waved his sleeves, and the majestic spiritual energy directly turned into a gust of wind, sweeping towards Qin Shun's Han and the others. Do not! Amidst the terrified screams, all of Qin Shun's Han and the others were swept away by the gust of wind and fell towards the distant mountains. Qin Feng didn't stay here either. He turned around and left, leaving the remaining army of more than 50 troops, all of them extremely at a loss. I wonder if I had a nightmare. Their 60 troops were originally going to wipe out Qin Jinyan's army, but suddenly they were killed one by one with a sword, and even King Jin and the others were taken away. Who was that strong man just now? Could it be the strong swordsman who once beheaded the ancient corpse of the exorcising sect? According to the rumors, isn't he not related to the great Xia royal family? The voice of discussion kept ringing among these soldiers. When they spoke, their words were filled with unbelievable fear. Even though the soldiers who could see Qin Feng's appearance in front of the army just now were all wiped out by that sword, the remaining soldiers didn't even see Qin Feng's appearance. But in their minds, a vague figure holding a long sword was forever engraved in the seal, which will never be forgotten. At the same time, in a dense forest, Qin Shun's Han and others who were swept by the strong wind fell down heavily. And just as they landed, Qin Feng had already arrived. Who are you? Why do you want to help Qin Jinyan? Looking at Qin Feng in horror, Qin Shun's Han and the other feudal lords were puzzled. In their view, Qin Feng is at least the 7th or 8th level of the Purple Mansion realm, or even stronger, an invincible existence in the entire Kanglan territory. They really couldn't figure out what kind of conditions Qin Jinyan had offered to invite a strong man like Qin Feng to help. Because he is my third brother, is that enough reason? Qin Feng said lightly. As soon as this remark came out, Qin Shun's Han and the others were startled, obviously not reacting. After a while, everyone's complexion changed suddenly. Qin Feng. You are actually Qin Feng. At this moment, they finally understood why they thought Qin Feng looked familiar at the beginning. In this world, there are only 2 people who can call Qin Jinyan the third younger brother. But Qin Feng was the only one they hadn't seen for many years, and he didn't even show up at Qin Jinyan's enthronement ceremony. But you are only less than 100 years old now. How could you be so strong? Qin Xunshan's eyes were full of inconceivable words. Not to mention that they had never heard of Qin Feng's extraordinary talent. Even if Qin Feng was really gifted, he should have lost his martial arts long ago after being imprisoned in the Imperial Mausoleum for so many years. I'm going to die anyway. What's the use of knowing so much? Qin Feng said lightly. While speaking, there was a faint wave of aura on his palm. What are you going to do? Looking at Qin Feng in front of them, Qin Shun's Han, several other feudal lords, and the powerhouses of the Zifu realm were all incomparably terrified. Qin Feng defeated 60 troops so easily, which made them fully aware of Qin Feng's horror. But they didn't understand why Qin Feng didn't kill them directly, but brought them into this dense forest. He didn't understand what Qin Feng was going to do to them. Didn't you just say it? Let me use your body. Qin Feng said lightly. Come try my corpse control technique. How is your practice? After comprehending the corpse control technique, he has never actually used it. Now it happens that there are Qin Shun's Han and others, and he plans to refine the bodies of these people and try the corpse control technique. Corpse control technique? Are you a member of the corpse exorcism sect? Hearing this, a strong man in the Zifu realm said in horror. Wasn't the exorcist faction wiped out by the mysterious strong man? How come there are such strong people alive? Qin Feng didn't pay attention to the words, quickly formed seals with both hands, and drove one after another rune seals into the bodies of these people. There are dead bodies in the corpse control technique, but there are also living people. Although it is simple to refine corpses, few of those corpses can master martial arts in life, and they only fight with their strong bodies. But if the refining directly refines the living person, it will be different. After all, it was his first attempt to use the corpse control technique, so he started from the more difficult aspects. What? Soon, the sound of screams sounded in this dense forest, which was extremely miserable. Startled the birds. Qin Shun's Han and the others were extremely regretful at this time, hating themselves for why they had left behind being a good vassal king and rebelled. Don't talk about the throne now. I'm afraid I won't even have good death. Regarding these people's screams and begging for mercy, Qin Feng's expression was indifferent, without any mercy. The suffering they are suffering now is really nothing compared to the evil they have done in the past. During these 2 days, the army led by Qin Junyan wanted to fight Li Fengqi decisively, but the opponent could not get out of Yinmen Gate. They were about to evacuate Yinmen Pass, but they were all delayed. In addition, the news that Jin King Qin Shun's Han led the army to attack spread in the barracks, which caused the more than 60 troops to panic, and their morale was extremely low. Only the 20 people brought by General Jinan and the 10 people in the Imperial City camp can maintain high morale. On the other hand, the army led by Li Fengqi was full of high morale and momentum. Li Fengqi stood at the gate of Yinmen, looking at Qin Junyan's army in front of him. His eyes were full of ridicule and banter. General, the news sent by King Jin has just arrived, and the army he leads will soon arrive at Yinmen Pass. A deputy general came to Li Fengqi's side and said respectfully, he told us to go out now and fight Qin Junyan's army so that they can attack from behind and defeat them in one fell swoop. Ah, very good. Hearing this, Li Fengqi immediately laughed and said viciously, I have fought for so many years, but I have never fought so aggrieved. Send an order, the army goes out and fights to the death with Qin Junyan. As ordered. Hearing the words, the deputy general immediately agreed respectfully. The news that Qin Shunshan's army was coming quickly spread within Yinmen Pass. Hundreds of thousands of troops are preparing to walk out of Yinmen Pass and fight to the death with Qin Junyan's army. The two armies confronted each other at such close range. Their actions were naturally known to Qin Junyan and the others. Your Majesty, it seems at this time Li Fengqi's army is not trying to harass us, but to fight us to the death. General Jinan said with a gloomy expression. Qin Shunshan's army is almost here. Qin Junyan was somewhat unwilling. During these 2 days, they tried their best, but they still couldn't destroy Li Fengqi's army, nor could they successfully evacuate from this place. He knew very well what would happen if Qin Shunshan's army arrived here. Unwilling to fail like this, Your Majesty, let old Chun and the others escort you away. General Jinan persuaded. That's right. It's too dangerous here. Father, please leave first. Qin Zining was also very worried. During this period of time, she killed countless enemies on the battlefield, experienced bloody training, and the aura exuding from her whole body became much more sassy. There's a kind of demeanor of Lu Qingzhu. A country cannot live without a king for a day. The other important ministers all nodded in agreement. They all felt that there was almost no possibility of winning this battle. It is too dangerous for Qin Junyan to stay here. If Mr. Chun and his group of Zifu realm powerhouses were to escort them, there was still a possibility of sneaking away from this place. If I run away, my morale will collapse completely, and there will be no hope of winning at all. Qin Jinyan shook his head and said, if I stay here, there may still be a chance of defeating Qin Shenzhan and the others. Even if they cannot be defeated, they can still injure them severely and give the court officials time to call up troops to guard the imperial city. In the past 2 days, he has carefully considered that even if this battle is inevitable, he must severely injure Qin Shenzhan's army, so as to buy time for the officials in the imperial city to mobilize soldiers and horses to guard the imperial city. It's the best he can do. Hearing what Qin Jinyan said, General Jinnan and the others looked at each other, not knowing how to persuade him. Because what Qin Jinyan said was indeed very reasonable. At such a time, if Qin Jinyan leaves, his morale will inevitably collapse. Okay, don't worry about me. Hurry up and set up your troops and prepare to meet the enemy. Qin Jinyan said slowly. It is best to destroy Li Fengqi's army before Qin Shenzhan's army arrives. Although he knew it was impossible, he could only speak encouragement now. It is good. General Jinnan and several other generals nodded their heads one after another. They didn't waste any more time and began to command the army, preparing for the battle. An hour later, a fierce battle broke out outside Yemen Pass. Kill! The sound of fighting was deafening. On the wide-ranging battlefield, soldiers from both sides fought together, and the auras of different colors collided, bursting out bursts of aura fluctuations. Especially the battle between the generals in the sky is even more intense. Although there are wars on both sides, soldiers are still killed and fallen every moment. There are corpses everywhere, and the smell of blood filled the air, which was extremely tragic. Although the army led by Qin Jinyan, the number of strong people in the Purple Mansion is more, and they have an advantage. But the morale of their soldiers is too low, while the morale of the other side is high. In addition, Li Fengqi's goal was not to defeat Qin Jinyan's army, but to disrupt it. The battle had just begun, and the soldiers of both sides were completely fused together. Those strong men in the Purple Mansion were restrained everywhere in order to avoid harming their own soldiers. As a result, the battle between the two sides actually showed a balance of power. Jin Wang's army is coming. If you don't want to be buried with this dog emperor, stay away from the battlefield. With his own strength, Li Fengqi alone fought against the two strong men of the same realm, and he did not fall behind, and the voice blessed by spiritual energy resounded throughout the battlefield. It wasn't just him who was shouting, all the soldiers of the Jinbei army were shouting the same. The news that King Jin's army was coming to attack them was already known to everyone, but now Li Fengqi led the Jinbei army to attack with all their might, coupled with the shouting like a tsunami. For a while, the morale of Qin Jinyan's army dropped even more. Some soldiers even started to flee. This dog emperor's army is vulnerable to a single blow. We can defeat it without King Jin's army coming. Among the Jinbei army, the lieutenant who was most valued by Li Fengqi and had high prestige laughed loudly. His voice was blessed by spiritual energy and spread throughout the battlefield. For a while, the morale of the Jinbei army became even higher. No, it can't go on like this. Qin Zining, who had been protecting Qin Jinyan all the time, saw the drastic drop in morale and said solemnly on her pretty face. She hesitated for a moment, and her eyes locked on the lieutenant general. Great River Sword Intent. A squeak. Qin Zining directly used her strongest swordsmanship and slashed towards the general. The sword intent, like a rushing river, is daunting. What? The lieutenant general had just broken through the Zifu realm last month and had been on guard against other Zifu realm experts, never expecting that Qin Zining would make a sudden move. And as soon as he came up, it was a killer move, and his face was full of panic. He turned around to escape. It's a pity that he was facing Qin Zining, who had cast a sword intent, and there was no possibility of him escaping, so he was wiped out with a single strike. The bloody figure fell towards the ground, drawing a bloodstain in the air. Seeing that the enemy general was beheaded, the 20 troops led by General Jinnan and the dash troops of the Imperial City Camp became even more morale and fought bravely with the Jinbei army. For the next 2 full hours, extremely fierce battles were going on the battlefield. Although the morale of the Jinbei army is high, there are not many strong people in the Zifu realm, and the number of soldiers is also at a disadvantage. In the continuous battle, they finally fell into a disadvantage. What's going on? It's been 3 hours, and it's almost dark. Why hasn't King Jin's army come yet? Li Fengqi, covered in blood, roared angrily. The faces of the other lieutenants were also extremely ugly. According to the secret letters sent by King Jin, their army should have arrived half an hour ago. King Jin. Look, King Jin is here. At this moment, a lieutenant pointed to the sky in the distance and said with great surprise. Hearing the sound of exclamation, Li Fengqi's gaze immediately turned to the end of the sky and found that there were indeed several figures flying over. The leader among them was Jin Wang Qin Shenzhan. Ah, King Jin is here, great. Li Fengqi laughed and said, with the support of King Jin's army, we will be able to destroy the army of the Dog Emperor immediately. Although he was curious in his heart, he didn't understand why Qin Shenzhan and several other vassals did not personally lead an army to attack Qin Junyin's army from the north, but flew directly over, but he didn't think too much about it. I feel like I finally see hope. Welcome, King Jin. Welcome, King Jin. The soldiers of the Jinbei army, who were caught in a bitter battle, all shouted at this time. All of them were extremely excited. They were at a disadvantage before and suffered heavy casualties. Now that they saw Jin Wang and others, they felt that they could finally end this difficult battle and completely defeat the army led by Qin Junyin. Qin Xunshan's army is here. Everything is over. At the same time, the soldiers led by Qin Junyin all let out voices of despair. Although they didn't see Qin Xunshan's 60 troops pouring into the battlefield, they felt that since Qin Shenzhan had already arrived, the 60 troops must have arrived as well. If they don't make a move now, they probably want to besiege rather than attack, and let them surrender directly. Morale, which was originally rising, also fell to the bottom all of a sudden. Damn it, give us another 2 hours. It only takes 1 hour to completely defeat Li Fengqi's army. God won't help me wait. Now we can only hope that Qin Xunshan's army will be severely damaged later. General Jinnan and others, after seeing Qin Shenzhan and several other feudal lords flying over in the sky, also said very bitterly. During these 2 hours, Qin Xunshan's army did not come. They thought it was some accident and they were delayed. So he wanted to destroy Li Fengqi's army first. When the time comes, the army will enter Yinmen Pass and guard against danger. Even if Qin Xunshan's army arrives, there is no need to be afraid. But they didn't expect that at the critical moment when they were about to defeat Li Fengqi's army, Qin Shenzhan and the others would suddenly arrive. Zining, you will find a way to leave this place later and leave me alone. Qin Junyin's hope also fell to the bottom, and he was also a little desperate. He himself can die in battle, but his daughter has a peerless sword body with an unimaginable upper limit. He doesn't want Qin Zining to die here too. Father, Qin Zining wanted to say something else. Chom, but Qin Junyin has already pulled out the Son of Heaven's sword, ready to rise into the sky and fight Jin Wang, Qin Shenzhan, and the others to the death to defend the final dignity. Even if it must lose, it must be severely injured. The same is true for other generals and important ministers who decided to make a last-ditch effort. At the same time, Li Fengqi, with a look of joy on his face, stepped on the void and quickly met Qin Shenzhan. He saluted respectfully, his voice blessed with aura, and he said slowly, "Welcome, all feudal lords." For a moment, the sound spread throughout the battlefield, and the fierce battle stopped. All eyes were on their figures in the sky. The soldiers of the Jinbei army were all so excited that they couldn't control themselves, while the soldiers of the army, led by Qin Junyin, were extremely desperately prepare for the final battle. However, what happened next was beyond everyone's expectations. Boom! Qin Shenzhan didn't say a word to Li Fengqi, who greeted him respectfully and directly shot, using powerful martial skills, and killed Li Fengqi. Very suddenly, although he was only at the 9th level of Luanhai realm before his death, and he is even weaker now, But this move caught Li Fengqi by surprise, and he retreated repeatedly. "What are you doing, Prince Jin?" Li Fengqi stepped back into the distance, looked at King Jin, and shouted in disbelief. Everyone else in the battlefield was also stunned. "What's going on? Isn't Qin Shenzhan here to help Li Fengqi?" "That's right. Why did he suddenly attack Li Fengqi?" For a time, there were countless voices of surprise. Whether it was the soldiers of the Jinbei army or the soldiers led by Qin Jinyan, all of them were stunned and didn't understand what was going on. But Qin Shenzhan in the sky ignored Li Fengqi's question at all and shot again. Not only him, but also the other feudal lords, as well as the strong men in the Purple Mansion led by them. "Qin Shenzhan, are you crazy? If you don't kill that dog emperor quickly, what are you doing to me?" Li Fengqi shouted angrily. However, what greeted him was not an answer, but Qin Shenzhan and others with even more ferocious martial arts. His face was livid, but he could only greet him with his hands. Boom, boom. In the sky, a fierce battle broke out immediately. The dazzling martial arts collided, bursting out bursts of light. Qin Shenzhan and the others were very ruthless in their moves, wanted to take Li Fengqi's life with every move, making everyone on the battlefield look dumbfounded. "What are you doing, a daze? Help me quickly." Li Fengqi gritted his teeth and shouted loudly. Although it was Qin Feng's first time to control a corpse to fight, none of these feudal lords and Zifu realm powerhouses could display their Zifu realm strength, but they were not afraid of getting hurt at all and fought with their lives. Li Fengqi couldn't stop such a fierce attack at all. "Go and help the general." Several lieutenants of the Jinbei army, as well as the two strong men in the Purple Mansion, finally came to their senses at this time and shouted and shot. The battle in the sky suddenly became more complicated and intense. There are constantly broken limbs and broken arms falling into the battlefield below. What the hell is going on here? Looking at this scene, Qin Junyan was dumbfounded. His uncle Wang obviously brought troops to attack him from both sides. Why did he suddenly attack Li Fengqi now? "I don't even know about it," several important ministers and generals said with wry smiles. The progress of the matter completely exceeded their expectations. "Your Majesty, I sent someone to check around the battlefield, and Qin Shenzhan didn't bring 60 troops at all." At this time, General Jinan came to Qin Jinyan's side and said respectfully, "There are only Jin Wang, Qin Shenzhan, and the others." As soon as Qin Shenzhan arrived, he immediately asked the deputy general to investigate the deployment of 60 troops as a response. But he did not expect that the periphery of the battlefield was completely empty. "What? There is number 60 troops at all?" When Qin Jinyan heard this, his face was full of disbelief, and he said, "How is it possible?" A few days ago, not only a secret letter from Jinyui was sent, but Jinyui Town Fusher sent many Jinyui to confirm the news is absolutely true. The last general sent out more than 200 spies to investigate all around the battlefield. It is true that there is no Qin Xuanshan's 60 troops, General Jinan said with a complicated expression. Now, not only Qin Junyan, but all the generals and important ministers were shocked. "Don't understand what's going on here. Qin Shenzhan clearly led an army of 60. Why didn't any of them rush here?" "Your Majesty, in any case, this is good news for us." An important minister was the first to react and said solemnly, "We should take this opportunity to completely wipe out this rebel army. As long as there is no Qin Xuanshan's 60 troops, it will not be difficult for them to defeat the Jinbei army led by Li Fengqi." "Rational." Qin Jian nodded when he heard the words, and then ordered, "Attack with all your strength and defeat the rebels in one fell swoop." He didn't want to destroy it, he just wanted to defeat it and take it prisoner. Although these soldiers followed the rebellion, although they were not completely innocent, cultivating these hundreds of thousands of soldiers consumed the huge national power of the dynasty and could not afford such consumption. As ordered, General Jinan and several generals respectfully agreed. They left here one after another to command the battle. Only Qin Zining stood by Qin Junyan's side to prevent dangerous people from approaching. "Soldiers, the enemy has no reinforcements. Kill me." The roaring voices of many generals resounded in the battlefield. If they said so before, these soldiers may not believe it. But now that Qin Shenzhan has taken action against Li Fengqi, there is nothing these soldiers can't believe. Kill. For a time, a more intense battle broke out. After such a long battle, the Jinbei army had already suffered heavy losses and took Qin Xuanshan's 60 troops as the last straw. Seeing that Qin Shenzhan not only failed to bring 60 troops, but also attacked Li Fengqi, their morale fell to the bottom in an instant. Facing the counterattack commanded by General Jinan, the army was defeated in an instant. The battle situation turned into a one-sided crush. In less than half an hour, the battle was completely over. The battlefield is full of soldiers of the Jinbei army who put down their weapons, put their heads in their hands, kneeled on the ground, and surrendered. Some of them escaped from the battlefield, but they were already chased by the cavalry sent by General Jinan. Boom! The Jinbei army below was defeated, and Li Fengqi and others in the sky were also not feeling well. After the battle formation collapsed, the few of them without special protection were completely vulnerable in front of Chun Lao and others who didn't have to worry about the battlefield below. It didn't take long for all of them to be seriously injured. They all fell to the ground one by one, smashing a big hole in the hard ground. Bastard! Qin Shenzhan, you must die! Li Fengqi, who was seriously injured and suppressed, roared angrily. In any case, he didn't understand why Qin Shenzhan suddenly changed his mind. Obviously, uniting with him can defeat Qin Junyuan and seize the throne, but instead he wants to help Qin Junyuan. Destroy all of them and take them down, and prepare to escort them to the imperial city. General Jinan looked at Li Fengqi and the others who were unwilling to howl, and said coldly. Several lieutenants heard the words, and immediately stepped forward, abolished Li Fengqi and others' cultivation bases, then tied them up with chains and escorted them away. What awaits Li Fengqi and the others will be a joint trial by the 3 divisions and a dark prison. After the war, in a dark forest, Qin Feng, who was sitting cross-legged, also opened his eyes. It's the first time to use the corpse control technique. Although it can't bring out the fighting power of these corpses, it's not bad overall. He muttered to himself. The corpse control technique requires extremely high spiritual awareness. Normal corpse exorcising disciples need decades of trying to control the corpse. But for Qin Feng, it was easy. It took just over 3 hours. It's a pity that these corpses are too weak, and it's not worth my trouble to continue refining. After being satisfied, Qin Feng said with a little disappointment. After all, this is his first time. He originally wanted to keep these corpses and keep refining them to strengthen them, but Qin Shenzhan and the others are really not strong, so it is not worth his effort. Shaking his head, Qin Feng decided not to want those corpses anymore. He didn't stay here any longer, got up and left. On the bloody battlefield, Qin Junyuan looked at the victorious army with mixed feelings for a moment. In just a few days, he experienced the interweaving of despair and hope several times, as if wandering between heaven and hell, and the pressure in his heart was also very great. Now the victory is finally decided. Father, are you all right? Seeing Qin Junyuan's abnormal expression, Qin Zening quickly asked, Do you want me to call the Imperial doctor for you? No, King Jin and the others are all injured. Let the Imperial doctor check them out. Looking at Jin Wang Qin Shenzhan and the others standing in the void covered in blood, Qin Junyuan said in a deep voice. Although he didn't know why Qin Shenzhan wanted to help him, he felt that the most urgent thing now was to get someone to heal Qin Xuanshan's injuries to prevent them from getting worse. When the other people heard the words, their eyes also fell on the figures of Qin Shenzhan and others in the sky. All of them had complicated expressions, and they really didn't understand what Qin Shenzhan and the others were thinking. Plop, plop. However, at this moment, Qin Shenzhan and the others fell from the sky and landed on the ground as if they were suddenly unconscious. What happened? Seeing this scene, Qin Junyuan and the others were all surprised. They all stepped forward quickly. However, when they saw Qin Shenzhan and the others at close range, their faces changed. All of them have no breath and are dead. General Jinan said in amazement. How could this be? Weren't they all fine just now? Why did they all die suddenly? Qin Junyan looked incredible. Even if these people were seriously injured in the previous battle, they shouldn't all die all at once. And died so suddenly. As if agreed. At this time, the Imperial Doctor had rushed over to examine the bodies of Qin Shenzhan and several other feudal lords. Your Majesty, these people have been dead for at least 3 hours. After a while, the Imperial Doctor's eyes were full of shock and disbelief. He also saw clearly the battle between Qin Shenzhan and Li Fengqi just now. How come Qin Shenzhan has been dead for more than 3 hours now? What? Has been dead for more than 3 hours? Qin Junyan was dumbfounded. Not only him, but many other generals and several important ministers were all stupid by themselves. The person who died 3 hours ago actually fought Li Fengqi in front of them just now? What a joke. Your Majesty, it is true that he died 3 hours ago. After the Imperial Doctor paused, he said solemnly, I suspect that they are corpses manipulated by the exorcism sect. As soon as he said this, the faces of the people present changed again. Everyone looked at each other, thinking that if Qin Shenzhan and the others were really dead for 3 hours, that was the only possibility. Could it be that the exorcists are helping us? Qin Junyan frowned and said, Impossible. The corpse exorcist sect is a feud with us, and they have already been exterminated. How could someone suddenly help us? The others also frowned, feeling that it was really impossible. Their blood feud with the exorcist sect is deeper than that with the demons. After all, it was a matter of several great dynasties working together to exterminate the evil spirits, and it was the Great Xia dynasty's own efforts to injure the once most glorious exorcism faction. And, at this moment, soldiers with the appearance of spies came across the battlefield in a hurry. Your Majesty, we have found Qin Xuanshan's 60 troops. The spy knelt on one knee, with an unconcealable shock on his face. Found it? Where? When Qin Junyan heard the words, he immediately asked, Why didn't they come here with Qin Shenzhan? The 60 troops have all been defeated, the spy said slowly. In just one sentence, like a thunderbolt from the clear sky, everyone present was stunned. They wondered if their ears had heard it wrong. That's 60 troops, not 60 pigs. It was the painstaking efforts of several feudal lords for countless years. Even Mr. Chun and the others could hardly retreat from these large armies. Now the spies say that the 60 army has been defeated. How could they not be shocked? What nonsense are you talking about? General Jinan shouted coldly and said, That is an army of 60, except for the army we lead. There is no other army in the entire Great Xia dynasty that can fight against it. How could it be defeated inexplicably? If these spies were not trained by him himself, he must doubt whether these spies are spies. General, my subordinates absolutely dare not talk nonsense. The spy said helplessly and bitterly. The 60 army was defeated more than 3 hours ago. And it wasn't any army that defeated them, but one person. From the mouth of the defeated soldier, he already understood the general process of the matter. One person. General Jinan was startled, then frowned even tighter, and asked, What's going on here? The spy didn't hide anything, and immediately reported all the information he learned from the defeated 60 army. After hearing his words, Qin Junyan and many important officials and generals were all shocked for a while. One person, one sword, defeated an army of 60. They were all amazed. It's hard to imagine what a terrible scene it was. He even suspected that the spy was lying. After all, that was a full 60 army, and with the blessing of the battle formation, how could it be easily defeated by one person? Go and see, Qin Junyan said in a deep voice. Seeing is believing. Afterwards, Qin Junyan let the spies lead the way and flew towards the direction where the 60 army was defeated. Among the 60 troops at this time, except for those generals, not many escaped, and most of them were meditating to heal their injuries, waiting for the Imperial army to come. These soldiers knew in their hearts that if they surrendered obediently, although Qin Junyan would punish them, at least he would not kill them all. And if they escape at this time and are captured, they will definitely die. Not long after, Qin Junyan and the others arrived here. Seeing the 60 army in disarray, the destroyed battle formation, many generals and ministers, they couldn't help but gasp. This scene is really shocking. There's a very powerful sword intent remaining between the heavens and the earth. Old Chun said solemnly. Very familiar. I feel like the strong swordsman who has helped us several times. It started when the old eunuch was killed. He has been in contact with Qin Feng's residual sword intent several times, and he is so familiar with it that he sensed it immediately. It's hard to defeat 60 troops with a single strike, even for a 5th-level powerhouse in the Purple Mansion realm. The general of Jinan looked dignified and said doubtfully, "It feels like at least a strong person in the 8th layer of the Purple Mansion realm can do it. One must know that although there is no danger for the 60th heavenly layer powerhouse in the Purple Mansion realm to face an army of Dash, it is absolutely impossible to defeat them with a single sword strike. A sword cultivator with such strength is at least a strong person in the 8th level of the Purple Mansion realm. A powerhouse in the 8th heaven of the Purple Mansion realm." As soon as this remark came out, a minister immediately said, "Isn't the swordsman who helped us kill the ancient corpse of the exorcism sect only the 5th heaven of the Purple Mansion realm? How come it's only been a few decades, and it's already the 8th heaven of the Purple Mansion realm?" After the 5th heaven of each realm, the promotion speed is extremely slow. Under normal circumstances, it would take at least 50 years for Zifu realm 5th level to be promoted to 6th level, let alone promoted to 8th level. Why has it only been a few decades now? And that strong swordsman has already reached the 8th level of the Purple Mansion realm. That's right. The speed of this cultivation is a bit too fast, isn't it? Several other generals and ministers also spoke one after another. It feels incredible. That mysterious swordsman has great supernatural powers. It's not something we can guess. Shen Lao said with a serious expression. After all, the mysterious swordsman who used to be strong had condensed an avatar in the spiritual path and saved Qin Zining. The others nodded thoughtfully when they heard the words. By the way, the one who controlled the corpses of King Jin and the others just now, shouldn't it be this strong swordsman? A general suddenly remembered something and said with a look of horror in his eyes. What he said immediately stunned everyone present, and then suddenly realized. Everyone was still curious just now why the corpse exorcist would control Qin Shenzhan to help them besiege Li Fengqi. If the person who controls the corpses of Qin Shenzhan and others is not a member of the corpse exorcism sect, but the swordsman who has helped them several times before, that makes sense. However, that mysterious strong man is a sword cultivator. How can he still have the energy to practice the skills of the corpse exorcist sect? Someone made a suspicious voice. When the others heard the words, they were also extremely puzzled. People's energy and time are very limited. It must have been very difficult for that mysterious strong man to have such a powerful attainment in the way of swordsmanship. Why do you still have the energy to practice the skills of the corpse exorcist sect? However, no one could answer their shock and doubts. What is His Majesty thinking? General Jinan noticed that Qin Junyan hadn't spoken, so he couldn't help but ask in doubt. I'm thinking about the true identity of that mysterious strong man. Qin Junyan looked solemn and said slowly, "If he helped me earlier because of his relationship with the great Xia royal family, then he shouldn't help me at all this time. Because in the final analysis, this battle is just a battle for the throne within the royal family. But he helped me, which is really strange. I doubt whether he's a member of the Daxia royal family, and he is of our line." As soon as Qin Junyan's words came out, the faces of everyone present changed drastically. I think his analysis is really reasonable. If that mysterious swordsman was only related to the royal family, there was absolutely no need to stop Qin Shenzhan, because Qin Shenzhan was also a member of the royal family after all. In this way, the greatest possibility is that they belong to the same vein as Qin Junyan. If this conjecture is true, then wouldn't our great Xia imperial family have an extra powerhouse from the 8th level of the Purple Mansion realm? An important minister said incomparably excitedly. When he spoke, he deliberately lowered his voice for fear of being heard by the soldiers in the distance. The others were also extremely excited. But who could he be? Qin Jinyan thought for a moment. With a troubled expression on his face, he said, "Among the children of the royal family in our lineage, there is not a single one who is as strong as a swordsman in the 8th level of the Purple Mansion realm. The descendants of the royal family of their line all live in the Imperial City and nearby, and can often be seen." But he didn't feel that anyone was like a strong man in the 8th layer of the Purple Mansion realm. "I think His Majesty can ask Genie Wei to secretly investigate the palace in the name of investigating the enemy's spies." Old Chun looked solemn and said slowly, "If that mysterious swordsman is really a member of the royal family, it is very likely that he is hiding somewhere in the palace. After all, there is a powerful, startling dragon array in the Imperial Palace, which is the place with the most aura in the entire dynasty." Hearing what he said, Qin Jinyan hesitated, because when the mysterious swordsman saved his father, he once said that it is best not to investigate his identity. He didn't want to disturb this mysterious swordsman. Clean up the battlefield first, and let's talk about it after the squadron returns to the court, Qin Jinyan said slowly. He was going to discuss with Qin Feng after he returned to the Imperial City whether he should secretly investigate the Imperial Palace in the name of investigating the enemy's spies. After all, he would always ask Qin Feng about many things he didn't understand before. He felt that Qin Feng should be able to give him a good suggestion on this question. In the following time, several generals began to command the soldiers separately, responsible for cleaning the battlefield and registering all the soldiers who surrendered, and let them identify each other and execute all the soldiers who slaughtered the people during the siege of the Northern Army. And the busiest one was General Jinan. He didn't stop at all, so he directly led an army of 15 to the north. The east, west, and south directions of the dynasty were fine, and there was no turmoil during this period. But the north is different. After Li Fengqi rebelled, the defense of the north was empty, and the northern barbarians invaded and plundered aggressively. He wanted to lead the army to drive away the invading and looting northern barbarians and save the people from the fire and water. After the battle, Qin Jinyan did not rush back to the Imperial City and directly moved into Yanmen Pass. For the next period of time, he plans to stay in the north to stabilize the people's hearts. After all, when Li Fengqi rebelled, the entire north was in chaos. Countless cities were destroyed, a large number of people were displaced, and the hearts of the people were lost. His stay in the north can not only play a role in supervising local officials, but also stabilize the hearts of the people. At the same time, the news about the defeat of Li Fengqi and Qin Shenzhan began to spread rapidly among the dynasty. There are not a few people who pay attention to this rebellion, not only the many families and sects in the Great Xia dynasty, but also several other great dynasties. Although those dynasties did not dare to take the opportunity to invade and annex, and those who were worried about the Great Xia royal family tore down the demon-suppressing tower in a rage, and they all died together, but they still kept paying attention. But no one thought that it would be Qin Jinyan who won in the end. Everyone was shocked. One must know that the combined army of Li Fengqi and Qin Shenzhan is already 110 million. Moreover, it was later reported that Qin Shenzhan invited more than a dozen Zifu realm powerhouses from several powerful sects to help him on the condition of ceding the territory. No matter how you look at this battle, it should be Qin Shenzhan who will win. They really couldn't figure out why it was Qin Jinyan who won in the end. But soon, news spread that there was a mysterious swordsman who defeated an army of 60 with one sword. This news was even more shocking than the news that Qin Jinyan's army had won. The 60 army was defeated by a mysterious swordsman with a single blow? Could it be that the mysterious swordsman has a cultivation level above the 8th level of the Purple Mansion realm? The mysterious master of swordsmanship. Shouldn't he be Sword Immortal Xiaoyao? Sword Immortal Xiaoyao, who once wiped out the demon sect with one sword, should be very strong. But why did Sword Immortal Xiaoyao help Qin Jinyan? For a time, the entire Kanglan domain was filled with the voices of various discussions. They were shocked by the strength of the swordsman, and at the same time wondered why the swordsman wanted to help Qin Junyan. All kinds of speculation emerge in endlessly. Although most people agree, the person who made the move this time was Sword Immortal Xiaoyao. But why Xiaoyao's Sword Immortal attacked Qin Xuanshan's army? There is no unified answer. Some people think that Xiaoyao's Sword Immortal is a member of the Great Xia royal family, while others think that Qin Shunzhan is usually domineering and accidentally offended Xiaoyao's Sword Immortal. What's more, those who are strong believe that they do what they want, and don't need a reason at all. It's possible that he just passed by and saw an army of 60 and wanted to try his sword skills. As for the news that Qin Shunzhan and the others were turned into ancient corpses, because the people who knew about it were important ministers and generals, and Qin Junyan ordered to block the news, it did not spread. After leaving the dense forest, Qin Feng was not in a hurry to return to the imperial tomb. Instead, he found a quiet place in a mountain range where even mercenaries seldom entered, and prepared to try to gather his consciousness again. Although the dead body control technique of the corpse exorcist faction has relatively high requirements for spiritual consciousness. But after successful cultivation, there is also a lot of improvement in spiritual consciousness. Qin Feng felt that this time he could almost succeed in cohesion. Deep in a mountain range, in an inaccessible place, there is an extremely huge lake. The surface of the lake is sparkling under the sunlight. In the middle of the lake, at a height of about half a foot from the water, there was a figure sitting there cross-legged, incomparably calm and peaceful. There are no fluctuations released from body. It almost looks like a lifelike statue. Even the swimming fish in the lake were not afraid of him at all, and some fish even opened their mouths to bite his clothes hanging in the water. Qin Feng maintained this quiet and peaceful state for a full month. In the end, those birds and beasts who came to the lake to drink water were even used to Qin Feng's existence, thinking that Qin Feng was a statue. In fact, Qin Feng's current consciousness is in his own spiritual space. It was dark there. It's just that there are strange fluctuations of spiritual consciousness, which are constantly looming in the dark space. In the dark space, there is a phantom sitting cross-legged. Strands of spiritual consciousness drifted into the phantom's body and slowly merged. At the same time, this ghost image became more and more solid. The process was slow, but Qin Feng was not in a hurry. And so another full month passed. The morning sun rose slowly, dispelled the chill of the night, and fell on Qin Feng, who was sitting cross-legged about half a foot away from the lake. On his shoulders, there were actually a few small birds chirping and chirping, as if they were arguing about something. Suddenly, in Qin Feng's body, an extremely strange fluctuation spread out. This kind of fluctuation does not have any killing atmosphere, but at an extremely fast speed, it covered a range of hundreds of miles. At this moment, all the ferocious beasts and birds within a radius of 100 miles all felt as if they were being targeted by ancient ferocious beasts, and their souls trembled. Their bodies are stiff and difficult to move. If it wasn't for the occasional leaves falling, it would look like time stood still here. After an unknown amount of time, Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes. The eyes reveal an indescribable depth, as if a starry sky is hidden inside. Crash! At this moment, those small birds on Qin Feng's shoulders were released from their strange state and quickly flapped their wings away from Qin Feng. Only then did they discover that Qin Feng was not a dead thing at all, but a strong human race. At the same time, within a radius of 100 miles, those magical beasts that seemed to be targeted by ancient fierce beasts finally returned to normal and were able to move. Their eyes were full of panic. They didn't know what happened just now. Could it be that there really was an ancient ferocious beast that passed by here? Call! Qin Feng, who opened his eyes, finally breathed a long sigh of relief and murmured, "It took nearly a year to finally successfully condense the spiritual consciousness. It is really not easy." Prior to this, although the aura he needed for the Primordial Chaos Sword Body far surpassed that of ordinary practitioners, his level of improvement was slow. But that is also as long as one absorbs enough aura one can break through easily. Even when breaking through the void refining realm, there is no threshold at all. Gathering his consciousness this time made him really feel the difficulty. I don't know if with my current strength, I can leapfrog to fight and kill the cultivators of the 5th level of the void refining realm. After sighing, Qin Feng murmured to himself somewhat uncertainly. If others heard this, they would definitely feel that he was dreaming. Not to mention that the higher the realm, the greater the gap between each small realm, and ordinary people simply cannot leapfrog to fight. You must know that the 5th heaven of each great realm is a qualitative leap, and that is an even more insurmountable gap. However, Qin Feng dared to think so he was not just dreaming. But his whole cards are too many. The Primordial Chaos Sword Body is a special physique unparalleled in the world. He is far superior to practitioners of the same level, and he has mastered the superb sword technique of Wanjian. In the Purple Mansion, a field such as Buddha's Pure Land has been opened up. Now the void refining realm has condensed the consciousness again. Qin Feng felt that it was really not particularly difficult for him to kill a 5th level practitioner of the void refining realm. It's a pity that in the entire Kanglan region, let alone the 5th level of the void refining realm, there are not even strong people in the void refining realm. I don't even have a chance to try. After thinking for a moment, Qin Feng shook his head helplessly. It seems that sometimes too strong is not a good thing. Not even a whetstone. Although there are experts in other stronger domains, Qin Feng has no plans to go to other domains for the time being, because he only pays attention to stability. If you want him to leave the Kanglan territory, you must at least be invincible in the void refining realm. Afterwards, Qin Feng got up slowly, did not stay here any longer, stepped on the void, and left the lake. After Qin Feng returned to the Imperial City, he found that Qin Junyuan and the others were still in the north and hadn't come back. However, after knowing that they were not in danger, but to stabilize the hearts of the people in the north, Qin Feng didn't care. He went straight back to the Imperial tomb. What? The little white fox, who was lying on the deck chair basking in the sun, couldn't help being a little puzzled when he saw Qin Feng come back. She clearly remembered that Qin Feng was a useless prince, is not even allowed to leave the Imperial Mausoleum. Why did it come out for a few months this time? Don't those Imperial guards care? But although she was curious in her heart, she didn't ask any more questions, but continued to bask in the sun. Huh, you haven't left yet. Seeing the little white fox lying on his reclining chair, Qin Feng said in surprise. The little white fox has run away several times before, even to the East China Sea. He thought that since he hadn't come back in the past few months, the little white fox had already run away, but he didn't expect that the little white fox was still here. Stinky scum, to actually despise this princess, it's too much. Hearing Qin Feng's words, the little white fox was very angry. This human actually disliked her. It's just that Qin Feng couldn't understand her complaints at all. So he came to the recliner and grabbed her, then gently threw her into the grass beside him and lay down comfortably by himself. The recliner is still comfortable. Qin Feng couldn't help sighing. His spiritual consciousness has just successfully condensed and needs some time to warm up. Hateful. The little white fox who was thrown into the grass was even more angry. But she was too busy gathering jinshin and was too lazy to get angry with Qin Feng. During this period of time, with the gradual recovery of her cultivation, she was surprised to find that her comprehension of the way of swords improved very quickly while staying in this imperial tomb. This shocked her beyond belief. You know, in the past, she only had this kind of situation in places where those strong swordsmen had retreated. But the little white fox is still smarter. She quickly guessed the reason. I think it must be because the Emperor Taizu, who was buried in the imperial tomb, was also a strong swordsman during his lifetime. The little white fox found a soft grass, and after climbing down, he closed his eyes, wanted to take this opportunity to directly condense his sword heart, so as to improve his kendo attainments to a higher level. In the next 6 months, many things happened in the Great Xia dynasty. Qin Junyuan stabilized the north, and after the class teacher returned to the court, he immediately started to deal with the matters of the fiefdoms of the various feudal lords. Jin Wang and Qi Wang's 5 vassals rebelled, and all the soldiers under their command were recruited, so he would not be polite to the lineage of these vassals. 50,000 soldiers, led by the ministers of the court, went to the mansions of various vassal kings in 5 routes to search their homes. The family members of those vassal kings have long been under the surveillance of Jin Wei, and they can't escape at all. They were all handed over to the Ministry of Punishment for interrogation, and those who participated in rebellion or oppressed the people would be punished as crimes. Part of the wealth and land accumulated by these vassal kings over thousands of years was returned to the exploited people, and the rest was transported to the imperial city by merchant ships and included in the national treasury. For several months in a row, merchant ships entered the imperial city continuously, and the scene was incomparably spectacular. A large amount of gold, silver, and jewelry, as well as cultivation resources, have been collected into the national treasury, and a large number of officials are responsible for counting these treasures, which is very lively. Less than half of these treasures have arrived, and the treasury can't even put them down. But fortunately, after Qin Jinyan ascended the throne, he never accepted a concubine, resulting in many palaces in the harem being empty, just in time for these treasures. Your Majesty, with such a large amount of wealth, all of which will be included in the national treasury, the national power of our great Xia dynasty will surely rise to a higher level, far surpassing the other great dynasties. Hobu Shangshu said to Qin Jinyan with great joy. This wealth is in the hands of the various feudal lords, and they can only be left to indulge in luxury. But it is different if it is placed in the treasury. It can be used for the people. Hey, the wealth accumulated by the 5 vassal kings over the past 10,000 years is several times that of the national treasury. I really don't know how many common people are suffering from them. Qin Jinyan couldn't help but said. Hobu Shangshu was also silent when he heard the words. He knew before that the 5 feudal kings must be extremely rich, but he was still surprised by the wealth of the 5 feudal kings' families. These wealth are the blood and sweat of the people, and even their lives. Your Majesty, how should the other princes be dealt with? Asked the scholar of Wenyuan Pavilion. Jin Wei will cooperate with the criminal department to investigate these vassal kings. As long as they have violated the law, their family property will be confiscated and punished as a crime. Qin Jinyan said coldly. Even if you haven't violated the law, you have to turn over all the good land and return it to the people. Although during this period of time, there were quite a few old antiques from the royal family who came to persuade him to be considerate. But he didn't intend to show mercy. According to the order, many ministers present are respectful. Afterwards, everyone got busy. After Qin Jinyan finished dealing with many matters, he came to the imperial tomb. Brother Huang, these 2 300-year-old blood ginsengs were sent from Prince Jin's mansion, and they have the effect of prolonging life. As soon as he came to the imperial tomb, Qin Jinyan took out a sandalwood box. Qin Feng is now at the spirit transformation realm, and his progress is slow. He thinks that Qin Feng must have missed the best age for cultivation, and it may be difficult for him to make any progress in the future. So I specially gave these 2 blood ginseng plants to Qin Feng to help him prolong his life. Thank you. Qin Feng didn't refuse either, and accepted it with a smile. After a pause, he asked, "How is the prince's matter handled?" "It's almost done." When Qin Jinyan said this, an angry expression appeared on his face, and he said, "Those vassal kings search for the people's fat and people's anointing, and the wealth accumulated over the past 10,000 years is actually several times that of the national treasury. Normally, those vassal kings don't have to pay taxes and have been annexing land. Naturally, they're all rich and invincible." Qin Feng was not surprised. "Brother Huang, the national treasury is extremely abundant now. Where do you think it should be used the most?" Qin Jinyan couldn't help asking. In a few days, he was going to discuss with the ministers of the DPRK in China and asked Qin Feng's opinion in advance. If these wealth are not used, it is also a waste. Nature is education. Qin Feng said indifferently, "The youth is strong, so the country is strong. Educate." Qin Jinyan was startled. obviously surprised. His previous plan was to return wealth to the people and exempt them from taxes for decades, and recruit some strong people from the Zifu realm to enhance the deterrent power of the dynasty. Nowadays, there are very few major dynasties, whether it is the school of literature and Tao or the school of martial arts. Many ordinary people who want to become officials or practice can only enter those sects and families, which instead increases the strength of those sects and families. Qin Feng said indifferently, "Using those wealth to open more colleges and select talents is the best policy." After hearing Qin Feng's analysis, Qin Jinyan suddenly realized that he was a bit too short-sighted just thinking about reducing or exempting taxes. What the emperor said is very true. I will ask the ministers to discuss and add a college in a few days, Qin Jinyan said happily. Afterwards, he asked Qin Feng some more about his reform plan. The vassal kings everywhere have been eliminated, and the resistance to his reform is not so great. Qin Feng also appropriately mentioned some more timely reforms. Everything made Qin Jinyan amazed again and again. He felt that Qin Feng's way of thinking was completely different from anyone he met in Kanglanyu. If Qin Feng hadn't grown up with him since childhood, he even doubted whether Qin Feng was from Kanglanyu. By the way, have you seen any suspicious people during these years here? After asking about the policy, Qin Jinyan couldn't help asking, "Why did you suddenly think of asking this?" Hearing this, Qin Feng asked with some doubts, "Could it be that some evil spirits have sneaked in the palace?" "It's not." Qin Jinyan shook his head and then said in a deep voice, "I suspect that Xiaoyao Sword God is a member of the royal family of our lineage. So I asked Genie Wei to investigate secretly in the entire imperial city, including the imperial palace. But nothing was gained. Only this emperor's mausoleum is special. There is no Genie Wei to investigate. So I asked the emperor brother if he had seen any suspicious people appear near the Imperial Mausoleum." When Qin Feng heard this, his expression changed slightly. He naturally knew that after killing the demon sect, he had the title of Xiaoyao Sword God, but he never expected that Qin Jinyan would come to ask himself if he had seen the Xiaoyao Sword God. "That's it." After Qin Feng paused, he shook his head and said, "I have never seen anyone suspicious." Hearing this, although Qin Jinyan was somewhat disappointed, he was not surprised. The spiritual energy in this imperial tomb is thin. If those strong men hide in the palace, they will definitely choose other places with abundant spiritual energy. After that, Qin Jinyan didn't stay here for long and left after chatting for a few words. A few days after Qin Jiu came, Qin Zining also came to the imperial tomb, but it's for lunch. She hasn't been here for a long time, and she wants to eat the food made by Qin Feng. Qin Feng smiled helplessly, but he didn't refuse and cooked several special dishes. Seeing this, the little white fox was naturally very happy, even though Qin Zining still used her hands up and down, ravaging her body. But after all, they're delicious ones. She just endured it. During the meal, Qin Zining talked about many things. The Burial Sword Valley will open in 3 years' time. I don't know if I can get a good sword then. While chatting, she suddenly said worriedly, "Buried Sword Valley?" Hearing this, Qin Feng frowned slightly and said, "Is there such a place in the Kanglan region? Why don't I know? Don't the emperor know about the Burial Sword Valley?" When Qin Zining heard this, she was a little surprised and said, "The Burial Sword Valley is not in the Kanglan region. It's in the Dash Mountains between the Kanglan region and the Dongsang region." Hear her say that. Qin Feng frowned and recalled, "After a while, I found some memories about the Burial Sword Valley, but not many." Seeing this, Qin Zining immediately told Qin Feng some information about Burial Sword Valley. Eternal Continent is composed of many domains. The Kanglan domain is located in the southeast corner of the Eternal Continent. The Dongsang domain is located on the west side of the Kanglan domain, and the two domains are adjacent. However, because there are hundreds of thousands of mountains in the middle, where mercenaries and bandits are rampant, the connection between the two domains is not very close. The Burial Sword Valley is located in the 100,000 mountains between the two domains. This valley was originally very ordinary, but there was once a strong swordsman who broke through to the Saint Realm and buried the sword he had used here. Later, many sword masters from the two domains followed suit, burying their swords in the valley before dying. As more and more strong men buried their swords here, the name of the valley was also called the Valley of Burying Swords. I don't know how many good swords were buried inside. On weekdays, this Valley of Burying Swords is not open. Only the sword can enter it, and after entering it, there's no way to come out. It can only be entered when it is opened occasionally. On the day of opening, swordsmen from both domains will go there, wanting to see if they can get the approval of those peerless swords inside and take them away. At your age, you have such martial arts and swordsmanship. Even before the Demon Sealing War, you can be regarded as a genius. Do you still have to worry about not getting a good sword? Qin Feng comforted with a smile. However, Qin Zining's pretty face was still worried. She said, going into the Burial Sword Valley to get swords, whether you can get the approval of those swords depends not on your cultivation and kendo attainments, but on the likes and dislikes of those swords. No matter what your cultivation level and talent are, as long as you are not recognized by those swords, everything is useless. Qin Feng frowned slightly upon hearing this. Can this be done? But he felt relieved after thinking about it. The swords in the Burial Sword Valley are all high grade, more spiritual, and they are not just cast, they used to have owners. To gain their approval, to have the shadow of their former master is probably the most important thing. If that's the case, then there's nothing to worry about. Qin Feng said with a faint smile. It's useless to worry anyway. Hearing his comfort, Qin Zining was a little dumbfounded. But it made sense, and then happily ate the food made by Qin Feng. After eating and chatting with Qin Feng for a while, he left. Buried Sword Valley, I happen to be short of a sword. You can go and have a look. Qin Feng muttered to himself. After signing in for so many years, although he has obtained a lot of weapons, he doesn't have many swords, and their grades are very average. It broke after he used it a few times. He thought he could go to the Burial Sword Valley to have a look. After all, there are quite a few strong swordsmen who buried their swords there. And even if you can't find a suitable one, maybe you can get a good sword after signing in. Smelly scum, sleep too much, dreaming in broad daylight. Hearing the words, the little white fox shook his head and said, she felt that the good sword in the Burial Sword Valley, no matter how much she did not value cultivation and talent, would not be able to recognize Qin Feng, who had just transformed into a spiritual realm. After all, laziness is not the quality a sword repairer should possess. 3 years passed by in a hurry. During this period, all kinds of academies, whether it is martial arts or literary arts, have sprung up like mushrooms in the territory of the great Xia royal family. A large number of ordinary people were recruited into the academy. Not only that, even people from other dynasties poured into the many academies of the great Xia dynasty. Such a scene made other dynasties a little wary. Because of this, sooner or later, the strength of the great Xia dynasty will far exceed those of their several great dynasties. But even though they were vigilant in their hearts, the other great dynasties were helpless. After all, opening a large number of colleges requires a lot of resources. Their national treasury is not sufficient, and they can't cut off the feudal clan like a strong man, so they can only look at it and sigh. In the blink of an eye, it was the day when the Burial Sword Valley opened. Above a square in the Imperial Palace, a huge ancient ship hovered in midair, and below are people like Qin Jinyan. The age requirements for entering the Burial Sword Valley are very broad, as long as they are under 100 years old. But because sword cultivators are relatively rare and not many, there are less than 10 people going to Jianfeng. Qin Feng was also among them. Brother Huang, even if you can't find a suitable sword in the Burial Sword Valley, it doesn't matter. Don't be disappointed. Even talented swordsmen will return empty-handed. Qin Jinyan comforted Qin Feng. Although he didn't understand why Qin Feng wanted to go to Burial Sword Valley, he still agreed. After all, this was the first time Qin Feng offered to leave the Imperial tomb. He was too happy, so how could he refuse? Kindness. Qin Feng nodded and said with a smile, I will definitely not be disappointed. Seeing that Qin Feng was in a good mood and was already prepared for not being able to get the sword, Qin Jinyan didn't say anything else. Afterwards, everyone boarded the boat one after another. Old Chun was also among them, accompanying him for protection. The ancient ship lifted off slowly, and then slowly drove towards the direction of the Dash Mountains between the Kanglan region and the Dongsong region. Shirwan Dashan is still far away from the Great Xia dynasty, but the speed of the ancient ship is also very fast. In less than half a month, the ancient ship arrived among the Dash Mountains. There are endless mountains everywhere, towering peaks, many tops of the peaks, and there are layers of snow and clouds. The scenery here is beautiful. Qin Zening, who is always lively, did not come out to appreciate it. She was flipping through a picture book. After such a long time, an unknown number of strong men have entered the Burial Sword Valley, and some of them compiled a picture book for sale. The shape, grade, and attributes of many swords are marked on it. Qin Zening should write it down quickly, so that after entering the Burial Sword Valley, he can quickly know whether a sword is suitable for him, saving a lot of time. Roar! Navigating among the Dash Mountains, the sound of roaring monsters came and went. Because there are many mountains here, and there are no cities inhabited by humans, only some mercenary groups and bandits. Therefore, the number and types of warcraft here are very large. There are often monsters that attack their ancient ships. But after all, this ancient ship was left before the Demon Sealing War, and it was protected by powerful formations, so those monsters couldn't do anything to them. On the way to the Burial Sword Valley, Qin Feng and the others could occasionally see warships from other dynasties or sects in the Kanglan region sailing in the direction of the Burial Sword Valley. Obviously, they all knew the news that the Burial Sword Valley would be opened in advance. So it sailed for more than 10 days. What an astonishing sword intent. Qin Zhou looked at the sword intent soaring into the sky in the distance, and couldn't help but exclaimed. Although he is not a swordsman, his younger brother is a very talented swordsman genius, so he also came together. As soon as this remark came out, many eyes on the ancient ship also looked towards the distant sky. I only saw the monstrous sword intent, soaring straight to the sky. The terrifying aura of swordsmanship can be clearly felt even thousands of miles away. Such a terrifying breath of swordsmanship. How many peerless swords are there in it? It is said that the Sage of Swordsmanship also has several used weapons left behind. I don't know if it is true or not. Regardless of whether there are any weapons used by saints, just let me take one away. Many royal children on the ancient ship couldn't help exclaiming. Even Chun Lao's muddy eyes showed a complicated expression. Although only a sword is buried here, it is also the pursuit of each sword cultivator in this life. Qin Feng also opened his eyes, looking at the Burial Sword Valley in the distance. But the expression is very calm. Above the Burial Sword Valley, no one dared to approach it, no matter if it was a strong person or a powerful monster. Because anyone who gets close will be torn into pieces by the amazing sword intent in an instant. When Qin Feng and the others arrived at the entrance of the Burial Sword Valley, although they could feel the powerful sword intent, they were not as terrifying as the sword intent above the Burial Sword Valley. But here is empty. There are no ancient ships of other forces, only a few people. What's going on? Has the Burial Sword Valley been opened? Seeing this scene, Qin Zening asked suspiciously. Should not. Qin Feng said indifferently. The Burial Sword Valley can only be entered by Tianjiao under the age of Dash. If the Burial Sword Valley has already been opened, those who escorted Tianjiao from the forces should wait at the entrance. Qin Zening nodded, thinking it made sense. The power to block the Sword Burial Valley is gradually weakening. The Sword Burial Valley should open in 3 months. Chun Lao took out a piece of jade and, after feeling it for a while, said slowly, "This is not the first time that the Great Xia dynasty has sent people to the Burial Sword Valley, so there are special artifacts that can sense the power that blocks the Burial Sword Valley." Afterwards, in order to confirm the news, Mr. Chun sent someone to inquire and learned that other forces also had the same speculation. After going to this place for a look, he left one person a guard, and the rest went to Burial Sword City rest. Another 3 months? Qin Zening said, "We came so early. It's better to come early than late." Old Chun said slowly, "Let's go to Burial Sword City first and wait." Afterwards, the ancient ship sailed towards Jianjian City, which was 30 miles away. Originally, the Burial Sword City was a place for some bandits and mercenaries to rest and trade with each other. But now it has become a place where many powerful forces are waiting for the Burial Sword Valley to open. Crowded. At this time, a large number of ancient ships had already parked outside Jianjian City. One part is from Dongcang region, and the other part is from Kanglan region. The Kanglan domain is dominated by the Imperial dynasty, while the Dongcang domain is dominated by sects. In those restaurants in the city, there are all powerful people from various forces, as well as powerful casual cultivators drinking and chatting, learning about each other's information in each other's domain. Boom, boom. And at this moment, an ancient ship slowly approached and stopped outside the city. It is the ancient ship of the Great Xia dynasty. This Kanglan region doesn't even have a serious swordsmanship sect. It's really strange that the Great Xia dynasty even produced a swordsman genius like Qin Feng. The person who spoke was the Soul Kendo sect in the two domains, the suzerain of the Cold Sword sect. After all, Qin Feng is the #1 swordsman genius in the Kanglan region, and he naturally heard a little about it during the chats with those dynasty powerhouses and casual cultivators in the Kanglan region. It's just a rumor. I haven't seen it with my own eyes. Who knows if it's as powerful as the legends say? The Lord of the Eastern Sangyu sect, next to him, said dismissively, "I comprehended swordsmanship in my dream. Throughout the ages, I have never heard of such a genius of swordsmanship." The suzerains of the other major sects in the Eastern Song region also nodded their heads. I feel that the rumors about Qin Feng should be exaggerated. The master of the Cold Sword sect didn't continue to say anything, but fell into deep thought, obviously thinking about something. After Qin Feng and the others got off the ancient ship, they went straight to find the inn. Although they could hear these discussions along the way, they ignored them. Mr. Qin took it around and realized that because too many people had rushed in recently, the inn in Jianjian City was already full. However, they were not short of money and directly bought the mansion of a mercenary group in the city and used it as a temporary residence. There are a lot of rooms. Just choose whatever you want. Qin Feng found a quieter place and stayed there after having it cleaned. "System, help me sign in at Jianjian City." As soon as he came to the room, Qin Feng said lightly, "Ding! Congratulations to the master. You have successfully signed in at Jianjian City, and you have been rewarded with a mountain and river seal." The system mechanical beep sounds. "Shana's seal? Is it a weapon?" Hearing this, Qin Feng frowned slightly, and then checked the information of Shanhian. Turns out it's not a weapon. It's a martial skill, mountain and river seal. After casting, it can condense a mountain-like seal, which is extremely powerful. But there is a fatal flaw. A fatal flaw. Seeing these words, Qin Feng frowned slightly. He doesn't like having incomplete martial skills. However, Qin Feng saw that fatal flaw was that it consumed a lot of spiritual energy when casting it. It consumes a lot of spiritual energy. Is this also a shortcoming? Qin Feng looked blank and murmured, "Perhaps this is a shortcoming for others." He wasn't worried at all. Because of his special physique, the aura in his body is like an ocean. No need to worry about running out at all. Thinking of this, Qin Feng didn't hesitate, and then merged the Shana's seal. A lot of mysterious information poured into Qin Feng's mind. He found that this mountain and river seal was stronger than he had imagined. He couldn't help but became interested and felt that he could practice it when he had time. Over the next month or so, the forces that came to Burial Sword City did not increase much. Because of those powerful forces, most of them knew the news that the Burial Sword Valley was going to be opened at the first time and came here ahead of time. Only a small number of casual cultivators got to know the news relatively late, and in this more than a month, they arrived late. Boom, boom. In an uninhabited mountain range far away from Jianjian City, Qin Feng's figure stood in the sky, holding the moon's shape with his hands, and the vast spiritual energy condensed between his hands. A looming mountain, completely condensed by spiritual energy, gradually appeared between his hands. He slammed the mountain down. Boom. Carrying a terrifying power, this mountain smashed towards the mountain below, and it rose against the wind. In the blink of an eye, it turned out to be like a real mountain. The flowers, plants, fish, trees, birds, and animals on it can all be seen clearly. Boom! The mountain, condensed by Qin Feng's spiritual energy, smashed on the mountain below, directly smashing the whole mountain into flat ground. The original position of the mountain has been replaced by the mountain formed by his aura. The scene was incomparably astonishing and shocking. The power of this mountain and river seal is not bad. Qin Feng muttered to himself. If it's against a strong enemy, it should be useful. Although he is a swordsman, it is not a bad thing to master some other martial arts besides swordsmanship. Afterwards, Qin Feng waved his big sleeve, and the mountain formed by the aura below dissipated. Only a flat land remained, as if there had never been a mountain before. Qin Feng, who was quite satisfied with his cultivation results, turned around and left this place, preparing to return to Jiansheng for burial. Because she had to stay here for 3 consecutive months, Qin Zining did not stay in the city all the time during this time, but practiced in the nearby mountains. But at this time, she did not hunt and kill monsters. In the sky, Qin Zining stepped into the void, looked at the young man standing opposite him with an indifferent expression, and confronted him. In the distance, there are many people of the same age who came to watch after hearing the news. What's going on? What is this for? Someone just arrived and asked impatiently. Chen Cheng, the disciple of the great elder of the Cold Sword sect in the Eastern Song region, wants to challenge Qin Zining, the #1 swordsman in the Kanglan region. Someone next to him who knew what happened explained. As soon as these words came out, many people who just came here showed surprised eyes, and at the same time they were a little excited. Chen Cheng's swordsmanship talent, no matter what, can be ranked in the top 3 in Dongsong region, and this Qin Zining is the #1 swordsman genius in Kanglan region. I don't know who will win or lose between the two of them. It goes without saying that it must be Chen Cheng. You must know that the Kanglan region doesn't even have a master of swordsmanship, and Qin Zining's reputation as the #1 swordsman in the Kanglan region is too watery. That's right, the so-called day sword intent is probably a low-level swordsmanship, but there are no high-grade swordsmanship in the Kanglan region, so is passed down as a godsend. People around are talking about it. Everyone was guessing who would win the duel between Qin Zining and Chen Cheng. Most people think that the winner will be Chen Cheng, because the Cold Sword sect that Chen Cheng belongs to is, after all, the master of swordsmanship. Although Qin Zining is the #1 swordsman in Kanglanyu. After all, Kanglanyu doesn't even have a serious swordsmanship sect. Miss Zining, today I came here specially to learn your sword skills. Chen Cheng cupped his hands and said with a smile. Over the years, he wanted to win the title of the No-Talent in the Eastern Song region, but he never succeeded. Therefore, he wanted to defeat Qin Zining, who was the No-Swordsman in the Kanglan region, and improve his reputation in the Eastern Song region. Sorry, I'm not interested. When Qin Zining heard this, she said it very coldly. Why? Chen Cheng frowned, then sneered. Don't you dare. The proud look on his face. My swordsmanship is too strong. Qin Zining said calmly. I'm afraid that if I accidentally kill you, it will cause a conflict between the Cold Sword sect and our great Xia dynasty. Chen Cheng is a strong man. If she only relies on ordinary swordsmanship, she may not be able to defeat Chen Cheng. But if she used the day sword intent, the killing power would be too powerful, and she was afraid that she would kill Chen Cheng accidentally. After all, Cold Sword sect is also a big sect. Although it is far away in the Eastern Songyu, if she really accidentally kills Chen Cheng, it will be very troublesome. You are arrogant. When Chen Cheng heard this, his face turned ashen. No one had ever dared to speak to him like that. While speaking, he drew his sword and charged towards Qin Zining. Under the sunlight, the long sword in Chen Cheng's hand shone with a cold light, and carried a powerful sword energy, and it killed Qin Zining in the blink of an eye. The momentum is like a rainbow. Seeing this, Qin Zining reacted quickly, and immediately drew his sword and slashed out. Boom! when the long swords carrying astonishing sword energy in their hands collided, an astonishing wave of spiritual energy erupted immediately. The shattered sword energy raged in all directions. Seeing this, the onlookers quickly backed away. With this sword strike, the two were evenly divided, and they both retreated tens of feet. Kindness. Qin Feng was obviously surprised, and said, I didn't expect you to be much stronger than I imagined. He thought that he could defeat Qin Zhening with one sword, but he didn't expect that Qin Zhening's sword was not weak. You will regret this, Qin Zhening said coldly. Now that Qin Feng had already taken the initiative, she would naturally not be polite. Although she is just a child in front of Qin Feng on weekdays, she has already matured after many years of experience, and she will never be polite when facing the enemy. Qin Zhening took the initiative to attack this time. On the long sword in her hand, the sword energy was like water, and she rushed towards Qin Feng. See how I can defeat you and destroy your self-confidence. Qin Feng greeted him with a big smile. The two sides immediately fought fiercely together. Ding, ding, dang, dang. In the sky, the figures of the two intertwined, their long swords collided, and a dazzling light burst out, which was very dazzling. The shattered sword energy continuously exploded towards the surroundings. Swordsmanship has improved. Qin Feng, who had just finished practicing Shanhian, passed by here, and seeing this scene from a distance, couldn't help but praise. Compared with before, Qin Zhening's swordsmanship has improved a lot during the hunting of monsters during this period. In the ensuing battle, the battle situation was still very fierce and anxious. Qin Feng was dozens of years older, and his cultivation was a little ahead of Qin Zhening's. But Qin Zhening's swordsmanship was even more mysterious, and it was hard to tell the winner. Boom! It was another collision. Qin Feng and Qin Zhening backed up again and were sent flying more than 100 feet away. Even Qin Feng faintly fell into the disadvantage and retreated further. How can you be so strong? A sword cultivator with no clan or family. Qin Feng was extremely angry. In the battle just now, he found that Qin Zhening's swordsmanship was extremely exquisite, and he was no match for Qin Zhening at all. He had never met such an evenly matched opponent as Qin Zhening. Strength is not determined by the sect, Qin Zhening said lightly. Humph! Hearing this, Qin Feng snorted coldly and said, without the support of a powerful sect, how can there be a powerful swordsmanship? Next, I will show you the wonderful swordsmanship of my cold sword sect. While speaking, a cold sword intent suddenly erupted in his body, and the long sword in his hand quickly froze, like an ice sculpture. The temperature in the entire area even dropped a lot accordingly. Qin Feng cut out with a sword. The cold sword light immediately slashed towards Qin Zhening, leaving an icy road in mid-air along the way, which was incomparably spectacular. Exudes an extremely dangerous atmosphere. What a terrifying sword! Is this the most powerful sword technique of the cold sword sect? The sword cultivator is already very powerful, and with such a powerful sword technique, it feels like Qin Feng can even fight beyond a small realm. Qin Zhening's performance is indeed very strong, but with such a powerful swordsmanship, he is still doomed to lose. The voice of exclamation kept ringing. Even people who were a little higher than Qin Feng felt the aura of danger and found it difficult to resist. Since you think Day Sword Intent is an unpopular sword technique, then I will show you what Day Sword Intent is like. When Qin Zhening saw the cold sword glow coming, she let out a yell, and an extremely astonishing sword intent was also released from her body. This sword intent is like a surging river, and the surging sound is like ocean waves. She slashed out with a sword, with a majestic sword intent, galloping towards the cold sword light. Boom! A more terrifying energy fluctuation suddenly erupted. The shattered sword energy raged across the sky and the earth. Seeing this, the people watching around hurriedly backed away, and even used spiritual energy to protect their bodies, fearing they would be injured. Like the sword intent of a surging river, it shattered the cold sword glow in an instant, and then continued to sweep towards Qin Feng. Boom! Such a terrifying Tao sword intent cut Qin Feng from the air and hit the ground heavily. A large pit with a radius of tens of feet was smashed out, and smoke and dust billowed. Silence. The entire area fell into silence. Everyone looked at this scene in astonishment, their eyes filled with disbelief. After a long time, there was a sound of exclamation. Defeated. Qin Feng actually lost. He is the top 3 swordsman in the Eastern Sangyu. He is not Qin Zining's opponent. The day sword intent just now is really terrifying. I have never seen such an astonishing sword technique. It even crushes all the sword techniques in the Kanglan region. Shouts of exclamation resounded among the crowd. They thought Qin Feng was sure to win. Unexpectedly, it was Qin Zining who won in the end. Moreover, the rumored day sword intent was so terrifying. They were all shocked. My meridians! At this moment, Qin Feng below let out a painful scream. Although Qin Zining's sword just now couldn't directly kill him, but it cut off all the meridians in his body. He became a complete piece of shit. Hearing Qin Feng's screams, there were gasps all around. Unexpectedly, such a master of swordsmanship would end up in such a fate. I advised you before. Qin Zining looked at Qin Feng below and said calmly. Although Qin Feng was extremely miserable, she didn't feel pity for it. She didn't want to accept Qin Feng's challenge just now. It was Qin Feng who insisted on attacking her. She was just defending herself. And at this moment, an old man appeared, looking at Qin Feng, who was seriously injured on the ground. His expression was extremely ugly. He is Qin Feng's protector, responsible for protecting Qin Feng's safety. Now Qin Feng has been abolished. If the master of the Cold Sword sect found out, he would be severely punished. However, although his face was very ugly, the old man did not attack Qin Zining. Because Qin Feng took the initiative to challenge Qin Zining and lost, if he made a move against Qin Zining, it would damage the reputation of the Cold Sword sect. What's more, he didn't need to think about it to know that behind Qin Zining, there must be someone protecting him, not necessarily weaker than him. Even if he made a move, he might not be able to win Qin Zining. Walk. The old man's face was gloomy. He grabbed Qin Feng's shoulder and then flew towards the distance. He tried to find a way to save Qin Feng as much as possible, so as not to let Qin Feng be completely abolished. After Qin Feng was taken away, Qin Zining did not stay here and left here to continue her training. The crowd in this area, looking at the 2 people who left one after another, was talking a lot. They didn't expect today's challenge to have such a result. As for Qin Feng, he was also preparing to leave. Kindness. However, at this moment, he suddenly frowned slightly. He looked in the direction Qin Zining left. He found that 2 people were staring at Qin Zining and followed them secretly. Although the cultivation of those 2 people was not strong enough to protect Qin Zining's royal family, they had powerful spiritual fluctuations on their bodies, which was very dangerous. Boss, what are we going after Qin Zining for? A bald head with muscles exploding all over his body, said with doubts in his heart. What else can I do? The day sword intent cultivated by Qin Zining is so powerful and terrifying. Xun Lian was dressed in a black robe, exuding an evil aura from head to toe, and said solemnly, "If we get the cultivation method, we will definitely be able to sell it for a good price. Is it too dangerous?" Hearing the words, the bald head immediately said, "The person responsible for protecting that chick must have a very strong cultivation base. I'm afraid we are no match for him. If they fought for too long and attracted those strong men from the great Xia dynasty in Jinjian City, they would definitely die." Idiot, have you forgotten that we still have a 6th-order spiritual weapon imitation in our hands? Xun Lian said coldly. Although the 6th-level spiritual weapon in their hands is a fake and can only be used once, its power is half of that of the real 6th-level spiritual weapon. It is easy to suppress the cultivators below the 5th level of the Purple Mansion realm. What? Boss wants to use the imitation 6th-order spirit weapon. When the bald head heard this, he exclaimed with great distress, "We almost lost our lives, so we got it by chance." It would be a pity to use it up, right? Don't worry. As long as we get the cultivation method of this little girl Deijini, selling it will definitely be worth more than this imitation sixth-order spirit weapon. After a pause, Shun Lian continued. What's more, we can take this chick away directly. With her talent, if she is sold to other domains, she will definitely be able to sell her for a good price. Although there are many powerful people in the great Xia royal family, all of them are in the city of Burial Sword, but he doesn't care at all. He is a well-known bandit among these mountains, and he has lived here for hundreds of years. He wanted to hide, but not many people could find him among these mountains. When the bald man next to him heard Shun Lian's plan, his eyes lit up. Not only can they take De's sword and 10 away, but they can also take Qin Zening away as well. Boss is really smart. Hearing the words, the bald head couldn't help but admire. In this way, they can make a lot of money. Maybe in the future, we will be able to establish a sect, and we don't have to continue to be bandits in these mountains. Afterwards, the two speeded up and continued to chase in Qin Zening's direction. After Qin Zening defeated Chen Chong, she went to a valley, ready to hunt a giant ice python there. The royal priest also entered the valley with her. Hey, this chick is ours. Traveling through the dense forest, Shun Lian looked at the entrance of the valley in the distance and said with a grim smile. The bald man next to him was also very excited. But suddenly the two of them stopped, because under an ancient tree in front, there was a figure looking at them indifferently. I don't know if the two of you are following all the way. Is there something going on? Qin Feng asked lightly. He was actually a little curious about the purpose of these two people chasing Qin Zening. Originally, Shun Lian and the bald head were curious about what Qin Feng was doing here, but after hearing the words, they immediately understood that Qin Feng knew that they were chasing them all the way. At the same time, I also guessed in my heart that Qin Feng had the same idea as them, and he should also be playing Qin Zening's idea. Asking for the sake of knowing. Shun Lian snorted coldly and said, Boy, I'm going to make up my mind about this day's sword intent. I advise you to get out of here quickly. Otherwise, you will die without a place to bury you. He concluded that Qin Feng hadn't succeeded yet. Otherwise, it would be impossible to stay here, and he should leave immediately after getting the day's sword intent. So that's how it is. Qin Feng did not expect that the target of these two guys was actually Qin Zening's day's sword intent, and then said calmly, It seems that today we must kill you too. These two sneaked around and followed Qin Zening, who already had a murderous intent in his heart. Now that he knew the purpose of these two people, the killing intent in his heart became even worse. It seems that you must seek death. Seeing Qin Feng not leaving, Shun Lian's eyes showed a cruel look and said, Before I die, I will tell you that I am the #1 bandit in the 100,000 mountains, Shun Lian. Don't even know who killed you after you get to the underworld. After finishing speaking, he looked at the bald head beside him and signaled that the bald head should finish Qin Feng. Chill. The bald head didn't hesitate at all and directly killed Qin Feng. At the same time, an extremely violent thunder surged out from his body, enveloping his entire body. His whole body was like a bolt of lightning. Wherever it passed, all the trees around it instantly became scorched black. Terrible. It's just a matter of time to try Shanha-in again. Although Qin Feng could kill him directly, he felt that he could be proficient in descending Shanha-in. While speaking, the surge of spiritual energy began to condense rapidly in his right hand. Almost instantly, a palm-sized mountain appeared. Boom! Qin Feng smashed the mountain, and the mountain began to rise against the wind. In an instant, it was already tens of feet in size, and it smashed into the bald head who was rushing to kill. What a terrifying martial skill. Looking at the falling mountain, the bald man let out a terrified voice. He felt great pressure. Although this mountain is only tens of feet in size, in his opinion, it is no different from the real mountain. Puff! In the next instant, the mountain had directly smashed the bald head into a blood mist. In front of this mountain, he was as if made of mud. The smell of blood pervades the place. What? Shun Lian turned pale with shock. His companion was at the Purple Mansion realm, not a cat or a dog. In front of this young man, he was so vulnerable that he was crushed into a blood mist in an instant. Just when he was shocked, the mountain continued to smash towards him. The power has not diminished. Bastard, you forced me to use that spiritual weapon. Shan Lian also ignored the shock and said through gritted teeth, I will crush you later. While speaking, he sacrificed a small black pagoda directly from the ring. The small tower was not big, but it exuded a terrifying aura. Under Shan Lian's control, the small tower directly faced the mountain, trying to smash it into pieces. However, the next scene made Shan Lian's face instantly pale and full of despair. Crack! The small tower collapsed in an instant, and it couldn't stop such a terrifying mountain at all. Puff! And Shan Lian was just directly pierced by the fragments of the small tower, instantly piercing through his body. His breath weakened rapidly, and his eyes fixed on Qin Feng. It's hard to believe that I was killed by such an unknown person. Thump! With Shan Lian's breath completely cut off, he hit the ground heavily. This dense forest also returned to calm. After killing Shan Lian and the other two, Qin Feng didn't stay any longer, turned around and left. The news of Chun Chang's abolition quickly spread among the various forces in Jinjian City. Many people are shocked. Unexpectedly, the first swordsman Tianjiao who came out of Kanglanyu, which didn't even have a sword sect, would directly abolish the Tianjiao Qinchong in the Cold Sword sect. Those people who didn't pay attention to Qin Zining before and felt that her name was too watery also obediently shut their mouths. As for Han Jinzong, he was extremely angry. After all, Qinchong is the arrogance that they spent a lot of effort to cultivate. Now that it is abolished like this, it is an extremely huge blow to them. But no matter how angry Han Jinzong was, it was useless, and he didn't dare to really start a war with the Great Xia dynasty. Because, after all, the Great Xia dynasty is a powerful force comparable to the Cold Sword sect. If you go to war, you can only lose both sides. In the blink of an eye, the day to open the Burial Sword Valley has arrived. Before the sun had fully risen in the morning, the ancient ships in Jinjian City sailed in the direction of Jinjian Valley. These ancient ships are not only tools for navigation, but also have strong defenses and are very safe. It can prevent the arrogance of one's own power from being snatched by people from other powers after obtaining the peerless sword. Not long after, a large number of ancient ships had parked at the entrance of the Burial Sword Valley, and it was extremely lively. People from many forces are quietly waiting for the Burial Sword Valley to open. Of course, there were quite a few eyes on Qin Zining, wanting to see what the proud girl who defeated Qinchong looked like. It's this woman who abolished Qinchong. Lu Qingfeng, the #1 genius of the Cold Sword sect, also the #1 swordsman in the Eastern Song region, looked at Qin Zining and asked in a deep voice, well, her day sword intent is indeed powerful. An elder of the Cold Sword sect nodded. Today I want to see how strong her day sword intent is, and whether she can survive under my sword. Lu Qingfeng immediately wanted to leave the warship. Since Qinchong was defeated, his reputation has also been affected. This made him hate Qin Zining very much. No. However, the master of Hanjian was cold. What? Hearing this, Lu Qingfeng frowned puzzledly and said, she abolished Qinchong and made my Cold Sword sect lose face. Only by defeating her now can I regain face for my Cold Sword sect. You can challenge Qin Zining at any time, but definitely not now. The head of the Cold Sword sect said in a deep voice, the Burial Sword Valley is about to open. You must take out the Bibbo sword this time, and you can't waste your energy now. The Bibbo sword is the sword of an elder of the Cold Sword sect 7,000 years ago, but because of a violent conflict with the sect, he left the Cold Sword sect and traveled to the eternal ancient continent. When he returned, he was already in the void refining realm, and before he died, he buried Bibbo's sword in the valley. For so many years, Han Jinzong has always wanted to take out the Bibbo sword, but it has never been successful. Because Bibbo's sword, like its former master, hated Cold Sword sect deeply. But now, the Cold Sword sect has found the successor of the caster who once forged the Bibbo sword, and finally has a way to forcibly control the Bibo sword by using the sex skills. There must be no more failures. That's fine. Lu Chengfeng nodded and said, after I take out the Bibo sword, I will challenge Qin Zining. I will definitely kill her and avenge Chun Chong. He didn't look at Qin Zining again, but looked in the direction of Burial Sword Valley. Boom, boom. Not long after, accompanied by deafening noises and violent aura fluctuations, the Burial Sword Valley could be entered. For a while, people from many forces outside the Burial Sword Valley became excited. The Burial Sword Valley has opened. Hurry up and go in. Seeing this, Mr. Chun said slowly, remember, you only have 3 hours. Don't be greedy. Just choose the one that suits you. He mainly said it to Qin Zining, because among these people, only Qin Zining is the most likely to draw a high-grade sword. Kindness. Qin Zining and the others all nodded. Afterwards, a group of 7 or 8 people walked towards the Burial Sword Valley. Qin Feng was also among them. Shua, shua, shua. At the same time, people from other major forces, as long as they qualified, also entered the Burial Sword Valley one after another. The Burial Sword Valley stretches for dozens of miles, and there are towering trees that have grown for thousands of years everywhere, covering the sky and blocking out the sun. And the powerful sword intent inside is also very amazing. As soon as they entered the Burial Sword Valley, a large number of people flew towards the area inside the Burial Sword Valley. The further inward this sword burial valley is, the more powerful swords there are, but the more powerful the sword intent that needs to be endured is also. Uncle Huang, which area are you going to get the sword from? After entering the Burial Sword Valley, Qin Zining asked Qin Feng, I'll just walk around and have a look. Qin Feng said lightly, go and get the sword yourself. Don't worry about me. Well, Qin Zining nodded and said, Uncle Huang, be careful, just don't go deep into the valley. Saying that, she gave Qin Feng a sword to defend himself, and then walked towards the inner area of the Burial Sword Valley with several other children of the royal family. This little girl actually knows how to leave a sword to protect me. Looking at the sword in his hand, Qin Feng couldn't help laughing. Although Qin Zining deliberately concealed it, he could still see that there was a powerful sword intent in this sword. It is equivalent to Qin Zining's peak sword. If Qin Feng is in danger, the sword intent inside should be released automatically to protect Qin Feng. Shaking his head, Qin Feng put away the sword and walked straight towards the deepest part of the Burial Sword Valley. Walking along the road in the Burial Sword Valley, Qin Feng can often see swords of high grade. Some are inserted on stones, some are suspended in midair, and some are hung on trees. Although these swords seem to be at your fingertips, if someone who is not recognized wants to pick them up, it will be as heavy as Mount Tai. And if you are unlucky, if you take the sword forcibly, you may even be injured by the sword energy. That's why, under normal circumstances, no one will take the sword forcibly, but will try to get the sword approval. Swords are all good, but nothing seems to suit me. Walking in the middle of the Burial Sword Valley, Qin Feng muttered to himself while looking at the sword around him. Shaking his head, he decided to go directly to the deepest part of the Burial Sword Valley to have a look. If there is a suitable sword, he will take it away. If not, he will sign in and have a look. Thinking of this in his heart, Qin Feng did not stop and continued to walk towards the depths of the Burial Sword Valley. It didn't take long to reach the border area between the deepest part and the middle part of the Burial Sword Valley. There were very few people who came here to pick up the sword. Bibo's sword. While walking, Qin Feng suddenly frowned and looked not far away. A long sword with a blue body, like sea water, was stuck on a stone, and the number 1 pride of the Cold Sword sect was trying to forcefully pull out the Bibo sword. The reason why Qin Feng knew the name of Baibojian right away, and even looked over it, was because Baibojian sensed that Qin Feng had a special and powerful swordsmanship physique and asked Qin Feng for help on his own initiative. The blade of the Bibo sword was trembling slightly, as if it was whining. This made Qin Feng frown slightly. He could naturally see that Lu Changfeng was using a special secret technique to forcibly suppress the Bibo sword and then take it away. And this kind of behavior is despised by sword cultivators, and it is also an insult to the way of a sword. Twisted melons are not sweet. Why bother? Qin Feng looked at Lu Chengfeng and said slowly, "What are you dare to teach me?" Seeing Qin Feng, Lu Chengfeng said coldly, "Although the twisted melon is not sweet, it can quench your thirst, understand?" Qin Feng was slightly taken aback when he heard this. Although this person spoke very impolitely, it seemed that what he said made sense. For a moment, he was speechless. "Never mind." Qin Feng shook his head helplessly and said flatly, "Since I can't persuade you, then I have no choice but to kill you." While speaking, he grabbed it in the air. Sure. The suppressed Bibo sword immediately got rid of the control and flew into Qin Feng's hands. What? Seeing this scene, Lu Qingfeng's face changed suddenly. Using secret techniques, he failed to control the Bibo sword for such a long time. Yet Qin Feng took the Bibo sword away just by reaching out his hand? Sure. But when Lu Qingfeng was shocked, Qin Feng directly slashed out with a sword, without any intention of showing mercy. The astonishing sword light, like a huge wave, swept towards Lu Qingfeng. No! Seeing this terrifying sword light, Lu Qingfeng's eyes were full of fear. He screamed in horror and turned around to run for his life. Unfortunately, his cultivation is too weak. The terrifying sword light came in an instant. The terrifying sword light directly tore Lu Qingfeng into pieces. It turned into a piece of stump and broken arm. After Qin Feng killed Lu Qingfeng, the Bibo sword trembled slightly, as if expressing his gratitude to Qin Feng. At the same time, it conveys an emotion, hoping to become Qin Feng's weapon. Your rank is too low. It is not a good thing for you to become my weapon. Qin Feng felt by Bojian's emotions and said lightly, "This Bibo sword is only a 6th grade high-grade weapon. If he leaves Kanglan Domain in the future, if he meets an evenly matched opponent and fights with all his strength, this Bibo sword will not be able to withstand his powerful sword intent at all. Will break apart directly." Bai Bojian trembled slightly, exuding a lonely mood, obviously very disappointed. It can feel that Qin Feng has a particularly powerful swordsmanship physique, and very much hopes to become Qin Feng's weapon and accompany him. In that case, it is also of great benefit. But Qin Feng didn't want to, and it couldn't do anything about it. If this scene was seen by other sword cultivators in the Kanglan region, their jaws would definitely drop in shock. It is simply unbelievable that a 6th-tier high-grade, long sword actively wanted to be a weapon of a certain swordsman and was rejected. However, your attributes are very compatible with my niece Xining, and you can consider becoming her weapon. Qin Feng spoke again, speaking slowly. Although the grade of this Bibo sword is a bit low for him, it is just right for Qin Xining, and this Bibo sword happens to be a woman's sword. Boom! Saying that, Qin Feng took out the long sword that Qin Xining gave him. For a moment, an astonishing sword intent was released from the long sword, rolling like a river, rushing towards the surroundings. After feeling Qin Xining's sword intent, Bai Bojian trembled with excitement. It feels that this sword intent fits perfectly with it. Moreover, since there is no way to become Qin Feng's weapon, it would be good to become Qin Feng's niece's weapon. In this case, there will always be a chance to contact Qin Feng. The Bibo sword immediately turned into a sword light, and according to the sense sword intent, flew towards Qin Xining's direction and flew away. Seeing this, Qin Feng didn't stay here, but continued to walk towards the depths of the Burial Sword Valley. The further you go to the depths of the Burial Sword Valley, the more powerful and good swords you can see on the road. At the same time, the pressure from a sword will be enormous. However, with Qin Feng's cultivation base and special swordsmanship physique, these sword pressures are nothing to him and can be completely ignored. Not long after, Qin Feng had reached the deepest part of the Burial Sword Valley. Here is a huge open space. There aren't any trees, just some boulders. And on those boulders, there's a peerless sword. The grades of these swords are all extraordinary, almost all above the 7th rank, and the entire body of the sword is wrapped in powerful sword energy exuding a terrifying aura. However, the rumored weapon used by the saint is not found here. I don't know if it's been too long. It has degenerated into an ordinary weapon, or it was taken away by someone. Shua, shua, shua. Qin Feng had just arrived here, and those swords sensed something, flying toward him one by one, scrambling to be the first. Appearing in front of him, the blade trembled slightly. These swords are very spiritual, and he immediately sensed that Qin Feng has a special swordsmanship, which is very powerful. However, when these swords approached Qin Feng, after sensing carefully and realizing how powerful Qin Feng's sword body was, they all backed away one after another, away from Qin Feng, like a frightened little rabbit. This scene is really weird. Don't feel like you're not good enough for me, Qin Feng said lightly. He could clearly feel the emotions of these swords. Buzz, buzz. Those swords trembled slightly when they heard the words, obviously very happy. Because the reason they retreated just now was because they felt that Qin Feng's physique was too strong, and they were not worthy of Qin Feng at all with their own rank. Now, after hearing Qin Feng's words, he is naturally very happy. However, at this moment, Qin Feng spoke again and said flatly, "Although you are indeed not worthy of me." After a pause, he continued, "Although I have an unparalleled swordsmanship physique. But after all, I'm not that strong now, and your rank is enough." After hearing his words, many swords fell silent, exuding very complicated emotions. But on the whole, it is still very happy, because this means that they still have a chance to become Qin Feng's weapons. At this moment, the powerful consciousness in Qin Feng's body was instantly released. Covers the entire area. He wanted to see if any of the attributes of these swords could perfectly match him. After a while, Qin Feng withdrew his consciousness. His expression was a little disappointed, because none of these swords could satisfy him. Qin Feng was disappointed, and those swords were even more disappointed. They thought that they had a chance to become Qin Feng's sword, but they didn't expect to be happy for nothing. "Forget it, let's sign in and see," Qin Feng muttered to himself. Immediately, he asked the system to sign in at the Burial Sword Valley. Ding! Congratulations to the master for successfully signing in and getting the Zhuxian sword as a reward. The system's prompt sounded in Qin Feng's ears. The Immortal Execution Sword. Qin Feng was surprised when he heard this, and said, "What grade of weapon is this?" After carrying it in his heart, he checked the information of Zhu Xianjian. It was found that the rank of this sword was not high. It was just a first-rank weapon. However, this sword has a special attribute. That is continuous killing, which can improve its rank. It turned out to be a weapon with growth potential. Qin Feng was surprised and then pondered, "I just don't know how far it can grow in the end." He took it out of the system space and held it in his hand. The many long swords around them trembled again when they saw the Zhuxian sword in Qin Feng's hand. Only this time, it was fear. The killing aura on Zhuxian's sword is really too terrifying. Such an obvious killing breath. Qin Feng frowned slightly. If so, as long as he draws his sword, he will definitely be exposed. He decided to try to see if he could hide the killing aura. At least the killing aura will not be exposed until he makes a move. But then Qin Feng discovered that if he wanted to hide the killing aura of Zhu Xianjian, he had to refine it. Helpless, he had no choice but to take the Zhuxian sword back into the system space first, and then refine it when he had time. Time to go. After obtaining the Zhuxian sword, Qin Feng said slowly, "There is no sword suitable for him here, and he has obtained the Zhuxian sword, so he doesn't plan to stay here for a long time." Hearing that Qin Feng was going to leave, they trembled slightly, obviously a little bit reluctant. Seeing this, Qin Feng felt a little helpless. He felt like a scumbag who abandoned his wife and son. But even so, Qin Feng still had no intention of staying and went out of the valley. Those swords had no choice but to let Qin Feng go. At the same time, outside the valley, people from many sect dynasties, as well as those casual cultivators, are waiting for people from their own forces or their apprentices and brothers to come out of the valley. See what a fine sword they have come up with. As time went by, gradually someone came out. Some people took out a good sword, which aroused a lot of envious eyes, and some people took out a sword that had lost its spirituality with the passage of time, and they were extremely disappointed. It can be said that several families are happy and some are sad. Qin Feng also walked out of the Burial Sword Valley calmly. Huh, he didn't even take out a sword. An elder of the Cold Sword sect noticed Qin Feng and frowned. He only has a mere cultivation of the spirit transformation realm. What kind of sword can he take out? The Lord of the Cold Sword sect looked over upon hearing this and said with a sneer. He didn't take Qin Feng seriously at all. The conversation between the two of them made many other forces pay attention to Qin Feng. There was a loud discussion here for a while. When Qin Feng first entered the Valley of Burying Swords, they were curious why the great Xiao royal family allowed such a weak person to enter the Valley of Burying Swords. At that time, I wondered if Qin Feng was a hidden strongman. Now it seems that they are thinking too much. Seeing this, Mr. Chen quickly comforted Qin Feng, saying, "The swords in the Burial Sword Valley have weird tempers, and it's normal that even a single sword can't be taken out." Well, I know. Qin Feng smiled and nodded, but didn't say much. Next, as the other cultivators walked out of the Burial Sword Valley, everyone's attention was quickly diverted from Qin Feng. I don't think it's worth wasting my energy for such a mediocre guy. Lu Nan is out. While everyone was waiting, someone suddenly exclaimed. A large number of eyes focused on the figure who had just walked out. Lu Nan is Lu Qingfeng's younger brother, the second favorite of the Cold Sword sect, second only to Lu Chengfeng. That's the Breaking Wave Sword. After seeing the sword in Lu Nan's hand, many people exclaimed. After the return of the old void refining realm expert from the Cold Sword sect, before he died, he buried all 3 swords he had used during his lifetime in the Valley of Burial Swords. The strongest is naturally the Blue Wave Sword. And although the Breaking Wave Sword is not as strong as the Bibo Sword, it is also a 5th-order top-grade spiritual weapon, very rare and powerful. The Breaking Wave Sword was taken out by Lu Nan, so the Bibo Sword was taken out by Lu Chengfeng, right? I heard before that the Cold Sword sect has been trying to find a way to control the weapons left by the strong swordsman over the years, and it seems that he has found it. If this is the case, then the strength of the Cold Sword sect will probably be raised several levels in the future. The voices of discussion sounded one after another. People from major dynasties and sects couldn't hide their envy in their words. After all, the Bibo Sword and the Kanglan Sword, one is a 6th-rank high-grade spiritual weapon, and the other is a 5th-rank high-grade spiritual weapon. Looking at the 2 domains, there are not many handles. Well, very good. Seeing this, the master of the Cold Sword sect burst out laughing. In his opinion, Lu Nan can use secret techniques to control the Breaking Wave Sword, and Lu Chengfeng can use secret techniques to control Bibo Sword. There is absolutely no problem. And Qin Zening, the number 1 swordsman in the Kanglan region, hasn't come out yet. Lu Nan, who walked out of the Burial Sword Valley, looked around and said with a playful look in his eyes, "She has been in there for so long, I don't know what grade of sword she can take out." Now that the wave-breaking sword is in his hand, he has the capital to show off. Naturally, it is necessary to make a good mockery, to restore the sect's lost face due to Chun Chang's defeat. As soon as these words came out, many people looked in the direction of Mr. Chan and the others, as if watching the excitement was not a big deal. I won't bother you to worry about Zening's matter. Mr. Chun was a little ugly and said coldly, Could it be that she is in the Burial Sword Valley? She can't even take out a decent sword, and she has no face to come out?" Lu Nan did not restrain himself, laughed, and continued to mock. "This guy is too arrogant." Qin Zhou's face was ugly, and he said angrily. Although Old Chun was also angry in his heart, he could only endure it now, stopping Qin Zhou from being impulsive. Seeing this, Lu Nan wanted to say something more. However, at this moment, Qin Zening slowly walked out of the Burial Sword Valley. Qin Zening is out. After someone noticed it, they exclaimed. For a moment, a lot of eyes were on Qin Zening. It was all joking, and wanted to see how she was ridiculed and provoked by Lu Nan. However, when they saw the sword Qin Zening took out, everyone was stunned, and the place suddenly fell into silence. By Bibo Sword. What's going on? How could it be that Qin Zining took out the Bibbo sword? Everyone exclaimed. Originally, they thought that the Bibbo sword would definitely be taken by Lu Qin but they didn't expect that it was Qin Zining who came out with the Bibbo sword. This was beyond everyone's expectations. How could this be? The suzerain of the Cold Sword sect also froze, and his speech became a little awkward. They worked hard, and finally obtained the secret technique of controlling the Bibbo sword by using exercises. They thought that the Bibbo sword was bound to be won, but they did not expect that the Bibbo sword was actually in Qin Zining's hands. And when everyone was shocked, Qin Zining had already come to Old Chun and the others. "Princess, why is Bibbo's sword in your hand?" Old Chun asked in bewilderment with a look of astonishment. It stands to reason that after Lu Qingfeng entered the Burial Sword Valley, he would definitely look for Bai Bojian immediately. Before that, Qin Zining had no intention of looking for the Bibbo sword. Her goal was only a fifth-order middle-grade spiritual weapon suitable for her. How could the Bibbo sword be in Qin Zining's hands now? I was picking out the right sword, and it just flew into my hand by itself, Qin Zining said slowly. In fact, she was also very puzzled. She didn't know why such a high-grade sword would take the initiative to recognize her as the master. But when she saw that Bibbo sword's attributes were very suitable for her, she didn't refuse it. As soon as this statement came out, everyone present was even more stunned. They're a little hard to believe. Although Qin Zining is talented in swordsmanship, but the Bibbo sword is a 6th-grade high-grade spiritual weapon. How could he take the initiative to recognize Qin Zining as the master? You know, those who enter the Burial Sword Valley. Nonsense. How could this Bibbo sword fly into your hands by itself? The master of the Cold Sword sect didn't believe it at all and said angrily, "Do you think we are 3-year-olds? The others present also nodded. I feel that Qin Zining is simply talking nonsense. Do you believe it, or not has anything to do with me? Glancing at the master of the Cold Sword sect, Qin Zining said indifferently, "This Bibbo sword is not the spiritual weapon of your Cold Sword sect." The master of the Cold Sword sect spoke in such a bad manner, so naturally she would not be polite. "You." The master of the Cold Sword sect had an ugly face. A killing intent was released from his body. "What are you going to do?" Old Chin looked at the master of the Cold Sword sect coldly and asked in a deep voice. Powerful aura fluctuations were released from his body, which was incomparably astonishing. He is the strongest in the Great Xia dynasty, and his cultivation base is not weak at all compared to the master of the Cold Sword sect. I just want to know why this Bibbo sword is in her hands. The master of the Cold Sword sect said coldly. Hearing this, Mr. Chun was about to speak, but at this moment, several figures rushed out of the Burial Sword Valley in a hurry. "Sovereign, it's not good." Those few people were all disciples of the Cold Sword sect, and all of them had expressions of panic at this moment. Obviously, something big happened. What happened? Seeing this, the master of the Cold Sword sect felt a little uneasy and asked quickly, "Senior brother Qin Feng is dead." The few people said out of breath. None of them got the sword they wanted, so they wanted to see if Lu Qingfeng had taken the Bibbo sword and asked Lu Qingfeng to help. But he didn't expect that after arriving at the location of the Bibbo sword, he only saw Lu Qingfeng's stump and broken arm. "What are you saying?" The master of the Cold Sword sect's face turned livid, unbelievable. Lunin was also shocked, unable to accept this fact. His elder brother was the #1 swordsman genius in Eastern Sangyu, and he died. Senior brother Qingfeng died where Bibbo sword was, and Bibbo sword also disappeared. The disciple of the Cold Sword sect continued. As soon as these words came out, all eyes fell on Qin Zining. Lu Qingfeng died. Bibbo sword also disappeared. In the Burial Sword Valley, only Qin Zining could kill Lu Qingfeng, and now the Bibbo sword is in Qin Zining's hands. All in all, everyone believed that it must be Qin Zining who killed Lu Qingfeng. Seeing everyone's suspicious eyes looking at her, Qin Zining also frowned, and the expression on her pretty face was also a little ugly. "I didn't expect that I would bear such a scapegoat for no reason. I didn't kill Lu Qingfeng," Qin Zining said in a deep voice. Although she was not afraid of Han Jianzong, She didn't want to take the blame for others for nothing. Do you think I'll trust you? The master of the Cold Sword sect gritted his teeth and said, We didn't kill it. Could it be that the Bibbo sword in your hand killed Qin Feng? While speaking, a powerful aura fluctuated and was released from his body with a murderous intent. Qin Feng was deposed, and now Lu Qingfeng was killed again, and the Cold Sword sect suffered heavy losses. Today he must kill Qin Zening. Even if he starts a war with the Great Xia dynasty, he will not hesitate. Go back to the ancient ship first. Seeing this, Mr. Chun hurriedly spoke humanely to Qin Feng and the others. Ancient ships are protected by formations, which are relatively safe. The other children of the royal family nodded their heads when they heard the words, feeling that they should not drag Mr. Chen outside. However, Qin Feng had no intention of going back to the ancient ship, but instead set his eyes on the breaking wave sword in Lu Nan's hand. A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. With a slight movement of Qin Feng's mind, he easily relieved Lu Nan's suppression of the Phalangian. He had been trying to get rid of Lu Nan's broken wave sword in vain. But when he felt the suppression on it suddenly dissipate, he trembled with joy, and an extremely terrifying sword energy was instantly released from blade. Lu Nan, who glared at Qin Zening, was immediately torn to pieces. Not even a scream could be heard. If Lu Nan responded with all his strength, the sword energy released by the breaking wave sword would not be able to instantly kill him. But unfortunately, he was defenseless and careless. After breaking away from Lu Nan's control and killing Lu Nan, the breaking wave sword didn't stop at all and immediately shot toward the burial sword valley that was about to be closed. For fear of being controlled by the people of Cold Sword sect again. The sudden change made everyone here stunned. What happened just now? Lu Nan was actually killed by the sword energy released by the wave-breaking sword. Didn't the Cold Sword sect have a secret technique to suppress the wave-breaking sword? Why was Lu Nan suddenly killed by the sword energy released by the wave-breaking sword? Could it be that there is something missing in the secret technique of the Cold Sword sect? All of a sudden, various doubtful discussions and guessing voices sounded one after another. The scene just now was really surprising. Everyone felt that the reason why Lu Nan was suddenly killed by the Polong sword must be because the secret technique found by the Cold Sword sect was flawed. Everything was so sudden that there was no warning at all. Looking at the torn Lu Nan, the master of the Cold Sword sect was also stunned. The huge blow made it difficult for him to react for a while. The other Cold Sword sect disciples also had unbelievable expressions on their faces. Just now, Lu Nan was standing beside them like this, but he was gone in the blink of an eye. Now it seems that Your Excellency guessed right just now. The one who killed Lu Qingfeng was the Bibbo sword. Seeing this, Mr. Chen naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity and said with a sneer. Not only him, but other people who were talking about it also had the same guess after seeing the scene just now. Damn, how could this be? The master of the Cold Sword sect had an extremely ugly face when he heard this. He thought it was Qin Zening who killed Lu Qingfeng, so he did not hesitate to start a war with the Great Xia dynasty. But Lu Nan's sudden death just now made his thoughts shake a little bit. It made him a little suspicious. Maybe it was really because they used the Zongman skills to control the secret technique of Bibbo's sword and breaking wave sword, which had huge flaws. If you still feel that it was Princess Zening who killed Lu Qingfeng, and if you want to continue to attack, Chen will accompany you at any time. Old Chen spoke again, and after a pause, he continued. The royal family of Great Xia will also continue to accompany you. The master of the Cold Sword sect's face was ashen and fell into silence. If Lu Qingfeng was really killed by Qin Zening, he would definitely not hesitate to start a war with the Great Xia dynasty. But now in this situation, he hesitated. Let's go. In the end, the master of the Cold Sword sect snorted coldly and shouted loudly. Today is too embarrassing. He doesn't want to stay here any longer. Soon, under the complicated eyes of everyone, the warship of the Cold Sword sect slowly rose to high altitude and then sailed away towards the distance. As the only Kendo sect in the two domains, the Cold Sword sect not only failed to gain anything during the opportunity opened in the Burial Sword Valley this time, but lost 3 Tianjiao. Seeing the ancient ship of Han Jinzong leave, many people couldn't help sighing. Before that, many people felt that the one who benefited the most from this opportunity was definitely the Cold Sword sect. But I didn't expect it to be such a result now. They even wondered if Han Jinzong had offended some kind of Lone Star. Otherwise, he shouldn't be so unlucky. Let's go too. Seeing this, Mr. Qin slowly said to Qin Feng and the others, "The people who entered the Burial Sword Valley have already come out, and the Burial Sword Valley is about to be closed. It doesn't make any sense to stay here any longer." Qin Feng nodded without saying anything and returned to the ancient ship together with Qin Zining and the others. Soon, the ancient ship slowly rose to high altitude and then sailed towards the Great Xia Imperial City. When the ancient warship of the Great Xia royal family left, it also attracted the attention of everyone in the Burial Sword Valley. There is such a peerless swordsman genius as Qin Zining in the Great Xia royal family, who can make sixth-order spirit weapons take the initiative to recognize their masters. I am afraid that their rise in the future will be difficult to stop. Someone couldn't help but sigh. People from other forces also nodded when they heard the words. They felt that with Qin Zining's demonstrated talent, if she was given another 100 years, she might grow to an unimaginably terrifying level. After sighing, people from many influences did not stay here for a long time and left here one after another with the arrogance of their respective influences. Some of the arrogance of their respective powers have obtained good weapons, and it is too dangerous to stay here. The ancient ship of the Great Xia royal family was sailing among the 100,000 mountains, and many people on board were a little nervous, maintaining a state of readiness for battle. After all, Qin Zining obtained a 6th-grade high-grade spiritual weapon like the Bibbo sword, and they were worried that someone would play against the Bibbo sword. Old Chun was even more on the deck, spreading his spiritual consciousness all the time, cautiously. Only Qin Feng meditated in the cabin without any disturbance. "Uncle Huang, aren't you worried that someone will block the way, kill people, and steal money?" Seeing this, Qin Zining couldn't help asking. "Nothing to worry about," Qin Feng said indifferently. "The defensive formation of this ancient ship is strong enough if you want to break through it, unless the other great dynasties in the Kanglan region directly use their own ancient warships to hit it hard. But if any dynasty does this, it will only result in a loss for both sides, allowing other dynasties to reap the benefits of the fishermen. Nobody would do that unless they were idiots. Won't the other great dynasties unite?" Qin Zining still asked worriedly. "Whether it is to unite with other dynasties or go to war with us directly, it is a big deal. The emperors of the major dynasties and many important ministers in the dynasties need to discuss carefully." Qin Feng smiled and asked back, "And among the people who came to Burial Sword Valley this time, who would dare to make such a decision?" Hearing Qin Feng's explanation, Qin Zining nodded thoughtfully. "It makes sense." Elder Chun on the cabin was also a little surprised when he heard Qin Feng's words. He didn't expect Qin Feng to be imprisoned in the Imperial Mausoleum for so many years. Not only did he not become crazy, but he was still so intelligent, so thoughtful. However, even though Mr. Chan felt that what Qin Feng said was very reasonable, he did not relax his vigilance, worried that an accident would happen. In the following time, the ancient ship sailed at the fastest speed and entered the territory of the Great Xia royal family in half the time it took to go there. Along the way, just as Qin Feng predicted, the other dynasties did not attack them at all. Along the way, some rogue cultivators united to attack the ancient ship. But let alone snatching the Bibbo sword, these people couldn't even shake the ancient ship's defensive formation, and they could only return home in defeat. Earlier, Mr. Chun had already sent someone to contact General Jinshi, and as soon as he arrived in the royal family, General Jinshi and many strong men in the army came to greet him. They escorted the ancient ship together and headed towards the Imperial City. Northern Wilderness. The cold wind is bleak. On the top of a snow mountain, a ray of light suddenly flashed. A glamorous young woman suddenly appeared here. She has a proud figure with exquisite undulations. In the depths of her beautiful eyes, it is more suitable to have a faint pink light, which looks full of temptation. The most peculiar thing is that behind her, there's a foxtail as white as snow. Unique style. In front of the young girl, there is a looming phantom, although the face cannot be seen clearly, but the whole person exudes a terrifying aura. The cultivation base is absolutely extraordinary. Guzu, I really won't run away again. Please let me stay here for a few more days. The little white fox begged. I will obediently go back with you when the time comes. She wanted to bid farewell to Qin Feng and help him improve his cultivation. After all, Qin Feng has helped her so many times. It's not good for her to leave without saying goodbye. No, but the phantom's voice was full of sternness and said, You fled without authorization, and many elders in the clan are almost mad, and they came across several domains to look for you. There is no more grace for you for one day. If it weren't for the little white fox's status, her whip would probably be on the little white fox. But, what else did the little white fox want to say? However, with a wave of the phantom's sleeve, the little white fox was directly surrounded by a ball of light, completely isolated from the outside world. She wants to stay so much. Could it be that she has someone she likes and wants to say goodbye to the person she likes? Suing muttered to himself. Killing intent moved in her heart. As the princess of the Fox clan, the little white fox could fall in love with other people. Forget it. I can't last long in this state, and it would be a waste of time to go back and destroy that dynasty. After hesitating for a while, Shuiying murmured, Anyway, our domain is far away from here, and it is impossible for the two of us to meet again in this life. Even if we like it, it is useless. She didn't know who the little white fox liked, so if she wanted to kill that person, she could only destroy the entire Great Xia dynasty. But that would be a waste of time. Moreover, the distance between the two domains is far away. No matter who the little white fox likes, there is no possibility of seeing him again at this time, so there's no need to make such a killing. Afterwards, the phantom crushed a teleportation scroll, took the little white fox directly, and disappeared here. What happened in the Burial Sword Valley spread rapidly across the two domains. The fact that the Great Xia dynasty obtained a 6th-level top-grade spiritual weapon caused a huge commotion. It is no exaggeration to say that the whole world is shocked. This is the weapon of the Void Refining Realm Expert. And among the two domains, let alone the Void Refining Realm Experts, apart from the rumored Xiaoyao Sword Immortal, there isn't even a Purple Mansion Realm 5th-layer expert. It seems that the rise of the Great Xia dynasty is unstoppable. The emperor of the Taishan dynasty spoke a little bitterly after receiving the news. All the officials in the court also had helpless expressions on their faces. Hey, ever since the sword cry of the Great Xia dynasty, the entire Great Xia dynasty has been blessed by God in these years. The prime minister of the Taishan dynasty couldn't help sighing. Similar conversations also happened in the other major dynasties of the Eastern Songyu. They lamented the rise of the Great Xia dynasty, and at the same time secretly rejoiced that, after all, they in the Great Xia dynasty simultaneously sealed the demons and shared common interests. A few days later, the ancient ship of the Great Xia royal family slowly landed on the square. Qin Jinyan, many important officials in the court, and members of the royal family were all waiting here. Haha, Zining is so powerful. She was able to obtain the recognition of the master of a 6th-order high-grade spiritual weapon. After everyone got off the ancient boat, Qin Jinyan immediately stepped forward and praised with a big smile. Qin Zining also showed a happy smile when she heard her father's praise. At the same time, many other important ministers and members of the royal family also praised Qin Zining one after another, regarding her as the future hope of the Great Xia dynasty. Qin Zining, who has never been too fond of excitement, felt a little embarrassed. After leaving the square, Qin Feng went straight back to the Imperial Mausoleum. Huh? Are you leaving? Seeing that there was no little white fox in the Imperial tomb, Qin Feng frowned slightly. But I didn't care. Thinking that the little white fox should be idle and bored, he ran out to play. It's time to refine the immortal execution sword. Qin Feng muttered to himself. Although the jade immortal sword is in his hands now, it does not really belong to him, nor can it truly display the full power of the jade immortal sword. If one wanted to truly unleash the power of the Zhuxian sword, one had to refine it thoroughly. After finding a rock and sitting down, Qin Feng took out the Zhuxian sword from the system space. After waving it a few times, Qin Feng obviously felt a little jerky, which was different from when he used other swords. He then inserted the Zhuxian sword in front of himself. Boom! A powerful aura of swordsmanship was released from Qin Feng's body, which was extremely astonishing. However, because of the hidden spirit formation here, such a powerful movement did not attract the attention of other people in the palace. Qin Feng was able to control the sword intent freely, and soon wrapped up the entire Zhuxian sword. Start a little refinement, and try to put a part of his spiritual consciousness into the sword body of Zhuxian sword. As night falls, a bright moon hangs high in the sky. In a vast expanse of the sea, a broken continent. It was calm as usual. Boom, boom. Suddenly, violent energy fluctuations erupted. On both sides of the huge rift valley in the center of the continent, various blood-red formations lit up, revealing a strange light. A terrifying magic circle began to operate. Boom, boom. At the same time, within the rift valley, patterns of blue light lit up one after another. This is the formation that Patriarch Yueming used to seal him after trespassing here, and it is equally terrifying. Two different formations began to consume each other. Violent energy fluctuations, constantly centered on this, spread to the surroundings. On the entire incomplete continent, it caused violent movements. Like an earthquake. This time I must come out. Patriarch Yueming roared angrily. If he fails this time, he will undoubtedly die. The monstrous devilish energy was released from Patriarch Yueming's body, continuously eroding the pattern that radiated blue light. Together with the magic formations on both sides of the rift, they want to tear this formation apart. Boom! Under the collision of terrifying energy, the blood-colored pattern and the blue pattern kept dimming. Including Patriarch Yueming, the monstrous demonic energy emanating from his body is also constantly dissipating. If this continues, Patriarch Yueming will die directly with the formation that sealed him. Blood Moon comes to the world. However, at this moment, Patriarch Yueming suddenly shouted loudly. He directly burned part of his original power, forcibly began to condense around a blood moon. In the huge canyon, the blood moon slowly wanted to lift off, but was blocked by a formation emitting blue light. However, in the sky, the moon is as white, and a little bit of moonlight is falling down, but it is constantly strengthening this round of blood moon. Make this blood moon more dazzling and strange. Crack! The formation emitting blue rays of light suddenly began to shatter. The shattering of a pattern does not have a particularly large impact on the entire formation, but it means that the power of Patriarch Yueming has the upper hand. This made Patriarch Yueming overjoyed. In the following time, the subsequent formations emitting blue light began to have formations shattered continuously, and the power of the formations was continuously weakened. Break it for me! Suddenly, Patriarch Yueming yelled loudly, shaking the heavens and the earth. Like thunder. Boom! The formation that sealed Patriarch Yueming completely collapsed. A round of blood moon lifted into the sky, and billowing devilish energy was continuously released from the huge rift valley. Ha! Patriarch Yueming looked up to the sky and screamed loudly. After so many years, I finally came to the world again. The terrifying sound spread across thousands of miles. The countless creatures on the island crawled to the ground, trembling. Welcome, Patriarch Yueming. The other demon cultivators, after seeing this scene, were all extremely excited and stepped forward to congratulate them one after another. Catch all the creatures on the island. Patriarch Yueming said solemnly, I want to restore my strength and come to the Kanglan domain. Over the years, in order to maintain the continuation of the blood diet. He has never dared to let people capture all the creatures on the island, but now he has broken through the seal and can go to the Kanglan domain. There is no need for him to continue to catch half of these creatures and keep half of them. As ordered, the demon cultivators present all said in succession. They didn't stay here, but flew towards the distance one after another. And Patriarch Yueming's attention was also shifted to the rift valley below. This formation has sealed me for so many years. Now it's time to improve my strength. Patriarch Yueming said solemnly. Compared with the blood food on many islands, the remaining power of this terrifying formation is the most beneficial to him. Immediately, he began to devour the shattered formation in the canyon unscrupulously. Time flies by, and it is already 3 years later in a blink of an eye. Qin Feng in the Imperial Mausoleum has been sitting cross-legged on the stone, refining the Zhu Xian sword in front of him. This immortal execution sword is a special weapon after all. It can grow infinitely, and it has a strong killing aura, so it is not easy to refine it thoroughly. However, with Qin Feng's continuous efforts, the progress of refining is also very fast. Boom! Suddenly, one morning, a very special energy fluctuation erupted from within the Zhu Xian sword in front of Qin Feng. The surrounding scene unexpectedly changed. This place is incomparably desolate. In the sky, energy fluctuations that destroy the world are constantly erupting, and the void is constantly shattered and restored. A large number of figures, after death, fell from the sky. What happened? Looking at this terrifying battle, Qin Feng's eyes were filled with horror. The world-killing energy fluctuations in the sky made him feel like an ant. But soon, this strange vision completely disappeared. It became the royal mausoleum again. At this moment, Qin Feng felt that he had a certain connection with Zhu Xianjian, almost reaching a state of unity. Zhu Xianjian has been completely refined by him. Boom, boom. A terrifying breath suddenly erupted from Qin Feng's body. His breath began to soar continuously. Cultivation base climbed. The tumbling aura, like a huge wave, made a roaring sound. Qin Feng's Primordial Chaos Sword Body was emitting a bright light at this time. His body was gorgeous, and his whole body seemed to be enveloped by holy brilliance. Moreover, this astonishing scene did not disappear soon, but continued. Until late at night the next day, Qin Feng's body was surrounded by divine light, and his whole body seemed like a star in the sky, falling into the world. Boom! Suddenly, Qin Feng's aura soared, reaching the limit, and a violent sound erupted. He slowly opened his eyes, and the light in his eyes was brilliant. The strange scene around him also began to disappear quickly. Refining the immortal execution sword helped me improve a small realm, and it was nothing more than reaching the 3rd level of the void refining realm, but it even helped me obtain a ray of Tao law. Qin Feng's eyes were a little surprised, full of disbelief. The strange scene before was caused by the law of the great Tao. Although that wisp of Tao law seemed to be of no help to Qin Feng's cultivation and body, but it made his understanding of the world much clearer. He seemed to be in a quagmire before, but now he seems to be in a clear spring, and his understanding of the world has undergone earth-shaking changes. This ray of Tao law is worth studying carefully. Qin Feng muttered to himself. Thinking this way in his heart, he didn't waste time, closed his eyes again, and began to continue to comprehend the law of the Tao. In the past few years, the imperial city of Great Xia has been extremely lively. The population has doubled several times. This led to insufficient land in the imperial city, and several cities were built nearby to guard the imperial city to accommodate these people. The reason for this is that everyone in the Kanglan region feels that the rise of the Great Xia dynasty is inevitable. Buying shops or land here will definitely appreciate in value in the future and make a lot of money. Your Majesty, in these years, in addition to ordinary people coming to the imperial city, a large number of practitioners have also flocked to the imperial city. There is constant friction between them, which is a very troublesome thing. In the imperial study room, someone respectfully reported to Qin Junyan. Although there are many strong people in the royal family, few people have time to go out to patrol and manage the fights of ordinary practitioners. As for ordinary soldiers, if they want to subdue those cultivators, the number they need is too large, and it is very troublesome to mobilize. Hearing the minister's report, Qin Junyan frowned slightly. Ordinary people fight and fight, and at most 1 or 2 people die, but practitioners are different. It can easily affect hundreds or even thousands of people. Decree that Chu Xiong be transferred to be the commander of the 5 cities army and horse division, and carry the official seal of luck. Anyone who has practitioners who fight with each other will be suppressed and severely punished. After pondering for a while, Qin Junyan ordered. As soon as this remark came out, the officials present were a little surprised. Under normal circumstances, only members of the royal family can use imperial luck. They didn't expect that Qin Junyan would allow Chu Xiong to use the official seal containing the luck of the dynasty. According to the order, although the minister was a little surprised, he still nodded. Qin Junyan's expression is calm. Chu Xiong's cultivation base is strong. He is already at the 8th level of Luanhai realm, and he has a simple and honest personality, and he is very trustworthy in his work. I don't mind letting Chu Xiong use the official seal containing the luck of the dynasty. Report to your majesty. I have one more thing to report. At this time, Jin Yiwei's governor stepped forward. What's the matter? Qin Junyan asked. Recently, in the Kanglan domain, the frequency of demon cultivators appearing has become more and more frequent. Jin Yiwei Jinfu envoy said slowly. After the demon sealing war, although some demons were not sealed, those demons were very weak and could only hide in the deep mountains and old forests, lingering on their last breath, and the number of bewitched demon cultivators was very small. Once discovered, they will be besieged and suppressed by the powerhouses of the major dynasties. So there are very few traces of magic repair activities. But recently, Jin Yiwei discovered that the frequency of magic repairs was obviously a bit more frequent. The frequency of magic repairs is becoming more and more frequent. Qin Junyan couldn't help frowning when he heard this. Officials from all over the country reported that there were frequent news and various speculations following the appearance of the demon cultivator, which caused panic among the people. The minister of the Ministry of Officials also opened his mouth and reported slowly. The other ministers also had serious faces. They have all heard the news about the recent frequent appearances of the demonic cultivator in the Kanglan domain, but they have not yet confirmed it. After hearing the news from Jinhui Town Fushi, they all feel a little worried. Let Jin Yiwei put down other things first and focus on investigating what happened to Mashio to see what's going on. Qin Junyan said solemnly. It is good. Jin Yiwei Zhenfu envoy nodded immediately after hearing the words. Your Majesty, the demon cultivator appears frequently. I'm afraid something big is about to happen. Do you want to strengthen the dragon shocking formation? The powerful royal family who was in charge of the Eye Pestle was also present and couldn't help asking. The current shocking dragon formation is far from the operating state. It was at its peak. And if you want to make the startling dragon formation stronger, you need to inject more aura into it. In the past, the dynasty could not bear such a huge spiritual energy consumption. But now that the houses of several feudal lords have been confiscated, there is almost no place to store all kinds of spiritual stones, and it is completely possible to raise the strength of the startling dragon array to a higher level. It's just that Qin Junyan didn't think it was necessary, so he never did it. It is good. Qin Junyan hesitated for a moment, nodded, and said, Next, you will start to strengthen the startling dragon array. The strong man in charge of the royal family, who was in charge of the Eye Pestle, nodded immediately after hearing the words. Afterwards, other ministers began to report other things. Autumn has passed, and winter has come, and 2 years have passed in the blink of an eye. The news of the Kanglanyu demon cultivator's appearance became more and more frequent. Those demons who were not very strong, and had been hidden before, all became high-profile now, devouring the human race in a village and town at every turn. This made several great dynasties unable to react in time. It stands to reason that these demons are not very powerful, and they will send strong men and troops to wipe them out soon. But in fact, only the army and strong men of the great Xia dynasty went to exterminate those evil spirits and demon cultivators who appear to cause harm to the world. Because people in the other major dynasties felt that such a strange situation must have abnormalities, and they were all mobilizing the strong and the army to the vicinity of their respective imperial cities, in case of any eventuality. As a result, those demons became more and more rampant. Of course, the reason why the great Xia dynasty dared to send strong men and troops to exterminate the evil spirits was not only because Qin Junyan loved the people like a son, but also because the great Xia dynasty had the shocking dragon formation. Now, with a large amount of spiritual energy injected into the startling dragon formation, the strength of the entire startling dragon formation has been raised to a higher level. Even if a strong man of the fifth heaven in the Zifu realm wants to trespass in the palace, he will be buried here. Such a powerful formation is something that other dynasties do not have. But when all kinds of panic continue to spread, the black evil cloud covering the sky and the sun suddenly floated over the East China Sea. In the sky, heavy snow was flying, which was already gloomy, and the appearance of this black evil cloud made the already gloomy world even more evil. In the black evil cloud, there are looming figures, all exuding magic power. The terrifying scene made everyone in Donghai terrified. What is this? Lu Qingzhu looked at the black evil clouds in the sky. Her beautiful eyes were full of horror. Is the demon appearing again? Looking at the black evil clouds in the sky, Lu Ting turned pale. The last time the demon appeared in the world, it brought unimaginable catastrophe to Kanglanyu. Unexpectedly, after 10,000 years, the demons suppressed by the major dynasties have not been wiped out, and the demons will appear again in large numbers. It's over. The Kanglan domain is over. The patriarchs and powerhouses of the other major families looked at the black, evil clouds in the sky and were terrified. They looked up at the sky. Their legs were weakening. Some people even knelt on the ground in fright. But in the black, evil cloud at this time, a palace is particularly eye-catching. This palace is all made of bones, covered with blood. It looks extremely scary and infiltrating. Outside are a large number of demon guards and ferocious evil beasts, looking at the humans below with bloodthirsty eyes. Inside the palace are Patriarch Yueming and others. Patriarch Yueming's body had long since collapsed, and now he has taken away a young man dressed in snowy white clothes, who looks like a Confucian scholar. It's just that his appearance is extremely inconsistent with the throne made of dead bones on which he sits, and the devilish energy emanating from his body. Old Ancestor, the Kanglan domain is ahead. In the palace, a demon cultivator covered in armor and carrying an A-Pei on his back respectfully said to Patriarch Yueming. Very good. Patriarch Yueming's eyes were full of excitement. The Kanglan territory is vast and boundless, and has a large population. What's more, there's not even a void refining realm expert, and he is already the 5th level of the void refining realm. He can unscrupulously raise human races here and cultivate blood food. The big families in the East China Sea also have a lot of people. Do you want to plunder those people for you first? One of the demon cultivators asked respectfully. Don't worry, we will have plenty of time when the Kanglan domain is ruled. Patriarch Yuming shook his head, then asked, how is the investigation going? Who killed Bai Yu? Before he came, the demons in the Kanglan territory had already started to investigate this matter. Over the years, the frequent occurrence of magic repairs is also because of the investigation of this matter. Reporting to the Ancestor, the guy who killed the moon worshipper should be the rumored Xiaoyao sword immortal. Ma Xiao, who was covered in heavy armor, said in a deep voice, Xiaoyao sword immortal? Patriarch Yueming frowned slightly and murmured, where is he? It's not very clear. The demon cultivator, who was covered in heavy armor, paused and continued. However, we found out that Xiaoyao sword immortal once made a move to help the great Xia dynasty. Some people speculate that he is probably an ancestor of the Great Xia dynasty, but also not sure. Hearing his analysis, Patriarch Yueming's eyes immediately showed a chill. Great Xia dynasty. Patriarch Yueming said in a deep voice, since that's the case, the plan to rule the Kanglan region begins with the destruction of the Great Xia dynasty. Anyway, the rule of the Kanglan region must start with these dynasties. Even if Xiaoyao Sword Immortal is not a member of the Great Xia dynasty, he can still look for it slowly after the Great Xia dynasty is wiped out. Immediately, under the control of Patriarch Yueming, the black evil cloud carrying the palace drifted towards the Great Xia imperial city. Wherever they passed along the way, people who saw this monstrous black cloud were terrified and ran around. The panic, as well as the news of the evil general, began to spread rapidly throughout the Kanglan domain. Chu Xiong came to the Imperial Mausoleum. He felt that he was not smart enough and thought that he could serve as the commander of the Five Cities Army Division, and it was Qin Feng who recommended him to Qin Junyan. So I came here to thank Qin Feng. However, Chu Xiong had just entered the Imperial Mausoleum, and after seeing everything in front of him, he was completely dumbfounded. In this winter, the Imperial Mausoleum, which was supposed to be covered with heavy snow, turned out to be a different scene. Qin Feng sat cross-legged on a rock. His whole body was enveloped by a kind of mysterious Taoism. It seemed that he was completely merged with the heaven and the earth. Not only that, but this kind of mysterious Tao rhyme is still centered on him and spreading around. The towering ancient trees whose leaves had completely fallen off, now all sprouted buds, with luxuriant branches and leaves, lush, just like early spring. The ground is also green, and the grass is verdant. This place is like a kingdom of gods on earth. Wang, Lord, isn't he just in the spiritual realm? Looking at Qin Feng, Chu Xiong's face was filled with shock that couldn't be concealed, and he said in a trembling voice, How? How could? It feels like a fairy. Although he is not smart, but he also knew that the Qin Feng in front of him was definitely not at the spirit transformation realm. At this moment, countless doubts filled Chu Xiong's mind, and he couldn't figure it out at all. He just stood there in a daze, neither daring to disturb Qin Feng nor leaving. In the Imperial Palace, the early dynasty has not yet ended. Qin Junyan was sitting on the throne, listening to various matters reported by many ministers. Your Majesty, many of the first batch of disciples of the Academy have already held official positions in the army and localities. The Wenyuanj College student smiled and said, their performance is much better than those recommended by the big families, and they don't have too deep backgrounds. When making an appointment, there is no need to worry too much. The other ministers also reported the benefits to the dynasty brought by the opening of the Literary and Tao Academy and the Martial Arts Academy. Thanks to Brother Huang for the suggestion. Qin Junyan couldn't help sighing. From this year onwards, the state treasury's allocation to various colleges will increase by another %. Emperor Shengming. Many ministers said one after another. After that, Qin Junyan was about to say something. Suddenly, there was a loud noise outside. What happened? Qin Junyan frowned slightly. Your Majesty, something is wrong. And at this moment, the commander of the Imperial Forest Army, ignoring the rules, hurriedly came to the court hall and said in amazement, What's the matter? Seeing the panic of the commander of the Imperial Forest Army, Qin Junyan asked in a deep voice. The other ministers also had doubts on their faces. Ever since the exorcist faction attacked the Imperial City, the commander of the Imperial Forest Army had never been so panicked. Your Majesty, at the end of the sky, there's a large evil cloud floating over, and the devilish energy inside is overwhelming. I am afraid it is a large-scale attack by evil spirits. The commander of the Royal Forest Army said in a panicked voice. He just glanced at it from a distance, and he knew that the demon in the black evil cloud was definitely stronger than any strong man he had ever seen. Because of that kind of momentum and picture, it is really terrifying. What? The demons are attacking aggressively. Hearing the words of the commander of the Imperial Forest Army, all the ministers present exclaimed, Hearing the words of the commander of the Imperial Forest Army, Qin Jinyin and the others walked out of the hall one after another and looked into the distance. It was found that the black clouds covering the sky were pressing towards here at the end of the sky. Although the distance is far away, the terrifying magic power is frightening just by looking at it. Boom, boom. In the sky, thunder and lightning flashed, and the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. The hearts of Qin Jinyin and others also sank all of a sudden. It's not the remaining demons from the Kanglan territory. They're not so strong. Hobu Shangshu said in a deep voice. I'm afraid it's an extraterrestrial demon. This is troublesome. The face of the Grand Bachelor of Wenyuan Pavilion is also a little pale. The other ministers also became very ugly when they heard the words. 10,000 years ago, the evil spirits from outside the territory attacked, but they attacked the entire Kanglan domain. Not even a strong person in the Void Refining Realm and the Purple Mansion Realm. And it has not slowed down after 10,000 years. Now the evil spirits from outside the territory are attacking the Kanglan domain again. Although they don't know how powerful these evil spirits are, they know that it will definitely be another protracted and brutal battle to the death. Shwa, shwa, shwa. At this time, other royal family priests also came here one after another. They all also saw the black, evil cloud at the end of the sky, and each of them looked solemn. Your Majesty, you should leave here first. The demon in the black, evil cloud is very powerful, and I am afraid that even this startling dragon formation will be hard to resist. The powerful man of the royal family, who mastered the eye pestle, said in a deep voice. He holds the eye pestle in his hand, and he has a clearer perception of danger. In the evil cloud, the dangerous aura emanating from the demon made him feel as if he was facing a demon god, and he couldn't even breathe. What? Even the startling dragon formation may not be able to stop the evil spirits in this evil cloud. When everyone heard the words, they all exclaimed. You know, the startling dragon array is already their biggest reliance. If even the shocking dragon formation couldn't resist the demons in the black evil cloud, then they would be completely hopeless. Decree, all ministers, concubines, and imperial guards should leave the imperial city immediately. Qin Jinyin ordered in a cold voice, I guard the palace alone. Since even the startling dragon array might not be able to withstand the evil spirits in the evil cloud, he didn't want so many people to die here and be buried with him. In the entire dynasty, only Qin Jinyin was able to use the luck of the entire dynasty. So he decided to use the luck of the dynasty to fight to the death with the evil spirits and delay time. Only when all the officials survive can the dynasty maintain its normal operation and unite with other major dynasties to counterattack the evil spirits. However, Qin Jinyin's voice fell, but he didn't get any response. He looked back, only to find that all the ministers and officials, as well as the royal family's priests, and many imperial guards were all looking at him solemnly. Your Majesty's sage is rare in all ages. Now that we have suffered such a catastrophe, we will fight to the death. How can we retreat? The scholar of Wenyuan Pavilion said loudly. The reason why Daxia is strong is that when encountering injustice, some people will fight against the crime, and when encountering a strong enemy invades, some people will die generously. I am willing to fight to the death. The other ministers also shouted loudly. He can entrust a 6-foot orphan, can send 100 miles of life, and can't take it away when the big festival comes. Only then is a gentleman. They are all gentlemen. Now that evil spirits are invading, how can they escape in battle? Listening to everyone's words, Qin Jinyin's expression was startled, and then his heart was filled with infinite emotion. He thought that although he loved the people, he was too harsh on the officials and officials. In such a dangerous time, few people would be willing to stay with him to fight to the death. Unexpectedly, all the ministers and officials would fight against evil together with him, even at the risk of death. Okay, if that's the case, then be ready to face the demons at any time, Qin Jinyin said solemnly. Afterwards, many officials and officials, as well as the Imperial Forest Army, got busy. They want to use all the spiritual energy in the treasury to strengthen the shocking dragon array. At the same time, Qin Jinyan asked people to send news to the major dynasties immediately, asking them to lead the strong to help and resist the invasion of evil spirits together. Boom! In the palace, the incomparably rich spiritual energy almost formed a mist, which was continuously absorbed by the shocking dragon array. The startling dragon formation followed suit and was greatly strengthened. And with the complete operation of the startling dragon array in the palace, a faint light appeared on the bodies of all the officials and many soldiers of the Royal Forest Army. They all received the blessing of the startling dragon array. At the same time, the black evil cloud at the end of the sky is still slowly approaching. Old Ancestor, 6,000 miles ahead, is the imperial city of the Great Xia dynasty. The demon cultivator in heavy armor respectfully said to Patriarch Yueming, "The strongest in this dynasty are the cultivators of the second and third heavens in the Purple Mansion, and they are not worth mentioning at all. It depends on whether Xiaoyao Sword Immortal is here or not." Hearing what the demon cultivator said, Patriarch Yueming walked out of the palace and looked at each other from afar. Although this place is still 6,000 miles away from the imperial city, he can clearly see the scene in the imperial city. Let's go first and see if the Xiaoyao Sword Immortal is in the imperial city. If not, occupy it directly and welcome the deity to come. Patriarch Yueming said coldly. Although this evil black cloud moves slowly, it is a very powerful formation, and it is his greatest reliance. In the previous Demon Sealing War, he had already walked on the edge of life and death once, and was sealed for another 10,000 years, so he became extremely cautious. He will definitely not be as brainless as those other demons, and he will have no fear if he is strong. He believes that as long as he is steady, he can easily push across the Kanglanyu. Therefore, no matter what, he will never leave this black cloud formation easily. As ordered, Ma Xiao, who was wearing heavy armor, respectfully agreed. Afterwards, under his leadership, a large number of demon cultivators, as well as monsters bewitched by demons, rushed out of the black clouds and headed towards the distant Great Xia Imperial City, killing them mightily. When they reached the sky above the Imperial City, countless people who hadn't had time to escape from the Imperial City looked up at the sky, their eyes filled with despair at this moment. "It's over, we're dead." The human race in the many imperial cities made a desperate sound, and those demon cultivators and evil beasts have already arrived in the sky above the palace. Ma Xiao, who was wearing heavy armor, looked down. "Patriarch Yueming is about to come. Why don't you kneel down and bow your head?" His voice was blessed and spread throughout the entire imperial city, deafening. He was already at the 7th level of the Purple Mansion realm. When countless human races heard this voice, they were so frightened that they knelt on the ground. Only Qin Jinyan and the others in the palace were not affected by the blessing of the startling dragon formation. "Oomph. You are a human race, but you are loyal to the evil spirits. It is really a shame for the human race." Not only did Qin Jinyan not intend to kneel down and beg for mercy, but he even retorted, "Except for the ancestor Yueming, who has not yet arrived, none of the army in the sky is a real demon. They are all demon cultivators. Things that don't know how to live or die dare to insult me." Ma Xiao, who was wearing heavy armor, heard the words. His eyes were full of anger, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Let me destroy the palace and capture this guy alive." After hearing his order, the demon cultivators and evil beasts in the sky suddenly let out excited cries. They can finally taste the taste of blood. Kill! Roar! The Ma Xiao's shouts intertwined with the roars of the evil beasts, and they swooped down. Looking at the demon cultivators and evil beasts swooping down from above, Qin Jinyan looked solemn and directly used all the luck of the dynasty to bless himself. The golden light immediately surrounded Qin Jinyan's whole body, and his cultivation base began to climb rapidly, reaching the middle stage of the 4th heavenly layer of Purple Mansion realm all the way. And there's also the startling dragon array to bless his defensive ability. Follow me and resist the demons. Qin Junyan shouted coldly. His figure rose into the air, meeting the demon cultivators and evil beasts who swooped down. Qin Zi condensed the sword energy around his body, holding the blue wave sword, and followed closely behind. All the ministers and officials, no matter how strong or weak they were, none of them retreated. Resist demons and defend the human race. The Imperial Forest Army in the palace and the dash troops of the Imperial City camp that had just arrived also rose into the air. In the sky, from top to bottom, the demon beasts covered in black, demonic energy collided with the army from bottom to top, surrounded by pale, golden light from the startling dragon formation. Boom, boom. In the instant of the fierce battle, an extremely violent energy fluctuation erupted. The two sides fought together. The golden light and the black magic energy collided constantly. Every moment, there are soldiers or magic cultivators falling from the sky, and the battle is extremely fierce. Originally, these demon cultivators were only helping Patriarch Yuanming catch blood to eat, and their cultivation bases were not very strong, but they all received the gift from Patriarch Yuanming, and their cultivation bases were greatly improved. Coupled with the extremely large number, there are also many powerful evil beasts to help. As a result, the soldiers of the Imperial Forest Army and the Imperial City Camp suffered heavy losses. Kill these demons. Yet despite the heavy losses, no one backed down. Although the Daxia dynasty has a vast territory, behind them is the Imperial City where tens of millions of people live, and there is no way to retreat. Boom, boom, boom. Intense battles continued unceasingly. These demon cultivators were originally cowardly and afraid of death, but when faced with the brave Imperial Forest Army and soldiers, they suddenly lost their positions. With the passage of time, these magic cultivators and evil beasts who were originally in the upper hand gradually fell into a disadvantage. A bunch of trash. Seeing that the demon cultivator he led was so unbearable, the powerful demon cultivator in heavy armor scolded angrily. Immediately, a fiery red spear appeared in his hand. The spear looked like it was poured by magma, and it looked very extraordinary. Coupled with his cultivation base of the seventh heaven of the Purple Mansion realm, it looked extremely powerful. Boom! This heavily armored demon joined the battlefield. With his joining, the situation of the battle suddenly changed dramatically. His cultivation base is really too strong. No one can block his attack. He is like entering the land of no one. No one can stop him. Mashio and evil beasts have changed from being disadvantaged to being dominant. Damn it! Has the dragon's soul condensed successfully? Qin Junyan asked in a deep voice when he saw this powerful demon cultivator join the battlefield and massacre soldiers. In the time just now, they poured a large amount of spiritual energy into the startling dragon formation, and it would take a longer time to condense a more powerful dragon soul. Just successfully condensed. Hearing the words, the powerful man in charge of the formation, Pestle, replied hastily. It is good, Qin Junyan said in a deep voice. Summon out the dragon soul, and kill the demon cultivator of the seventh heaven of the Purple Mansion realm first. Hearing the words, the powerful man in charge of the Pestle immediately nodded his head. He injected spiritual energy into the Pestle. The Pestle immediately emitted a golden light. Roar! And at this moment, deep in the palace, at the eye of the entire shocking dragon formation, the sound of a dragon chant suddenly resounded. A golden dragon soul directly shattered the entire demon ceiling hall and shot straight into the sky. The huge dragon body traverses the sky. Dragon soul. Looking at the dragon soul exuding an astonishing aura, the demon cultivators and evil beasts present all let out horrified sounds. This huge golden dragon soul made them feel extremely dangerous, and their hearts were filled with fear. How can it be so strong? The magic cultivator in heavy armor had disbelief in his eyes. According to his information, the dragon soul, when the corpse exorcist attacked the Imperial City last time, was obviously far less powerful than this. Boom! And at this moment, The huge golden dragon soul spit out a golden light from its mouth and shot towards the heavily armored demon cultivator. Ancestors, save me! Mashio, who was wearing heavy armor, felt the threat of death and quickly roared. However, within the dark clouds that were about to reach the Imperial City, there was no reaction. Puff. Under this golden light, this heavily armored demon cultivator was directly wiped out. Not even a body was left. The powerful golden dragon soul shocked all the demon cultivators and evil beasts. How can this dragon soul be so powerful? Panic voices sounded one after another. These demon cultivators and evil beasts were frightened by the dragon's power one by one and froze in place. As if time stood still. Is everything over? The many human races in the Imperial City couldn't help swallowing and murmured. The power of this dragon soul also exceeded all of their expectations. Even the most powerful seventh heaven demon cultivator in the Purple Mansion realm was killed, and they felt that this crisis might be over. However, the dark clouds in the distance had already drifted in at this time, covering the sky and blocking out the sun. Boom, boom! A huge palace emerged from the black clouds. It was Patriarch Yueming and others standing at the gate of the palace hall. I never thought that the great Xia dynasty's shocking dragon formation would be so powerful. Patriarch Yueming looked at the dragon soul and said in surprise. He had never been to the great Xia dynasty in the old Demon Sealing War and was defeated and injured by other strong men. So this is the first time he has seen the shocking dragon formation. Afterwards, Patriarch Yueming looked away from the dragon soul and said lightly, "You are very lucky. Obediently hand over the eye pestle, you can avoid becoming blood food and take charge of the order of the human race for me." The strength of the startling dragon formation has not yet reached its peak, but it is so powerful. If it can reach the peak, it will be very useful to him. The despicable and shameless demon has killed so many creatures of my human race. Don't want us to surrender. When Qin Jinyan heard the words, he scolded angrily without hesitation. Not only him, but many soldiers from the Imperial Forest Army and the capital camp also yelled loudly. None of them wanted to bow their heads. Before Patriarch Yueming appeared, the demons scattered all over the Kanglan territory had been devouring humans. They are at odds with demons. Roar! At the same time, the golden dragon soul let out another roar and rushed directly towards Patriarch Yueming, wanting to kill Patriarch Yueming directly. For a moment, in the Imperial City, the eyes of countless human races also looked at the golden dragon soul, praying silently in their hearts. Only when the golden dragon soul defeats Patriarch Yueming can they survive. The mayfly shakes the tree, but seeing the golden dragon soul roaring and killing towards him, Patriarch Yueming didn't care and spit out these words lightly. He stretched out his palms slowly. In the black cloud, countless demonic energy gushed out immediately and quickly condensed, forming a huge palm that covered the sky and the sun between the performances. Boom! That palm grabbed the golden dragon soul, moving in the air like a huge mountain range. Amidst countless gazes, the huge palm condensed with monstrous devilish energy unexpectedly grabbed the golden dragon's soul in its hand. Then push hard. Boom! With the black palm condensed with monstrous devilish energy, he grabbed it fiercely, and the golden dragon soul that was caught in his hand exploded directly, turning into a little bit of golden light. Terrible energy fluctuations rushed towards the surroundings like a tsunami in the sky. The golden light emanating from the giant dragon soul soon dimmed, and finally disappeared completely, and was absorbed into the body by Patriarch Yueming. Plop, plop! Such a terrifying fluctuation made Qin Jinyan and others unable to resist, and they all fell from the sky. There were so many soldiers from the Royal Forest Army and the Imperial City camp that they smashed a large number of palaces to the ground and collapsed. The corners of everyone's mouths were bleeding, their faces were extremely pale, and it seemed that they were deeply affected. The dragon's soul condensed by the startling dragon formation was easily crushed by him. Qin Jinyan looked up at the sky, looked at the shattered dragon soul. His eyes were full of disbelief. This is the most powerful time in the tens of thousands of years since the Demon Sealing War. The other officials, as well as the royal family's priests, were also shocked. They thought that no matter how strong Patriarch Yuming was, the dragon's soul condensed from the startling dragon array could resist for a while, and they could discuss countermeasures. But Patriarch Yuming's strength exceeded their expectations. The shocking dragon formation is broken, and there is no time for 100 years to repair it. The powerful man in charge of the imperial family, who was in charge of the eye pestle, looked at the eye pestle in his hand that had lost its light and murmured, "This demon's cultivation is probably in the void refining realm." As soon as these words came out, everyone's faces became extremely ugly. Void refining realm powerhouse. That is a powerful existence that they can hardly look up to. Not to mention these people present. Even if the powerhouses of the entire Kanglan domain join forces, it is impossible to resist the powerhouses of the Void Refining Realm. It turned out to be a demon from the Void Refining Realm. We are doomed. After seeing the scene just now, tens of millions of people in the Imperial City also let out panicked voices. Fear spread rapidly among the crowd. Desperate voices came and went. Haha. And Patriarch Yuming looked at the terrified human race below and immediately gave a mocking and playful smile, saying, "Stupid human race, do you finally know how powerful this deity is? It's a pity it's too late. The deity gave you the opportunity to surrender just now, but you didn't cherish it yourself. Weakness is not a sin, ignorance is." As he said that, the monstrous devilish energy condensed again, and 100-foot-long magic knife was condensed in an instant, cutting across the sky. Using his powerful spiritual sense, he has already searched the entire Imperial City, but he has not found the aura of swordsmanship above the fifth heaven of the Purple Mansion realm. So he feels that Xiaoyao Sword Immortal should not be in the Imperial City. He intends to directly chop up the Great Xia Imperial City, in order to make an example of others and deter the entire human race in the Kanglan territory. Boom! The magic knife, exuding endless evil power and endless blade light, slashed downward, and wherever it passed, the void was trembling, as if it wanted to destroy everything in the world. Seeing this scene, the eyes of Qin Junyan, Qin Zening, and others were full of despair. The power of this knife is really too terrifying. They couldn't even develop the will to resist, and could only watch the knife fall slowly. A general waiting to die. Chone! However, at this moment, the sound of a sword's cry suddenly appeared, resounding through the entire heaven and earth, and went straight to the heavens. It was as if a peerless divine soldier had been born. At the same time, a fiery red sword soul broke through the void, and shot towards the knife that Patriarch Yuming had slashed. Who was doing that? Qin Junyan's eyes were full of shock and doubt, and he exclaimed, "At the time of life and death, how could there be such a powerful sword soul suddenly coming out from the direction of the Imperial Mausoleum?" He didn't remember that there was a strong swordsman sitting in the Imperial Mausoleum. All the strong men in the royal family have come here. Qin Zening and all the officials were also extremely puzzled. They couldn't figure out who made the move. Humph! Seeing the sudden appearance of the sword soul, Patriarch Yuming just snorted mockingly and didn't care at all. He felt that the knife he condensed was powerful enough that no one below the Void Refinement Realm could stop it. And at this moment, the fiery red sword soul that burst out had already collided with the magic knife. Boom! In the sky, a terrifying energy fluctuation erupted suddenly. However, that sword soul was obviously more powerful, and it directly cut the magic knife into pieces and continued to attack and kill Patriarch Yuming. Boom! Patriarch Yuming didn't expect someone to make a sudden move, so he could only punch out, colliding with the sword soul. Although this punch smashed the sword soul, he himself retreated again and again, looking a little embarrassed. Damn it, who is it? Get out! Patriarch Yuming looked in the direction of the Imperial Mausoleum, gritted his teeth, and said angrily. At the same time, Everyone looked in the direction of the imperial tomb. The eyes are full of incredible colors. What? This sword's soul actually shattered Patriarch Yueming's magic knife. Qin Junyan and the others were even more shocked. The magic knife is so terrifying, and it is absolutely impossible for all of them to go all out to stop it. It was cut to pieces by a sword soul that suddenly appeared in the imperial tomb. They find it too incredible. Who on earth is drawing the sword? All eyes were on the direction of the Imperial Mausoleum. And at this moment, a figure exuding sword intent walked out of the imperial tomb, riding the wind, flying like a fairy. The overwhelming sword intent, like a rushing ocean wave, followed that figure and came to the sky. Wherever it passed, the black clouds condensed from the devilish energy were torn apart. What a terrifying sword intent is this Xiaoyao, Sword Immortal. Xiaoyao, Sword Immortal, is really a member of the great Xia royal family. The tens of millions of people in the imperial city looked up at the sky, and all made shocking voices. His eyes were full of wonder. There had been this rumor before, but few people believed it. They felt that the small royal family of Great Xia would never be able to produce such a strong man, but they did not expect it to be confirmed today. At this time, the most shocked people were none other than Qin Junyan and others. Although Qin Feng was surrounded by monstrous sword intent, it was difficult to see his appearance clearly. But just relying on his figure, Qin Junyan and those important court officials also recognized Qin Feng at a glance. Emperor brother. Looking at the figure in the sky, Qin Junyan was a little awkward to speak. He never imagined that the person who drew the sword just now was actually Qin Feng. How can that be? Many important officials in the court and the royal family worshipped Qin Feng's figure, and they were all shocked beyond words. They even wondered if they were dazzled. How could the deposed Prince Qin Feng be the rumored Xiaoyao Sword Immortal? You know, staying in that kind of place where the spiritual energy is thin, even a genius can only be lost in the end. At this moment, Chun Lao and the others looked at each other in blank dismay, and finally understood why the Xiaoyao Sword Immortal had made several moves to help the great Xia dynasty. There is no other, just because this Xiaoyao Sword Immortal is the former Prince Qin Feng. Uncle Huang is actually the legendary Xiaoyao Sword Immortal. Qin Zining looked at the figure in the sky, couldn't help opening her mouth. Her beautiful eyes were full of disbelief. Scenes from the past appeared in front of my eyes. Many of the doubts in the past also made her suddenly realize at this moment. You are that Xiaoyao Sword Immortal? Staring at Qin Feng in front of him, Patriarch Yueming said in a deep voice, I said why I couldn't sense your existence just now. It turns out that you are protected by a large formation. The moment Qin Feng walked out of the Imperial Mausoleum, he naturally noticed the existence of the Shenin formation. You shouldn't have interrupted my comprehension of the Tao of heaven and earth. Qin Feng did not answer, but said slowly. He was immersed in the comprehension of the law of the Tao just now, and finally got some gains, but now he was interrupted by Patriarch Yueming, which made him very angry. You are mere cultivation of the third level of the void refining realm, and you still brazenly say that you are comprehending the Tao of heaven and earth. Patriarch Yueming raised his head to the sky and laughed loudly when he heard the words. Although Qin Feng didn't seem to be 100 years old, he broke through to the third level of the void refining realm, which made him a little surprised. But compared with his void refining realm fifth layer, it is still far from it. It is a world of difference. Even he couldn't comprehend the Tao of heaven and earth. How could Qin Feng comprehend the Tao of heaven and earth? The frog at the bottom of the well. Qin Feng was too lazy to talk nonsense, and had an extra long sword in his hand. It is Zhu Xian's sword. The sword intent around his body suddenly became more raging, rumbling like a tsunami. You killed Baiwei, which made me have to break through the seal in the most dangerous way. Today, you dare to stop me from controlling the Kanglan domain. Today, I will let you not survive, not die. Patriarch Yueming gritted his teeth. You misunderstood. I am not preventing you from ruling the Kanglan domain. When Qin Feng heard the words, he said calmly. As soon as he said this, Qin Junyan and the others were startled, not understanding what he meant. and the tens of millions of people in the Imperial City all became ugly. Xiaoyao's sword immortal didn't stop Patriarch Yueming. Did he want to be loyal to the demon? Many human races who were already desperate are now even more desperate. Huh? Didn't you stop me? Patriarch Yueming was stunned, and then a mocking look appeared in his eyes, and said, "If you want to submit to me, it is not impossible. First kneel down and bow your head, and swear your heart demon to be loyal to me." The heart demon oath is a very ancient oath. Once you swear, if you dare to break it, you will be punished by heaven. Patriarch Yueming felt that Qin Feng's talent was very good, stronger than any of the demons under his command. So if Qin Feng was willing to swear allegiance to him, he would be more than happy to accept Qin Feng as his slave. "Make me a slave? You are not worthy," Qin Feng said lightly. "I'm not here to stop you from controlling the Kanglan region, but to kill you. These evil spirits have come to cause trouble several times, and now they are all concentrated in attacking. So naturally, he will not be polite. Kill Patriarch Yueming?" Hearing this, the tens of millions of people in the Imperial City finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although they felt that Qin Feng's words might not come true, they were not loyal to Patriarch Yueming anyway. Arrogance. You are too arrogant. Patriarch Yueming was completely furious when he heard the words, "Today, I want everyone here to be buried with you." He could clearly perceive. While speaking, the surrounding black clouds began to tumbling violently. Terrible magic power was released from his body. Patriarch Yueming quickly formed seals with his hands, emitting a strange and dark light. The devilish energy around his body turned into tens of thousands of demons in an instant, rushing towards Qin Feng like a tide. These are all roaring sounds, like bloodthirsty beasts. This move is extremely ruthless. He wanted to let these evil spirits turned into demons tear Qin Feng into pieces, and let Qin Feng feel the pain of being hacked into pieces. Careful. Seeing this scene, Qin Zening and the others exclaimed nervously. They could feel that the tens of thousands of demons transformed by the magic energy were much stronger than the magic knife just now, and they were very dangerous. The tens of thousands of people in the Imperial City also held their breaths and concentrated, worrying that Qin Feng would not be able to stop the tens of thousands of demons transformed by the demonic energy. After all, Qin Feng is their last hope. And Qin Feng looked at the tens of thousands of demons who had been killed. His expression was extremely calm, and his figure moved instantly. Carrying monstrous sword energy, he took the initiative to meet these tens of thousands of demons. Boom! Qin Feng's whole body was like a long sword. Wherever it passed, there was no need to make a move. Those demons were like mud, and they were instantly torn apart by the sword energy. The scene was extremely shocking. What? Patriarch Yueming was horrified when he saw this. The tens of thousands of evil spirits he condensed had no problem at all in killing the cultivators below the 5th level of the Void Refining Realm. How could they be wiped out by Qin Feng so easily? Sure. And at this time, Qin Feng had passed through tens of thousands of demons, tore them all to pieces, and came before Patriarch Yueming. The immortal execution sword in his hand, the sword energy surged violently, and he slashed out with a single strike. Damn! Seeing that Qin Feng had come in front of him and made a decisive move, Patriarch Yueming, who was extremely shocked, quickly used monstrous devilish energy to condense a long knife emitting a jet black light, and went to meet him. This pitch-black magic knife is extremely terrifying, exuding a pitch-black light. Just looking at it, it feels like being cut by a knife. Boom! One knife and one sword collided together, and the terrifying energy fluctuations erupted were incomparably terrifying and astonishing. The shattered sword light and knife light swept across the 4 directions. There are countless unlucky demon cultivators around. Although they are protected by the black cloud array, many of them were pierced by these shattered sword lights and sword lights, screaming in pain, and some were even killed directly. Thump! Patriarch Yueming was directly chopped off by Qin Feng's sword and smashed heavily on the palace behind him, causing the palace to collapse. The body he took away was cut to pieces. The body is exposed. There was a mass of demonic energy without a body, and there was a light like will-o'-the-wisp in his eyes. Your cultivation base is clearly below mine. Why are you stronger than me? Patriarch Yueming stared at Qin Feng firmly, his eyes full of disbelief. With that sword attack by Qin Feng just now, he was powerless to fight back. It made him a little unbelievable, because Qin Feng is obviously only the 3rd level of the Void Refining Realm, but he is the 5th level of the Void Refining Realm. You can ask Hades this question after you go to the underworld. Qin Feng said indifferently. While speaking, he was ready to strike the sword again. He didn't intend to give Patriarch Yueming a chance to breathe. You're just dreaming if you want to kill me. Although Patriarch Yueming felt the threat of death, he was not afraid at all. He gritted his teeth and said, "Forcing me to consume my original power, I will definitely make you regret coming to this world today." As his words fell, in the billowing black clouds, monstrous devilish energy suddenly surged towards Patriarch Yueming. A huge phantom quickly condensed behind Patriarch Yueming. This phantom is hundreds of feet high, towering above the sky, with a ferocious face like a yiksha, with 6 huge wings growing behind it, and various weapons stuck everywhere on its body. The magic power emitted is even more terrifying. The demon ancestor. This is the phantom of the demon ancestor. Seeing this phantom, countless people exclaimed for a while. You must know that even in the original Demon Sealing War, only the most powerful demons had enough strength to condense the phantom of the demon ancestor. No one expected that Patriarch Yueming was so powerful that even the phantom of the demon patriarch could be condensed. Oh, this extremely ugly guy is the legendary demon ancestor. Qin Feng frowned slightly. He has also read the ancient books about the demon race in the Library Pavilion. There is a portrait of the demon ancestor on it. Although it looks evil, it is also majestic. But looking at it like this now, it is really ugly. You dare to disrespect the demon ancestor. You are courting death. Hearing Qin Feng's exclamation, Patriarch Yueming, who was already extremely furious, became even more angry at this moment, controlling the phantom of the demon ancestor, and punched Qin Feng fiercely. This huge fist is like a hill, as if it came from hell, trying to destroy everything in the world. Wherever it passes, even the void is trembling. But so, looking at the huge fist falling down like a hill in the sky, Qin Feng said indifferently. At this moment, the Zhuxian sword in his hand burst into a dazzling golden light. The mysterious and complicated inscriptions are surrounded by a ring around the hilt, exuding a vast and ancient atmosphere. Desolate meteor severing God slash. With a cold shout, Qin Feng slashed out with a sword. The hundreds of feet long sword light immediately swept away towards the suppressing fist. The dazzling sword light, accompanied by the sound of the sword resounding through the heaven and earth, everywhere it passes, all the devilish energy is instantly torn apart. It seems that even the sky can be cut open. Boom! The sword light collided with a huge fist, and a terrifying energy fluctuation erupted. This sword was not able to shatter the fist. The sword light and the huge fist were deadlocked. Do you think that this phantom of the demon ancestor is just as simple as condensing the magic energy together? Patriarch Yueming laughed loudly and said, "There is a trace of the demonic power of the demon ancestor in this phantom, although it is not as good as 1/1000th of the real demonic power of the demon ancestor. But it is a kind of great blessing. You obediently endured death." It is not easy to condense the phantom of the demon ancestor. In addition to the need to practice special exercises, it also consumes his original power, and the black mist on his body has even dimmed a lot because of this. Really? Qin Feng sneered and said, "Since it can't be broken with one sword, then come again." While speaking, the Zhuxian sword in his hand burst into golden light again. In a short period of time, he performed the desolate meteor severing God slash 8 times in a row, cutting out 8 sword lights. Hiss! Is the aura in this Xiaoyao sword immortal's body inexhaustible? Such a terrifying sword light. He can cut it out continuously in a short period of time. Seeing this scene, both the human race and the demon cultivators couldn't help but gasp in amazement. They naturally didn't know that because of the Primordial Chaos Sword Body, Qin Feng's aura was as vast as an ocean, and the Longevity Sutra absorbed the aura very quickly. So it was actually no different from endless. Such a powerful sword technique would take a long time for others to perform once, but for Qin Feng, it was very simple and relaxed. Shua, shua, shua. 7 or 800-foot-long sword glows swept towards the huge black fist. The sound of sword cries is deafening. The terrifying sword energy made many demon cultivators in the black cloud tremble with fear. Boom! As several sword lights slashed down, the black fist of the demon ancestor phantom was hard to resist and exploded immediately. Not only that, but the power of these golden sword lights did not decrease much, and they continued to slash towards the body of Patriarch Yueming. Oh no! The miserable cry suddenly resounded in the sky. Those streaks of golden sword lights struck his body and finally tore him to shreds. His body, turned into wisps of devilish energy, dissipated between heaven and earth. The whole world also fell into silence. This Xiaoyao Sword Immortal beheaded Patriarch Yueming. In the Imperial City, tens of millions of people watched this scene in the sky, and they all said with incomparable joy, "They are unbelievable. Patriarch Yueming has come so fiercely these days, they can hardly believe that they were killed just like that." The demon cultivators in the black cloud were all horrified and flustered for a while. Hee hee. Don't pretend. I know you're not dead yet. Qin Feng had a calm expression and said with a sneer. As Qin Feng's voice fell, the monstrous black clouds in the sky lit up with blood-red patterns of light. The black cloud formation began to operate. The shattered body of Patriarch Yueming slowly refused. In the end, it turned into the previous cloud of black mist again. As long as he is in this black cloud formation, no matter how he is beheaded, he can consume part of the original power to resurrect until all the original power is exhausted. This is why he has to stay in this black cloud formation. You bastard, I didn't expect you to be so strong. Patriarch Yueming's eyes were full of anger, staring at Qin Feng firmly, and said, "It seems that your physique is really strong enough. Just right, my current new body has been shattered, so let your body be my new body." He is very envious of Qin Feng's body now, because before this, he had never seen anyone who was able to leapfrog and kill a 5th-level Void Refining Realm expert with a mere 3rd-level cultivation of the Void Refining Realm. Want my body? Then you're probably thinking too much. Qin Feng sneered and said, "Even if this black cloud formation can bring you back to life, so what? Once you resurrect, I will kill once. There's always a time when you run out of resources." As he said that, the immortal execution sword in his hand once again erupted with astonishing fluctuations in sword energy. Ready to strike again. Kill the ancestor Yueming who has just been resurrected. Ah, the ignorant are really fearless. Patriarch Yueming laughed arrogantly when he heard the words, and said, "This formation is not just as simple as being able to revive me. It is far more powerful than you imagined." While he was speaking, his body actually began to split, turning into 3 identical black mist, and continued to split until finally it turned into 9 black mist. Not only that, but the black clouds in the sky surged wildly. Countless blood-red rays of light lit up at this moment. At the same time, there were streaks of blood-colored rays of light floating out of the black clouds and entering the 9 clusters of black mist. Soon, the 9 groups of black mist were all wrapped in red light, and along with the black cloud, bloody light continued to float out. In the end, the 9 clouds of black mist turned into 9 blood moons, hanging in the sky. The scene was terrifying and eerie. What is this? Seeing the 9 blood moons in the sky emitting a strange light, countless people exclaimed. At this moment, Every inch of land is illuminated by the light of the blood moon. This weird scene made everyone feel as if they were in hell with fear in their eyes. The movement of aura in many people's bodies has completely stopped. What kind of terrible secret technique is this? It feels very dangerous. The Emperor won't be in danger, right? Qin Zhenning's beautiful eyes were full of worries. Among the ancient books about demons, there is no record. It is probably the unique secret technique of Patriarch Yueming. Qin Junyin's expression was serious. The other ministers, officials, and royal family worshippers all had incomparably solemn expressions. I was worried about Qin Feng in my heart. They were so far away. They could all feel the horror like hell. What about Qin Feng who was in it? Wouldn't it be more dangerous? Is this an enhanced version of the secret technique of the moon worship master? Looking at the 9 blood moons in the sky, Qin Feng asked calmly without any panic. That trash of Baiwei, the secret technique he has comprehended, is less than 1% of what I can perform. Patriarch Yueming snorted coldly, full of disdain. Under the illumination of these 9 blood moons, I will control the laws of this world, and you will surely die. Only those who are strong in the martial domain can open the domain. But with the help of the black cloud array and the power of the 9 blood moons, he was able to make this world infinitely close to his own domain. He thought that he was invincible when facing Qin Feng, who was in the void refining realm. In my opinion, there is not much difference between you and the Lord of worshipping the moon. Qin Feng smiled lightly. Although all the aura between the heaven and the earth was blocked by the blood moon, and the huge pressure was pressing on him like a mountain, it didn't make him feel the slightest danger. It is the fearlessness of the ignorant. Patriarch Yueming snorted coldly. He felt that Qin Feng might not even understand what a domain is, otherwise it would definitely not be like this. In the sky, the 9 blood moons suddenly burst into even more dazzling light. The terrifying magic law penetrated into Qin Feng's body to change Qin Feng directly from a human to a demon controlled by him. Even looking at the entire demon race, there are not many demons who can directly turn humans into demons. All the demon cultivators in the black cloud exclaimed in joy. The light of the blood moon shone, making them feel as if they were bathed in divine splendor. The human race below felt extremely painful, as if they were in hell. Everyone became worried about Qin Feng. Today I will let you see what is the real field. And at this moment, Qin Feng spoke indifferently. Dazzling golden light suddenly erupted from his body, and the sacred aura quickly erupted centered on him. The mighty sound of Buddha resounded through the world. Those golden rays of light quickly began to condense within a radius of several hundred feet of Qin Feng, turning into golden Buddhist scriptures, making the sacred atmosphere here even more intense. This place has become like a Buddhist kingdom on the ground. And Qin Feng, who is in the center, is the supreme world-honored one in the Buddha kingdom. What is this? I actually have the urge to kneel down and worship. For a while, both the demon cultivator and the human race exclaimed. Their faces suddenly changed. In my heart, I couldn't help but want to kneel down and worship Qin Feng. Although monks appeared in Kanglanyu, due to complicated reasons, they did not succeed in spreading the Dharma, and there was no record in the ancient books, so no one knew what it was. Seeing Qin Feng's display of the Buddhist Pure Land, Patriarch Yueming uttered an unbelievable voice and said, "How is it possible? You're only in the 3rd level of the void refining realm. How can you already open up the domain?" His voice was trembling, full of disbelief. With the help of the black cloud formation and the secret technique of the 9 blood moons, he managed to create an area similar to a domain. And what Qin Feng is displaying now is clearly the real domain. The sacred Buddhist aura made him feel tremendous pressure, as if he was in a world beyond this world. That's right, but this can no longer change your fate of being saved. Qin Feng said lightly. He didn't do it deliberately, but the voice of his speech was like the voice of a Buddha, mighty and mighty, spread a long distance and echoed between heaven and earth. OM, OM, OM. The power of the law in the Pure Land of Buddhism quickly enveloped the 9 blood moons in the sky, and easily entered the 9 blood moons, dispelling the power of Patriarch Yueming. The 9 blood moons began to gradually emit golden light. No, do not want. Patriarch Yueming roared in horror. Although this Buddhist law seems to be peaceful and sacred, it has never brought him despair. He desperately wanted to resist. But in this Buddhist Pure Land, Qin Feng is the master of everything. He couldn't resist at all, and could only let his own strength be dispelled by the laws of Buddhism and Taoism. What? In the end, amidst Patriarch Yueming's desperate screams, his strength was completely dispelled. The 9 blood moons in the sky also turned into 9 scorching suns at this moment, traversing the sky. The originally dark and strange world, at this moment, is illuminated by divine light. Patriarch Yueming is dead. The demon cultivator in the black cloud looked at the 9 scorching sun in the sky, felt the huge danger, and said in horror. Their eyes were full of disbelief. For so many years, they have collected blood food for Patriarch Yueming, and now Patriarch Yueming was born and came to Kanglan Domain. They thought they could easily control the Kanglan territory and act as a dominance. But they didn't expect that Patriarch Yueming had been killed now. Escape! Escape! After the shock, these demon cultivators immediately made a sound of panic and turned around to escape from this place. Want to leave? Leave them all to me. Qin Feng glanced at these demon cultivators and said indifferently. He had no intention of showing mercy at all. Although these demons are not demons yet, they're not much different from demons. All of them deserve death. Boom! The 9 scorching suns in the sky erupted with dazzling golden light. All the demonic cultivators who were irradiated by the light screamed in pain, and their bodies began to be gradually dispelled and finally turned into wisps of demonic energy. Together with the entire black cloud formation, it was absorbed into the Pure Land of Buddhism. The scene was incomparably astonishing and shocking. With the killing of Patriarch Yueming, countless demon cultivators were killed and the black clouds in the sky disappeared. The whole world fell into silence. Time seemed to stop at this moment. Everyone seemed to be petrified, watching all this in astonishment, their eyes filled with disbelief and incomparable shock. It's like a newborn baby seeing someone walking in the sky for the first time. The shock to them is indescribable in words. Especially Qin Junyan and Qin Zening. They couldn't believe what they saw. In just one day, they really experienced too much hope and despair. Before that, no matter what, they would never have imagined that the rumored Xiaoyao Sword Immortal was actually Qin Feng, and it has already reached the terrifying Void Refining Realm. Even Patriarch Yueming, who is in the 5th level of Void Refining Realm, is no match for him. This is really too shocking. But soon, the silence of the Imperial City was broken by boiling. The sound of exclamation, like a hurricane, quickly swept through the Imperial City. Patriarch Yueming is dead. We're safe. We don't have to be the blood of demons anymore. The cheers of countless people were deafening. It was like escaping death. Fortunately, Xiaoyao Sword Immortal is here. His cultivation base is really too terrifying. I even wonder if he is immortal. Maybe he is really a sword fairy descending from the sky. After I go back, I must build a monument and a temple for Xiaoyao Sword Immortal, so that future generations will worship it forever. All kinds of voices kept ringing. Tens of millions of people in the Imperial City were plunged into the joy of the rest of their lives after the catastrophe, and were shocked by the terrifying strength of Xiaoyao Sword Immortal. I think he is the reincarnation of a fairy. All the gazes looking at Qin Feng in the sky were full of admiration and gratitude, and some even directly worshipped him. He truly regarded Qin Feng as a fairy. As for the reactions of these people, Qin Feng was as calm as ever. After he used the Pure Land of Buddhism to absorb the devilish energy between heaven and earth, he didn't intend to stay here. Instead, he turned and returned to the palace. I still have things to do now. Qin Feng opened his mouth and said slowly, "If you have any questions, I will talk about them after I finish the retreat." After Patriarch Yueming was killed, he had more things to do instead. Whether it is refining the devilish energy absorbed into the pure land of Buddhism, or continuing to comprehend the law of the Tao, or digesting the insights from this battle, there is no delay. Shoo! After all, Qin Feng didn't stay here, turned into a rainbow light, and flew towards the direction of the Imperial Mausoleum. Qin Junyan and the officials were left behind. Although they had countless things to say in their hearts, they could only swallow them silently. Father, uncle, Qin Zining couldn't help but speak. However, before he finished speaking, Qin Junyan interrupted him. I know you have a lot of doubts in your heart, Qin Junyan said helplessly, but I don't know the answers to those questions. Hearing this, Qin Zining nodded with a wry smile. She also guessed something from Qin Junyan's shocked expression just now. Your Majesty, you were not injured in the battle just now, were you? At this moment, Old Qin stepped forward and asked worriedly. I am fine. Qin Junyan shook his head and then said, let's take a look at the soldiers of the Imperial Forest Army and the Imperial City Camp first. See who is injured, and give them the elixirs as soon as possible. It is good. Immediately, a minister agreed. Soon, a large amount of elixir was taken out from the alchemy hall in the palace, and the uninjured soldiers distributed it to the injured companions. Do you want to send an order to the world to let people know that the evil spirits have been exterminated? Asked the scholar of Library Pavilion. The news of the Demon Cloud's attack must have spread throughout the Kanglan domain. The most important thing now is to stabilize the hearts of the people and prevent panic between India and France. Well, I will leave this matter to you. After a pause, Qin Junyan continued. At the same time, immediately pass an order to the several generals guarding the four directions, so that they don't have to bring troops back to help the Imperial City and wipe out those demons that have been extremely rampant recently. According to the order. After the Library Pavilion scholar nodded, he left here. Many ministers got busy. Looking at the collapsed palaces around him, Qin Junyan had mixed feelings at this moment. At the same time, an ancient warship was sailing towards the Great Xia Imperial City. It is an ancient warship of the Great Yin dynasty, and all of it is equipped with strong men from the Purple Mansion realm. Your Majesty, isn't it a bit too reckless for us to use all the strong in our dynasty just to rescue the Great Xia dynasty? Prime Minister Dian couldn't help but said. Several other important ministers of Great Yin also echoed. He felt that although Qin Junyan sent someone to ask for help, but given their relationship with the Great Xia dynasty, there was absolutely no need to rescue the Taishan dynasty. What do you know? In front of the battleship, the middle-aged Emperor Dian said coldly. Several dynasties participated in the demon-sealing war back then, beheading and sealing countless demons. If the Great Xia dynasty is destroyed now, is it possible for the other great dynasties to survive? After receiving Qin Junyan's request for help and confirming the information, he immediately made a calm judgment. Now it is the best choice to lead all the powerhouses to the Great Xia Imperial City and join forces with them to fight against the demons. He has already received news that the powerhouses of several other great dynasties are also sailing in the direction of the Great Xia dynasty on ancient warships. However, since the demons in the Demon Cloud dared to attack the Great Xia dynasty, they must be sure of victory. Prime Minister Dian couldn't help but said, when we arrive, it is estimated that the Great Xia Imperial City has already been breached, and the strong may have lost everything. Hearing what he said, Emperor Dian remained silent, which was not unexpected to him. But he did not stop the warship, but continued sailing. Even if the Great Xia Imperial City is really breached, he will join forces with other dynasty powerhouses to fight against the demons. This is the last chance. Otherwise, after the demons devour the human race in large numbers and become stronger, it will be completely over. The dynasty is different from a sect. Those sects can abandon their sects and flee at any time when they encounter a crisis of destruction. However, the major dynasties have foundations of more than 10,000 years and a large number of clan lives. If they're just destroyed like this, no emperor can afford such a heinous crime. The ancient ships carrying the powerful men of several great dynasties sailed at an extremely fast speed after converging, heading in the direction of the Great Xia dynasty. In order to speed up, they poured a large amount of spiritual energy into the formation, making the ancient warship travel far faster than usual. Boom, boom. Not long after, several ancient warships arrived only 3,000 miles away from the Great Xia Imperial City. They saw that there were no evil clouds in the sky in front of them, and they all looked puzzled. What's going on? Isn't there an evil spirit attacking the Great Xia Imperial City? Looking at the calm and peaceful sky above the Great Xia Imperial City, Emperor Dian asked with doubts in his eyes, "Why is there nothing now?" Many ministers who accompanied him were also puzzled. Several great dynasties had received the same news, so there could be no mistake. Could it be that the Great Xia Imperial City has been breached, and all the demons have entered the Imperial City? At this time, Prime Minister Dian said solemnly in his eyes. Hearing what he said, the emperors and powerhouses of the other great dynasties became nervous. If this is the case, it means that the demons they are about to face will be extremely powerful. That's not right. Even if the demons have entered the Imperial City, there should still be evil clouds covering the sky. The emperor of the Taishan dynasty was puzzled and said, "Why don't you say that the sky is covered with evil clouds now, and even the devilish energy is very thin? Moreover, not only is there no magic energy in this world, but there is also a very sacred atmosphere." Prime Minister Taishan wondered if he had made a mistake in his spiritual perception. The conversation between the two of them made everyone in the several great dynasties who were already extremely nervous realize that something was wrong. It feels a little unreasonable. No matter what, let's go and see it, Emperor Dian said solemnly. No matter what, we must not give those demons time to devour the human race and improve their strength. His words made many people nod in agreement. The population of Taishan Imperial City is tens of millions. If these demons are allowed to devour it, the consequences will be very dire. Boom, boom. The ancient warships of the various dynasties continued to sail towards the Great Xia Imperial City. But now, all the patterns on the battleship are lit up, exuding a faint light, and the defensive formation is in operation. Many strong men also protect their bodies with aura, ready to fight against demons at any time. It didn't take long for the ancient ships of several dynasties to sail over the Great Xia Imperial City, but the scene before them made them all look stunned. In the Imperial City below, although the palace is full of collapsed palaces and many soldiers who died in battle, it is obvious that they have experienced a great war, but now they have returned to calm. Someone was moving the corpses, someone was cleaning up the debris, as if everything had passed. What's going on here? Have the invading demons been repelled? Emperor Taishuan's face was full of astonishment, and he couldn't believe it, because he learned from the people Qin Jinyan sent to ask for help, as well as the information from the imperial court, that there are very dangerous demons, as well as a huge number of demon cultivators and evil beasts in the monstrous demon cloud. It is absolutely difficult for the strong members of the Great Xia royal family to deal with it. Qin Jinyan is there. Let's go down and have a look. Emperor Dian noticed Qin Jinyan in the palace below and said in a deep voice. Immediately, the emperors of several great dynasties left the ancient warship and landed in the palace below. At this time, Qin Jinyan, who was discussing matters with many ministers in the court, naturally noticed them and immediately walked forward with a smile. Everyone came all the way from thousands of miles to help us resist evil spirits. Thank you in advance. Qin Jinyan thanked him, although the powerhouses of several dynasties did not help. But as soon as they received the request for help, they all rushed over, so he naturally wanted to thank them. What's going on here? Why isn't there even a single demon? Could it be that the news is wrong and the demons attacking you are not powerful? Emperor Taishan said impatiently. How could it not be strong? Thinking about it, Qin Jinyan still had chills on his back and said, the cultivation of Patriarch Yueming is at least the 5th level of the Void Refining Realm. What? A Void Refining Realm expert? Hearing Qin Jinyan's words, many emperors all exclaimed. They originally thought that even if the evil spirit was very powerful, it would at most have a cultivation level above the 5th level of the Purple Mansion realm, but they didn't expect it to be at the Void Refining realm. In front of such strong men, even if all the strong men from several great dynasties join hands, there is no possibility of victory at all. If they knew this earlier, even if they bear the status of sinners of the dynasty, they would still lead their clansmen to escape from the Kanglan domain. Are you joking? If the demons of the Void Refining realm attack, the entire Imperial city must be wiped out by now. How can you still be alive? Emperor Dian said in disbelief. The others were also somewhat skeptical, wondering if Qin Jinyan was bluffing them. Do I have to lie to you? Qin Jinyan smiled helplessly and said, Tens of millions of people watched today's battle. If that's the case, how did you survive? Why did Patriarch Yuanming retreat? Emperor Taishian immediately asked. There are countless doubts in my heart, because Sword Immortal Xiaoyao made a move. Afterwards, Qin Jinyan told Emperor Taishian and the others about what happened today, except that Qin Feng's identity was not disclosed, and he did not hide anything else. After all, tens of millions of people have witnessed today's battle. Even if he wanted to hide it, he couldn't hide it at all. And listening to Qin Jinyan's narration, the expressions of many emperors present all became very exciting. When they learned that Patriarch Yuanming's palm crushed the dragon's soul, they all showed nervousness and fear, and they could empathize with it. Feel the despair of Qin Jinyan and the others. After all, the gap in strength is too huge. It wasn't until they heard that Xiaoyao Sword Immortal was born and finally killed Patriarch Yuanming that the fear and tension on their faces finally turned into shock and disbelief. Xiaoyao Sword Immortal defeated all the evil spirits and demon cultivators by himself? Hearing Qin Jinyan's narration, many royal families present were shocked. One person with one sword, facing the monstrous black clouds and endless demons alone. Just thinking about it is shocking. Xiaoyao Sword Immortal was only at the Purple Mansion realm when he struck out decades ago to kill the ancient corpses of the Corpse Exorcist sect, but now he is able to kill the Void Refining realm 5th layer powerhouses. Emperor Dian was shocked and couldn't help sighing. Isn't this cultivation speed too terrifying? Only then did the other emperors notice that Xiaoyao Sword Immortal's cultivation speed was indeed terrifying. Even before the Great Demon Sealing War, when Kanglan martial arts was at its peak, there had never been such a martial arts genius. Listening to everyone's exclamation, Qin Jinyan remained silent and did not speak. If these people knew Qin Feng's age, they would be scared to death. By the way, since Xiaoyao Sword Immortal is the senior of your dynasty and is so strong, why did you send someone to ask me for help? Emperor Taishian couldn't help but frowned. When Ziyajin helped Daxia Dynasty several times before, they had guessed that Ziyajin Xian might be an old antique of Daxia Dynasty, and they were not very surprised. I just don't understand why Qin Jinyan asked for help since Xiaoyao Sword Immortal is so strong. I just found out today. Qin Jinyan smiled helplessly. If he had known about Qin Feng's cultivation earlier, he would not have sent people to the major dynasties for help as quickly as possible when the evil spirits attacked. You also know, how is it possible? Hearing what he said, the other emperors obviously didn't believe it. You must know that the cultivation resources needed by the Void Refining Realm experts are extremely huge, and there will definitely be very big movements. Qin Jinyan, as the Great Xia Emperor, could not possibly know anything about it. I just found out today. Qin Jinyan smiled bitterly and said, when I found out that Xiaoyao Sword Immortal is actually a powerful member of my royal family, I was far more shocked than you are. Hearing what he said, many emperors present couldn't help frowning. If Qin Jinyan didn't know about the existence of Xiaoyao Sword Immortal, they really didn't believe it, but they felt that Qin Jinyan really didn't need to lie to them about this kind of thing. Forget it. If you say you don't know, you don't know. Emperor Dian did not struggle, but said, we have traveled thousands of miles to help this time, so it shouldn't be too much to pay a visit to that old senior, right? When the other emperors heard the words, their eyes lit up. If Qin Jinyan really didn't know the existence of Xiaoyao Sword Immortal, then maybe Xiaoyao Sword Immortal might not be a member of the great Xia royal family, but might be a strong man who wandered here and just stayed here for decades. They might have hope and be able to invite Xiaoyao Jianxin back to their dynasty. It's not that I don't want to, but that Xiaoyao Sword Immortal said he would retreat for a while after killing the demon. Qin Jiao smiled slowly and said, I don't want others to disturb you. How could he fail to guess what these people were thinking? Although he knew that Qin Feng would not be lured away by these people, since Qin Feng had already said that he did not want to be disturbed, he would naturally do it. I don't want to be disturbed. Hearing this, Emperor Taishian frowned slightly, doubting the authenticity of Qin Jinyan's words, and said, since that senior doesn't want to be disturbed for the time being, I'll stay here for a while and see what the old senior is saying. Time to exit. That's right, there's nothing else going on in the dynasty anyway. It's more important to visit Xiaoyao Sword Immortal. Several other emperors also said one after another. This made Qin Jinyan a little dumbfounded, but also a little helpless. Now he's asking for help from others, and it is not easy for him to drive away the other party who has come all the way. In the end, I could only order the people in the Ministry of Rites to be responsible for arranging the residences of these emperors. In the royal tomb, Chu Xiong had already left. Originally, after he knew Qin Feng's secret, he was still at a loss, not knowing what to do next. But now that Qin Feng has voluntarily exposed his secret, he no longer thinks about it anymore, and has to return to Wuqing Bingma Division as soon as possible. The panic caused by the demon invasion must have caused a lot of friction, and he had to deal with it quickly. But Qin Feng, who returned to the Imperial Mausoleum, didn't care about the outside world. After he returned to the Imperial Mausoleum, he began to meditate. Just now, he absorbed a large amount of devilish energy into the pure land of Buddhism, and he wanted to refine it as soon as possible. This process will take a long time. But now that Patriarch Yueming has been killed, he has plenty of time. Time is like water, always passing by inadvertently. Autumn and winter come. 3 years pass quickly. After waiting for several months, the emperors of many royal families left helplessly without seeing Qin Feng's birth. After all, they're the emperors of the major dynasties, and there are still many things waiting for them to deal with in person. At the same time, the ancestor Yuming, the evil demon in the void refining realm, invaded, and the Xiaoyao Sword Immortal was born, and the news of his killing began to spread wildly in the entire Kanglan domain. It can be said that the whole world was shocked to learn that there was a strong sword cultivator at the void refining realm in the Kanglan territory. Countless Kendo experts came to the great Xia imperial city one after another, wanting to pay a visit. Facing these people, Qin Jinyan felt extremely headache. In the end, he handed over the matter to the Minister of Rites. Qin Feng in the Imperial Mausoleum. After experiencing the battle of beheading Patriarch Yueming, his cultivation has been promoted to the 4th level of the void refining realm. The speed of progress can be said to be very fast. Not only that, after he refined a large amount of demonic energy, the scope of the Buddhist Pure Land has been greatly expanded. At this time, Qin Feng was sitting cross-legged on a huge boulder. His body was surrounded by golden rays of light, and mysterious and complicated Buddhist scriptures floated up and down around his body. The looming voice of Buddha is like Huang Zhong Dalu. What's more special is that behind the top of Qin Feng's head, there is actually a faint halo of colored glaze, which makes him even more sacred. However, the killing aura exuded by the immortal execution sword inserted in front of Qin Feng was somewhat incompatible with this Buddha's light. There are also wisps of sword energy containing a powerful killing aura, continuously drifting into his body. Chon! While Qin Feng was meditating, the sound of a sword's cry suddenly erupted, resounded in the royal tomb. The power of faith has finally been removed from my body. Qin Feng muttered to himself and let out a long sigh of relief. In the past 3 years, he was not refining the demonic energy, but clearing the power of faith in his body. The battle that killed Patriarch Yueming that day. Countless human races in the imperial city worshipped him as a fairy, generated a lot of power of faith, and the pure land of Buddhism he cultivated. If he absorbs the power of faith, it can also expand the scope. When he absorbed the magic energy, he accidentally absorbed the power of faith. Only found out when I came back. However, Qin Feng soon discovered that although the power of faith would be of great benefit to him and could expand the scope of the Buddha's Pure Land, it would cause him to have a causal relationship with those people. This made Qin Feng a little apprehensive. After hesitating, he decided to use the killing spirit in the Zhuxian sword to clear away the power of faith. It was a slow process, but worked out in the end. This made Qin Feng feel relaxed. Afterwards, Qin Feng took out a broken bronze plate from the ring. This bronze plate is rusty and extremely ordinary, but is actually the only item that Patriarch Yueming carried with him. It looks like a map. Could be a treasure map. Looking at the patterns on the bronze plate, Qin Feng muttered to himself. He played with the bronze plate in his hand, trying to get any information. The reason why Qin Feng was so interested in this bronze plate was that it was the only item on Patriarch Yueming's body. It was also because the material of the bronze plate was very special. Even with all his strength, he couldn't damage it at all. In the following time, Qin Feng was a little disappointed. No matter whether he injected aura into it or probed with his spiritual sense, he couldn't find any useful information from the bronze plate. Is it necessary to find other bronze plate fragments? Qin Feng muttered to himself. He became more interested in this bronze plate. However, because there was no way to obtain more useful information for the time being, he received it in the system space. Then, Qin Feng looked towards the outside of the Imperial Mausoleum. "Since you're here, come in," Qin Feng said lightly. Not long after his words fell, Qin Zining's figure appeared in the Imperial tomb. During the past 3 years, Qin Zining would come here every few days and left when she saw Qin Feng was still practicing. When she heard Qin Feng's voice just now, she was immediately overjoyed. Although she has been to this Imperial Mausoleum many times, Qin Zining seemed a little cautious and not used to entering this time. Zining has seen Uncle Huang. After coming to the front, Qin Zining no longer had the liveliness of the past, but said timidly and respectfully according to the etiquette. Seeing her appearance, Qin Feng couldn't help smiling. If you are so particular about etiquette in your daily behavior, your father will not let a special court lady supervise your etiquette. Seeing this, Qin Feng shook his head and said with a light smile, "We." Hearing Qin Feng's words, Qin Ziqiao blushed slightly and smiled awkwardly. "Don't be restrained. It's fine as before," Qin Feng said lightly. "Kindness." Qin Zining nodded, seeing that Qin Feng's attitude towards her was still the same as before, and she also relaxed a lot. She then asked, "Uncle Huang is so strong. Why didn't he show it before?" "Why show it?" Qin Feng smiled and asked back. "A peerless divine sword is the most dangerous only when it is in the scabbard and unknown to the world. Just like the invasion of Patriarch Yueming this time. If he had exposed his identity long ago, would Patriarch Yueming not invade because of this? Not well. Patriarch Yueming would only be more fully prepared before the invasion. At that time, although Qin Feng still has a lot of cards, he will still be in great trouble. What is unknown to the world is dangerous." Hearing Qin Feng's words, Qin Zining nodded thoughtfully. After slightly hesitating, she couldn't help asking, "Uncle Emperor, is it because of you that my swordsmanship has achieved today's success?" Her meridians were congenitally damaged, but she suddenly returned to normal, and she was so gifted in the way of swordsmanship that everyone thought she had a peerless sword body. Even she thought so herself. And when Qin Feng showed up and showed his formidable strength, the thoughts in her heart were shaken immediately. "Not at all," Qin Feng said. "Your own efforts are also very important." Hearing that Qin Feng confirmed his guess, Qin Zining was not surprised and nodded slightly. "Thank you, uncle. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would have married Nan Man or Bei now." Qin Zining thanked. Qin Feng smiled when he heard the words, and when he had time, he began to teach Qin Zining some knowledge of swordsmanship. Every sense made her feel extremely mysterious. The whole person was dizzy from hearing it, so she just sat in meditation, closed her eyes, and meditated to digest what Qin Feng told her. A royal forest army who was in charge of guarding the Imperial Mausoleum came to the royal study room in a hurry. He reported to Qin Junyan that Qin Feng's retreat was over and Qin Zining was allowed to enter the Imperial tomb. Brother Huang, is the retreat over? Qin Junyan was listening to Mr. Chun and several important ministers reporting on the matter of the martial arts academy, and immediately stood up excitedly after hearing the words. At the same time, he quickly asked the maid to take out her more formal clothes. He was going to see Qin Feng. After killing Patriarch Yueming, Qin Junyan had always wanted to see Qin Feng, but because Qin Feng had been practicing in seclusion, he never had this chance. Now Qin Feng has finally finished his closed-door training. Your Majesty, can I accompany you? When Mr. Chun and several important officials saw this, they couldn't help but said. Although when Qin Feng was the crown prince, they had met many times. But the current Qin Feng is already a void refining realm expert and a senior in martial arts. They both wanted to see each other up close. When Qin Junyan heard this, he hesitated slightly. He was not sure whether Qin Feng wanted to meet outsiders, but he thought that he had one thing to do, and it was just right for Mr. Chun and several important ministers to follow. So he nodded. After the Imperial Mausoleum, I will let someone report first. If the Imperial brother agrees with you, you can enter the Imperial Mausoleum, Qin Junyan said slowly. When Mr. Chun and the others heard the words, they nodded in agreement. Afterwards, after everyone left the Imperial study room, they rushed towards the Imperial Mausoleum. Not long after, they arrived at the Imperial Mausoleum. Originally, Qin Junyan wanted to wait outside the Imperial Mausoleum for a while and let people go in to report first, but Qin Feng had already noticed them, so he asked them to come in. Qin Junyan and the others were a little nervous when they heard the words, arranged their clothes before walking towards the Imperial tomb. Now, the divine hidden formation in the Imperial tomb only serves to prevent energy from leaking out, and it can no longer be hidden. As soon as Qin Junyan and the others entered the Imperial tomb, they were stunned by the sight in front of them. There are powerful sword intents everywhere here, as well as the Buddha's light that has not dissipated. This, Qin Junyan and the others couldn't help but gasp. They were all shocked. In the battle to kill Patriarch Yueming, although they knew that Qin Feng was very powerful, the distance was so far away that it was not as shocking as this. The Imperial Mausoleum is not covered by the startling dragon formation, and the aura inside must maintain the operation of the Imperial Mausoleum formation. The aura was originally extremely thin, but now it is like a kingdom of gods on the ground. The scholar of Library Pavilion couldn't help sighing. The appearance of the Imperial Mausoleum here is very different from when he accompanied Qin Junyan for the first time. Even in the forbidden area with the strongest aura in the palace, the aura is not as rich as 1/10,000th of that here. Old Chen also exclaimed. What they didn't know was that the reason why the spiritual energy here was so strong was not because Qin Feng had set up a spirit gathering array here, but because it was naturally released from Qin Feng's body when he was cultivating. Otherwise, they will be even more shocked. Everyone, look at these birds and stray cats and dogs. Suddenly, Mr. Chin looked to the side of the road and exclaimed, "Stray cats and dogs?" Hearing this, Qin Junyan and the others were startled. I don't understand why Old Chin's attention is on these animals at this time. And when they heard the reputation, they were all shocked. A fourth-tier high-level monster. These stray pets are all fourth-tier monsters. Qin Junyan's voice was trembling. Normally, there was a hidden spirit formation, but he couldn't see it at all. But now he was shocked to find that these stray cats and dogs, because they stayed with Qin Feng for a long time, were affected by the powerful sword intent and rich spiritual energy. Each of them is a tier-advanced warcraft. It is equivalent to a strong man above the 8th level of the Luanhai realm. You must know that although monsters above the 4th level in the Kanglan domain are not rare, these stray cats and dogs are the most common monsters and can only be kept as pets. They can reach the 2nd level throughout their lives, thank God. These turn out to be tier-advanced. These cats and dogs are no more than 100 years old. Mr. Chin made some calculations and couldn't help but marvel. Their cultivation speed is actually faster than mine. You know, Even though he was the #1 swordsman genius in the Great Xia dynasty, he was over 130 years old when he reached the 9th heaven of Luanhai realm. Hearing what Chun Lao said, the faces of the people present changed again. The comparison that this person is not as good as a dog is really powerful. They never imagined that one day they would envy these cats, dogs, and birds. Let's not look around, Qin Junyan said slowly. He was afraid that he would not be able to withstand such a blow. When everyone heard the words, they all nodded with wry smiles and walked towards Qin Feng. Brother Huang, my lord, Qin Junyan and the others saluted respectfully. At this time, Qin Feng's eyes were on Qin Zining, who was meditating and enlightening. And after hearing the words, he looked at Qin Junyan and the others. You don't have to do this, just do it as before. Qin Feng smiled lightly and said lightly, "He's not used to it." After hearing the words, Mr. Chun and several important officials still maintained a respectful attitude. After all, they had only met the Prince Qin Feng a few times before, and they were not as familiar with Qin Feng as Qin Zining. And Qin Junyan took out a seal made of jade from the ring. "What is this for?" Seeing this, Qin Feng asked suspiciously. "Brother Huang, this great Xia emperor should be you," Qin Junyan said slowly with a serious face. As he spoke, he cupped his hand and handed the seal to Qin Feng. This scene surprised Mr. Chun and the others. Everyone did not expect that Qin Junyan was already ready to abdicate, and even brought the seal. "You sit well on the throne. Why do you want to give it to me?" Qin Feng did not take the seal, but asked back. "In terms of cultivation strength, I am not 1/10,000th of yours. And in terms of contribution to the Great Xia dynasty, if it weren't for you, the dynasty would have been destroyed in the battle 3 years ago. As for the strategy of governing the country, you are far above me," Qin Junyan said slowly. "So the throne should be given to you. This is his deliberate decision. In other words, the throne is indeed more suitable for me." Qin Feng smiled, and then said, "But I'm not interested in the throne, and I don't have much energy to deal with state affairs, so it's more appropriate for you to continue to be the emperor." Qin Junyan was slightly taken aback when he heard this. He thought that Qin Feng might refuse, but he didn't expect that the reason was that he was not interested in the throne. But then he was also relieved that a void refining realm expert, if he wanted to, could directly command the entire Kingland territory, and the throne of the Great Xia dynasty was indeed not very attractive. If the emperor is not interested in the throne, then forget it. But if the emperor is willing, this seal can be taken away at any time. After a little hesitation, Qin Junyan said slowly. Deep down in his heart, he really felt that Qin Feng was more suitable to be the Great Xia emperor. Qin Feng didn't say much when he heard the words, and nodded lightly. Then he remembered something and asked, "By the way, last time Patriarch Yiming invaded Kingland domain, there was no change in Fuma Valley, right? After the demon sealing war that year, there were too many demons that needed to be sealed. And only the Great Xia dynasty possessed such treasures as the demon-suppressing tower. Therefore, several other dynasties joined forces to suppress a large number of monsters at the junction of the territories of several dynasties, and suppress them with the luck of the dynasties. Everything is fine there." Qin Junyan heard the words, and immediately said, "The luck of the great dynasties of Dian and Taishin jointly suppressed those demons. It is impossible for them to forcefully break through the seal and escape." Hearing what he said, Qin Feng nodded. Then Qin Feng asked some more information about the Burial Valley. He planned to go to the Burial Valley to see if the demons there knew what the bronze plate was, so he knew in advance what demons were sealed inside. "Is there anyone who has a good relationship with Patriarch Yiming?" Qin Junyan told Qin Feng everything he knew about the Burial Valley. After learning the information he wanted, Qin Feng turned his attention to Old Chun and the others. "You guys come together, you probably have a lot of things to ask, right? If you have any doubts about martial arts, feel free to ask, and I will help you answer everything I know." Now that these people have come, he naturally doesn't mind giving some pointers to improve their strength. "Thank you, Senior." Old Chun and the others were extremely excited when they heard the words, and said respectfully, although Qin Feng is much younger than them, but Qin Feng's martial arts cultivation is higher than them. so they all respectfully call Qin Feng Sr. In the following time, Mr. Chun and the others raised many doubts about martial arts, and Qin Feng answered them easily. After all, although Qin Feng is a sword cultivator, his strength in the void refinement realm is far superior to Chun Lao and the others. Even if it is not the content of martial arts in the way of swordsmanship, the degree of his mastery is beyond Chun Lao and the others. Hearing that Qin Feng could answer their doubts so easily and enlighten them, Mr. Chun and others admired Qin Feng even more. It's just a 5-body cast. With the guidance of the seniors, I am afraid that it will take a few years for my cultivation base to rise to another small realm. Old Qin couldn't help but said, if you want to raise another small realm, it won't take a few more years. As Qin Feng said, he took out a small jade bottle, handed it to Mr. Chun, and said calmly, there is Zifu pill in it. Practitioners in the Purple Mansion realm can directly raise a small realm after taking it, but they can only take it once, otherwise the medicine will have no effect. Purple Mansion pill. Hearing Qin Feng's words, not only Mr. Chun, but everyone present were shocked. One must know that no pharmacist in the Kanglan region could refine this legendary elixir. They didn't expect that there would be Zifu pill in Qin Feng's hands. Thank you, Senior. Mr. Chun quickly took the small jade bottle. His hands were trembling. You're welcome. It's not a precious medicine, Qin Feng said lightly. He has long since had no use for these pills. Hearing this, Mr. Chun and the others all had wonderful expressions. Unexpectedly, such a rare pill was not worth mentioning in Qin Feng's eyes. At this moment, Qin Zening, who had been meditating all this time, had also finished. Qin Feng told her the secrets of the way of the sword. Although she hadn't fully understood it yet, she didn't feel dizzy like she did at the beginning. Seeing that it was already evening, Qin Jinyan didn't want to disturb Qin Feng anymore, and planned to leave. By the way, Uncle Huang, why is that little white fox missing? Qin Zening always felt that there was something missing here, and she was puzzled when she thought about it when she was leaving. Little white fox. Qin Feng was startled. Only then did he realize that the little white fox hadn't been seen for several years. He frowned and said, I guess I went out for a stroll. I don't want to come back yet. Qin Zening nodded when she heard the words, but didn't care. The little white fox is smarter than any monster she has ever seen, so she is not worried. After everyone left, Qin Feng looked in the direction of Feng Mogu. He plans to go and have a look. At the junction of the Taishan and Dian dynasties, there is an endless wasteland. And in the central area of the wasteland, there is a long valley in which the devilish energy is soaring straight to the sky. Looking at it from a distance, it makes people feel frightened. This place is the Demon Sealing Valley. In the width of the entrance of the valley, at intervals, there is a stone tablet exuding a faint golden light, with the words Taishan, Dian, and so on written on it. These steels contain the fortunes of several great dynasties, and together they condensed a light curtain to prevent the evil spirits in the valley of sealing demons from escaping. The strong men guarding the Demon Sealing Valley are all hundreds of miles away, and occasionally come to inspect. Because although the demons are sealed in the Valley of Sealing Demons, the monstrous demon energy here can easily affect people's minds, which is really too dangerous. But today, it is a bit different here. There are several figures standing in front of the stone tablet engraved with the word Taishan. Although they are all human races, they all exude a powerful demonic energy, and they're demon cultivators at first glance. The leader, Mashio Zhongwu, held an ancient sword exuding a faint golden light in his hand, and the luck of the great Xia dynasty actually flowed in it. Boom, boom. At the same time, in the Valley of Sealing Demons, demon energy surged, and more than 10 figures appeared here. But they didn't dare to come out because the almost transparent light curtain seemed harmless. But if they forced their way out, it would be extremely miserable. They might lose their lives. Is this sword warmed up? Seeing Zhongwu and the others, the demon Tu Ling asked impatiently. Although he was unable to confuse the human race outside in this magical valley, his great-great-grandson was not sealed here and had been hiding in the Kanglan region. When he died 100 years ago, Zhongwu and the others were ordered to do things by him. It's warmed up. Zhongwu nodded and said very respectfully, there shouldn't be any problem in cutting off the steel of the Taishan dynasty. When Patriarch Yueming invaded Kanglan domain a few years ago, Emperor Taishan led all the strong to rescue the Great Xia dynasty. Under Tu Ling's order, they took advantage of the situation and seduced several old antiques from the Taishan imperial family. In the past few years, they have been using the identities of the old antiques of the royal family and the luck of the Taishan dynasty to nourish this ancient sword. Ah, very good. Tu Ling laughed suddenly and said, thousands of years have passed, and we can finally see the sun again. After we capture the Kanglan territory, you will be the biggest contributors, and you can take charge of the order of the human race for us. The other demons were also extremely excited and laughed loudly. After being sealed for thousands of years, they finally had the chance to leave this place. Master Tu Ling, after you leave the Demon Sealing Valley, you'd better leave the Kanglan region first. That Xiaoyao Sword Immortal is really too powerful. Zhongwu said with a solemn expression. Patriarch Yueming is already at the 5th level of the Void Refining Realm, and the powerful Black Cloud Formation is no match for him. However, his words caused a burst of laughter. Haha, although Patriarch Yueming is very strong, he is only one person after all, and he cannot compare with us at all. If we all leave this place and join hands, our strength will be completely superior to Patriarch Yueming's. Killing that Xiaoyao Sword Immortal will be a piece of cake. That's right, that Xiaoyao Sword Immortal is my opponent. These demons don't pay attention to Xiaoyao Sword Immortal at all. 10,000 years ago, the weakest of them was also a 5th-level cultivator of the Void Refining Realm. Although they were sealed for 10,000 years and their strength was greatly weakened, there were hundreds of them, and their combined strength far surpassed Patriarch Yueming. Hearing that Tu Ling and the others were so confident that they didn't put Xiaoyao Sword Fairy in their eyes at all, Zhongwu couldn't help marveling at their strength. Without wasting any more time, the ancient sword exuding golden light in his hand slashed fiercely. Boom! The sword light fell on the stone tablet, and a dazzling golden light suddenly burst out. Violent fluctuations swept all directions. The entire Demon Sealing Valley was shaking. Crash! Although the steel contained the luck of the Taishan dynasty and was indestructible, the same was true for the ancient sword in Zhongwu's hand, which directly smashed it to pieces. And as the stone tablet collapsed, the light curtain here suddenly became faintly visible. It seems to disappear any time. Ha! I can finally leave this place. Seeing the faintly visible light curtain blocking in front of them, Tu Ling and the others laughed excitedly. During these 10,000 years, they have endured too much pain. Now it is finally possible to get rid of this pain and come to the world again. I'm going out first. At this time, a lot of demons also emerged from the depths of the Valley of Sealing Demons. A powerful demon rushed directly in front of Tu Ling and the others, wanting to leave the place first. Seeing this, Tu Ling didn't stop him. After all, the light curtain has not completely disappeared. Let the other demons go out first, and the strength of the light curtain can be weakened. What? The demon's body came into contact with the light curtain and immediately let out a painful scream. However, he endured the pain and continued to stride outside, because after coming out, it means freedom. As the body of this powerful demon continued to break through the light curtain, the powerful devilish energy he released swept across the 4 directions. Zhongwu and his group of demon cultivators were extremely excited. They have been dormant for many years in allegiance to the evil spirits, and now they are finally about to reap the rewards. At that time, they will be under the demons and above all spirits. It's finally out. It's finally out. And at this moment, that powerful demon had already passed through the light curtain and shouted excitedly, Human race in the Kanglan domain, you will all become the blood food of this deity. Seeing this, Tu Ling and the other demons were also overjoyed, and then they prepared to pass through the increasingly weakened light curtain. It seems that I came at a bit of a bad time. At this moment, an indifferent voice suddenly sounded. Tu Ling and the others looked at it and found that it was a young man who looked less than 100 years old, wearing royal attire, completely unfamiliar. Human race. The demon who had already passed through the light curtain immediately lit up when he saw Qin Feng and said, "Hey, I haven't tasted the human race for more than 1 year. Just in time, you come to satisfy the appetite of this deity." While speaking, he took one step forward and came in front of Qin Feng. The cultivation base of the first level of the void refining realm is fully revealed, which is extremely terrifying. He stretched out his hand to grab Qin Feng's neck. When Tu Ling and the others saw this scene, although they were greedy, they did not continue to watch. Their most urgent task was to rush out of the light curtain in front of them. At that time, there will be as much blood food as you want. However, at this moment, a sword glow from Qin Feng's fingertips instantly penetrated the demon's body, causing him to explode directly. Destroyed, it turned into a series of demonic energy and disappeared between the heaven and the earth. This scene made Tu Ling and the others, who were about to break through the seal, all stunned. They looked at Qin Feng in astonishment, their eyes filled with disbelief. Their companion at the first level of the void refining realm was killed by this young man. Xiaoyao, sword immortal? Are you Xiaoyao, sword immortal? Zhong Wu and his group of demon cultivators reacted quickly and couldn't help but exclaimed. Looking at the entire Kanglan territory, except for Xiaoyao, sword immortal, no one has such terrifying strength. Noisy. Qin Feng glanced at Zhong Wu and the others indifferently and said coldly, "Puff." Zhong Wu and his group of demon cultivators exploded in an instant, with flesh and blood flying everywhere. Not even a scream could be heard. The place fell into silence. "Damn, why did you come here suddenly?" Tu Ling in the Valley of Sealing Demons gritted his teeth, full of resentment. The same goes for the other demons. They were about to break through the light curtain, but Qin Feng came at this time, which made them feel so depressed that they were about to vomit blood. The weakened area of the light curtain is not large, and it will take a process to break out. If Qin Feng waits here like this, one of them will die if they go out. You don't have to have such a big resentment. Seeing this, Qin Feng said calmly, "Even if I don't come today and let you all go out, in the end you will only have a dead end." He is now in the realm of the fourth heaven of the void refining realm, and the scope of the Buddhist Pure Land is even larger. Even if these demons unite, they are not his opponents at all. Insanity. When Tu Ling and the others heard the words, they all said angrily. He didn't believe what Qin Feng said at all. Qin Feng is too lazy to talk nonsense. He took out the bronze plate and said lightly, "This is from Patriarch Yueming. Who of you knows what it is?" "Haha. Do you think we'll tell you?" Tu Ling laughed. His eyes were full of jokes and mockery, and said, "If you cut up all the steels of these great dynasties, I might tell you where Patriarch Yueming got them from." "Oh, it seems that you know." Qin Feng was slightly surprised. He thought that the bronze plate was obtained by Patriarch Yueming when he was overseas, but it didn't seem to be the case. He already had it when he invaded Kanglan domain with Tu Ling and the others. "What if you know?" Tu Ling sneered. "Since you don't want to say it, then I'll see for myself." While speaking, Qin Feng stepped forward slowly and walked directly towards the middle of the Valley of Sealing Demons. This scene stunned the extremely angry demons. What is he going to do? Isn't he going to enter this valley? Is he crazy? If he dares to enter here, killing him is like crushing an ant. Many evil spirits said one after another. One must know that there are hundreds of demons in this valley of magic, and all of them are powerful. From their point of view, Qin Feng entering the demon-sealing valley was like a sheep entering a tiger's den. However, when Tu Ling and the others were shocked, Qin Feng had already stepped in. The light curtain will only go out and will not stop people from entering. You really dare to come in? Tu Ling looked at Qin Feng, who was right in front of him, and couldn't believe it. The other demons were also taken aback, but they quickly came to their senses. It's true that if you don't go to heaven, if you don't go, you'll come to vote if there is no way to hell. Let's go together kill this guy, and we can leave this place. His body must be very delicious." Those demons stared at Qin Feng as if they were looking at a slaughtered lamb. They didn't hesitate anymore and shot at Qin Feng one after another. Boom, boom. All kinds of powerful demonic martial arts rushed towards Qin Feng. The terrifying fluctuation caused the entire valley of sealing demons to vibrate like an earthquake. These demons knew that Qin Feng was very powerful, so they had no intention of holding back their hands once they made a move. Those guards who were hundreds of miles away heard the movement just now, and everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. How could anyone dare to enter the valley of sealing demons? Isn't this courting death? And who is he who has attracted so many demons to attack him? But so, at this time, Qin Feng looked indifferently at the demonic energy that covered the sky and said slowly. While speaking, a golden light suddenly radiated from his body. The area with a radius of 1,000 zhong was instantly covered by golden light, and the mysterious and complicated Buddhist scriptures were suspended in midair. Huang Zhong's voice resounded like a Buddha's voice resounded between heaven and earth. Boom! In an instant, all the demonic martial arts that came from the bombardment shattered and turned into streams of demonic energy, which were then absorbed by the pure land of Buddhism. And all the demons within this range were frozen in place, unable to move. It was like facing a Buddhist world-honored one, and he was under tremendous pressure. What? You have become stronger again. When Tu Ling and his demons saw this scene, they couldn't help but let out exclamations. They thought that after the battle with Patriarch Yueming, even if Qin Feng was not seriously injured, he must have been slightly injured, and it would be good to recover in 3 years. Unexpectedly, Qin Feng was not only not injured, but also broke through and became stronger in just 3 years. And that terrifying domain even extended to a range of thousands of feet. They all controlled the distance to avoid entering Qin Feng's Buddhist Pure Land, but they didn't expect that the Buddhist Pure Land would directly cover them all. You know, even the strong in the martial arts realm, the speed of expanding the domain is not so fast. Since I've already entered, let's absorb some magic energy, first to expand the scope of my Pure Land. Qin Feng said lightly. There's so much devilish energy here. Naturally, he will not miss this opportunity. If he leaves Kanglanyu in the future, this Buddhist Pure Land will be his last trump card. Of course, the stronger the better. While speaking, Qin Feng pinched out seal knots with both hands. The Buddhist and Taoist principles in this Pure Land changed, and immediately began to absorb the devilish energy in the bodies of those demons. No! Those demons felt the demonic energy in their bodies being absorbed by Qin Feng's Buddhist Pure Land, and those demons all made despairing voices. They wanted to escape from here, but they couldn't move. Qin Feng ignored the screams of these demons, but quietly came to Tu Ling. "Ew, what are you going to do?" Tu Ling made a terrified sound. "I just wanted to see how Patriarch Yueming got that bronze plate," Qin Feng said lightly. While speaking, mysterious runes appeared in his eyes, and he began to observe Tu Ling's consciousness. Tu Ling, who was already in great pain, screamed even more intensely at this moment. He extremely regretted why he didn't tell Qin Feng just now, but it was too late. 9 profound domain. After a while, the mysterious runes in Qin Feng's eyes disappeared, and he muttered to himself. According to the information obtained from Tu Ling's memory, Patriarch Yueming's bronze plate was obtained from the 9 profound realm. However, Qin Feng didn't know anything about the 9 profound realm. That domain seemed to be very far away from the Kanglan domain, and there were not many records about the Jiuquan domain in the ancient books he had read before. After getting what he wanted to know from Tu Ling's consciousness, Qin Feng's eyes fell on these demons. "Please, Senior, please forgive us. I'm willing to be loyal to my predecessors forever." Those demons were all demons, but under the threat of death, they all gave up lightly and called Qin Feng Senior. For thousands of years, the human race in the Kanglan region would never have dreamed that such a scene would happen. After all, the devilish energy in these demons' bodies has been continuously drawn out, and now they are all skinny and almost sucked dry. You are too weak, Qin Feng said flatly. Even if you are loyal to me, it's useless. While speaking, a more powerful golden light radiated from his body, and the pressure on those demons became even greater for a while. Like a mountain. What? Accompanied by the sound of screams. The demons in the Pure Land were all crushed under this strong pressure. Their bodies shattered, and their bodies and spirits were destroyed. Then it turned into wisps of devilish energy, dissipated between heaven and earth, and was absorbed by this Pure Land. Boom! After killing all the demons here, Qin Feng directly took back the surrounding Pure Land. He didn't intend to slowly refine the magic energy absorbed here. After returning to the Imperial Mausoleum, there's plenty of time. System, help me sign in at the Valley of Sealing Demons. Then Qin Feng said lightly, Ding! Congratulations to the Master. You have successfully signed in and obtained the magic seal. The system's prompt sounded in Qin Feng's ears. Magic seal. Qin Feng was slightly taken aback when he heard this, and then checked the system space. A black, jade-like seal was found floating in the system space. Magic seal. It is rumored that the seal of a certain demon supreme is forged from special materials, indestructible, and has a strong sealing power. Looking at the introduction above, Qin Feng has a general understanding of the magic seal. This should be a demon supreme, a weapon used to seal or suppress enemies. The utensils are pretty good, but I just don't know if I can refine them and use them for my use. Qin Feng muttered to himself. After all, this is the weapon of the demons, and he is a human. But Qin Feng didn't think much about it. He knew it after going back and trying to refine it. Afterwards, he closed the system space and slowly walked outside. Senior is Xiaoyao, Sword Immortal. Seeing Qin Feng in front of him, the guards of Fuma Valley were all very excited. They are strong men from various dynasties. All of them are extremely old, hundreds of years old, but when they saw Qin Feng at this time, they still showed incomparable respect, just like the younger generation. Kindness. Qin Feng nodded and said calmly, Now all the demons here have been killed by me, and you don't have to guard this place all the time. Hearing that Qin Feng was really Xiaoyao Sword Immortal, these people were a little unbelievable. They never thought that the legendary Xiaoyao Sword Immortal was so young. After they heard about the battle that killed Patriarch Yueming, they thought that Qin Feng was at least 1,000 years old. Thank you, Senior, for killing the demons in the Valley of Sealing Demons, and for returning the Kanglan region to eternal peace. Everyone thanked Qin Feng one after another. As long as these powerful demons in the Sealing Demon Valley are killed, the other demons lurking everywhere in the Kanglan territory will be nothing to fear. Just relying on the power of the major dynasties is enough to wipe them out completely. Kindness. Qin Feng nodded lightly. Then he didn't stay here and flew towards the great Xia Imperial City. This time he has had enough. And these strong men guarding the Fuma Valley kept looking at Qin Feng's back, disappearing at the end of his vision. In the next few days, the news that the demons in the Sealing Devil Valley were wiped out by Xiaoyao Sword Immortal spread throughout the Kanglan region. Countless people were stunned in shock. The existence of these demons, like a volcano that could erupt at any time, made people panic and uneasy. No one could solve it for thousands of years, and they could only temporarily seal and suppress them. No one would have thought that Xiaoyao Sword Immortal would be wiped out by himself. The human race in the Kanglan region are all extremely grateful to Qin Feng and feel that they are finally safe. As for Qin Feng, who came back from the Demon Sealing Valley, he had been in the Imperial Mausoleum all along, refining those demonic energy. The sum of these demons is stronger than Patriarch Yueming, and the demon energy is not from the same origin, so it takes a long time to refine. At the same time, Xi'an Island in the Lu family in the East China Sea was also very lively. This place seems to have become the most prosperous place in the entire East China Sea. In addition to the fact that the Lu family is now the largest family in the East China Sea, it is also because of the inextricable relationship between the Lu family and the Great Xia dynasty that people dare not offend them. In the four directions of Xi'an Island, southeast, northwest, there are commercial ports full of merchant ships. Compared with the other three directions, The commercial port in the north is slightly smaller, with only 3 or 4 merchant ships parked there. At this time, a flat boat sailed in the middle of the sea, and it looked extremely small compared to those huge merchant ships. Crash! The seawater hit the commercial port, and the flatboat also stopped here. On the boat, there was a middle-aged man with a bald head and a cassock sitting cross-legged. As the boat reached the shore, the middle-aged monk slowly opened his eyes. "Is this the Kanglan domain?" The middle-aged monk, Xian Yin, muttered to himself. "Wandering for 100 years, it is finally here. For 10 years, there are not a few eminent monks who have come to the Eternal Continent from Lingshan to spread Buddhism. But the Eternal Ancient Continent is too vast, and the spread of Buddhism is not so fast. There are only Buddhist sects in a few large areas, and they are also restrained by the Holy Land family. As for the Kanglanyu, since the eminent monk who came here to spread the Dharma disappeared 10,000 years ago, no more eminent monk came here to spread the Dharma. This Kanglan domain is one of the weakest domains in the Eternal Continent. In the process of spreading Buddhism, I should not encounter any obstacles." Xian Yin muttered to himself. In the process of spreading Buddhism, in addition to looking at the communicator's understanding of Buddhism, it also depends on the cultivation of the person being propagated. Because under normal circumstances, the higher the cultivation level, the higher the understanding of this world, the stronger the spiritual consciousness, and the more difficult it is for them to believe in Buddhism. Boom, boom. And at this moment, violent energy fluctuations suddenly came from the dense forest far away from the commercial port. The sword energy and the devil energy are intertwined, which is incomparably astonishing. In an instant, countless eyes in the commercial port were attracted. Thump! A demon exuding terrifying demonic power was cut out of the dense forest by a dazzling sword light and hit the ground heavily. A big hole was smashed. At the same time, several figures rushed out of the dense forest, and they were Lu Qingzhu, Lu Ting, and others. "Even Patriarch Yuanming is dead. Why don't you obediently catch him without a fight?" Lu Qingzhu held an épée with a heroic posture, looked at the demon, and shouted coquettishly. During this period of time, they are also cleaning up the evil spirits hidden in the East China Sea, just like the several great dynasties in the Kanglan region. This seriously injured demon thought that the most dangerous place was the safest place, and hid quietly in Xian Island, but was still discovered by Lu Qingzhu and the others. Damn humans! The demon was furious. In the past, how prestige their demons were. When did they suffer such grievances? It turned out to be like a bereaved dog. The only ones killed were those who escaped for their lives. But even though the demon was extremely angry, he didn't dare to neglect. He turned around and continued to flee, wanting to leave Shiyun Island and enter the sea. Then there might be a way out. The demon turned into a black shadow and flew toward the commercial port. "Be careful of this demon. Run away." Seeing this, Lu Qingzhu shouted coquettishly. When the people in the commercial port heard the words, they also fled one after another, extremely panicked, afraid of being killed by this evil spirit. But when Na Xinyan saw the demon rushing towards him and the panicked crowd, a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "I didn't expect that when I first came to Kanglanyu, I would have the opportunity to show the profoundness of Buddhism." With a warm smile on his face, he quietly looked at the demon rushing towards him. "Where did the bald donkey come from? You didn't make way quickly. It seems that you are courting death." The demon had never seen a monk before, and he didn't know what a monk was. But when he saw this bald man with a smirk on his face, he blurted out the word bald donkey. He slapped Xian Yin with a palm, and the demonic energy in his palms surged, which was very terrifying. "Why are you so angry?" Xian Yin spoke lightly. He clasped his hands together, and a faint golden light was released from his body, which was incomparably astonishing. It set off his whole body full of sacred aura. Thump! Under the illumination of this Buddha's light, the evil spirit was directly suppressed and knelt on the ground, as if he was carrying a mountain on his back, unable to move. "Ew, what cultivation level are you? How can you be so strong?" The demon was terrified. He was at the third level of the Zifu realm, and the monk in front of him didn't make a move, but forced him to kneel on the ground. It's wrong. It's not that the poor monk has a strong cultivation base, but that the Buddha's teachings are mighty. After Xianyan paused, he continued, I see that you have a predestined relationship with Buddhism. Why not put down the butcher knife and convert to Buddhism? Convert to Buddhism? The evil spirit originally thought that Xianyan was going to kill him, but after hearing the words, he hurriedly said, If I convert to Buddhism, can you not kill me? He doesn't know what Buddhism is, but he knows that it is important to survive. If you convert to Buddhism, it proves that you want to reform yourself, and naturally you don't need to pursue the sins of the past. Xianyan said lightly, I am willing to convert to Buddhism. The demon nodded quickly, without any hesitation. He could feel that the bald donkey in front of him was much stronger than Lu Qingzhu and the others. Since the other party is willing to accept him, he will naturally not refuse, so that he can have another backer. Sure enough, the poor monk is not mistaken. Your comprehension is very high. Xianyan said lightly. While speaking, he tapped his finger lightly. An array of golden light entered the demon's body. Chi. In an instant, the devilish energy in the demon's body was continuously dissipating, and then transformed into a faint golden light. He was originally wicked, but as Xuanyan's golden light entered his body, the demonic energy in his body continued to transform, and his body was soon filled with a sacred and peaceful atmosphere. From now on, your Dharma name is Huijue, and you are a disciple of the poor monk. Xianyan said lightly, Thank you, Master, for enlightening me. The evil spirit was startled by the change in its own devil energy, but it was too late to be shocked, so it nodded quickly. This scene shocked everyone in the commercial port. The evil spirit, who was still full of demonic energy just now, actually dissipated all the demonic energy in the blink of an eye. They only heard rumors that there are powerful demons that can directly turn people into demons. I have never heard of anyone who can turn demons into humans. Seeing the shocked faces of the crowd, Xianyan was very satisfied, and then he was ready to speak to these people about the profoundness of Buddhism and let them convert to Buddhism. However, at this moment, Lu Qingzhu did stand up. This demon has killed countless people, and it has swallowed hundreds of people's lives just in this Shiyun Island. Lu Qingzhu said coldly, You wiped away his sins with one sentence. He has reformed himself. Why should the benefactor rush to kill him? Xianyan said lightly. It seemed that it wasn't the evil spirit that was wrong, but that Lu Qingzhu was too narrow-minded. Lu Ting couldn't listen to his words immediately. Fart. If you can be innocent if you rehabilitate, then why do you need laws and rules? Lu Ting was originally a very good-tempered person, but this bald donkey's unreasonable reasoning made him unable to bear the swearing. The other people in Shanggong also reacted from shock at this time, and felt that although Xianyan's method just now was very powerful, there were indeed big logical problems in what he said. How could the sins committed by the demons be washed away with a single word from him? Seeing the change in the atmosphere, Xianyan's face suddenly turned cold. He originally wanted to take the opportunity to spread the Dharma, but was interrupted by Lu Qingzhu, so he was naturally very unhappy, and he said immediately, It seems that you are still trapped in a sea of suffering, unable to extricate yourself. Forget it. Then I will help you out of the sea of suffering. Immediately, he recited scriptures, one after another mysterious Buddhist scriptures, accompanied by the powerful power of Buddhism, drifted towards Lu Qingzhu and others. What are you going to do? Lu Qingzhu and the others hurriedly protected their bodies with spiritual energy. But it didn't work. The strands of magic text that exuded golden light directly entered the bodies of Lu Qingzhu and the others. Lu Qingzhu, Lu Ting, and the others, who were originally looking angry, lost their focus for a while. After a while, the anger in the eyes completely disappeared, replaced by peace and tranquility. Thank you, Master, for teaching me. I will realize it later. Lu Ting and the others spoke slowly. They are completely different from when they were just now. It's good to understand. After Xianyan paused, he continued, There's a residence nearby. The poor monk wants to rest. Master, you can go to my Lu's house to rest. Lu Ting said quickly. Xianyan didn't hesitate when he heard the words and nodded lightly, then followed Lu Ting and the others and flew towards the Lu family. The demon who had changed his name to Huijue also followed closely behind. Not long after, everyone came to Lu's house. Along the way, Xianyan learned that this is not the real Kanglan region, but the East China Sea, and the Lu family is the first family in the East China Sea. After they arrived at the Lu family, many members of the Lu family were suspicious of Xianyan's identity, but seeing that it was Lu Ting and Lu Qingzhu who brought them back, they didn't think much about it. Tell me about the situation in Kanglanyu. After coming to the living room of the Lu family, Xianyan said slowly. Lu Ting and the others did not hide anything. They just told Xianyan everything they knew in the Kanglan territory. Xianyan didn't change his expression after hearing about several great dynasties and the like. But after hearing Xiaoyao Sword Immortal, he couldn't help frowning. You can even kill demons from the 5th level of the Void Refining Realm. Xianyan was obviously surprised. He originally thought that there were no strong men in the Kanglan territory, but he didn't expect that there would be an accident. His current cultivation is only at the 2nd level of the Void Refining Realm. That Xiaoyao Sword Immortal is said to be at the 3rd level of the Void Refining Realm, but because he has a powerful domain, he was able to kill Patriarch Yueming. Huijue said slowly. Oh, domain. Xianyan was a little surprised when he heard the words, and then said, let's listen to it. Only the strong in the martial realm can open up domains, and that Xiaoyao Sword Immortal was able to display domains, which surprised him a bit. Afterwards, Huijue told Xianyan everything he knew. This made Xianyan's brows wrinkle even deeper. However, according to your description, what Xiaoyao Sword Immortal casts is the Pure Land of Buddhism. Xianyan said in disbelief. Buddhist Pure Land? What is that? Huijue asked puzzledly. But Xianyan ignored him, frowning tightly, as if thinking about something in his heart. After a while, he shook his head and said, it can't be the Pure Land of Buddhism. That kind of Buddhist martial arts. Even in Lingshan, there are very few masters, and the Xiaoyao Sword Immortal is not even a Buddhist disciple, so how can he practice it? Compared with the ancient methods of other Holy Land families, Buddhist martial arts are less likely to be passed on to the outside world. Because for any Buddhist disciple, when he starts to recite the scriptures, a kind of restriction will be formed in his spiritual consciousness, and as the attainments of Buddhism become more and more advanced, the restriction will become stronger and stronger. All Buddhist martial arts practiced by Buddhist disciples are under the protection of this prohibition. Whether it is to spread these Buddhist martial arts to disciples who are not well-versed in Buddhism, or to be forcibly inspected by others, the prohibition will come into play and forcibly crush the spiritual consciousness. It is absolutely impossible for Buddhist martial arts to be passed on to outsiders. Moreover, if it is some other ordinary Buddhist martial arts, if it is rumored, there may be a slight possibility. However, since the founding of Buddhism, there have been very few eminent monks who are qualified to practice the advanced Buddhist martial arts in the Pure Land of Buddhism. Moreover, from the beginning of their cultivation to the end of their death, they have never been out of the Lingshan mountain. So how could it be rumored? Master, do you want me to sneak into the Great Xia Imperial City and investigate? Seeing that Xianyan seemed to care about this, Huijue immediately asked. No need to inquire. Xianyan said indifferently. After a while, you can go to the Imperial City and bring some practitioners who have seen that battle to show me. In his opinion, if Xiaoyao Sword Immortal cast the Pure Land of Buddhism, then after Patriarch Yueming was beheaded, a lot of power of faith would be generated and absorbed by Xiaoyao Sword Immortal. He only needs to look at the people in the Imperial City, whether there is any karma with others, and then he will know whether the Sword Fairy Xiaoyao is casting is the Pure Land of Buddhism. It is good. Huijue nodded. Then, Xianyan ordered some things, that is, let everyone leave, and began to think in his heart how to quickly spread Buddhism and attract believers. He came from Lingshan this time, and before leaving, the master gave him a powerful magic weapon to protect him. Along the way, he encountered monsters in the sea several times. Although the magic weapon saved his life, it can no longer be used unless more power of faith is injected into it. And recruiting believers is the fastest way to gain the power of faith. In the next 10 years, the entire Qinglan domain maintained a peaceful and stable development. The strength of the Great Xia dynasty is also constantly improving, and it seems to have become the largest dynasty in the Qinglan region. Although the people of the other great dynasties envy them, they can only accept this fact and try to please the relationship with the Great Xia dynasty. Even several powerful sects in Eastern Sangyu took the initiative to send people to pay tribute. Qin Feng had been refining and beheading the demons in the Valley of Sealing Demons, absorbing the demonic energy that entered the Pure Land of Buddhism. Although the absorption speed is not fast because those demons are not of the same origin, the effect after absorption is also very obvious. Now the scope of the Buddhist Pure Land has exceeded more than 1,000 feet. Moreover, as the scope of this Buddhist Pure Land continued to expand, Qin Feng's understanding of Buddhism became deeper and deeper. Not only that, because Qin Feng has the Zhuxian sword by his side to purify his mind at all times, he has not become a believer who completely believes in Buddhism. And because of the existence of that ray of law of heaven and earth, Qin Feng's understanding of Buddhism is different from that of any Buddhist disciple in this world. With this Buddhist Pure Land, after I break through to the martial realm, I will have an absolute advantage in the face of the strong ones in the martial realm. Qin Feng muttered to himself. Of course, the premise is to wait for him to break through to the martial realm. Now that he is in the 4th level of the void refining realm, although he can fight across 3 small realms, it is still difficult for him to deal with the strong ones in the martial realm. After all, the gap between each big realm is too huge, especially the higher the realm. The gap between the big realms is even more astonishing. Qin Feng felt that if he should go to the 9th heaven of the void refining realm, he might be able to fight against the strong ones in the martial realm. I don't know if this magic seal can be successfully refined. Qin Feng took out the magic seal in the system space and muttered to himself. Just holding it in his hand, he can feel that it contains a very powerful magic energy. However, although he was a little worried, Qin Feng had no intention of giving up. He slowly let go of his hands, making them suspend in mid-air, then closed his eyes and began to exude powerful spiritual consciousness, slowly enveloping it. Executioner's sword is right next to it. If the devilish energy in this magic seal wanted to corrode him, then the immortal execution sword would resound through the sword, preventing him from sinking in. Although this possibility is unlikely, Qin Feng still made preparations. At the same time, a piece of news, like a boulder smashed into the lake, set off a huge wave. In the sky above the gate of the Buddhist sect in the East China Sea, a huge golden phantom appeared in the world. Wherever the Buddha's light shines, the cultivation of any cultivator has been improved to varying degrees. Even some cultivators in the Zifu realm have been promoted to a small realm because of this. The entire Qinglan region and even Dongcang region were alarmed. Prior to this, although the entire East China Sea was already within the sphere of influence of the Buddhist sect, Dongcangyu and Kanglanyu didn't know much about the Buddhist sect. This incident can be regarded as making the Buddhist sect completely famous all over the world. What's the situation with this Buddhist sect that there is such a heaven-defying method that allows people to directly improve their cultivation? It is said that this Buddhist sect was founded by a man named Xian Yin 10 years ago, and now it has ruled the entire East China Sea. In just 10 years, the Buddhist sect has become so powerful. Could it be that this Xian Yin came from a strong man from a holy place? Because people in the 2 domains don't know anything about Buddhism or even heard of it, and they don't know that Buddhism can use the power of faith to improve the cultivation of believers. All of a sudden, speculation about the Buddhist sect was rampant. Some people think that within the Buddhist sect, there are emperor-level secret arts, while others think that Xian Yin comes from a certain holy place, and his cultivation is unpredictable. But no matter what kind of speculation it is, The two names Xianyin and Fozong have already been clearly heard by everyone in the two domains. A large number of practitioners went to the East China Sea, wanting to join the Buddhist sect. Even if he is not interested in Buddhism, he is still very interested in improving his cultivation. Qin Jinyan naturally also got the news. Apart from being extremely shocked by the methods of the Buddhist sect, he was more worried. Because the Great Xia dynasty is close to the East China Sea, the emergence of such a powerful sect in the East China Sea is a great threat to the Great Xia dynasty. Qin Jinyan immediately sent a large number of Jinyue to the East China Sea to investigate the specific information of the Buddhist sect. However, 3 months later, the news brought by Jin Yiwei Zhenfu envoy shocked Qin Jinyan even more. Your Majesty, after 3 months of investigation, the ministers and others discovered that the influence of the Eastern Sea Buddhist sect is no longer limited to the Eastern Sea. In the eastern part of the dynasty, a large number of temples have been built, and there are countless believers. Jin Yiwei Zhenfu envoy said, with a dignified expression, because the Great Xia dynasty was close to the East China Sea, the number of temples in its territory was the sum of the other great dynasties. As soon as these words came out, Qin Jinyan's expression changed drastically. What did you say? He said in disbelief. Buddhist sect has penetrated into the imperial court? Why hasn't any news spread to the imperial court? If such a thing happened, the local officials and Jin Yiwei should have reported it long ago. Reporting to your Majesty, the people who believe in Buddhism in the eastern part of the dynasty are not only ordinary people, but also many local officials and guards, and even some officials in the imperial city. The governor of Jin Yiwei said solemnly, their intentional concealment and obstruction have resulted in the fact that this news has never been known to His Majesty. While speaking, he reported a memorial to Qin Jinyan. There are officials who believe in Buddhism in some of the imperial cities he investigated. Teacher, Qin Jinyan was completely shocked when he saw that the first name on the memorial was his teacher as a scholar of Wenyuan Pavilion. You must know that a large part of the memorials sent for various places in the dynasty had to be screened by his teacher and several other ministers first. Get rid of the unimportant ones. It never occurred to him that his teacher also believed in Buddhism. Order, let the ministers who are not on the list among the 6 ministries come to see me in the imperial study room tonight. Qin Jinyan shouted in a low voice. The seriousness of the matter was beyond his imagination. Obey. Jin Yiwei Zhenfu envoy heard the words and quickly agreed. Afterwards, he left the imperial study room. Qin Jinyan went in the direction of the Imperial Mausoleum. Fozong is stronger than he imagined and has a wide range of influence. He is afraid that he can't handle it well, so he wants to ask Qin Feng what to do. Not long after, Qin Jinyan had arrived in the imperial tomb. At this time, Qin Feng was refining the magic seal. He was a little surprised to find that Qin Jinyan had arrived. He asked suspiciously, did something happen? It's about the Buddhist sect. Qin Jinyan said solemnly. Hearing the word Buddhist sect, Qin Feng was slightly taken aback because he remembered that in the Kanglan territory, Buddhism did not spread here. He was able to search for it before, but as a result, there are almost no records about the Buddhist sect in Kanglanyu. Afterwards, Qin Jinyan told Qin Feng the ins and outs of the whole incident. In just 10 years has the Buddhist sect developed to this point. Qin Feng murmured to himself after listening. But he also knew that this was unexpected and reasonable. The Buddhist sect relies on the power of belief of believers and uses it to enhance the strength of the sect. As long as the speed of attracting believers is fast enough, the Buddhist sect can rise rapidly. Of course, it is impossible for the Buddhist sect to continuously improve at this speed. Once the sect is strong to a certain extent, the power of faith of ordinary believers will hardly improve Buddhism much. More powerful believers are needed, and this will undoubtedly create huge conflicts with those powerful forces. Brother, what do you think I should do? Qin Jinyan couldn't help asking. You can do whatever you want. Qin Feng said lightly. What? Qin Jinyan obviously did not expect that Qin Feng would give such an answer. He couldn't help but said, the current Buddhist sect is a very powerful force. If the relationship with the Buddhist sect is not properly handled, it may have extremely serious consequences. However, Qin Feng didn't care. He said lightly, "Just deal with it. A small Buddhist sect can't cause any trouble." Qin Junyan was a little dumbfounded when he heard this. The Buddhist sect is so powerful that all the practitioners in the Kanglan region and Dongsang region were shocked by it. Many people even speculated that there were emperor-level secret arts in the Buddhist sect, and they felt that Xian Yan's strength was far higher than Qin Feng's. Unexpectedly, Qin Feng didn't take it seriously at all. "Thank you, brother, I understand." Although he was shocked in his heart, Qin Junyan believed in his imperial brother since he was a child, so he didn't have any doubts at the moment. After talking to Qin Feng for a few more words, he left the place without disturbing Qin Feng. Buddhist sect, Qin Feng muttered to himself. When he first obtained the Buddhist Pure Land, he was very interested in Buddhism in this world and wanted to acquire some Buddhist martial arts. But now, as he understands Buddhism more and more, his interest is not so great. Afterwards, Qin Feng shook his head and began to refine the magic seal. This is not an easy process. After all, this magic seal was once the seal of the supreme powerhouse of the demon race. In the middle of the night, in the Imperial study room, ministers who did not believe in Buddhism among the 6 departments gathered here. Qin Junyan showed the situation that Genie Wei had investigated to these important ministers. After seeing the above content, all the important officials present couldn't help but gasp. The influence of Fozong on the dynasty has far exceeded the imagination of all of them. Your Majesty, it is necessary to stop the further development of the Buddhist sect. The minister of the Ministry of Officials said solemnly, "So many officials believe in Buddhism, and one day they will not leave the imperial city by order." "Yes," Hobu Shurlang said in a deep voice, "so many fertile fields have been built into temples, and the common people don't cultivate the land but chant scriptures and Buddha just to enter the illusory world of bliss. If this continues, the foundation of the country will be shaken." Many ministers echoed it one after another. They have a common idea. That is, it is necessary to prevent the Buddhist sect from continuing to develop in the dynasty. "I think the same as you do." Qin Jia nodded and said slowly, "The Buddhist sect must not be allowed to develop like this. I plan to clear those temples in the eastern area of the dynasty. Even if it can't be cleaned up, there must be no more. If this continues, the country will be ruined. But if this is the case, I'm afraid there will be a conflict between the dynasty and the Buddhist sect." Old Qin opened his mouth slowly and said solemnly, "Although the Buddhist sect has only been established for 10 years, it can directly help a large number of practitioners improve their cultivation. The strength can be said to be very terrifying, and we may find it difficult to deal with it." He had heard about the rumors about Fozong, and he felt that even Qin Feng would have difficulty dealing with Fozong. As soon as Chun Lao said this, the faces of many ministers present became more dignified. The current Buddhist sect is indeed difficult to deal with. "Don't worry. I've already told Brother Huang about this, and he told me to deal with it." Qin Junyan said, "Today's order, you just need to implement it carefully." He did not hide what Qin Feng said, because he wanted to give everyone confidence. Otherwise, even if he issued an imperial decree, many officials may not fully implement it even though they are afraid of Buddhism. "My lord said so." Old Chun and the others were a little surprised when they heard this. They originally thought that Qin Feng should be more aware of the strength of the Buddhist sect, so they would not let Qin Junyan take action easily. But he didn't expect Qin Feng to let him do it. "Yes." Qin Junyan nodded. Hearing the confirmation, Mr. Chun and the others were surprised, but also took reassurance. Since Qin Feng has already spoken, then they have nothing to fear from the Buddhist sect. Afterwards, Qin Junyan began to arrange the specific matters of removing Fozong from the dynasty. Mr. Chun and the others had no objections. Half a month later, an imperial decree in the imperial city spread across the 2 domains. Qin Junyan ordered %% of the temples in the imperial dynasty to be demolished within 10 days, and the people were not allowed to go to the temples to burn incense and worship Buddha and listened to monks recite scriptures under the condition of affecting farming. At the same time, the already assembled army of 50 has rushed to the eastern part of the dynasty and stationed in several large cities with large populations. For a time, the whole world was shocked. A few months ago, Fozong had just demonstrated such a terrifying method. Many people in the two domains thought that the overall strength of Fozong had surpassed Xiaoyao Sword Immortal. But he didn't expect that Qin Jinyan would dare to issue such an imperial edict directly. In the two domains, all the attention is focused on the Buddhist sect of the East China Sea. I want to see how Xianyan reacts. At the same time, on an island in the East China Sea, there's only one towering mountain on this island, which is very ordinary. But now the entire mountain peak is surrounded by a faint golden light, which seems to be full of sacred and peaceful atmosphere. Even every plant and tree has a special Tao rhyme. Even looking at it from a distance, there is a feeling of wanting to convert to Buddhism. Not only that, but from a very long distance, one could hear the voice of reciting scriptures from the Buddhist sect's mountain peak. Moreover, not only in the mountain, there are disciples reciting scriptures. After the Buddhist sect became strict in accepting disciples, many people who did not meet the requirements for worshiping in the Buddhist sect spent all day reciting scriptures at the foot of the Buddhist sect, hoping to show their piety. To impress the elders of the Buddhist sect, there are many buildings on the top of Fozong's mountain. Although they are not very old, they look full of simplicity and oldness under the light of Buddha. In the most central area, in the magnificent hall, there are enshrined golden Buddhas made of various rare casting materials donated by believers. However, ordinary disciples are not allowed to enter here. Only Xianyan and other Buddhist elders are qualified to chant scriptures and practice here. Huijue hurriedly came to the largest hall of the Buddhist sect and informed Xian, Yin, and many elders of the Buddhist sect of the imperial decree promulgated by Qin Jinyan. Now that Qin Jinyan has mobilized a full 50 troops, it seems that he is determined to tear down those temples. Huijue's expression was solemn, and he said slowly. As soon as this remark came out, all the Buddhist elders present were extremely angry. We have worked so hard to spread the Dharma and attract believers to build temples, but Qin Jinyan's decree wants to demolish them. It's really deceiving. The Buddhist elders of the Arhat Academy snorted angrily. Absolutely find a way not to let him wish. That's right. How can a majesty that my Buddhist sect has built up with great difficulty be broken by him? The other elders also echoed. All of them were extremely angry. He didn't have the kind eyes when he read the scriptures and spread the Dharma on weekdays. After all, believers in temples are everything to them. Although there was a Xiaoyao Sword Immortal in the Great Xia dynasty, these Buddhist elders didn't care at all, because they know how terrible the power of faith is hidden in today's Buddhist sect. Moreover, Xinyan also has a magic weapon brought from the Spirit Mountain. If awakened, it will be even more terrifying and horrifying. Master, what do you think we should do? Huijue ignored the many angry Buddhist elders, but looked at Xinyan, who was sitting cross-legged on the futon in the center, and remained silent all along. The eyes of many other Buddhist elders also looked at the past together. How to deal with this decision of the Great Xia dynasty ultimately depends on Xuanyan's decision. Although they're the elders of the Buddhist sect in name, they're only responsible for handling trivial matters. Important things can only be made by Xianyan. And at this moment, Xianyan calmly took out a scroll from the ring. Since the Great Xia dynasty wants to oppose us, let him know that our Buddhist sect is powerful. After Xianyan paused, he continued, "This is the scripture I wrote with the power of faith, which is enough for you to save the generals in the 50 army." Hearing this, Huijue's eyes brightened. I think Xianyan's method is really good. The Great Xia dynasty mobilized 50 troops to demolish the temple, and they directly converted all those generals, large and small, to Buddhism. Isn't this slapping the Great Xia dynasty directly in the face? Originally, in the two domains, all eyes could pay attention to every move of the Buddhist sect in the East China Sea. I want to see how the Buddhist sect will react. However, 3 days passed, and there was no movement in the Buddhist sect. Many people have speculated, could it be that the Buddhist sect is afraid of Xiaoyao, Sword Immortal? But soon a piece of news broke everyone's guess. All the big and small generals of the 50 army of the Great Xia dynasty have all converted to Buddhism. Moreover, they also made it mandatory for all soldiers to recite scriptures throughout the day. Because these large armies were all stationed in several large cities, the voice of the soldier reciting scriptures could be heard directly by the people in the city. Everyone in the two domains was shocked by Fozong's astonishing method. Unexpectedly, they responded to Qin Junyin's imperial decree in this way. For a time, the entire Great Xia dynasty became a laughingstock. When the news spread to the palace, all the officials above the court were shocked. Qin Junyin's face turned ashen. It was equivalent to a slap on his face. Your Majesty, this method of Buddhism is too terrifying. In just 3 days, all the generals have converted to Buddhism. Minister of the Ministry of War said, with an extremely ugly face. Those who can serve as generals in the army, regardless of their positions, are some of the most loyal to the dynasty, and their family members are all in the imperial city. It never occurred to him that these generals were able to convert to Buddhism regardless of everything. Your Majesty, you must find a way to regain control of the army, and then completely eliminate the power of the Buddhist sect. Otherwise, the dynasty will be in danger. The Minister of Tobe said very worriedly. However, the voices of the two of them fell, and before Qin Jian opened his mouth, the other ministers immediately rebutted. Your Majesty, I feel that the Buddhist sect has not done anything specific to endanger the world. We don't necessarily have to eradicate the Buddhist sect. My minister agrees. The imperial dynasty and the Buddhist sect should regard peace as the most important thing. Although these ministers had been investigated by Genie Wei and had not converted to the Buddhist sect, in just 3 days, the Buddhist sect had converted all the generals in the 50 armies. The method was really terrifying. Many ministers were afraid. When a Ministry of War minister and others heard what these people said, they were immediately angry and argued with them. The two sides verbally attacked each other. The whole court was in chaos. Listening to the officials arguing with each other, Qin Junyin's face became extremely ugly, and the development of the matter exceeded his expectations. At the same time, in the imperial tomb, it is extremely quiet here. The stray cats and dogs and the chirping birds live in peace, like a paradise that has nothing to do with the world. Qin Feng sat cross-legged on a boulder, motionless like a statue. Boom! At this moment, a terrifying wave of energy was suddenly released from Qin Feng's body, sweeping around like a surging tsunami. This is not only mixed with sword energy and Buddha light, but also black magic energy. Although the demonic energy was not obvious, it was completely suppressed by the sword energy and the Buddha's light. It looked very subtle, but it seemed extremely abrupt, because under normal circumstances, the only ones with demon energy in their bodies are demons and demon cultivators. But the current Qin Feng is neither a demon nor a demon cultivator, but just an ordinary human being. After a long time, these demon energy and sword energy returned to Qin Feng's body. He slowly opened his eyes, finally broke through to the 5th level of the void refining realm. During the process of refining the magic seal, Qin Feng's cultivation was also improved, helped him cross a big threshold, and was promoted to the 5th level of the void refining realm. The strength has been greatly improved. This magic seal is also good. Qin Feng was playing with the black, jade-like seal in his hands and murmured, after refining, this seal has completely become his artifact, and he can clearly feel a powerful seal force from this magic seal. It can be used to seal certain people or objects. It is more straightforward and easy, and there is no need to bother to describe the formation. Afterwards, Qin Feng put away the seal and began to warm and nourish the meridians to adapt to the improvement of cultivation. 3 days later, Qin Zining, who knew the chaos in the court and the embarrassment of her father, came to the imperial tomb alone. The army of the entire dynasty is less than 200 million in total, and now 50 troops have been mobilized to the east, but there is not even a splash. In her opinion, only Qin Feng can solve this crisis. Uncle Royal. After arriving at the Imperial Mausoleum, seeing Qin Feng meditating to warm and nourish the meridians, Qin Zening said cautiously, "Kindness." Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes and said, "How did you understand the sword knowledge I told you last time?" "Almost 9 out of 10. Qin Zening said slowly. "If you want to fully comprehend, I'm afraid you still need a lot of experience." Qin Feng nodded lightly upon hearing this. Although the content he said was not very profound, it took Qin Zening more than 10 years to fully comprehend it, which is already considered very good. "What are you here for?" Qin Feng asked lightly. He could tell that Qin Zening was obviously worried. "There's indeed something." Qin Zening nodded, and then said solemnly, "Some time ago, Emperor Father mobilized an army of 50 to demolish those temples in the eastern part of the dynasty, but all the generals of those troops were demolished by the Buddhist sect. Now that the whole court is in chaos, I am afraid that only the emperor's uncle can solve the matter." During this period of time, Qin Jinyan did not tell Qin Feng about this matter, because he wanted to work hard to resolve the crisis of the Buddhist sect by himself. But after Qin Zening personally went to the eastern part of the dynasty, he found that the Buddhist sect was too powerful, and it was impossible to solve it only by the power of the dynasty. "All the generals have been converted to Buddhism." Qin Feng heard the words and murmured, "It seems that this Buddhist sect still has some tricks." Then he got up slowly. After pondering for a while, he looked around in the imperial tomb, as if he was looking for something. Although Qin Zening didn't understand what Qin Feng was doing, she didn't say much and stood there obediently. "This one is nice." After searching for a while, Qin Feng came to a blooming flower and picked it. After a while, he turned around and handed the flower to Qin Zening. "Uncle, what does this mean?" Qin Zening blinked her big eyes and said in confusion, "Take this flower and go to the East China Sea." Qin Feng said calmly, "If that monk named Xian Yin is willing to disband the Buddhist sect, then that's all. Otherwise, you can inject a ray of spiritual energy into this flower." Hearing what Qin Feng said, the doubts in Qin Zening's eyes became deeper. That behemoth of the Buddhist sect is rumored to have emperor-level secrets. Can she disband the Buddhist sect with a single flower in her hand? "Uncle, am I too weak?" Qin Zening couldn't help but said, "If you want to disband the Buddhist sect obediently, I'm afraid you need to go there yourself. A small Buddhist sect is not worth my visit." Qin Feng said lightly, "You just go ahead." If it was another sect that had grown to be so powerful, he might go there himself. But just because it is Buddhist sect, he didn't have to go there. "It's all right." Qin Zening nodded. Although there were thousands of doubts in her heart, she didn't say anything more. Afterwards, Qin Zening left the imperial tomb. She originally wanted to say goodbye to Qin Jinyan, but when she learned that Qin Jinyan was discussing countermeasures with many ministers, she didn't bother and took the ancient boat alone to the East China Sea. Among the two domains, nearly 1 million practitioners came to the East China Sea. Not all of them came to worship Buddhism. Many people knew about the matter of Buddha Zong's Dua dynasty generals, and it was expected that Xiaoyao Sword Immortal would definitely come forward this time. They want to see who is more powerful, Xiaoyao Sword Immortal or Fozong. On the island that is only a few dozen miles away from the island where the Buddha sect is located, there are a large number of practitioners on every forested mountain peak here. They either meditate to rest their minds or drink tea and chat. It's been almost 10 days. How come Xiaoyao Sword Immortal hasn't come to the Buddhist sect yet? It's probably preparing for it. After all, the Buddha sect is not easy to deal with. That's true. Who is stronger, Fozong or Xiaoyao Sword Immortal? It may not be sure. Various voices of discussion came and went. Many cultivators couldn't wait to see the battle between Xiaoyao Sword Immortal and Buddha sect. After all, such a terrifying confrontation may not be seen once in the Kanglan territory every 10,000 years. If they could see it with their own eyes, they must have benefited a lot. The Buddhist sect naturally knew the purpose of these people, but they did not drive them away, because Xian Yin felt that this was an opportunity for Fozong. Taking this opportunity, Just let the cultivators of the two domains know how terrifying and powerful the Buddhist sect is. An ancient worship of the great Xia dynasty. Suddenly, an exclamation sounded. All of a sudden, all eyes turned to the distance and found an ancient warship sailing in the direction of Fozong. Many cultivators completely boiled up. They soared into the air one after another and flew towards the direction of Buddhist sect. Many cultivators from many islands in the East China Sea also rushed to hear the news, and the place was extremely lively all of a sudden. Qin Zining in the ancient warship couldn't help being a little nervous when she saw so many practitioners. It wasn't that she was afraid of danger. Instead, he was worried that if the Buddhist sect was not deterred this time, Qin Feng's reputation would definitely be hit hard. Uncle Huang dared to let me bring this flower. He should have absolute certainty. Qin Zining comforted herself. Thinking of this, she didn't hesitate anymore, stepped out of the ancient warship, stepped on the void, and walked towards the top of Fozong Mountain. The appearance of Qin Zining made all the practitioners stunned. What's the matter? Where is Xiaoyao Sword Immortal? Why didn't he come? Could it be fear? It's possible that Sword Immortal Xiaoyao might be afraid of the Buddhist sect being so powerful. For a while, various guessing voices sounded. Although many cultivators worshipped Xiaoyao Sword Immortal, seeing Qin Zining appearing now, they all guessed that Xiaoyao Sword Immortal did not come because he was afraid of the Buddhist sect. After all, over the years, the various means displayed by the Buddhist sect are really astonishing. Among the Buddhist sects at this time, Huijue hurried to the main hall and found Xinyan. Master, the ancient warship of the great Xia dynasty is here. Huijue's face was solemn, and he said slowly, "The one who came here is Qin Zining, the daughter of Emperor Daxia, not Xiaoyao Sword Immortal." Huh? The Sword Immortal Xiaoyao didn't come. Xinyan frowned upon hearing this. He also thought about directly transforming Xiaoyao Sword Immortal this time into the Buddhist sect. In that case, it would take less than 3 years for the Fozong to rule over the eastern Song and Kanglan regions. Afterwards, he got up and said, "Follow me to have a look. Do you want to take out the magic weapon first?" Huijue asked. He has been hiding in the Kanglan region for many years, and he has been able to survive until now because he is alert to danger. He faintly felt that Qin Zining was very dangerous. Is it worth taking out the magic weapon for a young princess? Xinyan said that he didn't care. After all, he strode towards the square outside the main hall. Under the gaze of countless gazes, Qin Zining slowly came to the square in front of the main hall on the top of Fozong Mountain. In front of her, Xinyan and many Buddhist elders looked at her coldly. Why didn't Xiaoyao Sword Immortal come? Xinyan looked at Qin Zining and said indifferently, "Did you come to seek peace with my Buddhist sect because I was afraid?" His voice was blessed, like Huangzhong Dalu, clearly transmitted to the ears of all practitioners. Countless monks all showed unconcealable arrogance and did not take Qin Zining seriously. The onlookers outside the Buddhist sect also cast their eyes on Qin Zining, guessing whether she was seeking peace on behalf of Xiaoyao Sword Immortal. "I came here today not to seek peace, but to destroy the Buddhist sect." Qin Zining didn't have any fear because of being watched by countless people, and said in a neither humble nor overbearing tone. As soon as this statement came out, there was an uproar. The cultivators outside the Buddhist sect who have been paying attention here couldn't help but let out exclamations. Qin Zining actually wants to destroy the Buddhist sect? Is she crazy? In the past, the great Xia dynasty only wanted to demolish the temples within its borders. Now that the 50 army has been easily controlled by the Buddhist sect, Qin Zining dared to speak wildly. All cultivators find it unbelievable. She didn't understand what Qin Zining was thinking, but she even said that she wanted to destroy the entire Buddhist sect. Who gave her the courage? The monks of the Buddhist sect were very angry and scolded Qin Zining one after another, thinking that she was just talking nonsense. Xinyan even froze for a moment, obviously did not expect that Qin Zining's purpose of this trip was actually this. Is this what Xiaoyao Sword Immortal means? Xinyan, who came to his senses, asked coldly with a livid face. Yes. Qin Zining nodded and said, The Buddhist sect will be destroyed today, but you can choose to leave on your own. That's the best. Oomph. It seems that the so-called Xiaoyao Sword Immortal is nothing but an egomaniac. Xian Yin snorted coldly. In his opinion, the Xiaoyao Sword Immortal dared to let Qin Zining come alone and said such words. It was simply ignorant. Complete ignorance to the extreme. I advise you to leave on your own, otherwise, you will definitely regret it. Qin Zining said slowly. Although she didn't know what the flower in her hand meant, she had unconditional trust in Qin Feng. You are also very stupid, Xian Yin said coldly. Since you are here today, then help me take a move back and see if the so-called Xiaoyao Sword Immortal can stop it. As he spoke, he pointed out that the golden rays of light mixed with Buddhist scriptures flew towards Qin Zining. He wanted to use Qin Zining as a vessel to inject his powerful move and release it after Qin Zining returned to the imperial city. Since you are unwilling to destroy the Buddhist sect, then I can only do as the emperor said. Seeing the golden light flying by, Qin Zining muttered to herself. While speaking, she injected a ray of spiritual energy in her body into the flower in her hand. Boom, boom. At this moment, streaks of golden light were suddenly released from the flower. The loud and clear Buddha's voice resounded between heaven and earth. The golden light that Xian Yin wanted to inject into Qin Zining's body was crushed directly. One after another, mysterious and complicated Buddhist texts appeared within Qin Zining's radius of thousands of feet. The astonishing principles of Buddhism and Taoism made people daunting. Xian Yin and the others who were within 1,000 feet away were all imprisoned by the power of this law. It was difficult for them to move, and the aura in their bodies stopped flowing. Time here seems to have stopped. What's going on? Huijue and other Buddhist monks were full of disbelief in their eyes, and they didn't understand what was going on. Buddha, the pure land of Buddhism. This is the pure land of Buddhism. Xian Yin was dumbfounded and said in a trembling voice, "How is this possible? It is just a flower. How could it be released into the pure land of Buddhism?" He couldn't believe it. Qin Zining was also shocked by this scene, but she quickly regained her composure and said, "A flower is indeed very ordinary, but that depends on whose flower it belongs to." Hearing what she said, Xian Yin finally understood. This flower belongs to Sword Immortal Xiaoyao. When Xiaoyao Sword Immortal once beheaded Patriarch Yueming, what he used was the pure land of Buddhism. However, the doubts in his heart did not diminish, and he murmured, "What does an outsider cultivate in the pure land of Buddhism? You know, even among the eminent monks in Lingshan, there are not many of them who can display the pure land of Buddhism." Boom, boom. And at this time, the Buddhist scriptures in the Buddhist pure land began to glow with a faint golden light, and within the Fozong mountain, strands of golden light continuously floated out and began to dissipate between the heaven and the earth. The power of faith. The power of faith is passing. Huijue exclaimed, looked at Xian Yin and said, "Master, stop it. These powers of faith are condensed by their painstaking efforts to recruit believers. Now it is constantly dissipating between heaven and earth like this. His heart is bleeding." Hateful. Xian Yin gritted his teeth and said angrily, "How can the Buddhist sect I created with painstaking efforts be destroyed by such a flower?" After the words fell, his mind moved slightly, and the hall behind him suddenly began to vibrate violently. Rows of golden light emanated from the hall. Boom! Soon, the hall completely collapsed, and a Zen staff floated into the sky from the hall. Exudes a dazzling golden light. Like a fetish. What kind of weapon is this? Why have you never seen it before in the Kanglan domain? I feel that this weapon is extremely sacred, and I have an urge to kneel down and worship. Many practitioners in the distance, after seeing this Zen stick, were all shocked. They were all shocked by the Buddha's light released from the Zen staff. "We can move. We can move." At this moment, Huijue and the others all exclaimed. They found that under the golden light released by the Zen staff, they were free from the restrictions of the pure land of Buddhism and could move around. Although the pure land of Buddhism is a domain, With Qin Feng's current cultivation level, it is still impossible to turn it into a separate world that breaks away from the laws of the Tao. This Zen stick itself is a powerful magic weapon, and it is infused with a lot of power of faith, which is extremely powerful, so it can help them get rid of the restrictions of the Pure Land of Buddhism. Shua, shua, shua. Without any hesitation, Huijue and the others quickly escaped from the Pure Land of Buddhism. Only Yin did not escape, but grabbed the air with his big hand, and the Zen staff flew towards him, and he held it in his hand. Humph! Yin snorted coldly and said, "Break it." While speaking, he held the Zen stick in his hand and slammed it on the ground. Boom! The deafening sound resounded through the heavens and the earth. A large number of cracks suddenly appeared on the ground, and they spread rapidly like a spider's web. And not only that, but where the cracks reach, the Buddhist scriptures suspended in the midair are directly shattered and dissipated between the heaven and the earth. The Pure Land of Buddhism is collapsing. Not good. Seeing this, Qin Zining sensed a huge aura of danger, and her pretty face suddenly changed. And at this moment, Yin stepped forward slowly, walking towards Qin Zining. Kneel down and convert to Buddhism. In the blink of an eye, Yin was less than 10 feet away from Qin Zining and said coldly. Terrible coercion swept towards Qin Zining. Boom! However, at this moment, a large amount of power of faith gushed out from within the Fozong Mountain and suddenly began to gather behind Qin Zining and condensed into a golden phantom. It is 9981 feet high. Although the phantom was faintly visible and could not be seen at all, the power of Buddhism and Tao exuded was extremely terrifying and astonishing. Swept all over the place, the shattered Buddhist Pure Land also instantly recovered. Qin Feng used Buddhism, borrowed the power of faith within the Buddhist sect. Plop, plop. All the monks in the Buddhist sect knelt on the ground under this terrible coercion. Just now, they had the joy of remaining alive after the catastrophe, but now there's only horror in their eyes. At this moment, they seemed to see a real Buddha, not only the disciples of the Buddhist sect, but also many practitioners who watched outside the Buddhist sect, also knelt in the void under this terrible coercion with only fear in their eyes. This phantom is too powerful. Buddha phantom. Seeing the phantom behind Qin Zining, Yin, the only one who didn't kneel down, said in disbelief. Among the eminent monks in Lingshan, there are also some who can condense the phantom of the Buddha, which can be regarded as a special Buddhist secret technique. But soon, Yin discovered that this was not a phantom of Buddha, because although the looming phantom also exuded an astonishing pressure of Buddhism, it had long hair. Moreover, he also spoke. This magic weapon is not bad. Qin Feng's voice, like a mighty Buddha's voice, said lightly. He originally thought that Qin Zining would be able to destroy the Buddhist sect easily by holding that flower. But it never occurred to him that he would need to show up in person. Who are you? Not only can you display the Pure Land of Buddhism, but you can also control the power of faith condensed by my Buddhist sect. Yin couldn't believe it, his voice trembling. Everything he saw today was beyond his comprehension. A person who also happens to practice Buddhism. Qin Feng said lightly. This answer was hard for Yin to accept. How can a person who has not been shaved be qualified to practice Buddhism and is so powerful? And at this moment, the Zen stick in Yan's hand suddenly trembled violently, wanting to break away from Yan's control. Based on Qin Feng's understanding of Buddhism, it is still easy to control this Buddhist instrument. No. Feeling that the Zen staff wanted to escape from his control, Yin yelled in horror. It was the existence of this Zen staff that he could resist the huge coercion brought by Qin Feng's golden phantom. If he let go of the Zen staff, he would surely die. It's a pity that Yan's efforts are useless. The Zen staff quickly left Yan's palm and drifted towards Qin Feng's phantom, which was tens of feet long. Then it was taken into the system space by Qin Feng. No, don't kill me. And Yin, who was in the Pure Land of Buddhism and could no longer use the power of faith to bless himself, made a desperate begging for mercy under this terrible pressure. He wandered on the sea for 100 years, and finally came to the Kanglan region from Lingshan in order to accumulate great merit. He just wants to live. What kind of belief in Buddhism are not worth mentioning at this moment? However, regarding Xian Yan's begging for mercy, Qin Feng's expression was indifferent, and he had no intention of showing mercy at all. Xian Yan was directly crushed into a blood mist by this terrible coercion, like a bloody flower blooming. It is incompatible with the sacred atmosphere here. Silence. The entire Buddhist sect fell into silence. All the monks, including Huijue, were in shock at this moment. Shocked by Qin Feng's horror, his face was dull, and he couldn't believe what he saw. Xian Yan is dead. Those cultivators outside the Buddhist sect couldn't help but exclaim when they saw this scene. Xian Yan created such a powerful sect in just over 10 years. They thought that Xian Yan was already comparable to Xiaoyao Sword Immortal, or even stronger. But I never thought it would be so easy, and I was obliterated. Buddhist sect should not continue to exist. Qin Feng opened his mouth and said lightly. He tapped out with one finger, and a golden light directly entered the mountain where the Buddhist sect was located. In an instant, the countless powers of faith in the mountain peaks dissipated between heaven and earth at this moment. Originally exuding golden rays of light, the incomparably sacred mountain peak has also become very ordinary. A large number of Buddhist monks found that their forcibly raised cultivation bases also began to drop sharply, even lower than before, making voices of dissatisfaction. And more monks looked blank, because as the sacred aura emanating from Fozong Mountain dissipated, they found that their belief in Buddha had almost dissipated along with it. There are only a few who truly believe in Buddhism and have not been greatly affected. Buddhist sect is gone, you can go back. Qin Feng said to Qin Zining. While speaking, his huge body also began to slowly dissipate. Kindness. Qin Zining nodded slightly. After that, she didn't stay here. She turned around and returned to the ancient boat and let the ancient boat sail in the direction of Lu's house. Now that she has come to Donghai, she plans to stay here for a while. As Qin Zining left, the huge golden phantom dissipated, and those cultivators who were kneeling in the void, who were stunned, stood up with difficulty. There's a feeling of suddenly dreaming. Is this the end of the Buddhist sect? Many practitioners feel unbelievable, and their emotions are extremely complicated. More than 10 years ago, the Buddhist sect was founded in the East China Sea, and with lightning speed, it became the largest sect in the two domains. Its power is so powerful that anyone would be intimidated. But now, in just half an hour, it unexpectedly collapsed, which is really shocking. Seeing him build a tall building, seeing him entertain guests, seeing his building collapse. There was a strong man from the Donghai family who couldn't help muttering to himself. And those elders of the Buddhist sect, before they had time to congratulate Qin Feng for not killing them, they showed expressions of panic, because countless practitioners have already set their sights on them. In the past 10 years, the Buddhist sect has received donations from countless believers, which can be said to be fat. These elders of the Buddhist sect have plummeted in cultivation, and they are fat in the eyes of many people. In the imperial palace of the Dian dynasty, an old man in gray robe flew over from a distance, landed in the imperial garden, and found Emperor Dian and several important officials here. Why did you come back so soon, sir? Didn't you ask you to watch at Fozong? When Emperor Dian saw the old man in black robe, he asked with a puzzled expression. After Fozong saved the generals of the 50 Army, he also expected that Xiaoyao Sword Immortal would show up, so he let people watch from Fozong. Let's see what the final result is, so as to decide their national policy. Your Majesty, the Buddhist sect has been destroyed. The old man in gray robe smiled wryly. Buddhist sect has been destroyed. As soon as this remark came out, many ministers couldn't help but exclaim. It's only been a few days. What happened? The Buddhist sect no longer exists. How so? Emperor Dian couldn't believe it, and said, could it be that Xiaoyao Sword Immortal has a stronger companion, and he fought with him? Otherwise, how could he destroy such a powerful Buddhist sect so quickly? He felt that Buddhism was very powerful. Unless Xiaoyao Sword Immortal joins forces with stronger companions, it is possible to destroy Buddhist sect so quickly. However, the old man in gray robe shook his head when he heard the words. He smiled wryly and said, "Not only did Sword Immortal Xiaoyao not join forces with stronger companions, he even destroyed the Buddhist sect without showing up." What? Emperor Dian and the others were even more stunned. I wonder if I heard it wrong. That's the Buddhist sect. In just 10 years, it has already ruled the East China Sea and become the power of the largest sect. And it is rumored that there is an emperor-level secret technique. It was destroyed just like that. The old man in gray robe was not surprised to see the shocking appearance of the crowd, and he did not hide anything afterwards, telling Emperor Dian and others what he saw. Gudu, listening to his description, Emperor Dian and the others couldn't help swallowing and exclaimed, "A single flower wiped out the entire Buddhist sect. Xiaoyao Sword Immortal is too terrifying." If the gray-robed old man was not Dian's imperial enshrined, he would absolutely not believe what the gray-robed old man said just now, because it was too shocking. At this moment, the eyes of Emperor Dian and the others were full of fear and fear. He secretly swore in his heart that no matter what, he would never offend Xiaoyao Sword Immortal. At the same time, the same scene was happening among all the forces in the Kanglan region. In just 2 days, the news of the destruction of the Buddhist sect began to spread rapidly in the 2 domains. This result greatly exceeded everyone's expectations. Everyone must think that with the strength of the Buddhist sect, even if Sword Immortal Xiaoyao went there in person, he might not be able to obtain any benefits. But he didn't expect that just letting Qin Zening bring a flower would destroy the entire Buddhist sect. Shocked by the strength of Xiaoyao Sword Immortal, he was dumbfounded. Originally, many forces still wanted to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight and watch the Great Xia dynasty and the Buddhist sect have a bloodbath. Totally disappointed now. Their first reaction was to find a way to continue to deepen their relationship with the Great Xia dynasty. Qin Jinyin and many ministers were also shocked when they found out about this matter. When did Ning go to the East China Sea? Qin Jinyin looked bewildered and even held a flower given by the emperor brother and directly wiped out the Buddhist sect. The strength of the Lord is really terrifying. Even in the Kanglan domain before the Demon Sealing War, I am afraid that there has never been such a strong person. The Minister of Rights couldn't help but said, "There is no one before, and I am afraid there will be no one to come after." Now, when he remembered that he had personally sent Qin Feng to the Imperial Mausoleum, he still felt like a dream and felt that it was a bit unreal. It's really a blessing for my Great Xia dynasty to have Brother Huang here. Qin Junyan couldn't help muttering. Many ministers also echoed. In the following time, Qin Junyan decreed to deal with those officials who had converted to Buddhism. Although the power of faith in the Buddhist sect dissipated, most of these officials who believed in the Buddhist sect returned to normal. But because he was too afraid of Buddhism, Qin Junyan still didn't immediately reinstate these officials. Instead, after a joint review by the Ministry of Rights and the Ministry of Officials, a decision will be made to see if they can be allowed to resume their original official positions. The same thing happened in several other great dynasties and sects in the 2 domains. The speed of the rise of the Buddhist sect is too fast. Now that they are destroyed, no one wants to see the rise of the Buddhist sect. They have strictly censored those who have believed in the Buddhist sect in their respective territories. From now on, if the Buddhist sect wants to rise in the 2 domains, it can be said that it will be as difficult as reaching the blue sky. Qin Feng in the Imperial Mausoleum. From the system space, he took out the Zen stick. This magic weapon is not bad. Looking at the Zen stick in his hand, Qin Feng murmured, "Whether it is the material or the grade, it is quite high. The only fly in the ointment is that there are marks left by others on it." Qin Feng held the Zen stick in his hand and entered the Zen stick with his spiritual thoughts and spiritual energy at the same time, intending to erase the mark on it. But at this moment, the Zen stick emitted golden light, and the mark inside still wanted to resist. The Zen staff has already fallen into my hands, so what's the point of resisting? Qin Feng said lightly with a smile. He was not in a hurry. He squeezed out a series of Buddhist texts with his left hand, poured them into the Zen stick, and used the power of Buddhism to erase the imprint inside. The resistance of the imprint subsided instantly. Crack! A moment later, within the Zen staff, there was a clear and crisp sound, as if something was broken. The Zen stick emitting golden light immediately returned to calm. The imprint inside was completely erased. Good, Qin Feng muttered to himself, and then took the Zen staff back into the system space again. Now it has completely become his magic weapon. At the same time, above the boundless sea, an ancient ship was sailing. Looking from a distance, the entire ancient ship exudes a faint golden light, which seems to be full of sacred aura. In this ancient boat, there are all meditating monks. Master, it's not good. At this moment, a young monk came into the cabin with a worried face. Sitting cross-legged here is an old monk in a gorgeous cassock. What happened? Hearing this, the old monk frowned slightly and said indifferently, Ling. News came from Lingshan that Brother Xuanyan's soul jade was shattered. The little monk said out of breath. Xuanyan's soul jade is broken? The old monk had an unbelievable expression on his face and said, How could this be? Did he encounter danger on the way across the sea? In his opinion, the Kanglan region is located in the corner of the Eternal Continent. It is a remote place with thin spiritual energy, and no strong people will be born. If his apprentice, Xianyan, died, he must have encountered a powerful beast while crossing the sea. It's not very clear. The little monk shook his head and said, I don't know about Lingshan either. No matter what kind of beast it is, if it dares to kill my Shun's disciple, I will let him know the profoundness of the Dharma. The old monk snorted coldly. He immediately prepared to activate the imprint in the Zen stick to see who killed Xianyan and where. But in the next instant, his expression changed. How could this be? Shun had a look of disbelief. Master, what's wrong? Hearing this, the little monk said with a puzzled expression. The imprint left by the teacher on the Zen stick was erased by someone. Shun's eyes were full of disbelief. The imprint he left in the Zen staff is very complicated. Unless he uses the power of Buddhism, if he wants to erase it, there will be a huge movement and he will discover it. Why is it silently erased now? How so? The little monk was also shocked. At the same time, a terrible idea came to his mind. The one who killed Xianyan was also a Buddhist disciple, right? However, he had just had such an idea, and Shun cast his cold eyes on him and said coldly, Go and think about it for 10 years behind closed doors. The moment that thought was born in the little monk's heart, the power of Buddhism in his body was no longer pure, and Shun's Buddhist attainments like this naturally felt clearly. This is the apprentice's mistake. I will go and think about it behind closed doors now. The little monk said quickly. After all, he left the cabin, and Shun's eyes were slightly closed, pondering in his heart, should he go to Kanglanyu to have a look? Although he didn't know who erased the imprint of the Zen staff, he guessed that Xianyan had most likely arrived in the Kanglan region, because the fierce beasts in the sea definitely didn't have the ability to erase the imprint on the Zen staff. Forget it. Let's go to the 9 profound realm first. Shun muttered to himself. It's more important to spread the Dharma. It's not too late to go to the Kanglan region after the establishment of a powerful Buddhist sect in the Jiuquan region. The 9 profound domain is a large domain, and there is also no Buddhist sect established. This time he led many disciples to leave Lingshan, just to establish a Buddhist sect in the 9 profound realm. Afterwards, the ancient ship continued to sail in the direction of the 9 profound realm of the eternal ancient continent. For the next 10 years, the 2 domains have once again restored their former peace. The Great Xia dynasty became stronger and stronger, absorbing a large number of talent from all over the world. It has reached the point where, without Qin Feng's help, he can monopolize all the forces in the 2 domains by himself. And in these 10 years, Qin Feng has not been practicing in the Imperial Tomb all the time. Instead, asked Qin Jinyan to help search for various ancient books and then check to see if there are any records about the 9 Profound Realm. He plans to go to the 9 Profound Realm next, but he doesn't intend to rush there without knowing the 9 Profound Realm at all. His character is to highlight a steady. And after looking through a large number of ancient books collected over the past 10 years, Qin Feng also found some records about the 9 Profound Realm. I learned that the Jiushuan territory is a large domain on the eternal ancient continent, and its territory is more than 10 times that of the Kanglan territory. There is abundant spiritual energy there, and the development of martial arts is far more prosperous than that of the Kanglan territory. The most special thing is that in the 9 Profound Realm, the human race and the monster race coexist. The famous 9-tailed demon fox clan is in the 9 Profound Realm. Speaking of the 9-tailed demon fox, I suddenly thought that the little white fox hadn't come back for many years. Qin Feng muttered to himself. Could it be that he really left? Ah, woman. He and the little white fox have been together for many years and have helped the little white fox several times. But he didn't expect that when the little white fox left, he didn't even say hello. It was so heartless. Shaking his head, Qin Feng continued to describe the formation. Before leaving King Lanyu, he planned to leave a powerful formation in the Imperial City. And so, another 5 years passed. The prosperity of the Great Xia dynasty is enough to fight against all forces in the 2 domains on its own, although Qin Jinyan did not send troops to attack. However, the emperors of the other major dynasties in the Kanglan territory all changed their country names one after another, turned the dynasty into a dynasty, and bowed their heads to the Great Xia dynasty. The main reason is that the Great Xia dynasty is really too powerful. Compared with them, they are completely different, and they are really embarrassed to continue to be emperors. Qin Jinyan was somewhat surprised to learn that the other great dynasties were willing to become ministers on their own initiative. However, he did not send troops to station, but started to open various martial arts and literary schools in other dynasties. After learning so much from Qin Feng, Qin Jinyan also understood a lot of truths. It is better to know that cultural conquest is better than deterrence by force. Today's Great Xia Imperial City is also incomparably astonishing in scale. After the expansion, the area is several times larger than before, and there are also many surrounding cities defending the Imperial City. One morning, when the sun had just risen, the Great Xia Imperial City and the surrounding Imperial cities were already extremely prosperous. All kinds of ancient ship caravans come and go in an endless stream. Chone! Suddenly, the sound of a sword's cry resounded between heaven and earth. In the Imperial Mausoleum of the Imperial City, thousands of sword souls shot straight into the sky, suspended in the sky, as if to judge the whole world. The terrifying sword intent swept across the sky, attracting the eyes of countless people. What's going on? What a terrifying sword intent. Could it be that Xiaoyao's sword immortal and his old man made the move? Could it be that there are demons wanting to invade? All of a sudden, various exclamations came and went. Don't know what happened. However, although many people speculated that it was the invasion of demons, they did not have any fear. Because after so many times, they already know the strength of Xiaoyao's sword immortal. The evil spirits invaded, and there was no way to get any benefits. Qin Jinyan and others in the Imperial Study Room also walked out of the Imperial Study Room after hearing the movement, looking at the sword soul in the sky with doubts on their faces. Shua! 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 And at this moment, those thousands of sword souls suddenly dispersed, shooting towards various places in the Imperial City, as well as the surrounding cities defending the Imperial City. Some of the sword souls were inserted on the roof of the building. Some were inserted on ancient trees that had grown for hundreds of years, and some were inserted into the city wall. At the moment of insertion, these sword souls shattered and turned into formation patterns, connected to each other. Moreover, it's not just that these patterns are connected to each other to form a Jiuxiao sword formation. This 9 heavens sword formation is also connected to the shocking dragon formation in the palace. Boom, boom. The big formation began to operate, and the spiritual energy with a radius of 10,000 miles was attracted, entered the formation, and maintained the operation of the formation. Not only that, in the Imperial City, the shattered startling dragon array also began to be quickly repaired, and the golden array lines lit up and started to work. Within the scope of the entire formation, the richness of the aura has been raised several levels. The shocking dragon formation was repaired so easily. Seeing that the startling dragon formation had resumed operation, many ministers couldn't help exclaiming. They thought that would be impossible to repair the collapsed shocking dragon formation in less than 100 years, but they didn't expect Qin Feng to repair it so easily. Everyone was shocked. The tens of millions of people outside the palace were even more shocked. Array Master? Xiaoyao Sword Immortal is actually an Array Master. How'd he do it? Not only is the way of the sword so terrifying, but he also practiced formations at the same time. With such a monstrous talent, I'm afraid he has the appearance of a saint. Countless shocked voices came and went, being shocked by the fact that Xiaoyao Sword Immortal is still a formation master. He was stunned. And obviously, the formation that Xiaoyao Sword Immortal arranged just now is very strong. The aura in this palace is so strong, it will get twice the result with half the effort in the future. Old Chun, who hadn't made a breakthrough for a long time, couldn't help sighing. The richness of aura in the Imperial City and its affiliated cities has been greatly improved, and naturally it is even more intense in the Imperial Palace. Every breath is almost full of aura. The other royal priests also nodded in agreement, all smiling, and they couldn't wait to go back and start practicing. It's no surprise that in the next period of time, the cultivation of many powerful members of the great Xia royal family will definitely improve considerably. The effect of a Nine Heavens shocking dragon formation is not bad. Qin Feng in the Imperial Mausoleum murmured after feeling it with his powerful spiritual sense. This formation is far from reaching its peak. It will become stronger and stronger as the luck of the dynasty increases and more aura is absorbed. Later, after Qin Feng signed a bottle of Earth Spirit Bell lotion, he continued to meditate. Describing the Nine Heavens formation, which can be integrated with the shocking dragon formation, still consumes a lot of his aura and consciousness. He intends to leave after recovering to the peak in all aspects. And taking advantage of this time, he can give Qin Zening some pointers. When Qin Feng left here, he didn't plan to take anyone else with him because he didn't know what the Nine Profound Realm was like. Bringing one more person is more dangerous. One day at noon 5 years later, above the Rift Valley where Patriarch Yueming was sealed, two figures stood in the void. One is a middle-aged man with a rich spirit like jade, holding a folding fan, and looks very elegant. The other is an extremely charming woman with exquisite figure and undulating body, wearing a red dress. Patriarch Yueming left here. Looking at the rift below, the elegant middle-aged man couldn't help frowning. He's a deducer. Hundreds of years ago, he obtained a broken bronze plate in a holy place that was destroyed for unknown reasons. Although he didn't know what it was, he guessed that it was probably a fragment of the Emperor's army. So he used the technique of deduction to find out that one of the fragments was with Patriarch Yueming. So he came here to find it, but never thought that Patriarch Yueming had disappeared. It seems that the seal here has been broken free by him. The charming woman also frowned and said, "Husband, can you still deduce his current position?" Naturally, the elegant middle-aged man said indifferently, "As long as he hasn't reached the martial realm, with my deduction method, I can definitely deduce him to his specific position." Afterwards, he slowly landed on the side of the rift below and took out a scroll from the ring. This scroll exudes a simple and unsophisticated atmosphere, and the material is extraordinary at first glance. Crack! The elegant middle-aged man directly crushed the scroll. After the scroll shattered, it turned into dots of light, condensing lines of formations on the ground, forming a complete set of formations. Then he stood in the formation, his eyes drooped slightly, and his hands quickly formed seals, pinching out ancient inscriptions one after another. Started to deduce where Patriarch Yueming is now. Crack! After a while, the inscriptions and formations were all shattered, and the elegant middle-aged man slowly opened his eyes and murmured It turned out that he was killed in the Great Xia Imperial City. Oh, unexpectedly, in this small Kanglan domain, a human cultivator who can slay the ancestor of Yueming will be born. It is really not easy. The charming woman frowned and said with a little surprise. Before they came, they naturally deduced the cultivation base of Patriarch Yueming, knowing that Patriarch Yueming was actually very strong. It's a pity that everyone is innocent, but pregnant is guilty, the elegant middle-aged man said coldly. When the bronze plate fell into his hands, he was already dead. Let's go to Daxiao Imperial City. It is absolutely impossible for him to let people know that he is collecting the bronze plates. Therefore, after he obtained the bronze plate from Qin Feng, he would definitely kill people to silence him. Should we first deduce the cultivation level of the person who killed Patriarch Yueming? The charming woman asked. Need not, the elegant middle-aged man said calmly. He is not strong. I can kill him with bare hands. He just deduced the scene when Patriarch Yueming was killed, roughly speculated about Qin Feng's cultivation, felt that it was far from him, and didn't take it seriously. If he specifically deduced Qin Feng's current cultivation, he would definitely change his mind. It's a pity that he felt that it was completely unnecessary, and doing so would be a waste of formation scrolls. In just a few decades, for the Void Refining Realm cultivators, it is just a snap of the fingers, and it is difficult to improve the realm. Well, the charming woman nodded. Afterwards, the figures of the two people turned into a ray of light and flew towards the Great Xia Imperial City in the Kanglan region. In order to increase the speed, they constantly used the teleportation scroll. Incomparably luxurious. After all, deduction masters are even rarer than alchemists and casting masters. No matter where they go, they will be treated as guests, and all of them are very rich. In the past few years, Chun Lao and many other royal family members have made breakthroughs one after another. The strength of the royal family has been greatly improved. But Qin Junyan was not very happy, because he just learned that Qin Feng was going to leave Kanglanyu in a few days. Brother Huang, compared to the Kanglan domain, other domains are more powerful, so you have to be careful then. Although Qin Junyan was reluctant, he did not stop him, because he knew that with Qin Feng's terrifying cultivation, it was impossible to stay in the Kanglan region forever, and he would definitely set foot in a wider world. Don't worry, I'm not a reckless person, Qin Feng said with a faint smile. He is extremely cautious on weekdays, and he will definitely be even more cautious when he is in a strange place. Qin Junyan nodded, but he didn't doubt it. Then he asked Qin Feng what he needed, so that he could hurry up and prepare. Although Qin Feng didn't need anything, in order not to refute Qin Junyan's intentions, he still said something. Qin Junyan immediately left the Imperial Mausoleum to prepare. Kindness. At this moment, Qin Feng suddenly frowned slightly. In the moment just now, his keen spiritual sense suddenly made him feel like he was being spied on. Why didn't I notice that there were people around? Qin Feng muttered to himself. Afterwards, he used his divine pupils to look around. At the same time, his powerful spiritual consciousness spread. However, nothing was found. Is it an illusion? Qin Feng couldn't help frowning. But then he rejected this idea. He was very clear about the feeling of being spied on just now. And just as Qin Feng was pondering, Qin Zining came. Uncle, are you leaving? Qin Zining's beautiful eyes were full of reluctance. Tears are about to flow down. From entering the Imperial Mausoleum at the age of 8, during these years, her affection for Qin Feng was deeper than that for her father. Why are you crying? I won't see you again in the future, Qin Feng said with a light smile. But when we meet again, I don't know how many years later, Qin Zining said sadly. Then you have to work hard to cultivate well. If you step into the 5th level of the Void Refining Realm, you could go to the 9 Profound Realm to find me in advance. Qin Feng smiled lightly, but hearing what he said, the sadness on Qin Zining's pretty face did not diminish. The 5th level of the Void Refining Realm is still very far away from her. Qin Zining wanted to say something else, but Qin Feng spoke again and said, by the way, I taught you the Huangyan Duan Shunzhan and Wan Jian Guizong. How is your cultivation going? In recent years, he has taught Qin Zining his 2 strongest sword techniques. Huanyan Duan Xinjiang's practice is not bad. After Qin Zining paused, he continued, but Wan Jianguizong is a bit too mysterious, and I can only gather a few sword souls up to now. Wan Jianguizong is indeed more mysterious. Qin Feng nodded and said, just practice more. Kindness. Qin Zining nodded, and at this moment, a deafening sound suddenly resounded in the sky. Where's the person who killed Patriarch Yueming? Come out and meet me. The elegant middle-aged man and the charming woman stood in the void, and their voices were blessed by spiritual energy resounding through the world. The attitude is extremely arrogant, condescending. It seems like an eagle above the 9 heavens, looking down on the ants in the world. For a moment, in the Imperial City, countless eyes were filled with astonishment. Unexpectedly, there are still people who dare to trouble Sword Immortal Xiaoyao. Who is your excellency? Chun Lao and many other royal family priests, upon hearing the commotion, jumped up into the air one after another, came to the elegant middle-aged man, and said very politely, why are you looking for Xiaoyao, Sword Immortal? Xiaoyao, Sword Immortal? Hearing this address, the elegant middle-aged man couldn't help but sneer and said, this Kanglan region is really a remote place, and they are all a group of frogs at the bottom of the well, and I have never seen a real strong man. Such a weak person can be crowned with the word Sword Immortal. As soon as this statement came out, many practitioners in the Imperial City were in an uproar. Who is this guy? It's too arrogant. Many people regard Xiaoyao Sword Immortal as an object of worship and are grateful for his life-saving grace. They are very angry at the disrespectful words of this elegant middle-aged man. Isn't it a little too rude for you to say something? Old Chun and the others also had gloomy faces and said coldly, disrespectful? Oomph. The elegant middle-aged man let out a cold snort, and an astonishing aura burst out of his body suddenly. The terrible coercion immediately plunged the entire Imperial City into dead silence. The cultivation of the 7th level of the Void Refining Realm makes it difficult for people to bear his coercion. There is an invisible mountain on his body, let alone talking, it is difficult to breathe. Old Chun and the others were even more oppressed, and their faces were extremely pale. Tell me obediently, where's the person who killed Patriarch Yueming now? The elegant middle-aged man looked at Chun Lao and the others in front of him, and said indifferently, otherwise, I will let blood flow here. In the Imperial Mausoleum at this time, Qin Feng couldn't help frowning when he saw these two people. I don't understand who gave them the courage to come here to make trouble. Didn't they inquire about their extermination of the Buddhist sect before they came? But although he was curious in his heart, Qin Feng didn't bother to say anything, but said to Qin Zining, I'll use Wan Jiangei's zone again this time. You can watch it. Kindness. Upon hearing this, Qin Zining nodded quickly. Chong. At the same time, an astonishing sword energy was released from Qin Feng's body. Sword spirits began to condense rapidly around his body. The sound of the sword's cry resounded through the world. Kindness. The elegant middle-aged man in the sky noticed the movement of the Imperial Mausoleum and said coldly, so I hid here. After all, he took a step forward, and in an instant he came to the sky above the Imperial Mausoleum, leaving after-images behind him. The charming woman is also beside him. Boom, boom. However, at this moment, the sword soul, like a rushing river, suddenly rushed out of the Imperial tomb and shot towards the elegant middle-aged man and the two of them. What? Seeing this astonishing sword soul, the expressions of the elegant middle-aged man and the charming woman all changed drastically. The terrifying sword intent made them feel the threat of death. Terrible. However, the two of them are after all strong men around the 7th level of the Void Refining Realm, and they reacted quickly, hurriedly protecting their bodies with majestic spiritual energy, trying to block this terrifying sword spirit. It's a pity that Qin Feng is really too strong. Boom! This sword spirit instantly crushed the aura that protected their bodies and passed through their bodies, cutting off all their meridians. Plop, plop! The two fell heavily into the Imperial tomb below, covered in blood and sword marks, looking extremely miserable. Completely abolished. Ew. How did your cultivation improve so quickly? The elegant middle-aged man was full of disbelief and said, "Could it be that I made a mistake?" He couldn't believe it. When he deduced to the death of Patriarch Yueming, Qin Feng was obviously not so powerful. It's only been a few decades. How can it be so strong? Oh, are you a deducer? Qin Feng was a little surprised. At this time, he finally understood what happened to the feeling of being spied on in a flash before. Afterwards, he came in front of the elegant middle-aged man and began to observe the other party's consciousness. Earlier, Qin Feng could have killed these two people directly, but the reason why he didn't kill them was because he wanted to know the purpose of the two people, and now he just wanted to see the deduction method in the other party's spiritual consciousness. Oh no! The miserable cry suddenly sounded here. The consciousness of the two people was inspected and their memories stripped away. It was like death. So, it's because of the bronze plate. Qin Feng muttered to himself. This bronze plate is actually a fragment of the Emperor's armament? But why doesn't it feel like it? He carefully inspected the bronze plate, and he didn't think there was any murderous aura on it. Shaking his head, Qin Feng continued to watch the refined middle-aged man's consciousness. The method of deduction was obtained from it, and learned that this elegant middle-aged man originally belonged to a mysterious force called Tianji Pavilion, but later found an opportunity to defect. In Tianji Pavilion, there seem to be many people who have mastered the method of deduction. This method of deduction seems extremely mysterious. Presumably, the Tianji Pavilion is also a force at the level of the Holy Land. Qin Feng muttered to himself. He continued to check the consciousness of the elegant middle-aged man and the consciousness of the charming woman, but he didn't get any useful information. Afterwards, Qin Feng put an end to the suffering of these two people and obtained a bronze plate from the elegant middle-aged man's ring. But this bronze plate cannot be spliced together with his previous one. Between the two fragments, there are obviously other fragments. I'm really more and more curious about what this is. Qin Feng muttered to himself. He can only hope that he can know some information about the bronze plate after he arrives in the Nine Profound Realm. After observing the two bronze plates for a while, Qin Feng put them away after finding nothing, and his eyes fell on Qin Zining. Watching my return to the sect of Wanjian just now, do you have any new insights? Qin Feng asked with a smile. Kindness. Qin Zining nodded and said, I'll go back and practice again, and there should be considerable improvement. Don't worry too much, Qin Feng said lightly. You have such a cultivation level at your age, and you already surpass many of your peers. He was not just comforting Qin Zining, because Qin Zining's cultivation at this age is already comparable to many ordinary disciples in the Holy Land. Thank you, uncle, for your compliment, Qin Zining said with a smile. After that, she chatted with Qin Feng for a few more words before leaving the Imperial tomb. After Qin Zining left, Qin Feng's eyes fell on the bodies of the elegant middle-aged man and the two of them. Qin Feng flicked his fingers lightly, and the two bone spirits landed on the corpse with cold fire, burning it. Soon there will be no ashes left. The person or thing burned by the strange fire, including the breath, will disappear, and nothing will remain, as if it has never appeared in the world. Even a deducer can't deduce where the two died. Spring went to winter, and in a blink of an eye, there was heavy snow. Snow like goose feathers fell from the sky, covering the entire Imperial City. The Imperial City, which was originally bustling, was much quieter. The festive atmosphere of the Chinese New Year is getting stronger and stronger. Qin Feng, who delayed leaving because of comprehending the method of deduction, is leaving now. Standing on the wall of the Imperial City, he looked at the entire Imperial City with a slightly complicated expression. After all, he's been here for almost 200 years. Is your Highness leaving? At this moment, a figure came to the city wall and asked respectfully. It is Chu Xiong, who is now in charge of the Wuqing Bingma division. When he was patrolling with troops, he noticed Qin Feng, so he came up to inquire. Before that, Chu Xiong had already heard about Qin Feng's departure. Kindness. Qin Feng nodded, and then asked with a smile, I haven't seen you in these years. How is it? Fortunately, I married a daughter-in-law a few years ago, and now I have a daughter. Chu Xiong scratched his head and said with a silly smile. Qin Feng was dumbfounded when he heard this. He originally wanted to ask Chu Xiong about his cultivation, but he didn't expect to get such an answer. Good. But Qin Feng quickly recovered his normal expression and said calmly, I have a jade here which can warm and nourish the body when worn on the body, so it is a gift for your daughter. As he spoke, he handed a blood-red jade to Chu Xiong. This is the one he got by signing in, and it is the same as the one given to Lu Qingzhu in the past. Thank you, Your Highness. Chu Xiong thanked him very much. I should go too. Qin Feng muttered to himself. After all, he didn't stay any longer. His figure rose into the air and flew towards the direction of a 9 profound realm. Your Highness, take care. Chu Xiong looked at Qin Feng's leaving back and said loudly. It's just that the sound was quickly blown away by the cold wind, mixed with heavy snow. Qin Feng didn't always walk with the sword. Before he left, he asked Qin Jinyan to find an ancient ship that could sail in the air, and then he carved a new formation blessing on it. Take the ancient boat on weekdays. Although the speed is not so fast, it is much more comfortable. After all, the 9 profound territory has a long way to go. It is not possible to arrive in a day or two. It's still a bit too tiring to walk with the sword all the time. In the next 3 years, Qin Feng, who rode the ancient ship alone, crossed several domains, almost non-stop along the way. Only when I see extraordinary places occasionally, I will stop to sign in to get rewards, and then continue sailing. During this period, Qin Feng obtained countless pills and medicines. It is piled up everywhere in the system space. Of course, during the voyage, Qin Feng also encountered many big robbers blocking the way, but he easily dealt with them all, even gained a lot. In 2 or 3 months, we should be in a 9 profound realm. Qin Feng, who sat cross-legged on the ancient boat, muttered to himself. When he was passing through a large domain, he bought a map of the entire Eternal Continent, and he almost knew the location of the 9 profound domain. Although it was still far away from him, it was only 2 or 3 months away. Boom, boom. While Qin Feng was sailing on the ancient ship, he suddenly saw black clouds billowing and thunder and lightning billowing in the distant sky. Even though they are far apart, there is an oppressive feeling. When Qin Feng heard the movement and looked around, the first thing he did was discharge. It shouldn't be raining. The thunder when it is about to rain is not like this. Is anyone going to cross the catastrophe? Qin Feng muttered to himself. Could it be a strong man in the martial domain realm? Under normal circumstances, in addition to the life and death calamity, it is the strong in the martial arts realm who need to cross the calamity just now. And the sea of thunder in front of him is obviously much stronger than the life and death tribulation that Lu Ting went through when he was in the East China Sea. With curiosity in his heart, Qin Feng left the ancient ship and flew towards the direction where Leihai was rolling. Not long after, they came to a valley. It's actually a 7th-rank ancient medicine. After Qin Feng approached, he frowned slightly, a little surprised. Unexpectedly, under this tumbling thunder sea, there is a 7th-order ancient medicine that has grown for at least 1,000 years. Ice Spirit Fruit. Kacha, kacha. It was being slammed by the thunder in the sky, and ice-blue spiritual energy was constantly gushing out to resist the falling thunder. At the same time, its fruit is becoming more and more crystal clear and is about to mature. Qin Feng was a little surprised. It was the first time he saw that there was an ancient medicine in the tribulation. But it's normal to think about it. 7th-tier ancient medicines are already as rare as martial arts experts, or even worse. It is not particularly uncommon for a thunder disaster to appear when the fruit is about to bear fruit. At this time, many cultivators have already been attracted by this thunder calamity. I said, how could someone survive the catastrophe in the mountains so close to the city? It turns out that the one who survived the catastrophe was not a human cultivator, but an ancient medicine. After a doubtful person came, he suddenly realized. It turned out to be a 7th-rank ice spirit fruit, which is very valuable. If it is put up for auction, it can sell at least hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. A domineering mercenary exuding a terrifying aura with greed in his eyes. Although ordinary 7th Order spirit fruits are very rare, they are not so expensive. But those who have experienced Thunder Calamity are different. It is simply priceless. Not only this domineering mercenary, but also many people who rushed to hear the news. After seeing the ancient medicine, they also had small calculations in their hearts. Unconsciously, he clenched his weapon tightly, intending to wait until the end of the thunder disaster to snatch the ice spirit fruit produced by this ancient medicine. Who is that person? What is he going to do? And at this moment, someone exclaimed. For a moment, a lot of eyes were attracted, and they found that Qin Feng was actually walking towards Lei Hai. Is this person crazy? He actually wants to enter Lei Hai's range. The supreme elder of a certain sect said with shock in his eyes. Doesn't he know how terrifying this lightning calamity is? As long as he enters, he will also be locked. It looks like I'm crazy about wanting this ice spirit fruit. His clothes don't seem to belong to our domain. He is probably a bumpkin from small domain. I haven't seen Lei Jie before, so I don't know how terrifying Lei Jie is. After noticing Qin Feng, those who waited for the thunder disaster to end before going to fight for it all talked about it. They all had joking expressions on their faces, thinking that Qin Feng would be chopped into ashes by the thunder in the sky in the next moment. Qin Feng, on the other hand, ignored the joking voices around him and walked straight into Lei Hai's range. As soon as he entered the range of Lei Jie, he felt the vast coercion, as if he was looked down by the way of heaven. However, Qin Feng's physique is strong, and this coercion has no effect on him. Crack! And at this moment, a silver thunder also struck towards Qin Feng, intending to kill him. However, before the silver thunder had time to land on Qin Feng's body, it was directly crushed by the sword energy around him, turned into a little silver light, and dissipated between the heaven and the earth. Qin Feng would definitely not be able to bear the thunder tribulation of a strong person in the martial realm, but the thunder calamity of the 7th Order spiritual fruit is still too weak for him. This scene shocked everyone around Lei Hai. What? The thunder fell on this guy, but it didn't hurt him at all? Everyone finds it unbelievable. They wondered if they were dazzled. Among them, there are many experts in the void refining realm who are well aware of the horror of the thunder in this thunder catastrophe, but they never thought that Qin Feng could directly ignore the thunder. Crack, click! Just when everyone was shocked, there were several thunderbolts in the sky again, striking towards Qin Feng. Once locked by the thunder tribulation, unless the entire thunder tribulation is over, otherwise it will not stop until it is locked to death. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Qin Feng, wanted to see if it was an accident just now, or if Lei Ting really couldn't get close to him. Boom, boom, boom. After these thunderbolts approached Qin Feng, without any surprise, they were all crushed by the sword energy, turned into silver light, and dissipated between the heaven and the earth. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but gasp. This person looks like an ordinary person, and he doesn't have any dangerous aura on him. How could he be so powerful that he can ignore the thunder disaster in the sky? They couldn't help exclaiming, their expressions shocked. Many people blushed incomparably when they thought of their mockery just now. They thought Qin Feng was an idiot, but they didn't expect that it was their own blindness. Qin Feng's strength far exceeded their imagination, and what happened next left everyone stunned in shock. I don't know what you can get by signing in this sea of thunder. Qin Feng looked at the thunder sea in the sky and muttered to himself. The reason why he entered here was naturally not for the ice spirit fruit. After signing in for so many years, although the 7th Order ancient medicine he obtained is not much, it is enough for use, so there is no need to waste time. He wanted to see what special rewards he could get for signing in during this thunder calamity. Thinking this way in his heart, Qin Feng took a few steps and directly climbed into the sky and entered the Sea of Thunder. He entered the Sea of Thunder. Outside Lei Hai, the overbearing mercenary's voice was trembling, and he looked at the place where Qin Feng's figure disappeared in astonishment. No matter how strong his cultivation is, he shouldn't be so bold. How dare he directly enter the Sea of Thunder? It's crazy. It's crazy, the others also exclaimed. In less than a quarter of an hour, Qin Feng shocked them too much. Every expression is incomparably wonderful. They stared at Lei Hai stubbornly, wanting to see if Qin Feng could come out alive. At this time, Qin Feng had already arrived in the Sea of Thunder in the sky. It's dark here, and the clouds are billowing. The coercion of the law of the heaven and earth Tao is incomparably astonishing, as if there are hundreds of mountains pressing on Qin Feng's body, trying to crush him into pieces. However, with Qin Feng's cultivation base and terrifying physique, he was almost unaffected. Boom, boom. And at this moment, the thunder in the Sea of Thunder, like a revived ancient beast, made a deafening sound. Qin Feng's entry made them feel provoked. In an instant, hundreds of thunderbolts slammed towards Qin Feng, thick and hard, like a silver snake. Crack, kick. The sound of thunder is deafening, like the wrath of God. But Qin Feng didn't care at all. The sword energy in his body was released. Those thunderbolts could not even come within 100 feet of him. They were directly crushed and dissipated by the sword energy. System, sign in for me in the Sea of Thunder. Qin Feng said lightly. Ding. Congratulations, Master, you signed in successfully and got a divine thunder. The system's mechanical notification sounded in Qin Feng's ears. A divine thunder? Qin Feng was a little puzzled when he heard this, and said, What's the use of this thing? Then he looked towards the system space. It was found that in the system space, there was a divine thunder like a silver dragon, crackling. It contains an astonishing energy that even Qin Feng is afraid of. It is definitely a sharp weapon for killing. He checked the specific information of the divine thunder and found that it was enough to obliterate a strong man above the martial realm. Good. Qin Feng muttered to himself when he saw that Shan Lei was enough to obliterate a strong man in the martial realm, although it can only be used once. But for him, it can be regarded as a powerful whole card. Afterwards, Qin Feng withdrew his gaze from the system space, looked at the thunder that continued to strike all around, and the immortal execution sword appeared in his hand. Boom, boom. The monstrous sword intent was released immediately, and the immortal execution sword in Qin Feng's hand erupted with dazzling golden light, and golden inscriptions, in the shape of rings, surrounded his sword hilt. The sound of the sword's cry resounded through the world. Break! Qin Feng shouted coldly, and chopped out the immortal execution sword in his hand. The dazzling sword light came out from the sword, hundreds of feet away, and fell into the Sea of Thunder. At this moment, the vast Sea of Thunder and the dense dark clouds were directly cut open, splitting towards both sides. Looking from a place other than Lei Jie, it seemed that the entire sky was cut in half by this sword. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded, and they froze in place one by one, looking at Lei Hai, who was separating to the two sides with eyes filled with astonishment and disbelief. This mysterious figure is so terrifying. With the disappearance of the Thunder Sea, only Qin Feng remained in the sky, standing between the sky and the earth. The cold wind blew by, and his clothes moved with the wind, rattling. All the fiery eyes were focused on Qin Feng, full of shock and admiration, as if looking at a god. Opening the sky with one sword. What a terrifying existence. Not to mention this domain, not even the adjacent domains. I am afraid that only in the 9 profound realm, where martial arts are prosperous, can there be such a strong person. Qin Feng ignored everyone's gaze. He looked into the valley and saw that the root of the ancient medicine had withered after experiencing the catastrophe, leaving only the ice spirit fruit emitting a faint blue light. Qin Feng grabbed it in the air, and the ice spirit fruit flew directly into his hand, which felt icy cold to the touch. It can be clearly felt that there's an extremely terrifying coldness inside, and the surrounding temperature has even dropped a little. The ancient medicine that has experienced the catastrophe is indeed different from ordinary ancient medicine, and it actually contains a trace of Dao rhyme. Qin Feng muttered to himself. Although the trace of Dao rhyme was almost infinitely close to none, he still felt it. If ordinary practitioners take it, they can improve their understanding of the world. None of the ancient medicines that Qin Feng signed in before had experienced catastrophe, so they couldn't compare with this ice spirit fruit. He then put in the ring, and then prepared to leave this place. Senior, stay. At this moment, the supreme elder of that powerful sect suddenly spoke, speaking in an incomparably respectful manner. He has white beard and hair, and is over 1,000 years old, but he respects Qin Feng like a junior. What's the matter? Is there something wrong? Qin Feng heard the words, looked back, and asked lightly. Senior must have been extremely exhausted just now against the divine thunder in the Sea of Thunder. The sect of this junior is less than -miles away from here. I want to invite Senior to go and rest for a while. The supreme elder of that sect said in an incomparably respectful way. He's also an old fox. For a strong like Qin Feng, as long as they can go to his sect to rest for a while, even if they do nothing, it will greatly increase their sect's reputation in this area. It would be even better if there's an opportunity for Qin Feng to give some advice. No need. When Qin Feng heard the words, he calmly refused. Walking through the Sea of Thunder just now was easy for him, but he didn't feel tired at all, and he could guess what the old man was thinking without even thinking about it. After all, Qin Feng flew towards where his ancient ship was. Hearing the words, the supreme elder of that sect was disappointed, but he didn't dare to keep him anymore, for fear that Qin Feng would kill him if he got angry. After all, he didn't understand Qin Feng's temper either. After Qin Feng left, the other people here looked at his back and felt emotional in their hearts. I didn't expect that. Not only did I not get the ice spirit fruit today, but I also encountered such a terrifying strong man. However, many Qin experts are extremely happy. They originally thought that they would not be able to grab the ice spirit fruit. And after seeing Qin Feng's sword, they all more or less comprehended a little bit of the profound meaning of the way of the sword. Going back to retreat for a few years, there will be great gains. After Qin Feng returned to the ancient ship, he didn't stop and continued to sail in the direction of the 9 Profound Realm. 2.5 months later, Qin Feng finally came to the 9 Profound Realm. What came into view was the endless mountains, and in the lush forest, there were rampant monsters everywhere, and the roaring sound was deafening. The richness of spiritual energy here seems to be dozens of times that of Lenghuo. The ancient ship was sailing in the air. Qin Feng couldn't help sighing. He knew that the intensity of aura in Jiushuan region must be higher than that in Kanglan region, but he didn't expect it to be so much higher. This is just an ordinary place. If it is in those places where the general forces of heaven and earth gather, and then depicts the spirit gathering array, the richness of the spiritual energy will not be comparable to that of the Kanglan domain. Boom, boom. After sighing, Qin Feng left the ancient ship, then activated the formation, shrunk it down to the size of a palm, and put it into the ring. He didn't know much about the 9 Profound Realm, and it was a bit too ostentatious to ride on such an ancient ship alone. After putting away the ancient ship, Qin Feng flew in the sky, intending to find a city where human beings gather first, to find out the specific situation of the 9 Profound Realm and what kind of power it has. What is the state of the strongest? If you're lucky, you can learn about the bronze plate even better. In the next 2 days, Qin Feng flew over the 9 Profound Realm and encountered not only human cultivators, but also many demon cultivators along the way. And it is often seen that there are monster races and human races walking together. This kind of scene was something Qin Feng had never seen before in other domains. I don't know if the cultivation techniques of the monster race and the human race are the same. Qin Feng muttered to himself. He is a little curious, but he has signed in many times, but he has never obtained the skills of the Yaozu. On the 3rd day, Qin Feng found a city. This place does not belong to any faction. It is just a place for caravans to stop for supplies. From this city, Qin Feng found a place selling information in a remote place, and learned a lot of information about the 9 Profound Realm. He learned that although the monster race and the human race coexisted in the Jiushuan territory, and many cities were mixed together, the sect dynasty of most human beings was still in the north of the Zhoushuan territory. There are thousands of miles of fertile fields, suitable for building magnificent cities. The Yaozu is in the continuous mountains in the south. The city where Qin Feng is now is located in the south of the north-south junction of the Zhoushuan territory. If you go further north, you can see the kind of large city that accommodates tens of millions of people. As for martial arts powerhouses, Qin Feng learned that almost every sect family has powerhouses from the martial domain realm, more than all the domains he passed through combined. He felt that it would be better to be more cautious when acting in the future. Your Excellency doesn't seem to be from the Nine Profound Realm, but you also came here for the legendary Demon Emperor's tomb? The black-robed old man who sold the information said, I have all the information about the tomb of the Demon Emperor that has been circulated so far. I only need 10 spirit stones. With that said, he took out a scroll and gestured to Qin Feng. The tomb of the Demon Emperor? Qin Feng was slightly taken aback when he heard this. In this Nine Profound Realm, there is actually the tomb of the Great Emperor. With doubts in his heart, he took out 10 spirit stones and said lightly, Okay, I want it. Hey, then I wish you good luck. The old man in black then handed the scroll to Qin Feng. Qin Feng took the scroll and left this place. Another delusional idiot. After Qin Feng left, the old man in black sneered. Why did Master say such a thing? Hearing this, the apprentice next to him asked suspiciously, I don't think he's calm, and he's not stupid. Hee, you're already thinking about the Demon Emperor's tomb. Aren't you stupid? The black-robed old man sneered and said, leaving aside the rumors about the tomb of the Demon Emperor, whether it is true or not, even if there is a tomb of the Demon Emperor, the treasures inside must belong to the families of various sects. Round to get these loose fixes. As soon as this remark came out, the apprentice nodded, thinking it made sense. No matter how strong a casual cultivator is, he can't fight against those sect families. After Qin Feng left the city, he rested on a cliff and opened the scroll in his hand. A lot of information is recorded above. Obviously, they were all collected by the forces that the black-robed old man belongs to. Some annotations are exact information, while most annotations are not exact. The Demon Emperor mountain range. Qin Feng looked at the information above and learned from it that there is a mountain range in the Zhoushuan region, which is called the Demon Emperor Mountain Range. How this name came about, no one knows. More than 10 years ago, above the dome of the Yaodi Mountain Range, there was suddenly a multicolored divine light, which lasted for several months. Since then, news of the tomb of the Demon Emperor in the Demon Emperor Mountain Range has spread, and all kinds of strange phenomena occur frequently. Some people even claim that in the Yaodi Mountain Range, they saw Yin's soldiers crossing the border. Not only the Nine Profound Domain, but even the powerhouses from the surrounding domains were attracted here. Want to see if the tomb of the Demon Emperor really existed. After all, the tombs of the powerful in the Imperial realm are full of all kinds of treasures without thinking. Why does it feel a little unreliable? After Qin Feng read the information, he murmured to himself, throughout the ages, no one knows the place of burial for those who step into the godless realm. If the Demon Emperor was really buried in this mountain range, how could it be known to the whole world? Shaking his head, he put away the scroll. However, although he felt that it was impossible for the Demon Emperor to be buried in the Demon Emperor mountain range, Qin Feng still planned to go there, because he felt that maybe the bronze plate was really related to the Demon Emperor. I would rather trust it to have it than to trust it to have nothing. If this bronze plate is the key to unlock the tomb of the Demon Emperor, then wouldn't he have made a lot of money? Thinking this way in his heart, Qin Feng's figure flew towards the direction of the Yaodi Mountain Range. The Yaodi Mountain Range is located in the south of the Nine Profound Realm, not too far from Qin Feng's location. In less than half a month, he appeared in the Demon Emperor Mountain Range. The forest here is vast. The apes sing and the tigers howl. The whole mountain range is covered by primeval forests, with towering ancient trees covering the sky and the sun, ferocious beasts and birds roaring and flying. It is a scene of a barbaric era. And, walking in the Yaodi Mountain Range, why do you feel a faint sense of depression? Qin Feng muttered to himself. This feeling is not very strong, but it's obvious. It's like the coercion of a strong man, but it's not the same. Mysterious and mysterious, very special. After pondering for a while, Qin Feng remained vigilant and continued to walk in the Yaodi mountain range to prevent possible dangers at any time. On the scroll, there are several places marked, saying that they are most likely where the tomb of the Demon Emperor is located, and he plans to go and see first. Along the way, Qin Feng could often see cultivators coming and going, both from the demon race and the human race. Obviously, they all came for the legendary tomb of the Demon Emperor. There are also many who meditate directly in a clean place, wanting to see if they can comprehend the inheritance of the Demon Emperor. In the Yaodi mountain range, there are mostly monster races, and these monster races are obviously hostile to the human race. After all, this is the Demon Emperor mountain range, where the legendary Demon Emperor is buried. It is somewhat disrespectful for the human race to come here. However, because the tomb of the Demon Emperor is still not sure whether it is here, these demon clans did not attack the human race. By the way, can I sign in directly at the Demon Emperor's tomb? While walking, Qin Feng suddenly remembered something and said, if you can get a reward, it proves that there's a tomb of the Demon Emperor here. If you can't get a reward, it proves that there is no one here. If the master wants to get the sign-in reward, he must be in the tomb of the Demon Emperor. The system's mechanical prompt sounded, saying, otherwise, even if the tomb of the Demon Emperor is under your feet, there is no way to get the reward. Qin Feng was a little dumb when he heard this. Originally, he still wanted to get a bug, but it seemed hopeless. Forget it, since you can't sign in at the Demon Emperor's tomb, then sign in at the Demon Emperor's mountain range first. Qin Feng said lightly, Ding! Congratulations, Master! You have successfully signed in at the Demon Emperor mountain range, and you will be rewarded with a 9-story demon tower. The system's emotionless prompt sounded in Qin Feng's ears. At the same time, in the space of the system, Qin Feng discovered a pitch-black 9-story pagoda covered with various mysterious runes. After checking, Qin Feng found that once the 9-story demon tower is bound and the demon clan is suppressed in it, the cultivation base of those demon clan can be directly transformed into his cultivation base. Good God! Qin Feng couldn't help but said, in the Yaodi mountain range, you really have to sign in to obtain the treasures that suppress the Yaozu. After the system heard it, there was no answer. At this moment, Qin Feng suddenly frowned slightly and looked into the distance. He noticed that there was a violent energy fluctuation there, as if someone was fighting. What's going on? Why do you feel a familiar breath? Qin Feng was a little unbelievable. This is the 9 Profound Realm. Everyone he knew was in Kanglanyu. How could they appear here? However, Qin Feng couldn't remember who this familiar aura was. In the dense forest 10 miles away, several figures were being besieged by several wolf demons. Among those figures, there are men and women. All of them have stunning looks, and there are white tails behind them. Fox Clan, damn it, you dare to attack in the Demon Emperor's mountain range. Aren't you afraid of being punished by the Demon Emperor? A fox girl who looks like a mysterious girl from the 9 heavens, is sexy and charming, but has extremely pure eyes, shouted coquettishly, facing the siege of 3 wolf demons with her own strength. Although her cultivation at the peak of the 5th layer of the Purple Mansion realm has a slight advantage, she still has difficulty resisting the siege of these 3 wolf demons. On the white tail behind her, there is bright red blood flowing, like blood-colored flowers blooming. Oomph. My elder brother was killed by your 9 Tails clan just last month. Today, no matter what, I will make you pay with blood. The wolf demon in the lead snorted coldly and said through gritted teeth. He snatched the spiritual fruit that my sister had already collected and was killed instead. It is his own fault. The little white fox retorted. No matter why brother died, today I will make you pay with blood. The leader wolf demon's eyes were full of cruelty and said, even if the Demon Emperor manifests, he can't save you. After the words fell, he who had not made a move all this time, the terrifying spiritual energy in his body was released immediately, and the evil spirit was rolling. Incredibly amazing. Purple Mansion, Realm, Six Heavens. Roar. The figure of the wolf demon man moved instantly, and a wolf roar startled countless birds, wanting to kill the little white fox with his own hands. At this moment, his eyes were filled with the pleasure of revenge, as if he had seen the little white fox being torn to pieces. Princess, be careful. Seeing this, the other fox youths shouted in panic. They wanted to help the little white fox, but they were entangled by the wolf demon beside them, and it was difficult to get close to the little white fox. Boom, boom. However, at this moment, a terrifying coercion suddenly covered the sky and covered the earth. Incomparably terrifying. Puff. Under this terrible coercion, those wolf monsters were instantly crushed into blood mist. Even before the sound of screams came out, there were already no bones left. The astonishing scene made Little White Fox and the others a little confused. What's going on here? A fox man said in shock. Could it be the real demon emperor's manifestation? It's very possible. Those wolf demons are here to kill us. They are disrespectful to the demon emperor. It seems that they have been punished. Another fox woman said with a solemn expression. Ever since the five-color divine light appeared in the sky of the Yaodi Mountain Range 10 years ago, all kinds of strange things have happened in the Yaodi Mountain Range, let alone the demon emperor's manifestation. Even if the emperor's soldiers appeared, they would definitely not be surprised. The demon emperor manifested? Qin Feng, who was walking slowly, did not expect that when he made a move just now, he would be regarded as a demon emperor by these Fox clan. Ooh. At this moment, those women of the Fox clan who were vigilant heard Qin Feng's whisper and shouted coquettishly. For a moment, all eyes were on Qin Feng, who was walking not far away. Scum, why are you here? After the little white fox saw Qin Feng, her beautiful eyes were full of disbelief. He was even more shocked than when the demon emperor appeared just now. She even wondered if she was wrong, but as Qin Feng got closer, she realized that she was right. Hearing this address, the corners of Qin Feng's mouth twitched slightly. When did he become a scum? Although the little white fox in human form is indeed alluring, but he has obviously never done anything to the little white fox. After all, he is a normal person, not a beast. How could he attack a little fox? Your Highness, do you know this human being? Has he been rude to you? Let's teach him a lesson. The other fox tribes all said one after another when they heard the little white fox called Qin Feng a scum. They stared at Qin Feng viciously, ready to attack Qin Feng. Don't shoot. Seeing this, the little white fox quickly said, This scum has saved me in the Kanglan region before. The other fox tribes frowned slightly when they heard the words, a little surprised, but they all nodded and didn't make a move. After you left without saying a word, you came to the Nine Profound Realm? Qin Feng said in bewilderment. He was not very surprised that the little white fox could transform into a human form. Because under normal circumstances, except for monster races who have powerful bloodlines and are born with the ability to transform, it is not uncommon for ordinary monsters to transform after reaching a certain level. What he was more curious about was, isn't the little white fox in the Kanglan domain? How could it appear in the distant Jioshuan domain? How can I leave without saying a word? The little white fox quickly retorted, and then said somewhat unreasonably, I was just brought back by force by my aunt. That's it. Qin Feng nodded and said, I thought you found other foxes, and they lived and flew together. Smelly scum you. The little white fox gritted his teeth angrily. This scum speaks too irritatingly. But because it was really wrong for him to leave, the little white fox didn't say much, but asked, Why are you here? For some reason, she had some expectations in her heart. Could it be that Qin Feng came to look for her? Naturally. I came here for the tomb of the demon emperor. Qin Feng said truthfully. Hearing the words, the little white fox was slightly startled. He didn't expect that the rumor of the demon emperor's tomb had already spread to the Kanglan area, and he didn't expect Qin Feng to come because of it. Then Lost snorted softly. Stinky scum, the tomb of the demon emperor is being stared at by all the powerful forces in the Nine Profound Realm. With your cultivation of the spirit transformation realm, you dare to plan the tomb of the demon emperor? Qin Feng was a little speechless when he heard that. He didn't expect that the little white fox's memory of him still stayed at the time when he broke through to the spirit transformation state in front of Qin Zening. He said lightly, "I am no longer in the spirit transformation realm." "Isn't it the spirit transformation realm?" Hearing this, the little white fox said, "Could it be that you have broken through to the Luanhai realm? No wonder your appearance hasn't changed a bit after so many years." Although she couldn't see Qin Feng's specific cultivation, it was not surprising, because it was like this in the Imperial Mausoleum. She guessed that Qin Feng's physique should be that special kind of weak, otherwise the speed of cultivation should not be so slow. "We'll see territory." Almost. After Qin Feng pondered for a while, he said lightly. He didn't intend to expose his cultivation so early. After all, he doesn't know much about the Nine Profound Realm, nor does he know that much about the Fox clan. The only familiar one is the little white fox. With the cultivation base of the Luanhai realm, you dare to come across the domain. It's too bold. The little white fox couldn't help being amazed, and then said, "Since the five-color divine light in the Yao Mountain range 10 years ago, there's been no such huge movement. It is estimated that even if there is a tomb of the Yao, it will not appear in the world in a short time. Where are you going? Have you been waiting here?" "I've just arrived too, and I haven't made any plans yet," Qin Feng said truthfully. "Exactly. Come back to the tribe with me." The little white fox immediately said, "You saved me several times in Kanglanyu, and now it's time to return your favor." "Fox tribe?" Qin Feng pondered slightly, then nodded and said with a smile, "Thank you very much." He just came a Nine Profound Realm, and he is not very familiar with it, so it is good to have a place to stay. The expressions of the other members of the Fox clan changed slightly when they heard the words. Obviously, they didn't want to bring Qin Feng, a stranger, back to the tribe, but the little white fox had already spoken, so they didn't say much. "Scum, I didn't expect you to be so polite." Seeing Qin Feng agreeing, the little white fox smiled and said, "Then come with me." Ever since she was forcibly brought back to the Nine Profound Realm, for some reason, she often thought of Qin Feng, and seeing Qin Feng suddenly now, she felt inexplicably happy. Afterwards, everyone did not stay here too much, and left the Yao Mountain range together, and then took the ancient boat of Xiao Baihu and others, sailing towards the tribe of the Fox tribe. Along the way, Qin Feng had a general understanding of the Fox tribe, knowing that this is a relatively powerful tribe in the south of Jiuquan region. It has existed for more than 2 years. There is one martial realm and 2 half-step martial realm powerhouses. In the early morning of the 3rd day, the ancient ship arrived at the place where the Nine-Tails tribe was located. Here is a place surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, surrounded by mountains and rivers, where various flowers and plants grow and are full of vitality. Next to the tribe, there is a big river turbulently flowing, and the fish in it are jumping happily, and some young fox children are playing in it, which feels like a paradise. Good formation. Just as Qin Feng got off the ancient ship, he secretly said in his heart, "The entire fox tribe is protected by a powerful formation, and it should be no problem to resist the attack of a strong man who has just entered the martial arts realm." "Your Highness, you are back from training." The little white fox and the others just got off the ancient boat when they heard an old voice coming from the tribe. Qin Feng heard the reputation and looked over and saw an old woman holding a cane in her hand, walking 100 feet, leaving behind after images, and coming in front of everyone. In addition, there are other elders and young people of the Fox clan who also came after hearing the news. The little white fox and the others have been away for 5 or 6 years, and now they are finally back. Naturally, they can't wait to see if anyone is injured. "Huh? Who is this person?" The old woman noticed Qin Feng and asked with a frown. "Guzu, Qin Feng is a friend I met in Kanglanyu, and I met in Yao Mountain range a few days ago." Hearing this, the little white fox said hastily, "This old woman's name is Inlan. Not only has her cultivation reached the 9th level of the Void Refining Realm, but she is also very powerful, and her seniority is very high. Normally, when her parents are away, Yinlan is in charge of the specific affairs of the Fox clan. The little white fox was also forcibly taken away by Yinlan when he was in Kanglanya last time. I have seen seniors. Qin Feng smiled and said politely. He still knows the basic etiquette. The other members of the fox family were surprised when they heard the words. They didn't expect the little white fox to make friends during those years in Kanglanya. But Yinlan was a little special. After she heard that Qin Feng was the little white fox's friend in Kanglanya, a murderous intent flashed in the depths of her cloudy eyes. But it disappeared in a flash, and said with a smile, "It turns out to be a friend of Her Royal Highness. Let's go back to the tribe first. I will arrange a place for you later." "Thank you, Senior." Although Qin Feng noticed the flash of killing intent in Yinlan's eyes, he remained calm, pretending not to know anything, and said with a light smile. In fact, he was still a little curious, and didn't understand why Yinlan suddenly had such a killing intent towards him. "My aunt agrees with Qin Feng to live here." The little white fox was a little surprised. She thought that Yinlan would refuse, and she needed to intercede. "Since I'm a friend of Her Royal Highness, how could I disagree?" Yinlan smiled kindly. "Thank you, Aunt." The little white fox immediately said happily. Afterwards, everyone entered the fox tribe together. The entire fox tribe is very large, beyond the Great Xia Imperial City, and the buildings are all made of very precious stones, which are obviously protected by formations. It is complementary to the pattern that protects the entire fox tribe. It didn't take long for everyone to come to the central area of the entire fox tribe, where there is a huge complex of magnificent buildings. Compared with other buildings of the fox tribe, this place is full of ancient and wild atmosphere. At first glance, it looks like a very old building, which is not of the same era as other buildings at least a difference of more than 10 years. After entering here, Qin Feng could clearly see that many buildings here were empty and uninhabited. Obviously, it is because the current fox tribe is not as prosperous as it was when it was built here. Yinlan arranged for Qin Feng a separate small courtyard, which was very secluded. There are no fox people living in the surrounding buildings. "Scum, you can rest here first. I'm going to report to my aunt and the others about the results of my experience in recent years." The little white fox said to Qin Feng. Boom! Qin Feng knocked the little white fox on the forehead, frowned, and said, "Who are you calling a scum?" From the moment we met, little white fox was called that, which made him feel that he was wronged too much. Obviously, he didn't do anything to the little white fox, but he acted as if he did something to the little white fox. It hurts." The little white fox immediately covered his white forehead. Tears were about to flow from the pain, and said, "Smelly scum, you dare to hit me. See if I don't bite you to death." As she said that, she opened her mouth and bit Qin Feng, not only to avenge the revenge just now, but also to avenge the revenge that Qin Feng saw all her body when she was in Kanglanya. You belong to the tiger. Biting people hurts so much, let go." Although Qin Feng didn't feel pain, he couldn't help but gasp. He didn't dare to make a big move, for fear of hurting the little white fox. "Woo, not loose? Woo, apologize to this princess," the little white fox said while biting Qin Feng's wrist. Saliva flowed down. She grew up so big, no one dared to beat her, and the beating was so painful, she wanted to make Qin Feng regret it and never dare to bully her again. Snap! Seeing that the little white fox did not let go, Qin Feng slapped her upturned buttocks unceremoniously. A crisp sound resounded in the quiet courtyard. What? As if being shocked by an electric shock, the little white fox let go of Qin Feng all of a sudden, hid far away, pointed at Qin Feng in shame and anger, and said, "You stinky scum. You have to let go. I can't help it." Qin Feng said helplessly. "Shameless." The little white fox became even more ashamed and angry. Qin Feng dared to hit her sensitive parts. She wished she could bite Qin Feng to death. "What's wrong, Your Royal Highness?" And at this moment, the other fox people who had gone away asked suspiciously, "Ready to come back?" "No, it's okay." Hearing this, the little white fox quickly said, "There's a stinky mouse here. It scared me." After all, she didn't stay here. She glared at Qin Feng angrily, and then left the yard. The other Fox clan members were all at a loss when they heard the words. This palace has been handed down since ancient times. How could there be mice in it? But although they were puzzled in their hearts, they didn't ask any further questions. They left with the little white fox and went to the elder's house, intending to report the results of this experience. And Yinlong looked at the pretty blushing little white fox and seemed to understand something, and the murderous intent in her eyes deepened. In the small courtyard, Qin Feng came to the room. The furnishings here are simple, which is in line with his habits. Not bad. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction. Afterwards, he took out a set of scrolls from the ring and crushed them lightly. Crash! As Qin Feng crushed the scroll, silver light spots spread out on the ground, then slowly condensed into a formation pattern, and finally turned into a formation technique, covering the entire courtyard. God's hidden formation. Qin Feng felt that he would stay here for quite a long time, so he set up a hidden formation here to prevent the movements of his own cultivation from being noticed by other fox people, especially when that Yinlong had murderous intentions towards him. Moreover, this divine hidden formation has been strengthened. Not only the hiding effect is more obvious, but also in this formation, Qin Feng's cultivation has been slightly improved. He was able to fight beyond the 3 small realms, and with the blessing of this divine hidden formation, under the half-step martial arts realm, he is an invincible existence. System, sign in for me in the Fox tribe. After setting up the formation, Qin Feng said lightly to the system, "Ding! Congratulations, Master. You have successfully signed in and obtained the Nine Tails secret art." As soon as Qin Feng's voice fell, the system's notification tone rang in his ears. At the same time, an ancient scroll appeared in the system space. The scroll is rolled up, and there is a looming demon fox pattern on it. Nine-tailed secret technique? Qin Feng heard the words and murmured, "Is it the secret technique of the Nine Tails clan? What is it?" Curious in his heart, he checked the scroll's information. Nine-tailed fox clan secret technique, Lincian. By performing this technique, one can obtain the power of some ancestors of the Fox clan. The ancestor of the Fox clan, he should be quite strong. Qin Feng murmured to himself, "If you can get part of its power during the battle, it should be a great improvement to your combat effectiveness." Thinking this way in his heart, Qin Feng immediately chose to merge and learn the secret technique in the scroll. In an instant, a large amount of content poured into Qin Feng's mind continuously, which was incomparably mysterious and complicated. Qin Feng felt that without 3 or 5 days, it would be difficult to fully comprehend. As expected of the secret technique of the Fox clan, he muttered to himself. Afterwards, without wasting time, Qin Feng began to meditate, carefully comprehending the immortal secret art. For the next few days, Qin Feng meditated in the courtyard. At the same time, comprehend the secret art of Lincian. It is very quiet here, and there are no people living in the surrounding buildings, so he feels very good. During this period, the little white fox never came. They went out to practice for so many years, not only for practice, but also to inspect various tribal families loyal to the Fox clan. The results of the inspection should be reported to Yinlong and the others in detail. On the 7th day, when Qin Feng was practicing, the little white fox came here. "Are you finished?" Qin Feng, who was meditating, slowly opened his eyes and said with a light smile, "Oomph. Scumbag, last time you did something to me, I will definitely teach you a lesson if I have the chance." The little white fox snorted softly, looking annoyed. Even though so many days have passed, she still clearly remembers the feeling of Qin Feng's slap, as if it was just slapped. Qin Feng was dumbfounded. He didn't expect the little white fox to be so vengeful. However, the little white fox still cared about Qin Feng as he kept his grudge, and then asked if there was anything Qin Feng was not used to living here. "Everything is fine." After Qin Feng paused, he continued, "But after coming here, I have always had doubts in my heart." "What doubt?" The little white fox heard the words and asked, "Aren't you from the Nine-Tailed Fox clan? Why didn't I see a Nine-Tailed Fox clan member?" Qin Feng said puzzledly. The little white fox thought Qin Feng was going to ask something, But after hearing Qin Feng's question, he couldn't help but cast a blank look and said, "The Nine-Tailed Fox clan doesn't mean that our clan members are all Nine-Tails. It's our ancestors who once appeared as strong as Nine-Tails." Speaking of this, the eyes of the little white fox are full of admiration for the ancestor of the Nine-Tails. You must know that the current strong fighters in the Wu domain among the Fox clan are only Four Tails. The power of the ancestor of the Nine-Tailed Fox is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. So this is Qin Feng nodded and understood. Later, the little white fox explained the history of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan to him. It turns out that as early as 1,000,000 years ago, the Nine-Tailed Fox clan was the most powerful force in the entire Jiushuan domain and even had a strong influence in several nearby domains. All sects and aristocratic families must surrender. It is said that its strength is comparable to that of the Holy Land. It's just that later, the internal division of the Fox clan was serious, and they killed each other, which led to the gradual decline of the Fox clan. Many branches have left the Nine Profound Realm, and their branch migrated here. This large group of palaces was built when the Fox clan was at its peak, which is why there are so many empty buildings that are uninhabited. Compared with other branches, the little white fox and the others are considered the most orthodox. Qin Feng was a little surprised when he heard this. He never thought that the Nine-Tailed Fox clan had such a magnificent history. "They call you a princess because you are the blood of the royal family?" Qin Feng asked. "No." But the little white fox shook his head and said, "Since the Fox clan fell apart, our lineage no longer regards itself as a royal family. The reason why they call me a princess is because I have a special constitution, which is the same as that ancestor of the Nine-Tails." Special physique? Qin Feng was a little surprised when he heard this. Why didn't he realize that there was something special about the little white fox's physique? With doubts in his heart, he cast his divine pupils and looked up and down the little white fox. However, I still haven't noticed that there is anything special about the little white fox's physique. "Scum, what are you looking at?" Seeing Qin Feng staring at him, the little white fox took 2 steps back, then snorted softly. "Did you know that this princess has a special physique, and do you have any special thoughts in your heart? But you still give up. Your cultivation base is too weak, and you don't even have the qualifications to join our Fox clan." Qin Feng was speechless. What was this little white fox thinking about? He said lightly, "If you are the saintess of Yaoqi, I might consider marrying you." When the little white fox heard the words, he was immediately unhappy. She snorted softly angrily. "Stinky scum, you are really lustful. You dare to take the idea of the saint of Yaoqi. You really want to eat swan meat." The Holy Land of Yaoqi is a famous and powerful holy land on the Eternal Continent. The saintesses of each generation are almost the most well-deserved #1 beauty in the mainland. Although the little white fox is all over the country, he feels that he is still difficult to compare with the saint of Yaoqi. Seeing her angry appearance, Qin Feng shook his head with a smile and did not continue this topic. Instead, he changed the subject and said, "Ask you a business." "What's the matter?" Xiaobai's fox anger was still there, but seeing Qin Feng's serious face, he still asked suspiciously, "Have you seen this kind of bronze plate?" Qin Feng took out a bronze plate and said slowly, "The tomb of the Demon Emperor does not know when it will open." He could only ask the little white fox. "Bronze plate." Hearing this, the little white fox took the bronze plate from Qin Feng's hand suspiciously and looked it up in his hand. After a while, she showed an expression of reminiscence and said, "When I was looking for books in the library, I seem to have seen the pattern on the bronze plate in some ancient book." Oh, Qin Feng didn't expect that the little white fox had actually seen it before, so he immediately asked, "Do you still remember what was written on it?" After thinking hard for a while, the little white fox shook his head helplessly. She said, "That ancient book was not what I was looking for. I just glanced at it casually. I didn't pay attention to it at all. I even forgot which book it was." Qin Feng was a little dumb when he heard this. Then he said, "Can I go in and have a look at your library pavilion?" "Yes, but there are elders guarding there. You can only read those ancient books that have nothing to do with the Fox clan's martial arts." The little white fox nodded and said slowly, "Don't worry. I'm not interested in the Fox clan's exercises. Qin Feng immediately said. Then let's go. I'll take you to Zongshu Pavilion. The little white fox agreed. Afterwards, the two left the small courtyard and walked in the direction of Zongshu Pavilion. Not long after, the little white fox brought Qin Feng to the Library Pavilion of the Fox clan. This library was obviously built by the Fox clan when it was strong. The whole is simple and magnificent, full of the sense of time. The elder guarding the place saw the little white fox bringing Qin Feng together. Although he frowned slightly, he didn't say much and let them in. The entire book collection pavilion is 7 stories high. On the bookshelves inside, there are various ancient books which can be seen from a long time ago. So many books. Seeing the densely packed ancient books in Zongshu Pavilion, Qin Feng sighed and asked, "Do you have any impression on which floor you saw it?" "No impression." The little white fox shook his head. Qin Feng was helpless. When will he look through these books? However, besides this, he has no other way but to read the books one by one. For the next 2 months, Qin Feng was always in Zongshu Pavilion. Look through various ancient books. Beyond that, of course, is a daily check-in. Ding! Congratulations to the master. You have successfully signed in and obtained the star array. Ding! Congratulations to the master. You have successfully signed in and obtained the white jade pill. After all, this book collection pavilion was built during the peak period of the Fox clan. It is very special, so the rewards for signing in there are quite generous. In the early morning, the sun rose slowly, and the warm sunlight shone through the windows into the library. The little white fox turned into its original form and lay on the window sill basking in the sun. Qin Feng kept flipping through the ancient books. From these ancient books, he not only learned many stories of the Fox clan, but also learned many secrets of the 9 profound realm. It can be regarded as benefiting a lot. Kindness. As he was flipping through the pages, Qin Feng's expression suddenly changed, and he saw a pattern on one of the pages that was exactly the same as his bronze plate. There's also content on the side. Found it. The little white fox next to him heard the movement and immediately turned into a human form and came to ask. Found it. Qin Feng nodded, then carefully checked the content on it and murmured, "This pattern is actually on the palace of the Demon Emperor." There are only a few words in ancient books that do not mention bronze plates. It's just recorded that this pattern came from the pillars of the Demon Emperor's palace. Could it be that the bronze plate in your hand is a fragment of the Demon Emperor's palace? The little white fox was very surprised. You know, the Demon Emperor's palace has long since disappeared. No. Qin Feng shook his head and said, "According to an ancient book I read yesterday, the construction of the Demon Emperor's palace is made of a special stone, not bronze. If the bronze plate was really just a fragment of the Demon Emperor's palace, then he would definitely be disappointed. Because of what he had guessed earlier, the bronze plate was at worst a fragment of the Emperor's armament. So someone has seen the Demon Emperor's palace and copied the pattern on this bronze plate?" The little white fox guessed. Qin Feng was silent and did not speak. He felt faintly in his heart that the age of the bronze plate might be longer than that of the Demon Emperor. It should be that the Demon Emperor saw the pattern on the bronze plate and then copied it on the pillars of his palace. It's just that Qin Feng didn't understand what the meaning of this pattern was, so that even the majestic Demon Emperors were interested, and he copied it on the pillars of his palace. But after thinking for a long time, Qin Feng didn't have an answer, so he could only shake his head helplessly. After knowing the ancient book he wanted to read, Qin Feng and the little white fox didn't stay here for long and left together. During this period of time, she had been with Qin Feng in Zongshu Pavilion, and the little white fox was already exhausted. After leaving Zongshu Pavilion, she went back to sleep. Qin Feng also returned to his courtyard. In the north of the Fox tribe, there is a large bamboo forest. The courtyard where Yinlan lives is here. At this time, Yinlan and several elders were here. Since Her Royal Highness reported to you, she has been following that human being, almost inseparable. An elder of the Fox clan said solemnly, "I'm afraid this is not good." That's right. Her Royal Highness has a great mission on her shoulders. Another elder also said slowly, How can you be so ambiguous with the human race? After all, the little white fox is the princess of the Fox clan with a high status, so they can't persuade them, so they can only come to Yinlan. You don't have to worry about this matter. I will handle it myself. Yinlan said indifferently. She had already noticed a long time ago, but recently Qin Feng and the little white fox have been together all the time, and she couldn't do anything, so she just endured it. Many other elders nodded when they heard the words. They're still very relieved that Yinlan is doing things. In a blink of an eye, it was already midnight. In the sky, the bright moon hangs high, and the stars are dotted. Qin Feng was meditating in the room, refining the 9-story demon tower. Ever since he got the 9-story demon tower, he has never had any free time, and has been refining intermittently. Buzz! Suddenly, Qin Feng's body emanated a special fluctuation. He successfully refined the 9-story demon tower. Whenever you have time, find 2 monster clans to suppress them and see how it works. Qin Feng muttered to himself, but at this moment, he suddenly frowned slightly. Qin Feng sensed a killing intent and locked him. However, he didn't panic, and with a calm face, as if he didn't notice anything, he began to pour spiritual energy into the 9-story demon tower. At the same time, Yinlan walked out of her courtyard and looked coldly at the direction of Qin Feng's courtyard. Her eyes were full of murderous intent and coldness. Boy, if you want to die yourself, don't blame the old man for being ruthless. Muttering in her mouth, she held a cane and walked towards the courtyard where Qin Feng was. Although the little white fox and her parents were firmly against it, many elders and 2 ancestors in the clan had already agreed to Yinlan's suggestion. The big picture is set. She must not let Qin Feng spoil this matter. Not long after, Yinlan came to the courtyard where Qin Feng was. She looked indifferently at the room where Qin Feng was, but didn't go in. She intends to use her powerful consciousness to obliterate Qin Feng's consciousness. In this case, the little white fox would only think that Qin Feng had a problem with his cultivation, causing his spiritual consciousness to collapse, and would not think that it was her who made the move. It's all here. Why don't you come in and sit down? But at this moment, Qin Feng's calm voice suddenly sounded in the room. When Yinlan heard this, her face suddenly changed, and her eyes were full of disbelief. Although she didn't hide it intentionally, but after all, she was at the 9th level of the Void Refining Realm. How could Qin Feng, an ant at the Wheel Sea realm, find out that she was here? Are you hiding your cultivation? Yinlan thought of something. With a chill in her eyes, she said in a deep voice. Although she didn't know how Qin Feng did it, she was sure that Qin Feng was definitely hiding his cultivation. Otherwise, it would be impossible to find her. Creak! And at this moment, the door opened. Qin Feng smiled and said lightly, "If you didn't hide your cultivation, you wouldn't be so unprepared when you wanted to kill me. Only by taking it by surprise can we defeat the enemy and win the victory. Even if you're unprepared, it's still easy to kill you." Yinlan snorted coldly. She couldn't see Qin Feng's specific cultivation level, but she herself was already at the 9th level of the Void Refining Realm, unless Qin Feng's cultivation was at the Martial Domain Realm. Otherwise, she is not her opponent at all. Boom, boom. While speaking, Yinlan's body released amazing aura fluctuations. Knowing that Qin Feng has hidden his cultivation, she doesn't care about letting the little white fox know that she killed Qin Feng. She just needs to insist that Qin Feng sneak attack her. Anyway, no proof. People in the clan would certainly rather believe her than a dead person. Boom! Yinlan hit the ground with the crutch in her hand, and a wave of special power was released. The spiritual energy released from her body instantly condensed foxes one by one, and rushed towards Qin Feng to kill them. In the eyes of these foxes, there is still a pink light, which is extremely harmful to the consciousness. It's easy to kill me? You are a little too overestimating yourself. Qin Feng was not affected by the pink light at all, and said indifferently. While speaking, around his body, a pair of sword souls were successfully condensed in an instant, and the amazing sword intent was accompanied by bursts of sword cries. Resounded in the courtyard. Shua! 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 With a slight movement of Qin Feng's mind, The sword's soul immediately shot towards the spirit fox that came to kill him. Wherever it passed, amazing sword marks were left on the ground. Terrible. Boom, boom, boom. The sword's soul collided with the aura fox, and a truly astonishing wave erupted. But without exception, those foxes formed by the condensed spiritual energy were all pierced by the sword's soul and burst open. Although Yinlan is at the 9th level of the Void Refining Realm, with Qin Feng's Void Refining Realm at the peak of the 5th heavenly layer, even if he can fight beyond 3 small realms, he is definitely not Yinlan's opponent. However, there is an enhanced version of the God's Hidden Formation arranged by Qin Feng here, which can slightly improve his cultivation. This is Qin Feng's home field. Unless Yinlan's cultivation is at the half-step martial realm, there's nothing he can do about it. After the sword soul pierced through the fox's transformed from aura, its power was slightly reduced, and it continued to shoot towards Yinlan. What? Yinlan turned pale with shock. She didn't expect Qin Feng to be so strong. It exceeded her expectation. The scepter in her hand immediately burst into light, forming a barrier outside her body. Want to stop these sword spirits? Boom! So many sword souls collided with the barrier, causing violent energy fluctuations. The entire barrier was directly blasted. Yinlan retreated again and again, looking really embarrassed. Damn, it seems that I underestimated you. Yinlan's face was livid, and she immediately took out a jade stone from the ring to inform the 2 ancestors in the clan. Although she still has more powerful martial skills that she hasn't used yet, she may not be able to defeat Qin Feng, but this is the Fox tribe, so she doesn't need to take risks. Crack! The jade shattered, and a crisp sound sounded. Yinlan looked at Qin Feng with a look of cruelty and said, "Boy, the 2 patriarchs will leave the custom soon, so you just wait for death obediently." The 2 closed-door ancestors, one at the martial realm and the other at the half-step martial realm, Yinlan felt that it would be easy for them to kill Qin Feng. "Is it?" Qin Feng sneered and said, "Didn't you realize that the battle between the 2 of us didn't attract anyone?" As soon as these words came out, Yinlan's face changed suddenly, and only then did she realize the abnormality. She looked around, only to realize to her horror that no one from the Fox clan was attracted by the huge movement of energy fluctuation just now. Too weird. Formation? Is there a formation here that hides everything and isolates it from the outside world? Yinlan said with surprise in her eyes. She was unbelievable. She had only seen this kind of formation in ancient books, but had never seen it in reality. How could Qin Feng have it? "You're right. You're not particularly confused," Qin Feng said lightly. Yinlan's face became extremely ugly. She turned around to escape from this place. From Qin Feng's body, she felt a dangerous aura that she had never encountered before. Boom, boom. And at this moment, in the sky, a giant ancient pagoda that was completely black suddenly suppressed. The terrifying power made Yinlan below her unable to move for an instant. "No, don't kill me." Yinlan looked at the ancient pagoda falling from the sky. Her eyes were full of horror. For some unknown reason, she had a kind of fear from the depths of her soul towards this ancient pagoda, as if she was restrained by nature. "Don't worry, I won't kill you," Qin Feng said calmly. The moment his words fell, the ancient pagoda had already landed on the ground, directly suppressing Yinlan inside. "No, let me out." In the ancient pagoda, Yinlan let out a terrified sound, constantly attacking the ancient pagoda from inside. But it is difficult to shake this ancient tower. Although the current Qin Feng is still unable to display the power of the 9-story demon tower, as long as a demon clan is imprisoned, it is impossible to escape, unless the strength is strong enough to directly smash the 9-story demon tower. With a wave of Qin Feng's sleeve, the huge ancient pagoda shrank rapidly and then floated into his hands. It became only the size of a palm. Yinlan's frightened cry inside also shrunk as the ancient pagoda shrank. "Can I transform her cultivation into mine now?" Qin Feng murmured to himself. "I don't know how much her cultivation of the 9th level of the Void Refining Realm can be transformed into mine." He closed his eyes and began to feel slowly. However, in the following time, Qin Feng was somewhat disappointed. The 9-story demon pagoda did not convert all of Yinlan's cultivation into his at once, but slowly absorbed Yinlan's cultivation and then became his. Not as fast as he thought. It seems that more monsters must be caught. Qin Feng muttered to himself. According to his calculations, just the first floor of a 9-story demon tower can accommodate many strong men like Yinlan. Not to mention there are 8 floors up. Qin Feng only needs to suppress the powerful monster clan, and then he can slowly wait for his cultivation to improve. Afterwards, Qin Feng took the 9-story demon tower into the system space. Then let the Shenin formation absorb the aura fluctuations left over from the battle between the two just now, so as to strengthen the Shenin formation. At the same time, in a mountain peak about 100 miles away from the Fox tribe, there is an ancient building built against the mountain. The abundance of aura here is even stronger than that of the Fox tribe. 2 old men sat cross-legged in a large hall, surrounded by various spirit stones. The rich aura is continuously absorbed into their bodies. The aura they absorb every moment is enough to make Yinlan explode to death. But to them, it seems to be the same as normal breathing. What a faint feeling that some people are asking us for help. One of the old men suddenly frowned. The one next to him was the old patriarch of the 9-tailed fox clan. Hearing this, he opened his cloudy eyes. He looked to the side, not far away. There's a formation there, and above the formation, there's a diamond-shaped spar suspended in the air. If the core members of the family crush the jade that conveys the message, the diamond-shaped spar will respond. It should be your illusion. The old head of the Fox clan didn't react when he saw the diamond-shaped spar, and said lightly. The Supreme Elder next to him nodded his head when he heard the words, thinking that it might be because he had been in seclusion for too long. Afterwards, both of them didn't care and continued to meditate without taking this matter to heart. For the next half-month, Qin Feng seemed as if nothing had happened. Continue to meditate in your own room. Constantly absorb sword energy and spirit stones to improve one's cultivation. During this period, the little white fox often comes. Qin Feng asked if anything happened in her clan, and the little white fox looked blank, expressing that everything was normal. At the beginning, Qin Feng was a little surprised, but later also relieved. Yinlan's status is very high, and she has a lot of things to deal with. If she doesn't show up for half a month, no one will care. In the early morning of the next day, warm sunlight poured into the room through the window. Little by little, boom, boom. Suddenly, there was a sound like a stormy sea in Qin Feng's body. The aura in his body was as majestic as the sea, constantly tumbling, covering the entire courtyard. His aura also continued to rise accordingly. The whole body is bathed in divine light, which looks very extraordinary. This kind of vision lasted for more than 2 hours before it slowly subsided. Finally broke through to the 6th level of the void refining realm. Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes and muttered to himself. Ever since he broke through to the 5th level of the void refining realm, the speed of his realm improvement has been even slower. After so many years, he finally came to the 6th level of the void refining realm. After all, every time the Primordial Chaos Sword Body improves its level, it needs too much aura. Sometimes, Qin Feng even envied those cultivators with ordinary physiques. Even though he possesses the Primordial Chaos Sword Body, the speed of breaking through each realm is dozens or even hundreds of times that of a normal physique. But if he has a normal physique, the speed of his realm improvement must be faster. Maybe he is already in the martial arts realm now. If you want to speed up your cultivation, you should make good use of the 9-story demon tower. Qin Feng muttered to himself. Only the 9-story demon tower can increase the upper limit of his cultivation speed. Thinking of this in his heart, Qin Feng lowered his eyes slightly, and his spiritual sense penetrated into the 9-story demon tower, wanting to see how Yinlan is doing now. Shoo! Inside the demon-suppressing tower, Qin Feng looked at the world like the gods. He found that the current Yinlan's cultivation has fallen to the 6th level of the void refining realm. She looks very weak, and her vitality has also been greatly reduced. Qin Feng couldn't help frowning. If Yinlan's cultivation level fell below the 6th level of the Void Refining Realm, and then transformed into his cultivation base, the effect would be negligible. By the way, if I give Yinlan some resources to practice, wouldn't it be possible to continuously transform her cultivation into my own? Qin Feng suddenly thought of something and muttered to himself. What he has is a large amount of remaining cultivation resources, and there is an upper limit to the aura he can absorb at any moment. Instead of laying those resources idle, take advantage of them. Thinking of this in his heart, Qin Feng no longer hesitated and took out some spirit stones and elixirs from the system space. Crash! Yinlan, who was pale and extremely weak, suddenly saw a large amount of cultivation resources pouring down, and she was stunned. Qin Feng, what kind of conspiracy are you playing? Yinlan shouted angrily with a gloomy face. Naturally, she didn't think that Qin Feng had any good intentions, but thought that Qin Feng had ulterior motives. However, after Qin Feng sprinkled these cultivation resources, he immediately withdrew his spiritual consciousness and ignored it all. He wasn't worried at all that Yinlan wouldn't use these cultivation resources. As long as Yinlan has the dignity of the Fox clan, she has already committed suicide by cutting off her meridian. Wouldn't be alive now. The reason why she is still alive now proves that she has enough desire to survive. After a long while, Yinlan couldn't get any response from Qin Feng, and her eyes couldn't help falling on those cultivation resources. If he wanted to kill me, he should have killed me long ago. There's no need to play tricks, right? Yinlan murmured to herself. These cultivation resources have a huge temptation for her, just like a person trapped in the desert sea's water. Moreover, the cultivation resources seemed extremely precious, even richer than Yinlan's cultivation resources in normal times. Thinking this way in her heart, Yinlan no longer hesitated and immediately began to absorb it. After Qin Feng sensed it, a smile could not help but appear on the corner of his mouth. He has found a more trouble-free cultivation method. After more than 10 days, the little white fox came to play with Qin Feng. Suddenly, a fox girl of the same age came to look for the little white fox in a hurry. "Your Highness, something is wrong," the fox girl said anxiously. "What happened?" the little white fox asked suspiciously. "My aunt is missing," the fox girl said solemnly. "I can't contact her in any way." The current Yinlan is in charge of many matters within the Fox clan. After some people couldn't contact her at the beginning, they didn't care much. But after a long time, I finally found the problem. "What? My aunt is missing. How is it possible?" The little white fox stood up in shock. "It's true," the fox girl said. "All the elders in the clan have tried their best, but they can't contact her." Hearing this, the little white fox's pretty face became more serious. She murmured, "Guzu has never disappeared before. Did something unexpected happen?" Thinking of this, she became worried and her face turned pale. "I feel that the Fox clan is about to encounter a big crisis. Don't worry too much." Seeing this, Qin Feng comforted. Maybe she is not in danger, but has found some treasured cultivation ground, and she is cultivating nonstop. He was telling the truth. Since Yinlan received the cultivation resources from Qin Feng, she has been cultivating desperately in the 9-story demon tower, trying to counteract the transformation of her cultivation by the 9-story demon tower. No, even if my aunt can find the treasured cultivation ground, she won't be absent for such a long time. At least she will talk to the other elders in the clan. The little white fox shook his head. She left here immediately, going to ask many elders what was going on. However, as soon as the little white fox walked out of the courtyard, it came back again. She said to Qin Feng, "I'm afraid it's not safe in the tribe now. You can go with me. If there is danger, I can protect you. Senior Yinlan's disappearance is an internal matter of your Fox clan. I still won't follow you there." Qin Feng heard the words and said slowly, "And even if there is any danger in the Fox tribe, it will definitely not be aimed at me, and you don't have to worry about me." Yinlan was suppressed by him. He naturally knew that there was no other danger in the Fox clan. The two ancestors of the Fox clan were, after all, strong men in the martial realm and half-step martial realm. Qin Feng had never met such a strong man before, so he felt that it was better to be on the safe side. Avoid its edge. After all, with Qin Feng's current strength, he still can't fight against the strong in the martial realm. Once those two ancestors discovered something abnormal, it would be troublesome. Even though Qin Feng had the divine thunder that could obliterate the strong in the martial realm, that divine thunder was his last resort to save his life, and he could not use it lightly unless it was a last resort. Okay then. The little white fox felt that what Qin Feng said was reasonable, and said slowly, "But you still have to be careful when you stay here, and if you have anything to do, go to me quickly." She felt that even if there was danger in the fox tribe, it couldn't be aimed at Qin Feng. After all, Qin Feng was only a practitioner of the Luanhai realm, so he was too weak. Not worth targeting. Kindness. Qin Feng nodded. Then the little white fox went to the meeting hall alone. Qin Feng continued to meditate, nourishing his meridians and stabilizing his cultivation. On the way for the little white fox to go to the conference hall, the members of the fox tribe and the tribe all had serious expressions and talked among each other. The disappearance of Inlan is not a trivial matter for the Fox clan. Not long after, the little white fox had arrived at the meeting hall of the Fox clan. "Your Highness." Seeing the little white fox, many anxious elders all said in succession. Although the little white fox is not very old, but after all, his status is noble, and they are still very respectful to the little white fox. "What the hell is going on?" the little white fox asked solemnly. Those elders were just about to report, when two old figures flew over in the distant sky and landed in front of the door of the meeting hall. It is the old patriarch of the Fox clan and the elder of the Supreme. Both of them were gray-haired and looked as if they could be blown down by a gust of wind. But in fact, the energy contained in the two of them can easily move mountains and fill seas, which is extremely terrifying. See the two ancestors. Seeing these two people, everyone present said in succession, "Dare not have any negligence." The ancestor of the Fox clan and the others nodded slightly. "Inlan is missing." The supreme elder of the Fox clan asked slowly. He and the old patriarch next to him had serious expressions on their faces. Some time ago, the two had faintly noticed something strange, but they didn't pay attention at that time. But I didn't expect that something really happened now. "Kindness." The second elder of the Fox clan nodded and said solemnly, "I have exhausted all methods, but I can't contact her." "When was the last time you saw her?" The old patriarch opened his mouth and asked slowly, "Did she say anything to you at that time?" This, when the elders heard the words, they looked at each other in blank dismay, all hesitant. Seeing this, the little white fox looked puzzled. He felt that these elders seemed to have something to say, and it was inconvenient to say it in front of him. Yuguan kept looking at himself. "What happened?" The old patriarch frowned and said, "Say anything quickly." "Yes." The elder of the Fox clan nodded quickly, and then said, "The last time we met Inlan was at the place where she lived. She said at the time that she wanted to find a chance to kill Qin Feng." "What?" Hearing this, the little white fox was surprised and said, "My aunt wants to kill Qin Feng?" She felt incredible and didn't understand why. Qin Feng. Hearing this, the old patriarch frowned slightly and asked, "Why have I never heard of this name before? Is it from my nine-tailed fox clan?" "No, he's a friend of mine." After the little white fox answered, he looked at the second elder and asked, "Why did my aunt want to kill Qin Feng? Did Qin Feng offend her?" She didn't understand why. "Inlan saw that you were getting too close to Qin Feng and was worried that you would fall in love with him, so she wanted to kill him." The second elder of the Fox clan said truthfully. Hearing this, the little white fox's face became even more unsightly. Just because she was a little close to Qin Feng, Inlan was about to kill her, which made her unacceptable. So, Inlan encountered an accident when she was killing that Qin Feng. The old patriarch immediately asked, "Do you ever know where Qin Feng is?" Then Qin Feng lives in the palace, but Inlan's disappearance should have nothing to do with him. The second elder of the Fox clan said slowly, "Then Qin Feng is only at the Luanhai realm, not Inlan's opponent at all. I guess that Inlan had encountered something special before making the move, and then there was no news." Several other elders also expressed their guesses one after another. Although they didn't like Qin Feng, they didn't want the two patriarchs to waste their time on Qin Feng. Luanhai territory? Hearing the words, the old patriarch frowned slightly and then said, "Don't make rash decisions in all matters." While speaking, his powerful spiritual consciousness spread, covering the entire palace in an instant. No flower, no grass, no tree can escape his detection. At this moment, Qin Feng was meditating in the room. Kindness. Suddenly, he frowned slightly. The powerful and keen consciousness made him immediately aware that someone's consciousness covered the entire ancient building complex. Moreover, the focus is on him, wanting to probe his cultivation. But Qin Feng didn't panic. He didn't even open his eyes and continued to meditate. He only released the breath of the Wheel Sea realm, as if he hadn't noticed anything. After a while, the consciousness was removed from Qin Feng's body, and then continued to search in the courtyard, wanted to see if there was Yinlan's aura here. It's a pity that the old head of the Fox clan is doomed to be disappointed. Not only is there a divine formation here, which can hide all auras, but after Qin Feng suppressed Yinlan, he also used the cold fire of the Bone Spirit to burn all of Yinlan's aura. Even if the deducer came here, he couldn't deduce anything at all. It seems that it has nothing to do with Qin Feng. After a while, the old head of the Fox clan withdrew his powerful consciousness and said calmly, "Report everything Yinlan has to do recently." While speaking, he and the Supreme Elder next to him stepped into the meeting hall. The other elders were not surprised by this result, because they originally thought that it would be difficult for Qin Feng, who was only in the Luanhai realm, to hurt Yinlan at all. Followed also entered the chamber. Although the little white fox was very angry, Yinlan actually wanted to kill Qin Feng behind her back. But now that Qin Feng is fine and Yinlan is missing again, she can't say much. The most urgent thing is to find Yinlan first and then talk about it. Otherwise, there might be a big crisis for the Fox clan. Afterwards, everyone began to discuss in the chamber. After the consciousness of the old head of the Fox clan was withdrawn, Qin Feng immediately took out a scroll from the system space. This is the teleportation scroll he obtained by signing in. It can be teleported thousands of miles in an instant, and the next one can be used immediately. Once the old head of the Fox clan intends to attack Qin Feng, he will immediately teleport away without staying. However, Qin Feng waited for more than an hour, but there was no movement at all. "It seems that there is no doubt about me," Qin Feng muttered to himself. In fact, he also knew in his heart that he was perfect in doing things, and it was impossible for him to be discovered. He was just worried about the old Fox clan leader. He would rather kill 1,000 by mistake than let one go. Now it seems that he is overthinking it. But in life, don't you just pay attention to a word of stability? After resting his mind, Qin Feng continued to meditate to stabilize his cultivation. For the next month or so, everything went on as usual. The disappearance of Yinlan is a big event in the Fox clan. But for Qin Feng, it didn't have any influence at all, as if it had nothing to do with him. The only difference was that because of such a big event, the little white fox didn't have much time to come. The only thing Qin Feng does every day is sign in and practice. Just recovered to the 6th level of the Void Refining Realm, Qin Feng's consciousness entered the 9-story demon tower, and after seeing Yinlan, who was cultivating hard, he frowned and said, "Are you too lazy?" When Yinlan, who was meditating, heard this, she was so depressed that she almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Although there are a lot of cultivation resources here, her cultivation is passing by every moment. The fact that her cultivation base was able to rise instead of drop was entirely because she practiced hard day and night. Qin Feng even said that she was lazy. How could she not be depressed? Damn guy, trapping me here and giving me back so many cultivation resources is simply humiliating me. Yinlan said viciously in her heart, "When I am strong enough to leave this place, I will definitely beat you to the ground." Thinking of this in her heart, she ignored Qin Feng and continued to practice hard on her own, devouring aura hungrily. Yinlan didn't know that after the 9-story demon tower eliminated her cultivation, it directly transformed into Qin Feng's cultivation, because she had never heard of such artifacts in this world. Otherwise, she would not have such thoughts in her heart. When Qin Feng saw this, a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. What he said just now was naturally to annoy Yinlan and make her absorb the spiritual energy even more desperately. If Yinlan didn't work hard, how could Qin Feng improve his cultivation faster? It took Qin Feng about 30 years to upgrade from the 5th level of the Void Refining Realm to the 6th level of the Void Refining Realm, and he didn't want it to take another 5 or 60 years for the 6th level to upgrade to the 7th level. Scum, are you practicing? At this moment, the voice of the little white fox suddenly came. Qin Feng immediately withdrew his consciousness and slowly opened his eyes. Kindness. Qin Feng nodded and said, "Recently, I have been practicing hard and dare not stop for a moment." The old head of the Fox clan in the Wu realm really made him feel the pressure. "Aren't you really preparing for marriage?" The little white fox blinked and said with a smile. When Qin Feng heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. This little fox also thinks too much. He changed the subject and said, "How is the investigation of Yinlan's matter?" Hearing this, the smile on the little white fox's face disappeared immediately, feeling a little depressed. "I can't find it at all." The little white fox sat on the steps beside Qin Feng, playing with the fluffy grass in his hands, and said unhappily, "The old patriarch and the supreme elder have both left the customs to investigate Yinlan's whereabouts. But for such a long time, there was no gain at all, as if Yinlan disappeared out of thin air and went to another world. They even wondered if Yinlan had betrayed the Fox clan, but they couldn't find any information about the Fox clan going to other monster clans at all. Then what are you going to do next?" Qin Feng asked casually. "Do not know." The little white fox shook his head and said, "My father and mother are coming back, and I will leave these matters to them in the future. It seems that Yinlan is really important to your Fox clan. Your parents rushed back from other domains urgently." Qin Feng said slowly. He had heard from the little white fox before that the parents of the little white fox were both in the half-step martial arts realm. "I went to other domains to do important things more than 10 years ago. It's not all about Yinlan." The little white fox shook his head and said slowly, "There is also the matter of the Shangwan family coming to surrender." "The Shangwan family is here to surrender?" When Qin Feng heard the words, he didn't quite understand. Why hasn't he heard of the battle between the Fox family and which family? The Shangwan family was originally a big human family loyal to the Wolf clan, and it is a very powerful force. The little white fox said slowly, "But recently, their patriarch's daughter has been defiled by the young patriarch of the Wolf clan, causing the relationship between the two parties to become extremely bad. Therefore, members of the Shangwan family want to turn their allegiance to our family and seek asylum. Because the power of the Yaozu is stronger in the south of the Jioshuan territory, almost all the human races living here are loyal to the Yaozu. If the Shangwan clan switched their allegiance to the Fox clan, then the strength of the Fox clan would surpass that of the Wolf clan." As the head of the patriarch, the little white fox's father attached great importance to this matter, so he came back in person. "So, it is." Qin Feng nodded and said slowly. He knew that this matter must be confidential, and the little white fox could easily tell him this matter, and it seemed that he had a lot of trust in him. However, this kind of matter is the Fox clan's own business, and Qin Feng didn't take it to heart, nor did he continue this topic. Afterwards, he chatted with the little white fox about other things until the evening. "I won't talk to you so much anymore. I'm going to practice." After the little white fox finished speaking, he found a place beside him and began to meditate. Seeing this, Qin Feng was a little dumbfounded. It seems that this little white fox is not planning to go back and will spend the night here again. In fact, he was not used to having someone standing by his side when he was practicing. Women will only affect the speed of his cultivation. But this is the territory of the little white fox, after all. So Qin Feng had no choice but to accept it and began to meditate by himself. The reason why the little white fox likes to practice here at Qin Feng It was because she found that when she was practicing at Qin Feng's place, her speed was much faster than at her own, and her understanding of the way of the sword also improved rapidly. At the beginning, the little white fox had some doubts whether Qin Feng would be the legendary hermit master, or why, when he stayed beside him, his cultivation speed was faster than before. But later, the little white fox denied this guess, thinking that it was because when he stayed by Qin Feng's side, he was always more calm and at ease, and did not need to think about other things of the Fox clan. Therefore, the cultivation speed will be faster. 5 days later, the little white fox's parents returned to the fox tribe. She couldn't wait to leave the small courtyard where Qin Feng lived to meet her parents. After all, it has been 10 years since we parted, and I miss them very much. Qin Feng continued to meditate and practice in the small courtyard where he lived. Sign in at the same time. Ding! Congratulations to the master. You have successfully signed in and obtained the spirit swallowing technique. The system's mechanical notification sounded in my ears. When Qin Feng heard the name, he became a little interested. Then check the information of this exercise. Spirit swallowing technique. A secret technique that can greatly increase the speed of spiritual energy absorption in a short period of time. This secret technique should be used with caution, otherwise, it is easy to cause the practitioner's body to be unable to withstand the large amount of aura that has increased in a short period of time, and the body will explode and die. This secret technique looks pretty good. After seeing the secret technique, Qin Feng muttered. He felt that it should be able to increase the speed of his cultivation. Thinking this way in his heart, Qin Feng then chose to merge. This spirit swallowing technique is not a very difficult secret technique. In less than 3 hours, Qin Feng mastered it. He took out some spirit stones from the system space and immediately cast them. Boom, boom. Qin Feng had just cast the spirit swallowing technique, and his entire body was like a black hole, swallowing a large amount of spiritual energy in an instant. The large amount of spiritual energy that suddenly entered the body rushed through the meridians, causing Qin Feng to frown slightly. But his physical strength is strong enough after all. It's hard for this bit of aura to hurt his meridians. Afterwards, Qin Feng operated the longevity art, and under his control, such a majestic aura soon merged perfectly with the original aura in his body. The speed is so fast that it makes people smack their tongues. That's right. Others don't dare to use this spirit swallowing technique lightly. But for me, even if I use it all the time, it shouldn't be a big problem. Qin Feng muttered to himself. After all, his body is simply too strong. Even if a large amount of spiritual energy poured into him in an instant, it would be difficult to cause any damage to his body. And you can use the longevity formula to quickly fuse it with the spiritual energy in your body. In addition, the aura in his body was already vast like an ocean, and although there was a lot of aura that was swallowed up suddenly, it seemed too little in front of so much aura in his body. It is difficult to set off any storms. Qin Feng then planned to continue practicing. By the way, this secret technique can also be given to Yinlan. Qin Feng suddenly remembered. After all, the improvement of Yinlan's cultivation is his improvement. Thinking of this in his heart, Qin Feng's thoughts moved slightly. In the 9-story demon tower, a golden light, mixed with a lot of mysterious and complicated words, entered Yinlan's body. Spirit swallowing technique? Because Qin Feng injected this secret technique directly into Yinlan's consciousness. So Yinlan didn't need to comprehend it at all. She understood it in an instant. She was astonished. Unexpectedly, Qin Feng would give her such a powerful secret technique directly. Yinlan really couldn't figure out what Qin Feng was going to do. Not only did she give her so many cultivation resources, but she also did not hesitate to consume her own spiritual consciousness, and directly integrated such a powerful secret technique into her spiritual consciousness. However, although Yinlan was puzzled, she didn't think too much about it, and started to practice impatiently. Although she couldn't use this spirit-swallowing technique continuously, using it once in a while would greatly increase her cultivation speed. In the back garden of the palace, A middle-aged woman who is still graceful is chatting with the little white fox while admiring the flowers. This middle-aged woman was naturally the little white fox's mother, Ying. In the past few days, she has been with her mother all the time. Not seeing each other for 10 years, there are too many things to say between them. As they chatted, they naturally also talked about Qin Feng. After all, the Fox clan rarely had guests from the human clan, and they were brought back by the little white fox. I didn't hear a single good word about Qin Feng from you, but how do you feel that you don't hate him? Ying chuckled, looked at the little white fox, and said, "Ah." Hearing the words, the little white fox suddenly didn't know how to answer. "Little girl, don't you like him?" Ying looked at the little white fox and said slowly, "The little white fox is her own daughter, and she grew up watching her grow up. How could she fail to see through the little white fox's mind? How is this possible?" The little white fox immediately denied it. "It's just that there's a little panic in the eyes." "Hey, it looks like I guessed right." Ying couldn't help but sighed, and then said, "But don't forget, the mission on your shoulders, the ancestors and many elders in the clan, it is impossible to allow you to marry a human being. But that is the mission imposed on me by the tribe." Hearing this, the little white fox said, very unhappy. Ever since she learned that she was able to enjoy so many cultivation resources because of her special status, she has been using her special physique capable of sensing heavenly materials and earthly treasures to collect all kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures for the tribe. And when the Fox clan fought against the hostile monster clan, she never flinched. For so many years, the little white fox's contribution to the tribe is enough to make up for the special treatment the tribe gave her. I understand your feelings, but no one can change the thoughts of the two ancestors. But Ying interrupted her, saying, "If your thoughts are known by the two ancestors, they will definitely kill Qin Feng without hesitation. No one can stop it. Among the parents in the world, who doesn't want their children to be good? But Ying and her husband are both only half-step martial arts realm, and they are not worth mentioning in front of the old patriarch." But the little white fox wanted to say something more, but he didn't know what to say. She was angry in her heart, but more of it was grievance and uneasiness. She didn't doubt what her mother said. After all, Inlan just guessed that she liked Qin Feng before, so she planned to make a move on Qin Feng. Fortunately, Inlan disappeared later, so Qin Feng was not hurt. Otherwise, the consequences would be unthinkable. What is it that makes my daughter so unhappy? At this moment, a hearty laughter came suddenly. A middle-aged man approached, walking like a dragon and walking like a tiger, without anger and prestige. He was the father of the little white fox and the current head of the Fox clan, Yeshing. But he is not the son of the old patriarch, but the great-grandson of the old patriarch. "Father, you are done with your work." Seeing Yeshing, the little white fox happily stepped forward and said, "Almost busy." Yeshing looked at his daughter and said with a smile, "After I meet and discuss with the Shangwan family, you can invite Qin Feng to have a meal together." Several clan elders had already told him about Qin Feng, so he naturally knew about it. "Father wants to see Qin Feng? Could it be?" The little white fox took a few steps back. Her beautiful eyes were full of tension. She was worried that Yeshing was going to kill Qin Feng. "Don't worry. Being a father will not hurt him." Yeshing comforted, "I just want to see what kind of person my daughter likes." Hearing this, the little white fox breathed a sigh of relief. She asked Yeshing to promise that she would not hurt Qin Feng. Yeshing didn't have any malice in the first place, so he naturally didn't mind guaranteeing it. "Just let your daughter get used to it. If the two patriarchs really find out what their daughter wants, they might not only kill Qin Feng, but also put her under house arrest." Ying stared at Yeshing. Why doesn't she love the little white fox? But she is not as spoiled as Yeshing, and she has many things to consider. No matter who in this world dares to hurt my daughter, I will fight him to the death, and the two patriarchs are no exception." Yeshing snorted coldly. As the patriarch of the Fox clan, he fights for the Fox clan in the south and north, and can give his life for the Fox clan, but he also has his own bottom line. The little white fox was moved when he heard the words. He was lucky to have a father who cared so much about her. Ying shook her head helplessly. During the period when the little white fox didn't come, Qin Feng continued his cultivation and daily check-in, received many rewards, and it's relatively thick. After all, the place where Qin Feng lives now is the Imperial Palace established during the most prosperous period of the Fox clan. The years are long, and the rhyme is rich. It's just that there is no secret technique like spirit swallowing technique. They're all treasures of heaven and earth. Of course, in addition to signing in the palace, Qin Feng also signed in other places in the Fox tribe. Ding! Congratulations to the master. Sign in at the ancient well of the Fox tribe and get the detoxification spring water. Ding! Congratulations, master. You have signed in at the ancient tower of the Fox tribe and obtained the rock technique. All kinds of rewards are overwhelming. Although there are many things that Qin Feng can't use, it's better to have than to have nothing. At noon one day, the warm breeze blows, making people feel happy. Qin Feng was walking among the Fox tribe, thinking about where to sign in. Now the people of the Fox tribe were used to his presence, and they didn't care when they saw him walking around in the tribe. While walking, Qin Feng suddenly noticed that there were quite a few human beings who had come from afar. And it should be very important that the second elder of the Fox clan greeted him personally. Is it from the Shangguan family? Qin Feng muttered to himself. Under normal circumstances, there would not be so many humans in the Fox tribe, and there was no need for the second elder of the Fox tribe to greet them. Confused, Qin Feng then noticed that there was a special pattern on the wooden wheels of the carriages that those people were riding on. If you look carefully, you could tell that the pattern was actually the word Shangguan. After learning the identities of these people, Qin Feng didn't care and planned to find a nearby place to sign in, and then went back to practice. Kindness. But just when he was about to look away, Qin Feng suddenly frowned slightly. He looked at an unremarkable young man among those in the Shangguan family. He felt that this young man was a little strange, but for a while he couldn't see what was so strange. But even though Qin Feng hadn't had time to take a closer look, those people were welcomed into the tribe by the second elder of the Fox clan and disappeared from his sight. Could it be that the members of a Shangguan family have other special purposes in coming to serve the Fox family this time? Qin Feng muttered to himself. But even though he was puzzled, he didn't think too much about it. The Fox clan is as strong as the clouds, and there is an ancestor of the martial domain realm in charge. Even if there is any conspiracy in the Shangguan clan, the Fox clan should be able to handle it easily. Moreover, among the few people from Shangguan's family, the strongest one is only the 7th level of the Void Refining Realm, and it is difficult to cause any disturbance at all. After Qin Feng found a place nearby to sign in, he went back to continue practicing. At the same time, on a mountain peak thousands of miles away from the Fox tribe, several figures stood impressively. All exude a terrible atmosphere. Even the powerful monsters around them trembled when they saw them and did not dare to approach them. The leader is the patriarch of the Wolf clan, the cultivation base of the half-step martial arts realm. Suff. At this moment, there was a slight sound in the dense forest behind him. A coquettish woman came over. The purple robe reveals white thighs, paired with black stockings, which is full of temptation. How are things going? The patriarch of the Wolf tribe asked indifferently. My father and the others have entered the Fox tribe. The woman in purple said slowly. She is Shangguanjiao, the daughter of the head of the Shangguan family. The rumor about the son of the head of the Wolf clan defiled her was naturally just a scene, but the scene was too real. The spies who were placed in the Wolf clan by the Fox clan saw it with their own eyes. Very good. A look of coldness suddenly appeared in the eyes of the patriarch of the Wolf tribe, and said, after the task is completed, the rewards I promised will be sent to Shangguan's family. Thank you, Senior. Shangguanjiao thanked her immediately after hearing the words. You're welcome. You deserve it. The patriarch of the Wolf tribe said lightly. After all, the patriarch of the Shangguan family might not be able to leave alive this time. Can I ask, Senior, what is your plan? Shangguanjiao couldn't help asking. With such a huge capital, it is impossible to kill the two ancestors of the Fox clan. He couldn't even kill Bai Yeshing, the current patriarch of the Fox clan. She was very confused. It is true that the two ancestors of the Fox clan and Bai Yeshing and the others cannot be killed. The patriarch of the wolf tribe said indifferently, "My target is not them at all." "Not them? Who is that?" Shangguan Jiao said puzzledly. Bai Yexing's daughter is now the princess of the Fox clan. The patriarch of the wolf tribe's eyes were full of chills, and he said every word. Princess of the Fox clan? This time, not only Shangguan Jiao, but also the other elders of the wolf clan were stunned. I don't understand why this plan has so much money, why it only needs to kill a fox princess who is only in the Purple Mansion. It's no good at all. According to my top secret information, during the 10 years since Bai Yexing went out this time, he has found an ancient method of the Fox clan that matches her daughter's physique. So no matter what, it must be killed. After the patriarch of the wolf clan paused, he said coldly, "Otherwise, once it grows up, it will be a huge threat to our wolf clan. The little white fox has a special physique. Although it has been concealed for many years, it has already been known by the wolf clan. The reason why the wolf clan didn't do anything to the little white fox before was because although the little white fox had the same physique as the ancestor, it didn't have the Fox clan's ancient methods, so it was not very useful at all. It's just a little stronger than normal physique. Over the past 200 years, Bai Yexing has gone out many times to find the places where the Fox clan once migrated, but he has never been able to find the ancient method of the Fox clan. But this time it worked. What? Bai Yexing has already found the ancient method of the Fox clan. When the people of the wolf tribe heard this, their faces changed suddenly. Felt threatened. If so, then the little white fox must be killed. Although a huge price was paid for this plan, it is absolutely worthwhile for the Fox clan to lose a genius comparable to the ancestor of the Fox clan. Not only that, the patriarch of the wolf tribe continued. Bai Yexing was seriously injured when he went out this time. Once we kill his daughter, once he gets angry, he may die soon. Hearing what he said, everyone's eyes lit up. Two birds with one stone, what a brilliant plan. Everyone said one after another. Not a compliment, but I really feel that this strategy is too perfect, not only to solve the future threat of the little white fox. Maybe it can also solve the immediate threat of Bai Yexing, by the way. Hearing these compliments, the patriarch of the wolf clan showed a look of pride on his face. He looked coldly in the direction of the Fox tribe. It seems that after the success of the plan, the whole Fox family panicked. First, Yinlan disappeared, but now the plan is so easy to succeed. The patriarch of the wolf tribe felt that his destiny was his. In the early morning, the sun rises slowly, and the warm sunlight falls down. Dispel the chill of the night. After practicing all night, Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes. "System, sign in," Qin Feng said lightly. "Ding. Congratulations, Master, you signed in successfully and got a look Xuan with Qingdan." A tone without emotional fluctuations rang in Qin Feng's ears. He checked it, and it was an antidote elixir. The poison below the 7th level can be easily detoxified by taking only one pill. Although it is precious, it is of no use to me. Qin Feng muttered to himself. Poison masters are not only rare in Kanglan territory. It is also very rare in the 9 Profound realm, and it is also a situation where everyone gets it and punishes it. Shaking his head, Qin Feng put away the pill. Continue to practice. Time passed by in a hurry, and in the blink of an eye, it was noon on the 2nd day. Qin Feng is preparing to start a new check-in, and at this moment, footsteps came from outside the yard. "The little white fox is here. Your parents just came back. Didn't you spend more time with them?" After seeing the little white fox, Qin Feng asked with some doubts, "Why do you remember me here?" Father, mother, and many elders are talking with people from the Shangguan family. The little white fox said with a bored face, "Staying there is too boring, so I came to look for you." She didn't like that serious and complicated environment very much. "That's it," Qin Feng nodded. "By the way, during this time in the tribe, have you come out and turned around?" The little white fox suddenly remembered and asked Qin Feng. "No." Qin Feng shook his head. He spends most of his time practicing. Occasionally leaving the small courtyard, also went to other places in the tribe to sign in. After all, the sign-in reward here is not bad. "Then I'll take you out for a walk," the little white fox immediately said. "The scenery around here is much better than that of the Great Xia Imperial Mausoleum." After hearing her father's words a few days ago, she felt much happier. Hearing this, Qin Feng hesitated slightly and nodded. It is good. He has not checked in today, just to see if there are other better check-in places nearby. Afterwards, the two left the courtyard. However, Qin Feng and the little white fox hadn't gone far, but they saw a young man in the distance, walking towards him with the 9 elders of the Fox clan. The little white fox didn't care, but Qin Feng frowned slightly. This young man was the day when the Shangwan family entered the Fox tribe, and he saw an abnormal person. Moreover, when they met this time, Qin Feng once again felt something in his heart that there was something wrong with the other party. Without hesitation, he directly used his divine pupils, wanted to see what was wrong with this young man. In the depths of Qin Feng's eyes, ancient and mysterious runes emerged, which could help him see through Shangwan Qingyun, who was walking towards him. Immediately, he discovered the abnormality. There is actually a complete array hidden in this young man's body, and that formation looks extremely ancient. It doesn't look like it was portrayed by the formation masters of this era. If it wasn't because Qin Feng was already a 7th-order formation mage, and his spiritual sense was sensitive, it would really be impossible to sense it. What a ruthless person! Qin Feng couldn't help muttering to himself. The day this formation was released from Shangwan Qingyun's body was the day when he died. What are you saying? The little white fox next to him seemed to hear Qin Feng muttering to himself, and said in doubt. Before Qin Feng had time to speak, the 9th elder of the Fox clan and Shangwan Qingyun had already walked towards him. Your Highness, you are indeed here. The 9th elder of the Fox clan guessed that the little white fox had come to look for Qin Feng, then turned to the young man and said, My little friend insists on coming to see our princess. What is the reason? After Bai Yeshing and several elders in the clan started negotiating with members of the Shangwan family, this Shangwan Qingyun suddenly found him and said that he wanted to see the little white fox. The Shangwan family came here this time. They were considered distinguished guests of the Fox family, and it was not a big deal, so he brought Shangwan Qingyun to find the little white fox. However, the 9th elder of the Fox clan was an elder figure after all, so he was still very cautious. He personally followed Shangwan Qingyun and was on guard against what information he wanted to obtain from the Fox clan. The reason why I came to see your Highness, the princess. When Shangwan Qingyun said this, a touch of coldness suddenly appeared in his eyes, and then he said coldly, Of course I want to kill her. While speaking, his body suddenly burst into ice blue light. A powerful formation wave suddenly centered on him and released. Almost in the blink of an eye, the entire range of 100 feet was covered by formations. At the same time, a terrible chill was released. It's as if Ling Dong is coming. The little white fox and the 9 elders of the Fox clan who were in the formation, the aura in their bodies stopped running instantly, as if they were frozen and out of their control. What? Seeing this scene, the 9th elder of the Fox clan's expression suddenly changed. He never imagined that this Shangwan Qingyun came to kill the little white fox, and there was a powerful formation hidden in his body. What's more, the 2 ancestors didn't even notice it. Don't even think about hurting her royal highness. The 9th elder of the Fox clan shouted angrily, and with one step forward, he used his physical strength to kill Shangwan Qingyun with a single palm. He had to kill this Shangwan Qingyun, because he was the one who brought Shangwan Qingyun to see the little white fox. If the little white fox was killed, he would be the one to die. Old man, don't get in my way. Seeing the 9 elders of the Fox clan killing towards him, Shangwan Qingyun, whose face was extremely pale and whose vitality was rapidly disappearing, shouted angrily. On his wrist, a mysterious and complicated ice blue inscription emerged. With a wave of his big hand, the rotating formation instantly condensed ice cones one by one and shot towards the 9 elders of the Fox clan. Puff. The 9th elder of the Fox clan at the 5th level of the Void Refining Realm was powerless to resist. As if struck by lightning, a mouthful of blood spewed out, and at the same time his whole body flew out. It slammed heavily on the ground in the distance. There were scars all over his body, and blood flowed out, which was extremely miserable. Scum, his goal is to kill me. You run away. Seeing this scene, Xiaobai's face suddenly changed, and his first reaction was to say hastily, Shangguan Qingyun's target was her, so she didn't want Qin Feng to be buried with her. The first reaction was to tell Qin Feng to leave quickly. At the same time, she still regretted why she came to Qin Feng today. Otherwise, she would be the one who died, and Qin Feng would not be in danger. Oomph. Go to hell with me. Shangguan Qingyun snorted coldly. Today he is certain to die, so if he can take away one more, he will take one away. His eyes were full of madness, and he didn't notice that Qin Feng flicked his fingers, cutting a sword energy towards the most critical formation pattern in the entire formation pattern. Shangguan Qingyun swung his right hand, surrounded by ice blue inscriptions on his wrist, and a large number of ice picks condensed by the formation shot towards the little white fox and the two of them. Wherever it goes, it leaves frost all the way. Get out of the way. Seeing this, the little white fox screamed in shock. At the same time, she took a step forward and came to Qin Feng's body, intending to block these ice cones for Qin Feng with her own body. Looking at the ice pick that was approaching so quickly, the little white fox's eyes were filled with despair, but it was more hopeful. She hoped that Qin Feng would not be hurt by the ice pick. Humph! But Shangguan Qingyun snorted coldly, thinking that the little white fox took it for granted. Such a terrifying ice pick can penetrate the little white fox easily. However, at this time, the mutation happened suddenly. Crack, click! The strands of ice picks suddenly shattered when they were about to touch the little white fox. It turned into ice blue spots of light and fell to the ground. The sudden change made both the little white fox and Shangguan Qingyun startled, not knowing what was going on. Crack, click! And at this moment, cracks appeared in all the formation patterns of the entire formation. It began to turn into ice blue spots of light, drifting away with the wind. After the main formation pattern was cut to pieces by Qin Feng, the entire formation began to collapse. How can this happen? How can this happen? Shangguan Qingyun panicked. This formation was the sixth-order ancient formation that the patriarch of the wolf tribe obtained when he was exploring the Yaodi mountain range. It was intact, but why it suddenly began to collapse? It's a pity that no one knows the question in his heart except Qin Feng. He had no choice but to watch the formation disappear in horror. Boom! As more and more patterns collapsed, the entire formation completely collapsed, and violent energy fluctuations erupted. The sound was deafening. The little white fox, who was no longer affected by the formation, quickly gathered his spiritual energy to form a barrier in front of him to block the astonishing fluctuations. Puff! Shangguan Qingyun, who barely survived by relying on the power of the formation, was directly torn into pieces under this violent energy fluctuation. Dead body. The little white fox, who was still in shock, and the ninth elder of the Fox clan who recovered from his injuries quickly after recovering were left behind. The eyes of both of them were full of shock and disbelief. What just happened? The little white fox wondered if he was dreaming, and asked, why did the formation suddenly collapse? Perhaps this formation is not stable. Qin Feng said indifferently, of course, it is also possible that the mysterious strongman took action and saved you. Mysterious strongman? Hearing this, the little white fox smiled wryly and shook her head. If there is a mysterious strongman in this fox tribe, how could she not know about it? She thinks it should be the first possibility, probably because there is something wrong with the formation. After all, before this, she had never heard that someone could hide the formation in her body. His Royal Highness, I have to report the matter here to the Patriarch and the others. The ninth elder of the Fox clan hurriedly said, maybe the Patriarch of the Shangguan clan, Shangguan Yu, also has this kind of formation hidden in his body. It is good. The little white fox nodded solemnly. Afterwards, the 9 elders of the Fox clan rose into the air and flew towards the direction of the main meeting hall. At the same time, there were many people from the Fox clan who rushed over after hearing the news. In the meeting hall, Bai Yexing and many elders were discussing matters with members of the Shangguan clan. Boom, boom. Suddenly, a deafening sound came from a distance. Bai Yeshing and many elders all changed their expressions and walked out of the hall one after another, looking in the direction of the voice. What happened? They were all puzzled and didn't understand what happened. It seems that my nephew has already succeeded. At this time, Shangguan Yu, the patriarch of the Shangguan family, laughed loudly, his eyes full of complacency. Successful? What do you mean? When Bai Yeshing heard the words, he looked at Shangguan Yu with an ugly expression. A trace of uneasiness suddenly flashed in his heart. Means nothing. Shangguan Yu sneered and said, I just think that at this time, my nephew should have killed your daughter. He doesn't shy away from it, because today he had no intention of leaving alive. There was no way he would leave alive. What did you say? Bai Yeshing's face suddenly became extremely pale, and he shouted angrily. Not just him. The faces of Yu Ying and the elders beside her also changed drastically. At this moment, they finally understood that the Shangguan family's visit turned out to be a conspiracy. Yu Ying felt dizzy and almost couldn't stand still. If the little white fox died, it would be no different from the sky falling to her. Hurry over now. Maybe you can collect your daughter's body. Shangguan Yu said with a sneer. Cough, cough. Bai Yeshing, who had not recovered from his injuries, was furious, coughed violently, and said through gritted teeth, I will tear you to pieces. Some of the elders nearby flew towards the direction of the sound, while others wanted to step forward to suppress Shangguan Yu. Don't bother you to make a move. I've already prepared for it. As Shangguan Yu said, the aura surged in the palm of his hand, and he wanted to kill himself. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the distance, flying over. It was the 9th elder of the Fox clan. Patriarch, be careful of Shangguan Yu. They want to murder Her Royal Highness the Princess. As soon as he landed, he couldn't wait to say, You were with my daughter just now. When Bai Yeshing heard the words, he quickly asked, How is she doing now? Is she injured? Yu Ying next to her also cast her panicked eyes over. There is no danger. Her Royal Highness is not injured. The 9th elder of the Fox clan replied. Bai Yeshing and his wife were relieved when they heard the words, and their worries were relieved. What? How is this possible? Shangguan Yu had a look of disbelief. His nephew hides a 6th order ancient formation. How could he not kill the little white fox in the purple mansion? The array released from your nephew's body was unstable and collapsed on its own. The 9th elder of the Fox clan is the Tao. This, Shangguan Yu didn't expect that their deliberate deliberation and paying such a huge price turned out to be such a result. And at this moment, the other elders of the Fox clan acted at the same time with lightning speed to suppress Shangguan Yu, without giving him a chance to commit suicide. Hurry up and interrogate Shangguan Yu. What exactly is included in this plan, and who is involved in it? Bai Yeshing said to the other elders, I'm going to see my daughter. It is good. The other elders also nodded without saying anything. They immediately began to interrogate Shangguan Yu. Bai Yeshing and Yu Ying, on the other hand, flew towards the direction of the energy fluctuation just now to see how the little white fox was doing. The elders of the Fox clan who rushed over first stopped all the Fox clan members directly. Don't let them get close. SHHHHHHHH. In the sky, the figures of Bai Yeshing and his wife flew over quickly. Fell here. Daughter, are you okay? As soon as he saw the little white fox, Bai Yeshing couldn't wait to step forward, saying extremely worried. Father, don't worry. I'm fine. The shock on the little white fox's face was replaced by a smile, and he said slowly. Although she was frightened just now, in order not to worry her parents, there was no panic on her face. It's okay, it's okay. Yu Ying next to her breathed a sigh of relief and hugged the little white fox tightly. At this time, Qin Feng was looking at Shangguan Qingyun's body on the ground, thinking deeply. When he first started, he discovered that Shangguan Qingyun was abnormal, but he felt that Shangguan Qingyun's target should be Bai Yeshing and the others, so it was difficult to cause any disturbance. He didn't pay much attention to it, and didn't check carefully what abnormality Shangguan Qingyun had. But he didn't expect Shangguan Qingyun's target to be the little white fox. He didn't even think that there was an ancient formation hidden in Shangguan Qingyun's body. Qin Feng felt that if he had time, he should go to the Shangwan family or the Wolf family to see where they got this ancient formation and whether it was still there. He is very interested. Master Qin, are you okay? Bai Yexing looked at Qin Feng. Although he had never seen Qin Feng before, among the current Fox clan, apart from the members of the Shangwan family, Qin Feng was the only one who was human. Seeing that Qin Feng hadn't reacted just now, he thought Qin Feng was frightened. I am fine. Qin Feng shook his head upon hearing this, and then said, Thank you for your concern, Senior. Seeing that Qin Feng was not only not frightened, but also looked calm, a look of surprise flashed in Bai Yexing's eyes. This kind of mentality is much better than many young people he has seen. It's fine. Bai Yexing nodded. Then he asked again what happened just now. Qin Feng didn't hide anything, and told Bai Yexing what he saw. It seems that it should be the formation hidden in Shangwan Qingyun's body. It was too unstable and caused it to collapse. Bai Yexing murmured. Before that, he had only heard that someone could hide the engraved formation in the body, which was very dangerous. Unexpectedly, Shangwan Qingyun actually did this today. After confirming that the little white fox was not in danger, Bai Yexing did not stay here and went back to the main meeting hall. He wanted to interrogate Shangwan Yu immediately. In the majestic city, the Shangwan family's mansion, which was originally lively, is now empty. Because they were worried that the Fox clan would retaliate after killing the little white fox, they had moved their family thousands of miles away overnight. A building in a hidden valley. At this time, in the hall, Shangwan Jiao and several elders of the Shangwan family were here. And the one who occupies the main position is the patriarch of the Wolf clan. He is waiting for news, because according to the previous plan, today was to kill the little white fox. At this moment, an elder of the Wolf tribe came in hurriedly. How about it? The patriarch of the Wolf tribe immediately asked. About a quarter of an hour ago, there was a violent energy explosion in the Fox tribe, and the icy blue light was dazzling. It should be Shangwan Qingyun who used the formation that was sealed in his body. The elder of the Wolf tribe said. The people of the Fox clan they bought were not of high status, so they didn't know the specific situation. I only know roughly. Very good. When the patriarch of the Wolf clan heard this, a smile appeared on his face. Before that, what he was most worried about was that Shangwan Qingyun would not see the little white fox, so all his efforts would be in vain. Now that he knew that the formation had been cast, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. This must mean that Shangwan Qingyun has already seen the little white fox. In the opinion of the head of the Fox clan, as long as the little white fox is trapped in the formation, it is certain to die, and there is no possibility of surviving. It seems that the plan has succeeded. Shangwan Jiao sneered, and then sighed. It's a pity that the original mansion of our Shangwan family will be destroyed by the Fox clan. It's a pity. Both her father and cousin were dead, but she didn't care much about it. All she cared about was the luxurious mansion in the city, which might be destroyed by the furious Fox clan powerhouse. Among the Fox clan, no one went to Shangwan's house. Suddenly, the elder of the Wolf clan spoke. What did you say? No one from the Fox clan went to Shangwan's house. Hearing the words, the patriarch of the Wolf clan said coldly, Could it be that they went directly to our Wolf clan? I'm afraid they are looking for death. Their Wolf clan, like the Fox clan, has strong men from the martial realm sitting in their towns. Even if the ancestors of the Fox clan went, they would not be able to get the slightest advantage. Moreover, their ancestors might be able to kill the ancestors of the Fox clan with the help of the clan's formation. No, but the elder of the Wolf tribe shook his head and said, After the energy fluctuation, although the Fox tribe was a little flustered, there was no other movement. Many elders of the Fox clan did not come out of the conference hall, and everything was calm, as if nothing had happened. Hearing what he said, the patriarch of the Fox clan couldn't help frowning. Why does it feel a little wrong? He murmured. If the princess of the Fox clan is killed, even if the Fox clan doesn't take revenge immediately, it shouldn't be calm. After pondering for a moment, his face changed suddenly. Not good. I'm afraid something has changed. Get out of here quickly. While speaking, the patriarch of the Wolf clan took a big step and wanted to return to the clan quickly. However, at this moment, a terrifying coercion suddenly swept over, covering the entire valley in an instant. Boom! An astonishing aura, as if the god of death had descended. The terrible coercion pressed on everyone, making them all breathless. Martial realm powerhouse. The strongest wolf patriarch, who was already in the half-step martial realm, made a horrified sound at this time. Because his cultivation base is the strongest, he can also feel the opponent's strength the most. At this moment, his heart was filled with fear. Although he is half-step martial arts realm cultivation base, but in front of the real martial arts realm powerhouse, he is still like an ant, without any power to fight back. What? A strong martial artist. The other people in the hall all exclaimed. The face is also full of horror. And at this moment, an old figure took one step forward and arrived in the hall. It is the old patriarch of the Fox clan. It seems that Shangguan Yu did not lie. The voice of the old Fox clan elder was a little hoarse, and he couldn't hear the joy or anger, so he said lightly. The reason why he was able to find this place was naturally interrogated from Shangguan Yuko. Boom! Following the voice of the old head of the Fox clan, the terrifying coercion suddenly intensified again. Like a tsunami, it spread out around him from the center. Puff! In an instant, everyone was crushed into blood mist. Not even one survived, including the patriarch of the Wolf clan in the half-step martial arts realm. The smell of blood pervades the place. And after killing these people present, the old patriarch of the Fox clan left the place without any stay. In the next few days, the news that the patriarch of the Wolf clan was killed spread throughout the south of the Nine Profound realm. Both the Wolf clan and the Fox clan are big forces in the south of the Nine Profound realm. The killing of the patriarch of the Wolf clan was no small matter. After all, in the entire Wolf clan, there are only 3 strong men in the half-step martial arts realm, and the killing of the Wolf clan patriarch has seriously hurt their vitality. Cause an uproar. The plan of the Wolf clan is really vicious. They actually hid the ancient formation in the human body and plotted against the princess of the Fox clan. It's a pity that man's calculation is not as good as heaven's calculation, and it still failed after all. It can only be said that the fate is not in the Wolf clan. There are voices of various discussions, one after another, and most people are gloating. The wolves act perversely on weekdays, and their reputation is far inferior to that of the foxes. Now, they are very happy to see the wolves deflated. As for the sudden collapse of the ancient formation, no one thought too much about it. They just thought that the formation was too old, and it was sealed in Shangguan Qingyun's body, so it was not stable. It collapsed by itself, and the Wolf clan that lost their patriarch fell into aggrieved and depressed. Not only was his vitality severely injured, but he also had to face the pressure of the Fox clan, so he had to give up the property that belonged to the Shangguan family, including a mine of spirit stones, to the Fox clan. After all, they were the ones who took the initiative to assassinate the little white fox. Not only was it wrong, but they also failed, losing a half-step martial arts powerhouse. If he confronted the Fox clan head-on at this time, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. Although Bai Yexing still couldn't appease the anger in his heart, he didn't continue to pursue the matter. After all, the Wolf tribe has a strong man in the martial arts realm. If it is really because of this, it will not end with the Wolf tribe. It will only end in a lose-lose situation. Not worth the candle. Among the Fox clan, Qin Feng has been staying in his small courtyard since the incident ended, continuing to sign in and practice, as if nothing had happened. He didn't pay any attention to the various arguments from the outside world. System, sign in for me. Qin Feng said lightly. Ding. Congratulations to the master. You have successfully signed in and obtained the Great Ice Formation. The system's prompt sounded in Qin Feng's ears. Extreme Ice Formation? Qin Feng heard the words and murmured. Could it be the formation that Shangguan Qingyun used a few days ago? Then he checked the scroll in the system space and found that it was exactly the same as he guessed. It was the one used by Shangguan Qingyun a few days ago. Last time, I was very curious about the difference between this ancient formation and the current formation. Just take a look. Qin Feng muttered to himself. Although last time, with the help of his divine pupil, he immediately saw the key pattern of the formation, cut it into pieces, and broke the formation. But he didn't have time to examine the difference between the ancient formation and the formation of this era. Afterwards, Qin Feng took out the scroll and began to observe it carefully. For the next whole day, Qin Feng watched the Great Ice Formation. The formation method is not particularly mysterious. The key is to see the difference of the ancient formation method. This continued until noon the next day. The ancient formation is so different from the formation of this era. It feels like the laws of heaven and earth in the past, which are too different from the present. Qin Feng muttered to himself. Many of the formation patterns in the ancient formation method seem to be completely unnecessary to exist now. When he first started, he didn't understand the meaning of those patterns. After he had read every line of the entire formation, he guessed that the era of the ancient formation was different from the current law of heaven and earth. Is this also the reason why no one is broken through the Emperor realm in the last million years? Qin Feng guessed in his heart. In the recent millions of years on the eternal ancient continent, there has not been a strong person in the Emperor realm, not even a strong person in the Saint realm. Very abnormal. The powerhouses in the major holy places are also looking for the reason. However, based on this ancient formation alone, Qin Feng was still unable to deduce the previous law of heaven and earth. He then got up and planned to go to the place where Shangguan Qingyun died to sign in. Can you get other ancient formations? Soon, Qin Feng came to the place where Shangguan Qingyun died and then signed in. It's just a pity that he didn't sign in to get the ancient formation. The rewards are no different from the rewards for signing in to the Fox tribe on weekdays. It seems that the special Dao rhyme produced by Shangguan Qingyun's death has completely disappeared. It seems that there's only a chance to go to the Wolf clan. Qin Feng muttered to himself. He had already heard the news that the Shangguan family was wiped out. Now, where Shangguan Qingyun obtained the ancient formation, I am afraid that only the strong Wolf clan knows. Shaking his head, Qin Feng returned to his small courtyard and continued his cultivation. Time is like water, passing by in a hurry. In the blink of an eye, half a month has passed. One morning, while Qin Feng was meditating, the little white fox suddenly came. I'm going to retreat. I'm afraid it will take several years. The little white fox said slowly with a complicated expression. Originally, she wanted to take Qin Feng to play in the southern region of the Nine Profound Realm. By the way, she could also help Qin Feng improve his cultivation. But now it seems that it is not working for the time being. Shut up. Qin Feng was a little surprised when he heard this and said, in your current state, shouldn't going out to practice is better than retreating? Under normal circumstances, cultivators below the void refining realm seldom take the initiative to retreat. Because of the combat effect of going out to experience, it has a better effect on improving the cultivation base. When my father returned from a trip, he brought back the ancient method of the Fox clan. It was created by the ancestor of the Nine Tails, and it perfectly fits my physique. The little white fox said slowly, the purpose of my retreat this time is to comprehend this ancient method. The ancient methods cultivated by the ancestors of the Fox clan are extremely mysterious and complicated, and she must retreat and slowly understand them. So, it is. Qin Feng nodded and then took out a few pills from the ring and said, I happen to have a few Qingxin pills here which can calm a mind, and you can take them when you're practicing in seclusion. Why do you have so many pills? The little white fox couldn't help asking. She remembered that when Qin Feng was in the Imperial Mausoleum, he often took pills and didn't even bother to eat. Because I'm a pharmacist, Qin Feng said truthfully. Of course, these pills are not made by him, and the ones signed in are still inexhaustible, so why bother to refine them? Are you a pharmacist? The little white fox heard the words, but he didn't believe it, and said, I'm not that stupid. Don't try to fool me. In the Nine Profound Realm, a pharmacist is also an extremely rare profession, very honorable. Almost every alchemist is proud of his identity, and most of the time on weekdays, he also wears the costumes of the Alchemist Guild. And Qin Feng is obviously different from those alchemists. Seeing that the little white fox didn't believe it, Qin Feng shook his head helplessly. but didn't explain too much. Then the little white fox chatted with Qin Feng about other things, and told Qin Feng that if he had nothing to do on weekdays, it would be best not to leave the fox tribe. This is the south of the Nine Profound Realm, where various mountains are intertwined and full of dangers. With Qin Feng's cultivation base, walking in the southern region, if he is not careful, he will fall into the crisis of death. If the tomb of the Demon Emperor is open during this period, if Qin Feng wants to go, he can go with her father. Qin Feng nodded in response to the little white fox's advice. Only then did the little white fox leave with peace of mind, and she will start retreating tonight. It's time to come out. After the little white fox left, Qin Feng stretched and said, the sign-in rewards within the Fox clan could hardly bring him any surprises, so he wanted to go out and sign in elsewhere. After making up his mind, Qin Feng didn't stay any longer and directly walked towards the outside of the Fox tribe. After leaving the Fox tribe, Qin Feng's first goal is the fierce place in the southern region, Zhishuguan. This is what he learned from the ancient books of the Fox clan. The reason why it is called a fierce place is not because Zhishuguan is an evil force, but because a group of demons are suppressed in Zhishuguan. Like the Kanglan domain, the Jiushuan domain was once invaded by evil spirits. Although the 9 profound territory martial arts are prosperous, but because the demons after the fusion of the demons and the demon clan are more powerful, even more terrifying than pure demons. As a result, more than 20 years ago, the 9 profound realm was once in crisis of being completely occupied by demons. However, later, a Taoist who was born out of nowhere came riding a green bull. With his own strength, he suppressed a large number of monsters in the Wuyu realm and quelled the turmoil caused by the monsters. And the concept of Jisho created by this Taoist is the place to suppress demons. This power has been passed down to this day. There are demons in Zhishuguan. This is exactly what Qin Feng is interested in. His 9-story demon tower was empty. It was too wasteful. It took about 20 days before Qin Feng finally arrived at the mountain range where Jisho Temple is located. However, the specific location of Jisho Temple was not recorded in the ancient books, so he decided to find someone to find out. He came to a city next to this mountain range. There are mercenaries and caravans coming and going everywhere. All kinds of magic cores, spiritual herbs, and even ores obtained from the mountains will pass through the city and be transported to various places. Qin Feng found a restaurant, and at the cost of a spirit stone, asked the boss for the location of Zhishuguan. Knowledge and Shoguan. When the boss heard Qin Feng's inquiry, he looked blank and said, I've never heard of this place. Never heard of that. Hearing this, Qin Feng frowned slightly, didn't say anything, and changed to another restaurant to inquire. However, no one has heard of Jisho Temple. Did I remember the wrong location? Qin Feng muttered to himself. It shouldn't be. After he saw Jisho Temple from an ancient book, he had already decided to go, and secretly wrote it down. There could be no mistake. With doubts in his heart, Qin Feng decided to go into the mountains and search for it himself. In the sky of the mountains, Qin Feng walked in the sky. Traveling through the clouds and mist, his clothes fluttered with the wind, like an exiled immortal in the sky. He did not glance at the mountains below, but explored with his powerful divine sense. The entire mountain range is very long. Ordinary people may not be able to go out after more than 10 years. But to Qin Feng, it was very short. About half an hour later, Qin Feng, who had already come to the central area of the entire mountain range, stopped. Is this the concept of Jisho? Looking at an ancient Taoist temple halfway up the mountain in the distance, Qin Feng frowned slightly and murmured, because it looks so ordinary. Although the covered area is not small, it is full of blue bricks and green tiles, very ordinary, not as luxurious as the mansions of some wealthy landowners. There is no way to compare with the resplendent palace of Fozong. Even some temples built by Fozong in the eastern part of the Great Xia dynasty were 100 times more luxurious than this. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like a force created by a person who once calmed down the demon turmoil on his own. It's no wonder that even in the city next to the mountains, no one knows the existence of Zhishuguan. Qin Feng muttered to himself. I'm afraid, even if there are mercenaries passing by, they won't bother to go in and have a look. Thinking this way in his heart, Qin Feng landed on that mountain, walked along the mountain path, and strode towards Jishou Guanqing not far ahead. The closer he got to Jishou Temple, the more he could feel the simple and reckless atmosphere of time coming towards him. This is actually the gathering place of the general trend of heaven and earth. Qin Feng was very surprised. He has divine pupils, so he found that the place where Zishugwen is located is the place where the general trend of heaven and earth with a radius of -Li converges. The aura here is simply inexhaustible. Unless the spiritual energy in a radius of 100,000 miles is completely consumed, the spiritual energy here will disappear. But that is impossible, because once the spiritual energy within a radius of -miles is gone, the spiritual energy in a further range will automatically float to this radius of -miles. It seems that the first master of Jishou Temple also has a lot of research on the general trend of mountains and rivers. Qin Feng murmured, such a place cannot be chosen randomly. While being amazed, Qin Feng has already entered the Jishou Temple, and the ancient and wild atmosphere of the past is even more intense. The architecture of Jishou Temple is not without any decorations. They are all murals, and most of the contents are from the first viewer. The scene of suppressing those demons seems to make people feel respectful. Although this concept of Jishou is very remote, it's not that everyone has forgotten him. It's just that the mercenaries don't care. Qin Feng was walking in the Jishou Temple, and occasionally he could still see people from various major forces coming to offer incense. Some had just arrived, and some were about to leave. In this clean place, it adds a bit of smoke and fire. It's just that with the passage of time, the major forces have gradually forgotten the concept of Jishou, and there are gradually not so many people who come to offer incense. Seeing Qin Feng, who came alone, the Taoist priests of Zishugwen were obviously a little surprised because they had never seen anyone who did not belong to any force come alone. Zishugwen is almost a forgotten place. But despite this, the Taoist priest did not show any negligence because of this, and treated them equally as he treated those powerful people. I don't know what rewards I can get for signing in this concept of knowing and guarding. Qin Feng muttered to himself. Then he chose to sign in. Ding! Congratulations to the master. You have successfully signed in and obtained the military secret. A mechanical beep sounded from the system. Bingzimi? What is this? Qin Feng was puzzled. Is it a secret technique? Curious in his heart, he checked the information on Bingzimi. The next moment, he was shocked. This military word secret can not only strengthen the practitioner's control over the weapon, but also exert stronger power. After cultivating to a certain level, it can even forcibly control other people's weapons. Good secret technique. Qin Feng couldn't help but praise. Then he chose fusion. A large amount of information about Bingzimi was integrated into Qin Feng's consciousness. It's just extremely complicated, and it's hard for him to master it in a short period of time. After thinking for a while, Qin Feng found a young Taoist priest and donated some spirit stones as incense money, expressing that he wanted to meditate here. Taoist temples everywhere, people will come to meditate, and Jishou Temple is no exception. So this young Taoist priest is not surprising. It's just that he opened his mouth to warn Qin Feng. Benefactor, the sealing demon well is not very stable recently. Why don't you wait a while and come here to clean it up again? The young Taoist said slowly. Those monsters were all suppressed in the demon's sealing well. In a few years, there will be a big commotion. The sealing demon well is not safe. Qin Feng was not afraid when he heard the words and said, I don't think there are other people here to clean up. This, to tell the benefactor, those people's cultivation base is very strong and will not be affected by the devil's energy, but you, the young Taoist said in a slightly embarrassed way. Qin Feng's cultivation in the Luanhai realm is not even as good as a rookie who has just entered the Jishou Temple for less than 50 years. It is too dangerous to stay here. Qin Feng was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that he would be despised for being too low. If I feel there's a problem, I will leave as soon as possible. Qin Feng said lightly. Seeing Qin Feng's insistence, The young Taoist felt that those demons had failed in attacking the demon ceiling well so many times, and they would not succeed this time either, so there should be no danger. Just nodded and arranged a clean room for Qin Feng. Qin Feng began to comprehend the secrets of military characters with peace of mind. In a blink of an eye, more than 20 days passed. Qin Feng comprehended the secrets of military characters in the room every day, and soon he had almost comprehended the secrets of military characters. After merging the Bingzi secret, he immediately noticed that his control over the 9-story demon tower and the Zhuxian sword had been raised to a higher level. It is even possible to use these weapons to exert power beyond the control of one's own realm. Really not bad. Qin Feng couldn't help but praised. He is very satisfied with this secret technique. Is too strong. Boom, boom. However, at this moment, the ground of Jishou Temple suddenly shook violently. Something unusual happened. Shua, shua, shua. Suddenly, a large number of figures rose into the sky. There are Taoist priests of Zishuguan, some people who come to offer incense, and there are practitioners like Qin Feng who are meditating in Zishuguan. Everyone's eyes were all looking towards the northern part of Jishou Temple, where the devilish energy was overwhelming, and the black devilish energy rushed to the sky, which looked extremely terrifying. How is this going? It seems that those demons are attacking the demon ceiling well again. This kind of thing happens every few years. There was a lot of discussion, not particularly nervous, especially those Taoist priests in Jishou concept. They are used to it. The impact of the demons is extremely violent this time. Everyone immediately leave Zishuguan. And at this moment, an old voice suddenly sounded. It is the master of the Jishou Temple, and his voice is blessed by spiritual energy, which is deafening. As soon as this remark came out, the faces of all the people present suddenly changed. Before this, there has never been a thing that made everyone leave when a monster charged into the demon ceiling well. Go! However, after being shocked, everyone reacted quickly and left Jishou Guan one after another. Fear of being affected. Only Qin Feng remained calm, but strode towards the demon ceiling well with big strides. Benefactor, what are you going to do? Come back quickly. The young Taoist priest who had retreated to the distance looked at Qin Feng's back and exclaimed hastily. He had already left Jishou Guan, and when he saw Qin Feng walking in, he was about to turn back and hold Qin Feng. Boom, boom. However, at this moment, the ground shook violently, like an earthquake, and even more terrifying magic power swept all directions. The young Taoist priest who turned back inside the Jishou Temple was directly thrown out and landed outside the Jishou Temple. Is this guy crazy? Leave him alone. This terrifying magic power is too dangerous inside. Those who came to Zishuguan to practice and donate incense all spoke to the young Taoist priest one after another. Such a terrifying magic power made the experts in the void refining realm here feel extremely afraid. In their opinion, Qin Feng's mere Lunhaging dared to go in. In their view, he was courting death. The young Taoist priest looked at Qin Feng's back. His eyes were full of doubts because he didn't think Qin Feng was crazy, and he didn't understand why Qin Feng was going to Fengmojing at this time. And within a few breaths, Qin Feng had arrived at the northern part of Jishou Temple. There's a large open space here, and in the center of the open space, there's a well with a radius of 100 feet and a bottomless well in which the devilish energy gushes wildly. At the mouth of this magic well, there are cyan formations emitting light, suppressing the demons inside. But even so, there was still an astonishing amount of devilish energy gushing out from the devil's ceiling well, straight into the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Moreover, there are still monsters constantly charging upwards, trying to smash the formation at the mouth of the well. Not only the ground, but the entire mountain was trembling violently. Around the ceiling demon well, more than a dozen Taoist priests with the strongest Jishou concept, with serious faces, continued to make seals, and blessed one after another seals emitting blue light at the mouth of the well. Withstood the impact of the monster. These monsters want to fight to the death. We must not let them rush out. The Jisho Guanguan of this generation shouted coldly. He was too old and skinny, which was the hazard of guarding the magic well all the year round. But the coercion of the half-step martial realm on his body is still very terrifying. Roar! And at this moment, a roaring sound resounded through the world. A wolf demon in human form, full of demonic aura, forcibly rushed half of his body out of the demon-suppressing well. After all, this seal was set up when the first viewer of Jisho Temple was seriously injured. After so many years of continuous attacks by these monsters, there was a flaw after all. Damn Taoist priests, today I will smash your corpses into thousands of pieces. After the upper body of the wolf demon rushed out, he roared angrily. The spiritual energy between the heaven and the earth immediately gathered towards him, like a funnel, continuously entering his body. Although the wolf demon's cultivation has fallen to the void refining realm because of being sealed for many years, his body is still in the martial realm after all. As long as he has enough spiritual energy, the speed of recovery is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Void refining realm 8th layer middle stage. Void refining realm 8th layer late stage. Void refining realm 9th heaven. At the beginning, I chose this place to establish Jisho Temple and seal the evil spirits here because it is the place where the general trend of heaven and earth gathers, and there can be a steady stream of aura to supply the formation. But now these auras have actually helped the wolf demon recover his cultivation at an extremely fast speed. Not good. You continue to bless the seal, and I will kill this wolf demon. The current Zishiguan Guanju hurriedly shouted. Once he waited for the wolf demon to recover to the half-step martial realm, he would be at a loss what to do. This formation is about to shatter. Let's rush out together. At this moment, the monsters in the demon sealing well roared excitedly when they saw the wolf monster rushing out half of their body, desperately impacting the seal. The entire sealing formation was on the verge of collapse. The master Jisho, who was about to kill the wolf demon, suddenly changed his face and hurriedly continued to strengthen the seal and had no energy left to kill the wolf demon. You guys are going to die today. The wolf demon laughed excitedly. His voice was earth-shattering, and those Taoist priests and strong men who had left Jisho Temple were all terrified and felt the danger. At this time, the wolf demon was still devouring the spiritual energy between heaven and earth, and his cultivation continued to rise, and he was about to reach the half-step martial realm. Hateful. The Taoist priests here all have ugly faces. At the same time, there is some despair in my heart. Once the wolf demon breaks through to the half-step martial realm, and the whole body rushes out of the demon sealing well, they will be powerless to recover. I'm finally getting out of trouble. When his cultivation was about to return to the half-step martial realm, the wolf demon let out a loud laugh. After being sealed for hundreds of thousands of years, he had already had enough of the grievances in this demon-suppressing well. After escaping from the town's magic well this time, he must enjoy the delicious human beings. Boom! However, at this moment, a pitch-black ancient pagoda suddenly appeared in the sky, exuding an astonishing aura and suppressing it. What is this? The wolf demon, who looked up to the sky and laughed, saw the ancient tower suddenly appearing in the sky. His eyes were full of horror. He felt that his blood was almost frozen. This ancient tower suppressed him from the soul. And just when the wolf demon was shocked, the 9-story demon tower had fallen, suppressing him below. His absorption of spiritual energy also stopped. There was less than 3 breaths left before the distance returned to the half-step martial realm. Even in the demon-suppressing well, the impact of those demons on the seal has been weakened a lot. The suppression of their souls by the demon-suppressing tower has made them extremely fearful. What happened? Seeing the sudden appearance of the ancient pagoda, all the Taoist priests present were stunned. Because Qin Feng's aura was completely hidden, they didn't notice Qin Feng, and all looked at the master Qin Shan. Monastery master, since when did such artifacts exist in Jisho Temple? One of the Taoist priests couldn't help asking. This ancient pagoda is not in our Jisho Temple. And Qin Shan also looked at a loss. I don't know where the 9-story demon tower came from. Isn't it our awareness? The other Taoist priests were all stunned when they heard this. It wasn't the utensils in their Jishou temple. How could they suddenly appear here? Qin Shan looked around, and then he noticed Qin Feng not far away. Who are you? Seeing Qin Feng, Qin Shan asked with a solemn expression. The other Taoist priests also looked dignified when they heard the reputation. The demon energy in this place is astonishing, but Qin Feng is not affected at all, and there is also an ancient pagoda that can easily suppress the wolf demon, which makes them shocked by Qin Feng's strength. An unknown person. Qin Feng smiled lightly and said lightly. Hearing this, many Taoist priests looked at each other in blank dismay. There's obviously some disbelief in his heart, because Qin Feng has such terrifying strength at such an age. Even if he looks at the history of the 9 Profound Realm, he is definitely a top genius. How could it be an unknown person? However, they guessed that Qin Feng didn't want to say more, so they didn't ask more. Thank you, little friend, for saving the common people from danger. Qin Shan stepped forward and respectfully thanked Qin Feng. What he said was not exaggerating. Once this wolf demon escapes, it is only a matter of time before the remaining demons come out. At that time, the entire 9 Profound Realm will be in danger. Those top forces can unite so that those monsters dare not do anything to them. But ordinary people are not so lucky. At that time, there must be blood flowing into rivers. The Taoist priest is too much. It's just a small effort. Qin Feng said slowly. It was really effortless to suppress the wolf demon just now. Because although the wolf demon rushed out half of its body, it was still restrained by the formation and could not move. It was not difficult for him to use the 9-story demon tower to suppress it. Qin Shan heard the words, but felt that Qin Feng was being too modest, and his evaluation of Qin Feng in his heart was raised several grades. Little friend, please wait a moment. I will continue to strengthen the seal now. And thank you, little friend, after the seal is strengthened. Qin Shan said slowly. Although the 9-story demon tower is powerful, it is not an artifact of theirs a Shugwen after all, and Qin Feng will definitely take it away later. He just wanted to take this opportunity to quickly strengthen the seal. The Taoist will continue to strengthen the seal? Haven't you thought about using other methods to deal with these monsters? Qin Feng said slowly. When Qin Shan heard the words, he smiled helplessly. He said, "This is also an impossible solution. After so many years, there is no formation mage in the entire 9 Profound Realm who can create such a powerful formation, and we can only continue to strengthen his seal." In words, he was full of helplessness. There is no second person in the 9 Profound Domain who is as magnificent as the first Temple Master. But continuing to strengthen the seal is just drinking poison to quench thirst. One day, these monsters will still break through the seal and escape. Qin Feng said lightly. The little friend thinks, what should I do better? Qin Shan couldn't help asking. Apart from continuing to strengthen the seal, he really had no other way. It's better to let me suppress it. Qin Feng said lightly. As soon as this remark came out, even with Qin Shan's mood, he couldn't help being stunned. He never thought that Qin Feng would say that. You know, there are at least 300 monsters in the entire sealing demon well. Incomparably terrible and terrifying. Qin Feng actually wanted to suppress so many demons with his own strength. Aren't you joking, little friend? Qin Shan smiled wryly and said, there are more than 300 such powerful demons. Even the top forces in the 9 Profound Realm are helpless. How can you suppress them? Although the other Taoists were very grateful to Qin Feng, they all felt that Qin Feng was talking big. Hearing this, Qin Feng didn't say much, but slowly stretched out his left hand. But at this moment, the 9-story demon tower suddenly shrank, floated towards Qin Feng, and landed in his hands. The wolf demon has disappeared and has been taken into the 9-story demon tower. The monsters in the demon ceiling, well, also fell into silence because they were afraid of the 9-story demon tower and did not continue to attack the ceiling formation. What is this place? Let me out! The wolf demon in the 9-story demon tower roared angrily. But Qin Feng ignored it. How could he let the duck fly away when he got it? Use this ancient pagoda to suppress. Qin Feng said to Qin Shan indifferently. This artifact can actually trap monsters in it. Qin Shan felt a little unbelievable and couldn't help but gasp. How does the Taoist feel? Qin Feng asked. This artifact is indeed extraordinary, but if you want to seal the monsters in the demon sealing well into this ancient pagoda, you must break the seal. Qin Shan was still a little embarrassed and said, when the time comes, 300 monsters will rush out together, and we will be powerless to transfer them to this ancient tower. Among these monsters, at least were able to absorb spiritual energy in a short period of time, restoring their cultivation to the half-step martial realm, or even the early stages of the martial realm. At that time, let alone repressing it in the ancient tower, I am afraid that just the magic power can crush them instantly. Don't worry, I have a way to prevent them from absorbing even the slightest bit of aura. Qin Feng said very confidently. Don't let them absorb even the slightest bit of aura? Hearing this, Qin Shan said in disbelief, how is this possible? Little friends may not know that this place is the general trend of the world with a radius of Li. Where it gathers, the aura is almost continuous. He thought Qin Feng couldn't understand the general trend of mountains and rivers. That's why I came up with this idea, so I explained it to Qin Feng seriously. Of course I know that, Qin Feng said calmly, but we just need to cut off the general trend of the world gathered here. Wouldn't it be fine? Break the power of heaven and earth. Qin Shan was completely shocked. Every word Qin Feng said was beyond his understanding. The same goes for the other Taoist priests. If it weren't for Qin Feng's powerful strength just now, they might all have to drive away Qin Feng as a lunatic talking nonsense. And at this moment, hundreds of sword souls instantly condensed around Qin Feng's body. The sound of swords resounded throughout the world. Afterwards, a faint light appeared on Qin Feng's fingers, and he began to draw formation patterns on these sword souls from a distance. Such a mysterious and complicated formation. It seems to be at least a seventh-order formation. Seeing the formation lines drawn by Qin Feng, Qin Shan and the others couldn't help but gasp. The Taoist sect already has a lot of research on formations. What's more, they have been trying to strengthen the sealing formation here for 20 years. They could tell at a glance that what Qin Feng depicted was a seventh-order formation. It's all incredible. Unexpectedly, at such a young age, Qin Feng not only has profound strength, but also has such high attainments in formations, surpassing all of them. Shua, shua, shua. It didn't take long for Qin Feng to engrave the formation patterns of the entire seventh-order formation on hundreds of sword souls. And then these sword souls flew into the sky. It shot towards the surrounding mountains, landed in different places. Boom, boom. At this moment, the general situation of the world here has undergone a huge change. The aura started to reverse and flow outward. Qin Feng has divine pupils. On the way to Zheshugwen, he saw the key to the general trend of the whole world. Using the formation method, it is not difficult to change the general trend of the world here in a short time. Qin Shan and others were shocked. Everyone was dumbfounded. Qin Feng's methods really exceeded their imagination. It's not just them. Those people outside Zheshugwen feel that the aura of heaven and earth is centered on Zheshugwen and flows outward, and they all have incredible faces. I don't understand what happened. Not long after, the aura here has become extremely thin. At the same time, the monsters in the demon sealing well became excited. What's going on? The sealing formation is getting weaker. Our chance is here. Hurry up and attack the formation and escape from here. Seeing the light of the sealing formation gradually dissipating, those monsters were all excited. They see hope. Boom, boom. A large number of monsters kept impacting the demon sealing well, and the ground shook violently. It was even more horrifying than before, with terrifying devilish energy pouring out continuously. All Taoist priests, including Qin Shan, were terrified when they saw this scene. Guardian, the eyes of several Taoist priests were all looking at Chun Shan, and their eyes were a little nervous. Although the spiritual energy between the heaven and the earth is already very thin, they still couldn't calm down when they saw that 300 demons, which were difficult for the first generation of temple masters to wipe out, were about to appear in the world. This little friend should be able to suppress these monsters. Chun Shan said solemnly, "We should trust him, but he won't be the companion of these monsters." A Taoist priest expressed his worries. The expressions of the other Taoist priests suddenly changed upon hearing this. The monsters in the Nine Profound Realm have not been completely sealed, and there are quite a few hidden ones, but they are not that strong and dare not appear. If Qin Feng was a monster, the consequences would be disastrous. Well, not. And Chun Shan said, "He has the ability to change the general trend of the world. If he is a monster, he doesn't need to come to our Shoguan. He can directly change the general trend of the world, and he can still release these demons." The other Taoists heard the words and thought it made sense, so they all nodded and turned their eyes to Qin Feng. "I hope he is confident and not conceited." Crack! And at this moment, the sound of the ceiling formation shattering suddenly resounded. Although the sound was not loud, it exploded in the minds of Chun Shan and the others like thunder. "Ah, finally born!" Roar! The excited voice of the monster resounded through the world. The mouth of the well is not big, but in an instant, more than 30 monsters rushed out, each of them showing their fierce looks. Their eyes were red, like starving ghosts. The weakest cultivation level is also the 5th level of the void refining realm. The monstrous, devilish energy spewed out, as if the gate of hell had opened. The devilish energy surging into the sky covered the sky. The world was dark. And what's going on? Why is there no spiritual energy in this world? Those monsters who rushed out, before they had time to be pleasantly surprised, were shocked to find that there was almost no spiritual energy in this world. They have no way to restore their cultivation. "Come here, you can have as much ore as you want." Qin Feng spoke indifferently. While speaking, the 9-story demon tower that he threw into the sky just now became extremely huge again, and on the pitch-black tower body, there were streaks of jet-black rays of light. Terrible suction, sucking towards those monsters. Qin Feng, who has mastered the secret of military characters, has been able to exert the greater power of the 9-story demon tower and can directly absorb demons. What's going on? No! Seeing the sudden appearance of the 9-story demon tower and the terrifying suction, the demons all made panicky sounds. It's a pity that their cultivation has not yet recovered, and they are completely irresistible, and they are absorbed into the 9-story demon tower one by one. And just after they were absorbed, more than 20 demons rushed out of the demon ceiling well, and before they had time to react, they were sucked by the 9-story demon tower. Voices of despair and panic came and went. The 9-story demon tower's restraint on their souls made them feel the danger, and they tried desperately to resist, but it was completely useless. This is a trap. The hateful humans are waiting for us to fall into the trap. Some demons rushed to the mouth of the well, and when they saw their companions being taken into the 9-story demon tower, they roared in horror. However, no other monsters listened to these words at all, and he was directly knocked out by the monsters rushing up from below. The only thought in the minds of these monsters who have been sealed in the demon ceiling well for 20 years is to leave this place as soon as possible. And the only fate of these rushing monsters is to be absorbed into the 9-story demon tower. Not long after, more than 100 monsters rushed out of the demon ceiling tower, and all of them were absorbed into the 9-story demon tower. And at this moment, the monster in the demon ceiling well finally realized something was wrong. They found that all the companions who rushed out were absorbed by the ancient tower in the sky, and they screamed in panic in the ancient tower. "Quickly retreat to the demon town well. Quickly retreat to the demon town well." The rest of the monsters all shouted loudly. The monsters who could not wait to rush out of the town demon well gradually calmed down and returned to the town demon well one after another. The devilish energy gushing out was not as terrifying as before. Huh, these monsters have reacted. Seeing this, Qin Feng couldn't help frowning slightly. He originally wanted to take this opportunity to suppress all the monsters here into the ancient pagoda, but he didn't expect that these monsters were not as stupid as he imagined. Human beings are indeed insidious and cunning. The reason for opening this seal is to set another trap outside. The ancient pagoda in the sky is too powerful and weird. There were at least 100 people who rushed out just now, but they were all taken in by it. The words of the monster in the demon sealing well were full of shock and anger. He didn't think he was stupid, but felt that Qin Feng was too despicable. Their voices were not deliberately concealed, so Qin Feng and others outside could hear them clearly. "Little friend, what should we do?" Seeing this, Chun Qingshan at the side suddenly became worried and said, "These monsters, it seems that they don't plan to come out. It's just a group of turtles in an urn, so what if you don't come out?" As Qin Feng said, he strode to the side of the demon sealing well, and at the same time controlled the 9-story demon tower to slowly fall down. These demons should be sucked into the 9-story demon tower directly from the demon sealing well. Not good. Run down. The demons inside saw the 9-story demon tower descending and shouted loudly. They panicked, and in the blink of an eye, they all fled to the depths of the sealing demon well. Seeing this, Qin Feng frowned slightly. What's the situation? Why is this magic well so deep? He was very surprised and said, "The first generation of temple masters only sealed demons. Why did they dig such a deep demon sealing well?" Using his divine pupils, he couldn't even see the bottom of this magic well. Even because it was too dark inside and surrounded by magic fog, he couldn't even see the figure of the monster inside. This magic well was not dug out by the first generation of temple masters, but it existed in the first place, and it has always been bottomless, as if it is connected to an unknown place. Chun Qingshan said solemnly. When Qin Feng heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. He originally thought that the depth of this magic well was limited, and these monsters hiding in it were like turtles in an urn. But I didn't expect this magic well to be so deep. There was nothing he could do about the monster hiding inside. If you enter without authorization, it may be dangerous. Qin Feng muttered to himself. If there were only these monsters below, he wouldn't have any fear. But what was underneath, he had no idea. If you go down easily, I'm afraid it will be dangerous if you don't do it right. As for controlling the 9-story demon tower, only allowing the 9-story demon tower to enter, Qin Feng hesitated for a while and did not choose to do so. This is a divine tool, and it is even more important to him than the Zhu Xian sword. If you lose the 9-story demon pagoda, the loss outweighs the gain. Ha! Stupid human, don't you dare come down? The monsters below also noticed the entanglement in Qin Feng's heart, laughed, and provocatively. It doesn't matter if I don't go down. The key is that you don't want to come up. Qin Feng was not angry and said lightly, I've been trapped for 20 years. Don't you want to see the scenery outside? What is the difference between staying in this dark and damp sealing well and the rats in the sewer? Has the dignity of demons been discarded by you? His words immediately made the monsters below furious. Everyone scolded Qin Feng angrily. Especially the rat demons were extremely angry. He yelled at Qin Feng. However, anger is anger. These monsters still know that life is more important, and they don't plan to come out at all. This is the place where the general trend of heaven and earth converges. The sudden disappearance of spiritual energy is definitely due to some special means used by these humans. It is impossible for it to last. In the demon sealing well, the oldest black ape analyzed. Now that sealing formation has been broken, we just need to stay inside until the general situation of the world returns to normal. Spiritual energy will inevitably flow into this magic well. At that time, we will restore our cultivation base to the peak and then go out. As soon as his words came out, many monsters suddenly realized. It makes sense, and this ancient tower is so powerful It must consume a lot of spiritual energy to use it. It is impossible for this human being to be like this all the time. It is estimated that within a few hours, the ancient tower will not be able to be used. A tiger demon said, "Let's just wait slowly." Qin Shan and the others outside the demon's ceiling well, when they heard the analysis of these monsters, their faces became a little ugly. Because they also felt that the analysis of these monsters made sense. Qin Feng could not always change the general trend of the world and prevent the gathering of spiritual energy. By then, it will be troublesome. Little friend is careless. Qin Shan said bitterly. The other Taoist priests cast their expectant eyes on Qin Feng. In less than a day, Qin Feng shocked them too much, and they hoped that Qin Feng had other ideas in mind. I was really careless. Qin Feng did not refute, but nodded. He didn't expect that this magic well was so deep. He felt that he had to learn a lesson this time, seriously reflect on it, and be more stable in the future. Even your excellency can't help it. The other Taoist priests all showed desperate expressions when they heard the words. The monsters below are even more arrogant. They even thanked Qin Feng one after another, and promised to reuse Qin Feng after getting out of trouble, so that later demons could erect a monument and build a temple for Qin Feng to worship him for generations. It can be described as extremely ironic. Little friend, there's a teleportation formation in Jisho Temple here. You should take this ancient pagoda and leave this place quickly. Qin Shan's face was solemn, and he said to Qin Feng in a deep voice, "It will be too late to escape until these demons escape." In his opinion, although Qin Feng was wrong, it was good intentions after all, and Qin Feng was so powerful at such a young age, and there are artifacts like the 9-story demon tower, which must be the backbone of the confrontation between humans and demons in the future. So I don't want Qin Feng to die here. When Qin Feng heard this, he couldn't help laughing, and shook his head. The Taoist misunderstood. I was indeed careless, but it doesn't mean that these monsters will be able to get out of trouble. He said slowly. He was only disappointed just now. This time he couldn't suppress all these demons into the 9-story demon tower. As for letting these demons escape from this place, it is absolutely impossible. How do I say this? Qin Shan asked quickly. The eyes of the other Taoist priests also brightened. I have a formation that is enough to seal this magic well. Qin Feng said lightly. And after special blessings, the effect of the seal will not be much worse than the formation arranged by the first temple master. What? Your Excellency has a formation comparable to that of the first generation of Guanju. Hearing this, Qin Shan couldn't help exclaiming in his state of mind. What a magnificent figure the first generation of Guanju was. Even though he only saw part of the description in ancient books, he already admired it in his heart and regarded it as an existence that he could only look up to in his life. How could Qin Feng not be shocked when he actually said that he had formations comparable to the first generation of temple masters? Not only Qin Shan, but other Taoist priests also showed incredulous expressions. The demons below were also in a panic. The old man riding the blue bull left a lot of shadows in their hearts. Even just thinking about the hooves of the green ox already made their scalps tingle. If it wasn't for the old Taoist being seriously injured before coming to 9 Profound Realm, all of their monsters combined might not be able to withstand the opponent's move. Give you one last chance, can't you come out? Qin Feng looked at the monsters in the demon ceiling well and said calmly, "Don't you really want to stay in this dark and damp corner like mice? Although staying in the tower is not free, it is definitely more promising than staying here." His words made many monsters hesitate. This guy is definitely scamming us. At this time, a mouse demon stood up with a sinister and treacherous voice and said, "He doesn't look like 500 years old. How could he have such sophisticated methods? Whoever listens to him is a fool." When the other demons heard the words, they all nodded, thinking that what the rat demon said made sense. They didn't believe that Qin Feng had a formation comparable to that old man. After all, 20 years have passed, and the entire 9 Profound Realm has never appeared again. Cunning humans, don't let us be fooled. After the general situation of the world here recovers, we will naturally be able to go out, and there is no rush for this moment. Many monsters shouted one after another. They continued to stay in the sealing demon well, not planning to come out at all. Looking at Qin Feng's gaze was like looking at an idiot. Hey, I gave you a chance, but it's a pity that you don't cherish it yourself. Seeing this, Qin Feng shook his head helplessly. While speaking, he took out a stone emitting silver light from the system space, and then gently crushed it. Crack! Along with the shattering of the silver stone, a large amount of silver light sprinkled on the ground, and then began to quickly condense into a pattern, covering the wellhead. It didn't take long for a complete formation to be condensed successfully. It was Qin Feng who signed up for the star formation in the Fox tribe. Shua, shua, shua. At the same time, with a wave of Qin Feng's big sleeve, all the sword souls that had penetrated into the surrounding mountains flew back, turned into strands of sword energy, and re-entered his body. At the same time, an astonishing aura surged in. Boom! After absorbing the aura that surged from all around, the big star array exudes silver light, and each array pattern is like the trajectory of a planet. And the place where different formations meet is like a star. What a wonderful formation. The Taoist priests around couldn't help but gasped and praised. They felt that the formation in front of them was like a shrunken version of the sky. Little friend, with this formation, it is still far from being able to compare with the formation arranged by the first-generation temple master. But Chen Shan said with a dignified expression. Not only him, but those monsters below were also sneered while being shocked. This formation is really good, but it can seal us for 10 years at most, and it will be easily broken by us in the end. Those monsters didn't pay attention to the star array at all. If it's just that, it really can't compare with the formation of the first generation of Guanju. After Qin Feng paused, he continued, but this formation is just a carrier. While speaking, he took the magic seal out of the system space. Under Qin Feng's control, the magic seal immediately floated over the sealing demon well. The entire magic seal exudes a blood-red light, which looks extremely strange. Why does the seal look like a magic weapon? A Taoist couldn't help saying, magic weapons can only be used by demon cultivators and demons. This little friend is obviously not a demon cultivator or a demon. This seal should only be made from an evil place. Chen Shan said slowly, there are hundreds of millions of materials for castings in the world, and there are countless materials that are more evil than magic weapons. The other Taoist priests nodded when they heard the words, thinking that what Chen Shan said made sense. And at this moment, the seal trembled slightly, and the mysterious and complicated lines at the bottom emitted a black-red light, directly condensing an extremely strange pattern, and then printed it on the star formation below. Then this pattern merged with the star array. In an instant, the light of the entire star formation also changed from silver to black-red. Boom, boom. This formation not only absorbs the spirit energy between the heaven and the earth, but also absorbs the devil energy in the magic cave. The power of the seal continued to slowly increase. This scene stunned everyone, as well as the demons below. What the hell? How can this formation be able to absorb magic energy? If this continues, won't the sealing power of this formation become stronger and stronger? The demons in the demon sealing, suddenly howled all over the place. At this moment, they all regretted it and shouted to leave the demon sealing well. Even if you enter the 9-story demon tower, you have no chance. But Qin Feng ignored these voices, and with a wave of his sleeve, he took the magic seal back into the system space. He only has the star array as a carrier to withstand the sealing power of this magic seal. This star formation is another sign-in reward, and there is only one set. Although he can draw it, he needs a special star stone as a carrier. According to his understanding, the 9 Profound Realm doesn't seem to have any star stones. Once Qin Feng destroyed the star formation, and these demons repented, he would be helpless. He can only use his last trump card, that Divine Thunder, to kill these demons. The gain outweighs the loss.